I thought that with the 10,000 souls banner in hand, I would be invincible, but the ancestral banner turned out to be empty. 5 years ago, I stumbled upon a demonic cultivation manual in my family's old house, believing it would open the path to immortality. Little did I know this dark cultivation technique required absorbing death energy. In this age of science, I scoured hospital morgues and haunted cemeteries nationwide, only to discover a harsh truth: the high-temperature cremation process had severed my path to immortality. However, some people exploited loopholes, burying bodies directly instead of cremating them, and their actions became my last hope. I practiced my cultivation in this cemetery, but after 5 years, the meager death energy I gathered couldn't even get me past the first level of chi refinement. The frustration of having potential but no means to use it sometimes drove me to dark thoughts, like becoming a serial killer to forge my own path to immortality. But the thought of criminal law quickly crushed those impulses. SWAT teams take 7 minutes and 32 seconds to breach a door, but reaching the third level of chi refinement to form a protective barrier would take 13 years of cultivation. One day, while sighing in the cemetery's guardhouse and considering whether to emigrate to another country for more drastic measures, I suddenly heard a knock at the door. Who in their right mind would knock at a remote cemetery in the dead of night? Maybe a beautiful ghost with pale skin? The thought lit up my eyes, and I rushed to open the door only to find no one outside. Was I hallucinating from my desperate craving for death energy? Disappointed, I was about to close the door when I noticed an envelope on the ground. It had no mailing address, sender, or stamp, just my name as the recipient. Muttering complaints, I picked up the envelope and tore it open. Inside was a golden card splattered with fresh, still warm blood, adorned with a grotesque ghostly face whose crimson eyes stared straight at me. Below it read, "You have been accepted by SW Grand Hotel." SW Grand Hotel? Accepted for what? A job? Frowning, I suspected a prank or an attempt to scare me off my current job. I tossed the card aside and shut the door, returning to my study of criminal law, searching for loopholes to avoid execution. But I failed to notice that the golden card on the ground didn't budge despite the wind, and the ghostly face on it curled into an eerie smile, brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, a countdown appeared above my head, 0:59. At the same time, there was movement on the internet. Many people on social platforms claimed to have received strange letters, after which a countdown appeared above their heads. Some even posted selfies showing the countdown, which could actually be captured in photos. Some superstitious netizens believed it was a letter from the King of Hell, while others mocked it as a new trend, wondering why everyone was suddenly setting countdowns for their lives all within the same hour. Platforms even rolled out special effects mimicking the life countdown, and influencers rushed to film videos imitating it. The incident of the invitation letters was soon drowned out by laughter, and authorities didn't take it seriously. Only those who had received the letters vanished from the real world when their time ran out. The sky was gloomy, shrouded in thick fog. Beneath the fog, me and 4 others stood before a massive, dilapidated hotel. The 5-story building had lost most of its exterior paint, leaving it mottled and covered in ivy, swaying in the dim light like hanged ghosts. Above the entrance, a neon sign flickered weakly, barely revealing the faded words SW Grand Hotel. Seeing this, the overweight man gasped, "Isn't this the same place mentioned in that letter I got?" The others also looked alarmed. The woman dressed in office attire nervously spoke up. You all got that letter too?" Noticing the countdowns above everyone's heads, the tall man in a fur coat and gold chain scoffed. "Yeah, I told people about it, but they thought it was some special effect. Just wait till I get out, I'll teach them a lesson." A teenager in a Quan City 3rd High uniform anxiously added, "Before thinking about getting out, let's figure out where we are first." That invitation did say, "Come to meet your death." At the sight of the high schooler, the other's eyes lit up. After all, teenagers were considered at the peak of their intelligence. Maybe he could figure out where they were and how to escape. They all gravitated toward him, while the group crowded around the high schooler. I was fixated on the swirling vortex of sinister energy behind the hotel manager, black mist twisting into countless wailing vengeful spirits. Yet, the moment it touched my skin, it transformed into pure spiritual energy. What kind of deadly trap was this? This was clearly a VIP cultivation chamber tailor-made for me by the heavens. At that moment, the revolving door of SW Grand Hotel swayed gently as a middle-aged man in a black suit stepped out. Smiling at us, he said, "Welcome, new employees. I am Wei Yuan, the lobby manager of SW Grand Hotel. This is the world of the Eerie game. You will work here for 8 hours, during which you must attend to all the guests in the hotel. These guests are the deceased from the Eerie game, each with their own temperaments and abilities. If you fail to meet their demands, you will be devoured bite by bite. The rules have been explained. Now, welcome to this world, a hell drenched in blood and slaughter." After delivering his welcome speech, Wei Yuan swept his knife-like gaze over us, finally settling on me. The corners of his lips curled into an eerie smile as he asked, "Are you scared?" My body trembled uncontrollably. tears welling up in my eyes. The others cast disdainful glances my way, as if I were a coward. What a disgrace to men. The burly man with the gold chain spat, scared like this. I refuse to believe they went through all this trouble to bring us into this game world just to kill us. Exactly. The high school student chimed in excitedly, his eyes gleaming. This must be a trial ground. We're the protagonists here. If we work hard, we can become kings or immortals and return to save the world. The others nodded in agreement, their faces brimming with confidence, as if they could already see their heroic futures. But just then, Wei Yuan's smile deepened as he stepped aside and said, "Go inside and get your uniforms." We strode into the hotel, brimming with confidence, as if treading under the halo of protagonists. Yet the moment we entered, a wave of chilling air rushed over us, the temperature plummeting, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. Unlike them, however, I felt a surge of excitement, such pure death energy. This place was practically tailor-made for my cultivation. Achoo! The office lady sneezed. Dressed in a thin professional skirt and black stockings, she shivered from the cold. Several men quickly offered their jackets, as if this would win her favor. "Hurry up and change," Wei Yuan said coldly. "Don't keep the guests waiting." We entered the locker room, where neatly fitted server uniforms awaited us in the wardrobes. The others quickly changed and left, but I stayed behind, greedily absorbing the surrounding death energy to cultivate the heavenly evil technique. I couldn't let this opportunity slip away. In the lobby, the four of them gathered and noticed I hadn't come out. The eldest brother sneered, "That guy must be too scared to show up." "Ha, no need to wait," Wei Yuan said expressionlessly. "Each of you will take a floor. Draw your lot." The four drew their numbers. The eldest brother got the first floor, the office lady the second, the high school student the third, the chubby guy the fourth, and the fifth was left for me. "The guests' requests are written on the doors," Wei Yuan said with a chilling smile. "Now, begin your work." The four's initial confidence wavered instantly, especially the office lady, who pitifully asked, "There's really something wrong here, isn't there?" "Don't be scared." The eldest brother thumped his chest, putting on a heroic front. "I'll go to the first floor first and show you how it's done." He strode toward room 101, the door covered in bloody handprints, as if something terrifying had once struggled there. Suddenly, he froze in place, his face turning deathly pale. "Big bro, what's wrong?" the office lady asked sweetly, her voice tinged with unease. The eldest brother spun around, his lips trembling, and nothing. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and looked at the note on the door, a serving of old blood peanuts. Strangely, the request was exactly the same as what he'd seen in his hallucination earlier. He knocked on the door, his voice shaking slightly. "Does the guest require any other service?" The door swung open violently, and a ghastly pale hand shot out like lightning, grabbing his left arm. "How dare you disturb me without serving the dish?" With a sickening crack, the eldest brother's right arm was torn clean off, blood gushing out. He collapsed, screaming in agony, as the door slammed shut again, as if nothing had happened. The remaining three stood frozen, their faces twisted in horror, as if struck by lightning. Only now did they realize this wasn't a test. How could his arm really be torn off? Was this place actually hell? In the locker room, I didn't change clothes at all. Instead, I sat cross-legged on the floor, greedily absorbing the surrounding death energy. The death energy here was so dense, like a group of irresistible temptations that I couldn't resist. Over the years of practicing the heavenly evil technique, I'd been to many places crowded with the dead, but I'd never encountered a place with such concentrated death energy. My parched body felt as if nourished by sweet rain. The endless death energy transformed into spiritual power, filling all my meridians before finally converging in my dantian, forming a small energy vortex. In just half an hour, I broke through to the first level of chi refinement. Lin Ming had finally become a cultivator. What made him even happier was that this weird game world was definitely not right. Originally, because he knew he was the last cultivator in the real world, he would occasionally feel lonely and terrified. It was because he felt that he had nothing to learn from and was afraid of cultivating the wrong way. Now that this bizarre game had appeared, it made him want to probe to understand the truth behind it, and perhaps find a kindred spirit? Someone knocked on the door, interrupting Lin Ming's thoughts. At the same time, a terrified white female voice came from outside the door. Are you still alive?" Lin Ming subconsciously looked towards the door, not realizing that his line of sight looked through the door of the room and saw the naked white woman outside. "No, not even wearing clothes? Just joined the bizarre game and opened a silver party. So exciting?" Soon, Lin Ming reacted that something was wrong, as if he had instinctively used a spell. Heavenly Evil Gong is an evil cultivation technique. It was reasonable to have a small spell of perspective, right? Lin Ming remembered that there were 4 spells that could be used at the chi refining stage of the Heavenly Evil Gong: Perspective, Curse, Contract, and Sacrifice. There was also a spell that could be refined, the 10,000 Soul Streamer. The 10,000 soul streamer was something that could be used from the chi refining stage through to the ferrying stage, and could be continuously sent into the bizarre cultivation to become stronger. No. No one? Could it be that you're already dead? The white-collar woman's voice was even more terrified, and even took on a crying tone. Lin Ming was curious about how she had just looked down on herself, but now she was running over to cry in her grave. He walked over, opened the door, and asked, "What are you looking for me for?" Seeing that Lin Ming wasn't dead yet, the white woman was relieved and explained with tears mixed in her big eyes, "Big brother's hand is broken." "So?" Lin Ming shrugged. "How are you? You so cold-blooded? Big brother broke his arm in order to help us scout and figure out what's in the room. Don't you want to know what's in the room?" The white-collar woman looked at Lin Ming with disbelief, not expecting him to be so calm. What was in the room? Of course it was the elixir that was essential for cultivation. "I know what's in the room, you guys just mind your own, I'll take care of the problem myself," Lin Ming said as he walked out of the locker room. The female white-collar looked at Lin Ming's appearance that was different from when he first came in, and only found it incomprehensible. Wasn't he scared just now? When she saw that Lin Ming wasn't wearing his work clothes, in the way of coming in together, the female white-collar couldn't help but remind him, "The rules and regulations say that you have to wear a waiter's uniform or you'll be punished, so I'd suggest that you stick to the rules because we suspect that this is rule weirdness." If it's really rule weirdness and there really is such a rule, then I should have been killed the moment I left the house without changing my clothes, Lin Ming said without looking back. He was going to go and have a good chat with those guests. The female white-collar was also shocked to hear Lin Ming's words. Because this was probably the rules freakout game, the one who made sure they followed the rules and regulations to the letter and carefully discovered the loopholes in it was that high school student. Everyone still trusted this high school student whose IQ was at the highest point in a person's life. At this point, seeing that Lin Ming was fine without his overalls, the white female's confidence was shaken. She ran back to the gathering point of the four, which was her locker room. Inside the locker room, the other three were busy with their own business. Big brother was being held down dead on the ground by Fatty, while the high school student was gritting his teeth and forcibly stitching up Big brother, who was struggling frantically. His wound was too big, and he would die if he didn't keep bleeding without stitches. But there was no anesthetic, so it had to be done the hard way. By the time the white female returned, the stitches were nearing completion. The high schooler, covered in a mixture of blood and sweat, took the time to look back at the white female and was surprised to see her return on her own. "Is that guy dead already?" "Not yet, but he said that this might not be the world of rule weirdness because he left without his coveralls," the white female said nervously. The high schooler blushed. He was actually guessing wildly. Because these people believed him, and after his big brother broke his arm, a few of them got together to discuss what to do next, and he was always asked to come up with ideas, so he took it for granted and made a guess. Originally these people believed him. He was still very proud. Which teenager does not want to become the boss or leader? He just didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. The high school student was a bit embarrassed on his face, and while stitching harder, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't pay any attention to him, that coward was scared like that, what the hell does he know?" But the white female still wanted to continue saying that Lin Ming was really fine. The high school student flipped out and shouted, "Do you believe me or him? If you believe him, go find him." The white-collar girl was also a little upset at being disliked, but there was only one person on Lin Ming's side, and there were three men on this side. She still felt that this side was safer, and could only swallow her breath silently. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean that I didn't believe you." "Okay, that guy wants to die, let him die." High school student black face, "First help big brother to stop the bleeding, then we several people later together into the room. Do not believe that the four of us still cannot handle a room of guests?" The woman hurriedly went over to help press down on her struggling big brother. At this time, Lin Ming had already found Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan was standing at the front desk of the hotel, his face stiff, his pupils lifeless, as if he was a dead body. Only after Lin Ming approached did he mechanically twist his head to look at Lin Ming, frowning slightly. "Why don't you wear work clothes?" "There's no need," Lin Ming said indifferently. Wei Yuan revealed that signature wry smile. "No problem if you want to die quickly, your service area is on the 5th floor. Lin Ming thought about it, but still took the number plate and went to the 5th floor. "First start packing those guys from the 5th floor. This manager stayed at the end. After all, he looked like he was pretty bad to deal with. And Wei Yuan watched him go and murmured in a low voice, "What a dumbass, wearing overalls at least has a slight chance of escape, not wearing overalls is just pure death." The bizarre game, although it was said that the aim was for all players to die, but for some reasons, it was forced to leave a glimmer of life. In Wei Yuan's opinion, Lin Ming is the equivalent of giving up his own chance of survival, really becoming a waste of time. But this has nothing to do with him. The more living people die here, the more customers will be attracted to the hotel, the more the hotel earns, and the more he bonuses. Chapter 4. Shame on you for looking at a corpse. Lin Ming came to the side of the hotel's elevator and found that it was shabby and worn out, and even had traces of fire, with large areas of scorched black on the doors, as well as the stench of burnt plastic. On and next to the buttons of the elevator, there were also many bloody handprints, as if someone was being chased, frantically poking at the elevator, trying to escape, but ultimately not escaping. It's all on fire, and they still want to use the elevator to escape. No common sense at all. Lin Ming spat, and the elevator doors dinged open. As the elevator opened, a burst of black smoke came out, mixed with a strong burning smell, and a faint smell of roasted meat. When the elevator doors opened completely, Lin Ming suddenly discovered that there was a charred corpse lying in the corner of the elevator. That corpse was half leaning on top of the box wall, head askew, burned to the point of not being able to see the features of the face was facing Lin Ming, eyelids were burned away, eyeballs were also missing, black eye holes, just staring at him in death. Lin Ming did not enter the elevator, just stood still, staring at the corpse. The charred black body looked at him, he looked at the body. One person and one corpse just stared at each other for a moment. The corners of the corpse's mouth even rose slightly. That smile looked incredibly bizarre and terrifying. Normal people would inevitably back away in fear or even scream and run away. But Lin Ming didn't, and even revealed a smile that was even more bizarre than the charred black corpses, and then walked into the elevator. Good that's really good. Surprisingly, there were ghosts even in the elevator. What a door opener. He entered the elevator and the doors closed, but when he pressed the 5th floor, it didn't go up. Even the top light inside the elevator, which was burned down to only half, suddenly emitted a zip 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 sound, and at the same time began to flicker madly. Between one light and one dark, the atmosphere inside the elevator compartment became gloomy. The smile at the corner of the charred corpse's mouth widened even more, and the pitch-black eye holes stared deathly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was still staring at him dead on, and even took 2 steps closer. His face even moved forward, less than 10 centimeters from the corpse's face, just staring at him. I don't know if it was an illusion. The smile on the corners of the corpse's mouth seemed to stiffen for a moment, and his face also slightly sidestepped towards the side, his eye sockets no longer facing Lin Ming squarely. Don't hide. Lin Ming reached out and broke the charred black corpse's face upright, continuing to stare at him. Scorched black corpse. After another 5 seconds of silence, Lin Ming's eyes got a little sore from looking at him, then his line of sight moved slightly to the corpse's chest. Yo, it was still a female corpse. Lin Ming put his hand over and touched it, hot. The corpse finally couldn't tense up, and furiously opened his mouth to curse. No, are you sick? Lin Ming hemmed and hawed. Yeah, I'm sick, I'm poorly ill. He really craved for death chi too much. The dead chi on this corpse was simply too fascinating, even more fascinating than that milky black headlight. This tawdry maneuver of Lin Ming's finally made the corpse angry, and flames actually appeared in his eyes, grimly saying, "Get out of here. Those guys in the guest room are in a hurry, you're dead. There's no rush, let's both play first." Lin Ming suddenly pounced over and pressed down on the corpse. The corpse was startled and struggled in a panic, and hot flames erupted from its body, turning the entire elevator compartment into a sea of fire in an instant. That terrifying blaze and high temperature caused some trouble for Lin Ming. After all, he was only at the first level of chi refining. But the trouble wasn't too big for a short period of time, and he was even very surprised. "You're so burnt. I like it so much." He only saw him pressing down on the charred corpse with one hand and biting through his own finger with the other, then using his blood to write a rune seal on the corpse's forehead. As the writing of the talisman seal was completed, a black aura flashed, and the talisman took shape and drilled into the charred black corpse's mind. Ghost spirit contract, become. In an instant, all of the flames in the elevator subsided, and the silhouette of a scorched black corpse appeared in Lin Ming's mind. This meant that the scorched black corpse had become his ghost slave and was to follow all his commands. The scorched black corpse looked at the uncontrolled flames with a shocked expression. "What have you done to me?" "Stand up." Lin Ming once again gave the order. The charred black corpse then felt its body stand up uncontrollably. As it stood up, a lot of black ash fluttered off its body, making the air in the elevator compartment a little cloudy. Lin Ming frowned and ordered, "Open the elevator compartment to dissipate the smell." Only to see that the lights in the elevator compartment suddenly stopped flickering, the elevator doors also opened on their own, and the black ash all flew out. Only when the elevator compartment was back to being clean did Lin Ming sneer, now you're my slave and I'm your master, you have to listen to everything I say or don't blame me for not being polite. The charred black corpse confirmed that these words were true, as it had just attempted to burn Lin Ming to death, only to realize that as soon as it had this thought, it was in agony, as if it shouldn't be thinking this way. What the hell was this guy? Why could he control himself? Could he be the owner of this hotel? I heard that the owner of this hotel is a very scary existence, and those ghostly guests are already very powerful, yet they still don't dare to make a move. Thinking like this, the charred black corpse was even more fearful, and his attitude became respectful. Master. Master? What do you want me to do? Take me to the 5th floor. Lin Ming stood with his hands in the elevator compartment, in the manner of a high-ranking person. After obtaining the heavenly evil skill for so long, he was finally considered to have raised his eyebrows. The charred black corpse didn't dare to disobey and took control of the elevator, arriving at the 5th floor. Outside the elevator was a dilapidated corridor filled with bloodstains and a fishy stench. Lin Ming stepped out of the elevator and glanced back at the Zhao Hei corpse that didn't follow. Come over here. The charred black corpse was filled with helplessness. Master, I was originally an elevator operator. When I died here, I was bound to the elevator and couldn't leave. Lin Ming didn't believe it and ordered, come out. The charred black corpse walked towards the elevator door uncontrollably, screaming, no way. Master, don't do this. I can't stand it. It hurts. As soon as this corpse took a step towards one of the elevator's legs, its leg began to be broken apart by some sort of force, causing the corpse to endure intense pain. Seeing this, Lin Ming understood that the rules of this bizarre game were not something that his chi-refining layer self could resist. It was true that he still needed to refine the 10,000 soul streamer. With the 10,000 soul streamer, this guy should be able to get rid of the restrictions of the rules of this place by directly storing it inside the 10,000 soul streamer, right? He could only give up on letting the scorched black corpse leave the elevator, and said in a deep voice, then you can stay here, and when I've taken care of the guests here, I'll see if I can take you out. The scorched black corpse backed up with a palpitating heart, cowering in the corner of the elevator compartment, crying with pearly blossoms, thank you. Thank you, master. Ooh-hoo. Looking at the charred black corpse being spoiled, Lin Ming gently shook his head. I was thinking of finding a pathfinding ghost slave, now it is considered a waste, keep it is not very useful, wait a while when there is a need to sacrifice it. Lin Ming walked forward with large strides and arrived at the entrance to room 501. According to Wei Yuan, the room doorways were hung with things that the room guests needed, and needed to be satisfied in order for the guests to come out alive. And at the door of room 501, it was written that the guests' needs were a delicious human thigh. Chapter 5 Come out, little elevator burner. I didn't expect this ghost to be quite talkative. The request was so simple. He had thought that the other party would directly ask for his life. Given that the other party was so good at talking, Lin Ming was also a bit more polite and knocked on the door. Honored guest, I've come to take your life. Cough, I've come to deliver the thigh. Creak. The door to the room opened on its own, and it was pitch black inside. Lin Ming, however, walked straight in, and asked with his mouth, guest, do you like the lights off? Do you want to turn on the lights and still have some excitement? Snap. The lights came on, but it wasn't an imaginary hotel room. Instead, it was a kitchen. It was the kind of kitchen you'd find in a normal home, with 2 gas stoves, one with a big iron pot squatting on top of it like the kind restaurants use for stir-frying, which was boiling half a pot of water, which boiled and gurgled and tumbled. Next to the gas stove, there was a chopping board with 3 knives on it. A thick-backed, narrow-bladed boning knife, which was used to cut off legs. A long, thin boning knife, to pick off bones that would otherwise be inconvenient to eat. A nail knife should be used to cut the toenails, otherwise the nails are too long and not delicious. How come there's no lava stone for removing dead skin from the soles of the feet? Too unprofessional. Lin Ming looked to the side of the cutting board and realized that the seasonings had also been prepared. Peppercorns, cooking wine, green onions, ginger, garlic, cilantro, and even rock sugar. Yay! It's understandable that the other ones are used to remove the fishy flavor. This icing sugar is for me to fry sugar color? Lin Ming looked around and realized that this was an ordinary kitchen, and there was no door to go out. Guest? Where are you? Lin Ming greeted. You didn't bring the ingredients I asked for, so cut off your legs. A grim voice came from all directions. A game of hide and seek? Or a puzzle game? Need to fulfill conditions to see where the guests are? Lin Ming probably understood one of the little rules of this hotel, which was that you couldn't see the guest by entering the guest room, and needed to fulfill the guest's requirements before they could meet. Fortunately, he had perspective eyes. This penetrating eye could not only be used to see women there, but could also see through the barriers here. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a black light, and then his surroundings changed. It was no longer a kitchen, but a messy hotel room. In the corner of the room, there were several corpses, all missing 2 legs, lying in a pool of blood in pieces, their expressions horrified and twisted. And at this moment, a huge guest covered in at least 300 pounds of fat, his entire body covered in fatty grease, was lying on a large bed in the room, his eyes glowing with excitement as he stared at Lin Ming's pair of thighs with a deadly stare. Lin Ming didn't feel disgusted at the sight of the corpse on the floor. But seeing this guest felt revolting. This grandson was actually naked. Damn, what conditions to play naked sleep. Lin Ming was filled with disgust as he casually grabbed the knife on the chopping board. This thing was real. He carried the chopping knife, ignoring the kitchen walls and kitchenware, and walked towards the big bed. The fat man on the big bed revealed a puzzled look when he saw that Lin Ming was actually walking straight towards him. How was this guy not disturbed by his own deathly aura? It was so surprised that it only reacted when Lin Ming came to the bedside. But even when Lin Ming walked over, it was blissfully unafraid. Only to see the big fat guest slowly sit up, looking at the calm Lin Ming, he let out a fierce laugh. I didn't expect you to be a bit capable of seeing through my presence. It's just a pity that you won't be able to get out of the door of this room without completing my request, as this is the rule of your hotel. Lin Ming looked back at the door of the room, and sure enough, it was already covered in mist there. This mist, even with a penetrating eye, he couldn't see through it. It seemed that the rules of this hotel were not something that could be fought against at the chi refining stage. But it didn't matter. Lin Ming once again turned back to the big fat guest. I think there's another way out. Oh? What way? The big fat guest was curious. That is that there are no guests in this room. Lin Ming said seriously. Ha 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 ha. The big fat man suddenly laughed maniacally. His voice was so loud that everything in the room seemed to be trembling. You want to kill me? Kill me with this knife? Do you realize that my existence is not something a small knife can hurt? The spiritual energy within Lin Ming's body wrapped around the bone chopper knife before chopping heavily on the big fat guest's leg. Under the wrapping of spiritual energy, the bone chopping knife had briefly turned into a magic weapon, easily slicing off that fatty thigh. The big fat guest suddenly stopped laughing. It froze and looked at its leg, then looked up at the knife in Lin Ming's hand. Ow ow ow. My leg. My leg. The big fat guest suddenly howled in pain. Although it was incorporeal, this knife went down and severed its ghostly body, allowing it to experience the pain of those who had been victims. Lin Ming was not polite and faced the big fat man's fat leg, grabbing it and refining it in an instant. Deadly chi plus 200. Lin Ming came up with such a value after quantifying the dead chi he had absorbed according to a specific unit. It had to be said that the heavenly evil technique was good for this. It had a natural restraint on ghosts, and could even absorb them directly. At this time, this fat man's one leg topped Lin Ming's bitter cultivation for a month. It was even a month within this weird game world. Lin Ming sensed the dead chi in his body, and now his realm was at the second level of chi refining 3%. After all, it was the early stage of chi refining, so the amount of spiritual energy needed was definitely less. But this also made Lin Ming very surprised, knowing that he had found a treasure. He immediately jumped onto the bed and rode on the big fat guest's obese stomach, waving his bone chopper with an excited face, madly slashing at the guest. Giggle giggle giggle. In 2 or 3 strokes, he sliced off 2 pieces of meat from the big fat man's arm and chest. The big fat man finally reacted and flipped Lin Ming to the ground with a roar. At the same time, the flesh and blood on its body surged rapidly, surprisingly growing 2 more arms and a big fat leg. But accordingly, its body became a bit thinner. The big fat guest was heartbroken beyond measure, staring at Lin Ming with red eyes and growling, I'm going to complain about you. Complain about you. It rushed towards the guest room's telephone, wanting to call the lobby manager, Wei Yuan. Lin Ming wondered if this guy was a ghost, not thinking of ING himself, but even thinking of complaining? But how could he let this guy have his way? Lin Ming rushed over and slashed at the big fat guy's hand that was grabbing the telephone. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered to absorb it and slashed at Big Fatty again. The big fat guy reached out to grab the telephone twice in a row and had its arm chopped off. It finally got scared and started running towards the distance. Don't run! Lin Ming shouted, raising his sword to chase after it. The big fat guest was so scared that it ran in circles around the room while shouting, I'm a guest. I'm an honored guest, I'm your food and clothing, you can't cut me. Cut the crap, let me have another bite and I'll take a bite. Lin Ming shouted. Fart. I don't believe you. The big fat guest was about to cry. You'll just take a bite, fool the ghost? Damn, still running, right? Then I'll eat all of you. Lin Ming shouted, chasing the guest gibbering and running around, freezing the big fat man of 300 pounds, forcing him to run faster than a monkey. The big fat man was still trying to interfere with Lin Ming, and the place turned into a kitchen full of blood for a while, and a slaughterhouse with broken bodies everywhere. Several times in the middle, it attempted to pick up the iron pot and fight Lin Ming for its life, only to be heavily cut through by the bone chopper in Lin Ming's hand. The heavenly evil technique was specifically designed to restrain ghosts, and it wasn't much stronger than Lin Ming, so how could it be a match? Just like that, every few steps it ran, a large piece of flesh was chopped off by Lin Ming. 10 minutes later, a big fat man of more than 300 pounds froze and was chopped into a bamboo pole, painful and agonizing. That was the result of its years of hard training. Spare me. I'm willing to listen to you, I'll listen to whatever you say. Big Fatty wailed and begged. Fine, then let me eat you, and make sure you won't suffer. How can't you do it anymore, right? Then I'll fight with you. The big fat guest saw no way to ask for help and angrily turned around to spar with Lin Ming. It mobilized all of its dead chi and transformed into a huge hideous ghost face, opening its bloody mouth and biting over. You eat me, I will eat you too. Seeing the bloody mouth bite down, Lin Ming knew that this guy's strength was actually above his own, and at this point, if he put up a fight, he would definitely be injured if he took it on the hard way. Then, come out, elevator little burnt goods. Chapter 6 Brides in Action Movies. Along with the contract spell array surfacing on the ground with a black glow, a charred corpse appeared between Lin Ming and the hideous giant face. The corpse left the elevator in immense pain, but it still spewed out flames that wrapped around the giant face. The giant face couldn't believe it. It's you? Why are you helping this human? Do you think I want to? The charred black corpse roared, desperately mobilizing its flames against the giant face, wanting to get it killed quickly and then hide back in the elevator. Meanwhile, Lin Ming went to pick up the fat ghost bodies that he had chopped off earlier. He absorbed those ghost bodies piece by piece, and the pure death chi didn't even need to be refined to be turned into spiritual energy in his body. Every time he absorbed a piece of ghost carcass, he could feel that the dead chi in his body had increased by a large amount. Deadly chi plus 200. Deadly chi plus 100. Deadly chi plus 50. Deadly chi plus 170. Breakthrough. Chi refining third level 45%. This upgrading speed, it's so energizing. After the scattered ghostly bodies of the guests were finished being devoured by Lin Ming, the ghostly faces that the remnants of the bodies had transformed into were pretty much scorched by the flames and had no power to resist. The charred corpses were surprisingly disappearing at a rapid pace as well, apparently to be erased by the hotel's rules. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Lin Ming devoured the charred black corpse that was about to dissipate, and then devoured the dying giant face as well. Deadly chi plus 600. Fourth level of chi refining. I'll just ask, who else is there? Lin Ming was screaming in pain, carrying his bone chopper and smiling like a child. But it was too early to be happy, there were other guests outside. There are 15 rooms on the 5th floor, if all of them are inhabited by ghosts, then he will make a lot of money. Lin Ming went out joyfully to serve the second guest. On the 1st floor of the hotel. The 4 high school students had already finished their discussion. They had already confirmed that they probably weren't the protagonists, and that this wasn't a proving ground. Rather, it was the real hell. If they wanted to get out alive, they either had to serve those guests or stick it out for 8 hours, as Wei Yuan said. This hotel was quite formal, insisting on an 8-hour workday. Several people saw the hope of living. However, for safety's sake, the 4 of them decided that they should find Lin Ming and act together. Although Lin Ming was a bit timid, one more person was more powerful. Even if they let Lin Ming go as a daredevil pioneer, at least they would be able to live a little longer. Only when the 4 of them went out of the locker room together, they heard Wei Yuan say that Lin Ming had gone to the 5th floor. At once, the high school student was furious. This idiot, why did he act without authorization, without consulting me? The female white collar was also filled with panic. It's over, he must be dead, we're missing another fighting force. Although Big Brother had only broken an arm, the pain had made him incapable of facing any situation, and at this moment, just standing there was pale and constantly trembling, so he couldn't be considered a fighting force at all. Why don't we go to the 5th floor and take a look? Maybe he's still alive? Fatty suggested hesitantly. Right, let's go take a look. The white-collar woman also nodded her head repeatedly. The main reason was that she felt that these few people were looking at her in the wrong way. She was the weakest here, and if a few people forced her to be a daredevil, she really couldn't help it. In normal times, people would protect women because they were horny. In life and death situations, there would be no distinction between men and women, only strength and weakness. That's why the white-collar woman couldn't wait to let Lin Ming be this daredevil pioneer. The high school student, however, firmly shook his head. Can't go, who knows what dangers are upstairs? Next to Wei Yuan, seeing that several people were still chatting, with a mocking smile on his face, he reminded, if you don't go to room service overtime, the guests will also complain, and then the hotel will be the one to punish you, not those guests. If you let the hotel penalize you, you'll be miserable 10,000 times over, yo. The faces of the few people present changed, and immediately decided to act. Since there are rules, then strictly follow the rules, just don't believe it will still die. 5th floor. Lin Ming had arrived at the door of the second room. 502. Underneath the door number it was posted that guests needed a stout man. Lin Ming looked down at himself. Because he was already at the 4th level of qi refining, his physical body had also undergone enhancement and was much better than his previous skinny monkey-like state. His muscles had gotten bigger, he seemed to be a bit taller, and he looked very strong indeed. It seemed that the guest in this room needed to be himself. Lin Ming immediately knocked on the door of the room and said in a sexy bubbly voice and a deep voice, "Guest, the lean and strong man you need is here." Creak. The door to the room opened again. This time, the construction of the room changed once again, and it was actually an ancient wedding room. Big red shi characters were plastered all over the room, making the room a blood red color, and there were lanterns hanging at the door. That big bed has also become an ancient wooden bed, on which there are a lot of red dates, peanuts, cinnamon, and a bunch of dead babies sprinkled on it. Those babies have been dead for a long time. The body is all green and purple, but was dressed up as if it was a rag doll, only the eyes staring greatly, and there is no whites of the eyes. Not far from the bed, there is a dresser, also solid wood, above some rouge and a copper mirror. That copper mirror picture was not clear, vaguely reflecting the picture of the room, but the picture in the mirror was even more horrifying. Surprisingly, it was countless dried corpses, right in the corner of the room. But in the real room, those dried-up corpses could not be seen at all. One was a big red happy room, and the other was a graveyard full of corpses. This sense of contrast made the room even more bizarre and terrifying, making people cautious with every step they took for fear of stepping on the corpses. Although Lin Ming was an evil cultivator, he had no interest in these corpses. Because their life essence had already been sucked dry, there was absolutely no use for them, and even the value of making them into zombies had been lost. Lin Ming opened his penetrating eyes and checked the room, only to find that there were still no ghosts in this room. This made him very strange. Could it be that the ghost wasn't home? Guest, are you at home? I've come to serve you? Come get on me. Lin Ming even purposely lifted up his clothes to show his attractiveness, revealing his 8-pack abs. But the ghost still didn't appear, forcing Lin Ming to wonder if he had to take off his pants in order to tempt the other party to come out. This feeling of needing to decipher is so unpleasant. Old me came to you for a little diversion, and I have to use my brain? When he was in the real world, Lin Ming couldn't figure out what those people who liked to play script kills thought. Spend hundreds of dollars, find a small room, to sit there is to fool around for 2 or 3 hours, with the company meeting like, or spend money to meet. Have that money, he still likes simple exciting a little bit, such as find a little girl massage, listen to her miserable life. If he bumped into the kind of girl who was good at understanding people's clothes, it would be even more exciting. I say guest, if you don't come out, I can't serve you. Lin Ming opened his penetrating eyes and urged while scanning the room. But the other party just refused to show up, probably sensing the strong aura of Lin Ming's body. Just as Lin Ming was contemplating whether or not he should go to the heavily evil kung fu to find a breath convergence technique, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. What he was seeing now wasn't an illusion that the ghost had set up with his death aura, but a real guest room. However, in this guest room, there seemed to be one more mirror than the one he had just seen. That mirror was facing the large bed in the room. Ordinary people know that mirrors don't face the bed, so how could a hotel break this taboo? It seems to have found it. Lin Ming was so excited that he immediately walked over and wanted to see where the ghost was in the mirror. But he never expected just stood in front of the mirror, inside even appeared picture. This time it is not a bizarre bloody picture, but the action movie child? Chapter 7 You're a Ghost? I'm also a big devil. The plot was quite rich. Lin Ming watched critically for 10 minutes before reacting to what this mirror was doing. This ghost was trying to use this method to tease itself into losing its mind? The dead chi in a ghost's body was a great influence on the living, easily obscuring one's sanity and causing one to do something crazy. But Lin Ming was a cultivator, and even practiced the heavenly evil technique. The interference of this dead chi on him was almost equal to nothing. At most, he had only learned 10 minutes of actual combat experience. Lin Ming shook his head and walked forward to smash his fist into the mirror. Ka-ching! The mirror shattered and countless cracks appeared, accompanied by a mournful woman's scream. From the cracks in that mirror, rolls of blood unexpectedly flowed out, causing the mirror to become even more distorted. Then, a miserable white face appeared in the mirror. The mirror's shattered marks cut into her face, making it look as if she had been split up and forcibly pieced back together again. Looking at the woman looking at herself with a resentful face, Lin Ming slammed his fist over once more. What are you looking at? Ah! Another mournful scream. The female ghost flew out of the mirror, her eyes staring resentfully at Lin Ming. Only then did Lin Ming realize that those cracks on her face were real, as if she had been cut up and then sewn back together a little bit. Why don't you take the bait? Don't you men just want my body? I can give it to you, you can play with me however you like. The female ghost's voice was eerie, and she even lifted off the large red wedding robe on her body, revealing the tattered body inside that was covered in cracks and stitch marks. Lin Ming sneered, who's interested in a thing like you? Lousy still prefers clean women. Clean women? I used to be a clean woman too. But he failed me. I was with him behind my husband's back. He said he loved me for life. But he didn't. I wanted to elope with him, but after he coaxed me in my wedding dress to play with him on the wedding night, he tried to run away. The female ghost howled mournfully and complained in grief. There were blood and tears flowing from her eyes, making her stitched-up face even more frightening. Lin Ming sked, sister, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about cleanliness? You're simply more of a than a. The female ghost was scolded, her deathly breath raging with rage, and where are you men any better? Do you dare to say you don't like other people's wives? Then you have to say this, I won't refute it. Lin Ming graciously admitted, but I don't want others to like my wife. Hee hee, lowly man. The female ghost had a thick sneer on her face, then said with a disgusted look, in the past, when other people came into this room, they were able to get my body before they died, but you can't because I'll eat you directly. It seemed that Lin Ming had revealed her true colors and made her unhappy. Dressed in a large red wedding robe, she lunged at Lin Ming, wanting to bite through his throat and devour his essence. Lin Ming slapped her to the ground, then stomped on her face with his foot and said contemptuously, eat me? Just you? The female ghost was a bit confused by the beating and said incredulously, impossible. You can hurt the mirror, that's because the mirror has an entity, but I'm a ghost. Why can you still touch me? You are a ghost? I'm still a great demon. Lin Ming ran the heavily evil technique and madly absorbed the female ghost's dead chi. Deadly chi plus 80. Deadly chi plus 180. Deadly chi plus 300. The female ghost felt that the dead chi she had gotten from absorbing so many men was rolling away, so she panicked and screamed out of breath, who are you? Who the hell are you? Let go of me. Help! Scream louder, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Lin Ming easily drained the female ghost. The dead chi entered his body and once again transformed into spiritual energy, but this time there was surprisingly no breakthrough. Chi refining level 489%. No way. I'm only at the 4th level of chi refinement. I can't even satisfy one dead ghost anymore? Is this heavenly evil technique so hungry that it requires so much dead chi? Just to be sure, Lin Ming immediately went out and went to the next room. He had just stepped out of 502 when he heard a mournful scream coming from downstairs, as if it was one of those 4 people who came in together just now. Got one of them killed, huh? Forget it, it's none of his business. Lin Ming lazily ignored it and looked towards 503. There was no demand list hanging below the room number. He figured it was because there were no guests inside, but opened the door to take a look just to be on the safe side. Sure enough, the room was empty, and although there was a strong dead air floating around, there were no dead ghosts. Next room. 504, still no ghost. 505, also no. 506, this time there was something hanging, but it was a hotel do not disturb sign. Yeehaw? Lin Ming, do not believe in evil, knocked on the door. Guest, I come to disturb you. No movement. What was it busy doing? Curious, Lin Ming immediately turned the door handle and realized that the door could be opened. The room was pitch black, without any ghosts. At first, Lin Ming thought it was an illusion constructed by dead Qi, and after scanning around with his penetrating eyes, he still didn't find anything, and even this room didn't have dead Qi in it. How could there be an empty room? Lin Ming was very curious, and once again carefully examined the room, and found that on the table within the room, there was one thing. It was a blood-stained watermelon knife. The blade of the watermelon knife was tattered, several chipped, and didn't look sharp. However, when Lin Ming looked over, he realized that there was a strong deathly aura flowing through that watermelon knife. Curious, he walked over and picked it up. Just as he entered his hand, he only felt that the handle of the watermelon knife was incredibly cold, and it was as if there was a hand holding him in the same way. Is this a ghost? No, there was no sense of its consciousness or hostility. Rather, it was like some sort of magic weapon. Lin Ming tried to use this knife to cut the wall. The tattered body of the knife clearly looks like it will break with one force, but it is surprisingly tough. Cut out a pit in the wall, but it is fine. Now, Lin Ming probably had some guesses and began to stab himself with the knife. He used his spiritual energy to protect the hand that was being stabbed, but found that this watermelon knife very slowly broke through his defenses and ended up being stabbed in his own hand. These could be determined. This watermelon knife was a kind of magic weapon-like existence in the weird game. It was a special prop. It was fine to use it against him, and it should be fine to kill ghosts. Empty room, special magic weapon. Now Lin Ming understood, this room should be a safe house. It seemed that within the spooky game there wouldn't be a bureau of certain death for people, there would always be some chance of escape and survival. Lin Ming studied this watermelon knife and realized that his spiritual energy injected into it would make it even sharper. Slicing through a solid wooden cabinet would not be a problem. It just so happened that even though he was a cultivator, he didn't have a magic weapon yet, so he laughed this off. Then he looked at the room to see if there were any other things in the room. Chapter 8, Where is the plowed out land? Lin Ming searched the rooms on the 5th floor. Wei Yuan, who had been in a state of rigid death downstairs, suddenly moved and slowly looked at the clock hanging in the distance. It was time for a break. He gracefully picked up the intercom on the front desk and called out, "Employees, you will have a half-hour break for the next few hours, which can be used for eating or sleeping." Lin Ming didn't have an intercom with him and had no idea of the situation. The high school student and the female white-collar escaped from the 2nd floor in a roll, covered in blood, with the high school student missing a finger. It was taken away by the guests. And the original 4 people, there were only 2 of them left. Wei Yuan was a bit surprised, not bad, surprisingly still alive. The 2 no longer had the confidence they had before, only trepidation. The female white-collar even couldn't control herself and knelt down in front of Wei Yuan, begging bitterly, "Please let me out, as long as you let me out, I'll listen to you and everything, I'll do whatever you want." Crying? Crying counts as time. Wei Yuan reminded, "You have a break, only half an hour." Seeing this, the high school student knew that he would definitely not be able to escape if he did not stay up past the time. But he was smart in the end, and yelled lowly to the white female, "Don't cry, there must be an antidote within 10 meters of the poison, and there must be a way out of this weird game, we have to find a way to find it." "How can we find it? 5 of us came in and we're the only 2 left dead." "There's no way out," the white-collar woman wailed. The high school student's face turned blue and he didn't know what to say. Wei Yuan, however, suddenly said, "No, there are still 3 of you, there have been no complaints on the 5th floor, it seems like that kid made the guests comfortable." "What? That coward is still alive?" The high school student revealed a look of disbelief. The female white-collar was also a bit surprised. "I told you to go find him before, right? The 5th floor must be different, maybe it'll be safe over there." The high school student also had this thought, he didn't think Lin Ming could have an advantage over himself anywhere. There was only the possibility that the 5th floor wasn't quite the same, or was easier. Thinking this way, the high school student immediately looked at Wei Yuan. "During break time, can we move around freely?" "As you wish, but if you affect the guests, you guys will also be killed," Wei Yuan reminded. The high school student revealed a look of fear, but thinking that the 5th floor might be safe, he clenched his teeth and still decided to go up and take a look. Let's go to the 5th floor and find that guy, and ask him what are his good means of survival." "Will he tell us?" The female white-collar trembled. The high school student's face flashed a touch of grimness. "He'll say it even if he says it, and he'll say it even if he doesn't. Don't forget, there are 2 of us." The female white-collar knew this guy's ruthlessness. Even though he was just a teenager, when he was in danger just now, he had even pushed out both of his teammates to their deaths in the first place, only allowing them both to survive until now. If Lin Ming really had any good ideas, he would definitely not be able to escape his poisonous hand. But the white-collar woman didn't dare to offend him and could only honestly follow up to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was empty, no one at all. The female white-collar was very nervous and asked in a low voice, "Could it be a mistake? That person is actually dead?" The high school student also had this idea, but was still undeterred and tentatively took a few steps forward down the corridor. Soon, he saw an open door to a room. That guy should be in there. The high school student judged with his intuition. He's serving guests? Then let's not go in, right? The female white-collar instinctively chose to retreat. But the high school student saw the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, and a light flashed in his head. Right, why didn't I think of that before? Although we are waiters, we may not be unable to turn into guests. Become guests? How to change? The female white-collar worker was bewildered. It costs money to stay here, right? What if it's an empty room? The high school student reasoned excitedly. If it's in an empty room and we put a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, will it make the hotel mistakenly think there's someone inside and then not dare to disturb it? The 4 of us acted together and 2 of us are dead by now. What makes this coward himself survive until now? There is only one possibility: he used this method to cheat. The female white-collar felt that this inference was simply bull. She often stayed in hotels and knew that they had a backstage. It was impossible not to know if there was someone in the room. It was only because the high school student had never been to a hotel that she thought so. However, the high school student had already determined that Lin Ming was in the room and ran over there with gusto. The female white-collar didn't dare to stay here by herself, so she could only hurriedly follow. "You're really here." At the door of the room, the high school student saw Lin Ming and excitedly shouted in a low voice. The white-collar girl was also surprised, not expecting Lin Ming to really be alive and well. She had even knocked her knees and hands because she had fallen while escaping. Lin Ming was surprisingly the same as when he first came in, without the slightest bit of a mess. No, he had even become more comfortable than when he had just come in. Seeing the two coming, Lin Ming asked curiously, "What are you guys doing here looking for me? Why don't you share when you have such a safe method? Why are you so selfish?" The high school student questioned back and forth. Lin Ming had been curious about what the two of them had come to find him for, but when he heard him questioning, he immediately lost interest. "Get lost, I still have things to do." The high school student had already been touted by a few people and was a bit bloated, and was already upset that Lin Ming had found the safe spot before himself. Now that he heard him scolding himself, he was instantly annoyed and wanted to scold him back, but he saw Lin Ming putting something away with his sharp eyes, and immediately questioned, "What did you take? Is it a room key?" "It doesn't seem to be a key, it's a knife." The white-collar woman whispered. "A knife? The knife in this room?" The high school student froze, then his eyes glowed. "It can't be a special prop." Lin Ming was really a bit surprised. This kid did have a bit of a brain. Actually guessed that there were props in a flash. However, it is normal. This age is just like playing games, reading novels, engage in some strange and bizarre things at the age of thinking naturally flexible. Seeing that Lin Ming didn't say anything, the high school student knew that he had guessed correctly and moved on. That prop was definitely one of the ways to stay alive. It could even be used against the guests, and it also possessed a special effect that could turn him into Superman. It had to be seized. But by himself alone, he was surely no match for this guy. So the high school student secretly winked and asked the white-collar girl to help him. The white-collar girl is flirty, but not stupid. This high school student is ruthless and unreliable. Although Lin Ming had been a wimp when he first came in, he had now found a safe spot and gotten props. She naturally wouldn't help against Lin Ming. However, the female white-collar was also afraid of this high school student, so she didn't help Lin Ming either, but instead stepped back and said, "I don't know anything, I don't care about anything, so you guys can solve your conflicts yourselves." The high school student instantly exploded with anger. "You forget who protected you to survive just now? At this time you still want to play fisherman? Are you not afraid that he will get you killed?" Chapter 9: Refining the 10,000 Soul Streamer. Seeing that the female white-collar was determined to refuse to help, the high school student became even more furious and pointed at the female white-collar. Lin Ming didn't bother to pay attention to the two. Striding towards the outside, he still wanted to deal with the other customers. But that high school student was actually pretending. He seemed to be scolding the white-collar. In fact, he had been staring at Lin Ming. As Lin Ming passed by, a high schooler lunged over, trying to knock Lin Ming down and grab his props. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was a cultivator, not an ordinary person. He sensed the moment the high schooler moved and kicked over. The high school student screamed miserably and was kicked out, hitting the wall hard and falling down with a spray of blood. The person was already out of breath. Lin Ming saw the situation, sighed that his hands too hard, did not have the opportunity to say a cultivator cannot be humiliated to pretend. The female white collar is even more scared. Silly, Guthunk sound kneeling on the ground, face pale. Big brother, don't kill me. I listen to you for everything, I'll take off. This did not even give Lin Ming time to speak. This woman gave herself to strip naked. Lin Ming lamented her hand speed, then glanced at the key parts again. What a capital ah. Seeing Lin Ming's interest, the white-collar woman hurriedly crawled over. Brother, I know everything. Well, we'll do it. Lin Ming turned around and walked outside, heading straight to the next room. This woman had a rich love history at first glance. He wasn't interested at all. Seeing Lin Ming walk away, the white-collar woman froze for a moment, unable to believe that there was a man who could resist her great body. Then she hadn't gone to Goliath to spend money on plastic surgery for nothing? But with Lin Ming gone, would she be able to monopolize this room? Thinking like this, the white-collar woman carefully climbed over to the door and closed it behind her. There was no reaction from outside the door, and the room even began to grow warm. This is really a safe spot. The white-collar woman revealed a look of surprise, only to turn around and see the high school student's corpse on the floor, and then became terrified again, and could only run into the bathroom, intending to hide here for the remaining few hours. Meanwhile, the real world outside was starting to get chaotic. Although the first batch of people to enter the bazaar game were not many, and there were only about 10,000 people in the whole country. But the way they disappeared was too weird. There were those who disappeared out of thin air while they were live streaming. Some were sitting next to family members chatting and disappeared. There were also those who disappeared as a whole when they were in the hospital for a checkup. Many people reported at the same time. This matter attracted the attention of the relevant departments. To say that the relevant departments do act fast, after visiting the investigation, found that the people disappeared, without exception, have a countdown, and in the countdown before the appearance of all received a strange letter. Although those letters had all disappeared, there were still many people who had shared what they had done before entering the weird game and mentioned the 4 words weird game. This time, the weird game exploded in all the major news and short video platforms. Countless people were discussing what it was. Or a revival? Rules weird talk? Or a game of God? The most terrifying thing was that the officials hadn't blocked the news this time. In other words, the officials knew that this matter could no longer be covered up, and that something destined to change the course of humanity had happened. For a time, countless people began to revel. Especially the ordinary people living at the bottom of society were even more excited. Although this game sounded horrible, it was definitely a chance for them to change their destiny, a chance that was even more important than the college entrance exam. However, there were also many people who expressed concern because this game sounded unsafe at first glance and could kill people. But who cared about dying now? Everyone was chatting about whether or not they could gain superpowers after entering the weird game, and others were wishing for what abilities they could get. Of these, invisibility and partial body enlargement were the most heated among the male netizens. As for the superpower with the highest number of likes in the female group, it was the man vanishing technique except for fresh meat. The official sector is also sulking because they know more. A lot of people are disappearing abroad as well, suggesting that this is a globalized event. And if this globalization event is really related to superpowers, the importance of seizing the first opportunity is no less than the introduction of the world's first atomic bomb. So the country couldn't care less about internet public opinion and started recruiting elites to the whole country. These elites included game masters, horror game high rollers, escape room game enthusiasts, and some high priests and Taoist priests. Similarly, people were waiting for the first batch of spooky game players to come out, wanting to ask what's inside. In this regard, Lin Ming knew nothing about it. He had already arrived outside the door of room 507. Under the door number hung the guest's needs. Water. Lin Ming knocked on the door, and the room automatically opened, and an icy voice came out, "You didn't bring any water." "I brought it." Lin Ming turned to the room, "Hetui. What, is it enough for the guests?" The room was instantly raging with dead air, and a guest's snarling voice came, "Come in if you want to find death." "All right." Lin Ming excitedly rushed into the room. Moments later, the wailing of the guest begging for help came from the room. By the time Lin Ming came out of the guest room refreshed and wiping his mouth, the realm had already risen once again. Qi refining 5th layer 12%. Qi refining 5th layer now, and with still enough mana in his body, Lin Ming decided that he would start refining the 10,000 soul streamer. The previous magic weapon, the watermelon blade, had given him a reminder that there were also magic weapons in this bizarre game world. Just in case, it was safer to get a 10,000 soul streamer. After all, the heavenly evil technique was very demanding, and only at the foundation establishment stage could one be considered a true cultivator to practice truly great evil spells. For example, can control the souls of living beings, so that people become puppets of the soul-taking art. For example, the paperman spell that can cut paper into human beings and do things or even fight instead. There can also be a drop of blood to hunt down and kill the enemy, and even abuse the enemy's whole family of blood-killing spell these evil means, all need to build foundation stage to be able to do. And if the Qi refining stage wanted to protect itself, it would have to be with the 10,000 soul streamer. But this refining of the 10,000 soul streamer requires very unique materials. Ghost bones as poles and human skin as streamers. It is also necessary to inscribe a spell formation with the blood of ghost spirits that contains special effects. Finally, many ghost souls are used to fill it in order to have the effect. Plus how rare these few materials are. Ghost spirit blood, it was something that only ghosts who needed to cultivate for more than 10 years would have. There was also the ghost bone, that was something that required more than 50 years of cultivation before it could be condensed. Just these two things, Lin Ming probably wouldn't be able to find them even if he was exhausted in the real world. But coincidentally, this hotel had a lot of guests. Although not every room has guests, but it can't help that there are 5 floors here. If the guests on each floor came together, it would be almost enough. So then, Lin Ming first went to that safe house and peeled off the skin of the high school student, not caring in the slightest that the white female in the bathroom was scared out of her wits. He then went to visit the guests in the remaining rooms on the 5th floor and got a bowl of ghost spirit blood. But that wasn't enough, he still had to go to the 4th floor and ask those lovely guests for help. Although that belonged to was the territory of the other waiters, everyone else was dead, so the hotel shouldn't mind if he went to help out a bit. Just like that, Lin Ming got ghost blood on the 5th and 4th floors, and ghost bones on the 3rd and 2nd floors. The guests on the 1st floor were used to fill the 10,000 soul streamer. After that 10,000 soul streamer was made and had 4 ghosts functioning in it, but there was still a main soul missing to be considered a primary magic weapon. So, who is the best candidate for the main soul? Wei Yuan, who do you think? Chapter 10, Subduing Wei Yuan, Master Soul in Place. Wei Yuan stood inside the front desk and saw Lin Ming walking over. He was a little surprised that Lin Ming hadn't died yet. It seems like you're really lucky. Wei Yuan's hollow eyes stared at Lin Ming. Yeah, I also feel lucky, plus I have to be very grateful to the hotel for giving me this opportunity. Lin Ming said sincerely. Opportunity? Thanks. That weird smile reappeared at the corner of Wei Yuan's lips. Are people out there so naive? It's okay. Lin Ming waved his hand, then came a little closer to inquire. I just looked out from the window, the hotel is surrounded by thick fog, is it impossible to get out over there? Wei Yuan was quite good, surprisingly he really answered, yes, if you enter here, you can only stay here with us, that thick fog is cannibalistic. How strong is it to walk out? Lin Ming asked after him. At least as strong as our boss. Wei Yuan's stiff face showed a rare flash of awe. Lin Ming was curious, how strong is your boss? Is he here? I don't know how strong our boss is, I only know that he's a king, and he won't always be in one place because the boss has many industries. Wei Yuan surprisingly answered honestly as well, then but suddenly revealed a teasing look, are you happy that I'm so cooperative? Not bad, thanks. Lin Ming nodded his head. Wei Yuan suddenly revealed an excited look, you even thank me? Ha, do you know that I did it on purpose? Didn't you see what the guest in room 207 needed? It wants a piece of meat and it asks for it every 3 hours, it's been more than 3 hours since those guys fed it just now, and now that you didn't deliver it, it's going to complain about the waiter. Unluckily, all the other waiters have been lost, you should be the only waiter here now, and guess how I'll punish you? I really didn't expect to find a cutie like you, thinking that you can extract information about me, running over to chat with me, and all you ask is nonsense. Lin Ming didn't expect Wei Yuan to say such a big talk, it seemed like being able to punish himself was really getting him excited. Unfortunately, Wei Yuan was destined to be disappointed. 207's guest, Lin Ming really did have some impression. That guy said that he wanted to eat human flesh, and he had to have 5 pounds each time. When Lin Ming went in, that guy even disliked him for being skinny and said it wasn't good. Later, Lin Ming was beaten up and found that it turned out to rely on eating meat to catalyze the ghost bone. That ghost bone was naturally laughed at and used as being part of the backbone of the 10,000 soul streamer. Scared? The smile on Wei Yuan's face became slightly grim. Unfortunately, it's too late to be scared. Time is almost up, 5 seconds short of the complaint time. Even, Wei Yuan was thoughtful enough to help count down the time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The complaint phone did not ring. This made Wei Yuan's smile stiffen slightly. It seems like the last guy's meat was so faggy that it made the guests eat it for a little while longer, so guess how long that piece of meat will last. What is this? Wei Yuan was scaring Lin Ming when he realized that he had taken out a strange thing. It seemed to be a flagpole. The flagpole was put together with sections of black bone as if it was a human spine, with a slight bend at the top. The flagstaff was made from human skin, and there were many strange black lines drawn on it. Those patterns were dizzying to look at and emitted a strong and dangerous aura. I don't know why, when Wei Yuan saw this thing, he felt his heart burst and subconsciously took 2 steps back, even wanting to run away directly. Lin Ming looked at Wei Yuan and said soothingly, "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt, but breathing difficulties are a certainty, you just need to endure it." After saying that, he gently shook the 10,000 souls flag. Above the flag of the 10,000 souls streamer, 4 ghostly faces suddenly appeared, all with a grimace and pain, and then howled at Wei Yuan in unison. When Wei Yuan saw this, he was immediately horrified. Because he recognized those 4 ghost faces, they were clearly the guests in the guest room. But why would they be on top of that strange thing, and would help Lin Ming against himself? There was no time for Wei Yuan to think more, the sound waves had already rolled and swept in. Deadly chi filled his body, transforming into a huge shield, trying to block the sound wave. Boom! The sound wave and the shield collided together. The front stage was instantly destroyed, and Wei Yuan also retreated out, slamming into the wall so hard that even the wall cracked a bit. In the face of this horrifying sound wave, Wei Yuan was shocked and furious, his body's deathly aura surged even more, and a light suddenly appeared in those originally empty eyes. After the previous battle with those guests, Lin Ming knew that these ghosts all had some specialized abilities of their own in addition to confusing people with their death chi and direct attacks. At this moment, this Wei Yuan's ability was related to his eyes. When those empty eyes glowed, they fixed Lin Ming in place, unable to move. A fixation spell? The talents of these ghosts really couldn't be inferred from the realm. But Lin Ming was even more excited. This ability was simply too good, he liked it too much. Lin Ming urged the spiritual energy in his body and tried to break this fixation spell, but surprisingly, he couldn't do it. Fortunately, there was still the 10,000 soul streamer. The 10,000 soul streamer had been refined by Lin Ming into an instinctive magic weapon, and he only needed a thought to catalyze it. The 4 ghosts swooped out of the 10,000 soul streamer, and they also had their own individual special abilities. Only one of the ghosts was seen summoning a large amount of paper money. This was a guest known as the Greedy Ghost, with the ability to summon a large amount of paper money to buy lives. As long as this paper money landed on the opponent's body, it could take part of the opponent's life or power. It was considered one of Lin Ming's carefully selected secondary spirits. With the paper money spilling down from the sky, Wei Yuan was so shocked that it retreated, and its vision was obscured, so Lin Ming was instantly freed from his trap. It turns out that you have to be watched to be immobilized? The second secondary soul fog ghost immediately spewed out a large amount of corrosive mist, blocking Wei Yuan's line of sight from falling onto Lin Ming. While the third sub-soul, hanged ghost, immediately activated its death chi, and a bunch of ropes appeared from Wei Yuan's side, and as long as it touched it, it would be hung up. Wei Yuan was simply no match for the 3 ghosts joining forces, woefully dodging and retreating, wanting to flee to the guest room to hide. Unfortunately, Lin Ming still had a 4th secondary spirit. Gluttony Ghost. This gluttony ghost opened its bloody mouth, its lower lip on the ground and its upper lip against the ceiling, its mouth bigger than the room, waiting in Wei Yuan's escape route. Wei Yuan was escaping, and under panic, he was swallowed. Damn! You can't kill me, our boss is a king, he has tens of thousands of weird employees under him, and he is as strong as a cloud, if you dare to touch me it will definitely break your soul. Wei Yuan completely collapsed, screaming threats while frantically urging his death chi, trying to break through the gluttony ghost's bonds. Lin Ming gently shook the 10,000 soul streamer, retrieving the 4 ghosts together into the 10,000 soul streamer, while Wei Yuan, who had been swallowed by the gluttony ghost, naturally entered it together. Chapter 11 Save the Child. Wei Yuan hadn't been the manager here for a day or two. Before these people from the outside world came in, he had seen many people die in the hotel and had even become very powerful because of it. But he never thought that he would one day be killed by a waiter. And in this strange thing, there was a special kind of power suppressing him that he couldn't move, and his own consciousness was being erased little by little. The people outside, are they all this scary? Lin Ming sat cross-legged within the hall, fully sacrificing the 10,000 soul streamer with his spiritual energy. The 10,000 soul streamer emitted a black ghostly light, and from time to time, 5 hideous ghost faces appeared on it, struggling and howling, and the sound they emitted resonated throughout the entire hall, and even the white-collar woman in the safe house on the 5th floor could hear it clearly. Hearing the howls full of anger, the white-collar woman was so scared that she hid in the bathtub and curled up into a ball, shivering non-stop. She knew that this was definitely made by Lin Ming, and developed an incomparable fear of him, even feeling that he was even more terrifying than creepy, and would become a shadow in her heart that would never be able to be erased. In fact, the 4 ghosts within the 10,000 soul streamer had already been refined, and only Wei Yuan was struggling desperately, and even he still had part of the hotel's authority, so he was able to resist himself. The other 4 ghosts, under Lin Ming's urging, were desperately trying to suppress Wei Yuan, finally allowing him to be erased of his personal consciousness a little bit, completely becoming a part of the 10,000 soul streamer. That wasn't all, Lin Ming began to refine it into a master soul. The 10,000 soul streamer had to have a master soul, which was equivalent to the existence of an artifact spirit that could perfectly use the 10,000 soul streamer to attack or defend without the master's manipulation. If cultivated well, it could even detect danger before its owner and instead protect the owner from attacks. As Lin Ming pinched his hands together and branded a spell on it, Wei Yuan and the 10,000 soul streamer became more and more compatible. After spending 2.5 hours, it was finally completely refined into the main soul of the 10,000 soul streamer, and it created a connection with Lin Ming as well, turning the 10,000 soul streamer into a true primary magical artifact that could be used by him to cast many spells and abilities with a single thought. With this magic weapon, Lin Ming had a great ability to defend himself without having to worry too much. Lin Ming casually put away the 10,000 soul streamer. This magic weapon could become bigger and smaller, and it could turn into a tattoo and attach itself to his body. When he reached Foundation Establishment, this thing would be able to enter his dantian. When he had put away the 10,000 soul streamer, Lin Ming couldn't help but look at the mist outside the door again. Should I go in and take a look? Forget it, it's better not to be in too much of a hurry. Lin Ming was well aware that this world was definitely not ordinary, and there was even a possibility that immortals existed. The only thing that he, a small evil cultivator, did was not to rush. Things are done one step at a time, ghosts and monsters are eaten one bite at a time, otherwise the step is too big, Easy to pull the egg. This side had just finished sacrificing the 10,000 soul streamer when Lin Ming heard a prompt in his ear. Congratulations on completing the mission, evaluating now. Lin Ming realized that his body was rapidly vaporizing, as if he was detached from this world. So it turns out that there would still be an evaluation? That meant that the existence controlling this world was actually able to see itself all the time? Or was it some sort of established operating rule? Lin Ming listened sideways to the game's evaluation of himself, wanting to confirm whether it was an established program or if someone was actually watching him. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the Death Hotel. You survived 8 hours perfectly, plus 10 points. You weren't complained about by any of the guests, plus 30 points. You found the safe house and props, plus 20 points. You helped your co-workers complete their tasks perfectly so that the hotel didn't receive a single complaint, plus 30 points. You gained Wei Yuan's approval and did not receive a bad review from him, now by default he gives a good review, plus 10 points. Player Lin Ming's final score, 100 points, rated SSS. Congratulations on obtaining the title of Perfect Passer. This title can add an additional 5% to your points at each game settlement. Congratulations on obtaining the title of Outstanding Worker. This title will prioritize your appreciation by the leadership when you join the Bazaar game. Now handing out the rewards for this game mission. Personal points plus 100 plus 5 points. Skill card X1. Safe house room card X1. All rewards and props you scavenged will be sent down to your personal mailbox, which can be checked in the Bazaar game. Points can be used to avoid death, purchase props, or you can use 1,000 points to extract any ability or prop into the real world. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. This Bazaar game was generous. Passing the game perfectly would give so many good things. It's much better than the pain in the ass game. And being able to extract abilities into reality? Doesn't that mean that there will be many weird and strong people in reality in the future? Lin Ming's face revealed a trace of gravity. Although he could cultivate immortality, who knew what was in the bizarre game, in case someone else also extracted immortality cultivation techniques, or even magical treasures, immortal weapons, or something like that, then wouldn't he have no advantage? It seemed that he had to enter the game frequently while his advantage was still there, rapidly increase his strength, and stay at the forefront of everyone in order to continue cultivating unharmed, and to ensure that his resources would never be in short supply. Thinking like this, Lin Ming was about to use the skill card and room card to see what benefits there were. Who would have thought that the time had come, and he directly disappeared into thin air and returned to reality. When he returned to reality, he realized that it was impossible to view the mailbox of the bizarre game. It could only be viewed the next time he came in. And just the moment he disappeared, a powerful ghost monster that emitted a terrifying aura walked inside the Death Hotel from the door. That ghost monster was wearing a suit and casually threw his luxury car keys to the front desk. "Wei Yuan, go park my car." Wei Yuan? Wei Yuan? The ghost in suit looked around and realized that Wei Yuan was not even here. He was immediately upset. "Surprisingly, he's not here to keep watch. It seems that you, the lobby manager, can stop doing your job." In order to find Wei Yuan, he used the authority of the Death Hotel to check the place. However, he found that not only Wei Yuan was gone, even his own guests were gone, and there were only the corpses of 3 outsiders. At once, the ghost in the suit realized what had happened and instantly roared in anger. "Who is it? Who took out my lobby manager and so many guests? Don't let me catch you." In the real world, Lin Ming came out with a face full of hard feelings. Compared to inside the bizarre game, the deathless world outside had no appeal to him. Although the outside world also had a weak aura response, but he was an evil cultivator. What he needed was dead aura. So he who had already gotten used to being wrapped in so much dead chi, was like a lean and strong man who was having fun in a young models club, suddenly being sent to prison. Although those male inmates' asses were quite nice as well, it wasn't what he wanted. But luckily, there was still the 10,000 soul streamer. Lin Ming summoned the 10,000 soul streamer and looked at this gloomy treasure, only to feel that he had seen the most beautiful woman in the world and was filled with fascination. That laborious weird game, and said that for 1,000 points, one could extract the skills and props out of the game? Who cares? Brother Hall refining stage power, will need your little gadgets? By the way, Wei Yuan and the others also belong to the existence of the weird game. Can they be summoned to reality? Lin Ming tried to release them from the 10,000 soul streamer, and he didn't expect them to actually appear. Beautiful drop, beautiful drop. Once he had rarefied enough of the 10,000 soul streamers, Lin Ming put the things away. He didn't intend to collect those ordinary people's souls. It wasn't that he was kind-hearted, mainly those were worthless contraptions. It also had to be spooky from a spooky game. A lowest level ghost level could top hundreds or thousands of ordinary people's souls. 10,000 souls is called 10,000 souls, but it's not just catching 10,000 souls and stuffing them in. If that's the case, how good would it be for you to find a pig farm that would put together enough quests for you in 2 days? The point is, what's the point of raising a bunch of pigs in a 10,000 soul streamer? Ordinary souls come in, but also to consume the power of the soul streamer to contain, cultivate their cultivation resources, cultivate spells, in order to have some attack power, are not enough to bother. Or must be weird game. That inside the weird is the real 10,000 soul streamer main force. 1 section is stronger than 6 sections. Lin Ming was filled with anticipation and began to research the weird game thing. It was imperative to figure out how this thing worked, and how to get back in there to have some friendly and in-depth exchanges with those weirdnesses. To put it bluntly, he wanted to give them a home. When Lin Ming went online, he found that the internet had already exploded. Because the first batch of gamers had all come out. No, to be exact, all of the living ones had come out. Today is supposed to be a weird game just opened. China went into the tens of thousands of people. The result is out of only a mere 100. Because a lot of people did not react to what the game was, and even because they rarely experienced killing and fighting, a lot of people went in and were directly confused, were scared silly, and were killed in a single shot by offending the ghosts and monsters. Originally, the people of China also thought that this is definitely about to become a superhero, become the motherland. Who would have thought that those ghosts in the weird game, every single one of them is a motherlander? A 1% survival rate. People were all terrified, and no one was talking about going in anymore. Instead, they were clamoring for the officials to come up with a countermeasure. Save the children. Chapter 12, The Creepy Bureau Established, Scary Players. The country did find these survivors in the first place and made inquiries. From their mouths, they got some important information about the bizarre game, and then organized and made it public. Spooky game cheats. 1. The bizarre game probability cannot be avoided and avoided. 2. There are many different places within the spooky game, and all the natives within are ghosts and monsters, which will aim to slaughter the players, but will follow some kind of rules, and need to find out the rules of the game to survive. 3. The game is suspected to exist in the safe point, because the information is incomplete, can only be temporarily recognized as suspected. 4. There will exist certain special props within the game, which can cause damage to the ghosts and increase the survival rate. 5. Try to complete the game, increase more points. Points are suspected to be the general currency of the spooky game. The transaction method is unknown, but can be used to buy everything within the spooky game, and it is even suspected that the points can be consumed to refuse to enter the game, and can be extracted from everything in the spooky game to the real world. 6. Please the general public in the Bizarre Game invitation do not panic, either contact with the game or contact with the game, must be the first time to find the local official departments to assist. We will give 1 million cash reward, and extremely ensure that you and your family's daily life. Note, the source of the Bizarre Game is unknown, the reason for its appearance is unknown, the way to find players is unknown. We must not panic after entering the game, as long as you keep your sanity, and hope is the key to victory. Lin Ming nodded slightly as he looked at the official guide, thinking that the country was indeed quite reliable, and had already compiled so many useful guides in such a short period of time. At least, this was all the cheats Lin Ming knew. Lin Ming rummaged through the internet again, and found that outside of just netizens trolling and panic tirades, and even people clamoring to emigrate, there wasn't any useful information left. He simply turned off his phone and thought to himself. That weird game from before had delivered the letter to his door by itself, and there was no way for him to detect the other party's existence or any traces of it at all. So the next step was to just wait? What a pity. Lin Ming's side was anxious, and so was the country's side. They had already done their best to invite the survivors of the game, even going so far as to promise heavy money and send out rewards to the survivors, and as a result, there were only about 60 people who had found them. It was estimated that the remaining ones either didn't believe that the country would genuinely help, fearing that they would be treated as sliced and studied mice. Either that or they have their own special mind, wanting to be superhuman first, unwilling to be bound by the state. The country had a headache with this, because through the descriptions of the survivors, they found that most of the people who went in for the first time passed through by luck. In that case, once those people entered the Bizarre Game for the second time, it was highly likely that they would die. Besides, they had enough to slice and study these people. They couldn't wait to take them in and add them to the national team, training them to become special personnel to deal with the Bizarre Game. And the country has already done so. The first batch of survivors who came to join the country, in addition to giving a 1 million cash reward, also directly became members of the Special Warfare Team. Not only do they enjoy the salary and treatment of a major, they will also be given great privileges to facilitate their actions. Among these Special Operations Team members, the female white-collar worker who had stayed up until the end of the game in the safe house was also listed. She had just come out and warily told the official all her experiences without reservation. Mainly because it was impossible not to tell, the people the officials found to question them were a bunch of experts. There were psychology professors and interrogation experts, and they even coaxed and tricked them into asking about all of their experiences, even those of these survivors who had killed people. However, the country didn't deal with these people either, as they still needed their help at this stage. In the capital, inside a conference room, several old men were sitting here in a meeting, all carrying 3 stars and a flower on their shoulders. Their status was frighteningly high. One of the old men with black presbyopia glasses took the initiative to speak. Gentlemen, from today onwards, our weird bureau is considered completely established. For security purposes, each of us will have a code name, according to our age. We will be divided into number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. The other 4 all nodded their heads in agreement. Seeing this, number 1, who had just spoken, continued. I think everyone should understand about the importance of the weird game. Now all the countries in the world are fighting to enter it, trying to raid and even control the weird game. Once whoever is a little bit stronger will become the world's hegemon, and we can't lag behind either. I've already read through the intelligence compiled this time. They provided a variety of content, although there are a few that performed well. They all relied on a fluke to get through, and it's not really that helpful to us. After all, they're all entering the game for the first time. But in all this intelligence, I found something very interesting. In our Weird Bureau Special Operations Team, there was a team member codenamed Queen Flower. When he was raiding the copy of the Death Hotel within the Weird Game, he encountered a special player who initially acted fearful, but after entering the hotel, he completely changed, seemingly like a different person, and after the Queen Flower's teammates were all died too, he acted alone without being injured. Even the information that we learned that there were safe houses and props within the game was learned through this person, and his face didn't change after killing someone. I suspect that this person's knowledge of the bazaar game may far exceed that of the other surviving players, and possesses an extremely high level of mental quality and analytical judgment, and perhaps other better things from the game. If we can find this person and have him lead the special operations team, our advantage within the bazaar game will greatly surpass that of other countries. So now I announce that the first mission of the Trickster Bureau is to find and invite this person to join the Trickster Bureau's Special Warfare Team. Number 2 was curious. Nowadays, the Skynet and file systems are so advanced, is it still difficult to find a person? Just have the Queenflower describe the person's looks and get the criminal department's portraitist to draw them. Number 1 side, that's the problem. The Queenflower doesn't know why and how she won't tell us what the other person looks like. We have tried to hypnotize her, but it seems that people who have entered the weird game will be immune to ordinary hypnotic means, so we can't work on the portrait for the time being. Number 3 immediately said, then pay this female team member $10 million, $100 million, I don't believe it won't work. Number 4 agreed, is she jealous of the other party? Just tell her that she has the protection of the creepy bureau to make sure she's fine. Several old men felt that Queenflower was just too timid. What was there to be afraid of? Although the tricky game could turn players into Superman, it was everyone's first time entering it, and no matter how powerful that person was, it was impossible for them to turn into Superman right now, right? Chapter 13 Rotting Convenience Store. Number 5, who hadn't opened his mouth, suddenly spoke calmly. If it's really that person who makes the Queenflower so fearful, it means that the other party must have something over the top, or there's something detailed that the Queenflower hasn't said. This. Number 1 hesitated. This Queenflower's identity I have investigated is an ordinary female white-collar worker, went to Goryeo for plastic surgery, used her body to buy her boss and clients for resources. On weekdays, she is not a much intelligent person, and not much of a psychologist, facing the double questioning of an interrogation expert and a psychology professor and still able to hide it. So I suspect that it's not that she personally wants to hide it, but that the bazaar game has some sort of means to keep her from leaking. Number 5 asked rhetorically, then what if this woman has seen real ghosts and things more terrifying than death? Would her psychological quality change? When these words came out, several people in the room were silent. It was because they knew that whether or not these people had gained abilities from the spooky game. Having entered that place and coming out alive, they were already different from ordinary people. Perhaps those means of dealing with ordinary people were no longer applicable to these special players. Then do you have any methods to make the Queenflower lose her tongue? Number 1 asked, looking seriously at number 5. I now suspect that it's that unfamiliar player who has left a great shadow in Queenflower's heart, causing her to be so terrified that she feels she will definitely die if she reveals his identity. So what we need to do now is to wait for Queenflower to enter the game for the second time, and we nurture her so that she can gain real growth and even abilities, so that she won't be too afraid of the other party and be willing to tell the truth. 5 Good made his suggestions seriously, then scanned everyone, waiting for their opinions. The other 4 looked at each other, exchanged eye contact for a moment, and finally all of them slowly nodded their heads. They felt that this plan was feasible. Who wasn't the special warfare team cultivating anyway? Apart from a few particularly outstanding people, adding an extra Queenflower wasn't something that couldn't be afforded. Besides, in order to find that existence that could crack puzzles and find props the first time they entered the game, and could even scare the players who also entered like this, even if the Queenflower wasn't worth cultivating, it was nothing to waste some resources. Seeing that everyone felt that this solution was feasible, number 1 also immediately clapped his hands. Alright then, we'll settle this matter. The special warfare team will now begin to fully train those few standouts, including Queenflower, and help Queenflower cultivate her confidence in various ways, so that she will not be afraid of the other party and speak out about the other party's identity earlier. Agreed. 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 With the first order issued for the establishment of the Trickster Bureau, the world's top state machine had officially begun to operate at high speed. Lin Ming was searching for a way to enter the Trickster game for the second time. Just then, he heard the phone ring in his hand. He glanced at the caller ID, his sister. PS, not a drag, always a useful character, no drag in this book. This sister, not a real sister, is his stepfather's daughter. After Lin Ming's real father died, his mother took him and remarried, and that stepfather had a daughter about the same age as him. But the two people from the beginning is not against, both look at each other bad, often fight. After 7 or 8 years of family life, Lin Ming's mother and stepfather died together in a car accident. Lin Ming did not want to live with this sister, so he dropped out of school and left home to work. These 2 years the two have not contacted each other. Why suddenly call today? Lin Ming was curious, but still answered the phone. Hello? Song Shui, what's up? The stepfather's surname is Song. Lin Ming had changed his name to Song Ming for some time, and then changed it again after his stepfather died. Rather than hating his stepfather, the main thing is that this name is really not good. Several times to find a job, the boss smacked his name bad luck, not willing to take him. Because Lin Ming changed his name, the relationship between the two siblings is even worse. On the other side of the phone, Song Shue's tone was as cold as ever. I heard that the bizarre game descended, let's see if you died. Lin Ming was even more dismayed. Although Song Shue's tone was cold, Lin Ming could still hear that she was concerned about herself. I'm not dead, what about you, are you getting close? Lin Ming subconsciously returned the favor. Me? Oh, dying, are you happy? Song Shue surprisingly unprecedentedly did not get angry, but instead somewhat self-deprecating. Lin Ming was puzzled. What? You're gambling and owing loan sharks from the gangs and you're going to be chopped to death? I came from the other side of the phone, as if someone was eavesdropping on the siblings on the phone. Song Shue was used to her oldest brother's venomous tongue, mainly because she wasn't too bad, and casually said, don't worry, I borrowed the loan sharks to sign all of your contact numbers and addresses, they can't find me, and they're going to go chop you up. Laughing to death, as if you know where I am. Lin Ming sneered. Song Shue, East Mountain Cemetery in the eastern suburb of Quan City. Lin Ming was stunned, how did you know? What do you care how I know? Can't I see it on your wanted list? Song Shue's tone resumed its usual coldness and venom. If I die, you'll set up a burial mound for me, in the cemetery where you work, okay? Lin Ming frowned, what's wrong with you? Have you gotten a terminal illness? This time it really wasn't a curse, mainly because he could hear that the woman's speech was really off. Nothing, I just want to be buried near you to see how you starve yourself to death alive. Having a family fortune and not inheriting it, you have to change your name and run to show someone a grave. If you don't starve to death, it's really beyond the pale. Song Shue spoke so viciously that it was hard to believe that she was the highly sought-after and pure schoolgirl of Quan City University. As Lin Ming listened to her mid-air, not like she was sick, he suddenly had a flash of light and said in surprise, you couldn't have been chosen by the bizarre game, could you? Yeah, sounds like you're really happy, not ashamed to be my brother. Song Shue had a tone of emotion of having a successor to the toxic gang. Cut the crap, where are you? I'm going over to find you. Lin Ming was overjoyed. He was worried about how to enter the weird game, but he didn't expect Song Shue, the stupid woman, to get the ticket. It would be better to go and see if that ticket could be seized. What are you looking for me for? Want to see me one last time? Don't even think about it, I don't want to see ugly people before I die, or I'd rather have a handsome guy with me. Song Shue nonchalantly refused. Don't, Song Shue, trust me, I've already come out of the weird game once, I can figure out a way to keep you out. Lin Ming said in a hurry. Song Shue was silent for a moment, not trusting Lin Ming at all, and not expecting him to even care about her. She wanted to be sarcastic to Lin Ming one more time, but after thinking about it, she just hung up the phone. In the dormitory of Quan City University. Song Shue handed over her bank card and house keys seriously to her best friend beside her. Yun Yun, you're the one I trust the most. If I don't come out of the weird game, you'll give these things to Lin Ming, the password he knows, at least so he doesn't have to live such a tiresome life in the future. Chen Yun looked at Song Shue with complicated eyes. Why bother? You obviously care about him so much, and I feel that he also truly wants to help you. Why do you have to torture each other so much? Song Shue was silent. She didn't know what to say. Because she didn't know how to get along with this halfway picked up brother or how to face him, she fought with him from childhood to adulthood. Originally, after losing her family, she secretly vowed to take good care of this younger brother, but this bastard left from the family at this time, and even changed his surname, completely detaching himself from this family, as if everything in this family was disgusting to him. This made Song Shue really sad. But then again, after all these years of sibling love, it was impossible to really not care about him, right? Song Shue looked at the blood letter from the decaying convenience store in her hand, and the 30-minute countdown on her head. Estimated that 1% of the survival rate of their own cannot come out, people are dying, what else cannot let go? Chapter 14, Ways to Enter the Game. Lin Ming was also upset that Song Shue hung up on him. This woman, simply sick. Let you say where, painfully say on the line, but also have to pretend to be deep. Fortunately, Lin Ming knew that she was studying at Quan City University, and it was now school time, so she should be in the school dormitory. Lin Ming immediately went out and used his cell phone to call a cab, or add money to let people come to the suburban cemetery. When he took a taxi to the Spring City University, found that this Song Shue is quite famous, but also the Spring City University of Pure School Flower? The original Quan City University is a school for the blind. Lin Ming spat, and then came to Song Shue's dormitory building, ignoring the hostess's obstruction, straight to the 302 dormitory. The hostess cursed and went to call the security guard. Lin Ming had already knocked on the door. Song Shue, not dead yet? The door to the room opened, revealing a beautiful and delicate woman's face. It was Chen Yun. Chen Yun scanned up and down, and found that Lin Ming is a handsome young fresh meat. Suddenly eyes bright. You are the younger brother of Xiao Shui? Quite handsome. Why did Xiao Shui say you were so ugly? She is blind. Lin Ming flashed into the dormitory. Song Shui was surprised to get up, staring at Lin Ming with wide eyes. How did you? You come? And also know that I'm here? Yo, who doesn't know where the pure school flower of our Quan City University lives? Pure school flower yo. Lin Ming said in a conspiratorial manner. Song Shue's face instantly reddened. She also didn't like this title, especially being shouted out by Lin Ming. She felt even more ashamed. Gritting her teeth, she said, if you dare to bull one more sentence, I'll you to death, believe it or not. Alright, pure schoolgirl, let me see your blood, believe it. Lin Ming looked towards the table and walked over to pick it up. Song Shui was anxious. Don't touch it. What if touching it brings you in too? Then I'll accompany the pure schoolgirl to die together. Lin Ming said without looking back. Song Shui was angry and touched. She really did not think that Lin Ming would come all the way here because of a phone call from himself. Now everyone in the dormitory had been scared away by her bloody letter. Only Chen Yun, who was on good terms with her, was left behind. I didn't expect this stupid kid to come too. To say that it was true that only in times of trouble could one see true love, she had thought that this younger brother was extremely disgusted with himself. Lin Ming picked up the bloody letter and glanced at it. It was similar to the contents of his letter, but the place was different. The rotting convenience store. Lin Ming tried to inject his spiritual energy onto the blood letter and found that he was able to do so, but it didn't change anything. He looked his gaze to the envelope next to him again, and in his mind, he immediately picked it up and tried to erase the name on it. Spiritual energy emanated from his fingers, little by little rubbing the word Song Shui written on that bloody letter. It didn't work, it couldn't be rubbed off. A layer of bloodlight would appear to protect the name on there. If rubbing it off didn't work, would adding a name work? This envelope should be some kind of teleportation medium from a cultivator's point of view. As long as a name was added to the medium, it might be possible to bring it along with oneself. Lin Ming immediately bit through his finger and used the blood filled with spiritual energy as ink to write on the paper. The two characters, Lin Ming, were written on it. With a flash of light, it was actually branded right on top of it, and it seemed to be working. However, Lin Ming hadn't received the blood letter, so he wasn't sure if it worked or not. Song Shui saw that Lin Ming was working hard and writing blood letters on it, so she immediately stepped forward and snatched the envelope. Alright, I'm almost at the time. Get lost and don't get in my way. It's almost time. Who is ready to inherit your family's fortune? If not, I can reluctantly accept it. Lin Ming didn't leave either, sitting on the chair, quietly waiting for the countdown to end. Just with you still wanting to inherit the family fortune? I won't even leave you a piece of. Song Shui sneered. Looking at the two who disliked each other, Chen Yun sighed helplessly and stepped forward. Lin Ming, your sister cares about you so much that she left all the family fortune to you. Ooh-hoo. Song Shui pounced over and covered Chen Yun's mouth, glaring at her in annoyance. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Say it earlier, if I had known that you left the family property to me, why would I still come all the way here? How do you know that my family fortune is not tens of millions of dollars in debt? Song Shui sneered back. It's fine if you don't have any money. You said that if I organize a meditative wedding for you, when the name of Quan City's pure school flower hits, it's estimated that there will be a lot of old bachelors who will rush to be buried with you, so won't I be able to make a profit as well? Lin Ming asked. Chen Yun was surprised by the siblings' toxic war. She knew that siblings in many families were natural enemies, but this kind of battle scene was really rare. Just as the two were bickering, the countdown was finally coming to an end. Seeing that there were still 5 seconds left on her head, the sneering and mocking words that came out of Song Shui's mouth suddenly choked in her throat. She looked at Lin Ming's handsome face and suddenly tears came out. Brother, I really love you. In my next life I'll still be your sister, be your best sister. The countdown ended and Song Shui disappeared. Lin Ming also disappeared. Chen Yun was stunned when she saw the two disappear together. Bam! The school security guards and the hostesses also rushed into the room together, and they were about to scold them. When they saw the siblings who disappeared together, they immediately fell to their knees when their legs went limp. OMG, spooky game. Still the world of that thick fog. Still 5 people. Oh no, plus Lin Ming is 6. In front of Lin Ming was the rotten convenience store and a tearful Song Shui. Is this the creepy game? It looks so eerie. Any veteran players out there? Does anyone have a strategy guide? I don't want to die, I don't want to die, can we escape? Whoa whoa. That cry originated from Song Shui, who knew that she was dead and still couldn't suppress her crying. Until, a yin and yang voice sounded next to her, "Brother, I really love you, in my next life I'll be your best jiejie." Hearing this voice, Song Shui's delicate body trembled, and she turned her head to look behind her in disbelief. Sure enough, Lin Ming was looking at her with a cheap smile on his face. Song Shui was stunned and said in a trembling voice, "Is it an illusion? Lin Ming, why are you here too?" "Came in with you." That method surprisingly worked. Lin Ming calmly said. Hearing this, Song Shui understood that Lin Ming had deliberately followed him in to protect himself and cried even more. She couldn't suppress her emotions and jumped into Lin Ming's arms, wailing. There was no longer the arrogant and venomous look she had before. Lin Ming had wanted to joke a couple of sentences, but was also made a little embarrassed, can only be gently patted her slender back to appease. The 4 people next to them were attracted by the sound of crying, looking at the 2 people embracing each other, only to think that this is a pair of young lovers wailing before death. But Song Shui cried as they also wanted to cry, they were too scared of this place. Ding bell. Accompanied by a windy bell, the convenience store door was opened. A corpse wearing a manager's uniform walked out. It was said that this guy was a corpse because his skin was greenish-purple, he moved stiffly, and his body emitted the stench of decay. Looking at the corpse approaching, people became even more scared and subconsciously backed away, and there were even people who turned around to escape into that fog. Chapter 15, A Small Test. Lin Ming was coming in for the second time, and knew that fog would surely kill him once he entered. But he didn't block it. Because he wanted to see, through that man, what was in the mist. The manager didn't block either, he was counting the people one by one with his hands that were only white bones. 1 2 3 4 5 6. How come there's one more? Ah! The person who rushed into the mist suddenly let out a miserable scream, as well as blood splattering and the sound of chewing bones and flesh. Okay, now the numbers are right. The manager revealed a stiff smile. Lin Ming looked towards the thick fog and activated his penetrating eyes. He definitely couldn't see through the thick fog completely, but it was good that the dead one was closer. At this moment, Lin Ming fully mobilized his penetrating eye and could barely see that within the thick fog was actually a skeleton in a suit. The skeleton was lying on the ground, devouring the flesh and blood of the person who had fled, and the bones on his body had obviously become a little finer. Probably because Lin Ming had been looking at it for too long, the skeleton sensed it and jerked its head to look at it, its upper and lower jaws opening and closing as if to say, "Come over here." Lin Ming smiled faintly at the skeleton, then gestured a middle finger. The skeleton froze, not understanding what it meant. Lin Ming had already withdrawn his sight and withdrew his penetrating eyes. Song Shui had also gotten out of his arms in embarrassment, and quietly wiped her nose with his clothes. The manager started talking about the rules here. It used the most grim and unpleasant tone. "Welcome, employees, to the decaying convenience store, where you will be working for 12 hours, facing many difficult customers, who will come to buy all sorts of things, and if you can't satisfy the customers, and are complained about by the customers, I guarantee that I will let you die a painful death." Everyone else revealed a look of trepidation. Song Shui even involuntarily grabbed Lin Ming's hand. It seemed that even the most venomous and arrogant person would be scared when faced with this scene. Lin Ming, however, had already adapted and said to the manager, "Guarantee to complete the task." He was the only one who answered, but drew the manager's displeasure and criticized sorrowfully, "What's the point of shouting so loudly?" The 3 people next to him all looked at Lin Ming, with speechlessness and pity in their eyes. There was even a youngster who somewhat gloated and whispered, "This guy is definitely the kind of obnoxious lapdog in the company outside, with no ability whatsoever, just sucking up to his superiors. Do you really think that weird games are outside, and still popular with your kind?" Everyone else nodded with deep approval. This kind of lapdog who only shouted slogans and flattered people was indeed annoying. Song Shui also hurriedly pulled Lin Ming and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense, be careful of being targeted." Seeing that Lin Ming didn't reply, the manager didn't let him off the hook. Instead, he pressed 2 steps closer. "I'm asking you, what are you doing so loudly?" Lin Ming frowned, not realizing that his casual words had attracted the manager's targeting. Recalling that Wei Yuan always looked like he was eager to swallow himself before as well. It seemed that the weirdness here should be all rarely touching the living, all craving for a long time, so they used all their methods to find trouble with themselves, the living, in an attempt to swallow them. Now the manager didn't directly swallow himself, it should be jealous of the rule that he didn't make a mistake. Now he deliberately pressed on like this step by step, just to make himself make a mistake under fear and find an excuse to be able to eat himself. Without hesitation, Lin Ming took out the title that the bizarre game had rewarded him with earlier. Outstanding Worker. This title allowed the wearer to be recognized by the leaders within the game. Sure enough, as soon as this title came out, the corpse manager was shocked and actually turned his anger into joy, taking 3 or 2 steps over and enthusiastically grabbing Lin Ming's hand with his hand bone. I didn't expect that there would be such a talented person who could come to my store to apply for a job. Quick please, quick please. After saying that, he enthusiastically invited Lin Ming into the convenience store. Others? Before Lin Ming entered the convenience store, he glanced at Song Shui. Not coming yet? Waiting to be late and get cleaned up? The corpse manager's footsteps lurched and a pair of pupil-less eyes looked at Lin Ming. Worthy of being an outstanding employee, he had seen through the trap he had dug? That's right, the manager had intentionally not shouted for the others to enter the store, with the aim of making them collectively late, and then eating them up in the name of being late. Song Shui's few people hurriedly ran in, and just as they entered the store, they heard the sound of a clock chiming inside the store. It's time to go to work. Time to go to work. When the crowd heard the sound and looked, they were immediately startled. Because that clock was actually a huge eye, the eyeballs were still gurgling around, seemingly looking for people who didn't go to work on time. The corpse manager was a bit disappointed, but still said, since everyone has already reported for work, let's change into work clothes and go to work. Song Shui's few people did not move, but subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. Although they had just mocked Lin Ming, that reminder just now could be said to have saved their lives, so now all of them shamelessly wanted to follow Lin Ming. The young man who just mocked Lin Ming as a lapdog, even with a smile, came over. Brother, you're really great, from today onwards I'm your people, you let me do what I do, no second thoughts. What kind of lapdog? This is called a loyal dog. Really fragrant. The other two also hurriedly came over, flattering Lin Ming constantly. Among them, the 40-something-year-old auntie was even throwing winks at Lin Ming. To be honest, the two men next to him were not envious at all. Song Shui, on the other hand, glared at that old aunt. Didn't you hear me when I told you to change your work clothes? What's the fuss here? The old aunt, however, looked at Song Shui and said bitterly, Maisie, don't be petty here, you're not unaware that there's only a 1% survival rate in the bizarre game world, right? Here, there is someone who can help us pass the level, that is the savior, we should put a little respect. Don't worry, I won't steal your boyfriend from you, just in this copy, he can do whatever he wants. Song Shui became even more mortified and stomped her foot and scolded, you shameless, this is my brother. The old aunt took a look at this so-called siblings and realized that they didn't look like each other at all, and immediately misunderstood. Nowadays, when youngsters are getting married, they like to be addressed as siblings? Song Shui finally couldn't tense up, pulled her leg and left to change her clothes. The old aunt watched her go, still sighing, nowadays youngsters are too formal. But these three didn't dare to delay and followed along to change their clothes. Lin Ming didn't move, he wanted to do a test, so he said to the corpse manager, I won't change my work clothes. The corpse manager revealed a puzzled look, scanning Lin Ming up and down, suspiciously saying, are you really an excellent worker? Is this the awareness of an excellent worker? You don't even change your work clothes? Isn't this looking for death? If you're fine, go back to the office and stay there. Lin Ming didn't bother to explain and waved his hand to whisk the corpse manager away. Seeing him being so arrogant, the corpse manager revealed a look of dissatisfaction. After all, the outstanding worker title was only for the leader to look at it favorably and the wearer to be taken care of a little bit more. It wasn't a gold medal to avoid death, so Lin Ming's attitude completely displeased the corpse manager. Since this bastard wanted to die, let him wait for his own death. Chapter 16 Acting Store Manager. The manager turned away in displeasure. Because not wearing work clothes wasn't considered a violation. After all, it was part of the rules to protect the players. So the manager couldn't eat him just because of this matter. It even felt that later on, Lin Ming might be directly eaten by a customer because he didn't have overalls to protect him, and was still upset because of it. Before the corpse manager entered the office, he turned back and said, next all arriving customers to buy any goods, you have to deliver them and check out in a timely manner. If you are too slow to take something and get a complaint from a customer, or check out the wrong item, I'll punish you all on behalf of the convenience store. Also, you're the store. The corpse manager reached out and nodded at Lin Ming, but quickly moved his hand bone away and pointed at the youngster who had just finished changing out of his work clothes. "From now on, you're the acting store manager." "Huh? Me?" The youngster was checking out his work clothes and was surprised beyond measure when he was suddenly appointed. He had just seen the manager welcoming Lin Ming so much, and had thought that the store manager's candidate would be Lin Ming. He didn't expect that in the time it took to change his clothes, joy came from heaven. The manager didn't say much and went directly into the office. After the rotten convenience store, only a few humans were left. The youngster looked at Lin Ming, then the bent waist slowly branched up, the whole person's temperament suddenly branched up, and his face carried a little bit of complacency. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was in deep thought. Everything he did just now was just a test run for his title. Because the weird game's explanation of the title was too generalized. It only said that it would be prioritized, and as for how it would be valued, the game didn't say. Now it seemed that the title wasn't something that would get Creepy's favor indefinitely, it was just something that would give 3 faces. But to want to start a dye house with those 3 faces, that was still overthinking it. The old aunt and another middle-aged man with a slightly bald head had just come out after changing their clothes, and after hearing the appointment, they didn't have the same enthusiasm for Lin Ming as they had just now, but instead, they turned their hot gazes towards the youngster who had become the store manager. "Ahem, since I've become the store manager, I'll say a few words." The youngster had just gained power and instinctively wanted to exert himself. After all, in reality, he was an otaku who had just graduated from college and had yet to find a job. Unexpectedly, entering the bizarre game that everyone feared, he was instead taken seriously. So this was what it meant to be born to be useful? The old aunt and the Mediterranean man hurriedly piled on the smiles. "Yes, the store manager speaks a few words. Shopkeeper, if you have something to say, please command." Being a loyal dog, who wouldn't? The youngster looked at Lin Ming, who didn't say anything. "What about you?" "What do you mean?" Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to this salted fish that had just turned over. He was checking out the other rewards he had previously obtained. When the youngster saw that he didn't say anything, he was a bit offended. "This person is really unruly. Just now I flattered you, shouldn't you flatter back at this moment?" Just in time, Song Shui also changed into her work clothes and came out. The work clothes of this rotten convenience store were similar to reality, a striped short-sleeved shirt and a short skirt. Song Shui originally had a hot body, looks also pure, at this time changed into this dress, very much like the kind of working girl who was bullied. At a glance, it is suitable for ruthless bullying a little bit. She also had to hold back the humiliation, clamped tears, and asked the guests what they needed. The young man's eyes lit up, and immediately walked over to comment, "Not bad, this dress is very suitable for you, and now I'm also wearing overalls. Do you think it is not counted as we wear couples' clothes?" "Don't think about it, there are still dogs all over the world when men die out, it's not your turn." Song Shui coldly bypassed the youngster. These words were simply more venomous than the fangs of a king cobra, giving the little young man a dry spell on the spot. He couldn't imagine that such a pretty little girl, speaking heard more than sulfuric acid. But being refuted in public made the youngster very upset, threatening, "Do you know that I'm already the store manager? You have to listen to my command, and in the future, you have to be absolutely obedient to my orders, and I'll make sure that you get out of here alive, do you understand?" Song Shui looked at Lin Ming, who was sitting there not knowing what he was studying, with some surprise, not understanding why he was so popular with the manager. A twist of the head, this guy became the store manager. But, obeying? Heh, off. Song Shui walked towards the counter with a cold face. What kind of attitude is this? Know what it means to be a store manager? The youngster was still chasing after Song Shui, wanting to lash out, but when he saw that Song Shui stood still and didn't dare to move, he immediately revealed a smug look. "How about it, do you know you're scared?" When the youngster walked up, he realized that Song Shui did have a face of fear, but her eyes had been staring at the cargo container. The little young man subconsciously looked, and immediately also dumbfounded. What are these goods all about? Mighty Ghost Sour Yogurt. The ingredient list says it's made from fresh corpse water from just 3 days of death. Skull Lollipop, made with real skulls glued with frosting. 100 Man's Blood Wine, a red wine made from the blood of 100 living men. Awful Bread, and 5 sandwich flavors of heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. And hot dogs with severed limbs, dolls draped with human faces, eyeball candy canes. These commodities are more horrible than one another. Even that cash register is completely built with human bones, the keyboard is inlaid with human teeth, and the spacebar is actually still a living human tongue, and it is even moving in a wobbly way. Just now, these people were all focused on discussing how to survive, completely not noticing the horror of these goods. Only now did they realize why this place was called the Decaying Convenience Store. While several people were in fear, Lin Ming also studied to understand those things he had. There was no need to mention the 2 titles he had obtained earlier, the main ones being the skill card and the hotel safehouse room card. The skill card, when used, allowed one to gain a skill in a bizarre game. The safehouse room card, on the other hand, after using it, one could instantly teleport to the safe house of the Death Hotel anytime, anywhere. However, this safe house room card has a cooldown time, can only be used once in 24 hours, and can only teleport one person at a time. Lin Ming didn't care about teleportation or anything else. He couldn't wait to find these places, so how could he think about escaping? The skill card was instead used by him. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, Evil Ghost Substitute. Evil Ghost Stand-in. After using it, you can temporarily turn into the evil ghost you killed and gain 10% of the opponent's combat power. The opponent can be killed by me, who cares about the opponent's combat power? But, this turning into the opponent seems pretty cool. If this evil spirit has a family, if you kill it yourself, you can blend in with the other's family. This way, the other party's loved ones and friends could be eliminated by themselves, right? Lin Ming revealed a smile, satisfied. Song Shui had already snapped out of her panic and ran to Lin Ming's side, pushing him. What are you thinking about? Quickly look at the things on those shelves. Lin Ming casually scanned them. Very normal gadgets. Ah, what's wrong? Normal? Gadgets? No, buddy, what are you pretending to be? Believe it or not, when the customers come later, in the name of the store manager, I'll order you to cope with all of them by yourself. Several people beside him were attracted by Lin Ming's pussy aura, and the young man was even more annoyed. I didn't become the store manager and you acted like a pussy. Now that I'm the store manager, you're still pretending. Then I didn't become one for nothing? Chapter 17. You don't bite, do you? You can all hide in the restroom, I'll deal with the customers myself when they come later. Lin Ming walked towards the counter and stood next to the cash register, intending to monopolize the shenanigans. Hearing Lin Ming being so arrogant, the youngster was instantly a little dissatisfied. You were indeed bullish just now, but now that I'm the store manager, how dare you not give me any face at all? At least you should have licked back the same way I licked you just now. Do you know the rules of the workplace? Song Shui, on the other hand, walked to Lin Ming's side and asked with a frown, don't try to be a hero, do you really have a way to deal with it? Do you want me to help? Help is not necessary, you just stand here and learn, at least learn how to deal with guests. Also, memorize the rules of each game copy. Lin Ming said as he pointed to the rules and regulations on the wall. It was impossible for him to enter the game with Song Shui every time in the future. The best way to do this was to teach her how to stay calm in the face of shenanigans, and to find a way to survive. Song Shui also looked at the rules and regulations on the wall. 1. Not to be late for work. 2. To serve the guests with the best posture and not to offend them. 3. To sort out the goods, count the accounts, not to enrich themselves in damage or dirty goods. 4. The guest must not stop serving as long as he makes a purchase and before he has finished enjoying his food in the store. Just 4 rules, kinda good to memorize, but Song Shui didn't feel like she saw any life in this. Seeing that the siblings ignored themselves, the youngster became even more irritable, after giving the 2 a grim look. Since the 2 want to die, let's make it happen. Anyway, old me is going to go hide in the locker room first. The old auntie saw the youngster about to leave and obediently followed. Instead, it was the Mediterranean man who was a bit hesitant and asked in a low voice, "Store manager, why does that young man have a title? Did he enter this game once? Should we stay here like them?" The youngster was young in the end, doing things without looking at his head, and completely failing to make observations in order to act like a bully. At this time, when reminded by the Mediterranean man, he felt that it was really reasonable. "Hey, how did your title come about?" the youngster asked. "Shut up and get lost." Lin Ming didn't have the time to pay attention to this guy, driving him away like a shooing dog. This was because he was busy opening the cash register, wanting to see if there were any points in there to at least let him make a profit. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single point. Could it be that the trading currency within the weird game wasn't points? Lin Ming believed in the country, but not blindly. He guessed that the country didn't even know as much about the game as he did. The youngster was scolded and instantly became angry for a moment. Just roll. Isn't it just an old player? Isn't it just a title? Let's see how you die later. Before the young trio could enter the locker room, only to hear the tinkling bell. The wind chime in front of the convenience store rang. A skeleton wearing a suit walked in. This skeleton exposed in the clothes outside the body parts, already all the sense and white bone, only the mouth is full of crimson blood, between the teeth is still hanging some meat silk, give a person a kind of just finished eating people's feeling. In fact, it had just finished eating people. The player who had escaped into the mist just now had been eaten by it. The youngster who was hoping for Lin Ming's death just now, when he saw this skeleton, especially when he was scanned by its black eyes, the whole person was scared to death, trembling and not daring to move. Song Shuai's delicate body violently stiff, subconsciously grabbed Lin Ming's hand, dead clutch. The skeleton swept around with eyes that only had holes in them, and finally fixed its gaze on Lin Ming, opening its mouth and letting out an unpleasant laugh. It walked towards Lin Ming, one step at a time, arriving in front of the counter, its black holes staring deathly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming also looked at it without fear. That gesture you made at me just now intrigued me. The skeleton stared at Lin Ming, its tone cold. Hearing that it was here to seek revenge, the young trio breathed a sigh of relief and slowly backed away. They didn't want to care about Lin Ming's death, they only wanted to stay alive themselves. Even the youngster retreated quickly and had already ducked into the locker room. The old aunt and the Mediterranean man also followed close behind. Click! The locker room door was locked from the inside. Song Shuai, who had already been stunned, then reacted, panically pulling Lin Ming to try and back away, even subconsciously blocking in front of him. She didn't have a way to deal with the weirdness, but she felt that this was her own copy, and if she really wanted to die, she had to die in front of Lin Ming. But despite her efforts, Lin Ming didn't move a muscle and looked at the skeleton. I didn't expect you to come to me, just in time for me to inquire about something. The skeleton simply did not want to answer, the black hole in the eyes, hooting jumped at the green flames, ghostly looked at Lin Ming. You do not wear overalls, living people into this world without protection, I can eat you at will. Song Shuai then realized that overalls turned out to be one of the ways to save his life. Yes, an outsider entering this world was technically an intruder, like a black family smuggled into a certain country. But with a uniform and an official job, they could stay and even be protected by the laws and rules. Song Shuai didn't know why Lin Ming hadn't changed his work clothes just now, perhaps he had forgotten, perhaps he hadn't gotten around to it. Without hesitation, she was about to take off her own work clothes and give them to Lin Ming. Lin Ming pressed her arm and reminded, don't take off your clothes, your tutus of flesh won't be able to lure the ghosts and monsters. Song Shuai glared at Lin Ming in shame and anger, what a time to be cheap. But see, Lin Ming let go of her hand, and then one-handed support counter, a Dongguan son of the leap to the counter outside, reached out and grabbed the skeleton. Still come to me, you pretend you're mom. When the skeleton saw Lin Ming still dare to take the initiative, the green flames in his eyes flashed. Lin Ming's eyes also flashed with green light, and he felt that his soul was being grabbed and his body couldn't move. Soul control technique? Was this the means of a skeleton? However, Lin Ming catalyzed the heavenly evil technique and undid the control in less than a second. He even took the time to glance at Song Shuai and realized that she hadn't suffered any problems. Presumably because she was wearing overalls, she was a staff member here, and guests couldn't just take a swing at her when they hadn't done anything wrong. But Lin Ming wasn't wearing overalls and wasn't protected by the convenience store. The skeleton took control of Lin Ming's soul and opened its upper and lower jaws with a wide grin as it reached out and grabbed Lin Ming's throat, wanting to carry him to a table inside the convenience store to dine on. Lin Ming, however, with a speed faster than it, grabbed its dry hand bones and looked at the surprised skeleton, and the swaying green pupil fire. In order to prevent this guy from continuing to use his soul control technique, Lin Ming utilized all his spiritual energy and slapped the skeleton's head. The skeleton's head instantly cracked open, but surprisingly, it didn't die and was still struggling in pain with howls coming out of its mouth. This slap broke up his spell casting. The manager of the office heard the commotion and revealed a look of regret. Someone died already? It should be that guy without overalls. What a pity. Originally, when the guests complained, I had to part with half of the living people. Now I can only have 2 living people left to enjoy. Outside the door, Lin Ming added 2 more slaps down in succession. The skeleton was broken, its body scattered all over the place, the green flame floated out and tried to escape, but Lin Ming grabbed it and swallowed it. Rolling dead chi transformed into spiritual energy, causing Lin Ming to reveal a look of enjoyment. Chi refining 5th level 65%. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Song Shuai. Only to see Song Shuai staring at Lin Ming with her beautiful eyes, her face had an expression of disbelief as well as horror. When she saw Lin Ming looking at her, she was so scared that she hurriedly took 2 steps back, but she felt that this emotion of hers was not right, but she really didn't know what attitude to use to face Lin Ming. How does this guy even eat ghosts? Thinking about it again and again, Song Shuai finally held out a sentence with difficulty. You You don't bite, right? Lin Ming's face was dark. I'm not a dog. Song Shui almost cried out, you're not as good as a dog, dogs don't even eat ghosts. Chapter 18, continuing to receive customers. Chat if you can chat properly, and shut up if you can't talk, okay, said Lin Ming in a bad mood. I won't talk, I won't talk. Song Shui saw that he was angry and hurriedly shut up. This was something that Lin Ming hadn't expected. Since childhood, when had Song Shui ever listened to herself so much? That really is not moving to fight, can't fight to bite, bite not to monkey steal peaches. Lin Ming lives so big, have never seen a woman on the man with a monkey to steal the peach. Song Shui will not only use, every time the two fight, but also used quite skillful. That's what makes Lin Ming on her even have the title of pure school flower belly slander incomparable. Lin Ming suddenly had the intention to scare this woman, and even directly used the evil ghost stand and skill to incarnate the skeleton that he had just finished off, his upper and lower teeth clacking and colliding as he let out a sardonic laugh. Woman, I didn't expect it, you've been lied to by me, in fact, the one whose soul I just ate was that man. Song Shui's pupils suddenly contracted, and her pretty face was instantly covered in fear. Then Lin Ming saw what it meant to be forceful. This woman even threw the cash register over. Lin Ming let out a cry and rushed to catch the cash register, only to see Song Shui vigorously pumping it between his legs with a powerful kick. It turns out that this woman only grabs peaches for herself, and to outsiders is a direct explosion? Although it was an evil ghost double, out of a normal man's instincts, it still made him subconsciously back up and recovered his real body, shouting at Song Shui, who had already cried uncontrollably, stop, teasing you. I'm not dead. Who are you kidding? Song Shui didn't believe it at all and copied the goods next to her to smash them over. Lin Ming rushed over and held her down. Don't be impulsive, once you throw away this goods, the manager will immediately find an excuse to deal with you. I'm not afraid of him coming out to do battle, but I'm not happy with my work yet. I still want to earn a little more this time I came in. Calm down. Song Shui felt Lin Ming's body temperature, which calmed down a little. This is the tears still keep flowing. You really, Lin Ming? I'm really, no creepy would be so fed up to tease you. Lin Ming said helplessly. He felt that he really had a problem. What was the point of teasing this savage? Song Shui stared at Lin Ming, and only after confirming it again and again did she collect her tears and gritted her teeth. I told you so, good people don't live long, and scourges are 1,000-year-old wankers. After Lin Ming made such a mess just now, Song Shui didn't have too much fear of him. Probably because she saw that attacking his peach still had an effect, so her self-confidence surged. Seeing her calm down, Lin Ming looked around for paper towels and reminded, the paper here is either made of human skin or it's bloody, how dare you use it? Song Shui had all but found the tissue paper and immediately threw it away when she heard this. After a slight silence, she looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. How do you know how to kill ghosts? And are you that good at it? What have you been doing for the past 5 years since you left home? 5 years? Didn't I just leave home for 3 years? Lin Ming said subconsciously. Song Shui once again let out a sigh of relief. Even knowing how long you've been away from home, it seems that it's indeed you, the asshole. Okay, I didn't expect you to be so forceful and have such a brain before. Lin Ming praised, not realizing that Song Shui had just pretended to believe and would still test himself. Less farting, answer the question I just asked. Song Shui rolled her eyes. Don't worry about this matter, just know that I can whip you to death with a slap right now. Lin Ming said as he waved his bushy palm. Song Shui was used to his mouthy ns, so she only read the useful information in the sentence and just felt secure. Seeing that she wasn't talking back anymore, Lin Ming also reminded her in a rare and serious manner, in the end, I can only take you once in this game, so next time you'll just learn more and read more and try to increase your chances of surviving the next time you're in the game, or else there's no way I'll be able to protect you for the rest of your life. Oh. Song Shui's brain was still good and agreed seriously. The two people in the convenience store didn't speak, and the usual silence returned. Inside the locker room, the three people were shivering, mainly because it was too scary outside just now. A moment later the skeleton howled, a moment later Song Shui cried out, and there was the sound of banging hands. Although it quickly quieted down, the three still didn't dare to come out. The youngster looked to the old auntie next to him, who was holding herself in a death grip, and urged, you go out and take a look. Ha? Me? The old aunt panicked, I still want to serve you. The young man's face was black, serving Just now he tried, this old aunt is ugly and has no work. Don't let me go out, okay, even if I'm not good looking, at least you wouldn't want to sleep with a man, right? The old auntie posed her only advantage. The Mediterranean man's face suddenly changed, and he quickly said, brother. Oh no, the store manager, I have the strength. When I encounter ghosts and monsters we can fight side by side. This woman is a drag. When I go out I will introduce you to 100 young and beautiful women. The young man had a hard time deciding. The old aunt and the Mediterranean Sea were looking at each other, both hating each other for not dying for them. As for colluding to lay hands on the youngster, they didn't dare. Because the young man was the store manager appointed by Creepy, no one was willing to offend Creepy. Soon, the youngster still made a decision. He felt that the Mediterranean man was right. It was useless to meet the creepy woman, so he said to the old aunt, "You go and take a look." The old aunt immediately burst into tears, and wanted to hug the youngster's thighs to plead for mercy, but was kicked away. "Hurry up. Cut the crap." Seeing how desperate he was, and the Mediterranean man glaring at himself in a fox-like manner, the old aunt didn't dare to resist, and could only walk to the door with fear and trembling, and carefully open the door to take a look. When she saw Lin Ming and Song Shui outside the door, there was nothing, no ghosts or monsters in the convenience store. Her heart suddenly settled down, still inserted the door and turned back to say, "There are only those two people left outside, there are no ghosts." No ghosts? Ghosts will not go away, right? The young man walked over in disbelief, and also took a careful look. When he saw that there were indeed no ghosts, Lin Ming and the two of them were still eyeballing, the young man came out in displeasure. "There are no ghosts, why don't you call us out? Are you two really siblings? Why are you looking at each other?" Song Shui frowned and disliked back. "It's okay for you to use that mouth to eat, but don't spew it everywhere." Lin Ming originally wanted to clean up this talkative guy, but after thinking about it, he felt that there are some things that Song Shui still needs to open her eyes, and immediately pointed at the provocative youngster and said, "Later on, I'm going to use these three people to give you a demonstration, to see how passive and fragile human beings are in the face of ghosts and monsters, as well as letting you look at the dead and grow some courage." For some reason, hearing Lin Ming's words, a chill ran through the youngster's heart. Perhaps it was the fear of the old players, or perhaps it was the fact that Lin Ming had survived even in the face of the spooky. So the youngster actually felt that he would actually die. Under the fear, he couldn't help but get a little angry. "Who's going to proof you? I'm the store manager, I won't die until you guys die, and I can order you to work." "Right, young man, you'd better obey, he's the store manager, he can decide our fate." The old auntie thought Lin Ming was quite handsome and quite favorable, so she kindly reminded him. Lin Ming had already treated the three as if they were bound to die, so he didn't have the time to talk nonsense with them. He just looked out the door. "There are ghosts and monsters coming again, watch me make them start their own show." Sure enough, a woman walked out from the mist not far from the door. The woman seemed to be dressed like someone from the 70s or 80s of Blue Star, wearing plain clothes and carrying a basket in her hand. She didn't look like there was anything wrong with her. The problem was that she had the head of a small child in her basket, and there was only a head and half of a neck. The body was completely missing, and blood was even dripping from the bottom of the neck. The little boy was still smiling in surprise as he entered, giggling as he stared at a couple of large living people. Chapter 19, Song Shui's Troublesome Operation. Seeing this mother and son, the young trio was again terrified. The old aunt even shrieked, her face full of panic. This caused the woman's anger, and her face instantly exploded. It was really exploded. That flat and unattractive face instantly appeared many deep visible scars. The scars were obviously from being cut out with a knife, crisscrossing the face. The flesh at all the wounds flared out towards the sides, and it was hideous how it looked. Seeing her blown-up face, even the blood is still flowing. The old aunt is even more miserable scream. Even the Mediterranean man also let out a cry and pulled his legs to run. The two scrambled into the locker room. The woman angrily tried to chase after them, but the door was closed and she couldn't break in, so she could only snarl, "I'm going to get an official complaint, you guys rushed the customers, I'm going to get the Consumers Association to fine you." The corpse manager smiled as he walked out of the office, glancing at Lin Ming and realizing that he was still alive. He was a bit surprised. But soon, he ignored the matter and said to the woman, "Guest, I wonder what has made you dissatisfied." A customer complaining to it, that was its welfare. But if it complained to the officials, it would lose a lot of money itself, so it had to settle this complaint in the store. "Those two damn guys, constantly yelling and scaring my cute son," the woman said angrily. "I'm sorry, it's my staff's negligence. As compensation, I'll give one of them to you, how about it?" The corpse manager sincerely apologized. The woman didn't say anything, but instead looked at her son. The small child with only one head left, his big head just bounced up and down in the basket. "Yeah. Good, yeah. I want to eat meat. I want meat. Yes, Mom will take you to eat meat." The woman stroked the little child's head full of favor. Watching a woman with a blossoming face stroking her child with only her head left, it was clear that it should have been a warm and loving scene, but the few living people present felt creeped out no matter how they looked at it. The corpse manager gave a miserable thumbs up and praised, "You're a really good mother, I'll help you catch the person out." Lin Ming watched the corpse manager walk towards the locker room and whispered to Song Shui, "See? Whether it's the leaders or the guests, they're all holding back wanting to eat you dry. As long as you act a little bit wrong, they'll come after you. And how the leaders of the bizarre game want to deal with you is basically the same as in Edison sentencing, the death penalty to begin with." Song Shui jotted down this important point and asked in a low voice, having to prevent the leaders from deliberately withholding information and also preventing the guests from deliberately picking a fight and teasing them, indeed the chances of survival are not high, so is there any particularly good way to survive? There is, getting stronger. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. Your method of becoming stronger can't be taught to me, right? Song Shui spoke in a calm tone. Lin Ming didn't say anything, just nodded. When he had obtained the heavenly evil technique, the other party had said that this technique was just as evil as its name. The heavenly evil technique could only be practiced by one person, and if the previous practitioner did not die, a second practitioner could not appear, otherwise one of both sides had to die. Otherwise, Lin Ming would have already passed on the heavenly evil technique to Song Shui. While the two were exchanging words, the corpse manager had already brought up the Mediterranean man and the old ant. Those two people howled and struggled desperately, constantly waving their arms for help. Store manager. Save me, ah. I'm willing to promise you anything, ah. Store manager, I also have a beautiful daughter, if you're willing to introduce her to you as well. Store manager, I also have a daughter, I also have a wife, all for you. Okay, if you like I will give you my mom, save me. But despite the two people's desperate cries and howls, the young man didn't even dare to look at them, just turned his head to look away. The corpse manager carried two people, let the woman choose. The woman let the child head to choose, the child head chose the Mediterranean man, pounced on it and began to gnaw. The Mediterranean man was bitten by the child's head, and immediately wailed in pain, his hands kept flapping, trying to get the child off. Unfortunately, the child's head was stronger than a barnacle, and it just ate the Mediterranean man into a skeleton one bite at a time. The woman, on the other hand, picked up the skeleton and put it in a basket. So big a skeleton of an adult, but it easily fit in the basket, not even a tenth of the basket was filled. Lin Ming's eyes lit up, storage artifact? Good stuff, ah. The corpse manager carried the old ant and walked towards the office to enjoy it. Before entering the office, it turned back and looked coldly at Lin Ming, take care of the guests, or else the excellent workers will die too. Okay. Lin Ming said that he would definitely take care of it. Bang! The office door was slammed shut and the woman walked over, her blossoming face just rushing at Song Shui, her eyes staring at her in death. Lin Ming ducked away to the side, refusing to step forward. Song Shui knew that he was testing himself, and that the woman was also deliberately scaring herself, trying to make her lose her temper. She tried to control her emotions and asked in a trembling voice, "Guest, may I ask what you need? Why is your voice trembling? Are you afraid of me?" The woman said coldly. "No, I was born this way." Song Shui's voice was still shaking, pretending to be calm. "You're just afraid of me, aren't you?" The woman suddenly came closer to her blossoming face, and Song Shui was close to her. Seeing this, Lin Ming subconsciously wanted to strike, because Song Shui would have angered this customer just by screaming. Who thought? Song Shui seems to have early defense in general, actually twisted his head to look at the shelves behind him, but also took down a string of sugar gourds, and then also did not face to look at the women, lowered his head and said, "This is the hottest selling delicious, little friend, you like it or not?" Sugar gourd. The child had eyes shining, obviously just ate enough it, or want to eat. The woman, however, did not expect Song Shui to use this trick, her face stiffened slightly. Because she didn't have money, she couldn't afford to buy sugar gourds, and just now she deliberately came to pick a fight. When Song Shui saw the woman's delay in speaking and the child's head moving towards wanting to eat, she understood in her mind and immediately threw the sugar gourd into the basket and shouted to the office manager. "Someone wants to eat a bully." The office door opened at once, the corpse manager appeared with a gloomy face, his mouth was full of blood, he looked at Song Shui. "Do you know that disturbing someone's meal is very impolite? But she doesn't pay for her purchases." Song Shui shouted in a hurry. The manager immediately looked at the woman, his eyes were grim, he didn't mind guests coming here to pick on his employees, but eating overbearing food was not okay. When the woman saw the manager's eyes, she immediately panicked a bit. I didn't say I wanted sugar gourds." "But your son ate them all, look," Song Shui said as she pointed at the kid head. The child's head didn't care if he had money or not, he was munching on the eyeball sugar gourd, eating the blood juice. The corpse manager looked at the woman and gave a sardonic smile. "Guest, since you ate it, please pay." I. The woman were to take out the money, stuttered 2 sentences, actually turned around and ran. The corpse manager laughed and chased after them. Looking at the 2 ghosts rushing out of the convenience store one after the other, Lin Ming looked at Song Shui in awe. Lin Ming's urine after being on fire for 3 days wasn't even as tawdry as this operation. Chapter 20 Body Manager Tricked. How did you come up with that? Lin Ming inquired with incomparable curiosity. Didn't you say that you want to find a way to make a living out of the rules? Just now when that female ghost came in and just looked for trouble without mentioning anything about buying anything, I thought it should be broke. And for a store, selling things and collecting money should be the biggest rule, so I came up with what I did just now. Of course, I didn't do it directly, but instead, I used the sugar gourd to test this female ghost, and when I found that it clearly acted like it doted on its own son, but refused to shell out money when its own son asked for food, I was sure that it really didn't have any money, and that's why I deliberately set it up. Song Shue's mind stabilized a little after the ghost left and spoke her thoughts. Lin Ming couldn't help but applaud. Very good, being able to maintain calm thinking in the midst of danger, that's the key to survival. But there's another problem you haven't thought about, that's that sugar gourd thrown to the female ghost. It can't afford it. Will it make the manager count it on your head? Song Shue's heart snapped, and her complexion was tense. Because she knew that those bosses in the human world would do this. These bosses of the bizarre game would only be even more devoid of any lower limits. So what happens when the corpse manager asks you to pay up later and you can't afford it? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Song Shui lowered her head into deep thought. The young man next to him was panicking that his followers had all been eaten, and seeing the 2 still babbling, his emotions got a little out of control and shouted, "Have you guys talked enough? Shouldn't you think about how to get out alive? There are just the 3 of us left now." But as soon as he made such a sound, Song Shui jerked her head to look at him, and then back to Lin Ming, a pair of beautiful eyes full of disbelief and questioning colors. "Looks like you've already thought of it." Lin Ming revealed a look of approval. "Is it good to kill each other like this?" Song Shui frowned a little. Could it be that this is the conspiracy of the bizarre game to make us kill each other, and in the end, the living are all destroyed? Lin Ming shrugged his shoulders. "I can't rule out this possibility, but what can we do even if we know about it during the week period? Surviving first, then becoming strong, then going to change the rules, this is the proper way." Song Shui fell silent, lowering her head and not daring to look at Lin Ming. She felt as if her brother, who she had bullied since childhood, had changed a lot. Ding bell. The wind chime of the convenience store rang. The corpse manager walked in through the door with a contented face and a basket in his hand. Obviously the twins had already been eaten by him just now. After casually placing the basket on the counter, the corpse manager's face turned cold and stared at Song Shui dead in the face. "I didn't recover the money for that sugar gourd, you're responsible for the compensation." Song Shui looked at the corpse manager's greenish-purple face and emotionless, empty eyes, using this to cultivate her courage, saying, "Manager, that sugar gourd was sold by the store manager, it has nothing to do with me." In the corner, the young man who was terrified was startled by these words, and when he saw the corpse manager looking at him, he exploded even more. "I didn't. She's bull-ting. She's lying. Really, I just tried my best to dissuade the store manager. That mother and father don't have money at a glance, but the store manager was scared by the mother and father. He couldn't help but give a bunch of sugar gourds," Song Shui said with conviction. The young man collapsed and scolded with a sobbing voice, "Why did you harm me? I didn't. I really didn't sell it." The corpse manager looked at the youngster's goofy look, but instead somewhat believed Song Shui. Not for anything else, Song Shui dared to stare at herself and talk. This boldness is really not small. It didn't seem like she would be scared by those 2 women. On the contrary, this young man is a batch of goat. Maybe it really sold goods to the 2 women. However, just to be on the safe side, the corpse manager still stared at Song Shui full of threats and questioned, "I'll ask you one more time, is it really the sugar plums he sold out? If you lie, I'll eat you one bite at a time." Song Shui nodded heavily. "I never lie." "You were lying just now," the youngster growled. The corpse manager still wasn't too sure and looked at Lin Ming. "Who did you say sold the goods? I'm warning you, if you lie, the title of outstanding worker will be taken back." Lin Ming had a sincere face. "You know, the fact that I can get the title of outstanding worker means that I was popular at my last workplace, and someone like me would never lie. So it was the store manager who sold it." The youngster cried pearly, "Are you both mother heirs?" The corpse manager didn't doubt him and rushed over to stare at the youngster and yelled, "You made the store short, now take out 10 points to make up for it or die." I don't have any points, I will work well, will you let me work to pay off my debt? The youngster knelt on the ground with a thud and begged bitterly. When the corpse manager heard the words no points, he didn't bother to listen back, revealing his signature sardonic smile. No money? That's good, just use one of your arms to cover the debt. Saying that, it fiercely reached out and twisted the youngster's arm off. Card bar. Ka bar. It was clearly one person breaking his arm, but there were two breaking sounds. The corpse manager screamed in agony, covering his broken arm and retreating in terror. What happened? Why did I hurt him to be backfired by the rules? You guys lied to me. The corpse manager, who finally reacted to being tricked, angrily looked at Lin Ming and the two of them and growled, his deathly aura overflowing. It's like this, manager, there's nothing in the rules against cheating ghosts. Song Shui explained. Lin Ming, on the other hand, silently memorized the rule that the natives of the spooky game who harmed innocent players would themselves be equally harmed. It's just wrong for you guys to lie to me. Lie to me and I will eat you all. The corpse manager's deathly aura raged as his body rapidly decayed and turned into the appearance of a real dead man, roaring angrily and striding over. Song Shui finally felt intimidated and began to back away, but of course it could have been from the stench of the rotting corpse. Lin Ming reminded, manager. She said it just now, there's no such thing as not being allowed to lie to you in the rules, you can't finish us off just because we lied, or else your consequences will only be worse than ours. Lin Ming believed that Creepy could only kill them with the help of the rules, otherwise he wouldn't have deliberately guided them to violate the rules. The player's counter kill, on the other hand, would have to rely on loopholes in the rules. You guys? The corpse manager froze in place at Lin Ming's words and subconsciously looked at the rules and regulations on the wall. Sure enough, it wasn't written that you couldn't cheat it in those 4 systems. Damn it! The corpse manager was grumpy. Because he was the one who used to torture his employees with these rules. He'd purposely make people late and eat them. He would also randomly lay hands on people who weren't wearing work clothes. He would also lay his hands on those employees who were afraid of the customers and were complained about. But I never thought that I would be fooled with these rules today. Wait a minute. Not wearing overalls? The corpse manager jerked his head to look at Lin Ming and said ferociously, you're not wearing work clothes, it doesn't matter if I kill you. At this point, the excellent worker title was completely ineffective. Lin Ming had a deeper perception of the effects of this title. That's right, this was another little experiment. And before he did this experiment, he had long thought of a way back. Only Lin Ming walked out of the counter and said to Song Shui, please give me a piece of bone sugar, thank you. Song Shui? Corpse Manager. Chapter 21, Corpse Manager takes a beatdown. Song Shui quickly reacted and immediately took a piece of bone sugar and gave it to Lin Ming, and also asked in a low voice, do you have money for the checkout? If you don't have any, just choose the goods for a while longer, maybe you can muddle through. Okay, you're teaching yourself, an old bird, how to survive. Lin Ming admiringly glanced at Song Shui, then nimbly gave 1 point. He had just studied how the cash register worked, as long as he pointed the scanning gun at himself, he could pay the bill. When the checkout was done, Lin Ming dropped the bone candy into his mouth and looked at the corpse manager. Now I'm a guest, before I finish the candy, try moving me a bit? No, you're sick. The corpse manager suddenly broke down a bit. You're simply here to play with me, aren't you? Lin Ming looked at the corpse manager sympathetically, then said to Song Shui, go, give it a forced fight. The corpse manager and Song Shui reacted at the same time. Yes, with those words just now, the corpse manager had offended the guest. Song Shui, knowing that Lin Ming was giving himself courage, gathered all her courage, took a big step out of the counter, pointed at the corpse manager and said, you offended the guest. Snap. A crisp and loud slap. The corpse manager was slapped dumbfounded. Really dumbfounded. How many years had it been? He had eaten an unknown number of people in this decaying convenience store, and today he was being slapped? Song Shui carefully looked at Lin Ming. If I take off my work clothes now and buy a candy bar, can I also become a customer? You can't. If you dare to take off your overalls, it will finish you off before you can even speak. Lin Ming's expression was serious. You must remember, to deal with the weirdness you have to be quicker in the head than it is, and be surprised, otherwise it will be prepared, and it can get you in one go. They're very strong. I know. Song Shui memorized this. The corpse manager covered his face, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at Lin Ming and then Song Shui. He wanted to eat these two, but after thinking about it, he still didn't dare to go against the rules, and after all this, he had even forgotten about claiming compensation just now. The main thing is also afraid, who knows what else Lin Ming can do to clean himself up, after all, his injuries are still not good. The manager thought so, swallowed his anger and hid in the office. Damn, I cannot afford to mess with, but also cannot afford to hide? When you're done with the candy, I'll whisk you out of the decaying convenience store, and then see how you can survive in that thick fog. When the corpse manager had just entered the office, Lin Ming took the candy out of his mouth, otherwise it would melt too fast. Song Shui looked over to the youngster in the corner who had fainted to death, his broken arm still bleeding. Wake him up, right? Lin Ming frowned. Remember, never be a holy mother in the game. No, I'm going to trick him into stealing the merchandise here, to see what happens when a living person steals the merchandise from a decaying convenience store. If it's still manageable, big deal, I'll just harden my wounds and steal some of the merchandise here, and turn back to the ghosts and monsters when I go to the other copies, so that it will be easier to pass the level in the future. Song Shui spoke seriously. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. He suddenly understood why he, an evil cultivator seed that could be chosen by the heavenly evil Kung Fu, was suppressed by Song Shui when he was a child. The medium wasn't a good silver na. Suit yourself, I'm only interested in the guests here. Lin Ming couldn't tussle with Song Shui and could only watch her operate. Song Shui immediately ran over and shook the youngster awake. The youngster was angry and scared when he saw her. The anger was that this woman had caused him so much misery. Fear is that this woman can make him so miserable. Song Shui finally took out her pure schoolgirl skills, a beautiful face full of innocence, a pair of big eyes that looked at the dog with deep love, tearfully saying that she didn't do it on purpose, it was all because Lin Ming, this pervert, forced himself to do it, and that she was actually heartbroken for this innocent big boy. Lin Ming watched from the side with his legs crossed, lamenting that Zhang Wuji's old lady was really 100 years ahead of the world. T0 version, too damn good at fooling people. The youngster was quickly fooled into limping. Following the direction of Song Shui's finger, he saw a roll of gauze on the cargo container. That gauze looked as if it was knitted with human skin cut into threads, and the material was slippery to the touch, as if it was still a woman's skin. But do not say, the effect is very good. The young man didn't think too much about it, and casually took down the gauze and used it, gluing it on the wound. The gauze immediately wrapped tightly around the young man's broken arm, fused together with its skin, the blood stopped, and even the pain was reduced. Seeing that his wound was wrapped, the youngster breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely said to Song Shui, "Thank you." Song Shui gave him a slight nod to indicate that he was not to be thanked, then turned back to the office and shouted, "Manager! Someone stole something!" The youngster instantly stared in disbelief. The corpse manager rushed out of the office once again and saw the gauze on the youngster's arm at a glance, his face incomparably grim. The young man collapsed, pointing at Song Shui and wailing, "What the hell do I have against you? Manager! You believe me, she's the one who made me use it." The corpse manager looked at Song Shui. Song Shui spread her hands, "Manager, he lied to you." Lin Ming raised his hand, "I'll testify." "You," the corpse manager subconsciously opened his mouth to curse, but saw Song Shui rolling up her sleeves, and panicked to change her words, "Help me bring a good sound when you're home." "Okay." Lin Ming agreed numbly, smoothly putting bone sugar into his mouth. The corpse manager once again spilled his anger on the youngster. "You're just going to use it if she tells you to? She's your mom." "No." Song Shui answered on her behalf. "You shut up." The corpse manager shouted angrily. "If you can't yell at Lin Ming, you can't yell at you?" Song Shui didn't care, a young girl who had lost the protection of her parents and was still pretty. If she didn't even have this tolerance, she would have jumped off a building long ago. So she just watched as the corpse manager walked over, picked up the youngster, and then took a bite out of his neck. As the corpse manager did this, it also stared at Song Shui dead in the face. Stealing is a capital offense. Obviously, it sensed Song Shui's intentions, and this was a warning. Looking at the body of the youngster who desperately struggled and howled then gradually died and finally calmed down, Song Shui revealed a look of disappointment. "Continue working." The corpse manager dragged the youngster back to his office and continued his meal. Although he had been tortured by the siblings, he was at least able to eat. Lin Ming waited for the manager to leave, once again took out the bone sugar, and said to Song Shui, "You're almost done with your research, right?" "Aha!" Song Shui had already begun to silently write down the harvest this time. "Alright, then you go sit next to me now and watch me perform." Lin Ming took Song Shui's place and stood next to the cash register. Half an hour later, accompanied by the wind chime, the door opened. But the door was empty, nothing. Song Shui looked up suspiciously. Lin Ming, on the other hand, silently activated his penetrating eye, and sure enough, he saw a transparent soul body floating next to the cargo container, and began to wonder what it was going to take. Lin Ming walked over, spiritual energy attached to his hand, and tapped the transparent soul body. "Dude, fancy something?" The soul body was startled and looked at Lin Ming in surprise. "You can see me?" Lin Ming grinned. "Not only can I see you, I can also hit you." Bang! Lin Ming punched the soul body to the ground and then pounced on it, pulling out the watermelon knife he had gotten earlier in the hotel and stabbing it repeatedly. Chapter 22. Lin Ming, are you the main character? And from Song Shue's perspective, it was watching Lin Ming, who looked like a psychopath, squatting on the ground, pressing his hand against the void, and then frantically poking the air with his knife. Not long after, he even sucked it in hard, revealing an intoxicated look, and even shivered. But it is obvious to feel that this guy's aura has become a little bigger, and that feeling is a bit like an upgrade? Lin Ming has indeed upgraded. Chi refining 6 layer 18%. I didn't realize that this ghostly dead chi that could be invisible was quite a lot. When he got up, Song Shui curiously asked, "Are you cultivating something?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Lin Ming glanced at her. Song Shui blankly glanced at him without any good reason and muttered in a low voice, "What's the point of pretending?" Seeing that she was unconvinced, Lin Ming towered over her. "Kid, brother's world is no longer something you can imagine." Song Shui smiled faintly. "Do you still remember our family's computer?" "Remember, why?" Lin Ming was unconcerned. "I found the seeds you used to download in it. I didn't realize you liked it. So exciting?" Song Shui looked at Lin Ming with a smile. Lin Ming's face stiffened, full of disbelief. "How did you find it?" "I remembered to delete them all before I left home." Song Shui didn't explain, but said in a conspiratorial manner, "Still, brat, brother's world is not something you can imagine anymore. I really can't imagine that you even like human wives? It also has to be a mature human wife. No wonder you were looking at our neighbor's aunt with such wrong eyes." Lin Ming coughed dryly and twisted his head away from Song Shui. He was afraid that if he looked at her 2 more times, he would be so evil that he would send Song Shui into the 10,000 soul streamer. Song Shui also stopped stimulating him and changed the topic. "Do you think it's possible for any immortal cultivation techniques to exist in this world?" "I don't know. What I know is that there will be various skills that can also make you strong." Lin Ming explained. Ugh, if only there was a system. Song Shui obviously hadn't suffered much from the poison of internet literature. Lin Ming didn't have the good sense to say, "Think about farts and eat them. What point do you think you're like a protagonist?" "And give you a system? So are you the protagonist? Is that special ability of yours a system?" Song Shui was suddenly very serious. "So it's waiting for me here, don't ask. It's definitely not a system, and I definitely can't tell you." "Oh, don't worry, I'm not a reborn or a traveler or anything either." Lin Ming added in time, blocking Song Shui's mouth and preventing her from asking more. Song Shui instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good if you're not a traveler or a reborn. That kind of protagonist likes to engage in orthopedics the most. I'm afraid I'll wake up one day and find myself lying in your nest, and I'll also have to introduce my girlfriends to you, and even my girlfriend's mom will have to follow you, and I'll have to help you manage your harem." "No, what kind of things do you usually read?" Lin Ming was really shocked. He even wanted to open Song Shui's browsing record to take a look. It felt like she was usually more pornographic than what she watched. Song Shui didn't answer, but instead nudged towards the door. "Little Mingzi, get ready to pick up the customers." Outside the convenience store, 3 children walked in. They were carrying backpacks, obviously just out of school, and swarmed over to the counter, eyeing the containers. These 3 kid ghosts were not very old, that is, around 10 years old. One's throat was slit wide open. The wound seemed to be a mouth, and in fact it was indeed a mouth, because when it talked to its friends around it, the wound in its neck opened and closed, and it would also make a sound. The other 2 kid ghosts, respectively, are a dagger inserted in the eyebrow, full of blood flow, chest was cut open, heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are all gone. These 3 little ghosts didn't have the slightest intention of picking a fight, like they were really here to buy goods. Lin Ming was in no hurry to make a move. The child ghost with a knife stuck in his head looked at Lin Ming and asked, "I want to buy a skull lollipop." Ghosts were also concerned about what they ate to make up for what they had? Lin Ming pondered, then looked at the other 2 child ghosts. "What about you two?" The child ghost whose throat was cut hesitated. "I'll take a bone candy bar." "Oh, poorer than that." The child ghost who was disemboweled, on the other hand, was a sneaky dog who hooked his finger at Lin Ming, signaling him to come over. Lin Ming curiously bent down and came over. He heard the ripped ghost whisper, "Get me a pack of cigarettes and keep it quiet, or I'll file a complaint against you." Lin Ming straightened up his waist, scanned up and down the ripped ghost, then a forced pipe on the pump over. Small than cubs, just how old you learn to smoke, know that smoking is not good for the body, hurt lungs, understand? The ripped child ghost was pumped confused, with a sobbing voice said, I don't have lungs, ah. Oh yes, I forgot about this. Lin Ming looked at the disemboweled kid ghost and slapped the other side of his face again, scolding, that's not a good idea to whip, call your parents. The three kid ghosts were startled by this and all panicked a bit. They didn't expect this person to call their parents. But what kind of saliva was this person drooling when he said call the parents? The three kid ghosts looked at each other with trepidation, discussing what to do. But suddenly, the kid ghost with a knife sticking out of his head reacted, staring up and down at Lin Ming as he swept his eyes. That's not right, you're an outsider, what gives you the right to meddle in our affairs? This little brat reacted quite quickly. Lin Ming looked at the knife on its head, it turned out to be the brain was enlightened. The other two kid ghosts also reacted, their ghostly auras slowly escaping from their bodies as they looked menacingly at Lin Ming. They were almost scared just now. An outsider, they were merciful enough by not saying they would eat this guy. How dare this guy mind their business? Hurry up and get me cigarettes or I'll eat you. You're not wearing overalls anyway, so your death will be in vain. That brainy kid ghost gritted his teeth. Lin Ming said seriously, are you guys really not going to call your parents? Cut the crap. We won't call them even if we die. The ripped open child ghost angrily rebuked. Fine, fine. Lin Ming compromised. The brainy kid ghost's eyes lit up. You're willing to get us cigarettes now? No, I'm going to help you guys die. Lin Ming slapped the three kid ghosts to death. None of these little brats were qualified to enter its 10,000 soul streamer. The three kid ghosts were so weak that they couldn't resist at all, and even the three put together didn't manage to escalate Lin Ming. In their book bags, however, there were some good things. Some books, language, math, history, biology. Lin Ming casually flipped through them, and realized that the languages taught within the weird game were pretty much the same as in the outside world, with articles written by literary figures within the weird game, and some not so good poems and songs. The math was also normal arithmetic and such, except that the topics were a bit bloody. Asked, from the small Ming brain open a mouth, and then gash the small Ming little Ming, and then from the brain to the inside 100 cc water per second, from the bottom of the outward bleeding per second 80 cc, when the 2000 cc blood in the body of the small Ming can be completely replaced with water? The history is quite important, telling some of the history of this world of weird games. Lin Ming intends to keep it to learn it carefully. The creatures were kind of like a workbook for a slaughterhouse. There was even a full analysis chart of the living, where the meat tasted good, where it was more faggy, and where it was the most fragile, as well as how to tease the outsiders. On top of that, there are some points. Points for entities. Chapter 23 History Book Records. Lin Ming was moved the moment he saw the points. He was most curious about the points, which were clearly the currency system of the bizarre game. Those points, they were all coins. It wasn't clear which one should be considered the obverse side, but anyway, one side had numbers with the denomination written on it, and the other side had the head of a hideous evil spirit. Lin Ming played with it for a bit. It felt pretty good in his hand, it was smooth, and the weight was just right while it lasted, kind of like the handles that were made specifically for certain people in reality. These points, the smallest denomination is 1 point, the highest denomination is 80 points, adding up to 120 points. Lin Ming had worked hard for hours to pass the game, and had to prevent guests from complaining about him, and even had to be praised by his leader to get 100 points. Now after exterminating 3 little kids, he had gotten this much. So it showed that 996 was never a blessing, only looting and squeezing could gain wealth. Lin Ming casually absorbed the points. This thing wasn't condensed by dead chi, and when it was said to be absorbed, it was actually absorbed into that panel-like thing. This was a bizarre game, so naturally there was a player panel. And on the panel was Lin Ming's human body image, as well as his name and level and various data, similar to the personal details interface within the Blue Star game. Right now, his rank was Ghost. The realms were Ghost, Grievous Spirit, Evil Ghost, Night Ghost, Ghost King. Points were 224. Skill was Evil Ghost Substitute. Mailbox is empty. These were the only data, nothing more was shown. How the realm was rated, Lin Ming didn't know. Because he felt that his strength should exceed that of the ghost. Next to him, Song Shui watched as the points in Lin Ming's hand disappeared, and suddenly had a thought in her mind. Ugly, do you think something will happen if I get a few goods to drop into the mailbox before I exit the game? Follow me and it won't, because... Wait a minute, almost let you mix it up. Pure schoolgirl, who are you cursing? Lin Ming explained halfway, suddenly cursed. Shut up, in the future, if you dare to mention these 4 words, I'll carve your seed into a CD-ROM and burn it to mom and dad, so they can understand your hobby. Song Shui was also incredibly resistant to the 4 words pure schoolgirl, because this appellation sounded like those iceberg female schoolgirls on tomato novels who had awakened their S-class supernatural abilities in the beginning to shine in the crowd, only to end up becoming the protagonist's dog licker. It had to be said that Song Shui's methods were really beyond Lin Ming's imagination. He didn't want to bull with this woman anymore, flipping open his history book and starting to check out the world history of the bizarre game. Lin Ming didn't know if the teaching in this world was also taught in tears. But the things recorded in this history book were still very complete. The creepy game world turned out to be a very normal world that was also well organized. No matter the technology or social system, it all looked like the Blue Planet. Lin Ming even suspected that this was the parallel world or projection of the real world. The history books recorded that this world used to function normally like Blue Star, and one day, the first creepy appeared in this world. Yes, what descended on this world at the very beginning was not a creepy game, but a real creepy. This first creepy was an innocent passerby who was hit and killed by a drunk driver while shopping at night. Just when everyone thought the passerby was completely dead, the corpse in the pool of blood crawled up, killed the driver who hit him, and began to hunt down and kill the onlookers. That creepy had no fear of powerful physical attacks such as guns and cannons, and people tried everything they could think of and paid a huge price in casualties without being able to get it killed. But in the end, it died on its own, in the early morning of the next day, after the sun came out. It was only then that people realized that the creepy was afraid of sunlight. Just when people thought it was alright, the second, third, fourth, more as many as hairy spooky began to appear. These bizarre from the dark night appeared, has been killed until dawn and then died, so that the world froze to follow the ancient times, began curfew. The moment the sun went down, people must have returned to their homes and locked their doors and windows tightly. The funniest thing is that even in this case, there are still capitalists who let their employees bring their computers back home to work overtime, and even say that you must be more comfortable working at home, so just work a little longer. So the home office, which is supposed to be very cool, has turned into a hellfield for cows and horses. In such a situation, there are many bulls and horses are finally crushed. Some jumped off the building, and some looked for shenanigans to send to their deaths. But it was also the suicides of this group of bulls and horses that allowed the world to discover the conditions for turning into creepy. Resentment. Because the cattle and horses that died full of resentment almost always became creepy and began to take revenge on their bosses. After people knew what kind of conditions would turn into creepy, the world began to have problems. Some people would become spooky on purpose for the thrill of it. Others were choosing to transform because they thought the creepy would live forever. But how can a living person transform into a creepy and not be affected? First of all, the strong resentment would affect the mind, which would make the bizarre become paranoid and irrational. It would even become more maniacal as more and more time passed. Especially when facing the living, creepy would always be filled with longing, so it would constantly harass the living. Right after this world completely became creepy's world, the mist descended. The moment the mists appeared, all the weird and living people heard a mysterious voice, and that voice congratulated them on becoming the first generation of the weird game, and all of them became NPCs of this game, and could invite players in. Lin Ming had thought that the blue star he was in was the first unlucky one to be targeted by the creepy game. I didn't realize that it wasn't. From the history books, the bizarre game had descended for hundreds of years. Countless players had died during this period, but Blue Star had no records of this at all. It seemed that other worlds had also been poisoned, and it was probably that worlds turned to Blue Star after it had been poisoned. Then what exactly was the purpose of this bizarre game? To turn all the worlds into bizarrely controlled ones? Lin Ming looked at the history book, it didn't say anything about it, so it seems that these creepy don't know either. Lin Ming remembered a more important point. Could the spooky still have children? Otherwise these books used to pass on cultural knowledge to the next generation were completely unnecessary. After all, those child ghosts should also have existed for a long time and wouldn't die, what knowledge didn't they know? Lin Ming was tempted to go ask the manager, and before he could move, 2 ghosts walked in outside the door. One wore an apron and held a frying spoon, as if he was a home cook who was cooking. One, on the other hand, was a sexy woman with heavy makeup and the smell of unpleasant perfume all over her body. They walked in and didn't buy anything, but looked around. Lin Ming's heart stirred as he asked, looking for someone? Live people? The family cooker first froze when he saw Lin Ming, then greed appeared in his eyes. Still not wearing your work clothes? The sexy girl walked towards Lin Ming with her long, scarred legs. The two guys had obviously come in to look for something, but now they had forgotten their target and were fixated on Lin Ming, wanting nothing more than to devour him. Lin Ming raised the textbook in his hand and reminded him, "Are you here to look for a child?" Hearing the child made the two ghosts wake up a little. The family cook frowned and asked, "Whose book are you holding? Is it the one of the little kid with the knife in his head? Is that your son?" Lin Ming asked rhetorically. "Yes, that knife was the one I stuck in there, steadily and accurately, making its death excruciatingly painful." The family cook was proudly showing off his knife skills. Chapter 24, Aren't You Afraid to Die? Song Shui had a hard time understanding what there was to be proud of. She felt that it should only be worth bragging about if she died without pain from a single stab. But it wasn't incomprehensible to think about these creepy brain misfits. Lin Ming, on the other hand, looked at the sexy woman. "Which one is your child?" "I don't have a child, I'm here to find my brother." The sexy girl scratched her head and said, "Speak clearly, which brother are you looking for? A person or something else?" Lin Ming subconsciously glanced between the sexy girl's legs. All this weirdness wasn't normal, he had to ask closer. But Song Shui looked at Lin Ming and thought that he was even more abnormal than a ghost seemed to be. The sexy girl lifted her skirt and shook her waist and let out a shrill laugh. "This brother of mine is here. Of course I'm looking for my real brother, the guy whose heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys I've ripped out." Song Shui looked at the little mushroom, her entire being stunned. "I'm sorry, Lin Ming, it's me who misunderstood you." She had tried her best to keep up with the ghost's thoughts, but she hadn't expected to be slightly behind. Lin Ming glanced back at Song Shui to make sure she didn't show any disrespect for the guest before looking at the two ghosts. "It's useless to scare us, besides I suggest you call all your family members to confer, those kids are in danger now." "How dangerous? Who brought the danger? Don't you know it's a student from Hell Elementary School?" The family cook revealed a disdainful look. Obviously, this Hell Elementary School should be a very powerful place that would protect its students. The sexy girl, on the other hand, lowered the hem of her skirt and deliberately approached Lin Ming, her eyes painted with pink eyeshadow, staring at him dead in the face. "Little handsome, it wouldn't be you who captured them, would it?" "Don't blame me for not reminding you, I have many good friends, yo." Lin Ming's eyes lit up. "Yeah, I'm the one who caught them." "Call your friends. Call them all." The sexy girl's face suddenly turned cold, dead air spilling out of her red lips. "You're really arrogant, it makes me want to eat you it." "Who doesn't? Hurry up and call someone," Lin Ming urged. "I'm not very good at calling people, but I'm very good at making people call. Do you want to try?" The sexy girl stuck out her tongue and tried to lick Lin Ming's cheeks with a disgusting smile on her face. Put. Lin Ming could see that these two ghosts didn't trust themselves, so he nonchalantly stabbed the sexy girl. The sexy girl froze and looked down at her stomach, realizing that there was a hole over there, and dead she was scrambling to escape from that small hole. The most perverted thing was that Lin Ming also took a deep breath and sucked away all of that escaping dead chi, revealing a soothing color. Afterwards, Lin Ming's watermelon blade was thrusting back and forth in the sexy girl's body, and the sexy girl trembled violently, her face filled with a look of pain. "Stop. Don't. I can't, please." Lin Ming was also quite accomplished in the area of making people scream. When all of the sexy girl's deathly aura was absorbed by Lin Ming, he was slightly satisfied and looked at the family cook, saying grimly, "Go, call all of your wives and daughters." The family cook was shocked by his terrifying killing aura, not understanding why a ghost could be so terrifying. Only to see this ghost scrambling back, still stumbling and falling to the ground several times. When its back was pressed against the door of the convenience store, it trembled and went to fumble with the door handle. "So what, if the child is dead, so be it, the big deal is that we'll just have another one, I'll go first." After saying that, it pushed open the door and ran. "Hey!" Lin Ming then realized that he was scared too much and rushed to chase out. But by the time he rushed out of the convenience store, the family cooker had already rushed into the thick fog, exasperating Lin Ming with secret hatred. He had originally thought to act a little stronger to scare this family cook into calling for help. Unexpectedly, he had instead scared the other party into not daring to retaliate. However, the words that this family cook said before he left was also a very important point of information. These ghosts and monsters could even give birth to children? Lin Ming returned to the decaying convenience store with doubts. Song Shui was looking at him with complicated eyes. "You're really getting more and more evil." "Thanks for the compliment." Lin Ming, as an evil cultivator, accepted the comment quite openly. Back behind the cash register, Lin Ming looked at Song Shui, who was preoccupied with researching how to understand the bizarre game, and waited for a full hour without waiting for the family cook to bring someone back to retaliate. It seemed like he was really scared. During this time he also flipped through the biology book of those 3 child ghosts, attempting to find the reason why ghosts and monsters can have children, but instead learned how to stab someone 80 times and not fatally, as well as 123 dismemberment routines for living people. Time passed just a little bit, and in the middle came 2 more ghosts and monsters, both of which were very average and didn't cause Lin Ming the slightest bit of excitement. Seeing that it was about to reach the 12-hour mark, Song Shui looked at Lin Ming, who was already a bit impatient, and asked, "Are you going to go after the manager?" "You can even tell this?" Lin Ming asked, staring at the manager's office without blinking. "Why don't you let me do a favor as well?" Song Shui was very serious. "I want to try what it's like to kill ghosts and monsters." "Aren't you afraid of dying? In case I don't care about you during the battle, you are really going to die," Lin Ming reminded. Song Shui shrugged. "It doesn't matter. If I can't master more skills, I will also die when I enter other games in the future. Besides, I was ready to die before I entered this game. I can live until now and have earned it. If I can earn more, it's better. If I die, then it's not a loss. After all, I'm giving this corpse manager a push to fight." Lin Ming looked at Song Shui for a long time, to make sure she wasn't deliberately pretending to be a bully or something, and immediately threw the watermelon knife in his hand over. "You go and kill it. It's just as well that I'm using you for an experiment." Song Shui was instantly filled with speechlessness. She just wanted to build up her courage, thinking that it would be fine if she could dabble a little. She didn't expect Lin Ming to want her to kill a ghost or monster solo. However, Song Shui didn't refuse, but cautiously asked, "Is this ghost monster strong?" "I'll kill it at will, but it's just invincible to you, so you have to think of a good countermeasure and find the right opportunity to kill it in one strike," Lin Ming reminded. Song Shui lowered her head and thought for a moment, then looked towards the pile of stuff on the shelves, walked over and hugged down a large pile, spilling it in front of the manager's office door, and screamed at the top of her voice, "Why are you breaking all the goods?" Afterwards, she quickly squatted down in the middle of the pile of goods, pretending to be very flustered and picking things up in Lin Ming's eyes as he watched the show. The manager heard the commotion and immediately rushed out. Seeing the goods all over the ground, he was shocked and furious. "What's going on?" "Manager, it's not me. It's really not me." Song Shui looked up and cried with tearful eyes. The corpse manager thought of this woman beating herself to force the fight before, naturally wanting to retaliate. Hideous walk over, reach out and carry to Song Shui's collar. "Still want to lie to me?" "Not you did it. Why did you pick it up?" "I." Poof. Chapter 25 out of the copy, Settlement. Song Shui's watermelon knife, which she had steadily hidden in her sleeve, was steadily and accurately inserted into the corpse manager's throat. The corpse manager's body instantly stiffened, and a large amount of dead chi leaked out. But it didn't die. Instead, it knew that it had been fooled and roared madly, "Damned guy, this is the second time you've hurt me. I want you to die." The rules didn't say that the manager couldn't be harmed, so even if Song Shui stabbed the corpse manager, it wouldn't be wiped out by the rules, and the manager could only use its own power to fight back. Seeing that the blow didn't kill him, but instead angered the corpse manager, Song Shui was scared inwardly but didn't run away. Instead, she desperately mobilized her whole body's strength and used the watermelon knife to cut the corpse manager's neck. Watermelon knife is indeed a prop to deal with ghosts and monsters, but it is not an invincible prop. The corpse manager was definitely a grudge-level existence, and even held the authority of the decaying convenience store. It was not that easy to be killed. And the work uniform on Song Shui's body could protect her from the random intrusion of ghosts and monsters during normal times. However, when Song Shui attempted to harm the corpse manager, the authority of the decaying convenience store controlled and interfered with her again through the work uniform. When Song Shui felt her body being bound by a strange power, being forcibly deprived of the power to resist and attack, she knew that she had still suffered from inexperience after all. The corpse manager was already incomparably furious, and after controlling Song Shui, it viciously bit at her face with a rotting aura. It wanted one bite. One bite. Bite this woman to death with one bite, letting her die in the most painful way possible. Watching that big mouth full of stench bite down, Song Shui, despite her strong unwillingness, could only watch as she couldn't even close her eyes right now. Just at the moment when that big mouth full of stench and yellow teeth was about to bite down, the corpse manager violently paused. Song Shui looked at the corpse manager that was close by and the disbelief on its face. "TSK, I knew that this so-called path to life wasn't such a good thing." Lin Ming walked over, holding the 10,000 soul streamer that was emitting a black aura in his hand, and kicked the corpse manager that was being controlled by Wei Yuan out of the way. From the very beginning, although all the ghosts and monsters, including Wei Yuan and the corpse manager, were very concerned about the matter of the overalls, even creating the appearance that this was the only way to survive. But Lin Ming considered it from his own point of view. Who was he going to play? How could he leave the other side with a chance of survival? As for whether or not Creepy Games was going to play the Blue Star people, was there even a need to ask? What abilities the corpse manager had, Lin Ming didn't know, but he didn't mind taking this guy into the 10,000 soul streamer. As he gently shook it, four ghosts immediately poked out from the 10,000 soul streamer and dragged the corpse manager into the 10,000 soul streamer. Next was the main event. Lin Ming inserted the all-soul streamer in front of himself, sat down on his knees, and began to try to refine it. And Song Shui, who couldn't move, was lying at his feet, pretty and hot. Lin Ming continuously injected the spiritual energy in his body into the 10,000 soul streamer, which gently swayed, the internal spell formation constantly rotating, refining the corpse manager. The corpse manager resisted with all his might and had already broken away from Wei Yuan's control, although he was interfered with by the other dead ghosts and was able to catalyze his own abilities. As a manager, or even a grudge spirit, it had its own special skills. Controlling corpses. It could control all corpses, bring them to life and turn them into its slaves, and even boost the corpse's combat power. The few corpses that were brought into the office just now, the corpse manager only ate their fresh internal organs, while their body shells were turned into corpse slaves. At this moment, it attempted to control those few corpse slaves to come out and protect itself, but the 10,000 soul streamer blocked its communication and summoning, preventing it from utilizing its abilities at all. The corpse manager changed its face as it sat in the spell formation. It didn't expect its strongest ability to lose its effect and immediately wanted to urge the dead chi in its body to fight against refining. But the slash from Song Shui just now had already injured it, and at this time, the dead chi in its body escaped, and its power was not as strong as before. Plus, the five ghosts, including Wei Yuan, kept interfering, taking turns to use their abilities to restrict it. Although the corpse manager tried its best to resist, it was ultimately unable to resist the power of the 10,000 soul streamer, and gradually transformed into Lin Ming's shape. After completely refining this corpse manager, Lin Ming's mind moved. Only to see the 10,000 soul streamer gently shake, the corpse manager flew out of it and stood expressionlessly in front of Lin Ming. Its wounds had already been repaired by the 10,000 soul streamer, and the death chi it had consumed before had also been restored by the 10,000 soul streamer, and it was now as powerful as it was when Lin Ming had first met it. However, it was completely devoid of hostility towards Lin Ming and Song Shui, and instead summoned the two corpses from the office to walk out under Lin Ming's control. Song Shui had also gotten out of the trap, and when she saw the corpses of the youngster and the old ant walk out, she subconsciously took 2 steps backwards. Now they are my corpse slaves. Lin Ming said indifferently. Song Shui looked at the black smoking 10,000 soul streamer again with complicated eyes. Your kid looks even more evil than these ghosts and monsters. Not bad, scared? Lin Ming gently shook the 10,000 soul streamer and put away both the corpse manager and the 2 corpse slaves. Song Shui bristled. I'm all set there, and you're still only focusing on practicing. What am I afraid of? Lin Ming still wanted to squeeze a few more words in, but realized that the time was almost over, and immediately said, don't take the stuff yet, or you won't be able to get it later, put it in the mailbox first. Song Shui didn't dare to talk nonsense, immediately rushed to the cargo container and began to frantically stuff things into the mailbox. But the mailbox has a limit, there are only 12 compartments in total, different things can only be stored in 12. Watching her finish taking the stuff, with a regretful face, she pondered on how to fill it up a little more. Lin Ming nimbly brought the basket that the corpse manager had snatched from the mother and son, and loaded all the things in the container into it, then put the basket into the mailbox. He had just finished doing this when he heard the sound of a bizarre game in his ears, while his body unrealized. Congratulations on completing the quest, now for the settlement. You survived 12 hours perfectly, plus 10 points. You were not complained by any guest, plus 30 points. You helped your coworker complete the mission perfectly so that the decaying convenience store didn't receive a single complaint, plus 30 points. You gained the approval of the corpse manager by not getting a bad review from him, and now by default he gives good reviews, plus 10 points. You explored the world of creepy games and gained some understanding, plus 50 points. You have successfully evaded the pursuit of the Death Hotel's owner, plus 20 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this level is 150 plus 7.5 points, evaluated as SSS. Hearing this, Lin Ming was somewhat stunned. It turned out that the evaluation for each level of the bizarre game was an AP. Percentage system, huh? But what was the meaning of this dodging the Death Hotel boss's pursuit? Without waiting for him to think about it more, the system had already started giving rewards. Congratulations on obtaining the Points Blitz card X1, the points for the next settlement will be randomly doubled when you use it. Congratulations on obtaining Prestige plus 100, successfully opening the Prestige system. Congratulations on obtaining the Ghost Artifact Coin of Doom. Congratulations on obtaining the Decayed Convenience Store Fragment X1. Chapter 26, My Brother is More Introverted. The rewards were quite a lot. Lin Ming knew that he would be forced to leave the game not long after the rewards were handed out, so he grabbed the rewards this time to check them out. The Points Blitz card Creepy Games had notes on it, so he didn't bother with it. Reputation, it was a useful thing. Lin Ming checked the details and realized that this reputation was actually equivalent to popularity. The more people who knew you, the higher your reputation would naturally be, and the other party would take the initiative to want to get close to you, invite you, or even cooperate with you to trigger some hidden events and copies. Just like a star in the outside world, with a high reputation, there will be a lot of advertisers, directors, and the like coming to you. How this 100 points of reputation came about, Lin Ming didn't understand. But he felt that the odds were that it had something to do with the Death Hotel's boss chasing after him. And this boss chasing after himself should be because he knew that Wei Yuan and his guests had been killed off by himself, right? It seemed that this bizarre game was a copy state for the players, but for the natives, it was actually a whole. That Death Hotel's boss could travel through any copy in search of himself. It seemed like there was a possibility of running into that boss at one of the copies in the future. Knowing that that should be a Ghost King level existence, with the strength of Lin Ming at the chi refining stage, it would be better not to run into it in the short term. Lin Ming didn't have time to think about it more, and as he watched his body grow dimmer and dimmer, he rushed to check the last reward. Decaying Convenience Store Fragment. This fragment wasn't that the decaying convenience store had shattered, but rather, it referred to the map fragment. The entirety of this convenience store was now owned by Lin Ming, and was considered occupied by him. So I'd made a home in the bizarre game world? I've also raided the Death Hotel before, so why didn't I give the shards? Because there's still a boss there, and no one cares about this place anymore? I always felt that this fragment wouldn't be so simple, and that it should have other functions, or maybe it would be bad. But without waiting for Lin Ming to check the shard's function carefully, he had already left the game. He appeared in the girls' dormitory with Song Shui. 12 hours had passed, and it was now daytime the next day. The dormitory was empty, and even 2 of the bedpans were already empty, even the bedding and whatnot had been taken away. Those were Song Shui's 2 roommates, who had fled the dormitory after knowing that Song Shui had been selected. When they heard that Song Shui had entered the game, they even came and took away the bedding and switched dormitories to live in. After all, this place is ominous. However, yesterday the girl called Chenyun bedding is still there, I do not know is not gone, or simply even bedding do not want. Song Shui just got out of the game and ran to the table to pick up a pen and paper, writing quickly. Lin Ming came over and took a look. What? So diligent, just got out of the weird game and you have to work overtime to write your homework? Song Shui was too lazy to pay attention to him and just buried her head to record the rules within the game and some of her own ideas as well as operating techniques. Watching her quickly record, she wrote a page in a short while and didn't stop writing. Lin Ming was too lazy to care, just in time to hear the bathroom door ring, turned his head to look. Only see Chenyun only surrounded by a bath towel came out, slender shoulders and collarbones, white arms and long legs, and even half of the breasts, all exposed outside, white let a person dizzy. Seeing this siblings, Chenyun is also a jolt. You came out? Well, you two chat, I'll leave first. Lin Ming nodded slightly to Chenyun and left in large strides. Hey, wait, can we add a friend? Chenyun just ran to the bed to bring his cell phone, and Lin Ming had already disappeared. Not long after, Song Shui also finished writing, raised the notebook and said, Lin Ming, look at what I wrote right. Where is the person? Already gone. Chenyun was a little disappointed, standing in front of the mirror, not wrapped in a bath towel, looking at her hot, tender, white petite body, a little puzzled. Xiao Shui, am I bad? Why doesn't your brother even give me a WeChat? Song Shui slapped towards Chenyun's arched buttocks. Don't be flirty, does any outsider know about me entering the bizarre game? Yes, when you and your brother entered the game, you happened to be seen by the hostel maid. She wanted to tell the special operations team, but it was suppressed by the school, and the school even warned us not to spread your business to the outside world, or else we'll get a major demerit, and possibly expulsion. Chenyun was a bit angry and felt that the school had gone too far. The country had recognized the existence of the bizarre game, so why did it still not allow students to publicize things about the bizarre game? Song Shui, however, understood the school's considerations. The bazaar game was indeed powerful, but in a short period of time, it was not enough to make the order of human society collapse as a result. And entering the bazaar game was a very dangerous and scary thing, so if it became known that someone from Kwon City University had entered the game and died, it would greatly affect the enrollment rate. But it was different now. Song Shui had come out, and she had now become a real weird game player. This way the school wouldn't press her news and not announce it to the public, instead they would vigorously publicize it and make her a living signboard for the school, even asking her to be the school's special teacher to talk about her experiences and successes in the game, which would definitely make Kwon City University famous, and it might even be able to rival Qingbei in the future, or the world's top universities. Song Shui thought of Lin Ming's performance in the game. This brat should have certain unseen things, that's why he didn't sign up first when the country recruited the special operations team. But hiding it like this might not be safe, there had to be someone to help him hide it together. Thinking this way, Song Shui immediately looked at Chen Yun. What happened to my brother and I? You must not say anything to the public, no matter who asks, just say that I came out with my own abilities, understand? Why? Chen Yun was puzzled, she didn't think Song Shui was such a person who liked to take sole credit. My brother is more introverted and doesn't like to be in the limelight. Song Shui faintly said. Introverted? Chen Yun thought of Lin Ming's previous attempt to help Song Shui organize the plagiarism. Where was the introversion? Seeing that Chen Yun still didn't understand, Song Shui didn't have the heart to pinch her dare. I have the secret of passing here, if you want to see it, listen to me, or else dare will pinch and flatten it for you. Pain, pain, pain. Chen Yun painfully slapped Song Shui's hand in a hurry. I promise not to pinch people you. Only then did Song Shui release her hand in satisfaction, incidentally judging, little girl, it's still quite big. What's the use of you feeling big? It's only good that your little handsome brother likes it. Chen Yun was also quite bold and loose with her words when there were no outsiders around. After disliking Song Shui, Chen Yun also went to look at the passing secret. After all, who could guarantee that she wouldn't enter a weird game in the future? Seeing her looking through the secret book, Song Shui took out her cell phone and checked the contact information of the creepy bureau. She wanted to take all the credit for clearing the decaying convenience store this time, and use it to quickly become a senior member of the special operations team or even the creepy bureau. This way, the country wouldn't notice Lin Ming for a short period of time, and in the future, Lin Ming wouldn't have to live in hiding. Most importantly, Song Shui always felt that Lin Ming should have come into contact with some kind of crooked ways. Although it seemed strong, who knew if there would be problems in the future? She wanted to use the power of the state to become stronger quickly so that in the future, she could help Lin Ming when he couldn't control himself. Who let that be her brother? Chapter 27, Give the Leader the Whole In. Lin Ming returned to his small dormitory in the cemetery. He began to prepare for the next thing. After this time, what he could be sure of was that he could enter the bazaar game by writing his name on someone else's invitation letter. But invitation letters were not easy to get. Before, when people obtained invitation letters, they would also send short videos asking for help so that Lin Ming could contact them privately to buy or snatch them. Now that the country had released the help channel, those people had all gone to rely on the country, and no one had sent short videos. This made it so that Lin Ming couldn't even find a place to go and grab it if he wanted to. Joining the country? That did get more access to the game and could get privileges in reality, supported by the country's resources. But the downside was that it needed to be regulated by the state, and it needed to work with stupid people. This stupidity didn't mean the National Special Forces team, but those ordinary players in the game. Because when the country set up a Special Forces team, it would never allow the Special Forces team to kill innocents indiscriminately. For example, this time, Song Shui and Lin Ming experimenting with those three idiots in the game would be severely banned by the Special Forces team. Even when they encountered stupid people who were dragging their feet, they couldn't just hurt them and had to be rescued. Lin Ming wasn't afraid of weirdness, but he was afraid of stupidity. This option could only be given up as well. Forget it, let's see what the almighty netizens have to say. Lin Ming helplessly picked up his cell phone and swiped the internet for videos, wanting to see if there were any netizens with very tawdry thoughts that he could learn from. Soon, it really let him find an interesting video of repairing donkey hooves. Lin Ming was hard controlled for 5 minutes before he remembered his serious business and continued to start searching. This time he did find something proper. It was a message posted by a player who was also asking if there was any way to be chosen by the game. There were many enthusiastic comments below. Some said for the blogger to beg Buddha. Some said for the blogger to beg for a ghost. Some people said to let the blogger commit suicide so that they could become ghosts themselves, so why enter a spooky game and turn the world into a spooky place? Lin Ming's mind flashed when he saw this sentence. Suicide was of course unreliable. What made Lin Ming care was the words, become a ghost. He thought of the history book he had read earlier in the spooky game. What it said was that the people in that world became bizarre because of the intense unwillingness and resentment that arose before they died. So was it only people who contained a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment that would attract an invitation from the creepy game? Lin Ming recalled that when he had received the invitation from the Death Hotel before, he had indeed been immersed in feelings of unwillingness and resentment all day long because he was unable to cultivate because he was harboring a gong method. In order to confirm his suspicions, Lin Ming began searching the internet for videos of other players. Many players would instinctively make short videos to ask for help after receiving an invitation, so it was easy to search for quite a few. Lin Ming studied the players who had been invited and realized that the texts and videos they usually posted on the short video platform were all very negative. Some people were complaining about their families of origin. Some were complaining about their husbands or wives. Others were complaining about their bosses. Suffice to say, none of them were ageist. Lin Ming revealed a happy expression, feeling that he should have grasped the key to entering the bizarre game. Resentment. Resentment. Just like the first white-collar cows and horses to die in those bizarre worlds in order to get in touch with the bizarre. Thinking like this, Lin Ming began to think of ways to accumulate his resentment. But now that he was able to cultivate, he was in a good mood, and was even hopeful for tomorrow. Where was he going to get resentment? Ding dong. Lin Ming's cell phone rang. It was the leader contacting him on WeChat. You're fired, pack up and leave immediately. This. One could only say thank you to the leader. Lin Ming immediately sent an excited message asking the leader, why did you fire me? I'm doing a good job. He was expecting the leader to scold himself twice, or even drive directly to his door to himself. The leader immediately sent a voice, his tone full of anger, you still have the face to ask? Recently, Dongshan Cemetery has lost a lot of offerings, you know? It has been complained about many times. But no one has come to worship at the cemetery for half a year. Lin Ming replied silently. Immediately afterward, he saw that the WeChat chat box above showed the other party is typing, but after a full 3 minutes, there was no new message. 5 minutes later, there was another voice, that means you're derelict in your duties. What's the point of having you if you don't even know that someone is worshipping? Leader, the cemetery has surveillance. Do you want me to check the surveillance to see if anyone has come recently? Lin Ming asked rhetorically. But after sending this message, Lin Ming felt something was wrong. How is it that I'm not angry at all, but instead I have a feeling of teasing a dog like I'm enjoying myself? In the process of typing once again appeared after the leader's name, and then there was no response for another half a day. Finally, the leader was probably annoyed. Do I need a reason to fire you? If I tell you to get lost, then get lost. Do you know that I have connections in the police department that can put you directly in jail? Leader, this belongs to threatening and intimidating. I took a screenshot. The leader didn't reply at all this time. Lin Ming curiously pursued, Leader, is it still there? A red exclamation mark. At the same time, the leader in a certain office in Quan City furiously slammed her cell phone on the table. This person really thinks that I don't have a way to clean him up, right? How dare you talk to me like this? Opposite her, an old man was sitting on the sofa with a puzzled face. Great niece, who upset you so much? It's not the guy who's currently on duty at the East Mountain Cemetery. It's really against the law. Dare to talk to me like this. Forget about when he begged me to guard the cemetery in the first place. The leader got angrier and angrier as he spoke. The old man was a bit nervous, huh? Then the matter of me going to guard the cemetery, is it out of the question? Aya, what's your hurry? I'll help you if I say I will. Could this kid still turn the tables? No, I'm so angry, I must make this bastard pay. Isn't he refusing to leave? I'll go find 2 people to pretend to be ghosts in the middle of the night to scare him, or failing that, I'll find 2 people to beat him up so that he can't take care of himself. The leader huffed and puffed as he picked up the teacup and forcefully poured a mouthful of tea, wanting to suppress his inner resentment. After all, I thought that a small matter of hand-to-hand, but also in the face of the old family relatives to pretend to be a pussy, but by a small roll in the face, who can stand it? Dang dang dang. Someone knocked on the door. The leader of the remaining anger has not yet disappeared. No good reason to drink. Hooah. No one made a sound. Leader more angry, and shouted twice, or no one answered. Oops, I'll just. Who are against me today is it? See, I do not scold you to death. Leader angrily stride to the door, open the office door to scold. But found that the door is empty, but there is a letter written on the ground with her name. On the letter, there was still blood. An invitation to a spooky game. The leader sat down on the floor with a thud, his face colorless. Chapter 28 Sisters Special Forces. Lin Ming didn't know that his plan had actually worked, except that it was his leader who had been sent into the bizarre game. He was still thinking of ways to build up his grievances and resentment. It was just a few days of dithering. Lin Ming never found a way to do so, but then he saw the news that Song Shui had been inducted into the Special Operations Team and had become the acting leader of the Special Operations Team. What the hell? Older sister joined an official department and became a Special Operations Captain? Oh, it was because of all that information recorded by the decaying convenience store, right? Lin Ming knew that all those people invited by the Tricky Games Special Operations Team before were all guys who had gotten out of the game by fluke. Now he knew that joining the bizarre game relied on grievances. Those who had grievances and were strong enough to be among the first to enter the bizarre game were definitely not big shots. Except for himself, of course. There were also those companions Lin Ming had met in the 2 times he had joined the game, and they weren't smart people either, and many of them were even small pieces of trash, so he deduced that those people in the Creepy Bureau's Special Operations Team were all rotten goods as well. Just when the Creepy Bureau was panning for gold and a smart person like Song Shui joining in, that was definitely an existence that made the Creepy Bureau surprised beyond measure, and being the Special Warfare Captain wasn't too much to ask for. Although it was only an acting captain, it should only be a matter of time before he was regularized. To be honest, Song Shui had made the wisest choice. Unlike herself, she had feats to rely on, and joining the officialdom to get official help was the best. Lin Ming didn't resent the officialdom, it was just that he himself practiced evil gongs, so it really wasn't suitable for him to join. In fact, Song Shui's thoughts and methods were too tawdry, and he didn't know if he could adapt to the constraints of the officialdom. Ding dong. Lin Ming was reading the news when his cell phone rang again, this time from Song Shui. It was a selfie of Song Shui wearing a Special Forces uniform and looking valiant. Nice clothes, ugly person. Lin Ming quickly commented before Song Shui couldn't spit out any ivory from her dog's mouth. Cut the crap, I'm leaving my name on someone else's invitation, how come I can't follow along and enter the bizarre game? Song Shui sent a message inquiring. You can't use it, as for my method, that's a secret, but well. He. Lin Ming replied with an emoticon of wealth. He, what benefits do you want, say it. After Song Shui replied to the message, she also sent a sneering emoticon packet. Lin Ming couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he was worthy of being his own sister, he just knew what he was doing. I want the invitation letter for the weird game. Song Shui frowned and replied, I can use my authority to help you, but right now the officials aren't too trusting of me. I need to show a little more value in order to better help you, or even wait until you have a problem in the future, I'll be able to provide you with help in a timely manner. Only then did Lin Ming realize that she had entered the officialdom because she was worried that something would go wrong with the path she was taking and wanted to cover and help herself. This touched Lin Ming a little, and he also fell into a deep thought, pondering the consequences of leaking his thoughts out. That would indeed give the officials control over the method of quickly entering the game, but Lin Ming recalled that before, when he first came out of the game, in less than half a day, the country had released many of the game's rules. After all, the officials were capable of reasoning out many problems that the players themselves hadn't discovered from just their words, so with the country's ability, taking control of the method of entry was probably just a matter of needing to enter the game 1 or 2 more times, or even just sorting out the commonalities of these players. By that time, this secret one was pinching would be worthless. Besides, they couldn't even inspire resentment and discontent themselves, and they were all in high places, so it wouldn't be that easy. And unlike themselves, the officials didn't have cultivation techniques, something Lin Ming had heard his own master assure him with conviction. He had spent hundreds of years searching, and there were no cultivators outside of himself on the blue planet. So even if they had mastered the method, if they wanted to get a foothold in the game, it would still take a while, and it might not be as fast as relying on their own evil feats to upgrade. As for Song Shui, it would be beneficial to himself if he elevated his status in the special forces. At least she could get himself quite a few invitation letters with her increased authority, and it wouldn't require him to pay too much. After weighing it slightly, Lin Ming quickly replied, resentment, unwillingness, can draw the attention and invitations of the bizarre game. If the verification is successful, remember to give me more benefits. Song Shui was a bit incredulous. So simple? It's hard, you're in a high position now, resentment and unwillingness are so easy to obtain? Lin Ming replied. Also right. After Song Shui replied, she sent another address. Currently with my authority, I can only risk giving you one. You need to go as soon as possible. The other party has already called the police. The officials will soon intervene. Don't worry, when it's verified that you're right about this method, my status will rise. When the time comes I'll get you lots and lots of invitation letters. I guarantee that I won't let you lag behind, but you have to be careful, don't play yourself into oblivion. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to get invitation letters so quickly. Having official people is good for business. He immediately packed up his things and went straight to the location Song Shui said. Song Shui, who was hiding in the women's restroom, put away her cell phone and went out of the restroom straight to the conference room. She entered and looked at the crowd of people with grave faces, as well as the 5 old men on the other side of the live streaming conference on the big screen, and quickly said, I just suddenly thought about how the bizarre game chooses people. You guys will know when you investigate the profiles of those who entered the game. They all have one thing in common. That is that they usually live a very unsatisfactory life, or all of them have recently encountered some troubles that have filled them with unwillingness and resentment, so I'm guessing that this is the reason why they were chosen by the creepy game. Inside the conference room, everyone's eyes lit up. In particular, number 1 in the video conference revealed a joyful expression. I've recently been having people research what these people who entered the game have in common, and I didn't expect to be found by you first, but are you sure about this? This current information we have is still too little. I also read the information when suddenly thought, can only say try. Song Shui knew that this was definitely accurate. After all, it was Lin Ming who said it, but she still had to act like she wasn't sure so as not to be suspected. It's okay, I think we can try. If it works, it'll be a great feat for you, Song Shui, and we'll be able to grasp free access to the game ahead of other countries. What do you all think? Number 1 immediately suggested. The others looked at each other, lowered their voices in disgust for a while, then chose to agree. Everyone in the creepy bureau immediately began to run up and began to prepare to cooperate with the special operations team to enter the creepy game. No matter how much training one went through, it wasn't as fast as growing up in the bizarre game. Then again, other countries were already frantically piling up human lives to gain points, wanting to be the first to extract superpowers. Huaxia couldn't use that vicious method, but it couldn't lag behind either. While they were meeting to prepare, Lin Ming had already arrived at the place that Song Shui had provided. This place was a basement with a dozen or so houses that had been built up illegally and were used to rent out to the public. This basement was dark, damp, and couldn't see sunlight all year round, filling it with a strange odor. The people who lived here would be damned if they didn't have grievances. Lin Ming came to the basement and heard crying, which came from a cramped little room. He padded over and heard the person inside going crazy, cursing why he was still chosen by the bizarre game when he was so miserable. Gee, is it possible that it's because you've had such a miserable life that you've been chosen? Being poor is the original sin of all misery. Lin Ming lamented, then walked into the room. In the messy room, a middle-aged man with a face full of vicissitudes was lying on the bed crying non-stop, and there was a great smell of cigarettes and alcohol. When Lin Ming came in, the middle-aged man just cried and didn't even notice him. He picked up the invitations and envelopes that had been thrown in the corner, and with spiritual energy converging on top of his fingers, he wrote his name. When he was done with that, Lin Ming slipped out the door again. From the beginning to the end, that middle-aged man who had collapsed didn't even notice. With this mental quality and vigilance? Lin Ming shook his head, this dude was dead. Soon, the countdown ended. In the midst of a mournful, terrified cry in the room, Lin Ming and the middle-aged man disappeared together. When he entered the bizarre game, Lin Ming was dismayed to find that he had appeared in the middle of a room. What was going on? According to the previous 2 experiences, shouldn't he have appeared in front of a building with the mists behind him, and someone coming to pick him up to go to work? Why did he appear in a room this time? Lin Ming subconsciously surveyed the room and realized that it was just a very ordinary bedroom. There was a bed, a desk, and books and pens. Everything was filled with a normal atmosphere. If it wasn't for the fact that the deathly aura here was so thick and frightening, Lin Ming would have thought that he hadn't entered a bizarre game. At the same time, there was a voice in his ears. This copy is a quest-style copy. You are required to complete the necessary quests in order to leave. Now issue the necessary quests for all players. Player Lin Ming, please find the missing little girl. Mission details: that little girl is in certain places in this residential building, and the residential building is full of weirdness, don't startle them. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Mission punishment, obliteration. Lin Ming had thought that the spooky games were all business-type copies, but he didn't realize that they were quite tawdry, with so many little tricks to please the master. But don't startle the creepy in this building? Oh, the old man surprised them to death. Lin Ming estimated that his promotion to the foundation this time there is hope that the 10,000 soul streamer can no longer be empty. Chapter 29 Clash of Rules and Ghost Spirit Contracts. Lin Ming didn't panic at all when he found out about the quest, and was even in the mood to check out the rewards he didn't have time to check out last time. A fragment of the decaying convenience store. This one was the only special item that he hadn't looked at the function of last time, and at this point, he clicked on the details. When you use this shard, you can obtain the right to operate and manage the place represented by the shard, and during the duration of the shard's existence, all the revenue generated by the place will be distributed by you. I've become a GM? No, it should be an NPC. Lin Ming drifted off, but it wasn't much use. The decaying convenience store had already been gleaned of its goods by him, there was nothing to sell, and presumably no one would go there. Unless it was rented out to the public? The freedom of this game world was still quite high, and those shenanigans wouldn't have too many restrictions, so maybe there really would be shenanigans willing to rent out their convenience stores. With this idea, Lin Ming decided to go back and try it out. Then there was the Coin of Doom, a Spectre-grade ghost weapon, gambler-style prop. Make a wish, then toss the coin, heads the wish is granted, tails itself suffers a reversal. Note, the bigger the wish, the greater the chance of throwing it to the flip side, and the stronger the reversal effect. Lin Ming casually threw into the mailbox, he does not need this little, look back to see if you can sell it. As for now, it's still important to clear the copy first. Because it's a quest-style copy, you need to complete the quest to get out. Lin Ming immediately started searching the room, trying to find some clues. The first thing was the books, hoping to find some diary-type things. Decent people wouldn't keep a diary. But creepy would. In various urban stories, the protagonist found clues by searching through some scattered diaries. But Lin Ming looked through the desk and found that it was all hurtful literature. The blood against the river. Liang Shang, can we not be orthopedic? The cutting of the left ear. The diary wasn't found, but from the pink room decor and some girly items, Lin Ming could tell that the former owner of this room shouldn't be older than 20. As for the books used by students to go to school, they were also not found, and it was unknown if the owner of this room had taken them away to go to class. Lin Ming also rummaged through the rest of the room. There was nothing under the bed or in the closet, where Creepy liked to hide. Knock knock knock. The door to the room was suddenly knocked on. Who is it? Lin Ming subconsciously responded. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly reacted to something. This wasn't his own room, but a weird room. Wait, why did I respond to the knock? That's not right, I didn't want to respond. Is this room affecting me? Lin Ming revealed a look of surprise, not realizing that he had been affected by this room without even realizing it. Because of his response, the knocking outside the door abruptly disappeared. After a few moments passed, there was a violent slamming sound and a man yelling hysterically, "Who are you? Why are you in her room? That little is bringing men into the house again, isn't she? Come out. You come out." Lin Ming was even more surprised, this mission-style script with a plot? So the ultimate goal of this mission was actually to get all sorts of hints by playing a certain character and communicating with the weirdness here on the plot, and then pass the level? It's kind of fun. Bam. Bam. The door to the room is slammed. Whoa. Whoa. The doorknob was twisted frantically. The roar of the man outside, too, became shrill, "Come out. You little, I'm going to chop you to death. Didn't you say you would love me for the rest of your life?" Lin Ming didn't think that the plot of this weird game was so exciting. Ka-ching! Accompanied by a crunching sound, the door to the room was suddenly split open right in the center by an axe, revealing half of a chilling axe blade. This was followed by 2 more consecutive chops, splitting a large hole in the door, and a hideous face that looked as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid appeared in the crack of the door, glaring at a pair of large eyes full of blood, staring deathly at the only living person in the room, Lin Ming. Sure enough, there's a man. I saw you. I saw you. The deathly aura in the room suddenly surged and stirred, making Lin Ming feel as if he had jumped into a river. And looking at that hideous ghostly face, Lin Ming realized that the other party was angry about his manhood, not angry that he was a living man. Furthermore, what kind of axe do you use as a ghost? And you can't even open a door? Lin Ming even suspected that this ghost monster was so weak that he didn't even dare to drill into his own nest. With total curiosity, Lin Ming walked towards the door of the room and opened it up. In fact, he was perfectly capable of using his skills to turn himself into the female ghost he had killed before, which would allow him to escape the man. But he didn't. Because he could this loser outside with one hand. Outside the door, the man's height was about 1 meter 9, stout as if he was a bear, with a fire axe in his hand, looking hideous and vicious to the extreme. Anyone else facing such a perverted enemy would be scared to death. Lin Ming, however, just asked with a normal demeanor, "Let me ask you, do you know about the missing little girl?" This missing little girl, it couldn't be the one that this person said loved him, right? If so, it would be too good to find. The man's face twisted in anger, making it even uglier. What little girl? I don't know. Where is that one? Let that one come out to see me, or I will chop you to death and then go in to chop her to death. So damn noisy. Lin Ming didn't bother with nonsense, directly flying and kicking the man to the ground. The man saw Lin Ming still dared to make a move, furious and wanted to fight back, but only felt that the kick was powerful and could not be resisted, and fell heavily to the ground, his body in pain as if a boiled prawn, his face suffocated red and curled up into a ball. Lin Ming walked over and stomped on the man with one foot, his other hand drawing the ghost spirit contract on his forehead. As the contract was completed, the originally terrified and angry man's face gradually calmed down, and the eyes that looked at Lin Ming were devoid of anger and mania, only submission. Master. The man prostrated himself on the ground, like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Lin Ming looked at him. Tell me where that missing little girl is. Which missing little girl is Master talking about? The man was bewildered. All of them, at least the missing little girl in this building. Lin Ming gave a rough range. The man was terrified. Master, I don't know, no one has ever gone missing in this building. Lin Ming frowned. With the ghost spirit contract in place, it was impossible for this guy to betray himself, so not knowing should mean that he really didn't know. Of course, it was also possible that the rules didn't allow it to be said. Then do you know the rules in this building? Lin Ming inquired as he surveyed the home. Master, there are no rules in this building. No rules? Lin Ming didn't believe it. Weird games relied on rules to control the players and shenanigans. If there were no rules, then it wouldn't turn over? There should be certain hidden rules that one needs to find on their own, and once violated there is a possibility that... Ah! A mournful scream suddenly came from outside the door. That miserable scream echoed in the hallway in a continuous stream, not knowing if it came from upstairs or downstairs. But the voice was familiar. Lin Ming could hear that it was the man he had met in the basement earlier. At that time, someone went around his house and the guy didn't even realize it, so Lin Ming was sure that this guy would die very early. He didn't realize that it had only been less than an hour since he had come in, and the man was nowhere to be found. I guess I didn't hide well and was seen by creepy, right? Lin Ming lamented. The man on the ground, however, suddenly said, No master, we won't appear if you don't break the rules. Question mark. Lin Ming looked at the man on the ground in confusion. Didn't you say there were no rules? Yes, there are no rules in this building. The man repeated seriously. Yo-ho, interesting. Chapter 30 Reflection in the Water. Lin Ming smiled. It was because he realized that something was clashing with the ghost spirit contract on this man. It should be the rules here. This copy prohibited NPCs from telling players about the rules. But the ghost spirit contract didn't allow ghost slaves to hide it from their masters. So the two sides were fighting. It had to be said that the heavenly evil power was still fierce enough. With the ghost spirit contract that Lin Ming had cast at this refinement stage, he was actually able to fight against the rules within the bizarre game for a bit? Name all the rules you know. Lin Ming ordered the man. There are no rules in this building. Rules, don't look in the mirror, there are no rules. Stay away from photos. Ah. The man replied with a businesslike demeanor for a moment, then with unbridled piety, and then gradually became twisted. It began to agonize, began to struggle, and as it spoke, it began to scream miserably, and its body was whistling black smoke. That was death chi. Death chi was breaking away from the man's body. Not good, it's going to be obliterated. Lin Ming immediately shook the 10,000 soul streamer and took the man in. Even so, the man in the 10,000 soul streamer was rapidly turning into dead air and finally disappearing completely. So ruthless? You can't even protect him with a 10,000 soul streamer? It seems like I'm still too weak, or the rules of the bizarre game are a bit more powerful. Lin Ming decided that for the time being, he should not fight the bizarre game and upgrade first. When I'm promoted to the transitional stage, I'll see if I'm done with you or not, and I'll be done with you. Lin Ming had one less ghost slave, so he didn't waste any more. He was now at the 6th level of chi refinement, and he was trying to build his foundation here today. Before that ghost slave died just now, he still revealed 2 messages. Don't look in the mirror, stay away from pictures. Lin Ming immediately looked around for a mirror and searched the entire house without seeing one. So angry that he wanted to take a piss and look at himself. Right, water should be able to be used as a mirror too, right? Lin Ming thought, immediately came to the toilet sink. There was no mirror here, but there was still water. He clattered a sink of water, and when he looked closely, he could indeed see his own reflection. This makes Lin Ming very happy, hands propped up on the sink, slightly bent over, so dead staring at the reflection in the water. A minute later, the calm water surface suddenly rippled. The face of Lin Ming's reflection in the water, which was originally handsome, had the corners of his mouth raised in a bizarre arc. He was laughing. No, it was laughing. Lin Ming didn't expect this to work. It seemed that the creepiness in this building had its own rules. It couldn't come out and sneak around when nothing was wrong, and it could only appear if it violated their rules. The water rippled more and more, even as Lin Ming's face in the water suddenly split open. It was as if his forehead had been slashed, and it suddenly cracked open with a bloody gash. At the same time, Lin Ming also felt a pain in his forehead, as if he had really been slashed. Subsequently, that pain began to spread, from his forehead all the way down to his nose, his mouth, and his throat. Inside the water, Lin Ming's reflection face also really cracked, the skin and flesh turned out, deep visible bone, blood continued to gush out, staining the wash basin's water red. The water was really red, surprisingly, it really tasted like blood, bloody. Scary. But the blood donation station employees and the hospital were ecstatic. This is an uncountable amount of blood. If you build a sterile workshop, tied the ghost inside the constant output, it is estimated that the hospital blood is not enough to solve the problem at once. But Lin Ming just looked at the pool curiously. Was this the only trick this ghost had? Suddenly, his hand trembled, surprisingly a little uncontrollable, slowly raised. Lin Ming looked at his hand. After his refining period, his flesh went through a metamorphosis, not to say like white jade, but also called white and tender, but at this time is slowly becoming rough, wrinkled, became not like his hand, but like an old woman's hand, and the nails are becoming longer, become sharp, and then slowly put the nails on his face, a little bit into the skin to stab. According to this trend, the next step should be the same as the reflection in the water just now, using the nails one by one to cut open the face, cutting into the same as in the reflection just now, right? If this was an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death. Lin Ming, however, just ran his spiritual energy and poured it into his right hand. Only hearing a scream, his right hand instantly returned to normal and violently grabbed into the pool. Obviously, his hand reached into the pool, but there was no feeling of encountering water. Instead, it felt like it reached into some special place. The water at this point was no longer water, but the medium of that ghost. Lin Ming felt like grabbing the other side and pulling it outward with all his might. In the sink, a wrinkled hand was yanked out by him, the very same one that his hand had turned into just now. Let go of me. Let go. A woman's voice filled with anger came out from the wash basin, and the wrinkled hand was struggling desperately. Lin Ming infused his spiritual energy and kept on exerting force, hardening the female ghost and yanking an arm and a head out of the sink. It was the face of an old woman with a long scar on her face, the same as the one seen in the reflection. It turned out that she had become like this herself, and didn't want to look in the mirror, so she was going to make everyone who looked in the mirror look like her? The old woman was dragged out and looked at Lin Ming in shock and anger, not expecting this guy to be so powerful. She could sense that she wasn't a match for this guy, and immediately used her sharp nails to cut off her arm, trying to escape. Anyway, her ghostly body could still be repaired, at most she would lose some of the dead chi she had cultivated for so long. Lin Ming was shocked and realized that it was not good, and his eyes and hands quickly pounced over. And then drained the water in the pool. The water was drained, the medium of escape was gone, and the female ghost was instantly stuck between reality and illusion. Most of her body is in the illusion, an arm and a head are put in the pool, cannot come out, and cannot go back. The female ghost was dumbfounded, similar to holding an arm high there, her ragged face was all confused. No, buddy. What is this situation? The female ghost has been running across the bizarre circle for so many years, scared to death, killed I do not know how many people, the first time to be broken by someone like this. And also with such a game? However, on second thought, the female ghost thought that it was a blessing among misfortunes that her face was stuck here. If she got her ass stuck here, judging by the young man's firepower, she could give birth to 2 children a year. Lin Ming watched the female ghost being controlled, and without any nonsense, he immediately stepped forward and started planting the ghost contract. The female ghost's face is stuck in the sink, because of the angle, can only see Lin Ming's crotch, can't see anything else, so when she saw Lin Ming stepping forward and approaching herself, out of the corner of her eye she also noticed that he was gesticulating on her forehead. She was anxious. What are you going to do? Dead man, don't come over. My mouth can't be used. I have bad breath and mouth ulcers. Be careful to infect you, and I give my manner not used. If you dare to insult me, be careful I give you bite down. Lin Ming listened to this guy babbling with a look of impatience. I'm still going to go down on you. Look at your age and your broken face. If I'm going to lay my hands on you, that belongs to you taking advantage of me. Chapter 31, Palace Jade Liquor? When the ghost spirit contract was planted, this old woman finally quieted down and even cooperated by opening her mouth. Master, please enjoy. You've been controlled, and you're still thinking about this? Lin Ming blackened his face and coldly asked, can you come out? Master, I'm stuck. You can do whatever you want, just can't come out. The old woman said obediently. Lin Ming could kind of see that it was actually this female ghost who wanted it badly, right? Open and shut up is that thing. This is suffocating crazy? Lin Ming casually opened the faucet and let the water fill the pool. Come out. The female ghost slowly climbed out of the water. Her body was not wet at all. Just as well, Lin Ming did not want to see a wet grandmother. When the female ghost came out, Lin Ming thought to himself that he couldn't ask about the rules, so he asked in a different way, which room do you live in, can you tell? I live in 102, the female ghost obediently replied. Do you want me to make the bed? Can you stop molesting me? Know about the missing little girl? Lin Ming asked, forcibly holding back his discomfort. Okay, master, I don't know. The female ghost was honest and no longer persistent. Another one that didn't know about the little girl? No wonder they had left this mission behind, it did seem hard to find. Then do you have a family? Lin Ming decided to kill all of them in one litter this time. Yes, I still have some parents, do you need me to call them out for you? The female ghost asked. Some parents? Lin Ming was puzzled, feeling that in front of this appellation, it seemed that the wrong quantifier had been used. The female ghost explained, when I first became weird, they even resented me for being ugly, so I killed them when they looked in the mirror and cut them into pieces. Even after they died they were still being enslaved by me. Master, I'm awesome, right? Lin Ming looked at the female ghost's complacent appearance and didn't know what to say. It took him a long time to squeeze out 3 words, good job. Thank you, master, for the compliment. The female ghost was joyful. If the master likes it, I'll go and chop them up a little more, or else I'll fry them up in a pot for you to drink. Rather, there is no need to be so polite. Lin Ming politely declined, and thought of a serious matter. Right, can you still have children now? Previously, at the decaying convenience store, Lin Ming saw those history books used to pass down knowledge, and felt that these shenanigans should be able to give birth to children. Otherwise, what was the point of the school's existence? Can. The female ghost revealed a color of surprise. Could it be that today this old iron tree is going to open its legs? Not, blossom. Really can give birth? Lin Ming was surprised. How to give birth? Master, you are so bad, just use a small stick pestle. The female ghost said shyly. Be serious, I'm asking you how a ghost body can conceive a child. Don't you guys have no entity? Lin Ming asked with a black face. The female ghost saw that Lin Ming was really angry, then she forced herself to resist the urge to offer her body and said, I don't know, but it's just that it can give birth, otherwise what do you need a hospital for? Lin Ming's eyes flashed. How? A hospital? You guys still get sick? Aren't you able to fix it by cutting off your ghost bodies? Our ghost bodies are all condensed after practicing for a long time. Cutting them off can indeed restore them, but the consumption is also high. If we go to the hospital, some injuries and diseases can be treated at a much smaller cost, much better than cutting ourselves. Besides, there are a lot of problems that can't be cured even by removing the ghost body, such as some special injuries from other ghosts. There are sick ghosts that can make other ghosts get sick or grow special things through their abilities, and they would have to go to the hospital to have them removed, and abortions would require a trip to the hospital as well. Does the master have a misunderstanding of spooky? Explained in scientific terms, we are another life form, and not simply the kind of after-death ghost children you imagine. The female ghost explained seriously, wanting to correct her master's misconception about herself. Master, you can't be unwilling to sleep with me just because I'm a ghost. Lin Ming realized that he felt that he had gone into the wrong area. Thinking that having a deathly aura was what Blue Star called a ghost. Thinking that being able to be controlled by a ghost spirit contract was a ghost. But what was this place? A spooky game. Ghosts are spooky, but spooky can be more than just ghosts. So Creepy Games is trying to create another form of life, right? Could it be that there was some brain-dead bigot who felt that carbon-based creatures were unreliable and was planning to try out a new species? Lin Ming could only say, "Thank you all for this brainwashed behavior." If it wasn't for that bigot, he wouldn't have been able to enter the weird game and cultivate immortality. When he thought about this clearly, Lin Ming immediately said to the female ghost, "How many points do you have?" 325, "I'm stuck here and don't have many points." The female ghost said. "Trapped here?" Lin Ming was just about to continue asking when he was suddenly shocked to realize that something wasn't right, as he saw the female ghost's face show a look of trepidation. This broke the rules. He immediately reached out, grabbed the female ghost and began to frantically absorb her dead chi, while yelling, "Quickly give me your points." The female ghost was twisting and struggling, but it wasn't resisting Lin Ming because she was willing to die for him. It was a painful reaction to being punished by the rules and being destroyed. Lin Ming had absorbed 2/3 of the female ghost's dead chi. The 6th level of chi refining 97%. Luckily, he reacted in time and took advantage of the wave while it was hot and didn't waste it. And it was good that this female ghost was dead, otherwise Lin Ming was really afraid that one day he would fall asleep and this female ghost would quietly climb into his bed, and then as soon as he opened his eyes, he would see her messing around underneath him. That would definitely make him lose interest in women from then on. Ding dang dang. A bunch of coins spilled onto the floor, those were points. Before the female ghost died, she offered her entire fortune to Lin Ming. Lin Ming picked up the points without any sense of guilt and absorbed them into his mailbox. He now had 705 points. 300 short of passing 1,000, and he would be able to extract his abilities into reality. However, Lin Ming really didn't feel excited at all. It was because he was also very powerful in reality. Now there was another way to draw out the weirdness, and that was a photo. But just now, Lin Ming had looked when he was looking for the mirror. There were no photos in the room and there weren't any relevant and useful clues. It seemed like there was no information to be found in this room, so he could only go to the next house to take a look. Lin Ming pushed open the door to the house and came into the hallway. The hallway was very clean, the walls were snow white, as if they had just been painted. The floor was also free of debris and swept clean. I thought that the walls would be full of blood and internal organs, even eyes, and the like. Lin Ming searched, his eyes looking towards the door of the opposite room. 301. This was an old building with no elevator and just 2 homes on one floor. Lin Ming was about to go to the opposite house to take a look, when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the staircase there, and a cautious voice came, "Palace Jade Liquor?" Lin Ming's footsteps lurched, looking back, "Player ah?" That person didn't speak, just a single inquiry, "Palace Jade Liquor?" Chapter 32 I thank you so ing much. 180 a cup. Lin Ming replied. The other party was visibly relieved and slowly walked up from the bottom of the stairs. It was a young man in sportswear with a sports watch on his wrist, as if he was being stared at and brought into the bizarre game while he was working out. When the sportsman saw what Lin Ming was wearing, and his rosy face, he immediately became more relaxed. "Finally, I've seen a living person. I was scared to death just now. A creepy just floated past my eyes. Luckily I hit it stealthily." Lin Ming's eyes lit up. "You saw a weirdo? Where is it? Quickly take me there." "You're sick. Why are you looking for the weirdness? You're not afraid to die. Besides, it's floating away. How do I know where it went?" The sportsman disliked it in a bad mood, and revealed a full confident look again. "Alright brother, seeing as you don't seem to have a very bright brain, from now on, you follow me. I won't hide it from you, I've been working out for 5 years, and I've also practiced Muay Thai, with a small body like yours? I'll you 5 no problem." Lin Ming looked at the athletic man who had already started to unzip his zipper to show off his muscles, and was speechless. "Frack pussy." He pulled open the door to room 301 in front of him and went straight in. The sportsman was furious when he heard him cursing, and chased after him and yanked the door open. "Who the are you cursing?" The voice suddenly stopped. Because inside room 301, Lin Ming was standing in the entrance hall, and in the living room stood a butcher with a bloodstained kitchen knife in his hand, staring viciously at the door. The sportsman instantly turned bloodless, screaming that he was sorry before slamming the door heavily shut and pulling his legs out to run. As he ran, he cursed in his heart, "Purebred big, you have nothing to do blindly into other people's homes for what? Triggering the rules to draw out the weirdness, right?" Even the old man was almost killed. Sportsman rushed downstairs. This time he chose to go downstairs, just in time to see a person probing from the door of room 102 to look out. Suddenly his footsteps stopped. "Palace Jade Liquor?" 180 a cup. The man in room 102 also revealed a joyful look. "Dude, blue starfish?" Yes, I'm a living person, let me enter the room first. The sportsman went downstairs while looking back, fearing that a ghost would come after him. The 102 man was a little strange. What are you running for? There is a indiscriminately open the door of other people's homes, triggering the rules and inducing weirdness. At this moment it is estimated that they are all dead. Quickly let me go in and then close the door, or else they may come after me. Sportsman said quickly. The 102s were also startled and immediately opened the door, letting Sports Guy in and discussing their next move. Lin Ming was walking towards the butcher. He hadn't seen Butcher when he opened the door and came in just now, but rather, after opening the door, the guy had suddenly appeared in the living room, just as if he had been temporarily refreshed. In fact, Lin Ming felt that he should have just triggered the rules himself and the guy suddenly refreshed. I hate it when people enter my home. That time I clearly just wanted to kill the damn leader, but a thief broke in, so I chopped them up together. Today I was clearly resting and you snuck in to disturb me again, so it looks like I'm going to have to chop you up as well. The butcher's face was covered in blood, carrying a kitchen knife as he kept approaching Lin Ming. Lin Ming glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand and calmly said, "This thing is still chopping people up? Do you know that the outer layer of human bones is dense bone with a tight structure that can resist 200-400 kilograms of pressure, and the blade of the chopper in your hand is so thin that even if you are strong, but limited by the blade, you won't be able to fully explode all your strength on the bones, and it will also result in the chopper curling up? Want to know how to chop someone up? Bypassing the joints, muscles, ligaments, and other tissues in the human body, first stabbing in from the softest stomach with one guy, and then along here. Where are you looking? I have a picture on my face. Look at the position of my hand gesture. Hey yes, look at my hand gesture of this, from the ribs this quickly cut upwards, and then avoid the shoulders, from the armpits across, and then along the spine all the way down to the toe bone and from the calf in front of the circle back. You can be the whole person's meat and skeleton quickly separated, learn it? The butcher suddenly didn't know what to say, staring stupidly at Lin Ming. This was running into a peer? No, it was a senior. With a thud, Butcher knelt on the ground and sincerely said, "Coach, I want to kill people." Well, how nice. Lin Ming walked over with big strides, and with his hand, he began to write a ghost spirit contract on the butcher's face. By the time the contract was planted, the butcher didn't even resist, and he thought it was some sort of instruction. The result was that Lin Ming soldiered on and effortlessly took in the creepy. The butcher watched him finish drawing, and subconsciously touched his face. "Master, what did you do to my face?" "Hey no, why did I call you master? You pit me, ing cut to death." "Master sorry, how can I scold you, I'm going to chop myself to death, oh woo." The butcher swung his knife and was about to chop himself up. Lin Ming waved his hand, "Alright, I forgive you." ing. "Thank you master." The butcher thanked him sadly. He was controlled, but still had self-awareness, so he would occasionally try to resist, but he couldn't resist the contract at all, just like he couldn't resist the rules. "Tell me, have you seen the missing little girl?" Lin Ming asked. "Missing little girl? There are no little girls in this building." "Oh, just the girl across the street is still called little, but she's also read countless men, she's only in high school, she's slept with more men than I've ever killed, she's the only one I've ever convinced of being creepy." The butcher said honestly. Truthfully, Lin Ming was also convinced. But he was pretty sure that the missing little girl he was looking for wouldn't be 302's daughter. First of all, it was because this daughter should be in her teens, not exactly young. Secondly, she wasn't a girl anymore. 3 consecutive tenants in this building said that they didn't know about the missing little girl, so the odds were that it wasn't someone from this building, but an outsider who had gone missing while in this building. Do you have anyone else here who is particularly homicidal or likes to capture little girls? Lin Ming could see that every resident in this building was skilled and should have this damn fetish as well. Butcher shook his head hesitantly. "No, I guess, let's see what these residents love to do." Resident 101 is the building manager, the most powerful, and has a cleanliness fetish, just loves to go around checking for hygiene. The 102 resident has a family of 3, I think, and there's an old woman who's ugly and likes to think about men, but she's quite filial, she just chops up her parents and freezes them in the freezer. The 201 occupant only plays video games and died of starvation before he was born. 202 occupants are too lazy for a batch and just like to sleep. 302 is the perverted father and daughter. 301 is the most normal me. 401 is the husband and wife who don't get along and get divorced all day long. 402 on the contrary, it is rumored that they have never been able to conceive a child and are eager to have a child, but they like obedient ones, so they never cut off people's legs, become as tall as children, and then raise them as children. As for the 5th floor? It's empty, no one lives here, there's only 5 floors in total. Chapter 33 Those Moms and Dads in the Fridge. Lin Ming heard the butcher's introduction and noticed a big problem. Wait a minute, this is a residential building, not a rental house. How can I hear you say that several families are just one person? Butcher hemmed and hawed, family? Of course they were all eaten by us. We creepy can also eat each other and come to strengthen ourselves. Okay, then do you know anything else? Lin Ming was a little disappointed. He had thought that there were a lot of people in the residential building, so he could let himself swallow some of them and then send some into the 10,000 soul streamer. I didn't realize that there were only 5 floors, and only 4 floors with people. However, all of these guys did look like they were very strong, so I guess it would be no problem to use them to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Is there any more information you haven't told me? Lin Ming asked. The butcher obediently shook his head. I've said everything I can. What about their about points? You don't have any points? Lin Ming was dissatisfied and even doubted that this guy was able to fight against the ghost spirit contract. Butcher, however, said awkwardly, I've been preparing to buy a house recently, and the points have all been used to pay the loan, so I don't have any money, and I suggest that you don't need to ask the other guys. They're just like me, they're all itching to move out of here, and they've all taken out a loan, and they're very poor. Sure enough, there are capitalists everywhere. Lin Ming was filled with displeasure. Since you don't have any money, come on, become part of my power. The butcher's face was filled with terror. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't do it. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. He could only watch as he walked up to Lin Ming and slowly laid down, as if a human female shine, sadly allowing Lin Ming to enjoy himself. The sword technique I taught you just now, you should have memorized it, right? Now I'm going to show you a real blade technique. You only have one chance, make sure you memorize it. Lin Ming said thoughtfully. The butcher wanted to cry in his heart. I remember? I'll memorize your grandma's leg. What's the point of even memorizing it? I won't even have a fart by then. Forget it, just in case creepy can turn into something else after death. The butcher remembered that he was a living person turned into creepy and expected to become a more ferocious being after death, so he stared and waited for Lin Ming to show off his knife skills. When I learn your strong knife skills, if I can still exist, I'll chop you up. Lin Ming took the kitchen knife, infused it with spiritual energy, and violently slashed towards the butcher's chest. There wasn't the slightest bit of skill, only brute force. The butcher screamed out miserably, Master, why don't you use the knife technique you just mentioned? Oh, that blade technique is too weak, only suitable for weaklings like you. A strong person like me can be killed with a single slash. Lin Ming split open the butcher's chest and sucked out his dead energy. Dead ghosts are cheating, you're really not a person, nah. With endless sorrow, the butcher became part of Lin Ming. Deadly Chi plus 12,000. Chi refining 7th level 60%. It's gotten stronger again. Lin Ming revealed a smile. As long as he wasn't the type of pervert that needed to be at the 3,000th level of Chi refining, it was expected that he would build his foundation today. He slowly got up and looked into the room for a routine check. Since no one recognized the missing little girl, it should be the other party hiding somewhere in this building. The safest method would be to search every room. See if there were any people or clues. Lin Ming searched the rooms and again found nothing. This made him sit on the sofa and think. Things weren't right. These people didn't recognize the little girl at all, and there was absolutely no information in the room. So it was definitely wrong to be so stuffed up. It was still necessary to start with the copy's hints. Quest advancing copies. To put it bluntly, it's all about completing quests, right? But one's mission was to find the missing little girl. Oh, Lin Ming suddenly reacted. When he first came in, the bizarre game said that player Lin Ming's mission was to find the missing little girl. Why did it specifically say that it was his own mission, which meant that the other players who came in might have different missions? Go find that kid from earlier and ask him what mission. Lin Ming remembered that the kid had gone downstairs, following the stairs all the way down. He came to the 2nd floor and was about to push the door in to ask if anyone was there. He heard a terrified scream from 102. The first time I heard it was from a living person. Because the sound would be even more miserable and scary if the spooky wanted to scream. However, 102? That seemed to be the home of the female ghost that triggered the rule by looking in the mirror before. It couldn't be that someone had discovered those parents of the female ghost, right? Lin Ming immediately rushed to the door of 102, yanked on the door, and found that he couldn't open it. He ran his spiritual energy and pulled hard on the door handle. Ka-ching! The door lock instantly deformed and the door couldn't be locked. A force value pulling full mage, who can stand this thing? This steel door for burglary can't stand it. Lin Ming walked into the room and saw that 4 people were standing in the corner of the living room, looking in the direction of the kitchen in horror. In the kitchen, the refrigerator door was open. Lin Ming walked over and his footsteps caught the attention of the 4 people. Who? The athletic man reacted the fastest, turning back in horror. When he saw that it was Lin Ming, he stared incredulously. Why are you? You here? Are you a human or a ghost? When the 3 people next to him heard this question, they all became more nervous as well. Regardless of whether Lin Ming was a human or a ghost, it was definitely not normal for him to be asked this kind of question by the athletic man. They immediately hid away a bit, wary of Lin Ming. Lin Ming walked towards the kitchen, intending to eat a full meal first. Inside the 4 there was a young girl who wore a JK dress but wore heavy makeup, and at this moment she hurriedly warned, "Don't go over there, there's a ghost there." The other 3 panicked and went to cover her mouth to prevent her from talking nonsense. Lin Ming's footsteps didn't stop and he walked into the kitchen, closing the kitchen door with his hand. This made the 4 of them surprised and puzzled. What was that guy doing in the kitchen? And that idle attitude, why did it seem like he was home? Could it be that he also lived in the refrigerator? Lin Ming closed the kitchen door because he didn't want these people to see what he was up to. At this time he slowly squatted down and looked at the refrigerator. The refrigerator door was open, and the drawers on the frozen layer had all been drawn out, leaving only 2 bodies that had been shredded and frozen into a ball. These 2 corpses were all in pieces, even their noses, eyes and mouths were in pieces. At this moment a half-eye frozen in ice was still looking at Lin Ming, blinking and blinking. A bloody broken finger was wiggling as if it was greeting him. There was also half a mouth, emitting a man's voice. "Little brother, why did you open the refrigerator? We could have let you go, but now, we want you to come in with us." Ha ha. Lin Ming looked at the remaining space in the refrigerator and laughed. "I won't go in, the place is too small, it's better for you guys to come out." Saying that, he reached out and pulled out the old couple. But just as he touched the 2 ghosts, his body unexpectedly began to crack as well. That was a skill, a special skill, that would be forced to shatter into a pile just by touching it. When a living person encountered this ability, they would naturally die. Creepy encountering this ability would also be temporarily controlled. The ability was quite strong, but unfortunately the trigger conditions were too harsh. Who would have nothing better to do than to touch the bizarre? As for the physical contact between the 2 sides during the battle? I'm an evil cultivator, I can kill the other side without showing my face, thousands of miles away. I can kill the other side without showing my face, and I can curse the other side from thousands of miles away. The only thing that could make Lin Ming willing to physically fight with the other side was a beautiful woman, and it had to be in bed. Lin Ming ran his spiritual energy to fight against the force cutting his body, then absorbed the 2 old ghosts. Deadly Chi plus 8,000. Chi refining 7th level 80%. Chapter 34 Handsomer than the little brother who rides the ghost fire warp head. Lin Ming frowned. These 2 old ghosts combined were only 8,000 dead chi? Still a little weak. But the math was right, the butchers should be a family of 3, and after being absorbed by the butchers, he himself would then absorb the butchers and be able to grow 12,000 dead chi. Hopefully the other shenanigans were a bit more powerful. Lin Ming got up and opened the kitchen door to go out, but suddenly thought of something and returned. He closed the refrigerator door. And at this moment, the 4 people who were originally hiding in the living room had already tiptoed over to the basement door, obviously trying to escape. Lin Ming greeted them. "Hey." The 4 people were all jolted, they didn't dare to move. "All come back, let's talk." Lin Ming casually sat on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. Those 4 people didn't dare to come back, they didn't even dare to turn around, they just stared at each other, communicating with their eyes whether they were going to run away straight away or whether they should go back. "What are you afraid of? I'm a living person, look guys, I still have a shadow." Lin Ming stood under the light and showed them his shadow. A few people turned around cautiously, and when they saw that Lin Ming really did have a shadow, they all let out a sigh of relief. So yeah, living people were just so gullible. They were still blindly relying on those experiences they had seen in novels and on TV on the Blue Planet, thinking that ghosts must not have shadows. Unlike Lin Ming, who only blindly relied on his own strength. Who cares if you have a shadow or not, just do it and be done with it. It's a living person you didn't say earlier, youngster play what high and low, if you scare me out of my heart attack, you all have to sell your house and car believe it or not. One of the four, a grandpa wearing an old man's shirt with a mole on his brow, complained in a bad mood. The sportsman also glared at Lin Ming and said, I can see, playing just now when you were in 301 because of pretending to draw out a bazaar, and now you're doing it again to the bazaar, you should be an old player, right? But even if you're an old player, you should cooperate in the copy, you shouldn't just focus on pretending to be a trickster, otherwise you'll screw everyone over. But since you've come to us, do you also think that you can't handle it alone? As long as you do everything as commanded next and stop messing around, we can accommodate you, otherwise the four of us may not be unable to pass the level, adding you as a disobedient person would be troublesome instead. The man next to him who didn't say anything nodded his head repeatedly, indicating that he also had the same idea. That old man shirt grandpa even gave a thumbs up to the sportsman, that was said with a sense of honor, worthy of being the leader we elected. The athletic man revealed a slightly smug look, but when he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes carried a guarded look. This was because he felt that Lin Ming, an old player, could possibly compete for the position of leader of his squad. However, what the JK girl thought was different from the three people next to her. She was the spiritual little sister in the real world, and she liked this kind of good-looking and imposing person the most. She was even more handsome than those little brothers who rode Ghostfire motorcycles and would warp their bikes. That's why JK girl's eyes were glowing slightly when she looked at Lin Ming. A man who wasn't afraid of ghosts could be too handsome. Especially when he just walked into the kitchen with that kind of panache and saved everyone. That movement of closing the refrigerator door was so elegant. Love it, love it. Wet. Especially after hearing that Lin Ming might be a veteran player, the JK girls understood that the way out of the world might be in Lin Ming's possession, so they thought that when they teamed up in a while, they could get closer to Lin Ming. Lin Ming only regarded the accusations and persuasion of the three people as farts. He looked at the four people walking back and asked seriously, what are all your missions? Moncler Outlet Online. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the athletic man next to him immediately glanced at him, then looked at Lin Ming and said, I'm the squad leader, I should be the one to keep track of this, but all four of us have already exchanged our missions with each other, so you say yours first. Find the missing little girl. Lin Ming was too lazy to dilly-dally and directly stated his mission. What about yours? The athletic man frowned. Find the missing little girl? Do you have any information? No, I think there should be some connection to your quests, since this is a quest-style copy, which means that several of our quests should be interconnected, so maybe we can find clues from you guys. Lin Ming explained. The corner of the athletic man's mouth instantly rose slightly, somewhat pleased. After all that, you really did come here to ask for our help? Lin Ming slowly got up, he was a little impatient. Seeing him get up, the sportsman was a bit wary. What for what? I just said I'd let you cooperate properly, now you're going to throw a tantrum, aren't you? You also said that this is a mission-style advancement copy, you want to go out and we also have a relationship. If you refuse to cooperate, I won't reveal our mission, understand? Alright, I understand. Lin Ming nodded. To put it bluntly, you guys aren't just looking for death, so I'll fulfill you. He took a serious look at the four people in front of him, and finally fixed his gaze on the athletic man's face. Well, it's true that you're still the most unpleasant. Seeing Lin Ming walk over, the athletic man was also a bit cautious and took 2 steps back. But on second thought, he had at least practiced, and this muscle was a lot bigger than Lin Ming at first glance. Even if Lin Ming is a veteran player, at most he is a bit more daring than himself, and has more experience in dealing with weirdness than himself, could he still know spells? Thinking like this, the sportsman got courageous and looked at Lin Ming with a cold smile. What are you doing? Want to fight? Aha! Yo-ho, you've got some balls, do you think you're my opponent? Yes. Really laugh me to death, you the small body with me fight? What? You know spells? Snap. Lin Ming slapped the athletic man in the face, directly knocking him over on the ground. With a physical body at the 7th level of chi refining, not to mention having practiced Muay Thai for 2 days, you wouldn't be able to carry it even if you had practiced Tyson. The sportsman's face was directly deformed, all his teeth fell out, and he was lying on the ground spitting out blood, looking at Lin Ming in horror. Lin Ming stepped on his face and said indifferently, I do know spells, but I don't need to use them on you, tell me what your mission is. The 3 people next to him were all stunned, they didn't expect Lin Ming to make a move when he said he would. After that grandpa reacted, he immediately raised his face and lectured, young man, how can you hit someone? This is against the law, believe it or not, we'll go out and sue you. What are you looking at me for? You want to hit me? Don't you know how to respect the elderly? Don't you have any manners? If I lie down, I won't get up until you sell me a sweet. Lin Ming glanced at the grandpa, flexed his fingers and flicked out a spiritual force that instantly pierced through the grandpa's brow. The mole on his brow was gone. The life was also gone. Thud. The grandpa's eyes widened as his body fell heavily to the ground, his soul instantly escaping into the heavens and earth, supposedly absorbed by the bizarre game. The remaining 3 people stared in disbelief, looking at the body on the ground, shivering. Moncler outlet store online. Kill. Kills people. How did he really dare to kill? Still killing people in space. The 2 people who were still standing next to him reacted quickly, and kneeled on the ground with a thud. Of course, it was also possible that their legs were weak from fear. They looked at Lin Ming in fear and begged for mercy. Big brother, don't kill me, I'll listen to you from now on, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Brother, as long as you don't kill me, can I be your girlfriend? Chapter 35, a mission that must lead to death. Lin Ming didn't intend to kill everyone. He just thought that this grandpa liked to lean on his old age, which was really obnoxious. On the bus you were shivering. Dancing with old ladies, you're alive and kicking. To put it bluntly, it is in the real world by the law to TM spoiled. His own distorted face, and the death of the grandpa, made the sports guy instantly and clearly recognize Lin Ming's horror. He was now no longer that Muay Thai expert, terrified like a bereaved dog, and said in a trembling voice, Big brother, don't kill me, I'll tell you whatever you want to ask. Tell me the mission of all of you. Lin Ming was only interested in this point. The athletic man didn't dare to hesitate and immediately said, My mission is to enter room 302 and put a photo in my daughter's bedroom. A photo? Lin Ming remembered that a photo seemed to be an item that could trigger a weird rule. The athletic man was afraid that he would be useless, so he continued, I also know Moncler outlet store that my mission is to go persuade the couple in 401 to stop fighting. Fish's mission is to go help 202 sleep well. Little sister's task is to make everything in 102's interior clean, so there can't be the slightest thing that carries an odor. Hearing the 4 people's tasks, Lin Ming frowned slightly, it felt like none of them were next to each other. But if he thought about it carefully, the bizarre game had assigned tasks to each floor? Lin Ming thought about it and decided to start doing the quests one by one. Quest-propelled replicas, well, there must be some kind of benefit after completing the quests. Since he was now in room 102, he would do the quests here first. He looked at the terrified and helpless JK girl and said in a deep voice, Have you cleaned up? The JK girl was jolted and replied in tears, I cleaned, and before I finished, I saw those 2 ghosts in the refrigerator. Lin Ming scanned the room and realized that this JK girl had done a pretty good job. The walls were snow white, the floor was bare, and even the sofa and furniture were spotless. You're quite good at cleaning, the house is quite clean. Lin Ming said casually. I just started cleaning. JK girl trembled, I started in the kitchen first, because I thought there would be more oil and dirt there, but I just cleaned it, and then I heard someone talking in the refrigerator, so I opened the refrigerator. Lin Ming was speechless, hearing someone talking in the refrigerator and going to open it? If this is put into a horror movie, the size is also a protagonist. If you want to ask why. Not the main character who do this brain-dead thing. However, the JK girl hadn't even cleaned it yet, so she even let her do it. That means it's not necessarily the room that needs to be cleaned, right? Isn't it the old couple that needs to be cleaned out? That's already been cleaned out too. No reaction. Lin Ming scanned the room, not seeing anything wrong. Finally, his gaze fell on the JK girl, and he found that she was shivering in fear, and her body was already sweating, emitting a faintly abnormal odor. You have body odor, huh? Lin Ming asked with a frown as he took 2 steps back. The JK girl sniffed, although she was afraid, she was more ashamed, her face reddened, I don't have it, I really don't have it, it's the quality of my clothes that's wrong, as soon as it gets wet with my sweat it will emit a smell, don't you kill me. I'm going to take a bath. Take a bath? Hearing this word, Lin Ming's mind flashed. If there was a soundtrack right now, it would be that dwarf's classic quote, the frog of heartwarming keeps touching your belly. This young girl's mission was a pit. A sinkhole. Creepy Games had asked her to clean up, and odds were it referred to those 2 ghosts for her help in solving them. No matter how it's resolved, killed, eaten, thrown out, whatever. But no matter what, this JK girl was definitely in shock, and extrapolating from what was going on, she had a problem with breaking out in a cold sweat whenever she was scared. As soon as she breaks into a cold sweat, an odor will appear on her body. Then the problem comes, her mission is that there can't be a single thing in the room that carries an odor. Then with the smell on her, she would surely think about taking a shower to get clean and avoid being cleaned up. But 102 was inhabited by the female ghost whose face had been slashed open before, and the other party could appear through mirrors, water, and other places that could reflect human shadows. When the time came for the JK girl to take a shower, the other party would pop up. It could be said that unless this girl had Lin Ming's strength, she was bound to die. Did creepy games not know about the JK girl's sweaty nature, or did they know it so well that they would release this kind of quest that intentionally let people die? Lin Ming suspected something was wrong, so he immediately went to the bathroom to check the situation. The bathroom really didn't have a mirror, so it had to rely on the bath water to be the medium of emergence. Later, it was understandable that the other houses didn't have mirrors for fear of this female ghost finding them. Room 102 is the lair of that female ghost. Why is there no mirror too? That's the medium she uses to get in and out. She would have at least left a mirror in her house. Did someone forcefully destroy the mirrors in the entire building? Lin Ming acutely sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly, he woke up to the fact that he seemed to have entered a misunderstanding when he heard the sportsman in the living room ordering Fish and JK Girl to pick him up as a squad leader. Who said that it had to be a creepy game that issued player quests? Could it be a bizarre game where a leader like a squad leader existed? Previously, Lin Ming had participated in 2 duplicates, both of which were bizarrely announced game quests. Whether it was staying for 8 hours or 12 hours, it was all said by the lobby manager or convenience store manager. This time, perhaps it was also announced by some creepy that controlled this place for his own ulterior motives? Because after experiencing the game twice, Lin Ming realized that the rules of the bizarre game would definitely leave a way out for people to live. Only creepy would be bent on getting the player killed. Judging from the JK girl's mission, she was bound to die. Plus the fact that it's clearly the ghost girl's home, but there are no mirrors for her to enter or exit, suggesting that someone had taken control of the place before they arrived and destroyed all the mirrors in order to control the ghost girl. Also, what was Sports Guy's mission to put a photo in room 302? Not to mention the fact that the photo was some sort of medium to draw out the ghost, and once you got it, you could be killed. Room 302 is inhabited by the perverted father and daughter, who also hate the presence of men other than themselves in their home. So those are 2 more surefire death missions. Then it was almost certain that there was bound to be a powerful ruler here, and even after issuing them the quests, he was probably hiding on the side watching them being killed by the play while snickering. Alright, Sun Thief, quite good at playing around. A spooky, disguised as a spooky game GM giving out quests to me, right? After Lin Ming realized this, he immediately went to work on the next quest. He was going to pull the threads out of these quests and find that guy. Maybe the guy behind the scenes was the missing little girl? Of course, it was possible that this search for the missing little girl for Lin Ming was also a mission of certain death. That little girl might just not exist, leaving him to self-destruct in this copy after exhausting all his time. Chapter 36, Shoes Off. My big brother is good at this. Lin Ming looked at the athletic man. Have you found the photos yet? Not yet, and I didn't dare to look for them, so I want to bring them along on the mission and we'll help each other out. The sportsman said honestly. Lin Ming revealed a look of relief. Then there's no need to look for them. The athletic man sighed in relief, thinking that Lin Ming would force himself to find the photos. It seemed that his own show of weakness had aroused this guy's sympathy. What I only need a slight trick to make you just slap me. The sportsman is a little smug, to know that after he has caused trouble outside, those enemies will at least slap themselves twice. This wave, we've made a bloody fortune. Lin Ming looked at the athletic man's face, could not restrain the expression of satisfaction, also do not know what he is happy. A foot stepped on his neck broken. Looking at the sports guy who was lying on the ground with his breath cut off, but with a slightly smug look on his face, the JK girl and the other man all stomped on his neck and broke it. The JK girl and the other man all had their hair standing up in fear, kowtowing frantically and begging for mercy. Lin Ming looked at the kowtowing man and remembered that he seemed to be called something like Fish, and that his mission was to go help 202 sleep well? According to what the butcher had said earlier, the occupants of 202 liked to sleep the most. Although I don't know how to help, it looks like a pit. Let's go door to door first. Lin Ming remembered that across the street was 101, the building manager's house. He immediately headed out. When Fish and JK girl saw him leaving, they looked at each other in fear, not knowing whether to follow or not. It was JK girl who reacted faster, knowing that following might kill her, but not following would definitely kill her. She hurriedly got up and followed. Seeing this, Fish could only follow helplessly. Lin Ming went out the door and arrived at the opposite side of room 101. According to Butcher, this was the building manager's home and the strongest existence in this building. He looked at the tightly locked door of the room, and when he kicked it over, it deformed. When Lin Ming opened the deformed door, he walked in and took a look. The room was clean, even so clean that it was housebroken. Because there was no furniture in the room and no decorations on the walls, it was as if it had been emptied. The building manager had moved? Lin Ming frowned and checked all the rooms, they were all empty. He thought twice and called over the JK girl, "Take off your shoes." "Ah. It's not good, right?" The JK girl was a little nervous, looking at her long slender legs in black stockings. "Take off when I tell you to," Lin Ming ordered with a cold face. Seeing the JK girl dilly-dallying, Fish just couldn't wait any longer and doggedly rushed over. "Take off when my big brother tells you to. Don't you know that my big brother is good at this? If it wasn't for the fact that I'm a guy, I'd take off my shoes right now." JK girl looked at the Fish brother who pickpocketed his shoes, with a crying voice explained, "Brother, it's not that I'm not willing to take off, it's not that I'm not willing to let you play, I'm too cheap for these shoes, or leather shoes, a little bit of covering my feet, so it will be a little bit of a flavor. You know a fart, my big brother is good for this mouth, just like the original flavor." Wretch. Fish brother peeled off the JK girl's small leather shoes, was smoked immediately spit out. "Good guy, that is the original flavor this damn clearly is the original ancient brew Fish backed up with difficulty, casting a horrified look at Lin Ming. "Sure enough, do strong people all have some quirks? What the hell are you looking at?" Lin Ming scolded with a dark face. Yes, I'm not looking, you enjoy." Retching. Fish tried to hide as far away as possible. Lin Ming lazily ignored the stupid bastard and retracted his gaze from Fish before seeing a black biochemical weapon sticking out in front of him. The JK girl was trying to lift her legs, stretching her size 38 black silk feet towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also smoked back and immediately scolded, "I didn't mean that, I meant for you to take off your shoes and walk around the house." The building manager here had a cleanliness fetish, which could be seen from the cleanliness of her room. Having such a biochemical weapon running around in her room was definitely something she couldn't stand, and would definitely trigger the rules as a result. If she didn't show up, then that meant she really had left. If it appeared, then her. The JK girl was barefoot and wandered back through the room warily. The room was already going to be impossible to stay in, and for the first time, Fish knew that the internet always said that it was easy to find a spiritual little sister as a girlfriend, but I didn't realize that it was such a big price to pay. Seeing that the house was smoky to the point of not being able to stay in the room, the building manager hadn't come out yet. Lin Ming waved his hand at the JK girl, "Put it on, it's easy to get sick." "Thank you big brother for caring." JK girl was a little touched, walking barefoot on the ground was indeed easy to get diarrhea, she didn't expect Lin Ming to be so concerned about her. Lin Ming glanced at her, "Who cares about you, I'm afraid of a fungal infection in my lungs." Although she was at the chi refining stage, she was not immune to some human germs for the time being. Only when one reached the foundation establishment stage and became a true cultivator with a lifespan of more than 300 years could they be free from the torture of germs. When the JK girl heard this, she blushed and obediently put on her shoes and followed outside. Lin Ming led the two out of the room, and Fish took the opportunity to take a big breath of fresh air. He had never felt that the air in the original Weird World was so cool and fresh. When he came to the second floor, Lin Ming went to room 202 first. Standing at the door, Lin Ming thought of something. If the occupant of room 202 only liked to sleep, then being disturbed was a capital offense. So maybe just knocking on the door would be a death sentence. Of course, it was possible that the entrant wouldn't knock, but what if 202's creepy sleeper was light? A light sleeper can sometimes be woken up by just a little noise. For example, the dad who fell asleep on the couch watching TV, obviously snoring, as long as you turn off the TV or change the channel, he can immediately wake up and tell you, "What to do? I'm watching this Wellet." But Lin Ming is not afraid of this. He tried to break the door lock into the door, but found that the door is not locked. He tried to twist the lock on the door and walked in, but found the door unlocked. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, pushed the door in, and found a piece of paper stuck to the wall. "Whoever you are, even if you're a thief, please be gentle when stealing, I'm sleeping and don't like to be disturbed." So because he didn't want to be disturbed, he simply left the door unlocked, and whoever loved to enter would do so, saving himself from being woken up by knocking on the door? This creepy really loves to sleep. Lin Ming walked inside the door, and Fish and JK girl quickly followed. The two wore sneakers and walked without sound. But JK girl was wearing small leather shoes, and when she walked in, she made a clicking sound, similar to high heels. Fish also saw the note posted on the wall, and when he heard the commotion, his face turned white and he jerked back to look at JK girl. JK girl was also bloodless, shaking her head in fear, indicating that she really didn't mean it. Chapter 37, An asswipe will have its uses too. Fish didn't care if the JK maiden was doing it on purpose or not. Pointing at the door, his eyes glaring round, he wordlessly said two words. Out. JK teenager was even more terrified, with tears in her eyes, desperately shaking her head, indicating that she didn't want to go out. Because she was afraid that there were creeps in the building, afraid that she would be taken out if she was left alone. In order not to be thrown out, she even went so far as to take off her shoes. Now, it was Fish's turn to be scared. Lin Ming looked back at the two who were gesticulating. What are you doing? Hearing that he even dared to speak out loud, Fish and the JK girl were terrified. The two thought he hadn't seen the note posted on the wall. Fish hurriedly made a shushing expression, then kept pointing at the note, signaling Lin Ming to look at it. Oh, I saw that note, it's fine. Lin Ming had come in to catch Creepy, so how could he possibly listen to Creepy's words? Seeing Lin Ming's confident look, Fish and JK girl thought of the fact that he seemed to know spells, the kind that could kill people through the air, and their hanging hearts slightly relaxed a bit. Damn! That damn guy! An angry roar suddenly came from the bedroom. Crap, Creepy was woken up. Fish and JK girl were the first to hide behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't bother with the two, and after confirming Creepy's location, he walked straight over to the room. When he arrived at the bedroom door, before he could enter, he saw a guy with messy hair inside, his eyes red and furious, walking out. Seeing Lin Ming, this Creepy surprisingly didn't make a move, but instead snapped, "You. Go help me set up that guy from 201 and make him stop playing the game." Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Wasn't it a mission of certain death? Nope, it told himself to go to 201, maybe he'd meet real death after going over there. But Lin Ming didn't have that kind of time to run back and forth. He refused to carry out this lazy bastard's mission. HM? Why don't you go yet? Didn't you hear what I said? Or do you want me to eat you? The lazy ghost stared viciously at Lin Ming, its eyes getting wider and wider, the red bloodlines also increasing. Even the corners of its eyes were cracked open, with blood rolling out, bloody traces covering its entire face, making it appear more and more hideous and terrifying. Lin Ming stretched out two fingers with lightning speed and poked both of its eyes. Creepy was unprepared and was poked in the eyeballs, and immediately covered his face and wailed in pain, "Egu! You're sick! What are you doing poking my eyes? It's okay, borrow some blood." Lin Ming didn't want to bite his finger to write a ghost spirit contract anymore. He still had to build his foundation, so he could draw talismans in the air. Lin Ming dabbed on the blood and began to draw a talisman on the lazy ghost's forehead. The lazy ghost covered his eyes, not knowing what was happening, but instinctively dodged. "Hey, no, don't move." Lin Ming frowned and chided. "Off! Off!" Creepy closed his eyes tightly, but he couldn't control the death chi escaping from them. That was his death aura, and it was also equivalent to bleeding. At the same time, Lazy Ghost kept waving his hands around, trying to force Lin Ming back. "Hey, I told you not to move." Lin Ming was hindered and wrote a wrong stroke. He was so angry that he kicked the Lazy Ghost and laid him down. "I'm a mage on a horse, I have to be forced to use force, don't I?" Lin Ming pounced on, riding on the Lazy Ghost, snapped two big mouths, smacked the Lazy Ghost crying, "The battle scene is not immortal at all. Lazy Ghost is like a forced daughter-in-law, constantly crying, 'Let go of me. You pervert. Let go of me. Or else I'll make you sleep with me.'" In the next moment, Lin Ming only felt a strong sense of drowsiness come over him, which was obviously the Lazy Ghost's skill. Lin Ming didn't even see how it triggered the skill. This couldn't help but make his eyes light up. This was a good skill. "Congratulations, you kid got the chance to live." Lin Ming decided to send this guy into the 10,000 soul streamer. However, after entering the 10,000 soul streamer, they would be stripped of their personal consciousness and become Lin Ming's shape from the inside out. So before going in, there was still a need to interrogate them. Lin Ming ran his spiritual energy and resisted sleepiness, while this Lazy Ghost unleashed his ability and surprisingly began to drift off as well. I don't know if it was a side effect of this ability, or if it was going to drag Lin Ming inside a dream. Just as well, save the resistance. Lin Ming quickly wrote down a ghost spirit contract and took control of the Lazy Ghost. Instantly, his sleepiness was gone. The lazy ghost's abilities were also forcibly suspended, blankly opening his blinded eyes. Master? Master? Fish and JK Girl were preparing to escape at any time. As long as Lin Ming was bizarrely finished off, they would immediately go out the door. But they didn't expect Lin Ming to actually beat Creepy and make Creepy call him Master? Was this guy even scarier than even Creepy? Lin Ming got up from the lazy ghost and calmly said, "Tell me the reason you're staying here." Reason for staying here? The lazy ghost wanted to say it's none of your business, but his mouth couldn't help but answer the question, "Because this is my home, Master." So the mission to help you sleep, did you post that? Lin Ming asked. No, I just want to sleep. I won't issue a task. If it wasn't for the fact that the opposite side was too noisy, I wouldn't have asked you to help me. Master, forgive me. The lazy ghost respectfully knelt on the ground. Then how much do you know about this building? After Lin Ming asked, he felt like this was nonsense. Sure enough, the lazy ghost immediately said, "Master, I sleep all day, I don't know anything." Alright, then tell me, why did you ask me to set up 201 just now? Lin Ming frowned. The lazy ghost was instantly filled with indignation. That guy plays games all day long, and it's so noisy that I can't even sleep. Lin Ming listened sideways. I didn't hear that. That guy and I have very similar abilities. I'm the one who makes people fall into the dream world, it's the one who makes people fall into the game world, because the abilities are too similar, so both of our dreams and game worlds occasionally link up, and it'll be noisy for me, so you won't be able to hear it in reality. Lazy Ghost explained seriously. Lin Ming understood and immediately said to the lazy ghost, "Then enter the 10,000 soul streamer. I like your ability and you can serve me forever." Really? Thank you, Master. The lazy ghost was happy and shed tears of blood. Numbnuts, doesn't that mean I have to be a slave forever? I don't like it. Unfortunately, under the constraints of the ghost spirit contract, this guy couldn't say anything, and could only be forced to be sent into the 10,000 soul streamer, and even had to take the initiative to be refined. When it was being refined, it clearly wanted to resist, but it could only watch as the effects of that spell covered its body, and then its own will slowly disappeared, becoming a part of the 10,000 soul streamer. Lin Ming put away the 10,000 soul streamer, ignoring the two dumbfounded people on the opposite side of the room, and headed straight across the room. The two watched dumbfounded as Lin Ming passed in front of them, and when he went out the door, Fish reacted and immediately followed. However, the JK girl was a bit scared and asked cautiously, "Brother Fish, this handsome man kills without blinking an eye, is it okay for us to follow? He won't feel annoyed, right?" This girl's worry was not unreasonable, because given the current situation, they were a complete liability. What if Lin Ming got impatient and just got them killed? Fish, however, looked at the JK girl seriously and said, "If you feel useless, you should try to act as useful as possible, and you have to believe that even a piece of ass wiping paper or a salted fish will have their uses." JK teen was a little hesitant. It was true and sensible, but it always felt weird somewhere. Chapter 38, Fight if you can, turn off the TV if you can't. Lin Ming came across to room 201. This time the door was locked. He forced the lock and walked in. The room was clean and tidy, there wasn't even a hint of odor, not at all like the home of a gaming otaku. Of course, there were some geeks who loved cleanliness. But those who are so geeky that they play games as ghosts shouldn't be so fond of cleaning up, right? Lin Ming came into the living room and found that the television was on, still with the game interface. Street Fighter? Fish saw the screen and instantly showed surprise. He had played the game. JK girl was not very old, so she had not heard of this game, and was a bit confused. What sense fighter? Street Fighter, I don't know if this world is called that, but it's a game, it's not the young woman's fast instrument you think. Also, this dude stayed at home all day, surprisingly he plays this kind of game? At least play a Civilization series, even if it's a Peace Society game like mine? Fish shook his head. After hugging Lin Ming's leg, he was slightly more bold and even dared to comment. Lin Ming also glanced at Fish unexpectedly. He didn't realize that this guy was still a Class A war criminal? The JK girl really couldn't keep up with these two's train of thought, and could only ask with trepidation, "Can I ask, where is that ghost? Didn't he say he was playing a game?" Fish also reacted that something wasn't right. Looking around, there wasn't the slightest spooky figure in the bright living room. Could it be that he's tired of playing the game and went to sleep? Lin Ming was also scanning around, looking for any sign of weirdness. Suddenly, the game screen on the TV flickered, and then the person selection interface appeared, accompanied by a switch. A figure with a red headband wrapped around his head, wearing a white budo suit also tied with a black belt appeared on the TV. It's Ryu. Fish instantly recognized the character. And at that moment, Ryu on the TV hooked his finger at a few people and let out an eerie voice. come and defeat me so you can get out alive. That's the geeky ghost, isn't it? Defeat him and you'll get through? Big brother, let me do it, I was good at Street Fighter when I was a kid. Fish hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to show himself and prove that he was also useful. Lin Ming also happened to want to observe, so he nodded in agreement. Fish became even more excited and immediately twisted his head around to look for a handle, and when he found one, he immediately had to choose someone as well. Without hesitation, he chose Chun-Li. No kidding, for Fish's adolescence, wearing a cheongsam with black silk Chun-Li simply accompanied him for a long time in his spring dream. And just after Fish's choice was successful, something suddenly felt wrong. He couldn't control his body anymore, and was taking a step towards the TV. Coming in front of the TV, a raised leg kicked at the TV. But instead of the TV being kicked, he walked in. Went in. Big brother, Fish, he went in. The JK girl exclaimed. Lin Ming had guessed it a while ago, but he had chosen to stabilize his hand in order to prevent a weird escape. Now that Fish had entered the game, he could be sure that his guess was correct. At this moment, the game screen had changed. It turned into a background of urban ruins. Ryu appeared, clearly a martial arts master and a muscular man, but at this moment, he was gloomy. Fish also appeared, he still had the same face, but he was wearing Chun-Li's clothes, stockings strangling his crotch. It made him eggheads, in the physical sense, but also on a psychological level. He did fantasize about banging Chun-Li, but not ghost banging. In contrast to Fish's bewilderment, Ryu was already striking, coming up with a volley of wave fists. Ah, Dogen! Chun-Li was incarnated by Fish, but he hadn't gotten used to that identity yet. Not to mention seeing Ryu, that big guy, with his own eyes, shoot a shot of energy at his face, only to feel a white color in front of him, unable to react to anything. Bang! Chun-Li was directly blasted out by this shot and lay on the ground, his blood bar dropping by a fraction. Luckily, Fish reacted, knowing that he had probably entered the game and figured it was going to be a physical fight, and after carefully recalling it, he realized that he actually knew how to send out waves as well. That was awesome. Although Fish was in some pain, he also showed his excitement, but anyone who had played Street Fighter would surely fantasize about the skills in it that they could also learn. And who hadn't sent out waves to their good friends across the room? Now that he could really send out the skill, Fish didn't hesitate to blast out a fist. Qigong Fist. A wave blasted out and Ryu jumped into the air with a tornado spinning kick to avoid the Qigong punch and quickly burst in front of Chun-Li. Seeing this guy approaching, Fish was shocked and immediately tried to throw a counterpunch. Ryu, however, got up even faster and slammed over with a powerful howling oil root. This shot of Rising Dragon Fist directly took Chun-Li into the air, followed by Vacuum Tornado Spinning Kick, which kicked Chun-Li's blood bar to decrease crazily. Finally, Ryu landed on the ground and Chun-Li died violently. Also dead, there is Fish. When Fish entered the game, he was Chun-Li. When Chun-Li died, he died. Blood slowly flowed from the TV, it was Fish's blood, filled with his arrogance and stupidity. The JK girl was terrified and looked at Lin Ming with trepidation. Big brother, I don't know how to play the game, I'm not that creepy opponent. Lin Ming then didn't intend to let JK girl go into battle. He was here to find creepy, not to watch a live game. As it happened, at that moment, Ryu on the TV was hooking his finger at him in a provocative manner that meant, come over here. Lin Ming really did walk over. As for picking a character, he didn't have that interest. Heavenly Evil Gong was running, his arm was wrapped in a layer of spiritual energy, and he violently reached into the TV. The TV was the medium for this 201 geek, or rather that game screen was the medium. This otaku's ability was simply weak, one could only wait for someone to touch the handle or the TV to trigger this skill, it was simply the most useless ability to Lin Ming. His hand reached into the game screen, practically descending like a heavenly god, and grabbed Ryu. Ryu was shocked and immediately sent out a fluctuating fist, trying to blast Lin Ming, but he couldn't even break through Lin Ming's protective spiritual energy. By the time Lin Ming grabbed Ryu out, he instantly turned into a scruffy teenage creep. Lin Ming dabbed at the Fish's blood coming out of the TV and wrote a ghost spirit contract on the struggling teenage creepy's face. The contract was established, and the teenage creepy submitted, looking humbly at Lin Ming. Brother, playing games? I have so many games here, what beautiful housekeeping, what inner court fake eunuchs, what time out, I guarantee you can play a good time. No need, tell me if no one can beat you in a game? Lin Ming only cared about whether coming here to stop it from playing the game was a mission of certain death. The teenager nodded wryly. Yes, I can absorb people who touch the TV or things connected to the TV into the game, and then use my rich gaming experience to defeat the other person. Lin Ming understood that this was equivalent to an old saying. Never argue with a retard, because he'll find a way to pull your IQ down to the same level as his, and then use his rich retard experience to defeat you. But there was another question that Lin Ming was skeptical about. How can you guarantee that you won't run into a game master that you can't beat? It doesn't matter, if I can't beat them, just leave the TV, my opponent will never get out if he gets sucked in by me anyway, and as soon as I come out and turn off the TV my opponent will die, so I'll be able to keep my undefeated record. Teenage Creepy said honestly. So this creepy not only has magical means, but also physical attacks like turning off the TV? Chapter 39, Stir-Frying Without Salt. In any case, it was obvious from the teenager's weirdly unconvincing vigor. This was another mission of certain death. Lose, get killed. Win, get screwed over. Lin Ming was basically certain that these quests weren't released by Creepy Games. He waved at Teenage Creepy. Teenage Creepy seemed to have a premonition, walking over uncontrollably while fearfully saying, Master. Master, I'm very capable, please give me a chance, I'll definitely assist you in the future to become a Ghost King. Don't worry, I'm just going to give you this chance. Lin Ming smiled. The teenager let out a weird sigh of relief. Then he saw Lin Ming's hand resting on it, drawing in those dead chi. No. Master. You said you were going to give me a chance. Junior Creepy said in horror. That's right, give me your death chi so that I can become a Ghost King soon, this is your best way and chance. Lin Ming absorbed Teenage Creepy in one go. Deadly chi plus 15,000. Chi refining 8th layer 20%. There were still 2 more layers to go before he could build his foundation. Lin Ming revealed a look of satisfaction and incidentally glanced at the panel that the bizarre game had arranged for him. Damn it, how come it's still a ghost level? Didn't this bizarre game's level rely on how much dead chi it had to judge? Or did players have a separate grading method? Lin Ming searched, exited the door, and headed upstairs. The JK girl was at the back, carefully following along at the same pace. Further up was the 3rd floor, which had been cleaned up and was useless. Lin Ming went straight to the 4th floor and came to the 401 door. This was the place where that old man-shirt Moncler outlet store had been tasked with saying that there was a couple that didn't get along and quarreled all year round, and that he wanted to find a way to get them to stop quarreling. Is this still a bad idea? Lin Ming stood outside the door and heard the sounds of quarreling inside, and even the sounds of things being dropped. He kicked open the door and walked in, and saw 2 creeps in the living room, covered in wounds, staring viciously at each other as if they were cockfighting, their faces full of murderous intent, hating the fact that they couldn't let each other die violently on the spot again. Seeing an outsider walking in, the male ghost immediately cursed angrily, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Come to watch the fun, aren't you, looking for death?" The female ghost was also incomparably angry. And then, surprisingly, the 2 couples stopped quarreling and came over together, wanting to use Lin Ming to take out their anger. Lin Ming looked at them calmly. "I'm here to mediate between you guys, after all, quarreling is bad, it will teach the kids, affect the neighbors, and destroy the couple's relationship." The male ghost laughed. "Quarreling is bad? Then have you asked this person what she has done to wrong me?" Lin Ming even had the leisure to look at the female ghost walking towards him. "What did you do?" The female ghost said hideously, "I didn't put salt in my stir-fry, is that a big deal?" "It's really not a big deal." Lin Ming looked at the male ghost. "Not so angry, right? Do you know how big of a deal it is to not put salt in? My mother's meat is fat and tender, letting her make it into bacon for her but not putting salt in it, it can't be stored for long, you know. Do you think it's a big crime?" The male ghost angrily rebuked. Lin Ming nodded with deep approval and said to the female ghost, "You're really not right, so when you made his dad, did you put salt in?" "His father is what he popped himself, what's it got to do with me?" As the female ghost spoke, she had already walked over to Lin Ming and circled around him, picking out the fat and the thin. "You're a bit skinny, isn't the meat more faggy?" The male ghost had also walked over and sneered, "Told you, you loser don't know anything, this kind of person should be stewed in soup, it's definitely tonic." Lin Ming thought about it and felt that these 2 ghosts were damn right. He was now covered in spiritual energy, and his meat had been flushed with spiritual energy, so the stew was definitely a supreme treat. JK girl listening to the side are numplause. What are these people? Ah no, what ghosts saw? After half a day, it turned out to be because of the use of parents to do dishes did not do good to quarrel. This big brother is also really with the gold medal mediator like, in that blah blah persuade it. "Kid, do you think I'm right, should I stew?" The male ghost questioned. The female ghost coldly said, I think it should be made into braised human meatballs. Kid, are you right? Lin Ming said seriously, I think Big Brother is right, stew is better. You dare to reject me? The female ghost was incomparably angry, her deathly chi surged, and her ability was triggered with it. Lin Ming felt a force controlling his body, wanting to make himself go bam 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 into a big wall. Probably intending to bash himself into a meat paste and then make it into meatballs. Bro, thanks for your support, I'll make you incredibly delicious. The male ghost, however, was excited, and his ability was triggered, but he had Lin Ming walk towards the pressure cooker in the kitchen to make a soup. Unfortunately, their abilities were still too weak, and Lin Ming easily resisted it by running his heavenly evil power. Just in case, he took out the 10,000 soul streamer and asked Wei Yuan to fix the two ghosts first. After all, with one ghost, there was no need for Wei Yuan to make a move, but the two ghosts were able to escape. Although these two ghosts were already at the grieving spirit level and were powerful. But Wei Yuan was also at the same level and could even use the power of the 10,000 soul streamer, so he could still control them easily. This time Lin Ming didn't even bother to plant a ghost spirit contract, he directly wiped the female ghost's neck, absorbing the dead chi while gently persuading, as a woman, you should be gentler and more virtuous, to your own husband you need to learn to understand and be considerate, you should know that it's hard for him to work outside, don't be so quick to play the little sex. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming with disbelief, I'm gentle my ass, I'm virtuous my ass. Is this how you mediate between us? Persuading and stabbing me at the same time? In the midst of intense resentment, the female ghost slowly died. Deadly Chi plus 20,000. Chi refining 8th level 98%. Lin Ming looked to the male ghost next to him who was desperately urging his dead Chi to fight Wei Yuan, don't waste your dead Chi, I still need to use it. Besides, look I've convinced your daughter-in-law, she already knows she's wrong and is paid with her life. Next I'm going to talk about you, as a big man, how can you be angry because you didn't salt your old lady's meat, I'm going to punish you for apologizing to your wife after you die. Put. Lin Ming stabbed through the male ghost's throat and drained it. Deadly Chi plus 18,000. 9th level of Chi refining 15%. Lin Ming frowned, this guy had consumed so much dead Chi after fighting Wei Yuan for such a short while? It seems that in the future, it would be better to plant ghost spirit contracts so that they don't waste their power before they die. Along with the two bizarre dead queens, Lin Ming completed his mediation mission. They, in the future, would never quarrel again. Lin Ming turned around and walked towards the opposite door. However, he saw that the couple from 402 across the street had come out at some point. They looked excitedly at the JK girl who had curled up into the corner in terror. What a cute girl, hubby, I want to adopt her. Yes, we've adopted so many boys, it's time for a daughter, I'll go saw off her legs so we can have a beautiful and cute daughter. The husband and wife ghosts were full of joy as they discussed the situation, then rushed over and peeled off the shoes of JK's young girl. Lin Ming didn't even have time to stop her and could only watch the tragedy unfold. Biochemical weapon, unbanned. Wretch. Chapter 40 Handsome guy is so perverted. Because the building manager loved cleanliness too much, resulting in even the bizarre end of the world, there was not even the slightest odor in this building. These bizarre had already gotten used to a clean life long ago, and had a weak resistance to dirty scents. At this moment, once the JK girl took off her shoes, she directly ate over this couple ghosts. Lin Ming looked at the couple ghosts that retreated back and forth, and said that this girl was also considered a talent. To be honest, today it was estimated that even without Lin Ming, she would be able to rely on her own specialties to survive until the end. Of course, the probability is that owner won't let her go. Lin Ming walked up and let the young girl put on her shoes while casting a ghost spirit contract on the husband and wife ghosts. When the ghost spirit contract was done, Lin Ming didn't even bother to ask and directly absorbed the couple. 10th level of Chi refining 72%. Great, only one more to go, now just go and absorb the strongest building manager and you should be able to successfully build your foundation. At that time, one would be the only foundation building cultivator in the real world. And at this moment, the JK girl was still there crying and putting on her shoes. When she saw Lin Ming's impatient look, she hurriedly stopped crying, but didn't forget to explain in an aggravated manner, it's really just the shoes, my feet don't usually smell this bad. Then I suggest that you wear these shoes in the future, at least they can save your life. Of course, provided you can get out. Lin Ming lightly dropped a sentence. The JK girl didn't expect her feet to receive such high praise from Lin Ming, and for a moment, she was a little surprised. Could it be that she could really become a towering existence with these feet? Seeing that Lin Ming had already begun to walk up the stairs, she hurriedly stopped fantasizing and followed along. 5th floor. The butcher had said earlier that this building only had 5 floors. And the 5th floor was uninhabited. But it was clean as a batch, without a single speck of dust, and the special smell of being unoccupied for a long time. It seemed like the building manager had been cleaning this side. On the 4 floors downstairs, Lin Ming hadn't even seen the building manager, so that guy was definitely here. Even Lin Ming's heart had long since deduced who had given them the task. It should be the building manager. The reason for this was the building manager's one little problem, the cleanliness fetish. It had a cleanliness fetish, so it didn't like the building to be dirty. From the time Lin Ming had just come out of the first house, he had noticed that the building was clean as a batch, even every home was clean, the floors were shiny, and even the hallways didn't have a bit of dust or footprints. After all, these spooks were all ghost bodies, they wouldn't get dust on them, they wouldn't dirty their homes or hallways. But the outsiders will make the place unclean, especially the shoes worn by the living. Earlier on the stairs, Lin Ming saw the shoe prints left behind by his party as they walked back and forth. Before they had arrived, the hallway was so clean that there wasn't even a speck of dust, let alone shoe prints. That's why when they arrived, it made the building manager so revolted. And as the most powerful building manager, it should also be able to give orders to the players who came in. This was Lin Ming's deduction, and now the time had come to verify if this matter was correct. Both room doors on the 5th floor were barred. Lin Ming walked over and opened the door to room 501 to check it out. The room was empty and clean. He wandered around and didn't find anyone. Then it seemed that the building manager was in 502. Lin Ming immediately walked over to 502, but when he searched around this house, there was surprisingly no one there either. The building manager is hiding? Or did he realize his strength and ran away? Lin Ming stood at the window and looked out the window, where there was an infinite mist, and he couldn't even see the environment 1 meter outside the residential building clearly. The building manager shouldn't go out, right? Otherwise this mission would become completely incomplete. Even if that was what the building manager wanted, the rules of the weird game wouldn't allow that. Perhaps the rules for triggering the building manager hadn't been found? Lin Ming thought for a moment, found a pen from his room, walked down the hallway and started scribbling. Didn't the building manager love cleanliness and have a cleanliness fetish? Then surely he couldn't stand to see the walls get dirty. Lin Ming first drew a big cross on the wall. No movement. He then wrote a silly word in front of the fork. Still no movement? Lin Ming drew another pile on the wall, and even carefully drew a few flies. I don't believe you can stand it. Sure enough, with the appearance of this filth, the dead chi in the hallway began to surge up. However, this surge of dead chi was only momentary, as if it was a breeze blowing by, making it unnoticeable. The JK girl didn't notice it and was still admiring Lin Ming's painting. Lin Ming was keenly aware of it, knowing that it was a painting that wasn't enough, and twisted his head to look at the JK girl. Do you want to go to the toilet? The young girl froze. You smelled me farting quietly? Lin Ming took 2 steps back and said to the young girl, if you want to go to the restroom, go. Oh, okay. The young girl had a red face and wanted to find a room to use the restroom. Don't go, right here. Lin Ming pointed to the ground. The JK teenage girl's eyes widened in surprise, filled with shame. Big brother, how do you? You still have this hobby of watching people? Lin Ming had a dark face. You are not paying attention to the mission at all, you don't read the information at all, right? I'm borrowing your hand. Borrowing your ass to lure out the building manager. Oh. The JK girl was dazed and secretly relieved at the same time. She thought she wasn't perverted enough, causing her to be unable to keep up with the big man. However, this matter of pooping in front of a male god, no matter how one thought about it, it made one feel ashamed of. Lin Ming could see the young girl's shame and immediately said, don't worry, I won't guard you here, beg me I won't either. Huh? Then I'm not in danger? The JK girl was panicked. Taking it was no problem, not even wiping it. But if that building manager showed up, she was no match. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Don't worry, you can poop in a circle, and when the time comes to hide in the circle, it's guaranteed that the building manager won't dare to go in. The JK girl imagined that image. She felt that she was still more willing to face death, and asked aggressively, can't you come? I'm too ashamed. Lin Ming flatly refused. I'm smacked too. The young girl was on the verge of crying. It's like this, if you pull, the building manager might not be willing to kill you because he smacks you as dirty. But I won't, I will only finish you off because you reject me. You make a choice now, I'm going downstairs. Lin Ming went downstairs, he couldn't face the next image either. Once he was downstairs, he began to wait in peace. Now it was up to that young girl whether she wanted to die at his hands or try to push the limits of weirdness. About 5 minutes later, the sound of exertion came from upstairs. Lin Ming revealed a smile, the little girl was quite obedient. And as the sound of exertion upstairs grew louder and louder, the wind once again blew in the hallway, and even the wind grew louder and louder, it was dead air stirring. That deeply hidden building manager finally couldn't hide anymore. Chapter 41, Lord Lu, why don't you run away? A faint cursing voice floated in the hallway. It was a vicissitude of a woman's voice, and it should be the building manager who had a cleanliness fetish. She finally couldn't tense up. Hoo-hoo! Gusts of wind swept through, impacting Lin Ming, accompanied by an exasperated voice, why don't you stop her, she's about to pull out. Can you not do it live, I'm sick of it? Lin Ming said flatly. You know it's disgusting too? Then I'm going to broadcast it live, look at her squatting. Wretch there! You, how did you come up with this way to force me out? The building manager had seen a lot of nasty outsiders, and they had people who would see through the traps they set up and think of all sorts of ways to force themselves out. But there had never been a person that had come up with this kind of method. From. Came. Haven't. There was. Instead, Lin Ming's lips lifted up slightly, and he fiercely stepped forward to extend his hand, found you. Did he really think that he was just chatting with the building manager? He was using his penetrating eyes to look for the building manager's location, and at this moment, after sensing where the other party was, he blasted his fist over. Sure enough, a miserable scream came from the air in front of him, followed by a phantom falling to the ground, but it quickly disappeared before Lin Ming could get there. It's quite capable of running. Lin Ming cast his perspective technique and scanned the surroundings, looking for the other party. Upstairs came the trembling voice of the JK girl, Big Brother, still pulling? Continue. Lin Ming didn't believe that the building manager could hold back. Sure enough, the building manager, who had already left, heard the conversation between the two, and his voice came back, full of grumpiness, stop. If you dare to continue, I will eat you. The young girl was terrified, Big Brother, what to do? Don't worry, go get him up. Lin Ming taught this young girl. Mop stained with, Lubu was alive. Even the building manager couldn't do anything about it. The young girl understood and immediately rushed to the toilet to get a mop, but right after she left that life-preserving circle, a mournful howl came from her ears. It was the building manager. Not good. Despair flashed in the young girl's eyes, she seemed to have been punked by Lin Ming. He was trying to get himself to enrage the building chief before tricking himself into leaving the circle, using this to lure the building chief to show up to deal with him. In the next moment, a mist surrounded the JK maiden, causing her to be surrounded by mist in all directions. This was the fog ghost ability in Lin Ming's 10,000 soul streamer, which could summon a corrosive fog. Even a grudge spirit level existence would be out of luck if they entered it. Lin Ming surrounded the young girl with the mist, leaving her a safe place, and then rushed in under the protection of the 10,000 soul streamer. This time, his penetrating eyes worked and he saw a dim figure. Master Lu, got you yo. Lin Ming had a sinister look on his face as he slowly approached the illusory shadow in his line of sight. The JK girl watched as Lin Ming ignored her, terrified. He used me, but didn't try to screw me over? The person is kinda nice. And the building manager didn't expect Lin Ming to be so sinister and vicious. Obviously from beginning to end he had brought this girl with him, and she had thought that Lin Ming liked this girl and had a possessive desire for her. But she didn't expect that from beginning to end Lin Ming was deliberately condoning the woman to follow him, creating a persona that he was cold-faced and hot-hearted. In fact, his face was cold and his heart was even colder. From the very beginning, he hadn't cared about the woman's death, just to lure himself out. You already knew that I was staring at you, right? The illusory shadow questioned viciously. From the time I learned that you had a cleanliness fetish, I probably guessed that you definitely didn't welcome us, and when I learned that our missions were all certain death missions, I suspected that you've been staring at us all this time. I just couldn't always make things up without evidence. Lin Ming shrugged. Well, you really are the most treacherous and cunning player I've ever seen. Shadow scolded. Lin Ming was unconcerned. Treacherous? Cunning? For an evil demon, wasn't this base airy? Don't be complacent either, do you really think you can trap me? Do you know that I'm the building manager, and the authority I possess is beyond your imagination? The shadow let out a fierce laugh and instantly disappeared into thin air. When Lin Ming saw her disappear, he slightly guessed at the building manager's authority, and his heart was clear. It couldn't be that she could instantly arrive anywhere within the building, could it? Only then could she determine in time where it was dirty and where it should be cleaned. If Lin Ming really chased after her and killed her, it would be too troublesome, and she might not even be able to catch her even after the mission time ended. So, this girl came in handy. Lin Ming looked towards the JK maiden. I didn't know if this young girl was enlightened or what. When Lin Ming looked at her, she understood. Brother, I really don't have anything left in my stomach. If you want to force that creepy out, I'll just skate around the building in my bare feet, that should do it. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. You've improved. The JK girl didn't say much, just silently took off her shoes and walked outside. Lin Ming could feel that she still seemed a little disappointed in herself. However, what did that matter? This girl walked out and wielded her power to her heart's content. The building manager did indeed have authority over the entire building. She could instantly detect any changes in the building, even the appearance of a speck of dust could be felt, which was why she had developed a cleanliness fetish over time, and why she had ordered that even the homes of those few residents must be kept clean and tidy. But now, something that made her even more miserable happened. That the JK girl had taken had already caused her tremendous psychological stress. Now this woman was even emitting poisonous gas. The building manager could feel that her building was becoming smelly. It was deteriorating. It even made her body, as if it was emitting that stench, making it hard for her to go crazy. But she knew that she couldn't show up or Lin Ming would finish her off. Although she was the building manager, she wasn't a match for Lin Ming. Damn it, how come the players are so difficult this time? It wasn't like there weren't experts that had come to this building before, there were even ones that were stronger than Lin Ming, and as a result, they were still targeted by the building manager and escaped. But she didn't expect that Lin Ming, who wasn't considered the strongest, had forced her into a corner by insidious means. The JK girl led Lin Ming all the way down, going into almost every room once, leaving her footprints and flavor behind. The building manager was also forced to flee down one floor at a time, never daring to take half a step beyond the thunder pool. Finally, she was forced into nooks and crannies and couldn't even make it back to her home. It was because this JK girl had walked around her home before as well. What's more, it was useless to hide in her home, every door had been destroyed by Lin Ming in advance, and she couldn't block the doors even if she hid inside. Unless she was willing to use the authority of the building manager to instantly move upstairs. But that smell. Retched upstairs. The building manager was blocked into the nooks and crannies of the first floor. Lin Ming unfolded his penetrating eyes and saw her huddled right in the corner, smiling slightly. Floor leader, you're running, why don't you run? Chapter 42 Killing the floor leader and building a foundation. You're such a living. The building manager gritted his teeth and cursed bitterly. Lin Ming, however, didn't care and laughed evilly as he pounced towards the building manager's big mom. Come on, my old baby. Enter my body. Just in case, Lin Ming didn't even directly grab the building manager this time. Instead, he collected her into the 10,000 soul streamer before starting the confrontation. After Lin Ming's mind also entered the 10,000 soul streamer, and 5 of the ghosts confronted the building manager. In addition to holding the authority of the entire building, the building manager also had a rather unique ability. Voiding. This ability allowed her body to temporarily turn into a virtual shadow, or even temporarily turn into the wind, immune to certain attacks. Of course it wasn't completely immune, or else she wouldn't be so afraid of JK girls. However, the vaporization couldn't escape the 10,000 soul streamer, and this place would surely become her grave. Wei Yuan tried to find a way to look straight at the building chief, but the building chief's strength was above him. It was difficult for him to immobilize him, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to immobilize him for long, 1 or 2 seconds at most. In order to be able to cause harassment to the building chief, Wei Yuan then deliberately interfered when she was under attack and wanted to vanish and dodge, which caused her quite a bit of trouble. The greedy ghost was constantly spilling paper money, which floated down, and once contaminated, it could take away the life and power of the opponent. The building manager was most afraid of this, so she dodged and dodged, unwilling to confront it. Mist ghosts and hanged ghosts catalyzed the death chi. The thick fog constantly dazzled the building chief. There is also a rope hanging down, attempting to bind him. But with these attacks, the building chief was able to rely on vaporization to dodge through every time. Occasionally, a few times, he would be interfered with by Wei Yuan and couldn't dodge them, but after breaking free from Wei Yuan's control, he was also able to escape immediately. Lin Ming looked at Lu Chang and decided not to continue pestering him. He was originally curious about the ability of the building manager, wanting to see if it was strong or not. If it was really that very powerful ability, then he would take it, even if he didn't get to build a foundation in this copy. It didn't matter, the big deal was to come in again. He couldn't afford to waste a powerful booster. But now it seems that virtualization is really very general. Life preservation ability is super strong, offensive ability is extremely weak. Since there is no need to stay, then die. Lin Ming catalyzed the 10,000 soul streamer and the spell formation activated, immediately trapping Big Mother in place. In my 10,000 soul streamer, how can you still be arrogant? The building manager's big mom felt that she couldn't move, and this time, unlike just now when she was being looked at by that weird direct gaze, she was being controlled by another kind of powerful force, and was instantly terrified. When she saw Lin Ming approaching, she felt the imminence of death even more and struggled frantically. The 10,000 soul streamer was controlling her to death, and Lin Ming came over, biting through his own finger and writing a ghost spirit contract on the forehead of the building manager's aunt. The ghost spirit contract was successfully planted, and the building manager's aunt even struggled a bit. Lin Ming was surprised. Can the grievance spirit level be as powerful as this? Sure enough, the spooky levels don't rely solely on the concentration of dead chi to divide them. Lin Ming was just about to suck the building manager's aunt dry, but suddenly his heart stirred and he thought of something and asked in a deep voice, "Where is the missing little girl?" The building manager Amma slightly colored. She resisted not wanting to answer, but was forced to open her mouth, in the attic. Hearing this, Lin Ming cursed in his heart. Fortunately, I was lucky that I was resourceful and asked one more question. Before Lin Ming had actually thought about it, several people, although they were all bound to die on the mission, they all ended up dying in the bizarre hands of this building. It didn't make sense that he was the only one who died at the hands of a mission that was destined not to exist. So this little girl probably existed as well. What other information do you know about her? Like how should she be dealt with and what abilities does she have? Lin Ming immediately pursued. She doesn't have any abilities, she's just very good at hiding. She was once brought by a strong man. That strong man was thrown out by me but didn't have the time to take this girl, so she's been hiding and doesn't dare to come out and meet me. Even I can't find her location. How does the master know? The building manager, Auntie, was puzzled. A strong person brought it? You creeps are still randomly stringing people along. Lin Ming said indifferently. Creepy would have been able to act casually, but that strong person who arrived here wasn't a creepy, but a player. The building manager, Auntie, explained. Lin Ming revealed a look of surprise. A player? A player could bring in random people and escape? Could it be that a player had already gone ahead of himself? It shouldn't be. There were no other cultivators on the blue planet. This was something that Master had spent 300 years determining, and ordinary people weren't that powerful, so how could someone walk in front of them? Or is it that there are other people that actually ran in before the bizarre game opened? That shouldn't be the case. With such superpowers, how could they possibly endure not using them in reality? They should have made a name for themselves long ago, right? A sense of crisis rose in Lin Ming's heart. What is the player you're talking about? What's the name? Draw it out for me. I forgot. That strong person has a special ability to make me forget things. Big Mom shook her head, her movements clearly increasing in amplitude. She was getting rid of the control of the ghost spirit contract. Do you remember how strong the other party is? With the ability to casually travel through fog? Lin Ming confirmed. This fog wasn't something that could be casually shuttled through, especially since it was even tougher for players. So to be able to shuttle through the fog, one must be a super strong player. The building manager, Auntie, however, said with a deadly air, I don't know, but he should have a way to circumvent the effects of these mists. After all, those survivors always have some odd abilities, and some can even shuttle into replicas and sell all sorts of things to players. Replicas are able to run in and sell things? Why does that sound like a strong army chariot? I wonder if there's a strong army gun carriage, Prairie Sisters, or something. Nope, the important thing was the 3 words survivor. Lin Ming keenly grasped the key point in the words of the building manager's aunt. Survivor, it wasn't like addressing outside players. After all, Blue Star wasn't on the verge of destruction. Was it possible that the survivor was some living person who had survived this world, who had also become a player after the game had descended, and had been lingering on to this day? If that was the case, then that was really something. Lin Ming memorized this key point, looked at the building manager who was about to break through the control of the ghost spirit contract, and once again asked one last question, how many points do you have? Give them all to me. All the other tenants had used up their points by taking out loans to buy houses elsewhere under the pressure of her cleanliness. But this building manager, Auntie, should have points, right? They are all in the bank. Ah. The building manager AMA struggled frantically, on the verge of breaking free. Lin Ming knew that even if he asked for the bank account password, he might not be able to find the bank and take it out in a short period of time, so he could only immediately get down to draining the dead chi from her body. Dead chi plus 100,000. A very top-of-the-line dead chi instantly rushed into Lin Ming's body, making him feel like he had never expanded before. His realm instantly rose to the top, achieving the realm of peak grand completion at the 10th level of chi refining. But it didn't stop there, the realm was still climbing madly upwards. It wasn't because there was an 11th level of chi refining, but foundation building. Lin Ming immediately withdrew from the 10,000 souls streamer, sat down on his knees, and began to absorb the dead chi from the surrounding heaven and earth, continuously entering his body and allowing his spiritual energy to enhance. Finally, he pressed that spiritual energy into his dantian, casting his strongest foundation. At this time Lin Ming, like a most qualified foreman, will be their own foundation with the best materials, the best technology, and then tamped over and over again, until breaking the realm. Foundation building. Jia. P.S. Let's welcome Elder Monster Lin's success in building his foundation and successfully stepping out of his first step as a great devil of the evil path. Chapter 43 Terrible Forgetting Ability. Lin Ming at this moment couldn't mention how satisfied he was. 100 days to build a foundation. We have 10 days. 10 days finally. Finally become foundation building. After becoming a foundation old monster, Lin Ming also became a real evil strong. Before his master died, he sealed the heavenly evil power in Lin Ming's sea of consciousness. In order to prevent it from being snatched away or forced out of the gong, he basically could only gain knowledge of the corresponding realm with every level he advanced. So when he became foundation establishment, the first thing he did was look through the evil spells stated in the heavenly evil gong catalog. Soul regeneration spell. This was one of the best and mandatory evil arts to cultivate at the foundation establishment realm. It was an advanced version of perspective eyes, which could not only see through everything hidden and disguised, but also possessed the ability to track and control. Because the Dementor technique was a means of chi, as long as he had looked at it, even if he had inadvertently swept it, he could use the Dementor technique to track the other person. Then there was mind control. Lin Ming could plant a command in the souls of other living beings that could directly control the other person, or change them subconsciously. Paper man spell. One could cut paper and form it into a living being to help them do things they couldn't do. For example, killing people in broad daylight, such as detonating a bomb in a downtown area. This was once one of Lin Ming's most desired abilities. Because with it, one could create a kingdom of death. Now that he had the creepy game, the desire for this ability became less. Because even if one killed many people outside, the bodies would have to be buried in the earth and brood for some years before they could have a deathly aura. Whereas the bizarre game, naturally so rich, pure death chi. Then there is a blood-killing spell. This blood-killing curse can be done by getting the other person's blood and then putting a spell on them. The slowest is 7 days, the fastest is the same day, the other party dies violently. The grudge corpse replacement spell can refine one or more corpses and bury them in the location with the heaviest grudge, and once in danger, one and the other will swap places, which can be considered a powerful escape spell. This can be seen why it is said that the foundation establishment stage is considered a true cultivator and a true evil devil. Because the spells of the refining stage are all for dealing with ghosts or for self-defense. It was the spells of the foundation establishment stage that were used to kill people. Lin Ming successfully built his foundation, slowly opened his eyes, a green ghostly light flashed in his pupils, and his whole aura changed a bit. Before he was the sunny and cheerful big boy. Now he was the gloomy and evil old boy. At this time he stood in the sunlight, with a hint of evil in his smile, matched with that good-looking face. The charming scummy air really made JK girls dazzled and unable to close their legs. Mom, how did he become handsome again? JK girl suddenly forgave Lin Ming for forcing himself to himself before, using himself to lure the building manager weird things. How come he didn't use anyone else to lure me and just let me come? It means that in his heart, I'm different from others. What, you're saying there's no one else here, that everyone else is dead? Then why am I the only one left to follow him when everyone else is dead? Doesn't that mean he loves me? Lin Ming looked towards the JK girl with her hands clasped to her chest, looking at herself with a face full of happy fantasies. What is this looking at? Forget it, try your hand first. Lin Ming looked at the JK girl, green light flashed in his eyes. Soul regeneration, start. The JK girl's body trembled violently, and the expression on her face became even more blissful, and she looked at Lin Ming with even more infatuation. Lin Ming had tampered with her soul memory, making her forget about her existence in this copy, and designed a memory of her relying on herself to clear the level, but also being loyal and loving to herself, and this love was the kind of love that could never be told to outsiders. When this was done, Lin Ming felt that it wasn't enough, letting the JK girl continue to stay in ecstasy, waiting until she heard the word settle before she could exit the state. He believed that when this woman left this place, she would definitely be noticed and drawn in by the officials. At that time, this woman would be one of his hidden pawns in the officialdom. After all, Song Shui alone still didn't seem quite enough. Lin Ming packed up the JK girl and immediately walked towards the attic. The building manager's aunt said that the missing little girl was in the attic. When he arrived at the attic, he found that it was also clean as a batch. Apparently the building manager's aunt had come to clean it often. But Lin Ming searched all the corners and didn't see that so-called little girl. Strange. Although this attic was and is equivalent to a floor, it was considered shared, so apart from the load-bearing walls, there was no grating whatsoever, so it could be considered an unobstructed view. How could he not find anyone? Even when Lin Ming checked with his soul regeneration technique, he couldn't see where the little girl was. Could it be that she ran away? It shouldn't be. The building manager's aunt was in a controlled state when she said this. It was impossible for her to hide or lie. If the little girl had the intention to run away, she would definitely say so. Wait a minute. Lin Ming suddenly thought of something. It was a sentence that the butcher from 301 had said earlier. He said that there were only 5 floors here. It was true that no one lived in the attic, but it definitely counted as a floor, and the butcher shouldn't have hidden it when he reported it to himself. Also, the building manager, Auntie, was aware that this little girl existed, but why did everyone else say they had never heard of it? Is the building manager Big Mom deliberately concealing other shenanigans, or? Lin Ming thought of the fact that the building manager's aunt had said that this little girl was brought in by a strong person. And that strong person had the ability to make people forget. So it should have been that strong person who used the ability to forget to make everyone in the building forget about the existence of that little girl, and used it to protect him. But the building manager's Big Mom was too strong and got rid of this forgetting effect. Could it be that actually? She didn't get rid of it completely either. Because the building manager Big Mom said before, that little girl is too good at hiding, so the building manager can't even find it. The building manager has the authority of the whole building. She can even fight against her own ghost spirit contract, let alone find someone. Is it that strong person, using the ability to forget, making her forget the location of the little girl? No, the building manager remembered that the little girl was in the attic. So it was the little girl. The little girl also possessed the same ability to make people forget, so every time people saw her, she would purposely make people forget about her, thus achieving the perfect hiding effect. If that's really the case, then that ability is really insurmountable. So, it could only be entrapment? Lin Ming took a deep breath. As an excellent evil heir, he was also very good with his mouth. Little sister, don't be afraid, I'm also one of the survivors. It's your father who entrusted me to find you. Lin Ming tried to pile on the kindest smile and used the gentlest tone. You're lying. An ethereal and still slightly droll voice suddenly resounded in the attic. Sure enough, it was here. Lin Ming immediately wanted to track it through the voice, but when he waited to look over, it was empty. Changed places? To confirm, Lin Ming said to that empty corner, I didn't lie to you, it's really your father who told me to come, don't believe me, see if I'm alive, did I defeat that horrible guy who always comes to you again? It seems to be true, then you are really a good person? The girl's ethereal voice still came from the empty corner. She didn't move from her place. She was right there. But Lin Ming stared at the corner with wide eyes, even casting his soul regeneration technique, but he just couldn't see the little girl. Was this really the ability of oblivion? Or is it something else? Good thing, we're not without means. Chapter 44 Ghost Vending Machine. Lin Ming raised his hand and put his 2 fingers together, invoking the spiritual energy in his body to write the ghost spirit contract in the air. The spiritual energy turned into light, like several black dragons intertwining and twisting in the air, and shot towards the no man's land where the voice came from, and then converged into a talisman that emitted a shocking aura. Under the flash of this black spirit talisman, a small body appeared. The spirit talisman swished down, drilled into the young body, and disappeared. Instead, that tiny body began to become clear in Lin Ming's eyes. At the foundation establishment stage, Lin Ming would be able to draw talismans in the void, and the range of this ghost spirit contract would also become larger, allowing him to lock onto all the weirdness within a certain range. As long as there was weirdness there, it wouldn't be able to escape the ghost spirit contract. Also, there was the fact that this ghost spirit contract had an effect, proving that this nymphette was indeed spooky. Although the building manager said that the person who brought the little girl was a survivor, a living person, and possibly even a player. But at that time, Lin Ming guessed that this little girl was definitely spooky. Because from a normal perspective, who would bring a living little girl running around? Lin Ming surveyed his newly acquired ghost slave. It was a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old, sitting squatting in a corner, her delicate arms hugging her legs, and under her long brown shawl hair was a small round face with baby fat, looking at Lin Ming with a pair of large eyes that were innocent and panicked, her pupils still red. A standard little loli. The loli had seen the spirit talisman from earlier, and at this moment, seeing that Lin Ming had been staring at her, she felt that she probably shouldn't have spoken just now, and that she should have been discovered. Because of the fear of being stared at by Lin Ming, she carefully moved to the side. Lin Ming's line of sight moved with her. This made Lori panic even more and move to the side again. Lin Ming saw her avoiding him and immediately beckoned, "Come here." Lori then felt her body stand up uncontrollably and involuntarily walked towards Lin Ming. She was instantly terrified, panic filling those red pupils, and tears were flowing out involuntarily. Don't kill me, I can be obedient." As the words fell, she had already arrived in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming reached out, pinched her little face. "Little girl, who is the person who brought you here?" Loli said uncontrollably, "It's my master." "Whom?" Lin Ming was a bit surprised. He had thought that it was this Loli's father or something in her lifetime, but he didn't realize that it was a master-slave relationship. But what really surprised him was that survivors in this world could also contract ghost slaves. "What method did he use to control you?" Lin Ming inquired. "He didn't control me, it was me who wanted to listen to him." Knowing that she couldn't refuse, Lori began to learn her lesson. No contract? No wonder she was left here unable to be taken away. Like Lin Ming, even if he dropped this little loli right now, he could still call out through the air and let her find her way there on her own. "So you voluntarily became his ghost slave?" "Forget it, I won't ask them one by one, tell me where you came from yourself." Lin Ming estimated that the task should be almost complete and immediately urged. "I was an orphan when I was alive, so I don't know where I came from. I've been living in the love orphanage. But the teachers at the orphanage don't like me, saying that there is something wrong with my eyes and that I might be sick. The children in the orphanage didn't want to play with me either. I wanted to play with them, to say I wasn't sick, but every time I came near, they threw stones at me, and those stones hurt so much. Then our mother superior suddenly disappeared, and everyone said she was dead and would surely come and eat us, so the teachers all ran away. The children also all ran away, I don't know where they went, I was the only one left. Later, Dean Mom really came back." Little Lori spoke in a low mood. Remembering the past made her feel bad, as if she was remembering that time of rejection again. And when she spoke of Dean's mom coming back, there was no fear on her face, instead, she had a smile on her face. Lin Ming figured that Dean should have really been killed by the creepy at that time, and did come back in order to eat the living to strengthen herself. This made him curious as he asked the little loli, "Why didn't you run away like the other kids at that time?" "I was locked up in the utility room by them, because the teacher didn't like me and always gave me very little food. I couldn't eat enough, so I went to steal a steamed bun to eat it. As a result, I was discovered by the teacher. He beat me up and locked me up in the dark utility room. I really knew I was wrong at that time. I admitted my mistake very seriously and even got down on my knees and begged the teachers, but the teachers said that I was originally a monster, and even if I didn't know what kind of germs I was carrying, I still dared to steal, and that I should be given a long time to learn a lesson. Because I was put in the utility room, the teachers and children didn't call me when they escaped, they forgot about me. But when Mother Superior came back, she rescued me from the utility room, and even though she ate me later, at least it proved that I didn't have any germs on me and that she wouldn't be avoiding me. After I was eaten by Mother Superior, I thought she would take me away. But to my surprise, Mother Superior acted as if she couldn't see me, and when I talked to her, it scared her instead, and she started running as fast as she could, and I couldn't even catch up with her. And then after that, I just stayed alone on the street, and all the time no one could see me, and no one wanted to play with me. Until one day I went to sleep and realized that I had appeared in a little jar, and was brought home by my owner, who opened it and let me out. The owner was very kind to me, and although he would occasionally take me to fight, he would give me food, and play with me, and never reject me. And then later I was brought here by my master, who said he wanted to steal some authority, but it seems he failed and was driven away by that very scary grandma. I wanted to go to my master, but that scary grandma kept staring at this place, so I didn't dare to move." As the little loli spoke, the expression on her face was sometimes happy, sometimes fearful, but every word revealed that she had lived an incomparably miserable life, both in life and in death. Being bullied and ignored while alive. After becoming creepy and awakening the ability to forget, still no one paid any attention to her. After being brought home by that master, I'm sure he wasn't really close to her either, but feared this lowly creepy, so in order to keep her, he fulfilled her requests as much as possible. As for the man fleeing without bothering to take this little lowly away, I'm afraid it's just a very good guess. The probability is that the man left the little lowly here to attract the attention of the building manager's big mom in order to escape. This little lowly is a sacrifice. After lamenting this little lowly's life, Lin Ming was again interested in one of the key points. "You were put into a jar for sale? What kind of jar was that? Put in by whom?" Lin Ming pursued. The little lowly cocked her head and fell into reminiscence. "I don't know who I was put in it. Anyway, I woke up in that jar. As for the name of that jar, I think I heard the owner unintentionally mention it once, saying that he wanted to save up again to go to the ghost vending machine to buy one or something." Chapter 45, New function opened, extracting abilities. Ghost vending machine? What the hell is that? It sounds like it's able to buy weirdness and sell it without harming the buyer? Or does it mean that this vending machine will actively catch some mild weirdness to sell? As Lin Ming was pondering, his body had already begun to vaporize. He had completed his mission and was leaving the copy. The little lowly probably sensed that Lin Ming was about to leave, and immediately boldly grabbed his hand, full of trepidation and pleading, "Please, take me away, I don't want to stay here alone." Looking at the pain in the eyes of this little wretch, Lin Ming smiled and touched her head. "Don't be afraid, from now on you'll follow me and no one will leave you behind." The little lowly revealed a genuine and adorable smile before she was collected into the 10,000 soul streamer. Wei Yuan and the others were able to take them out. This powerful little lowly, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't let go. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the desperate residential building. You successfully and completely survived, plus 10 points. You completed your own mission perfectly and helped other players complete the building manager's mission, plus 50 points. You managed to take in Dreamy and make him feel warm, fulfilling the expectations of the ghost vending machine, plus 100 points. You explored the spooky game and got a major clue, plus 50 points. You escaped the owner of the Death Hotel, plus 40 points. You caught the attention and interest of Count Bloodmoon, plus 50 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this level is 300 plus 15 points, evaluated as SSS. It has been detected that player Lin Ming has a point blitz card. Is it to be used? Lin Ming, yes. Use successful. Player Lin Ming's final score for this level is 630 points. Rewards will now be issued for player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining skill card X1. Congratulations on obtaining the desperate residential building fragment. Congratulations on obtaining the Explorer title, which allows players to increase their point rewards after raiding a complete copy. Congratulations on reputation value plus 200. Congratulations on obtaining Red Blood Candle X5. Player Lin Ming's points have reached 1000, and he can choose to extract skills, props, etc. to reality. The rewards were still quite a lot, and Lin Ming was very relieved. Especially since it was also upgraded. Lin Ming was about to check what the game said the new features were after the upgrade when his eyes changed and he was exited out of the game and returned to his dormitory. I want to see something and it's this much trouble? Lin Ming cursed angrily, but realized that a panel only found in the game had actually appeared in front of him. Huh? Wasn't it impossible to look at panels outside of the game? Could it be a new feature after the upgrade? Lin Ming looked at the virtual panel floating in front of him in surprise. Level, Grievance Spirit. Points, 1335. Skill, Evil Ghost Substitute. Title, Perfect Passer, Excellent Worker, Explorer. Mailbox, Coins of Doom, Safe House Room Card, Skill Card, Decaying Convenience Store Fragment, Desperate Residential Building Fragment, Red Blood Candle X5. So this is the new feature that Creepy Games gives after becoming a grudge level, the ability to view panels outside? Of course, the panel can't be taken out. That's enough. In the past, every time after clearing a copy, the rewards would be kicked out before it was too late to look at them, but now it's finally possible to look at them. There's still 1000 points left. It seems like it's possible to extract something from the game to reality. In order to confirm what he wanted to extract, Lin Ming began to look at the things he owned. First was the skill card. He tried to see if he could use it. Great, there was an option to use the skill card, just that it couldn't be taken out and traded, and the skill couldn't be performed in reality, but the new skill had appeared on the panel. Voiding. Skill description: you can virtualize your body, immune to some damage. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the skill of the building manager's grandma? Now it had actually been extracted by himself. I don't know if this game allowed skills to be repeated, or if this skill would once again allow someone else to extract it after the previous skill controller died. But then again, previously, that Big Mom had this skill, and because she could only use it to save her life, she was disliked by Lin Ming and didn't accept it as a capable skill. But now that he had this skill, he felt that it wasn't a pure divine skill. I didn't realize that weird games had some reliable things, huh? Lin Ming began to continue looking at other things. There was no need to look at the residential building fragment. It was nothing more than the fact that he had gotten the authority to that copy. Curious, he opened the details of the red blood candle to find out what it was. Red blood candle restores status within the radiance when lit regardless of camp or race. A blood restoration prop. No need to think about it then. Lin Ming chose to extract the voiding skill. Along with his successful selection, 1,000 points disappeared from the panel. In its place, Lin Ming had inexplicably mastered an ability. This ability appeared as suddenly as the heavenly evil technique in his mind would unblock itself when he raised his realm. As Lin Ming's mind moved, his body quickly transformed into an illusory state, and when he touched the table in front of him with his hand went straight through without any obstruction. Very good. Lin Ming revealed a look of satisfaction, but this wasn't the limit of this ability of imaginary transformation. It could make other things follow suit and vaporize as well. Lin Ming grabbed the table in front of him and brought it along with him to vaporize. According to the tips of the skill, anything Lin Ming touched could be vaporized. But he was going to experiment now, using a rope to tie the table, so that the rope, and the table, all created a connection, so he didn't know if it would be able to be vaporized. As Lin Ming took the rope and turned on the vaporization, the next moment the rope vaporized and passed through the still solid table. It seemed that this idea was too naive. He could only vaporize things that came into contact with his body. Lin Ming was slightly disappointed, but it was okay. Next, it was time for him to prepare for something else. Making a grudge corpse. The grudging corpse replacement death technique, as the only secret escape technique recorded by the heavenly evil technique at the Foundation establishment stage, was actually still very powerful. As long as the corpse was made and buried in the place with the heaviest grievances, one could exchange places with it in times of danger, and it could be called a divine skill necessary for escaping. In reality, it was hard to find places with heavy grievances, but the weird game was filled with grievances and death aura. It's just that I don't know if I can still use the scapegoat technique in reality by putting a grudge corpse into the game. Forget it, it was better to find a way to get a few corpses first. Lin Ming was pondering where to get them when he suddenly heard light footsteps coming from outside the door. He unfolded his soul regeneration technique and looked out. He only saw an old man with 3 young men slowly approaching his dormitory. These few people were masked, carrying wooden sticks, ropes and sacks, and looked to be unsuspecting. Lin Ming was very strange. He hadn't messed with anyone lately. How could someone want to deal with him? Chapter 46: Refining the 10,000 Soul Streamer, Ghostly. Waiting for those few people to come to the door. The old man, who was obviously leading the way, whispered to the 3 youths, "Go in and put a sack over your head first, then beat it up violently. Remember not to take a life. Our purpose is just to force him away, then let me take over his job, understand?" Lin Ming suddenly realized. So he was eyeing his own job? I didn't realize that this crappy job was worth someone going out of their way for. Lin Ming watched as several people had already walked over and opened the door of his own accord. "Hi, good evening." The youth had already raised his foot to kick the door, and when he saw the door open and Lin Ming even greeted them, he was instantly confused. And within Lin Ming's pupils, green light flashed. The youth was instantly under his control and turned around and clubbed his brother. The brother didn't even react before he was smashed to the ground by the stick. The other few people were stunned, and the old man even shouted, "Lao San, you tiger, what are you doing?" Obviously, he's abandoned the darkness. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Old 3 once again struck his stick, drawing out Lao Dang, who was immersed in shock. Seeing Lao Dang bleeding to the ground, the only surviving youth finally reacted, dropping his weapon in fear and fleeing into the distance. Lao San immediately chased after him, pouncing on his own brother and frantically smashing him with his stick. The youth was still quite strong, holding his head in a death grip and struggling with all his might. Surprisingly, he also toppled Lao San to the ground. Lin Ming slightly bristled at the sight and flexed his fingers to flick out a spiritual energy that instantly pierced through the fleeing youth's chest, causing him to fall to the ground in despair. Afterward, he looked at Old Third. "All right, your mission is complete." "Yes, master." Old San took the stick in his hand and struck his head with it until his head was broken and his breath was broken. Looking at a few corpses, Lin Ming was very happy. He felt that he was so lucky that someone sent him a pillow when he was sleepy. When he dragged a few corpses in, he took off their clothes and then, while it was hot, drew talismans on their bodies. The requirements for making this kind of grudge corpse are very strict. It must be one that died with a grudge and the grudge has not dispersed yet. This grievances, in fact, is the so-called calamity gas, the last breath before a person dies. Before this breath was dispersed, the corpse would be painted with a spell formation and one's own essence blood would be planted into the corpse's heart, so that the corpse would have Lin Ming's aura and be able to take the place of his life. Replacement death. It took a full 2 hours before Lin Ming was able to deal with these 4 corpses, all of which became his own grievous corpse doubles. For the sake of experimentation, Lin Ming beckoned to one of the spiteful corpses. "Stand up." The corpse, which was lying on the ground, jerked up and stood straight up at 90 degrees, its eyes closed tightly, facing Lin Ming. Lin Ming circled around the corpse twice, slightly dissatisfied. "This is only a primary corpse, it can only take the place of the dead, there is no combat power. If refined into a senior corpse, not only can zombies like copper skin and iron bones, but also has a strong fighting force, and even flying." Lin Ming imagined. He went out with a large number of invulnerable strong corpse slaves. When the bullets cannot be broken, cannonballs come a kick away, but also can take themselves up to the world. See that how windy. Even if you enter the bazaar game, you will still be chased by the bazaar at that time? If I don't chase and kill the weirdness, I'll be considered kind. The more Lin Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. Unfortunately, right now it was just a thought. Cultivating a grudge corpse into an advanced level, that was something that could only be done at the Jindan stage. Jindan, real person. Lin Ming was filled with longing, looking forward to reaching that realm and then waving his hand to spill out thousands of troops and horses, destroying a city at every turn. Damn, still need to hurry up and cultivate. Lin Ming forced himself to stop thinking about it and focus on the present. He ordered the spiteful corpse to go out and run all the way to the distance. The spiteful corpse obediently turned around and ran quickly towards the distance. Because it was a corpse, it didn't know how to get tired, didn't know how to rest, and didn't even need to breathe, so it always ran furiously at a speed that exceeded its own limits, without slowing down in the middle at all. Of course, a corpse also wears out, its bones and joints, muscles, skin and so on. But corpses don't know pain. Besides, this kind of corpse can be made at any time, it doesn't matter if it breaks down. With the spiteful corpse running towards the wasteland, a full 30 miles out, that was really a mouthful of rough air. Lin Ming could feel the presence of the corpse, so after roughly judging the distance, he immediately strangled and recited an incantation, urging the spiteful corpse scapegoat technique. The next moment, a spell formation appeared under his feet, and after the light flashed, he had appeared 30 miles away. The grumbling corpse, on the other hand, appeared in Lin Ming's dormitory, swapping positions. Very well, this means of escape would work just fine. Lin Ming pushed his spiritual energy and executed a small means called the wind sentry technique. In addition to recording several powerful spells commonly used in that realm, the heavenly evil technique would also have some small side techniques. This wind guarding technique was one of them, allowing one to fly on the wind at a relatively average speed. It was just a little faster than the fastest speed of a Ferrari. It didn't even reach the speed of sound. One could only say that it was really a small side trick. Poorly rated. Lin Ming quickly returned to his dormitory, looking at the several corpses with satisfaction. Next, he had one more important thing to do, and that was to once again refine the 10,000 soul streamer. His 10,000 soul streamer was still a chi refining level magic weapon with limited strength and needed to be refined again to become a foundation establishment stage magic weapon. After re-refining, he would be able to take the artifact directly into his dantian, letting the dantian contain it every moment, and finally turn this artifact into an instinctive magic treasure. The second thing was that a very powerful special ability would be added. Only Lin Ming first got all the weirdness out of the 10,000 soul streamer, then inserted it in front of him, sat down on his knees, and began to inject spiritual energy. This 10,000 soul streamer was originally a growable type of magic artifact, with the spell formation left inside, so as long as it was injected with spiritual energy, the spell formation would automatically refine. With the input of spiritual energy, the deathly aura on the 10,000 Souls flagstaff gradually thickened, and at the same time, it also became darker and more sinister. The ghostly faces on top of that flag streamer were also more hideous, and even glowed with a faint deathly light, highlighting their extraordinary nature. After a long time, the 10,000 Souls streamer was finally successfully upgraded, gently swaying and emitting a rich aura of death. And just at the moment Lin Ming withdrew his spiritual input, the flag streamer on the 10,000 Souls streamer suddenly fluttered without wind. As this flagstaff fluttered, an invisible field opened up. Field? That's right, the Foundation Stage 10,000 Souls streamer possessed the power of a field. Once this field unfolded, it would suppress the enemies within its range and would continuously deprive the other party of their vitality. This is the true 10,000 Souls streamer. This was the power of the famous evil Dao magic weapon, the 10,000 Souls streamer. Of course, right now, the range of the domain was very small, and it was necessary to slowly make the range of the domain larger by harboring the 10,000 Souls streamer. As for the methods of harboring it, one was to put it into the dantian to be flushed by the spiritual power of the heavily evil power. The other was related to its name. After all, 10,000 Souls streamer, 10,000 Souls streamer, without a soul to fill it, how could it exert its strongest power? It was better to enter the replica quickly and get a little more spooky to satisfy his big baby. Lin Ming opened his mouth and sucked, and the 10,000 Souls streamer immediately turned into streams of light and flew into his mouth, entering his dantian. Looking at the small black streamer hovering in his dantian, Lin Ming had a rich smile on his face. However, when he saw the spiritual energy that had bottomed out in his dantian, the smile on his face slowly disappeared again. He took out his cell phone and contacted Song Shui. Lao Deng, it's time to pop the gold coins. Chapter 47 Official Website and Guild. After Lin Ming sent the message, there had been no response from there. He called over, but was told by an electronic tone that the owner was working and would call back as soon as possible. Lin Ming instantly realized that Song Shui should have gone into the bazaar game, and this was the reply message left behind? The official really fast enough, so quickly mastered the method to enter the game? I'll ask if I can use this method. If I can, then I'll make a lot of money. For now, let's see what happened to the backup. Lin Ming contacted the JK girl. The JK girl answered the phone quickly, and immediately responded obediently, I'm over here at the police station, waiting for someone from the creepy bureau to come pick me up. Good, find a way to gain trust, you'll be of great use to me in the future. Lin Ming said in a deep voice. Yes, I'll work hard. The JK girl was thrilled, and was genuinely obedient to Lin Ming. The two ended their communication. The rest of the time now was waiting. Of course, it wasn't like Lin Ming hadn't tried to find some players from the internet to see if he could get an invitation letter himself. But he realized that there were people looking for those players just like himself. It was a group of scammers. Those scammers would target people who made short videos crying about being chosen, and then go about scamming people out of their money. To cheat money, that is to say that they are old players, can give the secret book of clearance or something, a book of 50,000, there are really a lot of people to buy. It is said that the police have just busted a fraudulent organization, inside the sales of 500 copies of the daily sales. There are also people pretending to have a relationship in the official, said to give money to get in touch with the special forces in advance, there are also a lot of people fell for it. As for the sex scam, it's even easier. Go to find those complaining fairy, tell them to go and will die, do not want to enjoy a handsome man before death, and then send a picture of the handsome man online search, or even AI out of the picture of the handsome man. There are really a lot of fairies C8-pack abs and fresh meat face on the dizzy yes, and there are even a lot of married women, and then boarding the door to send guns, was arrested by a number of people forced to come out to sell in the game to send to death before being drained of the last bit of value. There were even more unlucky ones whose homes were robbed and burglarized right after they announced themselves as players. This is because the player will enter the game anyway and is destined to never get out. So as long as the person was tied up and after forcing their belongings out, these people were doomed to never be able to call the police. Things like this could happen thousands of times a day. This led to the officials seriously warning everyone that once they became a player, they should easily not announce it to the public and just call the police, or else something would go terribly wrong. The officials even used their means to block and delete those idiots on the short video platform who went around saying they were players. As for those who wanted to exchange information about the game, they could log onto the official website established by Huaxia. The name of the website was called Creepy Games. And as long as you log in, you have to register with your real name. This would be beneficial to the country's selection of high game players. If there was someone who posted reliable information and was obviously skillful, the country would come to their door to solicit them. Lin Ming registered and logged on. He was just going to browse. It wasn't like he was going to kindly publish any news on here that wouldn't be targeted. Those important messages and clues from the game were to be used for trading with Song Shui. Tell Song Shui the information and let Song Shui go cheat. Cough to exchange resources and then provide them to Lin Ming. Waiting for Lin Ming to browse this website, don't say, it really is of some use. The folk really do have tall people awe. Many of the messages released by netizens, although they were all speculated based on existing news, there were many that were very useful. One of the messages that surprised Lin Ming the most was posted by a netizen with the nickname Shy Widow on the bus being given up her seat and turned by 18 dudes. Could there be natives within the creepy game? I mean the living kind, they've actually been saving themselves, but can't fight against the huge creepy group. If we find them, can we seek cooperation? Below that was a whole bunch of comments. Some in favor, some against. It was like one of the hottest discussions on Bluestar at one time: should we respond to alien signals? Some felt that cooperating with the survivors would lead to a quicker grasp of the spooky game, which would be good for the survival rate. Others worried that the survivors were already twisted and might want to escape the bizarre game and overrun the real world. And the people in the real world were still too weak. There was no one to extract the ability to go into reality. It would be hard to fight them. Lin Ming knew that those survivors really existed, and he was also thinking about whether or not to find those guys. Because from the information available, they definitely knew more about the bizarre game, for sure. But whether they were good or evil, no one knew. After all, after spending so many years in the bizarre world, and possibly even having to hide in some cramped little place for years and decades at a time, it would be strange if their psyches weren't twisted. Lin Ming checked the post to see the analysis of the netizens, and the more he read, the more he ended up reading. Suddenly, he reacted to something. The number of player survivals had gotten bigger. On this website, there were a lot of people who were posting information in the tone of people who had come through. Some of them even had already obtained very strong abilities in the game, as well as terrifying ghost weapons. It was just that none of these people had upgraded yet, and no one had brought up the matter of map fragments and powers. The probability was that no one had managed to pass the level perfectly, and this point was far worse for those people compared to Lin Ming, who already had 2 map fragments, which was also equivalent to owning 2 real estate properties. Watching those people enthusiastically post some of their experiences and strategies online. Although he knew that these people had only sent out a portion of their strategies, with the aim of attracting attention and achieving some sort of goal of their own. But Lin Ming had to admit that there were still smart people. It was true that there were benefits to having a large land, there were just a lot of capable people. Just as he was looking at the joy, he realized that someone had posted a thread. Lian Shanhua and Pig Hard come, some players are privately recruiting people to build guilds. At admins, do you guys care? If you don't care, then I'll create a guild too. Someone dared to create a guild now? And post it on the official website? Tough enough. Lin Ming also looked at the post curiously, wanting to know how the country would respond. Soon, the administrator replied. The state doesn't recommend that players create guilds privately, as we currently have too little grasp of the bizarre game, but we also respect personal freedom, so if players have to create guilds, please be sure to register with the official department, or else it will be recognized as an illegal assembly. This reply instantly caused an uproar. The country actually allowed private individuals to create guilds? Wouldn't that mean that the era of warlords was coming? No kidding, when these people would bring up the skills in the game, they would inevitably rely on powerful forces to form the same situation as the ancient warlords, and even more serious than the warlord division situation would be because of the various superpowers. Lin Ming also didn't expect the country to allow it. But on second thought, it was also right. Times had changed, and if they were to force control now, it would only cause dissatisfaction among some powerful players. When the time came for these people to secretly create guilds in private, it would be like bandits in ancient times, and the problem would become even more serious. As the saying goes, it's better to block than to block. The state allows you to create guilds, but they have to be registered and filed. This would at least stop guilds and players from fooling around. Although it might have an impact on law and order for a short period of time. However, the country can always use countless resources to become stronger, and when the time comes, it will still be able to control these guilds with a powerful force, just like managing major companies and grey forces. No matter how powerful the grey forces are, it is impossible for them to dare to go against the state. Just like when the fire burned the chinchilla, directly led a soon-to-be soaring special administrative region fell. The country is angry, it's not messing with you. Chapter 48 Song Shui returns, exchanging information. Lin Ming didn't have the idea of creating a guild. It was mainly because it was too much of a hindrance, and besides, it wasn't like he didn't have any helpers. As long as he was madly refining grudge corpses, one person could be an army of 1,000. Just as Lin Ming was browsing the creepy game website, Song Shui called him. Hello? You came out of your copy? Lin Ming greeted. Almost didn't come out. Song Shui's tone was tinged with exhaustion and anger. Can you understand what it's like to play a game with a bunch of stupid pigs? Understandable, I've smashed 3 cell phones playing King Pesticide. Lin Ming couldn't help but want to laugh. Why wasn't he willing to enter the game with others? Why wasn't he willing to create a guild? It was this reason. In this world, the last thing that is lacking is various models of. Song Shui was a bit offended. Did you just laugh? No, I just got high. Lin Ming didn't hide his happiness. Head, trash that can only live in a cemetery dormitory, I'm living in a villa, do you know what it feels like? Song Shui retaliated unwillingly. A villa? With Lin Ming's current strength, if he wanted to live in a villa, he didn't know how many people would beg to give it to him. Ding dong. There was a bank arrival message. Lin Ming glanced at it and realized that it was an unfamiliar account that had given him $3 million. He was instantly surprised beyond belief. Was this a wrong call? Or was it a new type of fraud? The money was received, right? My account can't just give money to the outside world, that's what I let Yin Yin call you. Go find a good place to live, in addition there's no need to work, call out in a nice voice and I'll support you. Song Shui said in a tone that was not without complacency. Lin Ming sked, worthy of being a special operations captain, really wealthy, but it would be better if you could give me some invitation letters. Song Shui heard his words and became even more pleased. Good to know, brat, I'll take care of you in the future. Do you have any paper on hand right now? What, did you forget to bring paper when you went to the restroom? Lin Ming asked rhetorically. It's me who smelled your bad breath through the phone, let you wipe your mouth, don't disgust me. Song Shui didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Ming hemmed and hawed, I've got paper here, go ahead. I'll tell you a few tips about the spooky game, remember. Song Shui also got serious. I entered a copy called Crazy Conservation Room this time. That copy is supposed to be an offshoot of some big copy, but the other sections aren't open to us. Inside, all the team members and I acted as nursery nurses to take care of those little newborn babies, and the rules that the nurses told us were: 1. You can't let a baby cry for more than 10 seconds. 2. Can't let the baby die. 3. Can't let the baby's parents worry. 4. Babies will have regular medical checkups, and if they fail, the babysitter in charge of that baby will be reprimanded. Those babies are hideously creepy, and while they can't speak to make demands, that's rather the most troublesome part. Because you don't know when they're going to be hungry, when they need to go to the bathroom, or even have special needs like certain babies needing to be beaten at regular intervals. Besides, the people in the special operations team, although they had received training, they were a bunch of pure and simple losers, making all kinds of mistakes, all of them triggering the rules one by one and dying, and some of them didn't even listen to my command. And I'm still a fluke, by observing the various subtle performance of these babies, judging what they need, barely breaking through the barrier successfully, holding on for 3 hours to be released. Let me tell you, once you enter this level, there are 3 things to observe. The first is to observe the environment. Those nurses will put things that need to be used on the babies. In the nursery, those tools could be 1,001 of anything. The second is to observe the babies. They will have various features on them that represent what they need. For example, some babies that love to eat just have blood all over their mouths, and some babies that love to play will look around with scary eyes alive. And thirdly, watch for movement outside the nursery door at all times and close it as soon as any guy without a nurse's uniform approaches. Because the third rule that the nurse said was used to fool people, there wouldn't even be any parents of babies who would be worried about their babies, and naturally wouldn't come to visit, and before that there were idiots who put in the creepy ones that came to eat the babies as if they were the babies' parents, and it almost got everyone killed. Lin Ming listened to Song Shui's incessant introduction and quickly recorded it while thinking of ways to crack it. When she finished, Song Shui was also a bit curious and asked, Lin Ming, if it was you, how would you crack this situation? Although you have a strong force, you can't kill the baby. Is it only possible to break the situation by carefully observing like me? By asking this question, Song Shui actually wanted to know if her ability had caught up with Lin Ming. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. Crack? Why do you need to crack? According to you, whenever a baby cries it will attract a nurse to chastise them, and babies also attract the creepy ones that want to eat them. Then of course I'm going to hang all the babies outside the door and let their cries attract the nurses and other creepy things, then I'll finish them all off. Lin Ming was unable to fight the rules right now, but that didn't mean he couldn't beat those creeps. To others, those rules were binding players. But in his opinion, they were just fish bait used to dangle the bizarre. So many babies gathered together, was this a quest? This was clearly creepy game helping itself to a nest. Song Shui sniffed and fell into silence. To be honest, she had gone through the game twice, accumulated quite a bit of experience, and had gotten lucky and acquired a powerful skill. She had thought that even if there was some distance between herself and Lin Ming, she shouldn't be far off. Who would have thought that the two were different from the root? He was using his life to break through. Lin Ming was also using his life, but with a bizarre life. Older brother, you are truly a pure pervert. Song Shui sighed. Cut the crap, do you have a pen and paper at hand? Lin Ming asked. What, you don't have any paper to wipe your mouth after eating and you want me to send it to you? Song Shui asked back. Lin Ming sked, women, they are so careful, don't I just flirt with you? Song Shui did not have the good sense to say, less nonsense, I give you $3 million, over the mouth is not okay? Just say what you want to say, I'll remember it. Lin Ming organized his thoughts and said, first, there are survivors within the game, whether they are enemies or friends is unknown, but they also try to plunder the authority of the copies, and some of the survivors seem to be able to travel through the copies at will. Second, there seems to be certain places in the game that can purchase shenanigans, and the odds are that the shenanigans purchased will listen to the purchaser. Third, the withdrawals are real. I've already withdrawn my skills and gained authority over a copy within the game, allowing me to gain the right to operate that copy. Fourth, upgrading doesn't just require points, it seems to require a certain number of passes. That's all, tell me the way you guys enter the game, I'm in a hurry to get in. Chapter 49, Get the hell out of here. Song Shui digested the information given by Lin Ming and was inwardly shocked. The official had only just begun to familiarize herself with the copies, and Lin Ming already knew so many hidden secrets of the bizarre game. However, Lin Ming had raised a request that she couldn't fulfill for the time being. We are torturing ourselves through various electric shock instruments to produce intense pain and resentment in order to get in, and there is a high probability of entering the same copy if the person who produces the pain is very close. This method you surely don't want to use, and can't use it, right? But with me coming out this time, my status should rise quite a bit, and with this information you provided, I can provide you with a steady stream of invitation letters in the future. I just heard that the officials have recently collected quite a few more secret messages, so I'll organize all the information for you later. Right, there's something else, there's a female player named Chen Lily, codename Queen Flower, do you recognize her? That woman entered the copy with me, and kept shouting your name when she died in the copy, and said something about not betraying you or something. Song Shui asked with some curiosity. Chen Lily? Queen Flower? Lin Ming thought for a moment, oh, it's probably the woman who cleared the death hotel with me before, dead is dead. Okay, it's fine as long as it doesn't matter, there was still a team member alive when she had her accident, I heard him call out your name and was worried about her revealing your secret, so I gave her a painful knife. Song Shui said casually. Lin Ming didn't care about that, he cared more about the information in the game. What could be published on that website of the weird game was all the information held by the private sector and some of the official information. The truly important information, because of the need to prevent foreign countries from knowing about it, the country had always classified it as top secret, and no one could get it except for the top management of the creepy bureau. But Song Shui passing the game this time and getting so many secrets was enough to make her the most trusted person in the creepy bureau, and it was normal for her to know some hidden secrets. The two of them hung up after gossiping for a while again. Lin Ming looked at the cold 3 million balance on his card and fell into deep thought. Should we move? Actually, this place was quite good, except for the inconvenient transportation, it was very suitable for him, an evil cultivator, to live in. Besides, the inconvenient transportation was nothing, after all, he could fly. Ding dong. Lin Ming's cell phone rang again, it was a message from Song Shui, by the way, don't feel safe living there, because of the bizarre game, the country is now very sensitive to death, cemeteries, morgues, and things like that, and has decided that it will incinerate all the corpses in the country, and the cemeteries and things like that will be sent out to be guarded by special people, and you'll be out of a job very soon, so move early and live in peace. This was something Lin Ming hadn't thought of. Then move. Find a villa with good privacy to live in, and it shouldn't be seen as a problem. After all, Quan City is only a small city of 5 lines, the house is not much expensive, the kind of remote small detached villa is also many. Lin Ming simply packed up his things, sent a resignation message to the leader, and did not care whether she replied back or not, and directly flew away in the night. When he flew into the city of Quan City, he used his cell phone to navigate and searched for a single villa park. This is a villa area near the edge of Quan City, all are detached villas, quiet, not easy to be disturbed. Not to mention, the neighborhood property is still quite dedicated. Lin Ming came to find them, there are still staff on duty. There are second-hand houses for sale in the neighborhood, and the property is with this villa real estate company, so there will be relevant records. In their introduction, there is a second-hand house here, 5 rooms and 3 halls, but also with 100 square meters of small yard. Finely decorated, turnkey kind. Lin Ming immediately asked the duty officer to call the owner of the house, let the other party bring the contract of sale over. The owner of the house was very annoyed, who came out to sell the house at night. But once he heard Lin Ming buy a house without bargaining, but also signed a contract to pay, immediately ran over. This year, the house is not good to sell, plus weird game so a mess, the owner of the house are ready to plan, feel that the price is estimated to be reduced by 200,000 before someone to buy. Now that there is a wrongdoer who wants to pay immediately, the homeowner immediately ran over. He held the contract, and when he saw Lin Ming, he immediately revealed a smile, really young and promising, when I was your age I was still chewing on my old age. Pretty much, I also relied on an old woman to get rich. Lin Ming darkly poked and insinuated Song Shui. The homeowner's face stiffened. What did relying on an old woman mean? This kid was a soft-eating gigolo? He earned his money by serving rich women. No wonder he is so generous. But in the end, he's a young man, he really doesn't know how to live. Even if this money you earn fast, but that is also you won by one stabbing the wire ball in exchange for, surprisingly do not even blinking eyes thrown out. The landlord thought so, but did not say it, but first let Lin Ming will sign the contract. After signing the contract, Lin Ming asked Song Shui to raise his transfer amount, and by the way, he used his privilege to transfer the property directly. Seeing the money in the account, the homeowner also stopped pretending, immediately got up and said proudly, I didn't realize that brother you were so capable, directly to the transfer of the success, I thought that I still have to suffer for a period of time, now I can finally rest assured that I can leave the country. Next to the property manager was a little puzzled, Mr. Zhou, you want to go abroad? I've heard that foreign countries have been very chaotic lately. Watching the news broadcast about it, right? The homeowner was full of disdain, that's all China has, all day long they know how to make rumors about other people's countries, not moving, this country is at war, that country is poor, or else it's a beautiful country full of drug addicts, and you're bound to encounter electric fraud when you go abroad. The property manager's face is a little stiff, not every day, and I heard that the bazaar game abroad more fierce, those people are crazy. Okay, I don't care if you poor people are patriotic, I'm going to enjoy the capitalist life anyway. I sold my house and company and car all. $50 million is enough for me to live well in a foreign country. I'm emigrating tonight, guys, bye-bye. The homeowner proudly took the contract and walked out. Lin Ming didn't bother, took the key and went to his own villa. The villa wasn't small, it was decorated well, and there were no signs of habitation. It was probably bought by the owner for investment or intended for retirement, and hadn't moved over yet. Lin Ming summoned Wei Yuan and the others out and had them clean up. On the other side, the female manager looked in the direction of Lin Ming's villa, her eyes full of envy. To be honest, just now, when Lin Ming came to ask if he had a house, she thought that he was here to harass her, just to play hard to get and ask for his contact information. But she didn't expect Lin Ming to come up and show his bank card balance, and also let himself call the homeowner, but even more so, he gave more than $2 million in 3 clicks and moved into his new home. The manageress ruled that this was a son of a powerful man with money and a background who also liked to keep a low profile. After all, did not show up to directly transfer the house, how much power behind this is simply unimaginable. If you can climb into the bed of such a man, you will not become a phoenix? But Lin Ming has just moved in, and she doesn't dare to venture over to disturb him for fear of leaving a bad impression. Tomorrow find a way to meet him, show your beauty, at least leave a good impression before. The manageress thought, and after driving home, she began to rummage through her closet looking for her prettiest clothes, the most expensive jewelry and bags. Want to hold on to the rich man's thighs, one can't act like one's family is too poor. After tossing and turning for half the night, the manageress finally figured out how to get in touch with Lin Ming tomorrow and leave a deep impression. She had just climbed into bed and wanted to rest and refresh herself. However, she didn't expect a phone call to come in. Hello, who is it? The female manager's voice was slightly disgruntled. "It's me, I'm the one selling the house tonight, Mr. Zhou." A crying voice came from the other side of the phone. "I just got off the plane, I'm in a pretty country, and now I'm being hijacked by a group of saying that they want me to give $100 million in order to walk away. I can't borrow any money right now. Can you please let that young man who bought my house help me?" For this statement, the female manager just laughed. "Mr. Zhou, roll aside you." Chapter 50 Testing Ability. Oblivion is really scary. Early the next morning, Lin Ming was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. It was Song Shui who called, her tone full of fatigue. "Just finished the meeting, tired old lady." "How was the result of the meeting?" Lin Ming asked. "What else can happen?" "As expected, the Trickster Bureau now has no doubts about my abilities. I can say that I have a great deal of power. They have given me a great deal of power. Your invitation letters can be obtained in a steady stream." "I really didn't look at the wrong person, it's still you." Lin Ming immediately served up rainbow farts. "Cut the crap, bought a house, huh? Look at your location information changed." Song Shui didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. "You can see my location information?" Song Shui said calmly, "Yes. As the chief captain, this authority is still there." The Weirdness Bureau had worked hard to establish the Special Operations Team and invested so many resources. In the end, Song Shui was the only one left, and had brought out so much important information from the game. How could the creepy bureau not coax this big brother? Of course, these people must have investigated Song Shui as well, and Song Shui's historical record could be said to be quite clean. There was no criminal information for 5 generations. Real father, real mother and stepmother, all dead. There was only one bloodless younger brother, and the two were extremely poorly related. However, that brother dropped out of school, also has no criminal record, has not been able to find a permanent job, and finally ran to the cemetery to look at the graves. Looks quite unproductive. One could only say that Song Shui, who came from such a background, was simply too suitable to be a special operations captain. That's why the Bureau of Weirdness was very relieved to give Song Shui a great deal of authority to browse through all the confidential information about the weird game, and at specific moments, she could make all the decisions and mobilize any personnel to do her job. After exploring the database, Song Shui recorded all the information and told Lin Ming. Because uploading it to the internet might draw attention or leave traces. So she was completely dictating. Fortunately, Lin Ming had a good memory and recorded all the useful information. However, it was true that the information the country currently had was not as much as him. Other than some clearance information, the rest was all useless speculation. Of course, the thing that made Lin Ming happiest about Song Shui becoming a special operations captain was that she was able to get a lot of invitation letters now. At this moment, Song Shui gave Lin Ming 20 addresses of players with invitation letters in one breath. She could only do this, she couldn't just send or mail the invitation letters to Lin Ming, that would be discovered sooner or later. Lin Ming was already happy enough to get the addresses, and on those address messages, there were also copies of what those people were for Lin Ming to choose from at random. At this moment, Lin Ming looked at those messages and picked them out one by one. Bloody Wedding Night. Black Doll. Piercing Octave. Gravekeeper. Most of these copies look as if they only have 1 or 2 spooky looks. There were also some that were clearly just for people to grab ghost weapons. Lin Ming had no interest in this, he only wanted to upgrade. When he flipped to the end, his eyes lit up and he saw a satisfying one. The Silent Land. Dear friend, can you come to the Silent Land to spend 7 unforgettable days with us? I believe that this journey full of fantasy will make you fall in love with this place and stay here forever. The information that made Lin Ming stare at this copy were the 3 words 7 days, us, and journey. Because it could involve those 3 words, it was assumed that the number of people in this copy wouldn't be small. Lin Ming hemmed and hawed, naturally selecting this invitation letter immediately. He looked towards the little lowly Meng Meng who was playing beside him. This ninny would always be forgotten in the weird games, so no one would play with her. Later on, although she had an owner, she was utilized most of the time and could rarely play with her owner. After being brought out at this time, Lin Ming specifically went to the small supermarket in the villa area and got a whole bunch of toys for her. At this time playing is not happy. It's not that Lin Ming is a kind person. The problem is, no matter who looks at a few years old little girl, poorly huddled in the corner, just staring at you, it is difficult not to generate the idea of wanting to help her. Lin Ming looked at the little lowly playing with her toys and asked, "How can you make people forget about me?" The little lowly walked over and pulled Lin Ming's hand, then looked at him with a pair of big innocent eyes, just like that. Just like that? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. That's fine, you accompany me out. The little loli nodded painfully. She didn't have the ability to refuse, nor did she want to. Just as she walked outside, she still couldn't help but look at those toys. She hadn't played enough. Seeing this, Lin Ming let go of her hand and said, "Go pick your favorite one to bring with you." "Really? Thank you, master." The little loli joyfully ran over and picked up one of the ragdoll bears, and joyfully ran back again. In the past, the orphanage kids all had this. I also wanted it, but the teacher said I would infect the toy with a disease, so she refused to give it to me. Lin Ming laughed and pulled up the little loli's hand and walked out. When he walked out, it was just as someone went to drive to work. Seeing the other person backing up, Lin Ming intentionally stood behind the car and didn't go, even gesturing a middle finger to provoke. The driver really didn't see him at all. He was about to crash and was still stepping on the gas. Even the reversing radar didn't go off. But that wasn't enough. Lin Ming came to the small square in the villa area. There were a lot of fitness equipment here, and there were quite a few old people hanging out or bringing their children. Lin Ming looked at the crowd and shouted, "All eyes on me, I'm announcing something now." The people on the leisure plaza did not even raise their heads. They were just playing with themselves, and they did not seem to have heard it at all. Lin Ming thought about it, in case these people are deaf. He looked at a little kid passing by, and without saying a word, popped a melon crash. The child cried out. His grandmother rushed over. "What's wrong with the big grandson?" "Someone popped me in the head." The grandson wailed. "Someone? Where is someone?" Grandma looked around and saw even the other old people several meters away, but she couldn't see Lin Ming, who was close by. But in fact, it wasn't that they didn't see Lin Ming, but the moment they did, they forgot that they saw him. This was the power of forgetting. Only then was Lin Ming convinced that there was no problem, and he immediately took little Lori and flew up in the air, heading straight into the distance. He flew over long streets of traffic, over tall buildings, and soon arrived inside an office building. Lin Ming was puzzled. Why was the other party here? All chosen by the game and still working? What about being so dedicated to his job? When he entered, he found a middle-aged male employee who was frantically smashing the office, his mouth constantly roaring angrily, "Why me? Is it easy for me? In order to pay back the mortgage, in order to raise my son, I work day and night, go to work to see the face of the A party, and get off work to be tortured by the brainwashed leader on the phone at any time. I've worked so hard. I'm already working hard enough. Why do I still have to let the weird game pick me? I don't deserve to live, do I? Ordinary people don't have the right to live, do they?" In the corner of the office, a group of employees were trembling and hiding. No one dared to come forward. On the contrary, the leader who just came to work didn't know what happened. Seeing the male staff smashing, he was furious. "Wang Chu, what the are you mad about? Believe it or not, I'll fire you right now. And also, these are the company's property, you have to compensate for it." Chapter 51, Wrong. Wrong. The male staff member who was smashing violently looked at the leader, tears rolling down his face was fierce, and he instantly found the best outlet for his anger. Only to see him ferociously pouncing the leader to the ground, punching to the flesh. "Call me in the middle of the night to change the PPT, right? Let me work overtime every day, right? Being 10 seconds late deducts my full attendance, doesn't it? Didn't you say there are plenty of college students who don't want money? I'll see if those college students can cure you and bring you back to life." The leader wailed as he was beaten. "Let go of me. Are you crazy? Ouch, ouch. Don't hit. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Help." He went from cursing angrily to begging for mercy to asking for help from those around him. But none of those staff members persuaded the male staff member or helped the leader. They just gloated and watched the leader get beaten. Beat. It's better to beat him to death. Lin Ming saw the two men fighting lively, but also did not meddle in the matter. He walked over to the table, looked at the invitation letter sitting on the table, and wrote his name on it. When he was done with that, Lin Ming turned around and left. When he went out, the leader's face had already been hammered, and the man had broken. The male employee was sitting on the side, bawling in pain. He still had children to raise and a family. He didn't want to die. Unfortunately, the bizarre game wouldn't let you off because of your poverty and helplessness. Instead, it will select you even more urgently. It's like those company leaders who won't take care of you because of your heavy burden, but will only squeeze you madly on the basis that you don't dare to just leave your job. Of course, as the bizarre game absorbed more and more people and caused more and more panic. Those rich people can't escape either, because they're richer and more unwilling to die, so it creates panic and resentment. And at that point, the odds are that the entire population. Countdown to the end. The world in front of Lin Ming distorted and transformed into a different scene. He had thought that he would come to a scenic spot, but he hadn't expected to be inside a movie theater. It was a screening hall that was very old, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. Since the movie hadn't started playing yet, the dim lights were still on and one could see the environment of the screening room. It was a trapezoidal classroom-like type of seating, and there must have been hundreds of them. Surrounding it were uneven and stained walls plastered with attractive materials. There were 10 small lights at the top, probably to take care of the eyes, and the glow wasn't too bright. On the wall directly in front of it was a huge curtain that wasn't lit up yet. Lin Ming looked down, glancing at his seat number, row 208. There didn't seem to be anything special about this seat number. He then looked around at those other red seats and realized that most of them were empty. There were dozens of those occupied seats, and those people were clearly players. There were a lot of players this time, unlike before when there were only 5 at a time. Is it because you have to stay here for 7 days, so for 7 days, each day is considered a copy, and then each copy counts as 5 people? Lin Ming counted the number of players. It was really 35. Together with him, it was 36. The odds were that he had guessed correctly then. Just as Lin Ming was observing, the others were also observing. Although it was obvious that they could see some nervous and panicked looks. But they didn't dare to move around or make any random noises. This was something that was taught on the creepy game website set up by Huaxia, and there was even a special instructional video. It was to remind players to enter the game and never panic, nor move or speak casually. Be calm. Observe. These two things were the two most important conditions for getting out alive. It seemed that the country had taught them quite well, at least these people weren't like the guys in the previous copies who crashed when they first came in. Oh. An extremely suppressed crying sound came from the empty and quiet screening room, appearing unusually obvious. Everyone's gazes instantly looked at the sound. It was that male employee. Sure enough. Lin Ming knew it was definitely him. This guy had already had an emotional breakdown before he came in. He had almost broken his hand again. At the time, he had adrenaline to help him, so he didn't feel any pain. But this adrenaline thing won't always explode, and now he probably felt the pain, plus the despair, so he didn't have control over his crying for a moment. Good in time to control, only cried out. Not right. Lin Ming took a closer look, only to realize whereas this guy controlled, clearly is already dead. That male staff has been 7 bleeding on the ground, lost his voice. He had only cried out, and he was dead like this? The other players were startled, their faces filled with fear. Lin Ming immediately used his soul regeneration technique to check the surroundings for any weirdness. No, other than the dense dead air, there was no weirdness present at all. And the only thing that could get a person killed so quickly was probably the rules. At this time, Lin Ming thought of the name of this copy. The Land of Silence. And this was still a movie theater. So making a sound would kill you? But the invitation letter said to stay here for 7 days, it couldn't be watching a movie for 7 days, could it? The others obviously had this guess as well, so their faces were all a bit ugly. They were human beings, and they could still hold their own if they didn't drink or eat for a day or two. If they were to sit here for 7 days, wouldn't they be waiting to die? Besides, ting and farting is human nature, who dares to guarantee that what they let out will be a silent, muffled fart? Lin Ming once again scanned around, looking for a place where the rules might be recorded here. But there was none, as if there was only one rule here that you couldn't make a sound. Lin Ming didn't believe it and immediately got up, walking towards the door of the screening room. He wanted to see if he could open the door. When the others saw his actions, they all showed different expressions. Some people also wanted to go to the door to take a look, but didn't dare to move, so they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Ming go to help him scout the way. There were also people who frowned at Lin Ming, thinking that he shouldn't act casually, and that if he angered Creepy, he could potentially harm all the players. Of course, both those who wanted him to go and those who didn't dare to make a sound. Lin Ming stepped on the thick carpet under his feet and arrived in front of the door to the screening room. The door didn't have a doorknob, it was the kind that could be opened with a hard push. But when Lin Ming put his hand on it, he couldn't push it no matter how hard he tried. It seemed like it wasn't allowed to go out. Then he would look in the screening room. Lin Ming began to wander around the screening room, looking around. Those people couldn't help but sweat as they watched him being so bold. There were also players who saw Lin Ming coming towards them and hurriedly waved their hands, telling him not to come near them. They didn't want to die along with this reckless guy who was unlucky enough to die. Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to these people as he searched around, finally finding a white piece of paper that had been stepped on many times underneath a seat. He picked up the paper and glanced at it. Sure enough, it was the code, or rules, of the movie theater. Movie theater code. 1. Please do not make a sound. 2. Do not leave your seat after the movie is shown, let alone affecting the sightlines of other moviegoers. 3. Ask for help from the movie theater staff if you have a problem. For the popcorn staff on the left side of the screening room loves it so much that they will take it home to eat after the show. 5. Please watch the movie in its entirety and give it a favorable review. 6. Please don't hurt them. All seem like normal rules, all seem like kind reminders. But it would be a hell of a thing if there wasn't a pit in there. As Lin Ming studied the code, some players couldn't help but come over as well. Because they also wanted to know what was written on the paper. When they saw that it was the code, they all wrote it down by heart, all of them writing it down first and then passing it around to each other. They were secretly pondering on how to properly follow the rules. Lin Ming was also secretly pondering how to violate the rules properly. Chapter 52, Are You Laughing at Your Mom? Suddenly, the lights in the movie theater all dimmed. In the dark movie theater, those originally empty seats were filled with people. No, not necessarily people. A young player with long hair was sitting on a chair, his whole body tense with nervousness, his right hand squeezing the silver cross necklace hanging on his neck to death, while his left hand was taking out a head of garlic from his pants pocket. Even he had gotten a tattoo in order to be able to deter these shenanigans after knowing about the appearance of the bizarre game. On his back, he used black dog blood to tattoo the 9 dragons pulling coffin, with Neza sitting on the dragon's head, Guangong lying in the coffin with his eyes open, the muscular Tang monk sitting cross-legged on the top of the coffin, the black and white Constance supporting the coffin, and the shaded portion on the edge of the tattoo being the 10 kings of hell. But that's not all. In the front chest tattooed the god of war interpretation, limbs tattooed the 4 sacred beasts. Even on the buttocks, he did not let go, tattooed the golden crow. The 2 wings of the golden crow occupy 2 buttocks. The beak of the golden crow is exactly in the position of the chrysanthemum, saying that it can be prevented from being invaded by the bazaar from here. The long-haired player silently placated himself in his heart, he would definitely be able to get out alive. Just with this ferocious thing, it would scare those creeps to death. When the overhead lights suddenly went out, the long-haired player was startled as he realized with horror that several figures had appeared in the originally empty seats around him. He desperately lowered his head, not daring to look at anything else around him. Suddenly, on the seat next to him, a dark object fell to the ground. Because there was a thick plush carpet on the floor, the thing didn't make any sound. It was just that the long-haired player, who had his head lowered, couldn't help but have his eyes drawn for a moment. When he subconsciously glanced at it, he realized that what had fallen to the ground was actually a bloody human head that was baring its teeth at him. To be honest, whoever sees this scene, if they can hold back from shouting, then I can only say, count you as awesome. Anyway, the long-haired player subconsciously shouted woes, and then immediately fell to the ground and died violently. This sudden sound and death caused the other players to be startled as well. They actually noticed the weirdness around them, so they all chose to close their eyes at the first opportunity. This was the second method taught by the officials to face the weirdness. Mental suggestion. Close your eyes and in your mind, keep visualizing the weirdness next to you as the thing you desire the most. No one would be afraid of what they want the most. Through this method, the fear in the heart was alleviated. Thus, all the players had begun to mentally suggest. What's next to me isn't a ghost, it's a chicken claw, a big chicken claw. Next to me is a sports car, a supercar. Next to me is money, yuan, dollars, pounds, euros. Next to me is a 1 meter 6 tall, wearing a white shirt, hip skirt, black stockings with red bottom high heels, beautiful big sister. She is well behaved and gentle, will do the laundry and cooking, but also make money to support the family, filial piety to parents, never get angry, never pretentious, everything is centered on me, do not have contact with other men, and is willing to accept any posture, and is willing to introduce all the beautiful girlfriends to me. Lin Ming did not hear those people's heart, otherwise he would have asked, buddy, are you making a wish here? Don't say, so a psychological hint down, the players mentioned in the throat of the heart slowly fell down, but there are individual players of other things up. In contrast, Lin Ming is more calm. According to his speculation, these rules of the movie theater were the same as the residential building before. A part of it shouldn't have been set by the copies, but rather by those shenanigans. The first rule that didn't need to be asked, the rule of not being able to make a sound, was very much in line with the requirements of the Silent Land, and at first glance, it was a copy of the rules. There were also people who had already proved it with their deaths. It was indeed a rule to kill. Lin Ming was going to test a few other rules to see if they could work for him. The second rule was to not allow random people to get up and block other people's view. This one looked a bit like the rules of a movie theater, but also a bit like a request only made by the audience. Let's do a test. Lin Ming first looked at the screen, still dull, but can vaguely see some shadows, cannot see what is playing, it should not be officially played, is playing some prologue and so on, right? Lin Ming no longer cared about the big screen, turned his head to look around, and realized that the two creeps next to him were also staring at the screen. These two neighboring creeps, one was wet, as if drowned. One's body was papier-mâché, a complete paperman, and the features on his face were completely drawn and poorly drawn, like a child's doodle. And I don't know if it was because it was too hot, but the blood-red paint it used to paint the five senses slowly began to melt, making the paperman's face distorted, making it look even more bizarre and neurotic. Probably noticing Lin Ming's gaze, the paperman jerked his head around to look at him, and his already spent mouth even slowly hooked up, revealing a terrifying smile. Lin Ming wasn't the slightest bit scared, and just nodded to show his politeness. And then, the tip of his finger hanging down on the left side of the seat quietly sprouted a small flame. Fire control technique, a sidetrack recorded in the Heavenly Evil technique. It was just a very commonplace ability that could only summon samsara fire. Lin Ming stabbed the paperman's ass with his burning flaming fingertips. Although the last rule was to tell not to harm them, Lin Ming felt that they certainly didn't refer to the creeps, at least not these creeps around himself. Because as he found out from his previous copy, the rules set by the creepy game never protected the creepy or the player. This was a world of killing with a high degree of freedom. How could it not allow killing to happen? So this kind of rule, which is obviously contrary to the underlying logic of the game world, is even less likely to be stipulated by the copy than the other rules. Sure enough, the paperman's ass, huffing and puffing, had long since burned up, and Lin Ming hadn't been punished. The paperman did not see Lin Ming's small action, only felt how his but so hot, and so low, instantly leapt up. The paperman panicked and jumped up and down, wanting to use his hands to shoot, but afraid of the sound. It used its dead chi to extinguish it, but found that the cold dead chi that could freeze everything was unable to extinguish the flame. Lin Ming first looked at the weird spectators behind him who were blocked by the paper people. They were clearly showing some impatience and anger, but they didn't make a move or anything, they just kept changing their positions to look at the screen as if they were enjoying the movie. The rules didn't kill the paper people. So this second rule was obviously something that the movie theater had made specifically for the players. Lin Ming immediately waved at the paperman whose ass was on fire, signaling for him to help put out the fire. The paperman, who was in a hurry to catch fire, immediately revealed a look of gratitude. It secretly thought to itself, this player is so nice, he's even willing to help me put out the fire, I'll save his life during this movie show. Lin Ming, on the other hand, grabbed the paperman's buttocks and revolved the Heavenly Evil technique, fiercely beginning to absorb the dead chi within the paperman's body. The paperman, who was secretly swearing to protect Lin Ming, froze. How was he losing his dead chi so fast? When it felt its power flowing towards Lin Ming's body, it immediately revealed a shocked expression, and its already flowery pigmented features became even more distorted. What the hell is this extinguishing fire? It's clearly extinguishing me. Without waiting for the paper person to resist, it turned into pieces and spilled out all over the place, its dead chi having been completely sucked out. Dead chi plus 100. Lin Ming had a question mark on his face. No, before, ordinary ghosts could still have 2,000 to 3,000 or even 3,000 to 4,000 dead chi. How is it that this paper person only has 100? Lin Ming looked at the water ghost on his right in dismay. The water ghost saw that the paperman was dead, but did not know that it was Lin Ming who had done it, and when he looked at him he thought that he was afraid, and deliberately grinned a wry smile, and there were still dead fish and shrimp in his mouth, emitting a strong stench. Lin Ming zero frame up his hand, a slap on the past. You laugh at your mom. Chapter 53. This movie is still predictable? Lin Ming's slap on the water ghost's face covered his palm with spiritual energy, hitting extremely hard, yet with the cushion of spiritual energy, not making the snapping sound of flesh colliding with flesh. The water ghost was jerked to the ground, his face full of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Can I grass a mud horse? Bang voice dubbed in the water ghost's mind. Lin Ming stomped on the water ghost's eyes again, full of displeasure. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. He could tell from this guy's eyes that this water ghost was cursing himself in his heart, and it was dirty. After waiting to step on the water ghost, Lin Ming drained its dead chi. Dead chi plus 120. This amount was still not right. What the hell are these creepy things? Are they all underage in the creepy circle? The creepy game was so short on people that creepy that hadn't even reached adulthood was sent out to kill people? Although Lin Ming's curiosity wasn't really too heavy, not being able to eat made him very upset. Lin Ming was just scanning the weirdos when some of them came over to him with unhappy, vicious faces because he stood up. These two weirdos came over and looked at Lin Ming with fierce faces, their eerie deathly aura releasing from their eyes, causing the air around them to become freezing cold. They just sat on the empty seats on either side of Lin Ming, pointing and nodding at Lin Ming's seat. That meant for him to sit down. Lin Ming didn't expect that there would be a weird filler seat immediately after he just ate two of them. What, a buffet? No wonder creepy is so weak, so it's a walk in awe? Lin Ming always felt like something wasn't quite right, and began to think back to the remaining 3 rules. The third rule is that you can ask the staff for help if you have a problem. But Lin Ming viewed the entire screening room, did not see the existence of any staff. Besides, what problems could there be here? Could it be that one could call out to the staff when being killed by a creep? That would be breaking the iron rule of the Silent Land. The fourth rule is popcorn on the left side of the screening room, which the staff loves. The problem is that the only doors on the left side of the screening room are the entry and exit doors, and there isn't any popcorn. Besides, who sells popcorn in a screening room? Could it be outside the doors? Then there's no need for this rule, because it's clearly a way for players not to just take popcorn, and how else would they take it outside the door? The fifth rule is to watch the movie in its entirety and give it a favorable review. It seemed that the puzzles here were all related to the movie being shown in some way. Lin Ming was looking around when he realized that the big screen was slowly lighting up. And what was playing on the big screen was screening room? Lin Ming noticed that the players in the row in front of him were stirring a bit. Although they didn't make a sound, it was obvious that they were also a bit surprised. Because this movie was surprisingly like a surveillance video, playing all the scenes in the screening room. It turned out that just now when the screen was dark, it wasn't playing the prologue, but at that time, the projection hall hadn't turned on the lights yet, so the picture being played was darker. Now it was with the lights on, so they could clearly see in the big screen. Both the decoration and arrangement of the screening room inside were exactly the same as this screening room they were sitting in now. Then a few workmen appeared on the screen and began to clean up the venue. Those workmen were wearing uniforms with the words Memory Cinema printed on their backs, and were cleaning the seats one by one. However, while cleaning the seats, one of the workers accidentally drops the code of the screening room, which was posted on the wall, onto the floor. It turned out that the code had been posted on the wall. And after the workman dropped the code, he didn't seem to notice it, but instead kicked it a few times, causing it to fly underneath one of the seats. That seat was exactly where Lin Ming had picked up the code earlier. Lin Ming and some of the smart players instantly understood that this should be a replay of what happened before this screening room. It was just that they didn't know where it would be replayed to. Soon, the workmen finished cleaning up and walked together to stand on the left side of the screening room. On the left side of the screening room, there was another table with popcorn on it. That location, right at the entrance and exit. And that's not all. Just after the workmen returned to the entrance position, the players appeared in the big screen, and they were shown in the picture exactly as they were when they first came in. The first thing that happened was that all of them looked around and surveyed their surroundings. This was followed by the male staff member from the beginning who couldn't suppress his sobs and died violently on the spot. Immediately after that, it was Lin Ming who got up and started checking out the screening room, and even the scene where he went to push the door was faithfully played out. And throughout the entire process, the staff member in the screen had been there, standing right there at the entrance and exit. This scene caused all the players to suck in their cool breaths and look violently at the entrance-exit location. It turned out that when they arrived here earlier, the staff had been there the entire time, they just couldn't see it. Now, the entrance and exit that was still empty, without any staff at all. Unable to help it, some players looked towards Lin Ming. Because Lin Ming had gone to push the door earlier, he should have been able to notice the problem. The screening hall was dark, and the players couldn't see Lin Ming's expression. They couldn't even see that he had just killed Creepy, they only knew that a fire had just started around him, and they had seen him take advantage of the chaos to touch the paperman's ass. When the fire went out, they couldn't see much. But they were still watching, hoping to see a little hope of escape. Lin Ming was also looking at the entrance to the screening room. Just now he had used his demontation technique and didn't see the jobbers. He immediately got up and walked to the door, running the heavenly evil gong, running the soul regeneration technique at full power, probing again, and there was still no abnormality. The demontation technique could be recorded as an official spell by the heavenly evil gong, so it must be more powerful than those sideways techniques. So if the soul regeneration technique couldn't even probe the other party, there would only be two scenarios. First, the other party is very strong, so strong that beyond to Shaolin Ming 2 or 3 big realms. Second, the other party was not here at all. They only existed within the large screen. Lin Ming felt that the second guess was a solid one and returned to his position. And those players took his actions in their eyes. Although they couldn't see what Lin Ming was doing, they could see that he got up and circled around the doorway, and everyone was shocked. This guy really wasn't afraid to die. That was creepy. It was fine to touch creepy's ass before. Now he dared to check out the doorway? Was he born with a lack of heart, or was he just a complete stupid daredevil? Either way, the players had started shaking their heads and sentenced Lin Ming to death. They secretly decided inwardly that they had to stay away from the stupid fool later on, or else they would be dragged to their deaths by him sooner or later. As for the fact that Lin Ming had searched for the code before the location of the code was announced in the screening hall and made it available to everyone? In the eyes of these players, it was pure blind cat on dead mouse. This guy had spent his entire life's luck on picking up this code, right? Lin Ming didn't care what these people thought. He returned to his position and realized that the large screen had begun to change again. It turned black. This should correspond to the time when the movie started earlier, when the lights went out in the screening room. So this movie will keep playing everything in the screening room and will gradually catch up with real-world time until it exceeds real time? It's not going to be predictable until later, is it? That would be interesting. Chapter 54 Death by way of advance warning. Lin Ming returned to his position and stared at the screen. Because the lights were out, the screen was as dark as the outside, and only many outlines could be vaguely seen, and those outlines were all strangely shaped and twisted, as if they would pounce on the surroundings at any time and tear them up. Originally, the players who had already made themselves less afraid with psychological hints, once again tensed up. To be honest, if it was just a black light and they knew that they were surrounded by weirdness, they weren't fazed by the thought of sound and color in their heads. Even some people before coming in order to enhance the efficacy of psychological suggestion, also especially in the countdown before the end of the fast-forwarding brush a number of island action movies, this moment just reminiscence can smooth out the hard obstacles. But now looking at the screen, although it is to make an effort to see clearly, but looking at the picture of the lone self, sitting in the middle of the full of twisted bizarre, always cannot help but guess the other side may at any time rise up and hurt people, so the direct fear doubled. As for not looking? But there is another rule in the rules, to watch the movie in its entirety and give it a favorable review. In contrast, Lin Ming was a bit more relaxed. Because with his foundation stage strength, he could easily see the screen clearly, much less be afraid. He wanted to see what was so subtle about this movie. And at this moment, the screen had already played to one of the spooky, quietly removing his own head and dropping it on the ground. A long-haired player exclaimed and then died violently. This was also something that had just happened. Immediately after the screen, the players fell into a peculiar state, not knowing what to think of. There were actually people with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. This was the scene just now when the players used the psychological suggestion method taught by the officials. The screen played steadily, and suddenly a bit of firelight appeared in the blackened screen. It was Lin Ming's hand in the screen that quietly lit up with a spark and poked the paperman's butt. The paperman began to burn and quickly turned into shredded paper that spilled to the ground. Seeing this scene, the screening room stirred slightly. Although the screen was a dark scene, they could clearly see Lin Ming's fingers catching fire, and even more so, they saw him light the paperman on fire. This guy's hand breathes fire, so cool. As expected, compared to the golden fingers of Kato-sensei, who was ranked as the head of the Gosen family in the island action movies, who could summon holy water, it was still summoning fire that was a bit more desirable for a man to aspire to. But how did he know the skill? Was he not a player? Is it also bizarre? A part of the players showed a look of horror. But there was also a large portion of players who figured out that Lin Ming should be a veteran player who had gained skills within the bizarre game, all looking at him in shock and embarrassment. It turned out that the reason why people were so bold wasn't because they were stupid, but rather, they were bold in their skills. The ones who were stupid and lacking were them. The players who had just disliked Lin Ming immediately shifted their thoughts and thought about how to hug the thighs of this wild father. Oh no, it's the real father. Because the players saw again, after Lin Ming killed the paperman creep, he seemed to backhandedly slap over the creep next to him. In this era of milk is mother, this kind of great power is simply a pro-father. As for the real world's own father? Slightly towards the back. You're so weak, how do you have the nerve to occupy this position? And compared to those players, the two creeps who had just filled in and were looking at Lin Ming wistfully were a little embarrassed at this point. No, dude, you're that good? You should have said so earlier. Now it's made it so that the two of us have come to trouble you like a buffet delivered to our door. Can you return the meal? The two creeps had the presence of mind to return to their positions, but their asses had just left their chairs. Lin Ming then tapped them on the shoulder and gave them an apologetic smile. Sorry, I got lost in my thoughts just now and made you guys wait in a hurry. Lin Ming then pinched hard and instantly crushed the two bizarre bodies, absorbing the dead chi in their bodies cleanly. Deadly chi plus 100. Deadly chi plus 113. Lin Ming looked up at the big screen, just as the scene of him finishing off the two creeps had played out. At this rate of progress, the next one was probably the plot that hadn't happened yet. That is prophecy. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but the big screen seems to lighten up a bit. No, the big screen was just really brighter, allowing one to more easily see what was playing out on the screen. Only to see that in the huge screen, everyone in Creepy were sitting in their original positions, and no one was moving. After just a full minute of this, the big screen suddenly shook. It was as if the camera lens began to focus, and the spotlight fell on a Creepy. And in front of that Creepy body was a female player wearing sports underwear and yoga pants. At this moment, everyone else on the screen was slightly defocused, and only the female player and the Creepy behind her appeared clearer. Apparently the big screen was intentionally focusing on the two of them for people to see. Lin Ming had a deep impression of this female player, not because her sports underwear wrapped her boobs in a dwang-wang jump, nor because her yoga pants outlined her ass in a round and curvy way as if it were a peach, nor because her tender white jade feet were dyed with big red nail polish, making them look so hot and flirty. The reason it was memorable was simply because he had his perspective ability on and saw the woman's filled-in silicone and the thick-ass pads in her yoga pants. Behind the female player that Creepy seemed to be an old man, the body epidermis was like dry tree roots, wrinkled, numb, and all the horizontal scars. The most frightening thing was that it had no head. The neck cavity, which was flowing with blood, was empty. This old Creepy, just like that, stood up, mechanically and stiffly stretching out his dry arms, reaching towards the head of the yoga pants female player, as if he wanted to remove her head. Everyone in Creepy saw the image, and the players saw more. They saw the Creepy in the picture, in the bokeh background in excitement, in anticipation. In this instant, everyone understood why those creeps had been staring at the screen with dead eyes from the very beginning. It turned out that this was the real movie. The movie that would predict the way they would die. The players couldn't help but turn around and look at the reality of the yoga pants female player. Sure enough, a creep behind the female player slowly stood up. It was indeed a headless creep, and the hands had reached out and were slowly resting on the female player's cheeks. At this time, the female player scared to finish the calf. Face white, trembling like sifting chaff, the mind imagined 3 8-pack abdominal muscles of fresh meat 3 tube cannot control that intense fear. She wanted to run, she wanted to hide. But the creep in the seat next to her looked at her with an even more sinister gaze, giving her the feeling that if she dared to move, she would be eaten immediately. So the female player could only expect that the movie was all a lie. Just when that pair of dry and cold palms reached over from the back of her neck there and slowly held her chin, she completely collapsed. Really? What was played out in the movie was real. And at that moment in the movie, the female player's head had been rotated 180 degrees by the headless old creep, her neck was stretched to the limit, and her body couldn't control it as she followed. The two seats next to the female player on the bizarre out of the female player will be dead female player pressed. The female player is full of horror, wide-eyed, desperately struggling but cannot break free, the neck was twisted face suffocated bruises, eyeballs spit out, the tongue is also unconsciously make an effort to go out deep. The movie was a silent movie, not making half a sound, but from the deformed bones in the female player's neck cavity, it was as if people could hear the sound of her clicking and cracking. Plop player's inner voiceover. In the movie, a bone spur pierced through the female player's throat poking out, her head was finally twisted, her neck couldn't support it, and her head was just held in old Creepy's arms, slightly crooked. One could see her hangman's appearance with 7 bloodied eyes. And her eyes that were scarlet from congestion were just staring straight at the screen, staring at the people outside the screen. Chapter 55. What the hell am I, daring to learn from Lin Ming? Everyone watching the movie felt like it was themselves that the female player was staring at. Including the female player herself in the screening room. She felt that her head was being twisted in the same way as her movie self, and the two creeps next to her had reached out their cold hands and pressed down on her. The female player was terrified and struggled desperately, only that both the creeps pressing on her left and right sides, and the creeps twisting her head, were all extremely powerful. Just like the movie that had just been shown, she was unable to resist at all, and could only be forced to turn her head to the back bit by bit. With her head twisted 180 degrees, she saw the headless old creepy behind her in such intense pain that her body couldn't stop trembling. Twitching. Luckily, it didn't let her suffer for long, and with the headless old guy's renewed force, her neck was just twisted hard. Strangely enough, even though that bone was clearly deformed, it didn't make a single sound. There was no sound in the movie, and there was no sound in reality. It was quiet as if it was afraid of attracting something. As the female player died, her head was taken off and placed on the headless old trickster. At this moment, on top of headless old Giles' pale and dry body, a woman's head that had obviously had a facelift was placed on top of it, and that intense dissonance made people feel a pang of heart palpitations. Lin Ming glanced at the female player and once again looked at the big screen. The screen still continued, this time focusing on another player. It was a well-mannered player wearing glasses. Seeing the weirdness appear behind him on the screen, he immediately shook like a sieve and panicked as he looked to Lin Ming for help. As Lin Ming was the most powerful player here, everyone hoped to be rescued by him. The glasses man pleaded with his eyes, even kneeling on his seat and kowtowing to him in an attempt to be rescued. But Lin Ming ignored the glasses man, mainly because he didn't see it either. He was pondering the brokenness of this movie. To be honest, this movie did act like a prophecy and looked flawless, but Lin Ming always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. And when the man with the glasses saw that Lin Ming was ignoring him, he became even more desperate and somewhat resentful. "You're so powerful, what's wrong with helping me?" The glasses man didn't get any help, and also realized that the creepy behind him had also stood up. He panicked and got up in a hurry, his brain racing under the danger. Suddenly, he sensed a way to live. In the rules, it was required that they couldn't just move their position. There should be two reasons. The first was to keep them from taking up the weird position. The second was to let them sit properly where they were and wait for creepy to kill them. So as long as they moved out of position, they could live. The other players were all shocked when they saw this spectacled man leave his seat, and when they saw that he didn't die, and even the creepy in his back seat didn't chase after him, they were all puzzled again. So it turns out, we enlightened. The players also understood the glasses guy's behavior, so it turned out that as long as they left their seats, they could avoid being killed. Lin Ming, who was watching the movie, noticed that numerous players were already quietly lifting their butts, ready to escape their seats, but felt that it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, as the man with the glasses left his seat and ran over to the stairs. In the screen image, a staff member walked towards the glasses man and gestured with his hand towards his seat, seemingly politely inviting him to go back and not affect other people watching the movie. But the glasses man in the screening room was looking at the creep behind his seat, and seeing that the other party didn't come out after him, he was still celebrating the fact that he had found a way out of the situation, and didn't realize that the staff member in the big screen was gesturing with him in the screen. Even the glasses guy was looking at Lin Ming smugly, which meant that he was saying, "Old man found the way to life faster than you did. What old player? And you still don't give a damn about me? Oh, you're really pretentious." At this moment, the staff member on the screen had revealed a violent rage and reached out to grab the glasses guy's neck. Some players, seeing this scene, immediately sat back in their seats, not daring to move around. There was also a portion of kind-hearted players who couldn't bear to see their compatriots in bad luck, so they chose to close their eyes and not look. As for saving people? Don't tease, can't you see that the powerful big brother doesn't want to care, they are even more afraid to care. These days, good people don't get rewarded. The man with the glasses finally noticed that something was wrong, as he felt his breathing getting harder and harder, more and more rapid. He immediately looked at the big screen and realized that he was being choked by a staff member, and burst into tears. In the seat to be killed by creepy. Leaving the seat to be killed by the staff? Wasn't this certain death? Didn't the official say that the rules of the bizarre game must have a way of life? Where is the way of life in this? The glasses man's eyes went black and he completely lost his life. Seeing him die, those players' asses all sat back in their seats again, panicking and despairing in their hearts. They didn't see any hope of survival either, so they silently expected that the next one to be targeted wouldn't be themselves. Another reaction occurred on the screen. This time, two players were targeted at the same time. One was a somewhat short male player, Le Fong. The other was Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming being targeted, all the players showed excitement. It wasn't that they couldn't wait for Lin Ming to die, but they felt that a veteran player with special skills like Lin Ming must have a way to break the rules. At that time, everyone would just watch what he did and follow suit themselves. It doesn't matter if you're not willing to tell us, now that you've been chosen for the movie, we can always steal your tricks. Especially that player Le Fong, who was also chosen, his heart was filled with trepidation, but also with celebration. He decided, next he would keep a deadly eye on Lin Ming and see what he did, and do it himself. Following an old bird, there was always an extra chance of survival, right? Le Fong stared at Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming turn his head to look around, Le Fong followed suit and looked around at the weirdness. Seeing Lin Ming get up, Le Fong also immediately followed suit and got up. The time difference was barely more than a second. Good, his reflexes are still fast. Next, as long as you continue to imitate, you'll definitely win. Lin Ming raised his hand. Le Fong also followed suit and raised his hand. Lin Ming raised a middle finger at the weirdness around him. The meaning was clear. What the are you waiting for? Come and kill me. Le Fong also followed and raised a middle finger. Hey, not buddy, what are you doing? After Lin Ming provoked, those weird all desperately lowered their heads. Do not dare to look at Lin Ming. Their eyesight was not affected in any way, so they clearly saw that Lin Ming had just burned the paper man's ass, smacked over the water ghost, and pinched the two weirdos who wanted to change seats. With this kind of strength, they wouldn't dare to mess with it unless they were out of their minds. However, those weirdos around Le Fong all looked at him with incomparably dangerous eyes. What kind of a thing are you to dare to speak harshly? Le Fong. Lin Ming was already looking at the big screen, waiting to see which creepy he had been chosen by. On the screen, beside Le Fong, all the creeps stood up and stared at him wistfully. As for Lin Ming's side in the screen, all those creeps silently lowered their heads and pretended to be dead. Seeing this scene, Le Fong became even more desperate and looked at Lin Ming in grief. I'm so stupid. Really? Why did I follow his example? This guy is too arrogant. The other players also revealed helplessness, instantly drawing a line with Lin Ming in their hearts. It wasn't that they disliked Lin Ming, but they knew that they couldn't compare to him. He was a towering big shot. And if you're so ordinary, don't be so confident to chase after others' footsteps. P.S. I beg all the big brothers to give a 5-star praise. It is very important to me, very important, please. Chapter 56. Were the movie right? The picture on the big screen had turned into a scene where Le Fong was surrounded by weirdness and split into pieces. Le Fong was beyond despair, knowing that he was only bound to die. But he still looked at the screen unwillingly, wanting to see what happened to Lin Ming. In the movie, Lin Ming had also been killed by the weirdness. The weirdness that killed Lin Ming was a skinning ghost. She was born because she cuckolded her husband, but also evil, forcing her husband to net, and even the children that her husband had raised for several years, were born by her and someone else, and finally drove her husband to the brink of death, peeling her skin raw, and died in agony. And now in the movie, this skinning ghost is peeling off Lin Ming's skin little by little, and while peeling the skin, while smiling, no outer skin, only flesh and blood of the face smile is very hideous and horrible. Le Fong, who was being split up in the screening room, saw this scene and instantly revealed a look of satisfaction. He could die, but if Lin Ming lived, he would be very upset. Just wait until Le Fong looked at the skin ghost in the screening room. But he saw the skin ghost sitting there trembling, not daring to move a muscle. Not to mention peeling Lin Ming's skin, she now wanted to peel her own skin again. Who dares to mess with this fierce god? She didn't dare to come over, but Lin Ming walked over, looked at the trembling skin ghost, dipped it in blood and wrote a line, "You want to kill me?" The skin ghost directly gave a knee, crying and desperately shaking his head. Lin Ming smiled slightly and pointed at the big screen. That meant what the movie said. The flayed ghost was still desperately shaking her head, blood and tears flowing, but instead of scaring people, she was looking at Lin Ming with a face full of fear and pleading. And her expression at this moment was exactly the same as the expression of Le Fong, who was lying in the creepy swarm being split up at this moment. Le Fong was lying in the weird group, helpless like a little girl full of big men, letting her body be wreaked havoc by them, only full of bleakness in her eyes. Why is the gap between people so big? Lin Ming did not go to look at Le Fong, but squatted beside the shivering flayed ghost and wrote a line, "I know even if you don't say it, actually. We are the real movie, right?" The flayed ghost immediately stared in horror, and the few creeps beside him all backed out in panic. Judging from their reactions, Lin Ming had guessed correctly. In fact, right from the start, Lin Ming felt that everything was very wrong. These weirdos were all too weak, so weak that they couldn't even kill an ordinary person in seconds, and sometimes they had to cooperate with more than one weirdo. At that time, he suspected that these weren't really bizarre. It was possible that they were part of the power left behind by the Eerie. Then again, the rules said that you could call on those jobbers for help if something happened. But they were all in the screen, how to ask for help. Many people would think of drilling into the screen to ask for help so that they could guess the key problem in the screening room. So, this rule should be a way of life left by the copy. However, those shenanigans in the big screen, in order to confuse the players, intentionally added a can't move around rule, so that the players would be afraid and dare not move around, so that they wouldn't discover the secret of the screening room. In fact, there are many more such confusions and hints. For example, why does the movie have to play first when it first opens, starting with the workman cleaning? In fact, what is shown at that time should be something like surveillance footage or something like that. In order to hint to all the players in this way and make people think that the movie is showing all their experiences. Then let the plot progress in the movie, little by little catch up with what the players are experiencing, and then the real trap begins. In fact, the movie is over as soon as the progress of the movie play catches up with the real time in the screening room. Remember, before the first real prophecy began on the big screen, which was to show the image of the yoga pants woman's death, the screen was quiet for a minute and the picture suddenly shook. In fact, from that point on, what was playing on the big screen changed and became a murder notice. Yes, that was a notification, not a precognition. Who dies and how is selected first in the big screen. The shenanigans in the screening room would immediately be executed in the same way. So the first 3 rules on that piece of paper, with the exception of the first one, which is the iron rule here. The remaining 2 were actually telling Lin Ming that there was something wrong with this screening room. Okay, the whole thing is quite good. Lin Ming slowly got up and opened his mouth to spit out a small blackened streamer. It's the 10,000 soul streamer. That 10,000 soul streamer can be big or small, and even if it is small, it is still cute. Cough and powerful. As Lin Ming prodded the 10,000 soul streamer, the little lowly Meng Meng came out of it. Although she came out, her oblivion ability was so strong that outsiders couldn't see her. Take the 10,000 soul streamer and go skulk around. Lin Ming commanded. Oh. Dream took the 10,000 soul streamer and went to the first row and began to skulk around as Lin Ming requested. Lin Ming, on the other hand, turned on the ghostly ability of the 10,000 soul streamer. Right now, the 10,000 soul streamer could only encompass a range of 1 meter, seizing the bizarre powers within the range. But since none of the weirdness could see Dream, they didn't understand what was happening or where to run, even though it was clear that the deathly aura was falling at a rapid rate. Just like that, Dream slithered along the seats row by row, and those bizarre watched as their bodies inexplicably disappeared little by little, all of them bewildered. The players were also quick to notice the disappearing creepy and were even more shocked. It couldn't be that old player who scared them away, could it? Was this the aura of a strong person? Just because he was being targeted and all the weirdness didn't want to offend him, they all left the field and disappeared in fear? All the players cast a look of awe at Lin Ming. Some of the female players even clenched their legs in excitement, their cheeks flushed with excitement, wanting to make a juvenile movie with Lin Ming here. Lin Ming ignored these shenanigans, and also ignored those players. He just stared at the big screen, wanting to see how those guys could sit still. Sure enough, those creeps in the big screen couldn't sit still. They could no longer pretend to be as quiet as the fake ghosts in the screening room. All the creeps in the big screen got up and rushed towards the screen. Some players noticed the movement of the big screen, and when they saw a creepy about to rush out of the movie, they were startled and instinctively shouted out before they died violently. The rules were still in place, still binding them. The players were panicking and looking at the big screen. At this point, the screen had changed from a 2D screen to a 3D screen, and those weirdness were constantly impacting the screen, as if they could rush out at any time. Lin Ming looked at the big screen with a calm expression. He had long guessed that these guys couldn't come out, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten these fakes to fool himself. And if he hadn't guessed wrong, these guys couldn't get out, but he himself was able to get in. Lin Ming looked at Meng Meng, who had already turned all the weirdness of the screening room into dead air and collected it into the 10,000 soul streamer, and led her towards the big screen. When he arrived in front of the big screen, Lin Ming looked at the creepy things that kept crashing into it and slowly put his hand on it. Chapter 57, Devouring Popcorn, Cultivation Enhancement. The moment Lin Ming made contact with the large screen, he felt the world shift. When everything in front of him stabilized, he realized that he was still in front of a screening room. But in this screening room, there were no players, only weirdness. One could still see the workman at the door, as well as the popcorn that was set up. Here, this should be the real screening room. Lin Ming looked back at the screen behind him, and inside the screen, there was only a group of players left, looking over there in fear. Looking at that group of weak players, and then looking at the weirdness within the real screening room. Lin Ming didn't feel that this was the complete way to live. Because these bizarre things were already all furious and wanted to eat him. They weren't afraid of Lin Ming and were even closing in. Ordinary players wouldn't be able to fight these creeps if they invaded this place. However, feeling the rich aura of death on these creeps, Lin Ming revealed a look of satisfaction. These were all ghost level, but at least they were all true creeps. He told Meng Meng to continue carrying the 10,000 soul streamer and go skulk around these guys. At the same time, Lin Ming began to reason that with the 3 remaining rules, there should still be a lifeline that would allow the players to be able to fight off these spooky spectators and definitely escape. The staff loves popcorn. Watch the movie in its entirety. Don't hurt them. This watch the whole movie goes without saying, and at first glance, it's a deliberate rule set up by the creeps to trick the players into sitting there and getting killed quietly. Even if it was stipulated by the copy, the movie was over from the time that the yoga pants female player was killed, so it was possible to move at that point. The "this don't hurt them" rule, at the moment Lin Ming didn't quite understand the principle. Was it deliberately set up by these shenanigans in order to fear that the player would be too strong and kill those shenanigans in the false screening room just now, and discover the problem? Lin Ming wasn't too sure, but this definitely had nothing to do with the path to life. Then there was only one last rule left. Popcorn. The 7 or 8 creepy spectators in the front row had already rushed over, just one step away from grabbing Lin Ming. As he watched those blood-stained or mutilated trickster hands grabbing together, Lin Ming smiled faintly and rode the wind. He quickly dodged away from all the weirdness and arrived next to Popcorn. When those 4 jobbers saw Lin Ming appear, they looked at it with fierce faces and reached out to still block it. The 4 of them were stronger than one another, all of them were at least grudge spirit level existences, much more ferocious and powerful than those spectators. Lin Ming could guess the way to crack being blocked by the jobber. Ask for help, or beg. Now kneel down and kowtow to the 4 workmen, stating that they were hungry, and they should help Lin Ming by giving a popcorn or something. After all, Creepy just likes to see people being humble. But, it's so hard for me to enter a copy and become a player, and I still have to analyze the rules, and I still have to try them out one by one, and I still have to look at the ing face, so I'm not a beggar on my knees? Lin Ming looked at the hands that were blocking the front of the popcorn, and his hands quickly drew talismans in the air. Many black threads to Lin Ming as the center point, intertwined and fused in the air, and finally turned into 4 spiritual symbols shot away, into the 4 staff in the brain. Those 4 staff members trembled violently, then their faces quickly became incomparably loyal. Nay, Group TE. Lin Ming silently ordered in his heart. Immediately, the 4 staff members immediately and viciously pounced on those shenanigans, killing each other silently. Lin Ming looked at the 3 buckets of popcorn in front of him and casually grabbed one, first probing it with his divine sense and realizing that it contained a deathly aura. After Lin Ming suspiciously threw the popcorn into his mouth and swallowed it. Deadly Chi plus 100. Lin Ming was a little surprised. Those weak creeps in the false screening hall, they couldn't all be made of popcorn, right? This dead Chi content was all about the same. And this should be the real way to live. As long as they ate the popcorn, even ordinary players could quickly have power. Lin Ming didn't hesitate to insert his hand into the popcorn, running the heavenly evil technique and absorbing the dead Chi in it. Deadly Chi plus 100. Deadly Chi plus 100. Deadly Chi plus 100. When the dead Chi from the 3 buckets of popcorn was absorbed cleanly, Lin Ming skyrocketed by 100,000 dead Chi. He had jumped from the first level of Foundation Establishment directly to the peak grand round of the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment at the half-step 4th level of the realm. When he felt his promotion, Lin Ming's face was filled with happiness. Although the rules here were more troublesome, the promotion was too fast. After all, aside from these popcorns, there were also those shenanigans. Wait a minute. How was this popcorn produced? Wasn't there a popcorn machine? Lin Ming felt that that popcorn machine should be a rather powerful ghost weapon, and he wondered if he could get it. He immediately reached out to tug on the passageway door in front of him, and it still wouldn't open. Obviously, the scene here restricted him from going out. Lin Ming was somewhat helpless and could only shift his attention to the weirdness. Little cuties, brother is here. Lin Ming rushed over, and the creeps that were already taking care of themselves by being harassed by the unseen Dream Lolita, as well as being chased by the 4 jobbers, panicked even more. Meanwhile, the players in the fake screening room were looking at the creeps fleeing around on the screen. Just now, it was the creeps who were sitting inside the screen, laughing at them being abused and killed, and even had to play with them by acting out their deaths in advance. But now, it was the players who were sitting in their seats, watching those high and mighty spooks on the screen, being chased up and down by Lin Ming. What's that old saying? If you can go, a criminal can go. Lin Ming was the biggest evil koan of them all. There was a player who couldn't help but clap his hands and give a cheer because he was so happy. Then he died a violent death. The other players once again remembered and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, so they hurriedly and honestly sat in place and waited. Just on the other side that no one knew about, the boss of the Death Hotel was drinking mulled wine and spitting with Count Bloodmoon. Count, you don't know that kid is too abominable, killed my so capable cadre, and also killed so many guests. Now my hotel's reputation is stinking, there is no longer any bazaar willing to go. Do you think that I have to kill him to prove that I'm not incompetent? Earl Bloodmoon smiled slightly. Listening to you, that player seems to be very strong indeed. It just so happens that I'm in need of manpower lately. Why don't you let me train him? I promise to train him into an obedient and good dog. How about letting him kneel at your feet and lick your shoes for you? The hotel owner frowned. Earl, you need manpower, I can lend it to you, why bother? There are some things you don't understand and don't need to know, just know that your little men are a drop in the bucket with what I want to do. If you really can't swallow this, I can let you get back at him in a small way. It just so happens that I scouted that he's in a copy, so you can send your men to teach him a lesson and bring him back to me. Earl Bloodmoon's face sank slightly, but he also made a concession. The Death Hotel owner understood that although he was rich, he couldn't compare to this powerful big shot. The fact that he was willing to let himself take a small revenge on Lin Ming was already enough to give him face. The hotel owner violently drank the blood wine in his cup and said with a gloomy face, I understand, that kid, I will definitely have the pursuer bring it to you. P.S. requesting for hypes and 5 stars, you won, I won, let's help Lin Xiaoxie grow into Lin Evil Ancestor quickly. Love you guys. Chapter 58 Who Poked Me in the Ribs? Lin Ming didn't realize that Count Bloodmoon and the owner of the Death Hotel were plotting to capture himself back. He had already taken care of all the creeps in the screening room. Apart from one of the little kids that was a little harder to kill, the others were all ghost level and easy. However, Lin Ming didn't enjoy all of these creeps himself. It was because he wanted to cultivate the 10,000 soul streamer. The initial range of the ghosts of the 10,000 soul streamer was very small, and the more creeps that were added, the larger the range of the ghosts became. At this point in the screening hall, excluding the weird spectators who had been forcibly erased by the 4 jobbers, and those who had been erased by the rules because they had accidentally made a sound, there were 62 of them that entered the 10,000 soul streamer. The range of the 10,000 soul streamer expanded to a distance of 5 meters in diameter. With Lin Ming's speed, coupled with Dream's little Loli's oblivion ability, a 5-meter diameter would be quite slippery even if he had to kill 7 in and 7 out of tens of thousands of shenanigans. Satisfied, Lin Ming called back Dream and sent it into the 10,000 soul streamer, then put away his own 10,000 soul streamer. Because he realized that the surroundings were changing, and it wasn't refreshing this copy, it seemed to be switching the scene for fear of not being able to take Dream away. So staying in the Silent Land for 7 days is really just 1 copy a day? Then this invitation letter blood earn. The players also realized that the scene was switching, and all of them immediately revealed a look of surprise, thinking that they would be able to get out. But soon, they and Lin Ming appeared in a statue hall. The players were in despair, and many of them finally realized that they should have to go through 7 copies before they could leave. Lin Ming surveyed the statue pavilion. This arena wasn't big, just over 1,000 square feet. As a residence, that was indeed large, but for an exhibition, it was rather small. Especially this kind of place where a lot of statues were placed, it was slightly more crowded. Looking at those oddly shaped statues, smelling the rotting odor in the air and the pungent chemical smell from the poor quality paints and pigments, Lin Ming immediately sensed that something was wrong and ran the spiritual power of the heavenly evil technique all over his body, not giving the foreign forces a single chance to take advantage of it. At the same time, a player discovered the code on the far wall and immediately uncovered it and walked over to Lin Ming, handing it over to him with a pleasing face. This was because they all now understood that Lin Ming was the high player among them, the mega high player. So they decided to ask Lin Ming to experience whatever things and benefits they had first, trying to use this way to get Lin Ming to take them through the game. After all, most players who were playing the game for the first time just wanted to get out alive. Of course, there were also people who aspired to obtain abilities and become as powerful as Lin Ming. There was a player in a flowery shirt and a male player who looked like a director who even quietly walked behind Lin Ming. They didn't want to assassinate Lin Ming right now because they knew they couldn't do it. However, if there was a good opportunity, they would absolutely not hesitate to do it, and then they themselves would replace Lin Ming and become the high-level player that everyone loved and admired. Lin Ming looked at the statue hall code in his hand. I welcome all visitors to come to the cursed statue hall to view the statues, and as the curator I feel honored to do so. But please, when you view the statues, you should also take care of them and follow some rules. 1. Please be quiet. 2. All statues in this pavilion do not breathe, so if you find a statue that breathes, please run away. 3. Each statue has a number. Please don't stare at statues number 3, number 8, or number 27 for more than a second, or you will pay the price. 4. Please do not graffiti or apply paint anywhere in the arena, especially on the statues. 5. Do not refuse any requests from the statues. 6. Please don't hurt them. Lin Ming looked towards the last rule. The first rule was the rule for the large copy of the Silent Land. Lin Ming understood that it must have been thrown out. But what was with this sixth rule? The last copy also had this rule, but Lin Ming assumed that what was said about not hurting them was that those watching the movie were eerily afraid that the fake ghosts would be found to be a problem if they were injured. But it wasn't quite right when it was in this statue gallery as well. Lin Ming guessed that there were two possibilities. First, the statues here were also afraid of being destroyed, or there was something wrong with them. Secondly, something here might be the real condition for passing the level if it was destroyed. Because in the last level, Lin Ming had killed all the weird passes, so he wasn't quite sure if there was a specific pass condition. Anyway, for him, as long as there were no more creeps in this copy, the copy would always let the player out. There was a player who didn't know what kind of head oil he used and wore his hair in a big back, getting a paintbrush and writing on his palm. Because this place doesn't allow scribbling anywhere, you can only write on yourself. Big brother, do you think that if you destroy all the statues here, you'll be able to pass the level? Lin Ming glanced appreciatively at the big-backed player who was writing. That was exactly what he was thinking. There were no obvious traps in the rules this time, and with the same routine as the previous movie theater, the duplicate shouldn't be able to use them twice on the same group of people. Not to mention that these shenanigans were all intelligent, knowing what they had gone through to get here, and wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. Lin Ming looked at the statues, wanting to go and dispose of them, but suddenly felt someone stabbing and cooing hard at his right side's rib bar. It was well known that the ribs on both sides of a person's waist and upwards were the most ticklish. Being poked by an outsider was like scratching the soles of one's feet. In exchange for the previous Lin Ming, he would have already let out a roar. But now, after he practiced the heavenly evil skill, he didn't dare to say that he was invulnerable, he could only say that he was invulnerable to golden spears. In the case of having activated his spiritual power to protect his body just now, poking this didn't react at all. But he could detect that person's sinister intention. This was to take advantage of his inattention to make himself laugh out loud. Ah! Who's trying to poke me? Lin Ming turned around and coldly stared at those players behind himself. All the players looked bewildered, not knowing what was wrong with him. Because they had all just been watching the guards or scanning the statues, no one had noticed that Lin Ming had been poked. Big brother, what's wrong? The big-backed player who had just written a few words on his arm once again. His palm was full of writing, so he could only write on his arm. Lin Ming took the pen and wrote on the big-backed player's other arm, "Someone poked me in an attempt to make me laugh out loud." With this behavior, everyone naturally understood what it meant, and they all burst into flames. Someone was trying to harm the big-backed high player. Who was it? Lin Ming scanned all the players, while the players all scrambled to wave their hands and shake their heads. There was also someone who immediately grabbed the pen in the big-back player's hand and continued to write on the big back, "Big brother, it's definitely not me, I'm far away from you." Seeing this, the other players also rushed over and started writing on the big-back player. "It's not me either, I can't reach you either. Even less me. I'm innocent. Big guy, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you." In less than a minute, the big-back player had words written all over him from head to toe. Especially on his face, innocence was written all over it. The big backhead felt useful at first, but when he waited to see that everyone else was clean, but he was all covered in flowers, he was overwhelmed with grief and anger, and wrote on his inner thighs, which had barely retained a piece of clean land, "You stinking shameless, why don't you do it on your own body?" The words were not written, because they could not be written. Chapter 59, Can't Imagine, Master Has Hangings. Lin Ming looked at everyone with an innocent look on their faces, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and looked towards the little lowly Mang Mang who had been standing by his side. From the moment he entered this copy, Lin Ming had summoned Dream Dream and kept her by his side just in case. It was only because of the oblivion ability that no one could see her. Dream was by Lin Ming's side and saw who had made the move, and immediately reached out and pointed at the player in the flower shirt, who had done it. The floral shirt couldn't see Dreamy and was still indignantly looking for the person who had counted Lin Ming, seemingly feeling aggrieved for him. Lin Ming took a big step over and pinched flower shirt's throat, his eyes icy cold. "Son thief, can't imagine it, Master ING has hanged." The flower shirt was instantly terrified when Lin Ming pinched his throat. He didn't know how he was discovered, but still pretended to be innocent and kept waving his hands to show that it wasn't him. Next to him, there were also players pulling on Lin Ming's arm, trying to dissuade him, which meant that he shouldn't just kill anyone and figure it out. Card bar. In the quiet pavilion, the crisp bone-crushing sound was quite obvious. The floral shirt's throat was crushed, puncturing his airway, and he desperately opened his mouth wide to try and breathe, but he couldn't catch his breath. Luckily, he didn't have a hard time for long, as the rules killed the one who made the noise. As for Lin Ming? It wasn't like Lin Ming was the one with the broken bones, so what were the rules punishing him for? Actually, Dream himself wasn't the only one who saw Flower Shirt strike. The player who was a director in the real world was the one who saw Flower Shirt strike, so he took 2 steps back in fear. He didn't know how Lin Ming had instantly found the murderer, and was afraid that he would see that he was also plotting against him. There were quite a few players who had seen Lin Ming kill someone and became fearful, panicking and retreating. All of those players looked at Lin Ming in horror or grief. They didn't know that Lin Ming had found the real culprit through Meng Meng. They thought that Lin Ming was angry that these people had dared to harm them and had begun to kill indiscriminately. After all, ask yourself, what would happen if they had superpowers? Day 1, I'm Superman. Day 2, I'm the motherland. Day 3, I don't eat beef, hooks mouth and laughs. But now they didn't have superpowers, so they were afraid of Lin Ming and inwardly condemned him. The director player saw that many players were afraid of Lin Ming, and had an idea in his mind. In order to avoid being taken out by Lin Ming, he utilized his skills of coaxing actresses into bed and began to seduce these players who were afraid of Lin Ming, and surprisingly, he really tricked over a dozen of them as well. For a while, the players split into 2 camps. On the left was the camp of ordinary players led by the director. The players on the right were the camp of the ancestral people led by Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming didn't have the idea of being the boss, those players still automatically chose to become his loyal minions. The director player also didn't know where he found a colored pen and wrote on his arm, "This guy kills people at will just because he has the power to do so, we have to unite so that we're not afraid of him." The players in his camp all nodded their heads and even held hands, stating that they must be united and never let Lin Ming just slaughter them. The Ancestor Man camp, that big back player, was already thinking about whether or not to write on his little ding-dong and taunt the opposite side. Just write 1 sentence. So what if I kill people? My big brother has acted in his life, why do I need to explain myself to you? Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to these people, and after he finished off the culprits, he walked towards the statues. There were probably dozens of statues here, and all of them were labeled. At this time, Lin Ming was walking through the doorway, so he saw statue number 01. The players from the Ancestor Man's camp had also followed him over. The players from the director's camp, on the other hand, were avoiding the front line for the time being and started observing from statue number 10. The director actually didn't know what to observe, but the other players were looking at him expectantly. He could only rush his duck and observe with a stiff upper lip, but his eyes kept peeking at Lin Ming. In the director's opinion, Lin Ming was indeed powerful, and although he couldn't compare himself, he could always learn something. At this moment, Lin Ming looked at statue number 01, an image of a woman covering her face. The statue was extremely exquisite, outlining the curves of the woman's beautiful body, and even the slit strangled out by the tight athletic shorts she was wearing was so clear and real that it could be said to be quite realistic. Even the group of amateur players present could tell that this was definitely the work of a master. It was so beautiful. Everyone secretly sighed inwardly. It was even clear that this was a statue, and the statue was still masked, but they had inexplicably developed some sexual urges towards this statue. There were male players with weak self-control who couldn't help but walk over and look at the statue with a face full of infatuation, wanting to touch her. The others were no better, the male players all had a piggy face, and the female players had already transformed into lesbians. Lin Ming, however, did not hesitate to kick the statue of the woman covering her face. The statue immediately fell backwards and hit the ground with a thud. Only to see the statue's hands covering her face shattered, revealing her face, which was surprisingly incomparably twisted and ugly, the kind that made people hate to vomit when they looked at it. No one would have thought that a woman with such a delicate figure would look so horrible. For a moment, all the players came to their senses. The female statue that had fallen to the ground and made a crashing sound also revealed a look of fear, and her pair of stone eyes looked towards Lin Ming, and they could actually see an endless amount of resentment. However, in the next moment, she died violently and was obliterated by the rules. Lin Ming ran as fast as he could, quickly arriving at the female statue's side, only having time to seize a portion of his dead chi. Deadly chi plus 1800. This was not bad, it wasn't considered unproductive. Moreover, Lin Ming had actually verified his suspicions with this method. These statues were bizarrely turned out to have all sorts of abilities, and this ability could be seized. Lin Ming looked towards a tiny stone ball that had fallen on the ground. He wrapped his palm with spiritual energy and picked up this stone ball, dropping it into the mailbox. This way the weird game would automatically display its name and attributes. Cursed stone ball. Touching this stone ball with your hand, you can obtain the ugly goddess's unique skilled body of temptation, which can create a great temptation to all living beings within a diameter of 3 meters, causing them to fall in love with you, but at the cost of having your appearance become incomparably ugly, and you can't be seen by the other party's face when you use the body of temptation, or the skill will be invalidated, and prolonged use of this skill will cause adoration to escalate into possessiveness, causing the other party to want to possess you, even resulting in a fight, and ultimately destroying you without being able to love you. Good stuff. Lin Ming really didn't think that the stone ball that this statue 01 had exploded had this effect. This ability was clearly of the dark type, and should be a skill that belonged to that disorder camp. But surely many people want it. Turn around and see if they can exchange it for some benefits. Like points or something. Unfortunately, the creepy game didn't know what to do with it, and most of the creepy were poor. Associated with the previous residential building, those bazaars surprisingly need to take out a loan to buy a house, and even the loan is also installment for hundreds of years. Odds are the capitalists here are even more ruthless. If the real world is 2% of the people, holding 98% of the wealth, then it is estimated that within the bazaar game, this 2% of the capitalists not only mastered 98% of the wealth, but also released 1000% of the loan to the outside world. Chapter 60: The Old Man, the Evil Dog, and the Cocoon. This scene of Lin Ming pushing down the statue was seen by the group in the director's camp. It was also seen that he seemed to have picked up something. Those people immediately revealed joy. They were enlightened. They had once again become enlightened. The rules could be utilized. It was forbidden to make sounds here, so as long as the statues were pushed over, they would naturally make a collision sound and would be obliterated by the rules. When the time came to solve the trouble, it seemed like props and such could be popped out. As long as they obtained props or skills, one of those present counted as one, and all of them soared in place. Incarnating the ancestor man, it's all about this move. The director revealed his arms and rolled up his sleeves, and pushed towards the number 10 statue in front of him. This statue is an old man on crutches, is also lifelike. When the director pushed hard on the statue, he just touched it and was shocked to realize that something was wrong. His hand was petrifying. Looking at the palm that was rapidly turning into stone, the director was suddenly bloodless. So this statue was untouchable? Touching it would turn it into a statue man, why didn't the rules say so? And Lin Ming also touched it, why was he fine? Oh yes, he kicked it with his foot, and his foot has a shoe as a barrier. So no direct contact? The director had an epiphany in the midst of his panic. He had seen Lin Ming's tactics and had found a way to survive. Life and death, it was a fight. The director violently flew up and kicked the statue. The statue did not move at all, and the shoes that were in contact with the statue quickly petrified. Originally, only his shoes were petrified, but because he didn't have time to take them off, his feet were petrified as well. The epiphany failed and the path to life was wrong. The director had a meltdown. No, what? Are you playing with me? Why is it that if he kicks it, he is fine, but if he kicks it, he is petrified? The director's heart was sad and angry, and he quickly turned his head toward Lin Ming, his eyes full of pleading. But it's no use, Lin Ming did not even look at him. This statue, at least 300 to 500 pounds, he is a cultivator, can naturally kick down. You, an ordinary person, want to kick down a statue that weighs hundreds of pounds? Besides, Lin Ming hadn't been petrified because he had used his spiritual power to protect himself from the erosion of the bizarre power here. The spiritual power cultivated by the heavenly evil power was inherently restraining these bizarre powers. Looking at Lin Ming not caring about himself, the director felt resentment in his heart. But at this moment, he also finally clearly cognized that people and people's paths are not replicable. He walks on his own life path, even if the path's wind and rain is so big that he is struggling to walk, even if the thorns and thorns, stabbing him with wounds all over the place. He is also not worthy of emulating Lin Ming. The director's body rapidly petrified, covering from head to toe, even his hands and face. The only thing that remained corporeal was a pair of arms that had been written all over with colored pens. Both the players in the director's camp and Lin Ming's ancestor man's camp were all too busy being shocked and terrified. Perhaps noticing this small problem, but not thinking much about it. Only Lin Ming noticed this detail and stared at the director player's arm, inwardly remembering a rule from the statue arena's code just now. Don't scribble and doodle anywhere in the arena, especially on the statues. Logically, with this rule in place, the arena should avoid things like paint. But the fact that the big back player was able to easily find colored pencils meant that this rule was either a copy that was forced to leave a lifeline for the players, or it was something that the creepy statue had intentionally concocted to trick people. Just now, the director player had written words on his arm to unite the players in order to pull people together, and now that just that one pair of arms wasn't petrified, the result was self-evident. This colored pen could protect players from touching the statue without being petrified. Even though he knew that Lin Ming wasn't the least bit interested in paints, nothing worked as well as his spiritual power. At this moment, he arrived in front of statue 02. The other players followed closely behind, afraid of being left behind or being petrified. They could see now that only Lin Ming could take them out. Even the players who had just defected to the director's camp in the distance, all ran back with bashful brows and drooping eyes, cheekily rejoining Lin Ming's camp. Statue 02, a statue in the image of a vicious dog, stared with a pair of ferocious eyes as if scanning everyone. Before Lin Ming had a chance to power up, a painful scream suddenly came from behind him. Everyone turned around to look in fear. Only to see that a player who had just run over from the director's camp had fallen to the ground and died violently. And his calf was bloody and badly injured. Everyone was all at a loss, no one had taken a shot at him. A player bravely lifted the pants of the player who died violently, and saw that on his leg was actually a tearing mark. And seeing that wound, there was an experienced player in the crowd who immediately yanked over the big back to write, but was pushed away. That player could only write on himself, dog bite. Lin Ming glanced at the player and recognized a dog bite at a glance. Just your name is Pan Hong, huh? However, dog bite? This statue dog still had this ability? Lin Ming was just pondering, when another player muffled a grunt of pain. Although he controlled it in time and didn't scream out in agony, but humming this one time, he also violated the iron law of the silent land and died. The crowd looked over and realized that this player had also been bitten in the calf. Immediately after that, 3 or 4 more people were bitten. Fortunately, people were prepared. Even if they were injured, they covered their mouths in time and didn't make a sound. It was just that these consecutive times had also made the players panic, all of them not knowing what was happening. Lin Ming didn't hesitate to hammer the dog statue over with one punch. Because he wrapped his fist in spiritual energy, he could ensure that the collision wouldn't make a sound either. The dog statue fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Ming rushed over and raced against the rules of the silent land, absorbing the statue's dead chi. Dead chi plus 1,300. Another stone ball dropped. Curse stone orb. Touching this stone orb with your hand grants the exclusive ability Tear Bite of the Evil Loyal Dog, which allows you to directly attack all unfaithful evil existences within a diameter of 3 meters. Note, each time it is used, it becomes more loyal to evil and dedicates a part of itself to evil until it completely turns into an evil loyal dog. Lin Ming could see that each of these abilities was stronger than the other, but they were also more costly than the other. Let's continue probing. Next up was Statue 03, mentioned in the Statue Hall Code. One could not gaze at it for more than a second, or one would pay a price. As for what the price was, the rules didn't say. But Lin Ming realized that this Statue 03 was, surprisingly, the only one with a name. The Cocoon of Atonement. The statue was in the shape of a cocoon, as if it was hatching something. The other players, noticing that it was number 03, all scrambled to turn their heads away at the first opportunity, not daring to look directly at it. Lin Ming, on the other hand, stared all the way through, and after more than 1 second, I don't know if it was an illusion, but the statue suddenly moved. Precisely, as the stone cocoon inside wriggled a bit, seems to be something to drill out seemingly. Suddenly, Lin Ming was shocked to realize that something was wrong, and violently backed away. P.S. 5-star praise, urging more, are very important to the little brother. I implore you to lift up the little hand of fortune point a little. Chapter 61, Blackened 10 times stronger, whitewashed 7 points weaker. He had just dodged when the cocoon sprayed out a mist of water. The liquid was clearly aimed at Lin Ming, but it landed on the ground because of his retreat. The liquid on the ground looked so pure and flawless, and even gave off a faint aroma. That aroma was telling everyone in a very obvious way that there was nothing wrong with it. But in this bizarre game, it was really too much for people to just believe it. However, Lin Ming pondered for a moment and felt that if this was some sort of damage from Statue 03, this power was really sorry that the rules here specifically mentioned it for a moment. If, on the contrary, this Statue 03 really was some sort of salvation, then this weak spray of water is fairly normal. After all, blackened 10 times stronger, whitewashed 7 points weaker. This weak, odds are it's good. He wrapped a bit of liquid with his spiritual energy and sent it into the mailbox, letting the system determine what it was. Water of redemption, this is its water of life. It can heal some injuries, but after using it, you will become its slave. If you leave her, it will make her sad. If she is sad, this water of life will turn into a deadly venom. Note, please, don't make her sad, okay? Lin Ming looked at the introduction of this liquid and always felt strange. And the note at the back of this, how it looked was a bit like licking a dog. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but finally punched through the cocoon of atonement and drew on the dead energy inside. This brainwashed contraption was obviously onto him, which meant that he couldn't sell this thing in the future, or else what he sold would turn into a deadly venom, and then the value would greatly diminish, so it would be better to destroy it. Deadly venom plus 5,000. Another stone ball fell out. Cursed stone orb, touching this stone orb with your hand grants you the ability Water of Life unique to the Cocoon of Atonement, which can heal some injuries. Lin Ming shook his head and stared at Statue 04. At the same time, outside of this copy, a pitch-black shadow had already struck. That shadow was none other than the Death Hotel's high-priced hunter, who had specially come to take Lin Ming away. And upon seeing this copy, the pursuer frowned and immediately contacted the Death Grand Hotel's boss. Hey boss, do you know that guy entered a copy of the Silent Land? Yes? The hotel owner was surprised. The Earl only gave me the coordinates, he didn't say what kind of copy it was. What? You hunters still pick copies? No picking. With our strength, the target can be seriously injured, killed, or captured in any copy. The kill chasers were arrogant and incomparable. Then what are you calling me for? The hotel owner didn't have the good sense to say. I mean, I can enter any copy and capture any target, but have to add money. It's not like you don't know how dangerous the Silent Land is. A little carelessness is a death. Besides, that kid might have already died inside. You sent me to investigate, even more money has to be added. Chaser said nonchalantly. The hotel owner was upset about the added money, but felt justified about the last sentence. This Silent Land was so dangerous that even evil spirits and even stern ghosts were unwilling to enter it. Lin Ming was a mere minor character, he would probably be dead already, so it wasn't a waste of money to let the pursuers go in again? Then I don't need you to chase and kill, you go back. The hotel owner said flatly. Good, then let's talk about liquidated damages. I took your mission and started to formulate a plan to hunt down and kill, and specifically ran to the Silent Land to investigate, consuming quite a lot of carriage fees, and even refused a few other missions because of this. That compensation should be at least 30,000 points. The manhunter patiently counting the accounts. The hotel owner, however, was shocked and angry. What the hell are you up to? I asked you to do it and it was only 10,000 points, but the compensation for breaching the contract is tripled? No, you've misunderstood. I didn't say that the liquidated damages are tripled. The pursuer hurriedly blocked the hotel owner. The hotel owner snorted coldly. I count on you to be sensible, don't try to screw me over. Kill Chaser explained, 30,000 points is my compensation for the loss of this mission trip. The liquidated damages for you not letting me kill the target and withdrawing the mission is 10 times the compensation. I don't let you kill the target yet? I didn't withdraw the mission, I'll give the points of the previous reward as it is. The hotel owner said angrily. Boss, it won't work. If customers casually back out, then how can we still do this business? Besides, guess why I'm called a chaser? It's to hunt down and kill for fun. You won't let me kill people, of course I'm not happy. By the way, you have to add an additional amount for the mental damage of making me unhappy, which is about 70,000. Alright. I'll let you kill. Damn it, get in there and kill for me. The hotel owner was furious. The chaser was a bit regretful. Well then, you only need an additional 50,000 points now. The hotel owner was furious. Why do you need to add more? Have you forgotten? We've been talking about adding money from the beginning. You're the one who said you want me to leave before talking about compensation. The pursuer was speechless. Why are you talking upside down? The hotel owner wanted to cry. He just wanted to screw Lin Ming over, he just wanted to kill a living player. Why was it so troublesome? However, when he thought about refusing the pursuers to capture Lin Ming, he would have to give at least 100,000 points. Allowing him to continue his actions would at most add 50,000 points. It was better to continue the action. The good thing was that this organization, the Manhunters, was very honest. As long as they took the mission, they would definitely complete it, and even if the first Manhunter died, there would be a steady stream of followers topping the list. After the hotel owner reluctantly added 50,000 points, the pursuer dove in headfirst towards the Silent Land. This place was also too dangerous for him, so he had to fight quickly. Find Lin Ming, severely injure Lin Ming, and capture Lin Ming. The pursuer paid 10,000 points to forcefully join a copy of the Silent Land. This was the rule of the weird game. As long as you had the points you could insert as many copies and people as you wanted. But with 10,000 points, it was just joining this copy, you couldn't choose a level, so the pursuer needed to start from scratch and go through the levels a little bit to hunt down Lin Ming. But the chaser had absolute confidence that it could catch up with Lin Ming. Because it understood too well how scary this place was for players. Lin Ming definitely wouldn't be able to clear the level that quickly. There was even a special mechanism here. If Lin Ming didn't find that problem, then he would run into big trouble and would be found by himself even faster. With this in mind, the pursuer sat comfortably in the screening room and waited for the movie to start. But he waited and waited and waited, and the movie was just delayed. No, man. Where's the shenanigans here? Why don't you advance the copy plot? On the other side, Lin Ming had already punched and smashed all the statues. He had collected close to 50 cursed stone spheres, all of which contained special abilities. However, after Lin Ming had pushed down all the statues, he was surprised to find that he hadn't even left this copy. There were statues that hadn't been dealt with yet? Or was it something else? Chapter 62, Finding You. Lin Ming looked around the already empty pavilion and didn't see any way out. Nor did he see any sculptures. The big-backed player next to him carefully pointed and gestured at the load-bearing walls and load-bearing pillars in the distance, prompting Lin Ming to ask if there was a possibility that those things needed to be destroyed as well. Those load-bearing walls and load-bearing pillars were also made of stone, and could very well be statues. Lin Ming glanced at this big back, secretly lamented that this kid really is not just relying on luck, the key is also willing to think. No wonder he can survive until now. The players who had followed along into the pavilion had already been killed by their own deaths or by the statue's ability, leaving only 8 people left. This big back head had dodged most of the attacks because of the pigments all over his body, plus the fact that he had been hiding closely behind Lin Ming, relying on his spiritual defense. This kid was worth cultivating. A green light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes, planting a deep mark in the big back head's heart. You would rather give up your life than expose and betray me. Big Back's head was jolted, and when he looked at Lin Ming again, his eyes were filled with gratitude and trust. Although he didn't know what he was grateful to Lin Ming for, he was just grateful. What Lin Ming was thinking was that when he turned around and sent this guy into the official ranks, he would once again plant a dark move. Of course, he had taken in Big Back just because he thought he was quite the thinker and lucky enough, but he didn't recognize his advice. The load-bearing walls and load-bearing pillars were carved out of stone, but he had checked them with his soul regeneration technique, and there was no dead air in them. Lin Ming began to recall the rules that he had read before. The first rule of don't make a sound, this could be ignored. Second rule, all statues in this pavilion don't breathe, if you find out please flee. This is a big doubt, statues will breathe? But Lin Ming all the way to... Oh no, should say all the way to ruin. Even the number 3, 8, and 27 in the third rule that didn't allow for direct vision, he had seen them all and destroyed them all, and hadn't noticed any statues that breathed. Originally, Lin Ming had thought there was something wrong with those 3 special statues, but it turned out that they were actually used to fight against the other statues in the pavilion, and the skills were of the type that could help the player stay alive for a while. Yes, just temporarily, because all 3 statues had side effects as well. This rule is supposed to be the copy that gives the players a way to live, but it's only added as a don't look directly at them for more than a second because of the side effects. The fourth rule doesn't allow dying of paint, which is also a life path rule. The fifth rule was don't refuse the statue's request, and this Lin Ming hadn't gotten a request from the statue either. The sixth rule was don't hurt them. It seems that the way to leave the copy is in the 2 rules 2 and 5. Breathing statues, Lin Ming hadn't seen them before. Because those that could breathe could only be human. Lin Ming turned around violently and looked at the surviving players behind him. They had been invaded by the power of the pavilion? He coldly swept over each of them with his soul regeneration technique and watched as they shivered, not understanding what had happened. These players didn't have a deathly aura in their bodies, nor had they turned into statues. That would be the fifth rule: don't refuse the statue's request. Since the beginning, no statue had made a request to Lin Ming. No, wait. The weirdness here is that they're all statues, so the curator must be weird as well, so could it be a statue as well? If the curator was also a statue, that meant that his words had to be obeyed as well. Which of those rules were laid down by the curator? Rule number 1 is definitely not a rule, and not being able to make a sound is a dead rule in the Silent Land. Rule 2: statue will not breathe sounds problematic, most likely the curator set to confuse the players. Rule 3's not letting you look directly into the eyes is also a copy of the life path. The paint in Rule 4 is actually a lifeline, but here it says not to allow dying, so it should be written by the curator on purpose to confuse people. Rule 5: don't refuse statue requests, odds are it was also set by the curator to keep people from getting out. Rule 6. To be honest, Lin Ming is currently not sure what this rule means. Looking at it, it should be a dead rule for the copy, but no matter how much Lin Ming messed up, he didn't trigger the certain death effect of this rule. Lin Ming currently suspected that it was actually a way to live. Okay, so now it's 2, 4, and 5, these 3 rules are suspected to be related to the curator. Looking at these 3 rules, Lin Ming patiently pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked towards those surviving players, waving his hand for them to come over. Those players were unsure, but they didn't dare to confront Lin Ming and obediently walked over. Lin Ming clasped his hands together and threw a water balloon spell over, purifying these players. These players had previously communicated with Lin Ming, or with each other, by using pigments to write on their bodies, so they all had pigments on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent, otherwise there was no way for them to become survivors here. Because pigments could fight against statues. At this moment, Lin Ming rinsed the pigments off of these players. Because the curator had said to listen to the statue. If the curator was a statue, then the 4th rule, in which he wrote down that people were not allowed to dye paint anywhere in the pavilion, would have to be followed. These players were also in the middle of the pavilion, and they might even be the ones used to fill the pavilion statues, so naturally, they couldn't dye paint either. Sure enough, as the players' bodies were rinsed clean, they gradually changed. These players felt like their bodies were turning stiff, making it impossible for them to walk, and it was incredibly difficult for them to even move. The players were terrified, not knowing what Lin Ming had done to them. The only one who didn't question Lin Ming was the big back player. My big brother must have his reasons for doing this. Us trash, who are we to question him? Everything is just obedience. Lin Ming withdrew the spiritual defense on his body and compressed all of his spiritual energy into his dantian. In the next moment, he also felt that his body was rapidly becoming stiff, as if someone was gluing puddles and puddles of cement onto himself. Lin Ming knew that he was transforming into a statue. He was looking forward to it, wanting to see if he had guessed correctly. Was it only by incarnating as a statue that he could find his way out? However, his physical body had been nourished and enhanced by the spiritual power of the heavenly evil gong after all. The other players had used less than 5 minutes to completely transform into a statue. He took a full hour or so. After Lin Ming had also transformed into a statue, he realized that he could still breathe, and breathe normally. Sure enough, the statue that breathed was talking about them. As for the one who saw a breathing statue, please flee immediately? It should be that there were players incarnated in the previously destroyed statues as well, and the curator was afraid that the players would guess the way to leave if they got close, so he asked to flee. It's just that he didn't expect that Lin Ming would simply not pay attention to the abnormalities of those statues because he was killing them too fast. After all, before Lin Ming, no one was so fierce that they dared to smash the statues. After all the players were transformed into statues, one of the player statues suddenly moved. Then, the statue unexpectedly came to life and slowly walked over to Lin Ming, looking at him with an excited expression, screaming furiously inside, "What a perfect piece of work! Too perfect!" The corner of the lips of the statue that Lin Ming had transformed into lifted slightly. Found you. Chapter 63: The Grieving Pursuer. Only Lin Ming's spiritual energy erupted within his dantian, quickly flushing his entire body. The exhibition hall had petrified Lin Ming, and it had taken over an hour. However, it only took less than a minute for Lin Ming to lift his petrification. Seeing Lin Ming quickly regain his physical state, the player statue in front of him paled and quickly fled. But this guy reacted really fast and actually rushed towards the player statues. He could switch back and forth on the statues? Lin Ming understood the intention of this statue to flee to the statue group. It's a pity that we have a hang-up. Soul taking, activate. Lin Ming's eyes emitted a ghostly green light, and he instantly saw a dull shadow in the body of the fleeing statue. It was the coalescence of dead chi. Immediately after the statue rushed into the group of player statues, it jumped and wheeled around, switching bodies. Lin Ming rushed over and caught the player statue the shadow was hosting with a punch that blew it up. The shadow was shocked and furious, his anger using his deathly chi as ink, writing in the air, "Are you not a human being? That's your companion, how can you strike down?" Lin Ming laughed silently and coldly, thinking, "You a bizarre moral kidnapping me? There's something wrong with that." He immediately began to absorb the dead chi within the shadow's body. Feeling the flow of dead chi, the shadow instantly panicked and once again quickly wrote in mid-air with dead chi, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you the way out, I can get you out of here." Lin Ming's eyes flashed as he also wrote in the air, "I know the way out, it's nothing more than killing them, I've already destroyed them just now, you should have seen that, right? How did you know about their family? What did those guys at the movie theater tell you?" Shadow wrote in horror. Lin Ming continued writing, "Everything was said, including what this place is and who they are, otherwise how do you think I knew about the matter of destroying them in order to leave the copy? Damn! Damn stupid people!" Shadow cursed silently from his mouth while his hand was writing, "You can't go any further or we'll all die, what's wrong with staying here forever, keep killing it and it'll get stronger and finally." When the shadow wrote here, suddenly his body froze and a strong look of horror appeared on his face. Lin Ming saw this and secretly said that it was bad. This guy should have leaked the secret of the rules and was going to die. Sure enough, the shadow died violently on the spot. Luckily, Lin Ming had grabbed some of the remaining dead chi in time. Deadly chi plus 3,333. After the shadow died, the players who had been transformed into statues began to return to their normal state. It was obvious that this copy had also been completely raided. Lin Ming, on the other hand, stood in place pondering the words of the shadow. A family of them? The more you kill them, the stronger they get? But if you don't kill them, it seems like you'll have to stay here forever. What kind of strange copy was this Silent Land? As Lin Ming pondered, the world around him had changed. He had arrived at the third copy of the Silent Land. At the same time, the pursuer was holding back its points to purchase permission to enter the next copy. Because it sadly realized that all the shenanigans here were gone, as if they were all off duty, right? With no one acting in the movie, there was naturally no way for the chaser to pass the level. He could only spend 5,000 points in kryptonite to pass through to the next copy. Cursed Statue Hall. The chaser estimated that with Lin Ming's speed, these weakling players should be right in the middle of this arena. He had to catch him and drain him of his points, or else he'd really lose out this time. When the environment around the pursuer stabilized, it immediately looked around ferociously. Then it froze. The chaser looked stupidly at the empty pavilion. Oops, no. Where's the statue? Where's the curse? Where was the well? Third copy, here's a bus. According to the custom of the Weird Game Circle, this place is bound to be broken, and there is also a fishy and disgusting smell of blood everywhere, and the passengers on the bus are all strange. Some were missing half of their heads, and their brains twitched when they laughed. Some are full of poisonous sores, every time the car shakes, the pus on its face flings out, and wherever it lands, it produces a corrosive effect. There were also those with big stomachs, or two heads, and even those with long tongues. Looking at the last female ghost with a long tongue, Lin Ming was a little envious of her boyfriend, and even more so if she had a girlfriend. Those players who had just recovered from the statue state, all looked desperate when they saw that they had changed copies again. The big-backed player looked around for a pen, wanting to write. Lin Ming waved his hand at him and then looked at the bus rules on the bus. This time, the rules weren't hidden, and they were very simple. 1. Don't make a sound. 2. Live until the next stop. 3. Please don't hurt them. After reading the copies, those players, except Lin Ming, became even more flustered and desperate. To be honest, having survived until the third copy, they already had some experience and some brains. These people knew very well that the rules in the copies actually bound not only the players, but also the shenanigans. Creepy can use the rules to toy with the players. But players can also use the rules to kill the weird. So the more rules there are, the more troublesome they are, but the more ways to survive. This kind of only 2 or 3 rules, in fact, is the most dangerous. Because it was all about relying on one's own strength to get through the level. All the players all looked at Lin Ming in fear, wanting to know what he planned to do. Lin Ming, however, fell into deep thought. He felt that something wasn't right. The rules of the bus copy made people think that the next probability was that they were going to have a short fight. However, what Lin Ming cared about wasn't this point, but rather he felt the relevance of these 3 copies of the Silent Land. These 3 copies, seemingly unrelated, were all connected. If you cleared the screening hall, you could get popcorn and eat it to get dead energy to strengthen yourself. If you pass in the statue hall, you can get skills, and skills rely on dead chi. If you have dead chi and skills, then you have the power to fight. So coming to the 3rd bus copy to fight? The Silent Land was a coherent copy for these 7 days, and although it was rare, it still made sense. But, Lin Ming doubted that it would be possible that while they were utilizing these copies to get something, other existences would also use them to get certain benefits? It could be known from the unfinished words of the statue curator from earlier. Lin Ming passes through here, and it seems that they spoken of in the rules of the duplicates could also become stronger? This led one to speculate that this Silent Land was actually a seal, and that every time one passed a level, one seal would be reduced. Of course, this was just a guess, whether it was true or not was still unknown. Lin Ming exited from his thinking state and realized that Big Back was already wiping his seat. Not only did he use his sleeve to carefully wipe clean all the dirt on the seat, but when he encountered something that he couldn't wipe down, he would also come close in haste to ensure that he wiped it clean. When he was done wiping, the Big Back player looked at Lin Ming curtly, and also pointed his hands at the seat, posing as an invitation to sit down. Lin Ming shook his head slightly, refusing to sit down. These empty seats, they were all traps. The reason for this presumption was because he had long since discovered some of these passengers' small movements. Chapter 64 Robbery. When Lin Ming and the others first appeared on the bus, these creeps had all been holding tickets in their hands, but when they saw them, they all put them away. Those tickets must have been of great use, otherwise these creeps wouldn't have hidden them. Lin Ming suspected that if he sat down without a ticket, it was likely that he would trigger some sort of rule. Of course, it was also possible that it would be treated as ticket evasion. Luckily, these players were also smart enough to know that they couldn't just move around. After they got on the bus, they had been standing very carefully. If Lin Ming didn't sit, they didn't dare to sit either. Right at this moment, the many players suddenly felt a chilly force come over them. As they looked along, they saw a uniformed conductor staring at them in death. That conductor's mouth was full of fangs, his face was green and purple, and his nails were black and long, clearly a zombie. Looking at the zombie's pure white eyes that seemed to be glued with layers of cobwebs, the players were all panicked. They didn't know why they were being targeted. Lin Ming understood that it was most likely waiting for time. It wasn't just that one couldn't sit down without buying a ticket. Even as long as one got on the bus for more than a certain amount of time without buying a ticket. For example, if one didn't buy a ticket before arriving at the next stop, it would be treated as fare evasion and could be dealt with at will. Sure enough, just as Lin Ming guessed the conductor's intentions, the bus suddenly arrived at a stop. There were a few creeps on that stop waiting to get on the bus, and at a glance, all of them were overtime dogs, all carrying briefcases and full of fatigue. It seems that no matter whether it is a living person or a dead ghost, it is not easy. However, when they saw Lin Ming's players in the car, all of those overtime dogs' eyes lit up and their spirits perked up, all licking their lips excitedly, eager to get on the car and eat Lin Ming and the others. Although it was painful to work overtime all night, but I didn't expect to be able to add a meal. Or such a delicious live human meal. The boss really didn't lie to us, 996 really is a blessing. After the bus arrived at the station, before the doors opened, all the creeps on the bus also looked at Lin Ming and the others. In the eyes of these creeps, all of them were not harboring good intentions. The zombie conductor was even twitching at the corners of its mouth as if it was laughing, the fangs in its mouth peeking out from time to time. It shook the ticket in its hand, which meant that anyone who didn't buy a ticket had to die. Lin Ming shook the knife in his hand, that meant robbery. Since this copy didn't have many rules, what was there to be afraid of? Just do it and be done with it. Lin Ming's actions made the creeps on the bus all freeze. They were in disbelief. They had been robbed? Or robbed by a living player? What a joke! The passenger who had half of his head missing, smiled sardonically and stood up, hooking his finger at Lin Ming. The meaning was as if to say, come on, start with the old man first. Lin Ming, okay. He reached out and took the hand of the little lowly, Meng Meng, and instantly disappeared from the sight of all the shenanigans and players. In the next moment, the passenger who only had half of his head, even that half of his head was gone. A body's deathly aura was even taken away by Lin Ming, becoming a part of him. The creeps on the bus froze. What ghost? Oh no, what people? Lin Ming didn't care about their shock. He really didn't know that a bus full of ghost-level existences was sitting here pretending to be your mom. Lin Ming just like this, with spiritual energy condensed out of the knife, a knife won, knife killed. The dead aura of the passengers in the car were all sucked up, and even the conductor was also killed. Only the driver was left alive. Mainly because Lin Ming didn't know how to drive a bus. The players behind him didn't know how to drive either. After taking out the many creeps on the bus, Lin Ming's harvest was not small. Deadly Chi plus 66,666. His realm had also finally risen from the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment to the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. LOL. But this wasn't enough. Lin Ming opened the door and looked at the bizarre passengers on the platform waiting to get on the bus, revealing a smile that was even more excited than theirs and inviting them to get on the bus. Those overtime dog creepy had seen through the car window that the passengers on the car had all died violently, and they were already all scared out of their wits. Who would dare to get on the bus? Because the platform was not within the scope of the silent land copy, it was able to talk. At this time, those weird passengers all humbly waved their hands repeatedly and refused to get on the bus. You're busy, I won't bother you. I'll just walk home, it's just that I'm tired of sitting all night working overtime, take a walk. Big brother of the living, spare my life, I have an 80-year-old mother on top, and a son who can just walk underneath. If you kill me, my family still has 562 years of loans left that no one will pay, they will be pulled into the copy to offset the debt. Death is worse than life. I'm even worse, my wife needs to pay to go to work now because the competition for company staff is too fierce. Every day I have to make money to pay her to go to work, otherwise she'll be dragged to the replica to colorfully seduce you players, and become a consumable that will lure you into the replica. If you kill one of me, you're destroying our family. All the shenanigans on the booth were complaining, and listening to Lin Ming made him think that the world was truly epileptic. 500 years of loans? And paying to go to work? Is this a human life? Oh, these are all weird, that's fine. Lin Ming didn't care how miserable these shenanigans were. He wanted to get out of the car to clean them up, but realized that as soon as he tried to put his foot out of the car, he felt an intense burst of danger. He couldn't get out of the car before he had cleared the level. Because the copy of the Silent Land was currently within this bus compartment. If he got off the bus, it would be a forced separation from the copy. Either turn in enough points as an escape fee, or be strong enough to fight the rules. Lin Ming thought about it, and asked the corpse manager in the 10,000 souls to control a few corpses to get off the bus. That way, if Lin Ming himself didn't get off, then the corpses would get off, and it would be fine, right? Sure enough, it was fine for the corpses to get off. It's just that those creeps on the platform had already realized that Lin Ming couldn't get off. Before the corpse got off, they ran away. Lin Ming could only summon the corpse up again and signal the bus driver to keep driving, in order to be able to attract passengers from the next stop to get on the bus. Lin Ming deliberately put on the clothes of a conductor and first gave each of these players a ticket. Who would have thought that after these players got their tickets, their bodies would emit a faint aura of death? They were temporarily converted into bizarre forms. If one didn't look at them without using the demontation technique, they wouldn't be able to discover the breakage of these players. So this was the bus copy's way to life? So Lin Ming retrieved the tickets of these players. Just kidding, there was still the need to use them to attract creepy on the bus. Soon, the bus arrived at the next stop. On this stop, there was also a group of creeps that were waiting in exhaustion. Seeing the bus coming, they all saw the players on the bus as well, and were instantly excited. The group of creeps didn't even have time to see that Lin Ming, the salesman, was very wrong, much less the bus driver's sympathetic eyes, so they just swarmed onto the bus. Getting on the bus, closing the door, Lin Ming pulling out his knife. Everything seemed so smooth and comfortable, all in one go. Chapter 65. You played cactus on creepy? Those creepy passengers laughed as they got on the bus, all staring straight at the terrified players, wanting to feast on them. When they saw Lin Ming pull out his knife and felt his unrivaled aura, the sky collapsed. No, we just worked a night shift. We've been working 996 every day. Now we just want to get off work and go home, and you're holding a knife on us? Are you not a human being? Lin Ming didn't care. This time he didn't come up to kill, and started to actually rob. Let these creeps hand over all their points. When the creeps heard that they wanted money, they all burst into tears and wanted to complain. But just as they opened their mouths, they remembered what this place was, and all of them were unable to speak, looking at Lin Ming with despair and sadness. Lin Ming does not care, began to the passengers one by one to pull out their pockets to feel. Although they are a bunch of poor people, but really can still squeeze out some oil. In just a few minutes, he had robbed over 500 points. Only just as Lin Ming came in front of a creepy with a rather pale face, it actually covered its pockets, gesturing that he couldn't rob this money. Lin Ming felt insulted. I snatched the sky above, the earth below, and the air in between, and there's still money that I can't snatch? Lin Ming pulled away the old creep's hand and reached out to grab it. Old Creepy was full of pleading, condensing words in the air with his dead chi. These are my life-saving money, I'm sick and need to go to the doctor, just have mercy on me. Looking at its pitiful appearance, honestly, even those players were moved to compassion. The other creeps had even tried to stop Lin Ming, and there were even people willing to help the old creep pay to be robbed by Lin Ming. But Lin Ming refused to accept. How can you use my money to help others? After refusing to block those creeps, Lin Ming was also looking at the old creep with a tight frown. Life-saving money for treating serious illnesses? That really couldn't be robbed. If this kind of money was robbed, Lin Ming would spit on himself. So he stabbed this old creep to death. If it dies, it doesn't need to be cured, so it's not life-saving money. Then it could be robbed. Lin Ming took away the 2,000 points that the old creep was protecting, and incidentally absorbed all of its dead chi. Seeing this scene, all of the creeps revealed angry colors. Even the players, with the exception of Big Back, were furious. However, 2 seconds after the old creep was wiped out, the creeps and players slowly calmed down. Strange, that old guy wasn't related to him. Why were they so angry over him? Even those players felt something was wrong. Why did they have such violent mood swings just now? As if Lin Ming killed their relatives. Lin Ming took in their reactions, but didn't care. Because this was that old creep's ability just now. That old creepy should have the skill of controlling emotions, or triggering pity and sympathy in others. So all it had to do was plead and it would make people involuntarily sympathize with it and let it go. Unfortunately, it had met the great devil Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued to robbing from the front of the car to the back, and finally harvested 5,600 points. When he finished robbing, all of those creeps were crying and regretting that they shouldn't have taken this bus. Because that money was all the income they had left after they had just finished their paychecks and paid off this month's loans. Now all were robbed. The follow-up food is a problem. Even 996 consecutive overtime work, tired out all sick, do not dare to go to the hospital to see. Next, they will probably have no money to eat, resulting in no strength in their body, and then they can't get motivated to work, thus being disliked by their bosses, and then miserably transferred or fired. You know, it's not against the law to fire people in the weird world, and you don't even have to pay compensation. Because the law only protects the rich bazaar. There are even worse ones. They might go into a trance because they can't afford to eat, causing them to make frequent mistakes in their next job, and then suffer workplace injuries or even lose their lives. One might ask, isn't it just a month's paycheck being robbed? Why is it such a big deal? This was caused by the rules of the weird game world. As I said before, this world is an absolute capitalist system. 2% of the bazaar, holding 98% of the wealth, as well as lending out 1,000% of the loans. All the bottom bazaar, almost all of them lived on loans. Even if they had a job, they had to take out a loan in order to eat, drink, and go to the doctor. Having fun? That's something only rich creeps would consider. And these bottom-level creeps need to keep going to work, making money, paying back loans, eating, then borrowing again, then working. To form a cycle. This is equivalent to some people open several credit cards, back and forth inverted, as long as the middle of a ring of problems, the total collapse. Now that these shenanigans are just collapsing, they can imagine how difficult their next days will be. Good thing, Lin Ming he is good. So willing to help solve these bizarre aftermaths. After he robbed from the front to the back of the car, he started robbing from the back to the front again. This time, the robbery was of dead air. It was life. Lin Ming just plunged through, one by one, absorbing the dead chi. Dead chi plus 4,400. Deadly chi plus 3,800. Deadly chi plus 2,900. Deadly chi plus 3,333. Lin Ming realized that these poor people really couldn't squeeze any oil out of them. It's not even a matter of earning less money. His body was still broken from working overtime for so long that his dead chi was less than a normal ghost level. Those spooks didn't expect Lin Ming to want money as well as his life, so they were all furious at once. They decided to fight back. They wanted to fight back. So the front rows of those spooks immediately joined forces and rushed over. Lin Ming was stunned when he saw this, then he nodded his thanks to the creeps that rushed over. It just so happened that he was too lazy to leave, and he didn't expect these guys to deliver. So he poofed, slashed one by one, and all of them were given to these creeps who rushed over to fight for their lives. After finishing off all the weird passengers, it happened to be the next stop. Unfortunately, there were only 2 passengers at this stop. Forget it, a mosquito's leg is also meat. Lin Ming squeezed out a smile to pick up the passengers, but realized that the passengers didn't get on the bus despite their eyes. Obviously, what they were waiting for was not this train. No, come all the way here, can I still let you guys run away? Lin Ming immediately looked at the players cowering in the corner in the distance. To say that Big Backhead was smart, after freezing for a moment, he immediately reacted. He immediately stepped forward and scratched his head at the 2 hungry passengers on the platform, constantly seducing them, even going so far as to lift up his clothes, revealing his snow-white stomach and constantly slapping it. It was important to realize that living people were already tremendously attractive to the creepy. Now this gesture of the Big Backhead was no less than a pig showing its 5 flowers and 3 layers to a butcher. Who would be able to resist getting on this? The 2 creepy passengers who weren't supposed to be on this bus couldn't help but walk up and stare at Big Backhead dead in the face. The car door closed. Lin Ming walked up carrying a knife and pressed it against the 2 creepy backs. The 2 creepy passengers froze. No, are you guys lacking in virtue? Playing fairy jump on us creepy on the bus in the creepy world? Chapter 66 New copy, Sleeping. The plan of the fairy jump was still a success. Not only did these 2 creepy passengers pay the price. Along the way, at several stops, Lin Ming had tricked some passengers into getting on the bus. In this copy, he had gained a lot. Not only had he raised his realm to the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, he even got 8,000 points. If he had to use 2 words to describe this copy, it would be exciting. With the bus arriving in front of an old house in the countryside, this copy was over. Lin Ming walked up and looked at the bus driver. The driver looked at Lin Ming with a pleading face before his neck was wiped, waiting to take away the driver's dead energy and points. Lin Ming got off the bus. The players followed closely behind. Right now they only had one road, the one that led straight to that old house. There was thick fog all around them, so they couldn't see anything, but they could feel the endless danger. The players shivered. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was striding towards the old house. The bus had been left in place unattended because it didn't have a driver, and it couldn't leave. The old house had 2 floors and looked like one of those buildings from long ago, mostly black wooden mortise and tenon structures, standing in the mist, looking airy and making people wonder what horrible things were inside. Lin Ming wandered around the entrance and didn't find any rules or anything like that. It seemed like it should be in the house. Looking at the wooden door, Lin Ming didn't push it, instead summoning a corpse. This wooden door was most likely to make noise, and once it made noise when he pushed it, it would be over. Sure enough, when the corpse was controlled to push the door, that wooden door made a creaking sound. The rules were instantly triggered, obliterating the corpse. Lin Ming wrapped himself in spiritual energy and walked into the house in large strides, fighting to walk without making a sound. The players were all terrified to see Lin Ming being this careful, not daring to enter. Naturally, as Lin Ming entered, all the surrounding mist slowly surged over, apparently forcing all the players to go in together. With no choice, the players could only follow. At the same time, desperate, the pursuers once again gave 5,000 points to clear the statue hall. It couldn't be helped, the statue pavilion shenanigans were all dead, it couldn't find a quest or even a way out. Either stand there and wait for the copies to refresh, or wait for someone to take over the copies and repopulate the place with creeps. But that would be too long a wait, and it still had to hunt down Lin Ming. If Lin Ming escaped this copy and it didn't catch up, it would have to pay a huge sum of money for breach of contract. Not only would it have to compensate its customers, but it would also have to pay money for the damage to the company's reputation. It was enough to make the pursuer lose all its money and carry a huge loan for thousands of years. Luckily, after paying 5,000 points, the chaser came to the next copy. The bus to extinction. The chaser knew it was over when he realized he had appeared on the platform. The bus had already left, and he needed to wait for the next one. However, the Silent Land wasn't considered a large copy, so there was only one bus that was used to transfer players. The pursuers would need to wait for Lin Ming and the others to arrive at the next copy before they could wait for the bus. But it didn't matter, this was only the third replica anyway, there were 4 more behind them. Next, one only had to take the bus dedicated to the Silent Lands and head to the entrance of the next copy. Before Chaser came, he investigated the copies of the Silent Land. He remembered that the next copy was the sleeping old house. As long as one entered, one would unconsciously become sleepy and then slowly fall asleep. Even if the guy called Lin Ming wasn't weak and could resist sleepiness, it would still affect his thinking, causing his reactions to slow down and his speed to go out, and he would have a chance to catch up. It's not worth spending 10,000 points to catch up. The pursuer thought like this, just don't know why, it had a vague feeling of uneasiness in its heart. Don't panic, stay steady, and believe that you are the best chaser. As long as we wait for the bus to come, we'll be able to turn the tables. The chaser calmed itself and stood there quietly waiting. Lin Ming and the others walked into the main hall of the old house, where some tables, chairs, and benches were placed, as well as a recliner, all of which were the rotting smell produced by a long period of no maintenance and no one living there. After probing, this is a very ordinary old house of the Republican period, at that time may be considered rich, but now the style is really considered simple. And in the main hall on the left and right sides have doors, behind should be the house for living. Next to the door on the right side of the house, there is a wooden staircase, which can go up to the second floor. Lin Ming was observing, when he suddenly heard a thud from behind him. He jerked back to look, but he only saw a player lying on the ground, having died violently. How could that be? What rule had this guy broken? Lin Ming's face was grave as he looked towards the other players. None of these players were looking at him, all of them were groggy, trying hard to open their eyes but unable to do so. Gulp! Another player lay down because he fell asleep, then died violently from making a noise. Lin Ming now understood why they had died. It was just that he didn't understand why all these people had become so sleepy. Was it some sort of special power here? How come he himself was fine? Was it because of the spiritual power of the heavenly evil gong? Lin Ming thought about it and tried to inject a bit of spiritual power into the big back, and sure enough, it made him wake up immediately. However, Lin Ming couldn't keep feeding him spiritual energy non-stop, so he let Big Back lie down and sleep. As long as he wouldn't snore, he wouldn't die. The big backhead looked at Lin Ming even more gratefully, secretly hating that he wasn't a woman, or else he could give his benefactor a good time. Lin Ming went to explore the other rooms, wanting to see if there were any rules or anything. Big Backhead waited for him to leave, but then first put the other players down and let them lie down to sleep. He then laid down himself and fell into sleep in no time. Lin Ming came to the east room, which wasn't that big, there was a couple dozen square feet, and it was well stocked with tables, chairs, benches, and beds. There were even a few blurry photos on the wall. Lin Ming picked them up and looked at them, realizing that they had already been eroded by time and could not be seen. One could only vaguely see that it was a group photo of a family of 3. He turned the photos over and over, not finding any key information, and could only put them down. Luckily, there were many books on the desk. Lin Ming picked them up and flipped through them, but they were all books from when this world hadn't turned weird. Not much of a bird's eye. Lin Ming shook his head and went back to the west wing. When he came out of the east room and passed through the main hall, he found that the players had all fallen asleep on the floor. Knowing that this was done by Big Back, he didn't care and wanted to leave. But just after taking 2 steps, he was shocked to realize that something wasn't right and jerked his head to look at the players. The number wasn't right. Just now when he came in addition to Lin Ming, there were still 6 players left, and because he fell asleep on the ground and died too, then there should still be 4 lying here. How did it become 3 people? Lin Ming frowned and walked over, first checking that a few people were indeed alive. Afterwards, he went to look at the door and found that it was tightly closed, and he could also see from the doorway that there was a thick fog outside. Where could that person have gone? The second floor? Or was there something spooky hidden here that would come to bed down while they slept? Chapter 67, in fact, the rules are used to protect you creepy. Lin Ming immediately rushed into the west room, looking for creepy. But there was no sight. He ran to the second floor again. There were 3 rooms on the second floor, each of which was empty and all of which carried an even stronger smell of decay. Strange, the whole building was empty. Lin Ming was puzzled and came down, but his feet were fixed on the stairs. Because downstairs in the main hall, there was another person missing. There was only the big back and a man in a suit who looked like the manager of the company. Undeterred, Lin Ming summoned Mang Mang, took her tender little hand and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Lin Ming sent out the creepy in the 10,000 soul streamer to help himself guard all the old houses, and incidentally go out of the house to take a look. Was there a creepy stealing people and just running outside for a picnic lunch? Soon, the creeps checked the old houses inside and out and didn't find any problems. There weren't even any rules to be found. Strange, why were the hints getting fewer and fewer? Could it be that it was getting closer and closer to the core, so the owner of the copies felt fear? It shouldn't be. To be able to control 7 copies by yourself, it shouldn't be weak, right? Lin Ming was pondering this, when suddenly his face changed and he immediately activated his soul regeneration technique. Because that manager-like player was slowly disappearing. He was just lying there, but his body was gradually becoming dim and deflated until it finally disappeared completely. But no matter whether Lin Ming used his soul regeneration technique or summoned the 10,000 soul streamer to probe, none of them found a bizarre presence. Was it sleeping? Lin Ming thought of a possibility. Players would feel sleepy when they came in, and would slowly disappear after falling asleep. So sleeping was actually a medium, and only by falling asleep would there be a chance to make contact with the weirdness or the next copy. Thinking like this, Lin Ming immediately laid down on a recliner within the main hall and began to force himself to sleep. Soon, he fell asleep. While he was sleeping, he felt his body sink violently, and a strong sense of weightlessness hit him. This feeling had only happened when Lin Ming had not yet cultivated. He had also fallen asleep at that time, and occasionally, a sense of weightlessness of falling from a high altitude would hit him, causing him to wake up from his sleep. At that time, he thought it was a precursor to his crossing over. Later, after checking the information, it was said that it was due to excessive stress and mental strain, and also when he was too tired. But now, he was really crossing over. A strong sense of weightlessness made Lin Ming wake up and he appeared in a forest. This forest was huge, so big that he couldn't see his way out, and it covered the sky, so he couldn't even see the sunlight. The piece in front of him was all tinged with a foggy feeling, a bit dreamy, but also dangerous. Because Lin Ming could feel that there seemed to be many pairs of eyes lurking around, staring at him grimly, ready to rush out and kill him. Illusion? What creepy was best at was using dead chi, creating a real illusion that one could not distinguish to indulge in. Lin Ming activated his soul regeneration technique, trying to crack this jungle, but found it useless. The soul regeneration technique might not be able to control a ghost king, but it could definitely see through a ghost king level illusion. Right now, he couldn't see through it, indicating that this place should be a truly bizarre copy. Hell, wasn't he in the old house? How did he end up here again? Ben in this book? Or is it? A bold guess arose in Lin Ming's mind. That old house is, in fact, the land of the end? Movie theaters, statue halls, buses, the family of them. Lin Ming felt as if he had touched some key information, but it wasn't complete enough. At the very least, he couldn't tell what exactly was going on in that old house right now. Let's get out of these woods first. Lin Ming immediately released the 10,000 soul streamer, which now contains 70 shenanigans with various skills. There were also 6 corpses. Lin Ming looked at the troops in front of him and gently shook the 10,000 soul streamer. Although it was silent, the creeps and corpses received the order and immediately spread out in all directions to find an exit. Because the 10,000 soul streamer was able to create a connection with these creeps, Lin Ming was able to roughly determine their location. In his senses, these eerie had dabbled in the woods for dozens of kilometers without seeing the border. What kind of place was this? A big primitive forest? Lin Ming was irritated, thinking that I'm wasting this effort with you. With a cold face, he directly summoned back all the bizarre. After the eerie entered the 10,000 soul streamer, Lin Ming opened his arms. Of the sideways path, fire control art. As hot samsara fire erupted from Lin Ming's palms, the temperature around him climbed extremely fast, and those flowers and trees near him withered rapidly. In the next moment, 2 fireballs flew out and landed on the ground. In just an instant, the fire shot up into the sky and spread in all directions. Samadhi fire was no ordinary flame, not to mention flowers, plants and trees. Even if it landed on a stone, it could keep burning and burn the stone to ashes. Now there are so many flowers, plants and trees, even if this place is filled with dead chi, it can't stop this yang to masculine sideways path at all. After the fire spread out, there were screams from the distance. Clearly there was something weird hiding in there. Lin Ming laughed silently and coldly. Still not setting rules? Do you really think that rules are used to bind me? That damn thing is used to protect you. As the fire snake spread uncontrollably, the entire jungle began to burn, and that temperature wasn't much weaker than a flaming mountain. Suddenly, space distorted. Lin Ming understood as he watched the scene in front of him begin to change. This was a pass for himself. To say that these weird is cheap panic. Early so with more good, have to let me burn a little. I dare to burn, you dare to play? The copy is once again switched. But this time it is a city? In this city, people come and go, vehicles flow endlessly, completely as a modern city. Lin Ming looked at the incomparably real environment around him and thought, there are no rules again? Or is this a real world? Right in front of him, a sexy beauty was twirling her waist as she passed by. Lin Ming stopped her. The hot girl instinctively frowned, but when she saw Lin Ming's face, which was only 1/10,000th as handsome as a tomato reader's, she immediately revealed a warm and gentle smile again. Lin Ming also smiled faintly and violently lifted the hot girl's blouse. The hot girl had thought that Lin Ming would strike up a conversation, and had also thought about developing further with him, but this was also developing too quickly, and instantly clutched her chest in panic and screamed in disbelief, "Stinking hooligan." Lin Ming's eyes flashed, able to talk? It seems like it really is an illusion. And the surrounding men were already all rushing over in righteous anger, peeking at the hot girl while questioning why Lin Ming was being a hooligan. Just as Lin Ming was about to be rounded up, a little boy suddenly ran out of the alley next to him, grabbed Lin Ming's hand and ran out of the crowd. When the two ran out a long way to a secluded corner, the boy looked at Lin Ming with annoyance. Lin Ming, however, backhanded to the little boy a few big mouth, "His strength is too big," froze the little boy with the small gyroscope of Bei Ping Wen-san, like the same, turned around several times in situ. Chapter 68, From now on, we'll treat the staff as our own father. This kid is the NPC of this copy, right? Lin Ming stared at the little boy with cold eyes. Because just now, this little boy had run so far with him, but he didn't even breathe half as roughly. Either he knew the rules here, or he was bizarre himself. On the way here, Lin Ming had observed with his soul regeneration technique. This little brat was just bizarre. Regardless of what purpose it was pulling itself for, it was definitely up to no good, so it would be a good idea to clean it up first. The little boy was also jerked around, and it took him a while to react. Only to see his eyes quickly fill with fury, coldly staring at Lin Ming with murderous intent. But Lin Ming was even fiercer than him, pulling him over again and giving him a hard smack. "I told you to dare to stare at me." The little boy was pumped like a donkey pulling a mill in a circle there, and finally even the body crumbled, turning into a black gas. Those black gas did not dissipate, but in mid-air condensed into a few rules. 1. Do not make a sound. 2. Stop the 207 bus before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 3. Don't let the boss fire him. 4. Please don't hurt them. Looking at these 4 rules, Lin Ming was a little disbelieving. You call this a rule? It was clearly a ing wish. However, there were finally some clues, and it also saved him from running around in the city. As for destroying the entire city, that would be a waste of spiritual energy, so let's see if these rules are a good solution. The first and fourth don't need to be thought of. The second one goes to stop the bus, and combined with the third rule, it should be that someone on the bus has been fired and is leaving the city? Or would they do something extreme? Thinking this way, Lin Ming walked down the street and called a cab. The driver immediately asked, "Where to?" Lin Ming knew that this was also a trap. In the previous copy, everyone didn't dare to make a sound, they didn't speak, so anyone could remember to keep themselves under control. But in this metropolis, it seemed like everything was back to normal. The sound of horns, talking, hawking and even quarreling was loud. Not to mention the fact that there are now people who will actively talk to you and make noise if you're not careful. These people were fake, and it was fine for them to speak casually. But if Lin Ming spoke or made a sound, he would immediately die violently. He used his spiritual energy as ink and wrote in the air. Go to bus stop number 207. Yo! Young man, playing magic? The driver's eyes lit up. Brother also learned magic, show you a few tricks? Lin Ming's face darkened and he wrote 2 more words, hurry up. Aya, what's the hurry, let's see me show you a trick. The driver didn't drive, but just left it there to do magic. Lin Ming got out of the car with a black face and changed cabs, but it was still the same result. Whether it was him writing with his spiritual energy, or writing with a real pen and paper. These drivers just tried their best not to drive. One moment, they said that they could do magic tricks as well. One moment throwing Lin Ming a few dollars for another stunt. Others said they knew a doctor, nicknamed Mute Spirit, who specialized in curing mutes, and wanted to take Lin Ming over to see him. Lin Ming can see that these guys do not want to let themselves finish the task. Can't take a cab, go buy a city map? Lin Ming didn't even have to think about it, he'd be damned if he could buy a map. Even when he saw a passerby playing with his cell phone in front of him, he grabbed it and tried to find a navigation software, only to find that there was none on the other person's phone. It seemed that he could only take the bus and pour one stop at a time. Lin Ming took a look at the time on his cell phone, 15 minutes short of 3 o'clock. If you take the bus at this point in time, you want to get there just in time? That was absolutely impossible. In order to be sure, Lin Ming first looked for a nearby bus stop sign. This stop sign obviously didn't have Route 207. He needed to sit at the next stop and see if there was a 207 at another stop. But there was no telling what kind of trouble he would run into in the middle. No, it shouldn't be like this. The shenanigans within the replica would mess up like crazy, which was normal. But the replica will definitely give the chance to be able to complete the mission. It's just that this copy's path to life might not be that obvious. Were there rules that weren't told to themselves? Or was he thinking about the wrong rules? And so on. Lin Ming recalled the order of that rule. The rules this time were actually more like quests. Because of his sensitivity to numbers, Lin Ming would habitually follow the order of the rules to do the quest. But what if the order given by the other party was originally the reverse? What if the "don't let the boss fire him" in the third rule was stopped first? Lin Ming hadn't thought of that before because he didn't know who that person was, much less who and where that boss was. But he had a simpler and quicker method. Lin Ming once again stopped a cab and used his spiritual energy as ink to write down a few large words. This time, the cab didn't dawdle, punched the meter, drove, and stepped on the gas, all in one go. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Ming was sent to his destination. City Hall. Lin Ming sauntered into the city hall, and the gate guard hurriedly stopped him. "Stop where you are." Lin Ming didn't say anything, he directly blasted the person out and rushed into the city hall building. He quickly found the mayor's office, rushed in, and saw the mayor in the middle of his office. "Who are you? Where's the security guard?" "Security!" the mayor shouted angrily. Lin Ming walked forward and cut off one of the mayor's legs before leading him to the window and throwing a fireball into the distance. The fire instantly engulfed a building, burning the people inside and wailing. The mayor saw the burning building and was so scared that his face was bloodless. He was truly surprised that this man who somehow barged in was so fierce and powerful. This was clearly a divine immortal. No, it was a magic immortal. Lin Ming brought the mayor back to the side of the table again, then picked up a pen and paper and wrote down a line: "Sound the air raid siren, notify the city, all buses will stop immediately, and issue a notice that now that we're entering a tough time, no one will be allowed to fire the employees, and all the employees who were fired today will be asked to go back to work as well." Mayor dumbfounded, Not, so the city will be a big mess. Lin Ming saw that he wasn't listening and once again threw a fireball out the window. Another building was quickly engulfed in samadhi fire, looking at the innocent people struggling and screaming inside. The mayor understood Lin Ming's meaning. This order, if he gave it, there would be chaos. If he didn't give it, there would be even more chaos. Plus, Lin Ming had come up and chopped off his leg. If he didn't cooperate, then he might actually die. After a short period of trade-offs, the mayor still held his tongue and picked up the phone to give the order, giving the order according to Lin Ming's request. Although the various leaders of the city didn't understand what was happening, they still chose to carry it out. After all, if something happened on a mission, there was the mayor to take the blame. If something happened without carrying out the mission, they would be the ones to take the blame. Then let's die a friend of the road, not a poor man. 3 minutes later, the air raid siren sounded. The city's public transportation was immediately shut down by the transportation department. But it was the bosses who were most confused. What the hell? Why would you order that if you're not going to fire people? What? If you don't carry out the order, you'll send the tax office to check the accounts? The fire department? The Social Security Center for an audit? The city regulator to check the scope of business? And the health commission? Egu, I'm really laughing. If you believe me, I will treat my employees as my own father from now on. Chapter 69, The End of the Vice Book. With these inexplicable orders issued, the entire city was plunged into stagnation and chaos. Oh, there is no chaos. Employees won't even be fired. Who the hell is still going to work? Traffic jam? Go ahead. Old men and women grabbing seats on the bus? I'll give you a ing seat, you old S. I'll give you a seat on the bus right now. All the employees went home happily, even those who walked home were smiling. They were now grateful to whoever had issued this order. What? Forcing the person who issued this order to burn down 2 buildings? Then it must be the people in those 2 buildings who deserve to die. Huh? The people in the 2 buildings are innocent? Then I think the person who set the fire also had a hard time, so let him punish himself with 3 cups, or if that's not possible, let's do something tough and punish him with a WeChat ban for 3 minutes. And after Lin Ming issued this order, he waited quietly in his office. He felt that this should also be considered to be the completion of his mission. This copy should be over. Sure enough, the moment 3 o'clock came, the copy unwillingly warped. The main reason was that it had never seen someone who had passed the level like this before. What a nasty lack of virtue. By the time the copy distortion ended, Lin Ming's body reappeared on top of the rocking chair in the old house. Previously, he had fallen asleep after his entire body had gone into the other copies. He returned to the old house once again and realized that it was slightly different. It seems like there is more life? At least those rotten flavors dulled a lot, just like changing a copy. Of course, it is also possible that this is a change of place, because there is no big back player on the ground. The big back guy was lying on the ground before, and did not follow along into other copies, should be left in the old house before. So counting carefully, this seems to be the 7th copy? The screening room, the statue hall, the bus, the old house before, the woods, the city, the current old house. Lin Ming surveyed the old house, trying to see what was different here. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of arguing and smashing coming from upstairs. I've told you, that female ghost next door has nothing to do with me, she just wants to borrow some points from me. It doesn't matter even after borrowing points? Do you know how many loans our family has? Mortgage, car loan, school loan, food loan, water loan, altogether we have to pay back 3,000 years, you know. It's not because you're spending points recklessly? Let's not talk about anything else, let me ask you what's so great about that pair of human leather shoes, it's worth 1,200 points. Ah, you bought it without blinking an eye. Hello, just hello, I have said to let you pay to work, only need to stay up for 128 years to be able to transfer to receive wages, but you have to be at home to gnaw on the old man. Now mom and dad's corpse was eaten up. The bones with a big fire to stew cannot be stewed out of the oil and water. Tomorrow we eat what? Although Lin Ming was already somewhat used to the weird world. But at this time, when he heard these things, he still felt that this world was too damn crazy. Is this the world ruled by capitalists? Right at this moment, a small child slowly walked down the stairs. That little child was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the urban copy earlier. Upon seeing Lin Ming, he subconsciously touched his face before hiding in the distance and speaking, "You can speak now, you've left the silent land." Lin Ming was cautious and didn't fall for it. The little child calmly said, "The silent land has 7 days, which also represents 7 copies, and those copies are my memories and my dreams. Those were the most beautiful experiences I ever had. My parents took me to the movies, to the statue museum that I liked to go to the most, and in the end, after a tiring day, I took the bus with them and returned to my old house in the countryside. But when I got back, they got into a crazy argument, and then the divorce started. I realized later that they had decided to get divorced a long time ago, and just wanted to take me for one last ride and then go their separate ways, only I didn't expect the bizarre game to descend. The 2 of them didn't succeed in their divorce because they had to pay taxes on the divorce, so they just argued and fought every day, and I was so tired of it that in intense desperation I created this copy of Silent World to take my parents every day to live quietly with the good memories of that day. I even created a copy of the city before I was born so that my father wouldn't go back to his hometown to chew up the old man or get fired from his company, and both of my parents would be able to live a good life in the city to ease their anger and resentment. Before you, no player could find a break in those copies, and every single one of them would be trapped inside, in a perpetual cycle like our family. But I never thought that you would destroy my copies, shatter my dreams, and kill us in them over and over again, finally waking up our family. Now that my parents are back to that noisy state, I'm annoyed, I'm really annoyed." As the little boy said this, his body's death aura continued to boil and his strength continued to rise. In the copy, Lin Ming could just beat him up and force him to fight. But after coming out, it was invincible. Lin Ming, on the other hand, secretly said that it was true. He had actually guessed the general idea before, just not in such detail. After all, recalling the name of the movie theater, as well as the statue museum looked like a place for children to play. Then after playing tiredly, he took the bus home. Also because too tired, back home immediately after sleepy, so the old house has the effect of letting people fall asleep. After falling asleep, the children, too tired, have nightmares and fall into the jungle. In the jungle, children should be to see what, such as parents love each other to kill, or even digging graves to gnaw on the old and so on. But Lin Ming didn't wait to see that scene before he burned up the forest, so he jumped straight to the urban scene. That is, the little kid wants himself to block his parents from seeing each other to avoid a miserable life later. A very smooth copy, and it's not really hard to guess that it's supposed to be someone's memories if you're immersed in it. And in this copy, a family of 3 is actually immersed in it. And they only have to be killed once to be awake for 1 point. That's why every copy has rules against harming them. But if you don't kill them, you will forever be stuck in a cycle in this little boy's beautiful dream and will not be able to get out of it. It was because he guessed all of this in advance that Lin Ming didn't hesitate to give this little boy a few slaps on the wrist during the last level. Those few slaps weren't just for relief, he had used his spiritual power, otherwise the little boy wouldn't have been broken up and turned into a rule. At this moment, the little boy became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he was getting closer and closer to Lin Ming, finally transforming into a malignant ghost-level existence. Ghost level, grudge level, evil spirit level. This was the first time Lin Ming had encountered a powerful and bizarre evil ghost level, which in reality, could threaten a city. The little boy looked at Lin Ming with a fierce smile. "You'll have to pay the price for waking up my beautiful dream. Now, do you have any regrets for offending me?" Lin Ming took out the 10,000 souls streamer and flicked it. Dozens of bizarre kills came out of it, encircling the little boy, while the ghostly spirits let go and enveloped the surroundings. "So, little brat, tell me, do you have any regrets now?" Lin Ming smiled even more hideously sinister than the little boy. Chapter 70, the chasers finally block Lin Ming. The little boy was confused. "No, dude. What kind of big brother is this that's so no slouch that he came here to bully a kid like me?" In those copies just now, limited by the rules, he was in a sleeping state for the first 5 copies. So it didn't even know what Lin Ming had done before. It was only in the 6th copy that it would wake up and then guide the player on what to do. For one thing, it was inconvenient for it to appear in front of its parents. The second was to increase the coolness of the game. Even in the 6th copy, it only appeared as a doppelganger, and its strength couldn't be fully realized. That's why it was thinking about the 7th copy, to get back at Lin Ming for all those forced fights, as well as breaking the hatred of its own copy. But now looking at that large group of weirdness and revenge? After being slightly confused, the little boy looked at Lin Ming and squeezed out a smile. "Brother, can we discuss it?" "No." Lin Ming waved his hand. All the weirdnesses united with the 10,000 soul streamers immediately swarmed the little boy and drowned him. Lin Ming, on the other hand, walked up the stairs. In fact, he felt that the little boy getting all these copies was redundant. Wasn't it just to make its parents stop fighting? We're experts in this matter of persuading people to fight. You go to the circle and ask about our reputation. The manager and the staff conflict, the customer and the waiter conflict, the quarrel between 2 couples, all were mediated to be obedient. Lin Ming came upstairs to the master bedroom, pushed the door and entered. In the room, 2 creeps were arguing. When they saw someone come in, they stopped and looked at Lin Ming with a surprised expression. "The aroma of the living. You actually weren't killed by my son?" After the couple finished being surprised, they looked at Lin Ming again with simultaneous excitement, considering how many points he could be worth if he sold it. Lin Ming was also going to ask how many deposits you still have. But when he thought that the 2 had just argued because they didn't have any money, he let out a regretful sigh. He had come too late himself. This group of capitalists from the bizarre game had received all the taxes here 1,000 years later. The people have all become poor, there's no more oil to squeeze. It seemed that the only way to do this was to go and talk to those capitalists. Lin Ming made up his mind, then walked towards the 2 ghosts. The 2 creeps also ran over with gusto, wanting to grab Lin Ming to sell. Selling his body first, there was that female ghost who liked the living. Then sell the viscera parts to those restaurants, hotels or whatever, and make another profit. Sell the bones to a pet food processing plant. Finally sell the skin to a luxury goods company. Slap. 2 slaps mercilessly interrupted the couple's fantasies. They covered their faces in bewilderment and looked at Lin Ming. What just happened? To be honest, this couple was far worse than that child. So Lin Ming almost easily slaughtered them and absorbed the dead chi. Deadly chi plus 5,000. Dead chi plus 4,900. Obviously a ghost level, yet they had so much dead chi. It seemed like these two guys, they had a pretty good time in the replica. After eating them dry, Lin Ming once again descended the stairs. That little boy was indeed strong, and had let lie 2/3 of his soldiers and generals. Of course, it had also been collected into the 10,000 soul streamer and was being sacrificed by the spell formation. The little boy was still struggling, attempting to break away from the control of the spell formation and the 10,000 soul streamer. Lin Ming walked over and grabbed the 10,000 soul streamer, rolling spiritual energy into it. The power of the refining spell formation instantly grew exponentially. The little boy immediately screamed miserably and begged, "Let me go. I'm willing to submit to you, I'm willing to give you the copy." Confused. "If I kill you, the copy will be mine as well." Lin Ming didn't hesitate to increase his power output. This was because Meng Meng had told him that this little boy had a strange ability, which was that when he fell asleep, everyone couldn't make a sound. The large number of weird soldiers and generals that were killed just now were instantly wiped out because the little boy suddenly fell asleep and everyone didn't know what was happening and made a little noise. This ability was useful, quite useful. Lin Ming was determined to take this little boy in as a little brother. The little boy sensed Lin Ming's intentions and immediately roared angrily, "You really think you can deal with me like this? That you can control me? I will never give in." 5 minutes later. "Master." The little boy stood respectfully in front of Lin Ming. "You can't make a sound around you when you're asleep? How big is the range?" Lin Ming asked curiously. "In my copy the range is infinite, but outside, it's a range of 10 meters radiating outwards with me at the center, but the sure kill ability only works on evil ghost level and below realms, and the damage will be reduced at higher levels." The little boy obediently said. Lin Ming subconsciously glanced around and realized that wasn't this the range of the old house's cage? So this boy's skill was because his parents were fighting every day in the house, arguing for no peace, and awakened this ability under grief and anger, resulting in it only being able to cover such a large area as well? But it'll do. An absolute rule-based skill. Then if you leave the copy, can you still use this skill? Lin Ming suddenly thought that this was the 7th copy, and the little boy might have gotten that ability here. Yes, these copies all exist because of me. I can withdraw all the power of the copies to me, allowing me to utilize my strongest strength. But then, my copy would be ruined, it would become the most ordinary copy, although it can still run, there would no longer be rules or quests to cause harm to the players. The little boy was obviously a bit reluctant, after all, he had been running these copies for quite a while. But Lin Ming thought about it, what's the point of even keeping these few copies? Well, there was only a little use for buses, which could run around the city and pull some creepy passengers. That movie theater copy, if there were no players going over there, which creepy would be willing to go? Same goes for the statue house. And the jungle. And the old house. That urban copy is kind of fun. It's just that this little kid can't run a business. When it's time to change it into an open simulation copy, the weird one can choose to be the mayor for a day after entering it, giving orders at will and enjoying the thrill of being in power. Or enter it as a boss, enjoy the pleasure of capitalists by enslaving their own employees. And then there are the classic, timeout games. These are all wonderful games. To say that children were still too young to develop them at all. After determining his business policy, Lin Ming planned to find a chance to deal with it subsequently. As for now, his body was vaporizing and was leaving. Even the big back player appeared, as the copy turned into a normal copy, and he was considered to be laying down a win, entering the settlement state with a dumbfounded look on his face. Just as the copy was about to settle, a figure appeared in the old house. It was a dark shadow, unable to see its face, but it could feel it's full of grief. The shadow stared at Lin Ming and gritted its teeth. "You're the one who called Lin Ming?" Lin Ming was puzzled. "Who are you?" "You don't care. Just need to know that I've chased you for 7 copies and spent tens of thousands of points to pass the level. Now I'm not only going to kill you, but I also want you to compensate me for my losses." The shadow was clearly the chaser, and it had spent another 15,000 points to get through the 3 copies of Bus, Jungle, and City to meet Lin Ming, who should have been captured by him a long time ago. Chapter 71, Sister Can Support You. Lin Ming looked at the angry and murderous pursuer. Although he didn't know why it was chasing him, he still had some sympathy. He kindly reminded, "Actually, there's no need for you to spend money to pass through, because the owner of the copies was controlled by me, and it took back the power of the copies, and now those copies have become the most ordinary places that you can just go in and out of." Chaser was confused. What the hell? This guy meant that he had come all the way here to join the replicas and spent tens of thousands more to pass through them. As a result, all that money was spent in vain? At this thought, the pursuer became even more furious. You must die today. Must die. The manhunter stormed out, all but going mad, and even disregarded the quest's requirement to leave its victims alive, sending out a black light. That was its surefire technique, and no one would be spared under the evil ghost. Whoosh! The mandatory black light passed through Lin Ming's gradually illusory body. The pursuer looked at Lin Ming blankly. Sorry about that, you're slightly late, I'm going out. Lin Ming explained. Looking at Lin Ming's rapidly vaporizing body, the pursuer also reacted. It wasn't his first time killing a player, so he knew that Lin Ming was about to exit the copy. In this state, even the Ghost King couldn't harm Lin Ming. As a killer whose heart was as cold as ice and whose methods were as vicious as a butcher's, Kill Chaser had thought that he had been as strong-minded as iron, but now he still broke down and cried out in tears, "Not! What are you doing? I just came I spent tens of thousands of points That's all I have. Please, let me stab it, just one. Don't go. Don't go. How can I live without you?" Lin Ming was also heartbroken when he saw the pursuer like this. Since it was his own sin, let's end it ourselves. It's okay, bro, although you can't make a move, I can. Lin Ming pacified the pursuer, then left the little boy in the 10,000 soul streamer sleep. The little boy also obeyed, slapping his head and drying himself out. It had the same effect as falling asleep, and the skill triggered instantly. The pursuer was busy collapsing, didn't hear Lin Ming's words, and cried again as he pursued a question. What did you just say? The evil spirit level pursuer fell to the ground and died a violent death, dying to the rules. Lin Ming, on the other hand, officially began to settle. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the Silent Land. You successfully and completely survived, plus 70 points. You successfully dissolved the pain of the boy Tian's family discord, plus 50 points. You subdued the Lord of Replicas Tien, plus 100 points. You countered the pursuit of the owner of the Death Hotel, plus 100 points. You caught the attention of Killer Liability Limited, plus 30 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this level is 350 plus 17.5 points, evaluated as SSS. Rewards are now being handed out for player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining the Evil Ghost Grade Weapon Undead Bone Lance. Congratulations on obtaining the Silent Land Fragment. Congratulations on having a reputation value of plus 700. Congratulations on obtaining Ghost Vending Machine Raffle Ticket X1. Player points can currently extract a variety of items and skills into reality. Swish. Lin Ming disappeared in place and appeared in the villa in the real world. He first glanced at the villa and there was nothing out of the ordinary. First, he took out the 10,000 soul streamer and asked Wei Yuan to guard the place with Creepy, while he himself called up the panel to check out the rewards this time. First was that undead bone lance. Although it wasn't extracted, one could see its image. It was a gun carved entirely out of eerie white bones, which at first glance seemed to be as beautiful as alabaster, with numerous strange symbols on it. Undead Bone Gun, Evil Ghost level. When struck, it can send out Evil Ghost Roar, causing large soul shock, making the enemy lose the power of resistance, and then shoot out the pure dead chi cohesion of high power bullets, so that the Evil Ghost level below the weird cannot be blocked, and for every 50 shots, it can cohesion of a rule bullet. The rule bullets have the effect of must hit, must kill. The effect of the must hit and must kill is only for the level of the Evil Ghost level and the following level. The level of the Evil Ghost level and above will gradually. The effect is only for levels of Evil Ghost and below, and will gradually reduce damage for levels above Evil Ghost. This weapon is quite powerful. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. We're getting better. After looking at the weapon, look at the Ghost Vending Machine Raffle Ticket. Raffle Ticket. After use, you can summon the Ghost Vending Machine to descend, consume a certain amount of points to randomly select a spooky, and the spooky will have a certain favor with you. Raffle Ticket can only be used within the spooky game. Sounds awesome. Can you draw a Ghost King? Go back to the game and try it. Lin Ming looked at the other things on the panel again. Level, Grieving Spirit. Points, 48,702.5. Reputation, 1,000. Skills, Evil Ghost Substitute, Voiding Extracted. Title, Perfect Passer, Excellent Worker, Explorer. Mailbox, Coin of Doom, Safehouse Room Card, Bloodstained Watermelon Knife, Storage Basket Goods, Decayed Convenience Store Fragment, Desperate Residential Building Fragment, Red-Blooded Candle X5, Cursed Stone Sphere X49, Silent Land Fragment, Undead Bone Gun. No, wait, what's the deal with 40,000 points? Lin Ming remembered that he only grabbed 8,000 points on the bus. Alright, before, the pursuer seemed to say that he spent points to clear the Silent Land. Now that he was in control of the Silent Land, he had spent the points on himself? Sending money to hunt me down and ending up putting my life on the line. This. I can only say thank you, because there is you, warming the seasons. Lin Ming joyfully looked towards the other fragments. Speaking of which, it was time to utilize these fragments. When I enter the game next time, I'll send a trickster to deal with these copies and recruit some tricksters to help me out. Lin Ming pondered, while picking up his cell phone and glancing at the time. 3 days had passed since he went in? It was a 7-day copy, and passing in 3 days was not bad. Ding bell. Song Shui called. Hello? Lin Ming casually answered, what do you know about fortune-telling? I just got out. On the other side of the phone was Song Shui's somewhat tired voice, I also just came out, this weird game can be damned. Lin Ming laughed, what? Been abused? Little rookie. Heh, I sometimes really feel like you didn't escape from the creepy game. Song Shui said in annoyance. What? Winning means you're open? Just because you're a hot chicken doesn't mean everyone else isn't, got it? Lin Ming was directly a flurry of silky smooth output. No, I'm saying that your lackadaisical appearance is really the same as those assholes in the bizarre game. I thought that your shamelessness was already invincible, but I didn't realize that those shenanigans were even braver than you. Song Shui's voice carried incomparable indignation. Lin Ming listened with curiosity, what kind of loss are you suffering from? Listen to my brother, taking a loss is a blessing. I was forced to take out a loan. Song Shui didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Ming was truly shocked this time. He could know too well what the virtues of loans in weird games were. No, you're at least a player, how could you be forced to take out a loan? How much was the loan? Lin Ming hurriedly asked after him. Loaned 5,000 points, have to pay back 1,000 points plus 1,000 interest every month, and must be amortized over 15 months, can't be repaid in advance. Song Shui said in annoyance. Lin Ming heard straight handful of teeth, good guy, you witches alone electric extortion is not so lucrative And you agreed? Nonsense, if you don't take out a loan, you have to die. I went to a copy of a real estate company this time, and they actually want me to pay to work, 100 points a day. Where can I get so many points? I can only get a loan to work. Those lack of morals also told me that selling a suite of rooms commission old much, can pay off the debt. But the other bizarre grab customers grab I can't be strong, can only be hard to stay up for 2 days on the settlement. Good thing, those points can let me materialize my skills into reality, also have the power of self-preservation. I've already had the state reimburse me for those points, and also falsely claim 2,000 points, so I should be able to raise them soon. I'm calling you to give you a reminder, according to the investigation, there are already many players who have taken out loans and have visualized their abilities in ghosts. After those guys possessed superpowers, they all started expanding like crazy, forcing people into the guild by coercion. And because the first batch of people who entered the game were pessimists or bottom cattle horses, they have now started to retaliate against the society. There's even an organization called the Street Lamp Guild that specializes in killing rich people. The situation is already a bit out of control, you have to be more careful. Song Shui disliked Lin Ming for half a day, but the ultimate goal was to remind him that the current situation wasn't right, to remind him not to be targeted or suffer a sneak attack or something. Then again, it was to tell him to speak up if he needed points. Sis can support you through corruption. Chapter 72 What rented and bought is now mine. Lin Ming and Song Shui chatted more about the situation and the really powerful skill Song Shui had mastered before hanging up. Lin Ming put down his cell phone, his face grave. The speed and extent of the situation's chaos was far beyond his expectations. Although it didn't affect him much. However, Lin Ming always felt that this loan materialization skill thing just didn't sound right. Those guys in the weird game weren't the first time they'd come into contact with players. The dealings between the real world and the game world, they definitely knew about it. In such a situation, yet they were willing to help players become stronger in reality? Engaging in charity? But this loan raid doesn't look like it. Crazy to want to make money? Capitalists were willing to go out of their way for money, but they wouldn't pit themselves for money. So then there's only one possibility. It's a way to destroy the real world. For 1,000 points, you can manifest the power of a weird game into reality. Embodied skills are fine. What if someone manifests weirdness? If the weirdness invades reality, isn't that the same as the weird game invading in as well? In fact, those capitalists and power holders in the real world might not have thought of this. After all, they usually play with the underclass, so how could they not understand this routine? It was just that even though they knew, they couldn't fight against this Yang scheme. The common people, whom they previously thought were easy to fool, only chose to endure it because they had no way to confront them. Now that there was a second way out, so what if they could feel the trap? Get pitted by you, you're cool with yourself. Get pitted by creepy, I can at least you first and have a good time myself, anyone knows how to choose. Of course, there was no lack of stupid people who didn't see that this was a tricky trap and thought that they had really hit the big time. Unfortunately, only the protagonist is qualified to hit the big luck. Ordinary people, not to mention hitting the big luck, is an electric car hit can only be medical attention, will not be developed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Ming glanced down from the bedroom balcony and realized that it was the female manager of the property, and a man with a big beard. The female manager was wrapped around the man's waist. Her face full of fear, even the man's hand on her arched buttocks, she did not dare to say anything, just tears in her eyes looking at the door of Lin Ming's house. Lin Ming's eyes flickered. From that bearded man, he felt a strong deathly aura. This guy definitely manifested a skill or had a ghost weapon on him. He watched as the man impatiently and frantically rang the doorbell. Lin Ming walked downstairs and opened the door. The manageress saw him and stared at him with tearful eyes full of pleading. She knew that Lin Ming had money and a background, so after being threatened by these men, she brought them to Lin Ming first, hoping to rely on Lin Ming's background to save herself. When the bearded man saw Lin Ming, he scanned up and down and snorted, "So it's just a pretty good-looking white boy?" For some reason, Lin Ming's fire from being disturbed suddenly disappeared. In fact, this guy is also considered to be a bit discerning. "Brother, looking for me for something?" Lin Ming asked in a peaceful manner. The bearded man sneered, "We've got our eye on this villa area, we're going to use it as a guild's residence, so all of you can get lost. Of course, it's not impossible if you want to join our guild, but you need to go through an examination, we don't want all the trash." Lin Ming was curious, "Which guild are you guys from?" "The Streetlight Guild." "You've heard of it, right? We specialize in killing you big dogs for the rich," the bearded man said smugly. Lin Ming, however, laughed, "Buying a villa is being a big dog? That's fine, count on you to have a point, then you guys living here are also considered big dog households, what's next? Kill yourselves?" The bearded man was killed by this question. This seems like it has some truth to it. But soon, the bearded man looked at Lin Ming's sneering smile and reacted, annoyed, "You're ing tricking me, aren't you?" Lin Ming calmly said, "A small character like you isn't worthy of letting me deliberately play around with, I'm just simply curious." "Gonly cool. How dare you look down on me?" The bearded man shook with rage, his body filled with deadly aura. "Do you know that I have extracted one of the knives from the bizarre game into reality?" Saying that, the bearded man pulled out a pig-killing knife from his back waist. This pig-killing knife was black in color, with undried bloodstains on it, and that rich dead aura was what was released from the pig-killing knife. This pig-killing knife was obviously only a ghost-level weapon, but it was already powerful enough for ordinary people. At least when ordinary people saw this knife, they would be affected by the death aura and naturally develop fear. "You're lucky to have obtained a Spectre-class knife," Lin Ming lamented. The bearded man immediately flaunted proudly, "That's true, but I took out a loan of 3,000 points and then used 1,500 points to rent it." "Rented?" "Sure enough, let's just say how could these guys be so lucky?" The weird game had appeared less than half a month ago, and he himself had only acquired 3 ghost weapons up until now. But spending 15,000 to rent such a tie thing. Should I say it's the poor's limited vision, or is this guy's vanity too strong? Lin Ming shook his head and snatched that pig-killing knife. "Who cares if you rented it and bought it? It's mine now." The bearded man was showing off, suddenly his hands were empty. When he looked up and saw that the knife had been snatched away, he immediately became anxious. Give it back to me." "Oh, okay." Lin Ming slashed over. "Misty grass, that's not how to give it back." The bearded man shouted in fear before he was chopped to the ground. Looking at the bearded man who fell to the ground and had already turned shriveled, Lin Ming bristled. "I asked you about something, and you're still dragging me down?" Afterwards, Lin Ming looked at the stunned manageress next to him. "Remember to clean up." After saying that, he closed the door and went back to the house. Song Shui had just gotten quite a few more invitation messages, and he still had to pick them out. The manageress stared blankly at the corpse on the ground. With just one cut, the bearded man's entire body was drained of blood by the killing knife, turning it into a human skin, which was good to clean up. But this scene was also too horrible. The manageress couldn't stop shivering. She did want to use Lin Ming's hand to solve her problems. But she didn't expect that Lin Ming would solve it like this. The manageress wanted to escape, but when she thought of Lin Ming's ruthlessness, she felt that it would be best for her to follow his request and clean up the place. Otherwise, Lin Ming would most likely give her a stab as well. The manageress forced herself to endure her fear and nausea and folded up the bearded man's skin. The human skin was slippery to the touch and still carried a warmth that hadn't dissipated yet, and the manageress got goosebumps for a while even with her eyes closed. When she put away the human skin, terrified to go out, she didn't go far before she saw the bearded man's companions. Those two companions saw that only the female manager came out and immediately blackened their faces. One of them scolded, "Is Old Black playing up inside? You, just that female manager, go bring Old Black out to me." The female manager with a crying voice, "Bring. Can't bring it out, I brought it out for you," said. She carefully held up a human skin and handed it over. "P.S. Alas, in fact, there are some things I do not want to say to you, but I really do not vomit. I hope you read it, do not take up the body space. You may not know, I was born in a very poor family, since childhood have not seen 5-star reviews, for which people around me are laughing at me, saying that I am nothing but handsome. Because of this I have been very low self-esteem. You are good people. Can you give me some 5-star reviews to support, so that I know that people around me, we are these high-value handsome and beautiful is that we will help each other, support each other, and severely hit the face of the people? I'd like to give you guys some 5-star reviews." Chapter 73, Streetlight Guild, Pouring Out. Seeing Old Black's human skin, the two companions were also startled. They also didn't expect that Old Black went straight over. How did he come back folded? The two companions were also scared of the human skin and didn't dare to pick it up. They hadn't been in the spooky game, only Old Black had been in it, so not only had they been appointed vice president, they also had an incomparably powerful ghost weapon in the guild. Right, the ghost weapon. Greed flashed in the eyes of the two companions at the same time, and they immediately stared at Old Black's human skin, but they didn't notice the killing knife. One of them was shocked to realize that something was wrong and stared at the manageress dead in the face. "Where's that knife of Old Black's? Where did you hide it?" The manageress didn't want to betray Lin Ming, but she was also afraid of the two men, so after a moment of hesitation, she still opened her mouth and said, "It was taken away by someone else." The two companions were instantly shocked and furious. What? The Jinzong artifact had been taken away. Quickly go and invite Big Brother. The two looked at each other, knowing that it was not good, and immediately went to invite the boss of the Streetlight Guild. Old Black, as the vice president, only had one ghost artifact. The reason the president was able to overpower him was because of the skills. The president with skills was truly like Superman, able to fight 10 by 1. Under the leadership of the boss, they had cleaned up so many rich people and looted so much cash that no one dared to call the police. Of course, maybe no one would dare to care even if they called the police. After all, there are so many guilds nowadays, and strong people everywhere, how can they catch them? The two juniors quickly returned to their current Streetlight Guild's premises. A residential building located in the higher residential area of Quan City. This building was 13,000 a square foot, an existence that was once out of reach for the people of the Streetlight Guild. But now, they drove away the original residents here, and just lived in it openly, even with a suite for one person. Looking at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, spacious bedroom, bright living room, and a variety of high-grade furniture, and even inside the refrigerator there are a lot of fruits and seafood that they usually cannot eat. And then think of once they can only live in the dark and damp basement. So, this is what freedom of wealth feels like. The boss of the Streetlight Guild was even holding a cup of red wine, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the scenery of Quan City outside. Although he felt that red wine was hard to drink, but it was so forced that he drank it with a hard head. Also drank 2 or 2, he was already full of ambition. This Quan City will be my world. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked sharply on the door of the room. The boss immediately had a black face and cursed, urging. In his old home, if someone dared to smash the door so quickly, they would have been beaten. Reporting morning is only so knocking on the door. Waiting for the nanny to carefully walk over to open the door. The 2 little brothers from the villa area just now immediately rushed in. Boss, it's bad, Old Black is dead. Chairman, our ghost weapon has been snatched away. What? The boss was instantly filled with rage, who was so bold as to dare to strike at my brothers. Was it the Trickster Bureau? No. The two junior brothers hastily shook their heads. Then what are we waiting for? Call someone. Him. Boss currently didn't dare to go to direct war with the Trickster Bureau. But other guilds or players? Oh, instant suppression. The members of the Streetlight Guild who lived in the entire building had all gotten the news. When they heard that the vice president had died and had his ghost weapon taken away in order to hijack the villa area for their benefit, they all burst into a rage. They, who already didn't even put the police in their eyes, were incomparably furious that someone would dare to provoke them. The guild boss stood on top of the steps of the cell, looking down at the nearly 100 brothers below, only feeling a sense of vigor and grandeur. He snapped at the crowd, "Everyone! Since my street lamp guild was established these past 2 days, I've been dedicated to development and only wanted to benefit my brothers, but now there are people who are killing our brothers, robbing us, and suppressing us, so what do you guys think we should do? Kill. Kill him. Him." A group of junior brothers were all incomparably angry, raising their arms and shouting. This boiling murderous look made the other people living in the upscale neighborhood all terrified, pulling the curtains closed and not daring to show their heads. The boss looked at the crowd's rising momentum and revealed a look of satisfaction. "Very good. Since everyone is thinking the same as me, let's go." The group of people immediately walked towards their cars. They all naturally didn't have a car before, but after joining the guild, everyone became a house, a car, and savings. This was one of the reasons why they embraced the guild. Although the house was someone else's, the car was someone else's, and the money was even more someone else's. But in their own hands, it was their own. Not convinced? Come and fight. The boss drove a Maybach, and all the other juniors drove BMWs and Autos and such, heading straight to Lin Ming's villa area. The vast fleet of vehicles caused a huge commotion on the road. Especially as soon as they left the neighborhood, they were stared at by the people from the creepy bureau. After all, they had been too arrogant in the past 2 days, and the country had only just said that they couldn't mess around even if they set up a guild. But the Streetlight Guild had been established just 2 days ago and were going around plundering wealth and affecting social order. If it wasn't for the fact that they weren't sure what kind of power they possessed, they would have already set out to clean them up. At this moment, seeing them acting again, the Trickster Bureau immediately reported it. Song Shui was studying the copy information collected by the officials to give herself more chances of survival. Suddenly her cell phone rang. It was someone reporting that the Streetlight Guild had suddenly poured out and headed straight for Spring River Cell in Quan City. Spring River Cell? Song Shui remembered that Lin Ming lived there. Uncertainly, she took out her cell phone and queried the official top-secret database. This database recorded the identities and locations of all players known to China. It was all collected explicitly and implicitly by the creepy bureau at great expense of resources. Many people thought that if they didn't tell the official wouldn't know, but in fact, they had long been checked out by someone opening an account. The average hacker can open an account. A small civilian police can check your ancestors' 18 generations. So the country can't find out the secrets of the bizarre game, but it still can't find out about you? Of course, Lin Ming's information file has been privately deleted by Song Shui. Now Lin Ming was a transparent person in all the official archives. Song Shui, as the top combatant of the Weirdness Bureau who was well known, had passed 3 copies in a row, and had also extracted a super god skill called precognition, and was known as the strongest weirdness queen in China at the moment. This ability was still there. Besides, Lin Ming wasn't currently famous, and no one had noticed him, so deleting it didn't attract much attention. At this moment, Song Shui checked the official archive of Spring River Cell. There were no other players there. In other words, the Streetlight Guild was making such a big deal out of this, so they must be aiming for Lin Ming? Even if they weren't rushing towards Lin Ming, they would definitely clash if they went over like this. Song Shui thought about it and picked up her cell phone to call Lin Ming. She just called in her office so openly and honestly. Spying? Surveillance? Stop it, not to mention how much help Song Shui had provided to the Weirdness Bureau, and was currently training a large number of special forces talents, anyone who believed in her absolute loyalty to the country. Then again, Song Shui has the ability of precognition. Who knows if this ability will detect the eavesdropping and surveillance, when the time comes to be discovered by others, and in a fit of rage to go out. Then the creepy bureau would be dumbfounded. The phone was quickly picked up. Song Shui directly said, "Lin Ming, the Streetlight Guild went to your neighborhood, looking for you?" Chapter 74 Streetlight Guild, dumping the nest into submission. Yeah, what's wrong? Can't move them? Lin Ning raised an eyebrow. No, I was asking if you needed help. Song Shui informed him of her deletion of his file. Lin Ning was now a black account, so no one would know if he didn't make a move. But when he made a move like this, it was bound to attract a massive amount of attention. At that time, it was only feared that many people would be watching Lin Ning, and that they would find problems once they checked the archive. If Lin Ning wanted to join the officials, then this wouldn't be a problem. But if he didn't want to join, it was best to keep a low profile, otherwise he would definitely be stared at. In that case, I know what to do. Lin Ning didn't care. Packing up a bunch of little losers, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? He didn't want to join the officialdom, much less be harassed, nor did he want to be targeted and harassed all day long. Look at Song Shui, who was now half dead tired from dealing with affairs every day. Lin Ning only wanted to cultivate immortality. By the way, the officials have already sent people to keep an eye on it. Maybe people from the creepy bureau are already lurking in your neighborhood. Song Shui didn't forget to exhort. Lin Ning said he understood and hung up. He called Meng Meng, who was playing with toys, over, pulled her little hand, and said with a smile, "Go, take you to eat something delicious." I remembered that when I was coming to the neighborhood earlier, I saw a skewer store on the side of the road. When the two of them walked out and came to the door of the skewer store, it happened that the shopkeeper put the already cooked skewers into the heated pot on the table. There used to be skewers in the creepy world, and Dream had seen them, but never ate them. There was no money when she was alive, and even less when she was dead. Lin Ning led her to sit on a stool and told her to take whatever she wanted and eat it. Meng Meng hesitated for a moment, but still reached for it. Anyway, she had the ability to forget, so as long as she got it, no one would be able to see it, and it would be fine for her to eat as much as she wanted. When she tasted a bite of the skewer, Meng Meng's eyes instantly lit up. She let go of her constraints and started feasting. But after eating the skewers, those sticks thrown into the trash can could be seen. At first there were only a few, and the busy store manager didn't care when he saw them. Thought it was the leftovers from yesterday's customers. But when he cleaned up the back of the kitchen back to see, the trash can more than a dozen bamboo sticks, suddenly taut. What the hell? The store manager was shocked and angry, copied the stool and looked around to see if there was a thief. Just in time, the convoy of the Streetlight Guild outside the door arrived. Lin Ning pulled Meng Meng, who still wanted to eat more, away. With a pitiful look on her face, Meng Meng took 3 steps and looked back at the skewers. The convoy stopped at the entrance to the Spring River neighborhood. The boss in the Maybach was about to get out of the car. Lin Ning had already appeared in the car, patted the boss on the shoulder and smiled, "Notify your little brother first and wait in the car for a while." The boss was startled when he realized that there was an extra person in the car. "Who are you?" Lin Ning took out the pig-killing knife he snatched from Old Black. "Recognize this, right?" "Know who I am. You're the one who killed Old Black and snatched his ghost weapon?" The boss was instantly filled with rage. "Looks like you've extracted the ability to reality as well. Too bad you didn't think of it. I have skills as well." "You have it, have it." Lin Ning didn't have a good mood. "I'm here to talk to you. You guys can move in here, but from today onwards, you have to listen to me." The boss immediately sneered. "What are you? Know what my skill is? Split." Lin Ning was really interested. "Splitting? Everything you touch can split? Then if you touch the ground, a canyon will directly split open? That's really a divine skill." The boss's face flushed red, feeling that he had been insulted. Because he couldn't do this kind of effect. He roared lowly, "Old me can only make myself split. What's the point of that?" Lin Ning was a little disappointed. The boss became even more furious and decided to show Lin Ning how good he was. He used his skill and instantly split into 2 people, one grabbing Lin Ming's hands and the other holding his legs, controlling him. The 2 bosses then split into 4 more, and the car was instantly overloaded. The 4 bosses looked at Lin Ming smugly and said in unison, "How about it, do you see old me bull?" Lin Ming listened to the 4-voiced surround sound and felt the power of the 4 bosses pressing down on him, and said in a daze, "So although your splitting can grow in numbers, your power will drop, right?" A flash of panic appeared in the boss's eyes, not expecting Lin Ming to instantly discover the flaws in his skills. Lin Ming easily pulled his hand out of the arms of one of the boss splits and then slapped. As if slapping a watermelon, he directly slapped the 3 split bosses to death. The split bodies died and could not be recovered. The boss's main body was surprisingly also instantly weakened. This skill doesn't feel very useful, it's only good for bullying ordinary people. One person can surround the opponent. Oh yeah, one can send out a doppelganger to do bad things without fear of being killed. Your skill is really weak, but it's okay, I still decided to take you as a little brother. Turn around and let your people live in the villa area, they can do things for me, but I don't want anyone other than you to know about my existence. Lin Ming looked at his boss with a flash of green light in his eyes so that this boss would never betray him. He could actually control the entire Streetlight Guild with his demontation. But these guys were the ones who would enter the bizarre game, and as they became stronger, they would gradually strengthen their resistance to the demontation technique and eventually break free completely. If it was just controlling one or two people, Lin Ming could regularly give enhancements to the power of the Dementor technique to ensure that they wouldn't break free from control. But controlling such a large number of people? Then he wouldn't have to do anything in the future, he would just be here every day to perform his Dementor technique on them. Besides, the officials are gradually cultivating experts. If there happens to be one who can break the Dementor technique and find himself by following the trail from these minions, there will also be trouble. Therefore, Lin Ming is now only using this dementia technique to control the head of the group. When the boss was controlled, Lin Ming returned the pig-killing knife to him, then pulled Dream's hand and got out of the car. The boss also immediately got out of the car and led his minions into the villa area, then gave orders, from today onwards, this is our real residence, from now on, everyone will live here, but don't just cause trouble. The little brothers were all baffled by what they heard. Living here they understood. Don't cause trouble they could barely agree to. After all, they all had villas and luxury cars, so there was no need to cause trouble. But, weren't they here to find trouble with that stranger? Especially those two juniors who went back to report, they even stood out and asked, "Boss, we're not going to avenge the vice president?" "Revenge, but I'll just go by myself, you two come with me." The boss smiled faintly before letting the two junior brothers and the female manager lead the way. Seeing that the boss wanted to go out on his own, the other junior brothers didn't worry about it and dispersed to pick out the villa. However, no one noticed that the boss, who was following behind the two junior brothers and the female manager, quietly took out his killing knife. Chapter 75 One shot breaks up players' heroic dreams. 5 minutes later. In front of Lin Ming's villa, boss reported in a low voice to the talking doorbell on the door, the aftermath has been resolved. Well, reward you with something, then go about your business. Lin Ming had the corpse carry a bag, opened a doorway and handed it to the boss. The boss opened the bag and saw that it was a stone ball. It was none other than the cursed stone orb that Lin Ming had gotten from the statue hall. In the future, this Streetlight Guild would be considered to be Lin Ming's black gloves, and it would need to be stronger. Having only one split skill really wasn't up to snuff. And although all of these cursed stone orbs had side effects or after effects, but to these ordinary players, it was still a heavenly gift. As for those minions of the Streetlight Guild, Lin Ming couldn't look at them for the time being, so let's wait to pick out the loyal elites later and bestow the power. Once he had ousted the boss, Lin Ming was considered to have settled down. From today onwards, this place would be the resident of the Streetlight Guild by default in the outside world. Anything Lin Ming did would be counted against the Streetlight Guild. It was sort of like having someone to take the blame. He was just about to pick out a good copy when Song Shue's call came in again, this time with some helplessness. Is the matter with the Streetlight Guild settled? Resolved. Lin Ming responded calmly. That's good. The higher-ups requested that the Special Warfare Team keep a 24-hour watch on the Streetlight Guild, they're making too much noise. Also, a lot of guilds have been restless lately, there's already been a firefight in the next city, and someone has even extracted the bazaar to reality, causing considerable damage. All of these things were for Song Shue to worry about, so it gave her a headache. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Are you making this call to remind me, or are you asking me to help you? You'll be exposed if you help, so it's better to forget it. But it would be best if you could lend me some ghost weapons, I need to suppress those guilds. Song Shue had really come to ask for help, as she had just used her precognition ability. It was discovered that she would soon be requested to suppress those rebellious guilds. And from the precognition, she realized that she hadn't completely solved those guys, but had instead drawn fire. In the end, it was Lin Ming who had stepped in to help her solve the problem, but the exposure had also attracted countless attention. Further on, she couldn't predict, after all, the scope of precognition was limited. But Lin Ming's exposure certainly wasn't a good thing, and the secrets in his body certainly weren't small. So in order to avoid the things that happened in her prediction, she decided to ask Lin Ming in advance if he had a way. It was also a coincidence that Lin Ming happened to have a ghost weapon. I just acquired a ghost weapon, I can extract it and lend it to you. Lin Ming didn't hesitate and directly extracted the evil ghost-grade undead bone lance. However, when he extracted it, he realized that the points needed to extract it to reality were not uniform. The more powerful and valuable something was, the more points it consumed to extract it. This evil spirit level weapon took 10,000 points to extract. But it's okay, it's his own stuff anyway. Besides, it's an investment. Song Shui will be able to eliminate the weirdness and suppress the guild, and her status will definitely rise again. At that time, if she asked for any resources, the creepy bureau wouldn't dare not to give them. Then she would really be able to support herself through corruption. Tell me your location, I'll find someone to send it to you. Lin Ming asked into the phone. No, I'll make a trip to the Streetlight Guild and pretend to borrow something. This will help your guild raise some popularity and develop more easily. At the same time, it'll also make the officials feel that this boss isn't simple and won't go easy on your guild. Although Lin Ming didn't say how he resolved the Streetlight Guild. But Song Shui knew this smelly brother too well. It would be strange if he didn't take in the Streetlight Guild as a black glove. Lin Ming didn't reject Song Shui's offer. The bigger and more powerful the Streetlight Guild was, the better it would be for him. After all, there were a lot of things he couldn't do and see the light of day that these guys could give to do. Lin Ming had Meng Meng go and give the undead bone lance to the boss Chen Chang before instructing him to lend it to Song Shui. And Song Shui also came to the Streetlight Guild to borrow a weapon bright and early after receiving requests for help from all over the place. At first, no one understood why she, a Grand Colonel ranked officer that the country had worked so hard to cultivate for the Eerie Bureau, would need to go to the guild to borrow something. But when Song Shui took the undead bone lance and killed in a big way, directly after slaughtering 2 rebellious guilds with incomparably bloody means, everyone panicked about the Streetlight Guild. Unexpectedly, this Thai guild created by people from the bottom of the social ladder and with such a funny name had this kind of terrifying weapon? It seemed like this guild could not be offended. The local gangs in Quan City immediately warned their men to never mess with the Streetlight Guild and to be polite when they saw them. The minions of the Street Lamp Guild also truly did not expect their boss to be so powerful. They were happy to have moved to the villa when they realized that a bunch of people had come to send gifts, saying that they were congratulating them on their housewarming. The gifts that were sent were really expensive and extravagant. There were even bosses who had once bullied them, and when they heard that their employees had even joined the Streetlight Guild, they were immediately terrified. Not only did they immediately sell their companies and family properties, intending to leave Quan City, but they also sent a large gift to express their amends. For a time, the Street Lamp Guild's quarters were filled with people. The little brothers of the Street Lamp Guild were all puzzled, but gladly accepted, and began to pretend to be special. There were also people who came to Lin Ming's villa to send gifts, but Lin Ming casually found a corpse and sent it away as a resident of this place. In a day's time, Song Shui had managed to shock all the players in the entire province, letting people know that the Weirdness Bureau had an invincible female god of war. Those players who had taken out loans to get skills and ghost weapons in the game had thought that they had become superhuman and were ready to become famous and conquer the world. Once they succeeded, they would be great emperors. If they lost, they could still be a lord. At the very least, they could be a Class A war criminal and remain famous throughout the ages. But who would have thought that the Bureau would have such an expert, who would show up in seconds? For a while, all the great emperors and lords were left in peace. The goddess of war had dispersed their heroic dreams with a single shot. Song Shui also didn't expect that the ghost weapon Lin Ming obtained was this powerful. The creepy bureau side didn't expect it either, so they were very excited and sent a message asking Song Shui how likely it was that this weapon would stay with the creepy bureau. Song Shui categorically informed that it was impossible. This was Lin Ming's thing, she couldn't pit Lin Ming against it. But when Song Shui told Lin Ming about this, she was furious with him. Are you sick in the head? They can use it if they want to. Give the rent. Evil ghost level ghost weapon. I used 10,000. 100,000 points just to withdraw. If you rent it for a day, how can you start with 1,000 points? Anyway, this ghost weapon Lin Ming wasn't in too much of a hurry to use, why not rent it out if you can? Song Shui bristled, the country is rich, but not an ingrate, how can this kind of condition be agreed? Before the words were finished, the number one of the 5 oldest members of the creepy bureau called her. Major Song, tell the Streetlight Guild that we won't hijack the gun, we just want to rent it for 2,000 points per day, is that okay? Also, we'll give the Streetlight Guild an official identity so that they have certain privileges. If they are in trouble in the future, the country will also prioritize supporting them. Song Shui. Chapter 76. Who in the end is the evil cultivator? Song Shui didn't expect the above to be so obsessed with this weapon. But it is also right, the evil spirit level weapon can already suppress the whole country. The wind of weird game loans was prevalent, and many players chose to take out loans to withdraw their powers. Although the earliest people to withdraw their powers and weapons were only 2 days ago, after having powers, the other party also literally transformed into an ancestor man. Don't think that the usual cries of people transforming into ancestor man, not eating beef, or whatever are just tongue-in-cheek. A lot of the time the real words are just said by way of jokes. As the ancestors become more numerous, their crazy disruptions, even if they have only been around for 2 days, have already led to the current unrest in the country. Now the country desperately needs a weapon to stabilize everything, but those weird in the game are not stupid. This kind of treasure comparable to nuclear weapons, no one rents it out, so it's hard to come across a vile ghost-level weapon that can suppress everything, and it must be rented at any cost. Otherwise Huaxia is really going to be the same as foreign countries. Recently, the news broadcast has been showing that foreign countries have started to be in a big mess. The pretty country is almost completely divided, with the states self-governing and gangs rising up all over the place like warlords. On the side of the Sunset Empire, there was a royal restoration, regaining all power and bringing the country back to a feudal state, with the queen regaining control of everything, and all the officials either submitting or stepping down. The most unlucky one is still the island side. By all rights, the island side is well developed with all kinds of games and anime, and their otaku should be able to accept weird games with ease. But instead, their casualty rate was currently the highest in the world. Everyone was surprised, so they went to inquire about it. In the end, it was discovered that this group of pussies were really good at playing games, but there seemed to be a bit of a problem with their outlook and emotions. There was a part of them that encountered their friends or teammates in trouble, and they rushed up shouting about friendship abanza whatever, and then got ate up. Then there's a group of people who are just born and bred think the appearance of weird games is a punishment from God, don't want to work at it, and just play it as an everyday game watering down the plot, and then they get picked on and get killed. After Song Shui guessed what was on the mind of the above, she glanced at Lin Ming who was full of anticipation next to her, and instantly revealed a difficult look, lowering her voice and saying to the phone, "No way leader, this kid is asking for a very high price." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. The number one on the other side of the phone was not the slightest bit surprised, and still had the attitude that it was true. "I understand, after all, it's the only evil spirit level weapon in reality, it's normal to ask for a high price. How much does he want?" 10,000 points a day. Song Shui said. Lin Ming was also shocked. Good lord, who the hell is the evil cultivator between the two of us? Lin Ming originally thought that the number one on the other side of the phone would yell at him or turn over his face and hang up the phone. Who would have thought that, on the contrary, the other side of the sigh of relief, not bad, but also not too much of a lion's share. This time it was Song Shui's turn to be shocked. I want to be less? It is true that the poor first rich, or will be limited Then. We rent it? Song Shui carefully asked. Okay, just follow his request, 10,000 points a day. Of course, you remember to explain one thing, now the Bazaar game has not liberalized the real-world trading function, so we have to follow up before we can give the rent. We can sign a contract or openly announce it to the public, to ensure that we won't renege on the debt, and no one dares to renege on the debt of a strong person who has a villainous ghost-level weapon. As long as we can lend this weapon to you, you submit the details and the weapon itself will be fine. Number one's voice was filled with kindness and love, seemingly treating Song Shui as her own granddaughter. Song Shui, however, didn't take it seriously, because she knew that as long as others were strong enough, they could also receive this kind of treatment. It was as if Whitebeard went around accepting sons. This number one definitely wouldn't mind, either, having a bunch more invincibly strong people as granddaughters. Watching Song Shui hang up the phone, Lin Ming gave her a thumbs up. It's still you. I'm really far behind you in this aspect of lack of virtue, hats off to you. He had only needed 1,000 points a day, and in a twist, Song Shui had blown it up to 5,000, or even 10,000. Cut the crap. Song Shui rolled her eyes nicely. To be honest, we want a bit less, or our eyes are too shallow, we should have ordered more. Lin Ming laughed. You listen to his nonsense, this 10,000 points he definitely still doesn't know how to feel bad, asking for more is rather inappropriate. Song Shui glanced at him, and after a little searching, she understood. You are thinking that if you ask for more, he will give up, because the country will soon be able to get a ghost weapon, and won't care about this gun of yours, right? According to the current trend, do you think it will be hard for them to get ghost weapons? I'm sure that if the top dares to promise so many points, they should already have some sort of targeting plan for earning points, right? Lin Ming asked rhetorically. Song Shui didn't have the slightest intention to hide. Yes, as long as the players who join the creepy bureau or are protected by them, all of them have to regularly hand in a certain amount of points, similar to paying taxes and protection fees or something like that. And then again, they were very excited when they heard that I borrowed a loan, and as I see it, it should mean that they are going to send a group of people in to glean the loan. Lin Ming guessed that those guys up there would definitely utilize the loan. First, they would send a group of death row inmates in as consumables, crazily gripping loans and getting a ton of points. But Lin Ming also believes that the capitalists in the bazaar are not. The fact that they dare to make loans means that they have a way to recover their costs and make a big profit. It's just that right now, it's not known what methods they'll use. Even those leaders of the bazaar bureau may not be unaware of these things. But there's no way around it. It's just like when those who are in charge of the government oppress and deceive the people, and the people know that it's unreasonable and bullying, but they still have to obey. Of course, I'm talking about the officials of ancient dynasties. There's one more thing, the game doesn't allow players to trade or chat with each other right now. Those points can materialize if you have to, but it will incur a high extra cost. My suggestion is that you wait first, you're not in a hurry to use them anyway, and when you can trade them subsequently, I'll persuade the top to give you a lot more points for the sake of being so generous. Song Shui calculated that if he gave the points later, this promised points would at least get Lin Ming a doubled price. Lin Ming glanced at his panel and said, "That's fine, when you reach the grievance level, you'll be able to mobilize the attribute panel in reality, so you'll be able to add friends and mail things. I'm sure that day will come soon." That's true. Song Shui just had a smile on her face before she reacted violently that something was wrong. Wait, if we can see the panel in reality, does that mean that the bazaar game has already invaded Blue Star with the help of us? Lin Ming nodded, having also guessed this earlier. The creepy game was just invading Blue Star through a variety of ways. During this period, they might pay some price. But in the future, it would definitely be 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times recoup. You might make a profit, but I definitely won't lose any money, and I'll make a huge profit. Song Shui and Lin Ming briefly exchanged a few more words about the bazaar game, signed a lease contract, and guaranteed that the bazaar bureau wouldn't dare to turn their backs on them, and that the weapons would always be in their own hands, before leaving. The next morning, Lin Ming had already selected a copy and was planning to go get the invitation letter. Instead, the boss of the Streetlight Guild came to the door and reported to Lin Ming, "Boss, just now, someone claiming to be an official gave us a payment of $1 billion, saying that they were thanking us for our assistance to the country, and also said that they were already working on cultivating Song Shui into a grudge level, and that they would be able to make a deal with you within 3 days at the most." Lin Ming didn't expect that the Trickster Bureau was so good at doing things. It had promised to give points, but also cash. It was important to realize that the Trickster game had not yet fully invaded, plus the fact that there was only one grudge-level player in the world right now, Lin Ming, so there was no way for the points to be traded, so much so that the Blue Planet currency system hadn't completely collapsed yet. Of course, the exchange rates of many national currencies had also taken a big dive. Huaxia, because it can still continue to maintain stability, the national regime is strong, the currency system is naturally stable, so it has been more popular. The exchange rate in the international arena continues to grow, just one day has already caught up with the US dollar, and even already has the tendency to exceed. Perhaps this is also the reason why the top management of Huaxia is more grateful and attentive to the Streetlight Guild, requesting that all levels of units and departments should not be blamed for what the Streetlight Guild has done before, and that they should be given the green light to do so in the future. Their affairs should be prioritized, and if they make mistakes, small mistakes are invisible, and big mistakes are treated as small mistakes. The original Streetlight Guild was just a small rogue organization. But now that it had fallen into Lin Ming's hands, it had transformed into the Quan City Pizza Hut. Chapter 77, Re-Entry Copy, Late Night Tavern. Lin Ming waved his hand and told the guild boss to leave everything else alone for now and find out some elites. Back in the day, he would use the cursed stone orb to properly cultivate them. The obedient elites would be used to develop and grow the guild and continue to be black gloves. Disobedient or ambitious elites. That was even better. Directly turn them into their own spiteful corpses. The boss obediently left. Lin Ming also took Meng Meng's hand and left. The copy he had chosen this time was a place called Late Night Tavern. And the person holding the invitation letter for this copy was a bar owner. However, this owner's bar wasn't doing very well lately, and the owner was very sad and suffocating, so he got an invitation letter. When Lin Ming found the bar owner, he was at the police station waiting fearfully for the countdown to end. The police officers next to him could only say a few nice words to appease him, no other tricks. The members of the Special Operations team from the Weirdness Bureau had also come over, but all they could do at the moment was to keep telling the bar owner the do's and don'ts of facing the weirdness. Lin Ming looked at the invitation letter that was just sitting on the table that no one dared to touch, and the countdown that was about to end, and he walked over and wrote his name. In the next moment, he and the bar owner disappeared into thin air, and Meng Meng was promptly retrieved into the 10,000 soul streamer. Late Night Tavern. This was another business-type copy, and the players chosen to play the roles of the owner and employees. Lin Ming looked at the gleaming title of Outstanding Worker on the panel. Let me serve you honorable shenanigans. Unlike Lin Ming's delight, there were 5 other players next to him, all of them filled with nervousness. Even before they came in, they had been seriously warned by the members of the Special Forces team that they must be calm. But when they really thought about facing the weirdness, and even the possibility of dying, who could control their emotions? How many ferocious murderers, when they heard that they were going to be shot, weren't they still too weak to stand up? Lin Ming didn't bother with the nervousness of a few people and surveyed the tavern. The tavern wasn't too big, much like those modern folk bars. Inside the store, a long wooden counter with wine glasses and bottles, as well as ashtrays. Behind the bar, there was a tall liquor cabinet filled with various bottles. To the left of the bar, there was a stage for performances, and there seemed to be a program attached to it, so there should be a regular small program of saving energy. The rest of the pub was all tables and chairs for guests to sit on. Lin Ming was exploring the environment when the bar owner, probably seeing Lin Ming's calm demeanor, couldn't help but tremblingly walk over and ask, "Brother, are you an old player?" As soon as these words came out, the other 4 people also looked together, their gazes full of hope. Sort of. Lin Ming dropped a sentence and headed straight for the stage. He was going to take a look at that program and perhaps find some rules. The other few people were pleasantly surprised when they heard that it was really an old player and immediately followed Lin Ming. They understood that although they might not necessarily be able to live by following an old player, they would definitely die if they didn't. This was because even if they had read the strategy guide, they really didn't know anything about the bizarre game. After all, some people were born as the kind who couldn't play the game and couldn't be taught even if they were taught. The program was posted in a position at the edge of the stage, and Lin Ming didn't walk onto the stage, but stood at the edge of the stage angling his body to check it out. The other 5 players followed him around, also wanting to take a look at the program. But because there wasn't enough room, a slightly darker-skinned player walked onto the stage and stood at the edge to look at it. He had just walked up when he saw Lin Ming looking at him with a breathless look in his eyes. The dark-skinned player was a bit strange, not knowing how he had offended Lin Ming. But immediately afterward, the 4 players next to him all looked at him as well, all with sympathy and trepidation in their eyes. "No, why are you guys looking at me? What's wrong?" the dark-skinned player asked somewhat nervously. The bar owner nervously pointed at the program and gestured for him to see for himself. The dark-skinned player subconsciously looked, only to see a line written in scarlet blood at the very top of the program list. "Non-performers, please do not go on stage." Go on stage? The dark-skinned player looked down at the stage under his feet and instantly panicked, tears caught in his eyes as he asked in a trembling voice, "Would it be possible that this 'do not allow to go on stage' refers to the bar? If it refers to the bar, even the performers won't go up." Lin Ming faintly said, "No. What will happen to me? What will happen to me? Will I die?" The dark-skinned player became even more terrified, shaking like a sieve. Lin Ming was also somewhat curious. Because it was reasonable to say that the rules on this program were either set by Creepy Games or by the tavern owner. If it was the former, this dude would have died violently when he went up. If it was the latter, some shenanigans should have come out to finish the guy off by now. "I'm not sure about your situation." Lin Ming replied indifferently and said no more, focusing on the program list. Program list. Midnight 1 o'clock, song thrilling music. 1 o'clock 2 o'clock, dance puppet. 2 o'clock 3 o'clock, masquerade ball. 3 o'clock 4 o'clock, gambling. 4 p.m. 5 p.m., couples speed dating. Note, the store only operates until 5 a.m., so please keep this in mind for staff and guests. Several of the players had been instructed many times by the Special Forces team before they came in, and despite the panic, they kept everything on the program in mind. Because odds were it was all rules. After memorizing the rules, the dark-skinned player was still panicking. "Big brother old player, I won't die, right? Shouldn't die, right? I don't know." Lin Ming turned to look around, looking for clocks. But there were none anywhere. Looking at the time from the moon or the sun outside the window? Unfortunately, it was all dispersing fog outside. It's so damn dark, how the hell am I supposed to know what time it is? It seems that this is another deep pit. Know the program list, but do not know what time. Once you miss the time has not performed the corresponding program, will die, right? But Lin Ming is now concerned about those weird? Why did I pick this place? Isn't it because I'm looking forward to you guys coming here? Lin Ming dared to pat himself on the back. There was no one, there was no weirdness, and even the owner of this place might not be able to have such a sincere and deep wish from Lin Ming, wishing for this tavern to do brisk business and have customers like clouds. No customers yet. Does that mean it's not yet midnight? The bar owner asked as he cautiously looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't respond, but went straight to the back of the tavern. Toilets, offices, utility rooms. All sorts of places that could be searched, all searched. No one was there, and there was no weirdness. This situation was truly baffling. Logically speaking, there was at least a creepy responsible for receiving them here, right? Suddenly, Lin Ming thought of something, and he quickly walked to the door of the tavern. The door of this tavern was a sliding door. Looking at the material, it looked like glass, but it was all black frosted on top, so no matter if it was from the inside or outside, they couldn't see each other. Lin Ming walked forward, pulled open the door and took a look, and immediately sighed lightly. I knew it was like this. Chapter 78 Arrangements before opening. Outside the door of the tavern, there was still a thick fog that could not be dispersed, making it impossible to see what was outside. What Lin Ming wanted to see wasn't the fog either, but the door of the tavern. On the door, there was a piece of paper pasted on it with two large words that were exceptionally conspicuous. Transfer. Lin Ming closed the door and looked at the several people in the barkeep, asking, name your real-life occupations. The few players were a bit puzzled, but no one dared to resist in the face of a veteran player's questioning. The bar owner raised his hand first. My name is Wang Siki, I was born in 1987, and the university I attended is. I didn't ask that much, just tell me what you all did before you came in. Lin Ming immediately interrupted. Wang Siki raised his hand again. I was a bar owner. The dark-skinned player wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Ming and hurriedly said, Big brother, my name is Sun Ge, I just graduated from a sports school and still don't have a job, I'm working in a restaurant as a temporary laborer cleaning up. A well-mannered male player with glasses carefully said, I'm a sales. Lin Ming immediately asked back, selling what? The organization I work for is a distillery, so it's all about selling alcohol. The man with glasses didn't dare to hide it. There were two people left next to him. One was an older woman wearing an apron and full of panic, and when she saw Lin Ming looking at her, she panicked and opened her mouth. I'm kind of retired, but I was bored at home, so I went to a restaurant to find a job as a food passer. Lin Ming looked towards the last player. That was the most trendy player here. Leather jacket and pants, earrings and lip studs, flowery hair, and a huge skull on his chest. With that punk outfit, it was easy for people to guess his occupation. Sure enough, this little punk dashingly tossed his hair, not without pride. I'm a singer, rap know it, right? He usually didn't rely on this profession to pick up girls, although his singing was tuneless and he made less money. There were female fans who loved to run to his bed. Hearing the occupations of a few people, Lin Ming became even more certain of the conjecture in his heart. The weird game had a stronger grip on the real world. This place was said to be a game, but it was actually a complete parallel world. It had a social environment that was almost exactly the same as Blue Star, only the system was monstrous. Although Blue Star wasn't much better. Before the weird game selected people, no matter which copy it was, it randomly selected some people whose hearts were filled with resentment, unwillingness, and a lot of negative emotions. It didn't matter if you worked, it didn't matter if you were male or female, just be done with it. But now, it's starting to target specialized copies and pick specialized players. For example, right now, this tavern is transferring, and these guys' previous occupations happen to be in charge of taking over the place. A failed owner, a black skin cleaner, a salesman selling alcohol, a waiter passing out food and delivering alcohol, and a performer. Can this be called a coincidence? Despite this accident of his own, the speed at which the bizarre game had infiltrated the real world was still somewhat surprising to Lin Ming. Was it because the longer players stayed in the game, the more they would be controlled? Or was it that the more withdrawals there were, the more they would be controlled? Lin Ming's heart flashed with doubt, but he didn't think too hard about it. Maybe the weird game will earn, but I'm a sure winner. Brother, what did you do before you came in? The bar owner asked carefully. This you don't need to care about. Lin Ming frowned and said, if I'm not wrong, you guys should be required to role-play next. Now immediately assign jobs according to your occupations before you came in. Just do things like you would in reality and see if there are any hints. A few players looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, having a high-level player take flight and still not listening, wasn't this looking for death behavior? Under Lin Ming's reminder, several people also roughly understood what they were here to do. Only to see the sales of alcohol quickly come behind the bar and quickly discover a set of overalls. Just now, Lin Ming had wandered around there and looked twice with his dementia perspective ability, but he hadn't found the clothes. Surely players were needed to do their jobs for this copy to function properly? Sales nervously glanced at Lin Ming and saw him nodding, before rushing to change into those overalls. Compared to the several copies Lin Ming had traveled through before and seen the work clothes, this tavern was a bit different. The tavern's overalls were, surprisingly, dirty. Those overalls from before were clean, so why was this place bloodstained? A few other players had also taken their places. The owner also saw his suit in the office. The food delivery AMA also found her own work clothes in a wine chest, just a little out of hand. Lin Ming looked at everyone else looking for their work clothes or changing their work clothes, only this big mom didn't move, frowning slightly. What's wrong? The big mom cried and mourned, I cannot wear work clothes not? I'm a person who respects the fate of others, never stop others to die. Lin Ming said indifferently. The big mom cried, picking up a black bunny girl uniform from the wine crate, but how can I wear this? Lin Ming was also subdued. Simply because that bunny girl uniform was a style similar to a one-piece swimsuit. The top of that little outfit barely covered half of her chest, and underneath was a triangular bib crotch, with a rather frugal fabric. At least 50 upwards, but also a body fat. Wearing this clothing is not good, mainly for the audience next to the eyes, and psychology is not good. What's even more excessive is that the food delivery aunt also carried out a pair of fishing net socks from the box, as well as a pair of white rabbit ears decoration. The next few players are also shocked. This bizarre game is playing quite perverted. Lin Ming, on the other hand, had a dark headache. Originally he thought that the bizarre game's control of reality had reached a certain point, but now it seems that it is still far from it. It was like an artificial intelligence, which in many cases was an artificial retard. Facing the eyes of the food delivery AMA pleading for help, Lin Ming forced himself to twist his head away and look into the distance. Not looking at the big mom in these clothes was his last stubbornness. A few other players, seeing the big mom looking at them, also hurriedly lowered their heads, some repeatedly dropping and picking up their own work clothes, while others untied and retied their shoelaces, anyway, just to keep themselves busy. Eyeing a few people, Big Mom also understood. This bunny girl uniform was her own destiny. She didn't want to die, so she could only despair and go change. Unbeknownst to her, the several male players behind her had expressions even more desperate than hers when they thought about what they were going to see later. After Big Mom left, a new situation arose. The little punk came onto the stage and died trying to find his uniform. The black-skinned janitor came into the utility room and couldn't find his tools either. This made the little punk look at Lin Ming with some suspicion. Dude, are you any good? Really an old player? The black skin cleaner, on the other hand, hurriedly said, Brother, I don't doubt you, but I really didn't find my coveralls or tools. Could it be that you're mistaken? Think about it. Lin Ming was a bit curious. He wasn't determined to help the two strangers, he was just curious how he could have guessed wrong. Everyone else was obviously right? Lin Ming looked at the little punk, and then at the black skin cleaner, his eyes narrowed slightly. You too. Chapter 79 Ghost Vending Machine appears. You too. Swap places. Lin Ming felt that the two should be having problems with their careers. Earlier, Blackie had walked onto the stage while looking at the program list. The program book clearly stated that non-performers were not allowed to go on stage. But this tavern had run out of actors before a few players arrived. So the fact that Blackskin had not been executed despite clearly violating the requirements of the bloody text of the program sheet meant that the stage thought that he wanted to be an actor and licensed him as an actor. Now that the actor status was established, it was useless for Little Punk to go back up and be forced into a different position. And at this point, Little Punk's body was already becoming abnormal, obviously because the non-actor he soaked up the stage was being eroded by the power of the stage, and if he didn't come down, he would die. Blackskin and Little Punk also understood Lin Ming's meaning, but no one moved anywhere. The black skin cleaner had a nervous look on his face. Big brother, I can't perform, I can't sing or dance or anything, it's still appropriate for this dude. The little punk also frowned at Lin Ming, with a strong question in his eyes, are you really an old player? This distribution doesn't make sense. A singer like me asking me to sweep the floor? Without a reasonable explanation, I won't agree. Lin Ming stood still and didn't move, raising his hand to the little punk, palm facing him. What are you doing? Want to give me a high five? Little punk had a puzzled look on his face. The next moment, he was flying. Lin Ming sucked him through the air with his spiritual power and threw him into the utility room. Bam! Whoa! Ow ow ow. Along with the sound of sundries falling, the little punk's screams came out. That's my explanation. Anyone else not convinced? Lin Ming asked as he scanned the few people. The black skin cleaner who had just questioned Lin Ming immediately rolled and crawled onto the stage. The others were even more afraid to raise their heads, much less look at Lin Ming for fear that he would also give himself an explanation. The black skin cleaner had just walked onto the stage when he saw a bag in the corner of the stage. He got close enough to take a look and realized that it was a gorgeous set of performance clothes. There were some wrinkles and stains as well, but the clothes had been found after all. And it was such an obvious bag that the little punk hadn't seen it all the way around here. It became clear to everyone that it didn't belong to him. The black leather cleaner was more in awe and convinced of Lin Ming. Oh no, I should say that the black leather actor was more in awe and convinced of Lin Ming. The punk cleaner from the utility room also walked out. There was a special aura lingering within him, that was the power of the stage still at work. Although Lin Ming had helped him leave the stage, the guy had been on the stage for too long, and the power of the stage had invaded too much, causing him to still end up dead, at best delaying his death a bit. The punk janitor who walked out at this point was carrying janitorial tools in his hand, as well as a uniform. It was something that the black-skinned actor hadn't found even just now. The punk cleaner vaguely glanced at Lin Ming. He didn't expect Lin Ming to be so ruthless. What was even more stifling was that this guy was right. To be honest, Lin Ming was so rough and powerful, even if he didn't say the right thing, the punk cleaner wouldn't dare to say anything, but in his heart he would only feel that he was being bullied because he didn't have the strength, and he could still yell in his heart that he didn't know how to bully the youth. But now people's decision is right, but instead, they are a little bit of a barbarian. It is very embarrassing, so that the punk cleaner is a little groundless. This groundlessness was even more extreme when it seemed to a few other players. The punk cleaner felt humiliated and felt that Lin Ming must have deliberately targeted himself. As a rapper, he knew all too well that there was just such a small group of shady ghosts in this society who looked at them in a bad light, and would always look at them with tinted glasses, thinking that rappers were all trash. Before playing music in the nightclub, there will always be people laugh at them as the ancient beggar. Also said that the beggar is knocking with a broken bowl singing counting treasure, they are playing a broken guitar singing jingle. But these people do not know, only those brain-dead rappers on TV are garbage, he such as in the underground dedicated to play rap is a real hero. Of course, it could not be ruled out that these people were jealous of the talent of these rappers. As for this old player? Isn't it just that he had cleared the game once and had a skill? What's with the arrogance? Today, I'll pass the game to show you red-eyed dogs. Let you know, I can not only sing, but also make you scream and agree, and when you know who is the real brother, all of you have to kneel down to lick me Baron. The moment everyone took their places, Lin Ming once again looked at the tavern. This time the tavern had changed. The first thing was that above the liquor cabinet behind the bar, a circular clock appeared. The time displayed on it was 11:50. There are still 10 minutes to go before business starts. If you didn't find your position just now and didn't assign a good job, I'm afraid that all of you will be out of luck just after the opening. Of course, the tavern changed more than that. The lights all around were all on, and they were obviously tuned. The lights were eerily just right. Originally the tavern could be seen in full view, but as the lights were turned on, many of the corners became pitch black instead, making it impossible to see if there was anything hidden over there. That was indeed the tone the spooks liked, mysterious and dangerous. It could delight them as well as make the players feel fear. Eyes Mail Sales also saw some inexplicable cans and jars appear on the bar, and some materials, obviously for mixing drinks. But those materials were too gruesome. Living human eyeballs, bloody fingers, human large intestines with blood, and half a tongue. Anyway, it was all sorts of horrible things. Many musical instruments also inexplicably appeared next to the stage, which seemed to be needed for the performance later. The food delivery AMA dared to come out when she saw that the lights outside were dark. She was wearing a black bunny girl uniform, like a bloated, senile and lifeless old rabbit in the dark of night. Lin Ming and the others controlled their eyes not to look at her, but human nature was cheap. The less you want to look, the more you can't help but look, and you keep telling yourself, I'll just take a look. The result is uncontrollable. But don't say, this big mom looked long, seems to be a little clear-eyed. Lin Ming saw that everything was ready to go, and it seemed that he was the only one who was superfluous. Just in time, he still had a treasure that he didn't use. The ghost vending machine's raffle ticket. Just now, Lin Ming hadn't bothered to use it because he had to deal with the tavern and attracted the spooky, so Lin Ming hadn't bothered to use it. Now he went straight to the utility room, closed the door, and took out the raffle ticket. The method of use was written on the raffle ticket, just inject dead chi. Lin Ming injected his dead chi into it, only to see the raffle ticket suddenly spontaneously combust. The ghostly blue flame did not have the slightest bit of burning heat, instead it was cold. The more the flame burned, the more vigorous it became, and in the end, the small raffle ticket actually burned up a flame that was more than 2 meters high. And in the midst of that flame, it was as if a vertical eye slowly opened, opening a dimensional door. Behind the dimensional door, a machine similar to a crane machine like the one on the blue planet appeared. A huge glass cover with various small jars inside, and above the jars was a huge green ghostly claw dangling down. Outside the glass cover, there was a rocker, and a button and coin slot. On the body underneath the glass cover, there were also 2 lines of bloody writing. 10,000 points to grab once. This machine has a chance of failure, please use with caution. Lin Ming didn't think that there was really such a good gadget that could just catch ghosts. But 10,000 points apiece, I've heard that black slavery was recently restored in parts of the white man's side, and it didn't sell for this much. Lin Ming spat, but still wanted to use it, and immediately threw 10,000 points into it. He wanted to see what the mechanism of this thing was and how strong it was. If it wasn't strong, then he could carry it home. With the points entering the machine, Lin Ming immediately shook the rocker and the ghost claws inside moved with it. Chapter 80 bought a female ghost. Lin Ming remembered reading the online guide. This claw wiggled downwards in order to catch something. He began to playfully wiggle, and the ghostly claw spun round and round. Suddenly, the ghost claw stopped, and the palm that was originally facing downward snapped up, facing Lin Ming. In the center of that palm there was actually a hideous ghost face that was glaring angrily at Lin Ming. You're stepping on a horse that's sick. Vomit. Are shaking me. Vomit. Disgusted. Lin Ming didn't realize that this ghost hand was still alive, and his face darkened. He understood. This ghost hand pretended to be a dead thing, appearing to be manipulated by the player, but in fact, only the area connected to the joystick was under control. Its 5 fingers were still completely under its own control, so whether it wanted to grab it or not, and which one it wanted to grab, was all up to it. If he hadn't shaken this guy, he would have fallen for it. Lin Ming had already started checking out that glass cover to see if he could break it. When Ghost Hand saw Lin Ming's appearance, he immediately revealed a sinister smile. "Want to come in and beat me up?" Snap. Ghost Hand stuck to the glass cover, provoking from close range, "Come on, hit me stupid." Lin Ming knew that these creeps were all a bit bad in the head because they had been dead for so long, plus being eroded by the death gas. He wasn't angry either, he just tapped on the glass to check the material and the way to get in. Soon, Lin Ming determined that what appeared to be glass was actually made of a very strong material. With such a special power that suppressed the weirdness with the heavenly evil power, it couldn't even be broken. Since that's the case, then I'll shake you to death. Lin Ming began to crazily shake his back. The ghostly hand that had been lying on the glass just a moment ago was immediately thrown off and began to fling itself around in a circle in the glass enclosure. It was like an electric fan. The ghost hand didn't expect Lin Ming to be so detrimental, his brain reacting so quickly. He actually knew that he was going to be controlled by the rocker. At this moment, frantically flinging it around, it felt the sky spinning, a wave of regurgitation, and a sense of fear that it was going to spiral to the heavens. Don't shake it. Ghost Hand shouted, full of suffocation, "I surrender." Can I surrender? Lin Ming sneered and just shook it. Grabbing time is limited, you won't have a chance to grab it if you shake it again. Ghost Hand took out his killer weapon. Oh? Is that so? Lin Ming displayed his points. I have tens of thousands of them, throw them all in, it's enough to throw you off for a long time, right? Ghost Hand was shocked, aren't you a player? Didn't you just access this world? How could you have so many points? Lin Ming was shocked to realize that something wasn't right and frowned at Ghost Hand. You guy, you even know that our world has just been exposed to weird games. Since you think I don't have any money, why would you give me raffle tickets? You definitely wouldn't be willing to make a trip for nothing, right? You guy wouldn't be moonlighting as a loan lender. Ghost Hand didn't answer, obviously acquiescing. Lin Ming was truly speechless. This weird world really deserves to die. It was people and ghosts that were all counting. I had thought that this ghost vending machine was the only alien in the bizarre game, a good thing that could help people improve their strength. I didn't expect it to use being able to contract ghosts as bait, specializing in finding some poor players to seduce. Once the poor players were moved but didn't have the money, this grandson started recommending loans. Is this place a spooky game or a capitalist game? Seeing Lin Ming's angry look, the ghost hand immediately dropped vertically to grab a small jar and threw it out. It had to be controlled by the joystick to control the direction, but whether it could grab it or not, it could still make the call. So this ghost vending machine, in fact, has two rules. The first was the iron rule that you had to throw 10,000 points to grab it. The second rule was set by the ghost hand, it needed to put in another 1,000 points, it was its labor fee, otherwise it wouldn't give the catch up. But unexpectedly, it was solved by Lin Ming's invincible wind and firewheel move. The small jar fell out of the exit. Lin Ming reached out and picked it up. Seeing this, that ghost vending machine immediately persuaded bitterly, actually, it's not like I'm targeting you guys myself, is it? Everyone is doing it, this world is like this, either you adapt to this world, or you over this world, but you can't have gas all over me, right? Lin Ming looked at this guy trying to excuse himself and sneered, who is your master? I don't have an owner, there are also many ghost weapons in this world that don't have an owner. Because there are many ghost weapons, not to mention you players, even the Ghost King is not qualified to harness them. The ghost vending machine answered honestly. This honest attitude of its made Lin Ming wonder if this guy was deliberately lying to himself. Soon, the ghostly blue firelight began to diminish, and the dimensional door began to slowly close. The ghost hand revealed a joyful expression and looked at Lin Ming smugly. It's useless for you to try to play me now, wait until you get the raffle tickets next time. It turned out that this guy was so cooperative because he was afraid of being shaken by himself before leaving. Lin Ming knew that he couldn't stop the ghost vending machine from leaving for the time being, so he didn't bother with it. He looked at the jar in his arms and opened the top lid. As the lid was opened, a creepy flew out of it. It was a female ghost with a demonic look, wearing a cheongsam like a sexy and generous noblewoman. It had to be said that this female ghost was really generous, the cheongsam was open to the waist, and her snow-white thighs were just hidden. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming with doubt in her eyes, you are. I just bought you off, now you're mine. Lin Ming immediately asked, what powers do you have? You bought me? The corners of the female ghost's lips rose slightly, her expression contemptuous, do you know who I am? Have to say, an elegant and noble woman, wearing a revealing cheongsam, full of rubbing image, but with contemptuous disdain eyes looking at you, that feeling is really easy to stir up a man's desire to conquer. Lin Ming also really suddenly excited, what is your identity? You can say a word. Because he listened to this meaning, this female ghost seemed to be not simple Could it be some female ghost king who was framed at a critical moment of promotion and returned reborn? Or was it the daughter of a certain family who refused a marriage and fled for love? Or is it a great talent who was exterminated by a great power and is determined to take revenge? Whichever of these three types of people were, they all represented countless bizarre pursuits behind them. If those weirdnesses are looking for the door, then they take out the small ones, come to the old ones, eat the old ones, and then attract the attention of the upper-level forces, and finally the upper-level forces come one by one to feed themselves. Then why don't you worry about becoming an immortal soon? The noble female ghost heard Lin Ming say she didn't know, and immediately teased, I'm the woman of the Blood Moon Count, do you dare to touch? Count Blood Moon? Lin Ming slightly frowned, this name sounded so familiar. Chapter 81 You can time travel back? Soon, Lin Ming remembered. This Blood Moon Earl seemed to have paid attention to himself before. He had also given himself some reputation boosts. So, this female ghost had appeared because of the reputation boost? Reputation was something that could cause deeper and deeper involvements to occur between the player and the spooky. I've heard of Count Bloodmoon, so have you heard of me? Lin Ming asked. You? The female ghost scanned Lin Ming up and down, her expression truly dismissive. So that answer was naturally self-evident. Lin Ming introduced himself, my name is Lin Ming, have you heard of me now? The female ghost finally moved this time, revealing a look of disbelief. Who gave you the courage to make you think that I would recognize you if a small person like you reported your name? You. Lin Ming almost came down with a deadly hand. Lin Ming took a deep breath, figured it was his reputation wasn't enough for this female ghost to know, so he didn't want to continue this topic. Earl Bloodmoon should have only heard of me, and doesn't know much about me, it's normal that you don't know. I was going to ask you how the Blood Moon Earl treats me, but now it seems like there's no need to ask. By the way, if I want to get you killed, can the Blood Moon Earl notice? Tell the truth, don't harm yourself for nothing. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming suspiciously. Count Blood Moon has heard of you? It should be because it feels that you're still strong and wants to take you in as a dog. It's had a lot of damage to its men lately. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. You still need to fight? Fight with who? Something like the Abyss? Oh no, it's exhaustion. Earl Bloodmoon doesn't allow his employees to rest. Each employee has to do several jobs a day and regularly donate their ghost bodies for points, exhausting them alive and dissipating them. That's why they need experts like you who are strong and can work overtime consistently. To be honest, sometimes Lin Ming felt that even he, an evil cultivator, was out of place in this bizarre world because he wasn't perverse enough. He even had the feeling that he had done something good by coming to take out these weirdnesses and helping to free them. An evil cultivator froze and was forced to become a good person who did good deeds. Surely in front of these people in power and capitalists, even evil cultivators have to bow down? Oh, as we all know, I'm talking about the bizarre game world. Let's get back to the topic. Does Count Bloodmoon hold you in high regard? If you die, will he come after you? Lin Ming corrected the topic and asked seriously. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming's more serious look and immediately laughed lightly. You want to kill me? The Blood Moon Earl does value me as he has always wanted me, but even it can't force me to do anything. Can you do that? I'll try. Lin Ming Zero framed his hand, and the ghost spirit contract instantly took shape, shooting the female ghost in the face. The female ghost didn't react and felt her face being glued shut. But just a second before being controlled, the ghost spirit contract on her disappeared. Yes, it wasn't that it didn't work, but it simply disappeared. There wasn't even a moment of entanglement. Lin Ming was shocked. Even if it was a ghost king, he would only be able to carry his ghost spirit contract hard by virtue of his strength, and would still have to entangle himself for a moment. How could this female ghost not react at all? The female ghost looked at Lin Ming in a lofty manner. Is that all you've got? That's really useless to me, but it's normal. No matter what tricks you use on me, I can go back to the state I was in before you did it to me. Lin Ming looked at the female ghost in disbelief. Go back to your previous state? Could it be that you can control time? Yes, the ghost spirit contract's control over shenanigans was absolutely incomparably terrifying and had a strong suppression. To be able to fight against the ghost spirit contract so easily, or even the power of the contract that entered the body. Probably the only way to counter it was to let time go back. The female ghost was really surprised this time and looked at Lin Ming. You're very smart. No shame in being targeted by the Blood Moon Count. In that case, why don't you become my dog first? Becoming a dog, this kind of talk or something, is indeed very hateful. But I always feel as if you're deliberately hiding something. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes at the female ghost. In this harmonious society, evil cultivators who wanted to pick their heirs would also be very careful. The reason why Lin Ming had been recognized by his master was not just because he had talent, but also a powerful mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have memorized the law so well. That was why he always felt as if this female ghost had just deliberately guided himself towards her, being able to time travel back, using this to make himself fearful of her. Because from a normal point of view, who possesses a powerful skill would casually talk about it outwardly, especially when faced with someone who wanted to do it to themselves. It's not like this is an anime or movie where you need to explain to the audience how powerful and mysterious the character is through their dialogue. These shenanigans were so cunning that they would often come up with false rules to trick people. What if that statement the female ghost just made was also false? But she did manage to instantly make her ghost spirit contract ineffective against her. Wait a moment. Lin Ming thought of a key issue. Earlier, Meng Meng had said that she had fallen asleep and suddenly appeared in a jar before being sold to someone else by the ghost vending machine. This female ghost might also have been forcibly captured by the ghost vending machine and then made to be sold. She was so arrogant that she couldn't even look down on an earl. If she could really time travel, she should have been able to dodge through time travel when she was caught and change her fate. Your skill isn't time regression, it should be able to refresh your physical state or something, right? Lin Ming sneered. The female ghost's eyes flashed with a flash of unnaturalness, but she remained disdainful. Guess, keep guessing. And you don't have the ability to hurt people, right? Lin Ming became more and more certain, because if I were you, with skills as powerful as yours, I would have counterattacked after being laid hands on just now. The female ghost was getting a little impatient. Congratulations, you guessed wrong. If you keep talking and exhaust my patience, I don't mind treating you. Your mom. Lin Ming suddenly opened his mic with passion. Question mark. The female ghost looked at him in dismay. what are you doing? You really don't have the ability to hurt me. If I was greeted like this, I would have killed myself long ago. Lin Ming revealed a confident look. The female ghost was silent. After a while, she said, what if I don't have feelings for my mom? Then I'll your father. Lin Ming added. Okay, stop it, I'll admit it, okay? The female ghost was a bit annoyed. It's true that I can't hurt you, but you can't hurt me either, so why don't we just go our separate ways and save everyone some time? Lin Ming smiled, I just need to catch you and consume your dead chi, even if you're more capable, you'll have to mail it. Joke, that skill of yours just now is of no use to me at all, how can you catch? What is this? The female ghost looked at the 10,000 soul streamer that Lin Ming had taken out and was a little curious. Chapter 82, Master is awesome, favorite master. Don't worry, it's just a mediocre gadget. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Joke, I would worry that you could deal with me? The female ghost sneered disdainfully. Aha, you're right. Lin Ming shook the 10,000 soul streamer. Wei Yuan's ghost head manifested and stared at the female ghost. The female ghost's body lurched, realizing that it couldn't move. Then, a multitude of weirdness rushed out from the 10,000 soul streamer and tightly wrapped around the female ghost that couldn't move, pulling her into the 10,000 soul streamer. In the 10,000 soul streamer, the spell formation operated and began to rapidly erase the dead chi in the female ghost's body. This was a test and a torture. If the female ghost truly possessed the ability to go back in time, then she would be able to break away from the 10,000 soul streamer with just a little bit of dead chi. But if she only had the ability to refresh her state, then she would wait to be taken in. As expected, the female ghost didn't manage to escape the 10,000 soul streamer, and even in the face of the refinement of the spell formation, she just pulled out a small drum and gently tapped it. That was an assister drum made from human skin using a special process. At this moment, when it was gently tapped, what came out was not a dull drum sound, but an ear-piercing scream. The screams impacted the spell formation and the weirdness surrounding it, trying to break through the spell formation and shatter them. Lin Ming, however, just laughed. Inside my 10,000 soul streamer, moving a ghost weapon? I'll ask you, how do you find it? As Lin Ming's spiritual energy was injected, the spell formation of the 10,000 soul streamer instantly skyrocketed in power, suppressing Sister Drum's screaming god. At the same time, a ghost spirit contract was quickly outlined and molded in the spell formation, flying towards the female ghost. When the female ghost saw the spirit contract enter her body again, she was instantly shocked and furious, and quickly used her skills. In the spell formation, Lin Ming clearly felt the changes in the female ghost. As the spirit talisman entered her body, the female ghost's body suddenly disappeared for an instant. That moment was very, very short, and if it wasn't for the 10,000 soul streamer being sharp enough for weirdness and strong enough to suppress it, Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to notice it at all. Sure enough, was it an ability similar to refreshing one's physical state? This skill wasn't as good as time retrogression, but it was still bullish. Before the dead chi in her body was exhausted, even if the Ghost King made a move, he wouldn't be able to dry her out, right? No wonder Count Bloodmoon, who was a powerful existence from the sound of it, couldn't capture this female ghost. Unfortunately, in the 10,000 soul streamer that specialized in capturing the bizarre, this female ghost was only at the grieving spirit level, and the dead chi wouldn't be enough even if there was more of it. As the spell array consumed little by little, reducing the female ghost's dead chi. The female ghost also finally panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. Interested in making a deal? Big brother? Lin Ming, who was in the utility room, heard the outside tavern where it seemed like weirdness had begun to come in, anxious to go out and clean up those guests, did not accept the female ghost's plea for mercy, and increased the output power even more to refine this female ghost. The ghost contract could make her loyal to herself, but conscious of living. But since this female ghost was unwilling, then she would become unconscious and bizarre, becoming part of the 10,000 soul streamer. The female ghost felt Lin Ming's strong killing intent and became even more flustered. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at you just now. Is it okay for me to be your dog? I understand Count Bloodmoon. If you want to deal with him, letting me help you will have a better chance of winning. Lin Ming said indifferently, I still prefer the untamed look you had just now. The female ghost wanted to cry. The main reason is that I didn't know just now that you were so powerful. You know Count Bloodmoon well? Lin Ming asked. Hearing this question, the female ghost knew that there was an opportunity and quickly said, understand, he's been chasing me for years, I definitely need to understand him as well, I've even assassinated him, just unsuccessfully, but I'm well aware of what copies and right-handed generals he has under his command, and I can take you to clean him up. Actually, Lin Ming felt that even if Earl Bloodmoon knew about himself, he might not be trying to kill himself. Perhaps it wanted to make friends with himself? But friends were meant to help each other. As my good friend, isn't it right to help me become immortal? Jia jia jia. Seeing that you're sincere, then don't resist next, I won't erase your consciousness. Lin Ming felt that the fire was almost ready and no longer intentionally scared the female ghost. I won't resist, I promise not to resist. Do you like me lying down or on my back? How about kneeling? Kneeling directly in front of you, or kneeling with my back to you? I can do anything. The female ghost breathed a sigh of relief, full of pleasing. She was truly afraid, after all, the dead chi in her body was crazily depleted. If it continued like this, in less than a moment, she was afraid that she would completely dissipate. The best outcome would be the same as the weird ones who had just captured her, all of them would be stagnant and indifferent, becoming puppets with no feelings. Lin Ming once again drew a ghost spirit contract and planted it into the female ghost's body. The female ghost's body trembled, forcibly resisting the urge to restart itself, allowing the contract to remain. When the contract was completely planted, Lin Ming was relieved. Although he didn't know how long ago this female ghost was able to restore herself by refreshing her physical state. But as long as this contract was completely planted, she wouldn't be willing to get rid of herself, nor would she deliberately refresh herself to avoid control. After the female ghost was planted with the ghost spirit contract, she indeed found that her consciousness had not been erased. It was just that when she looked at Lin Ming, she realized that she couldn't generate malice towards him. Once she generated malice, she would have a very dangerous feeling, as if she would die. So it was this means of control. Although it was awkward, it did make the female ghost relieved. At the same time, she was also a little hesitant. What should she call Lin Ming in the future? Should I call you husband in the future, or master? I've heard that you men like to be called daddy? And godfather? The female ghost was in a tangle, really not knowing what Lin Ming liked. Rather, there's no need to play so fancy, just call me master. What's your name? What are the abilities? Lin Ming faintly said. Master, you call me Ayun is good, my ability is to reboot itself, but can only reboot to the state 1 minute ago. The female ghost didn't dare to hide it, and at the end of the day, she asked curiously, are we going to go find Count Bloodmoon now? Lin Ming heard noisy sounds coming from outside and immediately said, there's no rush on this, I'll take care of this place first. He led the female ghost Ayun out of the utility room. The rabbit girl. Oh no, the big rabbit mom was hiding in the corner and shivering, and when she turned her head and saw Lin Ming coming out of the miscellaneous room with a beautiful female ghost, she was stunned beyond measure. Not bad for a veteran player. They were all about to be scared to death by the spooky, and people went to the utility room to play with ghosts. Lin Ming saw that below the stage, a creepy was staring angrily at the black-skinned actors, who were screaming in terror. He immediately asked Big Mother Rabbit, what's going on? Guest asked that young man to perform, and he said he wouldn't. Big Rabbit Ant hurriedly explained. Ayun's mind turned, deliberately hugged Lin Ming's arm, clamped his arm with his chest's plumpness, and delicately said, this guy can be a real waste, the performance is not good, or the master is great, I like the master the most. Lin Ming didn't expect this female ghost to be so good at licking, her mouth is good. At the same time, the black-skinned actor on the stage also saw Lin Ming, and immediately cast a look of help, hoping that Lin Ming could rescue him. The punk cleaner next to him was sneering in his heart. Although Lin Ming had guessed correctly before that the two needed to swap positions, now he wanted to see how Lin Ming would solve the problem of this guy not being able to perform nowadays. It was estimated that in the end, he would still have to ask him, a real singer, for advice. Chapter 83, a truly thrilling score. With everyone watching, Lin Ming's expression was calm. Settle? Why should it be resolved? Wasn't that black skin performing quite well? On the stage, the black-skinned actor faced the persecution and intimidation of the bizarre people below, dodging in terror and occasionally screaming. It was a supremely perfect thriller. That's right, the first program on this program list, Thriller Music, was actually having living people scream in terror on stage. Lin Ming no longer bothered to look at the black-skinned actors, but instead looked down at the stage, where a dozen or so creeps were all drinking blood-red liquor, and some even had 2 fingers or an eyeball stuck in the mouth of their cups, which looked very high-end. It's time to serve the food. I'm going to collect the food, so feel free to move around. Lin Ming suppressed his excitement and gave an explanation to the female ghost Ayun. Next to her, Meng Meng, who had been casually playing within the copy, walked over and pulled Lin Ming's hand. In an instant, Lin Ming disappeared in place. Ayun was startled and hurriedly looked around to check on Lin Ming, but she was unable to discover his location at all. This caused her to be secretly surprised. What kind of ability was this? The master was so powerful. No wonder he was targeted by the Blood Moon Count. But with this kind of strength, the Blood Moon Earl would only be at a disadvantage, right? Ayun suddenly felt that following such a powerful master was quite lucky. At least he could protect himself. She would not be toyed with and squeezed dry by the Blood Moon Earl. Although it will also be played by the master, but the master is so handsome, it is not unacceptable. Ayun had only just been conquered, and was starting to gradually turn into Lin Ming's shape. Lin Ming pulled Meng Meng and arrived at a spooky guest. It was a ghost-level creepy. One pair of eyes was a bloody hole, but its eyes that had lost their orbs seemed to possess some sort of ability, an ability that increased one's fear. This one couldn't be killed, but it could be captured, and its presence would make the black-skinned actor even more scared and play a more beautiful and melodic thriller. Lin Ming raised his hand to draw a talisman, and the ghost spirit contract shot in through the back of this creepy's head. The creepy instantly shivered, and then it felt like there was an extra person in its body. In the next moment, it received an order from the figure in its head. Tell the black-skinned actor to howl a little louder. Creepy was controlled by the ghost spirit contract and was unable to resist, so naturally, it worked harder, blood slowly flowing out of a pair of bloody holes, its ability utilized to the extreme. Ah! The black-skinned actor's emotions were mobilized, and he wailed at the top of his voice in horror. The sound added to the excitement of the creepy guests on the set. It was like a hot dancing lady on stage in a nightclub suddenly started to take off her clothes. It was also like a group of handsome men wearing shirts full of muscles began to pour water on their bodies, and the wet clothes stuck to their bodies, highlighting the angular muscles. The whole place, no matter male or female, all got high. Even the screams spread out of the tavern. The creeps passing by outside originally didn't want to come in, but hearing this sound also moved them. Imagine, no matter who passed by the door of a nightclub, suddenly heard the blood-boiling screams and heavy gasps coming from inside, wouldn't want to come in to see if they were performing some taboo program? As he watched the guests push their way in one by one inquisitively, Lin Ming knew he had succeeded. He began to stand behind these guests, planting ghost spirit contracts one by one. The reason why he didn't directly collect them into the 10,000 soul streamer was because he still had to rely on them to divert the flow. After all, spooky and living people were actually the same, both had a herd mentality. The more people in a store, whether it was really good or not, the more guests it would attract. As time passed, there were a total of 26 creeps on the stage, all of which were planted with ghost spirit contracts, and all of them became Lin Ming's minions. However, he still resented that it was a bit less. He had to pull in some more guests to make it work. Lin Ming had begun to think from the perspective of a boss. He walked over to Ayun, let go of Meng Meng's hand, and inquired, "Do you have any experience in running a store? How can we make this tavern bigger and stronger?" Ayun also really thought about it. "Master, I don't think it's the time to consider the matter of making it bigger and stronger. Have you paid taxes for this store?" "Yet?" Question mark. Lin Ming had a question mark on his face. "I just opened. What taxes?" "Opening tax, liquor tax, signboard tax, employee tax, performance tax, health tax, all of these have to be paid." Yun reminded. Lin Ming's balls hurt. He felt like he suddenly understood why this tavern had transferred. The little money it made wasn't even enough to make the payments. "Don't you worry, this isn't the end of it. There are so many hidden clauses I haven't even mentioned." Yun spread his hands. "Do those big bosses pay taxes too? Can you afford to pay taxes on so many industries?" Lin Ming frowned. "People have preferential treatment. They don't need to pay as much tax as these small stores. After all, they still have to be relied upon to recruit players, create a population, and build the game. Even if you're willing to let them acquire the stores, you'll be exempt from a lot of taxes." Yun sighed softly and persuaded Lin Ming to lean on a big tree. Lin Ming thought about how the real-world Trickster Bureau favored the Streetlight Guild. He also understood the indulgence of the Trickster games towards these large replicas. To put it bluntly, ordinary Bizarro is a consumable, not being a good leak, but also trying to make money to turn over? How would the senior management of that bizarre game allow it? But there was one thing to be thankful for. Lin Ming wasn't the owner of this place. The tavern owner was someone else, so even if he paid taxes, he didn't have to give them. As the thriller music continued to play, the black-skinned actor finally couldn't hold it together and was about to run off the stage. Seeing this, Lin Ming cursed his stupidity. Previously, on the stage program, it was clearly marked that non-actors were not allowed on stage. This was a way of selecting actors and a way of life for the players. Whoever went on stage first was an actor. After the actor appeared, anyone else or shenanigans coming back on stage violated the rules and would be killed by the stage. That little punk from before, just because he stayed on stage for a while, his body was infiltrated by stage power, and if it wasn't for Lin Ming throwing him into the utility room, he would probably have already warped. Spare me, that power was still crippling his body, making him weaker and weaker, and there was no telling how long he could last. So from just now, those creepy guests were deliberately scaring Blackie, making him fearfully sing thrilling music, and also to make him panic and run off the stage. Good thing, those guests were Lin Ming's puppets now. Lin Ming snapped his fingers, and those creeps immediately surrounded the stage, not giving Blackskin a chance to run down. After all, if Blackskin came down, he couldn't go up and sing, could he? Blackskin was terrified, looking towards Lin Ming and pleading at the top of his voice, "Big brother, save me. Save me." Lin Ming didn't care and didn't remind. Because if Blackie knew that these shenanigans didn't dare to go on stage, he wouldn't be howling at the top of his lungs like he is now. Wouldn't that affect the store's business? As the true investor of this tavern, how could Lin Ming watch someone tarnish his tavern's reputation? Blackskin didn't expect Lin Ming to care about him, so he became even more desperate and wailed as he was teased. His screams still worked, and a few new customers were drawn in again. However, after seeing a lot of weirdness surrounding the stage side, a few of the new weird guests had their eyes rolled back in their heads and headed straight for the wooden bar. The spectacled salesman nervously padded forward and said in trepidation, "What would a few of you like to drink? Drowned tequila. Brain milk liquor. Blood of desire. Ghost fire split heart wine." Hearing the names of these drinks that clearly needed to be made, Glass's sales was dumbfounded. Previously, those guests wanted some of the drinks with names written on the liquor cabinet, as long as they found the appropriate bottle to pour the wine on the line. At most, they added some disgusting decorations. But now need to mix wine, he is really no help. He came in before the sale of alcohol, but will not be bartending. Chapter 84, The Master's Dirty Water is also delicious. After ordering their drinks, the few creepy guests all revealed an angry look when they realized that Glasses for Sale didn't respond. What's going on? Can't even mix such a simple drink? What's the point of opening a tavern if you're such a loser? Why don't you just go into my stomach? It's true that I shouldn't have come to this Thai place. Where's the boss? Tell your boss to come out, I'm going to eat you all together. These few creepy guests kept yelling, obviously with the intention of picking a fight. They had seen that this tavern was full of living players, so they wanted to eat them all. Glass's sales was already terrified and spoke with a crying tone, "A few. Honorable guests, is it okay if I get you some other wine? Other wines are also good. I don't need it." An obese creep reached out violently, grabbed the Glass's sales by the collar, and tried to pull him out of the counter. This caused the spectacled salesman to scream in terror, sounding so much better than the black leather bleakness on stage that the customers couldn't help but look. How are there two more actors? Looking at a few excited creepy guests who were already about to abuse the eyeglass sales, Lin Ming was truly upset. Sure enough, he still hated playing games with these new players the most. Continuing to let this guy toss and turn, the guests would have to all leave. No, we have to hurry and leave all the guests behind. Lin Ming immediately took Meng Meng's hand and walked over and started planting ghost spirit contracts on these new guests. Once all the contracts were planted, these guests were deeply impressed by the tavern's sincere and high-quality service and chose to stay and receive the service. Change them to normal drinks. Lin Ming ordered as he let go of Meng Meng's hand. The Glass's sales ghost mouth escaped. The person was already scared silly, and said with a crying voice, "But what they want aren't ordinary drinks. What if I serve the wrong one and they kill me?" Won't happen. Lin Ming assured. You. Glass's sales obviously can't trust Lin Ming. You say it is You don't even save Blackie, how could you possibly save me? But looking at those fierce creepy guests, he was afraid that even if he didn't serve the wine, he would be killed, so he could only treat the dead horse as a living horse, and stiffly served other wine, and whispered, "It was that person who told me to serve the wine, so don't look for trouble from me." Glass's sales had thought that these guests would storm out when they saw that the wine wasn't right, or even directly try to eat them. Who would have thought that after the drinks went up, none of those guests were picky? Instead, one by one, they picked up the drinks and took a sip, all of them looking at Lin Ming, revealing a look of bashfulness. "It's so delicious, it's the first time I've had such a good drink. It's worthy of the wine you picked out for us, it's simply extremely delicious." Whoa, it's so good, I've never had such a good wine, my eyes have been opened today. The obese creepy who had just grabbed the glasses for sale, fearing that Lin Ming would hold a grudge against him for trying to eat the player just now, the fat on his face smiled into a chrysanthemum in curried favor. Extremely good. This is simply a wine that only a top ghost king can enjoy. The glasses sales glanced at the cup of wine, and instantly panicked. Guest, you're serving the wrong cup, that's the dirty water I just used to brush the cup, your wine is on the side. The obese creepy was a little embarrassed, but still hardened his heart and drank the cup of dirty water in one go. This tavern is worthy of being opened by the owner, even the dirty water is so delicious, good drink, really good drink. This smelly look stunned all the players and creepy. In fact, after they were controlled by Lin Ming, they were all still self-conscious, so the pleasing at this time was actually knowing that their life and death was only at Lin Ming's whim, hoping that kissing his ass would allow him to leave his life behind. But who would have thought that there is a weirdness that can do such a thing? Drinking dirty water was as enjoyable as drinking blood. You can be appreciated by the master, we are not jealous at all. And a few players were even more shocked as they looked at Lin Ming. Glasses Sales was even more incredulous looking at Lin Ming. Master? Don't yell, I don't have any trashy slaves like you. Lin Ming flatly refused. This made Glasses Sales a little embarrassed and terrified at the same time. This was because he had just shifted the blame onto Lin Ming. Just a moment ago it was me who offended you with my eyes, you mustn't bother with me in general. Glasses Sales is really scared, directly to Lin Ming kneeled, a snot in tears begging for mercy, afraid that Lin Ming want to kill himself. Lin Ming impatiently waved his hand, go to work, don't be lazy. The obese creep immediately rushed forward, picking up the Glasses Sales was a few slaps, hear that, my master told you to keep working, don't presume to be lazy. Yes, I'll work. Glasses Sales panicked and returned to his position. The obese creepy despised the Glasses Sales inwardly when he saw his trembling appearance. It wasn't that it disliked him for being scared, but it felt that this guy was stupid. If it had been in this guy's position, it would have absolutely climbed up the pole right now, frantically kissing Lin Ming's ass, and then shamelessly saying, in order to better help you run the tavern, can you teach me something? This might not be able to immediately gain Lin Ming's goodwill, but if he really opened up and was willing to teach something, it would definitely be beneficial and add a lot to his ability to survive. And to be honest, if Glasses for Sale really managed to leave this copy alive, the gap between him and Lin Ming was so large that he was also doomed to never have contact again in the future, so this was his only chance. Unfortunately, he missed it himself. Obese Creepy didn't care about that much and came over to Lin Ming's side just to speak. Lin Ming then spoke, all those drinks just now were paid for, 30,000 points for one drink. Crowd creepy. Even if they were to go out and sell them, they wouldn't be worth this many points. What, no money? Lin Ming looked at the many creeps, then go borrow it, find friends, find relatives, find a loan. Sooner or later, these guys would turn into puppets in the 10,000 soul streamer anyway. Before they completely lost their self-consciousness, Lin Ming decided to glean a handful. Lin Ming gave the order, and the creeps couldn't refuse, so they could only take out their entire fortune, and also tried to contact their relatives and friends to get money together. In the end, it was clear that it was just a cup of very ordinary alcohol, worth 10 or so points at most. These shenanigans either gave more than 200 points, and some gave more than 500 points. The one with the most even gave 800 points. Seeing that huge pile of points, Glasses Sales was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that it was really possible to make money from shenanigans. And this money-making method is simply unbelievable. But Lin Ming was dissatisfied, these guys were too poor. The obese creepy was really smart, he didn't give the money for the wine, but carefully touched Lin Ming with his finger, and then with a horrified face, Egu, how can I touch the master, dirtying your clothes, the 600 points counts as me making amends for your sins. But then I won't be able to afford to pay for the wine, can you give me a chance to go and make money for you? Chapter 85 Finding Cows and Horses by the Map. Lin Ming looked at the fawning fat ghost with some surprise. He hadn't expected that there would still be a sane one in this group of crazy creeps. So how do you want to help me? You didn't even borrow the money you just called to borrow, did you? Lin Ming said indifferently. It's like this, I thought about it carefully. If I went to borrow money, people would definitely not lend out all their money in order to get by, right? But if I tell them how good things are here and how much money can be made, then trick them into coming, you will control them and then after draining them, you will let them find friends and family to come over, then you will be able to make another wave of money. The fat ghost was talking his head off, and was also getting more and more excited as he spoke. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was listening with a face full of incredulity. This kind of routine sounded familiar. I didn't realize that creepy games also had a pyramid scheme. Lin Ming couldn't help but lament. A pyramid scheme? No, I got the experience from the insurance company. Fat Ghost said blankly. Well, the two industries were rather similar business methods as well. Lin Ming didn't bother to count who invented this method, and told the Fat Ghost to inform down. All the guests in the store were to contact their friends and family to come over. The guests all opened their cell phone contact list and began to check the phone numbers of their friends and family. What is this called? It's called following the map to find the horse. Only people are looking for good horses. Now they are looking for bulls and horses. I have to say, this fat man's suggestion is quite useful. These shenanigans of the shenanigans game were all poor and crazy, after all, who wasn't carrying a huge pile of loans on their backs? When they heard these puppets say that they could make money, those friends and relatives were moved. When they heard the thrilling music of the black-skinned actors on the phone, they were even more moved. Even if they couldn't make money, it was still good to go hear such a good song live. Lin Ming watched those puppets hang up the phone, knowing that his dream was probably going to come true. Half an hour later. As thriller music reached the end of this performance, all of those creepy friends and family came. The tavern was bursting at the seams with people, reaching a true clientele. Although they were all some of the lower-class cattle and horses, Lin Ming didn't care. Even these ordinary weirdos were too much stronger than the souls of those ordinary people outside. And after those weirdos came, Lin Ming took the 10,000 soul streamer, blocked the gate, and began to quickly write ghost spirit contracts. At this time, he didn't care where those ghost spirit contracts flew. Anyway, with so many creeps, they could hit anywhere they flew. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Only a black spirit talisman flew out and quickly entered those bizarre bodies. Those bizarre ones that were still bewildered and didn't know what was happening, just like that, one by one, they all turned into Lin Ming's slaves, and their insides quietly changed into his shape. Just like that, in the middle of the tavern. Under the stage, Lin Ming waved his fingers in the air to draw spirit symbols, as if he were a symphony conductor. On the stage, the black-skinned actor sang at the top of his lungs, attracting the attention of the spooks. The coordination between the two could be described as perfect. And the most perfect thing was that at the moment the thriller movement ended, Lin Ming also finished his conducting. All of the 180-odd creeps in the tavern had become Lin Ming's slaves. After these later creeps realized that they were being controlled, they all immediately looked angrily at their friends and family who had tricked them into coming over. Too shameless. To trick them into coming here in order to pledge allegiance to such a handsome, elegant, and formidable master? They were already slaves to life. Then they were slaves to those company owners. And now slaves to Lin Ming. We're just slaves to life anyway, right? Lin Ming, however, was very happy and immediately said to the creeps who had just been called, "Call out some of your own friends and family as well." Those creeps couldn't refuse their master's order and had no choice but to cooperate. They continued to contact their friends and family and went to call a new batch of creeps over. And at that moment on the stage, a change had occurred. With the ringing of the bell behind the bar, the thriller music could finally come to an end. The creeps all returned to their places and sat down to drink quietly. Big Mama Bunny came forward warily clutching a bottle of wine and refilling it for anyone who raised their hand and called out to her. The dark-skinned actors on stage panicked when they saw that the creeps had withdrawn and were going to run off the stage. This damn show was not for anyone who liked to come. His voice was splitting from all the shouting and he couldn't speak. But just as the black-skinned actor reached the edge of the stage, his body froze violently. He felt as if his body had been penetrated by countless needles and threads, leaving him unable to move a muscle, with only his eyes still able to rotate. The black-skinned actor didn't know what was happening and squinted his eyes at Lin Ming in a plea for help. Lin Ming yanked over a chair and sat down, and the female ghost, Ayun, immediately came over and sat on his lap in her cheongsam, massaging his shoulders with her white jade hands. Seeing Ayun's attentive service, Lin Ming didn't expect this female ghost to be so sensible. After all, the ghost spirit contract only made it impossible for these creeps to betray themselves, and could be summoned over at any time. However, this kind of massage and intimate service could be done without them without orders. So understanding. Although Lin Ming knew that Ayun was bound to have a purpose, he still complimented. Ayun instantly smiled shyly. "It's good that master likes it." Lin Ming enjoyed the massage and looked towards the black-skinned actor who couldn't move, knowing that it was time for the second program. The puppet dance. While looking at the program list, he guessed what all these programs probably meant. It was well known that the trickster game had a very clear goal from the beginning, to invade the blue star and screw all the players. As for why there were many rules restricting both sides, Lin Ming wasn't sure. It could be the blue star's resistance or some kind of world bottom logic that had to exist and be adhered to. Since he knew that the creepy game was trying to screw the players, he should understand that it would put the players and creepy at a disadvantage when they got along. Like the creepy being the boss and the player being the employee or something like that. Now while the owner of the tavern, the actors, and the part-timers are all players and can help each other out. But how can the creepy game make the players so comfortable? Especially if the stage can't let creepy mount it, it's bound to think of other ways to torture the players. So what to perform on this stage and how to perform it was definitely up to the creeps. With this puppet show, creepy will have to make whatever moves he wants the black-skinned actor to make. In order to test whether his guess was right or not, Lin Ming glanced at the well-behaved and accompanying fatty creepy next to him. The latter immediately conferred and shouted at the black-skinned actor, "Give my master a golden chicken stand." The black-skinned actor's body twisted uncontrollably, opening his arms and standing on one leg. But this also made him realize what the puppet dance meant, as horror and despair flowed from his eyes. The other players in the tavern also looked away, showing looks of sympathy and celebration. Chapter 86 Despicable Labor Thief. Even that little punk, at this time, while sweeping the floor, he was afraid in his heart. Luckily he didn't become an actor, otherwise he would be dead. It's just that the creepy game didn't spare him either. A spooky guest went to the toilet and came back with a loud voice, "The toilet got so dirty, why don't you clean it? How do you do business?" The voice made everyone in the tavern and the ghost look at little punk. The little punk looked terrified and stammered, "Aren't you? You a ghost? Why do you still need to go to the restroom, ah? Who told you that ghosts don't need to go to the toilet? Old me is drowned in the toilet, I am a toilet ghost, now hungry to go there to eat cannot?" The creepy that spoke was indeed dirty and emitted a strong stench. This was its identity and its ability to control the power of the stench on its body to attack its enemies. Don't say that, although this creepy was weak, the old saying was true. When a mop is covered in, the god of war is born again. Now people are that thing, how can you fight? Besides, this toilet ghost, at this time, was also deliberately looking for trouble with the little punk. Because it also wanted to flatter Lin Ming, and even wanted to be as favored as Ah Yun, qualified to sit on the master's lap, so it had been searching for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, it found this little punk, peeking at Lin Ming with hateful eyes from time to time. Although in order not to be discovered, the little punk's eyes always crossed over Lin Ming's body quickly, not daring to linger. But it was still caught by the toilet ghost who was bent on making progress. Naturally, Toilet Ghost had to deliberately look for trouble. How could the little punk know that he had become a stepping stone for the Toilet Ghost's progress, a ladder of success? At the first sign of danger, he looked toward Lin Ming. "Aren't they all your slaves? You control them." Lin Ming didn't even have time to speak. The Toilet Ghost just huffed over with a slap. A slap mark with a strong stench remained on the little punk's face. "How are you talking to my master? Speak to my master with honorifics and kneel down." The Toilet Ghost was full of grumpiness, but inwardly, he was ecstatic. Well, I like this kind of arrogance. When I succeed in turning into my master's close friend, I'll erect a monument to you in my heart and be forever grateful for your contribution on my path of progress. And when the other creeps in the distance heard this, they instantly understood the Toilet Ghost's intentions. Damn, so this guy is using this method to please his master. What for? Everyone is stupid and fine, why are you secretly improving yourself? Despicable and nasty labor thief. It's just that we didn't think of it. After inwardly cursing the Toilet Ghosts who had surprisingly jumped the gun and knelt down. Those onlooker shenanigans were also all filled with anger as they walked towards the little punk. That's right, how can you disrespect my master? Why don't you quickly apologize to my master? Aya, not only do you not apologize, but you also have the audacity to dither there? Brothers, him. Everyone together. A group of Bazaar, in order to appease Lin Ming, scrambled over and began to surround the little punk. The little punk screamed miserably, his insides incomparably broken. No, what did I do? What did I do? It's just that I didn't clean the restroom, why am I so cruel? I get it, it must be that old player. The little punk was in agony and shouted, You're shamelessly jealous of me, so you're going to destroy me in this way, aren't you? Have the guts to fight me one-on-one. Lin Ming sat on a chair, wrapping his arms around Ah Yun's small waist, somewhat puzzled. He's talking about me? The main reason was that Lin Ming really didn't put the little punk in his heart, not to mention that he had so much mental activity that he had already held a deep grudge against himself. Yun said petulantly, "Who cares who he's talking about, master? Drink, I'll feed you." Lin Ming didn't care. Anyway, the little punk death was also his own doing. Creepy asked you to clean the restroom and you went and cleaned it, and you dare to ask a rhetorical question? You think you're me? And those creeps didn't know who little punk was talking about, but took it as if he was provoking Lin Ming, and became even more excited to surround him, and ended up dividing him up alive. The toilet ghost tried to go in and give a few more punches a few times, but the other creeps had little punk pinned down so tightly that they wouldn't give it a chance to go in. This made it very sad. It was obviously the one that thought of the idea, it was the one that found the prey. But now it could only watch as the little punk was being rounded up inside, without being able to intervene itself. By the time the little punk was taken out, the creeps had set their sights on the other players. Taking out just one person wasn't enough to raise one's status in the master's heart. Glasses Sales and Big Rabbit Mom panicked and all rushed over. Even the boss, who was peeking from his office, rushed out. The three of them knelt on the ground together, constantly begging for mercy. Lin Ming didn't expect the three to react so strongly, and immediately waved his hand, "Don't touch the three of them, I have other uses." Not to mention the need for these guys to solicit guests in. Previously, Yun's reminder to Lin Ming to pay taxes had also made Lin Ming notice some hidden crisis, so he wanted to see how things turned out, if it was what he had guessed. The three were relieved to be pardoned, and all returned to their posts in gratitude. The black-skinned actor was still stiff on stage, but had also seen the scene just now. He was so terrified of Lin Ming at this point that he didn't dare to be half dissatisfied, instead he was full of currying favor. But because of Lin Ming's control, these shenanigans didn't make things difficult for him, just some occasional splits and such, and it was fun to watch him grimace. When the puppet dance time had simmered down, the family and friends who had just been called by the second batch of creeps had finally arrived. Lin Ming didn't even need to get up this time, just sitting calmly in his chair. Those creeps that he had controlled immediately swarmed up and escorted their friends and relatives to Lin Ming. Lin Ming began to draw talismans. Those newly arrived creeps didn't know what a ghost spirit contract was, but they also knew that they had been sold, and they were all cranky as hell. "Damn it, I'm your own father. Father, I am for your good, serve the master with me. Husband, I am your own wife. Daughter-in-law, follow your master without fear. Dad, I'm about to get married, and you tricked me into giving me to a player? Daughter-in-law, trust Dad's vision, master is better than your husband." Those newly arrived creeps were thus hard-pressed by a group of creeps to kneel in front of Lin Ming and accept the ghost spirit contract. This wave added over 100 more creeps. Together with the 180 or so from before, there were now considered to be a small 400 creeps. Although the vast majority of them were ghost level, it didn't matter, it wasn't over yet. Lin Ming looked at those new creeps and continued to have them shout their friends and family. Chapter 87, giving them a bit of Blue Star shock. But to their surprise, only 3 waves of tricksters had been tricked into coming, and they had already exhausted all the friends and family they could use. This time, more than 100 shenanigans had called, and only a dozen new shenanigans could be called, and it would be a long time before they could wait. It was true that you couldn't get big and strong with this tactic alone. That's why many of the marketing tactics are small time when they clearly look good. Being regulated by law is one reason. But the biggest reason is that there are still a lot of smart people out there. You say you have a chance to make a lot of money and you do? Ask yourself, who has an opportunity to make a lot of money and wants to tell people about it? Take for example those methods online that teach people how to make money. Either the method is saturated and can't make a lot of money, so it's thrown out to squeeze the last of the profits. Either that, or the person who learns this method is one of the links to this method of making money. This is true in the bizarro world as well. It still had to start with all that natural traffic. It's true that we still have to publicize it and pull in new guests. Lin Ming said in a deep voice. How to publicize? Yun said curiously. Lin Ming looked towards the black-skinned actors and the stage, and a bold idea suddenly arose in his heart. There was a mist outside the tavern's door, and there was weirdness inside the mist. As long as a player entered the mists, they would lose the protection of the rules and thus be randomly killed by the weirdness. And what about the tavern's stage? Other than the actors, no one else or creepy could go up there. So if the stage was moved to the mist outside the tavern door, and the black-skinned actors were allowed to stand on the stage and perform, wouldn't that be fine? After the previous copy, Lin Ming knew that living people were attractive to creepy. So as long as they let the black-skinned actors go out and perform, they would definitely be able to attract a lot of spooky spectators, right? Thinking like this, Lin Ming immediately ordered, "All creepy, move the stage outside and perform." This order left all the weirdos and players puzzled. Yun even reminded, "Master, that stage is huge, the door might not be able to get out." Next to him, Fatty Creepy hurriedly said, "Why bother the master with such a trivial matter? I'll do it." Saying that, Fatty Creepy rushed towards the door, and with a heavy impact, not to mention the door, the entire wall of the tavern came down with a bang. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Yun, however, looked at Fatty Creepy warily. To think that he could think of this way to curry favor with his master, this was a formidable enemy. "No, we can't let him steal our master's favor. Master, just let them work on this matter, let's go to the utility room to do something else first," Yun suggested. "Do something else?" Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "Me?" Yun was infinitely shy. "There are too many people today, it's better to do it another day." Lin Ming really didn't have the idea of getting high in front of so many creepy faces. It was mainly because these grandchildren were too good at licking, and he was afraid that if he was busy in the utility room, these creeps would be outside helping to shout out cheers. That kind of live broadcast scene, just thinking about it, I feel shame. Hearing Lin Ming's refusal, Yun didn't take it seriously. She sensed out that Lin Ming wasn't a decent person either, and sooner or later he would fall. Meanwhile, the creeps had already separated the stage from the floor. More than 100 creeps formed a circle and carried the stage and the black-skinned actors standing on it out just like that, placing them at the front door. There was still a small area in front of the tavern that was free of fog, so it was perfect to utilize. "Make him perform, tantalize him," Lin Ming ordered. Those creeps immediately surrounded the front and began ordering the black-skinned actor in various ways. What stripping, what splitting, what twisting and pouting. The bizarre ones could know too much about how to seduce their kind. It was simple, as long as they loved to look at something, the other creeps would definitely love to look at it. That's why most of those nude chat scams are done by men, because men know too much about men. These mists outside the tavern are misty in the eyes of the players, and their vision is obstructed. But it seems to have no effect on shenanigans. So when the black-skinned players stood on the street and performed for a while, one after another passing creeps came out of the fog and gathered around the stage. "Why are there players dancing here? This little is really dancing with vigor. That's right, too wavy, clearly wants us to eat him. I can't take it anymore, dude is going to go on stage first to have a good time." Looking at these onlookers, the bizarre were making a lot of noise. Lin Ming told the surrounding creeps to keep an eye on them, and if these creeps were fine when they got on stage, they had to protect the black-skinned player. After all, if this dude died, there would be no way to attract the creeps. The many creepy puppets just stared in death. The black-skinned player was also terrified, constantly twisting and spinning and jumping, and he even closed his eyes when he saw a creepy coming up. However, he only saw that unfamiliar creepy just got on the stage and began to rapidly dissolve. That speed can be much faster than before the small punk. Because the little punk was up there before the show had even started, but the strange was trying to interrupt the show. So the punishment was different? Seeing that the bizarre that went up on stage died, Lin Ming was completely relieved and immediately winked at the tavern owner, "Go out and pick up the customers." The boss didn't dare to refuse, and fearfully walked out, shouting in a trembling voice to the many creeps, Everyone, welcome to the Late Night Tavern, we've specially prepared good drinks and wonderful performances for you all, we hope that you'll enjoy." A passing creepy hastily shouted, "Is it all free?" The boss subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. Although he was the boss now, it was Lin Ming who was in charge, and it was up to him to charge or not. Lin Ming subconsciously nodded, "Let's say it's free." Who would have thought that once this was said, the bizarre onlookers outside instantly dispersed, most of them. There were also weirdos who cursed as they walked away, "Free my ass. It's the free ones that are the most expensive, last time I went to buy something, said fill out the form to give me a free bottle of drink, but as a result, I was able to get my identity information out of the way, and I was given 13 loans." Lin Ming patted his head, forgetting the darkness of the bizarre world. These bizarre were all scared of being lied to, and the most fearful thing was the businessman saying it was free. Yun also persuaded, "Master, just charge, the higher the charge, the more at ease they are instead, because then they won't feel there are hidden clauses." "Why?" Lin Ming frowned. "Because all those weird capitalists on our side, they won't do that. If they want to cheat people, they'll put up the name of cheap and free. If it's the kind of honest creepy that just wants to make money, it's setting the price very high. Ah Yun hurriedly explained. When Lin Ming heard this, he immediately revealed a smile. There are no hidden clauses if you charge sky-high prices? Then it seems like it's time to give you guys a little blue star shock. It's up to me to break this unspoken rule. I'm going to make the world's shenanigans believe one thing. Cheap is no good. There are no good guys when they're expensive. Lin Ming immediately marked up the prices of the store's performances and drinks to a high level, 3, 5, or even 10 times the price of the same industry. And under the shadow of these high prices for drinks and performances, lurking in the shadows of that clause, was Lin Ming. Lin Ming lurked amongst these shenanigans that had gathered in front of the tavern, turning all of these guys, one by one, into his loyal slaves. Watching a show, drinking a glass of wine, spending money while selling themselves. Lin Ming even felt that he was too suitable to be a treacherous merchant. Chapter 88 The Masquerade begins. Although the puppet dance was performed in the early hours of the morning, there were quite a few creeps coming and going on the streets. Because the creeps had strong lives, they wouldn't die even if they didn't sleep for a long time. And even if they were given a vacation, they stayed up late at home to have fun. So when the weird capitalists thought about it, they might as well let them come to work. Where is staying up all night not staying up all night? Even if these creeps get sick from exhaustion, they can still go to the hospital and pay for their own medical care. This is simply too cost-effective. So in the early hours of the morning on the street, the bazaar, even if it was a little less than during the day, but also a huge number of people. It was just that because they had to work, many of the bazaar just glanced enviously at the onlookers and left in a hurry. There weren't many creeps that really stayed. Lin Ming borrowed Meng Meng's ability to keep muddling around the stage. One by one, all of those weird spectators were under his control. Unfortunately, the dance time ended very quickly. Lin Ming only had time to control about 300 bazaar ones. These bazaar could be used to absorb and strengthen themselves, or they could be used to feed those bazaar in the 10,000 soul streamer, allowing them to increase their strength. Then again, it was either that or send them into those duplicates that he held power over, so that the duplicates could continue to operate and earn a large amount of points. At the same time, he could also grow his own power, so that he would have his own response when faced with those copies or ghost kings that had a sea of experts. Even Lin Ming thought about the fact that in the future, these shenanigans extracted into reality could also play a big role. After all, with the prevalence of the wind of loans and more people controlling powerful forces, reality would also become more and more chaotic. Dance time was over. Next was the masquerade ball. What kind of show was this ball? Lin Ming was still curious when he saw the stage quickly disappear. The stage disappearing meant that the black-skinned actors were no longer protected. But the show wasn't over yet. How could this be? Lin Ming was curious when a few cries of alarm came from within the tavern. It was from those 3 players. The tavern was full of Lin Ming's shenanigans, and earlier Lin Ming had ordered that no one was to touch these few living people until the copy was over. Now what was going on here? Lin Ming immediately rushed into the tavern and realized that those 3 players were gone. All the creeps left behind also had puzzled faces. However, Lin Ming could still hear the noises of those 3 players. One was coming from the tavern's entrance. One was from over the counter. And one from the table. Lin Ming sensed something was wrong and a green light flashed in his eyes. Soul regeneration technique activated. The next moment, he saw 3 players. These 3 players, at this moment, all changed form. The tavern owner had turned into a piece of paper, the transfer notice that was posted on the door. Using the demontation technique, one could see that his entire body was compressed into a flattened state, attached to a piece of paper. It was as if he had been smashed by the two-way foil of the songwriter's civilization. Glass's sales, on the other hand, was transformed into a wine glass and placed on the counter. The big bunny mom was even worse, turning directly into liquid, a glass of wine. Is this a masquerade? Having the players change shape and then the creeps go looking for it? Lin Ming found it quite interesting just thinking about it. The creeps, in particular, must like this kind of tune even more. After all, which character was the most fun to hide and seek? Of course it was the one who caught people. This was because the grasping one had an innate power effect and a movable advantage. He could search while imagining how terrified and desperate the hider should be, and that kind of bullying pleasure could simply be cool to the depths of one's soul. Unfortunately, this masquerade was not destined to be much fun. Because the creepy guests here had all been controlled by Lin Ming. No, it was too much of a shame to waste a show like this. Lin Ming felt the need to utilize this show to attract some more people. Nowadays, he had collected less than 1,000 bazaar, which was too little. Next to him, Yun saw Lin Ming fall into thought and immediately asked, "Master, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how to recruit more guests," Lin Ming said in a deep voice. Hearing that Lin Ming was still undeterred, Yun was somewhat helpless. "Master, with all due respect, for such a small tavern, it's already a heavenly ability for you to be able to attract so many guests. Any more than that is only beyond your ability. Can you advertise here? Let's just say that I have a large number of players wailing on my side, and that any of my favorite creepy friends can spend 100 points to sign up, guaranteeing a big profit." Lin Ming asked. Yun was a bit stunned. "You only have 4 players here, plus you have at most 5, aren't you cheating ghosts by doing this? Although this world looks perverted to you, there are laws in place that don't allow you to just cheat shenanigans. Your law still cares about me cheating the bazaar? Don't those capitalists cheat and abuse creepy as usual?" Lin Ming frowned. "Oh, the law doesn't care about them, it only cares about small sects like you," Yun explained in a low voice. Lin Ming sneered, "That's a coincidence, they can't control me either, since I can leave this game world." Yun thought about it, it was really like that. Lin Ming was a player and could leave the game after cheating people. It was equivalent to those bosses in the real world who cheated people and ran abroad after cutting the leaks. All will not be punished for anything, will only live comfortably. Those who commit my strong Han, although far, will be cool. Next to the Fat Man Bazaar has been carefully serving. Hearing this, he quickly stepped forward to make a suggestion. "Master, I don't think why bother, let me take some of my brothers out on the streets, rob and kidnap them, surely we can get a lot of points in guile." Yun sneered, "If we cheat people, we will only be exposed when someone reports it, but if you go out and kidnap and rob, do you believe you will be attacked by countless bazaar groups in minutes, and even attract the Ghost King?" Hearing that he would be swarmed, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. "It doesn't seem to be impossible." Yun hurriedly persuaded, "Master, calm down, although the bazaar game is full of killing and oppression, there are still certain rules. This is set by the master behind the game, if violated will attract the rules of the game to deal with." The master behind the game. Lin Ming frowned, "Is there really someone in control of the bazaar game? Have you guys ever seen it?" "No." Yun shook his head, "But I once heard that some of the top existences in this world had seen that controller, and said that the other party was very strong, so strong that it was incomparable, so they didn't dare to treat this world with too much violence, which is why they falsely laid down some laws to maintain the world's apparent stability and harmony. Otherwise those ghost kings or whatever, why would they need to start a company to oppress the bottom layer of weirdness? They would just directly devour each other. So I suggest you, cheating bazaar all right, but to such wanton robbery and destruction, I'm afraid the consequences are not you. At least, not the current you can carry." Chapter 89. Lin Ming looked grave. He had long suspected the existence of a controller behind this world. At the very least, this world was conscious, otherwise it wouldn't have been expanding its territory like this. Right now, he was still relatively weak. After all, he was only at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, so he still had to follow certain rules. Okay, since direct robbery won't work, then let's cheat. But this one advertises, think of a flirty advertisement. Friend, lonely? Lonely? Bored? Want to experience an extremely exciting late-night seduction? Here you can experience the passionate collision of flesh and the endless fulfillment of soul. I have 300 players here, as long as you come, you need to be happy. Lin Ming now made up an advertisement and asked Yun to go and print some flyers. Lin Ming was still a bit relieved that Yun was doing this. After all, she had seen a lot and knew a lot more than these reckless people. Fatty Creepy saw Yun get up from Lin Ming's lap and thought about whether the boss's legs couldn't be left empty. Of course, even if it had 10,000 guts, it wouldn't dare to sit on it by itself. Seeing Fatty Creepy scanning around, he found a female ghost with a pretty good appearance, and immediately went over and said, "Yun is gone, why don't you hurry over and please the master? As long as the master is pleased, won't you be on top?" This female ghost was instantly moved and immediately walked over and said to Lin Ming daintily, "Master, let me give you a massage?" Lin Ming was waiting for Yun to come back, and being idle, he agreed. Who wants this to blow up the nest? Those female ghosts see this trick works, have run over to serve. Looking at Lin Ming surrounded by female ghosts in groups, Fatty Creepy was full of envy. When will it also be able to live this kind of good life of its master? Unfortunately, Lin Ming couldn't take it anymore after enjoying himself for a while. The main reason was that he was lying there enjoying the service, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a woman with half of her head missing hemming and hawing at him. Looking to the left, it was a female ghost with long hair and a pale face that looked like Sadako. Look to the right, is a face with a shovel shot flat, the face, and painted like, cannot see a corner, the strange. In the lower half of his body side of the surface, but a little better look, but that is a drowned ghost, all the holes in the body are in a strong flow of water, the water is sometimes caught in the water grass. None of them could make anyone look at them. Compared to these female ghosts, that rabbit lady was as good as the best on earth. Lin Ming really couldn't take it anymore and casually shooed these female ghosts away, already missing Ayun's peach buttocks that had the perfect shape and feel. Luckily, Ayun came back very quickly as well. Master, it's done. Ayun ran back with a large pile of flyers. Lin Ming immediately picked up the flyers and glanced at them. There were pictures on the flyers of a group of players with joyful smiles on them. How to put it, the moment this smile looked, it was the kind of person who was particularly sunny, particularly happy, and particularly blissful. It made people envious and jealous when they looked at it, and made Creepy want to take 2 bites when he saw it. Underneath there was an advertisement that Lin Ming had made up, in a colorful font that looked dreamy and cheap. Lin Ming immediately said to the creepy puppets, "Go, hand out flyers and trick all those guys outside into coming in." The creepy puppets immediately took the huge stack of flyers and headed outside, starting to engage in publicity. In less than 10 minutes, there were creeps being drawn in. It was a dozen or so creepy with fatigue written all over their faces, dragging their heavy steps as they walked into the tavern. They had just worked an 8-hour shift, and at this moment, they were going to the hospital to donate their ghost bodies once a day, as required by the company. Otherwise, they would have their paychecks and bonuses docked, and in severe cases, they might even lose their jobs. If you lose your job, you won't be able to pay back a bunch of loans. The capitalists will be able to take everything away from them legally and reasonably. When the time comes, they won't be donating their ghost bodies, they'll just take away their organs to pay off their debts. But on the way to the hospital, these creeps saw the flyers and were all drawn over. If there were really 300 players, they would be able to make back their money by eating the players or even make a big profit by paying even 100 points entrance fee. As long as the dead chi in their bodies became more and their recovery ability became faster, they could donate their ghost bodies every day at the hospital designated by the company, and then quietly go to other small hospitals to sell their ghost bodies, gain points, and repay their loans. It's a blood money maker. These spooks walked in happily and looked at the tables and chairs and benches all over the room. One of the big-headed ghosts was a bit hesitant. "Didn't you say there were 300 players? Where are the people? Look what you're in a hurry for. It's time for our late-night tavern's masquerade party, and it's also a special way to add a little fun for you guys. Those players have been turned into various things within this tavern, and if any of you can find it, you can eat it. Look at that look in your eyes like you don't believe me? Watch me show you." Fatty Creepy was in charge of reception and immediately knocked on the transfer notice that the owner had turned into on the door. "Ah! Don't kill me!" The transfer notice shrieked miserably. That wonderfully melodious voice made the new creepy who had just come in all reveal a look of excitement. There really were players. And this searching game, it sounded like it felt tense and exciting, it was too pie-ridden. "Brothers, finding living people is my specialty, don't blame me for not leaving you alive later." The leader of the group, a new creepy, said excitedly. The other creepy that traveled with it instantly revealed a cold smile. "You're the only one who's good. I used to kill countless people too. That's right, I've been killing people for so many years, I'm simply too experienced. If something here is transformed into a living person or not, I'll be able to tell with a single bite. Why don't we have a competition? Let's see who captures more living people." "That's fine, come on." These 10 or so creepy immediately spread out in search of players. They blew loudly, but when they really looked for them, they were actually biting one by one. This one takes a bite of the stool. That one licks the table. There was even a male ghost that walked towards Ayun, full of lust. "What if those cunning players turn out to be bizarre? Beautiful girl, let me take a bite, just one bite." Ayun once again revealed a very dismissive smile and eyes like she once did to Lin Ming. But she couldn't help Lin Ming, but she could clean up this guy. "Why don't you guys get on?" Ayun drank to Fatty Creepy. Fatty Creepy also waved his hand. "This guy dares to covet his master's woman, why don't you go on? Capture the other guys as well by the way." A group of Bazaar instantly swooped over and grabbed that horny male ghost along with the other new Bazaar, all escorting them to Lin Ming. Just now, Lin Ming was surrounded by a group of creeps, so these new ones didn't see him. It was only when he was escorted in front of them that these new creeps reacted. This group of their kind actually listened to the player's words? Could it be that they had become the players' creepy slaves, in turn harming them? It wasn't like this kind of thing hadn't happened before. In the Creepy World School, the history books of the upper grades recorded several such battles, teaching the new generation of creeps how they should fight against the players' control and entrapment. Looking at Lin Ming's smug look, another of the fastest reacting creeps was as bereft as a mother, asking in a trembling voice, You're making us spend our own money to send us to our deaths? Sending to death is not so much, but to serve me for eternity. Lin Ming smiled faintly, surprised? Happy or not? Hearing this, the sky collapsed on this group of creeps who had worked a night shift. Chapter 90, Restarting the Copy. It didn't matter if these shenanigans were high or not. Lin Ming was quite happy anyway. He took these creeps in once more, then let the creeps block themselves and waited for the next batch of lucky ones to come in. Just like that, under the powerful leaflet attack. One by one, the creeps walked in. Program after program, but unfortunately no creeps cared to watch. Even as far as connecting down to gambling, which should have been the most popular program of this late-night tavern, the creeps were no longer in the mood to play. As they watched more and more creeps being taken in, the more scared these guys became. It was because these creeps were all years of wage earners, veteran cowhorses. They knew very well that when the company was short of people, they would use Lin Ming in this way, advertising in an unbelievably good way. What 3 insurance and 1 gold, what never work overtime, what boss generosity and kindness, and even as long as you work hard, you can get options, become a partner, this kind of heartless words dare to say. But really want to recruit employees, and after the number of employees saturation. Immediately followed by 2 situations. Cost reduction and efficiency. The last elimination. These 2 used in ordinary companies, that at most is to deduct wages, white work but also be fired. But they are now controlled puppets. If Lin Ming wanted to reduce costs and increase efficiency, and wanted to eliminate the last position, what would he do? That would naturally be to take out the waste. As the saying goes, don't beat the diligent, don't beat the lazy, and specialize in the unattractive. In this kind of need to compete, these bizarre naturally all around Lin Ming to please bows. One by one, they threw their tongues out and licked Lin Ming furiously with all their strength. Lin Ming knew what these weirdos had in mind and didn't pay any attention to them, just looking forward to how many weirdos the last couple speed dating would attract. He had already asked the creeps who were handing out flyers to publicize that there were beautiful ghosts over here, and lots of them. But what Lin Ming didn't expect was that half of the program's length had passed, and not a single creepy had arrived. Even if all the creeps on this street were busy or had gotten smarter, they couldn't all come, could they? Seeing Lin Ming's perplexed look, Yun, who was sitting in his arms, said softly, Master, just now I wanted to remind you that this couple speed dating is the least popular program out there. Becoming a couple now costs money, right? Eating and drinking isn't money? Going out to play isn't money? Even if you get married quickly, how much is the bride price? Buying a house and a car, raising children, all of this is money. Now the bizarre people are under so much pressure, the loans on themselves are enough. Who is willing to get married and then carry a bunch of loans? And the probability is that the children of cattle and horses are also as cattle and horses, and even in the future when you grow up you will have to find ways to get money together for your children to go to work, buy a house or car, get married, and have children, and there are grandchildren behind the sons and daughters, and it can be said to be the infinite number of children and grandchildren as well. Lin Ming slapped his head, also. Many of the older generation on the blue planet only lived for a few decades, and had to find ways to take care of their sons and cultivate their grandchildren. Now that the creeps had a long lifespan, if they really wanted to be open to having children, it was estimated that they could see more than a dozen generations, so who could afford to raise them? So why does this program exist? The tavern owner doesn't know any better? Lin Ming frowned. Not necessarily. Yun voiced his insight, the bosses are anxious when the poor people don't have children, because they're afraid that they won't be able to have more shenanigans to squeeze out, so they try to think of all sorts of ways to encourage the poor people to have children, and they'll also invest in these taverns so that they can do more of these couples matchmaking events, so that if they can put together a pair, it's a pair. Lin Ming frowned, even if they get it together, what if people don't find it suitable and break up? Oh, the Bazaar game has a rule that if you confirm a relationship you can't just break up, you need to make a special application and you have to calm down for a period of time after applying, so that will lead to more bizarre marriages and children. After Yun finished saying this, she looked at Lin Ming fondly, of course, even if there wasn't this rule, I wouldn't leave my master, you're everything to me. Lin Ming just pretended not to hear this. This Yun was not a good person. The Blood Moon Earl couldn't even take it, even if he took it himself, enjoying it would be over. After all, this woman's figure was still very G00D. At this time after the introduction of Ayun, Lin Ming knows that this couple speed dating is only afraid of no play. Looking at the time is already almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Lin Ming thought of the program list, which said that the late-night tavern was only open until 5 a.m., so it must be that something terrible would happen here after 5 a.m., or that he would never be able to get out. Since that was the case, it would be a good idea to take advantage of the remaining time to take care of the shenanigans. After a busy night, Lin Ming had 1,329 creeps. These creeps, all of them, were ghost-level existences. It was probably because this tavern was too small, so it could only attract the lowest ghost level. People at the specter level were at least small mid-level leaders with their own circles, and wouldn't be attracted to this kind of small tavern. But it didn't matter. If he wanted grievance levels, Lin Ming had his own way. He took out the 10,000 soul streamer and gently shook it. All the weirdness was then collected into the 10,000 soul streamer. Even Ayun and Fatty were no exception. When Ayun saw that he had appeared inside this thing again, he immediately let out a shrill popping sound in fear. "No, master, you've kissed and touched me, and even if you don't give me any favors, now you want to kill me?" The other Bazaar also panicked, crying and begging Lin Ming to let them go. Even the fat creep was kowtowing frantically, "Master, I'm useful, I can bam the big wall for you." Lin Ming didn't have the heart to say, "I'll circle some useless weirdness, Ayun, Fatty, you guys and Wei Yuan and the others will devour these useless weirdness and grow." Hearing this, Ayun and these few Bazaar only breathed a long sigh of relief. So it wasn't to kill themselves, it was to cultivate them. Lin Ming picked out some of the weaker Bazaar that didn't have any distinctive abilities and couldn't be put to any use and turned them into food for the other Bazaar. In the end, enough of the nearly 1,000 Bazaar were devoured by the other half. Wei Yuan, the main soul and the other 4 secondary souls, relied on the devouring to harden themselves from the specter level to a grieving spirit level existence. Ayun himself was at the grudge spirit level, so even though he had also devoured a lot of them, he hadn't been able to raise himself to the evil ghost level. The most aptly named Fatty Creepy had also used this to raise to the grudge spirit level, and was even more in awe of Lin Ming. Excluding these few elites, there were still about 300 Bazaar left in the 10,000 soul streamer. These creeps, Lin Ming wanted to populate those copies he had previously obtained. Those duplicates were now in a state of shutdown due to the lack of Bazaar employees to maintain them. You have to realize that those were all points, they were all money. A day of downtime would result in countless losses. Lin Ming was too heartbroken, so he wanted to activate those replicas again so he could reopen the business. He didn't care if the players went or not, but he had to make money from the shenanigans. Chapter 91, This is a Pit. Lin Ming gave those creeps he left behind, arranged what they would do once they entered their copies, and sent them all off to their own copies. He held the authority over those copies and could send creeps or players in at will. It was just that Lin Ming had only used this authority once since he had it. That was to send these creeps in to work. If he were to send other Bazaar things in, it would be better for Lin Ming to devour them himself. And sending players in was limited to 5 people at a time, not enough time to waste. Speaking of which, limiting each copy to 5 people wasn't quite like the style of the creepy game. After all, it was all about devouring the blue star. It was possible that this was some sort of means of resistance for the blue star. Lin Ming now seemed as if he could see Blue Star carrying a huge mountain on his back, looking sadly at all the humans. "Little old me, this is the only thing I can do for you." When he had sent those weirdness away, Lin Ming released Ayun. Ayun was a little embarrassed when she thought about how terrified she had been just now, and looked at Lin Ming with a pleasing expression. "I knew Master wouldn't kill me." After saying that, she even took the initiative to send her fragrant lips for a kiss. Lin Ming wrapped his arms around her willow waist and scanned the tavern. It was already almost 5 in the morning, and there was no telling what would happen here. Looking at the 4 surviving players next to him, they might be able to leave their copies after 5 o'clock. But Lin Ming wasn't so optimistic. In his opinion, this weird copy was harming people. The more you get to the end, the more likely you'll have to play a big game, or even make it impossible for you to get out forever. Lin Ming first went to the counter and took all of today's earnings, then started looking for a way to leave. But he had checked inside the late-night tavern several times, and there was definitely no way out. Then the way out was outside? Lin Ming immediately pushed open the door of the tavern and walked out. Just as he went out the door, his body began to vaporize and entered the state of settlement. Is it so pitiful? Lin Ming, even if he has seen a lot of bizarre game tactics, he had to say, what a nasty game. If it was in the real world, and the program said that the tavern would be open until 5 o'clock, then people's first reaction would definitely be to close up and leave at 5 o'clock. But here is a weird game world, and outside are hidden countless dangerous fog. It was Lin Ming who was so bold that he dared to venture out and take a look. Who else would dare to come out for nothing? So normal players would instinctively wait in the tavern until they were kicked out of the tavern by the creepy game themselves after they got off work at 5. Who would have thought that this exit from the tavern would need to be done outside the tavern? Lin Ming glanced back inside the tavern. He had come out exactly at the last second of 5 o'clock. His body had just been vaporized and entered the settlement state, and it was already 5 o'clock in 1 minute. Those 4 poor bastards in the tavern who were still full of anticipation and wanted to leave would probably never have the chance to come out again. Sure enough, Lin Ming, who had just begun to vaporize, saw a group of creeps walking over in the distance. Bam! The door of the tavern was directly pushed open by this group of bizarre and barged in. All of these creeps were ghost level, some were wearing uniforms, but they were flowing. There was also a male ghost in a suit that strutted in and shouted, "Who's the owner here? Come out." The player playing the role of the boss rushed out and smiled, "I'm the boss, sorry we're closed." Proofreading? What gives you the right to close my store? What a big nerve, using my store for business while I'm not around. Did you see the transfer posted on the front of my store and think I wouldn't come here to check it out? Fine, I can't do anything about you guys, but the law enforcement team can be here. The ghost in suit drank with a fierce smile. Those few players weren't too stupid and immediately understood. This was a ING setup. The original owner of the late-night tavern didn't want to transfer this tavern. He had deliberately put up this label and then recruited players to come in and let them help him do business and make money. This way he didn't have to care about the weird work and could run the store for free and make money for nothing. But these players only guessed half right. The real owner of the tavern was using them in this way, not just to find a group of free laborers, but also for another purpose. Only to see this boss walking towards the counter, reaching out to pull the money cabinet, while smugly saying to the law enforcement team's shenanigans, "Captain, I can declare in advance this store is not run by me. If you want to collect taxes and pursue responsibility, go to the 4 of them, but you can't come to me for money." Money. Where is my ING money? The boss looked at the empty money cabinet and was annoyed beyond measure. He had carefully designed this trap. Because the tax for opening the store was too high, he was already going to be unable to pay it. So he intentionally posted a transfer notice, but actually had no intention of transferring it at all, and instead let the players run the place. This way the store was his, so the money in the store was his. But the person in charge of running it is someone else. Whoever runs the store, you look for whoever collects the tax. It has nothing to do with me anyway. The boss has tried this method time and again, and has already screwed 3 groups of people. These 4 unlucky bastards are the 4th batch, and the boss had previously spied that the guests they had pulled in were surprisingly several or even a dozen times the number of those players before, so he had been secretly rejoicing that his income was bound to skyrocket this time. But now, where is all that money of the old man? The 4 players who heard the boss words also understood everything. All of them were overwhelmed with grief and anger, immediately looking for Lin Ming's figure, wanting to seek help. After scanning around and not seeing anyone, they reacted to the fact that Lin Ming seemed to have gone out just now. At once, the 4 players' faces turned pale. And the enforcement team's creepy had already surrounded them with a sardonic smile. Shoplifting, running a private business, not paying taxes, any one of these crimes is enough to get you killed, grab them. The captain shouted sternly. The law enforcement team's bazaar swarmed up and arrested all 4 players, because the robbery was too intense, and even directly split their bodies. On the other side, when the law enforcement team entered the tavern, Lin Ming knew that these players were dead, so he didn't pay too much attention. He was watching the settlement screen wholeheartedly. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the late-night tavern. You managed and survived intact, plus 30 points. You and your teammates have allowed the tavern to successfully operate. Into the teammates. Data error, now rearranging the data, please wait. Lin Ming had a question mark on his face. What did he mean by data error? A hacker had invaded? The door to the late-night tavern was pushed open, and a few tragically split players were brought out. Lin Ming drifted off. Just now, the game should have thought that these 4 players weren't dead, so the scoring system intended to bring them along. But now that they were dead, then this rating would have to be modified at its discretion, right? I have to say, this weird game was quite strict. Chapter 92 Settlement. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the late night tavern. You managed and survived intact, plus 30 points. You kept the tavern running successfully for one night, plus 50 points. You pulled in thousands of customers and had them all very happy with your service, plus 100 points. You earned points and escaped the law enforcement team, plus 100 points. You helped many guests get out of the devil boss's grip and find new jobs, plus 100 points. You caused the resentment and anger of many bosses, plus 100 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this level is 480 plus 24 points, evaluated as SSS. Rewards are now being handed out for player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining Skill Card X1. Congratulations on obtaining the Ghost Weapon Corpse Oil Lamp X1. Congratulations on obtaining Blank Invitation Letter X1. Congratulations on Reputation Value plus 3000. Congratulations on obtaining the title Marketing Expert. Lin Ming was a little disappointed to see that he hadn't even obtained a raffle ticket for the ghost vending machine this time. But this blank invitation letter wasn't bad. Wasn't it possible for him to just enter a certain copy? It would be the most enjoyable if it could be used over and over again. After the settlement was over, Lin Ming exited the game. And the next moment he exited the game, a shadow appeared in the tavern where Lin Ming was. The shadow glanced around and immediately contacted his superior. The target has left. Then come back. In addition, inform those guys in the company who are in charge of tracking down the target. Next time you're this slow to find the other party, you'll get a full deduction on your bonus performance for this month, and double the number of times you go to the hospital to donate your ghost body. Yes. The shadow disappeared. In its place was another group of people. These were the small middle-level leaders of major companies. They had received news that their employees had actually been taken, so they all came to take a look. When they saw the late-night tavern that was already empty, all the small leaders were worried beyond measure. It wasn't so much that they were worried about the safety of their employees, but they were worried that they would be punished by their leaders and have their wages deducted. After some investigation by these small leaders, they learned that it was a living player who had taken the employees away, seemingly called something like Lin Ming, and immediately began to put a manhunt on the guy to find a way to retaliate. Lin Ming didn't care about any of this. He was checking out the rewards he had gotten. Blank invitation letter. You can fill in a copy at will and forcefully insert that copy whenever and wherever you want, once only. Sure enough, this invitation letter couldn't be used casually. A pity. With regret, Lin Ming looked towards the corpse oil lamp. Corpse oil lamp, when lit, it can dispel the mists and disguise itself as a creepy without being detected by other creepy for 5 minutes. A good thing that could leave the mists? Lin Ming's current strength wasn't enough to see through the mists too much, and it would be difficult to avoid many dangers by entering them. Although he had his own skill that allowed him to become spooky, he couldn't see through anything, so what was the point of going into the mists? With this thing, it would be a lot more convenient. Although it was only 5 minutes, that was talking about the rate of consumption of the lamp oil burning in it. As long as he could find enough lamp oil, he could keep it burning, and would be able to wander around in the spooky game. Then there's that title. Master Marketer. When wearing this title, your words are easily trusted and recognized by creepy. This wasn't bad at all. Lin Ming was even more satisfied and felt that he had gained a lot this time. He immediately used that skill card. As the card disappeared, a skill appeared on Lin Ming's panel. Burial. You can bury the target, the opponent's movement will be restricted, and the living will gradually die while the bizarre will gradually recover. A recovery type skill? It felt a bit chickenish. Although Lin Ming, as an evil cultivator, spells weren't used for healing. But he didn't need to help people recover either. Whose evil cultivator had nothing to do to heal people? Lin Ming spat and opened his panel to check his points. This time, he had earned quite a bit from the late-night tavern and robbed quite a bit as well. Name, Lin Ming. Rank, Grievance Spirit. Points, 129,206.5. Reputation, 4,000. Skills, Evil Ghost Substitute, Voiding Extracted, Burial. Title, Perfect Passer, Excellent Worker, Explorer, Master Marketer. Mailbox, Coin of Doom, Safehouse Room Card, Bloodstained Watermelon Knife, Decayed Convenience Store Fragment, Desperate Residential Building Fragment, Red Blood Candle X5, Cursed Stone Orb X48, Silent Place Fragment, Corpse Oil Lamp, Blank Invitation Letter. The points had already broken 100,000, it should be enough to run those copies, right? According to the in-game rules, copy bosses were required to pay their employees. Don't look at some companies that pay to work, but people are able to start receiving a salary as long as they pay for enough years. Creepy lifespans are long, and as long as they can live long enough to receive a paycheck, they will be able to start making money. A lot of people might think that this sounds unreasonable. But when you think about it in a different way, it makes sense. Pay to work, this is actually an investment. You invested in the company has to run up, in order to pay you dividends, this is a reason. What? You earn less in salary than in dividends, and you have to work? You invest less, naturally take less, invest more, take more. As for working? So what? Other people, Mr. Lei, have to open doors for customers. But Lin Ming's employees are his slaves. He even makes them give back their points after he gives them every month. If you want to be decent, it's even better. Ban employees from ordering takeout or leaving the company to eat, then raise cafeteria prices. Raise performance standards like crazy and dock bonuses, paychecks, or even threaten to fire if they don't meet them, thereby forcing employees to spend their own money to improve performance for the company. And then engage in some internal shopping the cheap production of things, to preferential after the still very high prices sold to employees, who do not buy is to offend the company, offend the leadership, do not want to be good. History says that the wage recovery program. Just the point of paying taxes, Lin Ming cannot avoid. He thought back to find a weird game to get, is it like reality, do what are taken care of, can be tax-free? Just as Lin Ming was thinking, the voice of the Streetlight Guild boss came from downstairs in the villa, Master, are you back? I've picked out some of the elites you asked me to select, would you like to take a look? Because the ghost spirit contract could sense whether or not the master was nearby, this boss was able to find his way to the door just as Lin Ming came out. After Lin Ming allowed him in, he admired, you're pretty fast. The boss, however, looked grave. Recently, the world has been swarming with all sorts of powerful players, and it's rumored that the island side has gone back to the warlord melee period it once was. Warlord chaos? Lin Ming thought about that fart of an island country, why do I get the feeling that it's village cadres leading villagers in armed battles? Anyway, players all over the world are raising their strength by leaps and bounds, and the Chinese officials have put out a message to make sure that the country's people don't just go out of the country because it's predicted that in less than a month, there might be a darkness descending on a certain region and a bizarre resurgence happening. I also hope that we can raise our guild strength as soon as possible, so that we can fight for a place in the darkness of the future. This boss was surprisingly quite far-sighted, and his dreams were quite ambitious. Chapter 93 Artillery Support. Call the elites you've selected. Lin Ming commanded. The boss immediately ran out and called in his hand-picked elites. Because he didn't want to expose his identity, Lin Ming pulled Dream's hand and sat on the sofa so that outsiders couldn't see him. When the elites arrived, Lin Ming scanned them. There were a total of 10 people, all very strong men, one stouter than the other. The boss spread out the information on the table. Lin Ming glanced at the information and realized that this boss was really paying attention. Because of these people, there are boxing coaches, retired special forces, and retired archery athletes. Anyway, all of them have some skills, and at first glance, they're fierce. Of course, these guys are also full of righteousness. This is to be put in a police movie, is always standing in the corner, wearing a slick, handsome mess, the surface of the gangster look, the inner righteousness, at first glance as an undercover guy. To be honest, Lin Ming had the heart to check their social security. Although he knew that after the guild became famous, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. But there was no need for so many spies to come in, right? In addition, you send spies to send a decent point. Street Lamp Guild such a bottom of the force, to be frank, if it is not Lin Ming back support, they are expected to be annihilated. This kind of small forces of people can have what good goods, one by one is a small man, poor people at first rich virtues, how can there be this kind of talent? But it didn't matter, the way he used these guys wasn't to keep them alive anyway. A green light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes as he scanned a few elites. He was using his demontation technique to probe if these guys had any locators, pinhole cameras, or gadgets that could send Morse code or something on them. Luckily, these undercover agents weren't stupid enough to be that way, and didn't carry anything on them that could be exposed. In that case, it was a relief. Lin Ming let go of Meng Meng's hand. The few elites were wondering what the boss had brought them to this small villa for. At this moment, when they saw a figure suddenly appear on the sofa in front of them, several of them were shocked. They were all smart people and instantly realized that this guy who suddenly appeared was afraid to be the actual controller of the Streetlight Guild. A few people were nervous inside, controlling themselves not to show too much emotion to save themselves from being exposed. The boss also looked at Lin Ming in confusion. Master, why are you letting them see you? You go out. Lin Ming waved his hand. The boss didn't dare to ask any more questions and honestly left. When the few elites saw this, they were all a bit nervous. Because they felt that the atmosphere was wrong, one of them couldn't even help but take 2 steps back. Lin Ming immediately calmed down. Don't be nervous. One of the elites was very perceptive and immediately took out a cigarette and went over. Boss. Oh no, master, you smoke. Lin Ming waved his hand. Smoking is harmful to your health. Elite do not know what to say, can only smile. You also quite pay attention to health. Lin Ming glanced at him. I'm saying that smoking is harmful to your health. Such a perfect body, if it was ruined by tobacco, he would have to spend resources to repair and cultivate it. The elite, however, did not think so. He had been a smoker for many years and nothing had happened to him. Even in the opinion of many people, in this bizarre post-apocalyptic world, the thing that was actually the least harmful was smoke. Whether it was the human heart or the weirdness, it was killing people. Cigarettes could instead relax, relieve anxiety and unwillingness, and save them from being chosen by the game. Even many people in the pretty country had begun to explicitly peddle contraband for people to smoke, reducing stress and unwillingness and saving them from entering the game. One could only say that it was worthy of being a big country, and with just one person, it consumed more than 80% of the world's sales of banned substances. Lin Ming, who was satisfied with a few people, summoned the 10,000 soul streamer and flicked it at a few people. A ghost head then appeared above the surface of the streamer, emitting an ear-piercing shrill whistle. Those few elites didn't even have time to react before they fell to the ground and died violently. Their souls, already harvested. Ordinary people are really weak. The ghost head above the streamer face looked dissatisfied and said to Lin Ming, Master, it feels like eating a fart. It seems to have a bit of flavor, but it doesn't actually feel anything. Mortal soul, what more do you want? Lin Ming retracted the 10,000 soul streamer without a good reason. Lin Ming looked at a few corpses on the ground and immediately walked over to them and started stripping their clothes while they were still hot. He had to craft these guys into grudge corpses while they still had their last breath. It took a full 2 hours, but finally all 10 of these elites were successfully refined. Lin Ming snapped his fingers, and the 10 grudging corpses bounced straight up from the ground, their corpse chi overflowing. Looking at a few of the sturdy corpses, Lin Ming couldn't help but hammer their well-developed pectoral muscles. The grudging corpses didn't move or shake, and they were terrifyingly firm. Lin Ming had a joyful look on his face and immediately collected the grudging corpses into the 10,000 soul streamer. He had just finished cleaning up when he heard a familiar voice from behind him. What are you standing there giggling about? Lin Ming staggered back and realized that Song Shui was sitting on the sofa in his living room, crossing her legs and drinking coconut juice. The woman was dressed in military attire and looked valiant. Unfortunately, that proud figure made the outfit a bit tasteless. How did you get here? Lin Ming didn't see Song Shui come in. Instantly moved in, I went into the game again, used my precognition ability to kill through the replica in advance, and got a skill card to get this instantaneous movement ability. I can appear anywhere within a kilometer and can instantly move without stopping, so I instantly moved all the way from the weird bureau side, and no one ever saw me. Song Shui was full of complacency, obviously coming to show off to Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't expect that Song Shui would be so lucky to obtain such a perverted ability. But what he cared more about was Song Shui's deep dark circles under her eyes and her tired appearance. You've been very tired lately? Lin Ming asked curiously. Song Shui, who was originally quite happy, couldn't help but sigh. Recently, I've trained a batch of talents for the special operations team and picked out some elites. I was going to bring into the game a few times to pick out some really top-notch experts. Who would have thought that 2 of my most favored team members have disappeared, and the reply given to me said that they were sent to you as undercover agents. Here, this is the information of those 2. Song Shui took out 2 photos, information she had taken from the archive. Lin Ming picked up the photos and glanced at them, calmly saying, I've already solved these 2. You moved pretty fast, I was afraid you'd suffer. Song Shui rubbed her brow, I'm so tired lately, I regret joining the official. When Song Shui joined the officials, she felt that Lin Ming had gone down an evil path and was worried that he would suffer great losses in the future, so she specifically joined the officials, wanting to help him out in the future. But who would have thought that now the situation was getting more and more serious and she had no one available, so having to take on everything herself was really tiring. Even if those people from Creepy treated her with respect and love, she was still tired. Lin Ming shrugged his shoulders and said that he couldn't help. Song Shui didn't want him to help, but simply came to remind him, and incidentally to see if anything had happened to his brother. After all, many of those guys with weird abilities had become incredibly crazy. If Lin Ming also had a drastic change in temperament or was unable to control himself, she would have to find a way to save him. Now that she saw that the person was still as indolent as before, she was also relieved. Then I'll leave first. Oh yeah, there's no plan to go abroad recently, right? There are also try not to go out. The island side has already fallen to 4 cities, those cities have already fallen to the land of sin, all of them are occupied by bizarre abilities, and have been jointly evaluated by the countries of the world as the most likely place to descend to bizarre on a large scale. Now the countries of the world are already discussing artillery support for those several cities, nothing to do, let's go out and loiter. Chapter 94, this is ing called artillery coverage. Lin Ming was puzzled, what does artillery support mean? It means sending them a few more little boys. This is called artillery support? This is clearly artillery coverage. Our side has the most artillery fire out, right? Lin Ming asked, full of spit. Song Shui nodded, we are a state of etiquette, we are most helpful, now that people need help, we naturally have to help to the best of our ability. Will it sink the island? Lin Ming was a bit worried, he was wondering if he should download some of their important culture first. The odds are that it won't, after all, it's only going to bomb 4 cities, at most it's going to sink half the island? Of course, if it misses when it's launched, just pretend I didn't say that. I'll leave first, you'll know the rest when you turn around and watch the news. Song Shui's body instantly disappeared in place. Lin Ming immediately swept his surroundings with his soul regeneration technique, his gaze piercing through walls and all obstructions, barely capturing Song Shui's faraway figure. But it was only for a split second before she disappeared again and was completely invisible. This ability was really strong, I guess it wouldn't take long for Song Shui to kill her way into the bizarre game, right? Lin Ming sat on the sofa in deep thought, and beside him sat Yun on her knees, holding his legs to help massage them. It's only been less than a month, right? From the beginning when countries didn't pay any attention to it, to when the bizarre game started to fully absorb the living, and now the global situation is getting out of control? The invasion of the creepy games was still too powerful. At the same time, their method of infiltration was truly irresistible. Who could resist those powerful special abilities, as well as the strong ghost weapons that killed people invisibly? Even if someone understood that after these things were extracted, the spooky might take the opportunity to invade the real world. But everyone else has extracted them, if you don't extract them, then you will be in bad luck. Do you want to be killed by creepy? Or do you want to be killed by your own people? No, people don't want to die. So even if they know it's a fire pit, they'll jump into it. Trying to find a way to survive in a desperate situation, to find a way to live in a dead end. Of course, Lin Ming was not compelled to mention the present, but was interested. At this moment, he glanced at those cursed stone orbs in his mailbox and didn't withdraw them. This was because withdrawing them would require spending points. But with his 10,000 soul streamer, he could bring these corpses into the game. All he needed to do was enter the game and bring out the grieving corpses after giving them the cursed stone balls to use. Then he would be able to save a good amount of points and ruthlessly pull a wave of wool from the bizarre game. But it was quite strange that the 10,000 soul streamer was not restricted by the bizarre game. Lin Ming made a note of this point and started researching about entering the next copy. That night, Lin Ming was eating hot pot, planning to fill his stomach before going in. He had already selected a copy called Turning Back Mountain. The reason why he had picked this copy was because there were guides online. Yes, many people on the internet had started to come out with cheats now, selling them at exorbitant prices. Some of them were asking for points, and some of them were asking for cash. Of course, since it was hard to trade in and out of the game without reaching the grievance level, there were many people who wanted cash. Although the law now had explicit provisions for the trading of points and ghost artifacts, they could even be protected by the law. But even if the other party promised well, in case they died in the game, the law wouldn't help even if it worked. Besides, as long as the other party is strong enough, regardless of whether or not you have a law, what else can I do if I you to death? Even Lin Ming suspected that by not giving low-level players the chance to trade, the bizarre game was also forcing them to only take out loans and become slaves to the bizarre game. Otherwise those countries and big companies would be perfectly able to quickly bulldoze through the copies by pooling their money to gain massive amounts of points. Just as Lin Ming was eating, his cell phone lit up with a news push. The island has already received artillery support from various countries today, for cities have been reduced to rubble, and all of the ability users in them have been exterminated. Lin Ming glanced at it and was surprised. This was a fast action. He had thought that it would take at least 10 days and half a month of discussion. It seemed like these higher-ups were really in a hurry. Lin Ming clicked on the news to see what other information was available. However, he found that although this artillery support hadn't sunk the island, it had made the islanders all panic. They began to apply to emigrate. Pretty country was naturally the first choice. After all, a loyal dog always has to go to its master. Even though it had become chaotic over there, it was still the sweet-smelling land of freedom that many people longed for. They even felt happy because of it, because if it weren't for the world chaos, they wouldn't have been able to come to this land of freedom. There were also many islanders that chose China, because this side was fairly stable and could live a normal life. A large number of people applying for nationality, already sparsely populated, because of the bizarre game. Even more has been a rapid decline in the population of the beautiful country, naturally, quickly received these people. But China is not in a hurry to receive. The main thing is that there are already enough people, and then hastily receive a group of outsiders, it is easy to cause more chaos. And the refusal to receive them naturally caused a large number of stowaways. Every day, there were quite a few islanders, crossing the ocean to come to China. Lin Ming felt like laughing. Before it was all people from China, trying to smuggle their way over to the Stick and Island side. Now it was the other way around, the other side had started to smuggle people over here. Just as Lin Ming was looking at the news, he suddenly felt a bit of a faintly eerie aura. As an evil cultivator, Lin Ming was far too sensitive to weird and gloomy auras. Although there were quite a few weirdness in his villa, those auras were familiar to him. Now it was obvious that an outsider had infiltrated. Lin Ming slowly put down his chopsticks and used his soul regeneration technique to scan his surroundings. Soon, Lin Ming realized that a figure had tumbled in at the window. It was a small young man with a sharp knife in his hand, average-looking, and there was no death chi in his body. Instead, it was a ghost head medallion that he wore on his chest that emitted a faint death aura and wrapped around the young man, making him invisible. The young man was walking over with his sharp knife, and when he saw Lin Ming looking at him, he froze. Was he discovered? I don't think so. This ghost weapon of mine can make it impossible to see or hear voices at the grievance spirit level. He's just a mere human, why would he discover himself? It should be a coincidence, he should be looking at the window. The young man calmed himself down, but knowing that Lin Ming wasn't looking at himself, and being stared at like this wasn't comfortable, he still subconsciously moved to the left. Lin Ming's line of sight also followed and moved to the left. The young man's face became a little unnatural, and he moved to the right again. Lin Ming's line of sight also followed and shifted. The little youth instantly panicked and said in a trembling voice, You can see me? I can't see you. Lin Ming denied. That's good. Hey, no? The little youth stared wide-eyed, You can hear me? Can't hear you. Lin Ming replied in a serious manner. The little youth was already nervous and scared, and when he heard this, his brain directly died, not knowing how to react. Seeing that this kid wasn't too bright, Lin Ming estimated that this should be a scapegoat. He immediately walked over and first removed the metal from the youngster's chest and calmly said, I can see you this time, look at you like you're trying to kill me? Who sent you here? Chapter 95 Combination Divine Technique. It's the Trickster Bureau. The Trickster Bureau said that the Streetlight Guild is too powerful and must be killed. The youngster stammered. Lin Ming helplessly pointed at his nose, You're looking at me, I'm that much like you? It wasn't that the Weirdness Bureau didn't have the possibility of going after the Streetlight Guild. But because of the Trickster Bureau's trust in Song Shui, it would definitely let Song Shui know about it, and Song Shui would definitely tell herself. What's more, the Eerie Bureau had just sent undercover agents to infiltrate the Street Lamp Guild, and then they sent someone to assassinate them at night. Did they have enough to eat? The youngster's eyes dodged and his face was tense, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, just, Is the creepy bureau? Lin Ming didn't bother to ask more questions, and with a flash of dementation, the kid gave an honest account. It's someone who kidnapped my family and promised to give me $5 million, saying that as long as I wear this medallion no one will be able to find me and let me come and kill everyone in the Streetlight Guild. The youngster told the truth with a dull gaze. Then do you know how to contact the other party? Lin Ming asked. I don't know, but the other party told me to kill all of you, or at least most of you, and then send this medallion to the locker on the second floor of the Xinlong shopping center. The youngster was already in Lin Ming's shape after being controlled by the Dementor technique, so he naturally knew everything. Hearing this, Lin Ming fell into deep thought. Originally, he had thought that the other party had found out about his existence and had sent someone to assassinate him. Now it seemed to be indiscriminate killing without discrimination? The other party's goal was simply to destroy the Streetlight Guild. Lin Ming wanted to see what the other party was going to do. How does the other party know when you're done killing people? When do you put medals into your locker? Lin Ming asked. I don't know, they just said they could keep an eye on me. The youngster said honestly. Stare? Just staring in the neighborhood? Or was there a traitor within the guild? Thinking this way, Lin Ming immediately took out his cell phone and called Song Shui. With your precognition, can you predict me? Can't. Song Shui's tone carried a faint doubt. Every time I precognize you, I feel intense danger and pain, as if there's some kind of power that's blocking it. Do you have any special ghostly artifacts on you? No, simply because I am nobler than you. Lowly people must not covet noble destinies. Lin Ming said, not without complacency. If you call in the middle of the night just to act like a pussy, believe it or not, I'll instantly move over to you right now? Song Shui was very grumpy. Lin Ming still had something he needed her help with, and immediately changed his words. I'm asking you to help me foretell. I have a petty thief here who wants to kill all of the Streetlight Guild, and then. After telling the matter originally, Song Shui heard that it was business and stopped talking nonsense. Although she couldn't predict Lin Ming, she could predict what would happen after this little youth left. Looking at the picture of the youngster sent by Lin Ming, Song Shui's eyes began to be gradually occupied by a bizarre black mist until the entire eye could no longer see a trace of the white of the eye. At the same time, images appeared before her eyes. In the picture, no images or information about Lin Ming appeared. The little youth who was in the Streetlight Guild had been inexplicably let go, and the Streetlight Guild had begun to mobilize, all pretending to be dead as if they had all been killed. And after the little youth left, the next day, he came to a shopping mall called Xinlong, and put a small box into a locker in the northeast corner of the second floor of the mall. After waiting for a full morning, only then did a young man with dyed white hair come to the locker as if nothing had happened, opened the locker, and took the small box inside. The image followed that white-haired youth to a place called the Tianshang Hotel and entered the presidential suite on the top floor. Inside the suite was a middle-aged man with a scarred face, emitting a sinister aura, who got the badge and put it on his body. The badge allowed him to become invisible and instantly disappear in front of the white-haired youth, but he couldn't hide from Song Shui's precognition. The scene ended at this point. After Song Shui had written this down, she checked the profile information of those people in the picture and made sure before picking up her cell phone and saying to Lin Ming, it was sent by the president of the Tianshang Guild. The Heavenly Shang Guild was created by an employee of the Heavenly Shang Hotel. It was said that he used to be a supervisor of this hotel, and as a result, he was framed by his colleagues in the hotel, demoted to an ordinary employee, and had no way to find the manager and the boss to appeal to them, and threatened to get out of the way if he didn't listen to them, which led to him being incomparably stifled and hard to bear, and he was then chosen by the bizarre game. Being able to become a supervisor proves that this president still has some skills, so surprisingly, he passed 2 copies in a row and managed to borrow 4,000 points to withdraw a skill called parasitism, which allows him to parasitize his own soul on other people, replace his body, control the other person and prolong life. As for the existence of this invisibility-capable ghost weapon, he hid it from the officials. After getting out of the game, this employee occupied the Tianshang Hotel, turning it into a guild residence, and also pulled in a group of more experienced players. When it really comes down to it, with the strength of the Street Lamp Guild, it wouldn't even be worthy of lifting someone's shoes before following you. Song Shui didn't hesitate to tell Lin Ming all the official confidential information. Lin Ming made a note of the place and hung up the phone. He hadn't wanted to round up these guilds so quickly. After all, many of the guild leaders of these guilds just had a little bit of dead energy. Don't look at them as ghost levels, but that was because the lowest level line of the creepy game was the ghost level. These so-called ghost levels were probably able to kill a bunch of even the gluttony ghosts before they were upgraded. Originally, I wanted to give these presidents some time to grow before cutting the leaks. Now it looks like it's time to teach these guys a little lesson? If you don't want to be a leak, what are you going to do here? Lin Ming immediately called the president of the Streetlight Guild and ordered, take all your people and go exterminate the Tianshang Guild. I'll only give you an hour. If you can't do it, just wait for me to replace you with someone else to sit in your position. The Street Lamp Guild needed to go through the baptism of life and death in order to grow up and be looked up to. And this boss possessed a cursed stone ball, and even a terrifying ability like symbiosis. The so-called symbiosis was that this boss could share his senses with people he saw directly. That is, if he stabbed himself, the person he shared it with would also hurt and even become weak. But you can't cut off the head directly, because if you cut off the head, you won't be able to look directly at the other person, and this ability will be ineffective. This ability was simply a garbage skill that died with others. But it was carefully chosen by Lin Ming for this little brother, so how could it be bad? When Lin Ming had given this ability, he had taken into account Boss Street Lamp's ability to split. He could split his body, and the split body was himself, but killing the split body would only weaken itself, it wouldn't kill it. This meant that the streetlight boss could use the split body to share his enemy's senses and torture the opponent to death alive. Two trash skills were combined together and froze into a divine skill. Streetlight boss was also very confident, leading a group of minions in the night, heading straight for the Tiansheng Hotel. Lin Ming had still sent out 3 bizarre puppets to follow just to be on the safe side. And the moment they set out, the news was received on the side of the creepy bureau. Chapter 96, I Never Lie. The news from the creepy bureau cascaded upwards and landed in Song Shue's ears. As soon as Song Shue heard it, she knew that it was Lin Ming who had ordered a move against the Tiansheng Grand Hotel. She said indifferently, "Don't worry about it, the Streetlight Guild is our partner. But they have a murderous aura, I suspect they're going for a firefight." A special warfare team member spoke in an anxious tone, "We should block them, we can't let them cause trouble, otherwise all those guilds will take the opportunity to cause trouble. Did you know that our ghost weapons originated from the Streetlight Guild?" Song Shue frowned tightly and pulled up the file of the team member on the other side of the phone. Li Zhongping, male, 27 years old, joined the Special Operations Team 10 days ago, cleared 1, copy Ghost Street Floor, borrowed points to obtain the ghost weapon Ghost Flame. On the other side of the phone, Li Zhongping said in a righteous manner, "Chief Captain, in my opinion, no matter what contribution the Streetlight Guild has made to the country, they should abide by the laws and regulations. I don't know what kind of deal you have with the Streetlight Guild, but I can't be indifferent to them causing trouble. After this matter, whether you want to confine me or even fire me, I will obey." Song Shue sighed, "What the Streetlight Guild did this time is definitely a good thing, trust me, I never lie." "Then what good thing is it, please tell me?" Li Zhongping said in a deep voice. "This is confidential." Song Shue looked serious. "Then I'm sorry, Chief Captain, I can't trust you because from my many years of experience as a police officer, this time it's a malicious provocation incident, it's not a good thing," Li Zhongping coldly said. Song Shue smiled at his words. As the saying goes, there is only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. At this time, her smile was incomparably pure and lovely, living up to the name of pure school flower, and even her voice became soft and innocent. "I know that you all don't quite look down on me as a fledgling college student controlling you all, right?" Li Zhongping frowned, "I don't have this idea, but there are times when Chief Captain you do lack some experience." "Okay, I think you're right, so go in peace." Song Shue smiled and hung up the phone. And then, she sent Li Zhongping's file to Lin Ming. Lin Ming received the message and glanced at it curiously. Seeing that it was a Special Forces member's information and address, he froze for a moment first, then realized what Song Shue meant. Lin Ming pulled over Meng Meng's hand, opened his cell phone, and navigated this address. Because there was nothing suitable for him in the transportation section, he could only choose a car and then lock the direction of his destination to fly over. Just after Lin Ming flew over, in the vicinity of the villa, there happened to be another person navigating that location. The second person who navigated, looking at a straight line on the navigation guiding him forward, then looking at the building in front of him, fell into a daze. "No, navigation, you tell me how to go here? Could it be flying over Lin Ming came to the exact location and saw Li Zhongping, the special operations officer who had just come out of his house and gotten in his car. Lin Ming didn't even bother to ask Li Zhongping what he was planning to do. Anyway, he must be doing something harmful to himself. He came to the side of the car, pulled open the door, and ripped Li Zhongping out. Li Zhongping just flew out of thin air, looking at the empty space in front of him with a bewildered expression. "How did I come out?" Lin Ming glanced at Li Zhongping's watch. It was a locator watch that could also detect his physical condition. It was specially prepared by the Creepy Bureau to monitor whether or not these special warriors had been targeted by the creepy copy. Lin Ming casually crushed the watch, then had Meng Meng pull Li Zhongping and forcefully bring him to the corner to let Creepy kill him. Since the beginning, Lin Ming had never appeared in front of Li Zhongping and hadn't even let anyone see his face. After killing Li Zhongping, Lin Ming refined him into a grudge corpse, put it into the 10,000 soul streamer, and took it back to the villa. A big living person just disappeared into the world without a sound. It was just as if he had entered a bizarre game. Song Shue was busy when she received a message on her cell phone with only an OK emoticon. She first made a few fake calls to Li Zhongping, then opened the archive from her computer and modified Li Zhongping's file, giving it a gray color, with the cause of death being buried in a bizarre game. The modification of the file was quickly noticed by the top. Number 4, one of the 5 elders, surprisingly called to inquire in the middle of the night, his tone anxious. Chief Captain Song, I saw that Li Zhongping's file was recorded as buried in a creepy game. What's going on? When did he go in? Just now his watch lost movement and he couldn't be contacted in person, so it was determined that he entered the bizarre game. Number 4 fretted, then it can't just be determined that he's dead. What if he passed? Song Shui sighed. That's the team member I personally trained. Do you think I would want him to die? But I've seen the future, and he didn't make it out of the creepy game. Number 4 knew Song Shui's ability, so she had no doubt, and only felt an immense heartache. Is there really no hope at all? These special warriors were all hard-earned treasures, and losing each one was a great loss. Alas, I am also very heartbroken. But... alas. Condolences. Song Shui painfully soothed 2 sentences, then hung up the phone with an expressionless face. In fact, she was also pondering. Why was there always in one's team? Or was it because she wasn't ruthless enough? Song Shui thought for a moment and sent a message to the Special Operations Team group. In order to train your abilities, starting tomorrow you and I will engage in actual combat. She felt that it was time to teach these guys a lesson. How could it be that the team members that they had trained themselves looked down on themselves as the captain? Meanwhile, on the other side, Boss Streetlamp had already arrived at the Tianshang Grand Hotel with his many minions. Those little brothers were actually very angry. Because before Lin Ming was assassinated, there had already been quite a few guild juniors assassinated. So after realizing that it was done by the Tianshang Guild, they couldn't wait to take revenge. The boss of the Tianshang Guild was still waiting for the next day. He had already paved the way, so as long as he waited for the Road Lamp Guild to be finished, he would be able to make a name for himself. At that time, he would take over the identity of the Road Lamp Guild in cooperation with the country and become the country's spokesperson in the guild. It's not a dream to be the voice of the nation. Just when the boss was dreaming, a junior rushed in a panic and shouted, "Boss, it's bad, the Streetlight Guild is coming, and we can't stop them." What? Boss Tianshang couldn't believe it. How did they come here? Have they been exposed? It shouldn't be. That medallion could be invisible, and it could be considered a ghostly weapon that was invulnerable to Boss Tianshang. Even on the side of the creepy bureau, he was able to walk in with the medallion in a dignified manner without being discovered. How did the Streetlight Guild do it? Is it possible that the kid has gone rogue? Is his family still in our hands? Boss Tianshang asked hurriedly. Yes. The little brother said in a hurry. Then something must have gone wrong in the middle, perhaps he met an expert. You guys hold on first, I'll pack up my things and head over. The Tianshang boss said with a twinkle in his eyes. Chapter 97, You guys make a path. The little brother didn't doubt it, and hurriedly went out to get the guild to hold the fort. In his opinion, his boss was so powerful that he would be able to repel everyone just by stepping out. But after the Tianshang boss supported his little brother, he immediately opened his own safe, packed all the cash, gold bars, money orders and whatnot together, and then was about to flee. Against the Streetlight Guild? Screw that. The fact that people could see through his stealth medallion and still come straight to his door meant that the other party's strength was unfathomable. The fact that Boss Tianshang could survive the game proved that he wasn't stupid. He knew that he was definitely not a match for others. If he didn't run now, it would be too late. This boss immediately carried his bag and rushed out the door. But just as he opened the door, he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. It was the pain of a heart being pierced through. The Tianshang boss looked down at his chest in disbelief. There wasn't any injury at all, and he couldn't feel any wounds. But he just felt that he was bleeding, and the pain was intensifying. The next moment, another sharp pain came from his stomach. It was as if someone was slashing open his stomach, and he could even clearly feel how big the open wound was, and could see the 2 bowls of flour he had eaten tonight. No matter how stupid the Tianshang boss was, he also knew that something had gone wrong, painfully throwing his backpack in front of him, kneeling down and begging for mercy into the air. Which big brother is here? I admit defeat. I admit defeat. There's $10 million in here, it's all yours, please let me go. Boss Streetlamp was standing right next to him with his stealth medallion, his chest and stomach slashed open. Begging for mercy? Let go? That was naturally impossible. The Streetlight boss understood his master's meaning. In this battle, the reputation of the Streetlight Guild must be made, so that all guilds would understand. The Streetlight Guild could not be humiliated. Accompanied by the Streetlamp boss slashing his own throat raw once again. The Tianshang boss couldn't say a single word and couldn't breathe, covering his throat vigorously and letting out a ho-ho sound before collapsing to the ground and dying violently. When he died, another split streetlight boss came out from the next room. He picks up boss Tianshang's bag first, then looks at the splintered body that took off the medallion itself before dying. With the splinter dead at this point, boss Streetlight walks over, picks up the medallion, and gently closes the splinter's eyes with his hand. Rest in peace, myself. Boss Streetlight then carried boss Tianshang's body downstairs. Downstairs in the hall, the minions of the two guilds were fighting. There were quite a few injured people, and there were also those who were seriously injured and unconscious, but there were really no ones who were directly killed. Now that the rule of law in China hadn't completely collapsed, these people dared to make a move, but the courage to kill wasn't there yet. However, it had to be said that the Streetlight Guild was really bad. It was clearly an active night attack, and at this point, the number of people who had fallen injured was even more than the Tianshang Guild. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Shang Guild couldn't look at them. But this battle wasn't without its benefits. At least it let the Streetlight boss see who was elite and who was trash. It saved the Streetlight Guild from raising a bunch of wastes all day long, spending so much money and dragging their feet. As for whether or not there were any spies amongst these remaining elites, that would be fine. Lin Ming could use his soul regeneration technique to check. He didn't need to control these people for too long, he just needed to ask for their true identities. And the biggest gain was that this heavenly grand hotel should now be considered to belong to the Streetlight Guild. After boss Streetlamp followed Lin Ming, he also began to learn to weigh the pros and cons. At this time, he came down from the upper floors and threw the corpse of the Tianshang boss to the ground. Stop it all. Your boss is dead, why don't you surrender? The minions of the Tianshang Guild were fighting bravely. Seeing that their boss was dead, they were immediately terrified, and all of them lost their will to fight. After all, the leader was dead, so what's the point of fighting? The Streetlight boss looked at the crowd and coldly said, I announce that from today onwards there will be no more Tianshang Guild in the world. If you guys are interested in joining the Streetlight Guild, I welcome it. If you want revenge, then I also have knives to welcome you. Revenge? Tianshang's juniors looked at each other. It's only revenge. That's the boss, not his own father. Besides, the Streetlight Guild is so strong, following them should be better. If that's the case, then why not agree? In a moment, all of Tianshang's juniors all fell down, kneeling on the ground to express their willingness to join the Streetlight Guild. The street lamp boss revealed a smug look and immediately waved his hand. Alright then, clean up the mess and then follow me back to the villa side. Numerous minions hurriedly began to get busy, cleaning up the things that were broken, and sending the injured to the hospital. The corpse of the Tianshang boss, on the other hand, was brought back to show Lin Ming. When these people finished packing up the grounds, they headed out. They saw two police cars in the distance that were parked by the side of the road, and the vigilantes were smoking in the cars. Seeing Streetlight Boss and the others come out, one of the vigilante captains hurriedly got out of the car, smiled with them and took out a cigarette and handed it over. Solved it? Streetlight Boss took the cigarette and waited for the security captain to light it up before saying, It's solved, and I've helped you guys clean up the venue, so don't be polite. Agu, thank you, this saves us the trouble. Right, is your car enough? I'll drive you back? The sheriff captain hastily thanked him and made a polite remark in passing. The street lamp boss flatly refused. No need, sitting in your car always feel like jail, let people see or say bad. The captain of law and order was secretly relieved. In fact, he was just polite and courteous. He is a security officer. These are a group of hooligans. If they really let him drive them, what would he become? The vigilante captain smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking that this Streetlight Guild's boss was quite sensible. Who would have thought, the Streetlight boss said immediately after, You don't need to pull us back, just open the road in front of us. The vigilante captain was confused. Me? Make way for you? The Streetlight boss' eyes sank, dropping the corpse in his hand. What? Not willing? Seeing the corpse that fell to the ground, the vigilante captain swallowed hard. Willing, I'm willing. These two sentences of willingness were more sincere than what he had said at the wedding ceremony. After all, people don't die at wedding ceremonies. Although he is a vigilante, but people's guilds are taken care of from above. When the time comes to death, just find two people to take the blame. The two police cars were forced to be helpless, sounding their lights in front of them to clear the way. The street lamp boss is with a group of minions, in the back followed back to the villa area. The people on the road see this formation, are very curious, do not know what this is a big man, out at night parade. When they returned to the villa area, the streetlight boss told Lin Ming about the matter. Lin Ming nodded. It's time to come and clean up the ranks. It's just as well that I'm checking in while you're bringing in the newcomers. Originally, Lin Ming had planned to eat a hot pot and enter the copy. But after all that, he didn't catch the countdown. It was better to simply take the time to check on his men. First, he had the streetlight boss gather everyone together. Then Lin Ming took Meng Meng's hand and concealed himself next to them, checking them one by one. As long as any spies were checked out, no matter if they were official or from other guilds, they were all killed on the spot. This is to tell everyone. My territory, you guys don't get the next to each other. Chapter 98 Huntress Designated Copy. Lin Ming cleaned up all the spies within the guild and those who came to rub it in. In the end, there were only 56 people left in the Streetlight Guild. These 56 people, all of whom had entered the Bazaar game, had a certain level of insight and survival ability. Even if they entered the Bazaar game again, the possibility of survival would be high. After tonight's events, it made Lin Ming realize. In the real world, he really needed some right-hand men, otherwise if he had to do everything himself, it wouldn't be enough of a toss, so he took out 20 cursed stone orbs. He had the streetlight boss distribute the cursed stone orbs to the 20 people who appreciated this the most. These would help them survive within the game, and then they could bring out more and train other henchmen. This is the way nations are made, and they continue to grow. Guilds could use this model as well, and even Lin Ming could do even better. Because the last thing he needed was points and various abilities. These 20 cursed stone spheres could allow these elites to instantly have strength that far surpassed that of the Trickster Bureau's Special Operations team. Boss Streetlamp naturally knew about this. After all, with his abilities, if he entered the game now, he would definitely kill big time. But what killed him was that he, who had money and status as well as strength, found it hard to be selected by the Trickster game without his unwillingness and resentment. After distributing the cursed stone orbs, Boss Streetlamp found Lin Ming to ask about this. Master, you said that if I can't enter the game, how else can I bring things out of the game and develop the guild? Lin Ming thought to himself, you're asking me, I was going to ask. But actually, he had also discovered this problem. The weird game relied on resentment and grievances to catch people in as players. But when these people are strong, there will be no more unwillingness and resentment, so won't the weird game be unable to capture people? This isn't a weird game. It's a cow and horse turner. So you're here to change the world, to make people turn over and sing? Are you Che Guevara? Lin Ming didn't believe that the weird game was such a good thing. Just from the name, he knew it wasn't any good. Suddenly, it occurred to Lin Ming that all those shenanigans in the game more or less had some emotional flaws. It was just like the record that Master had left in the Heavenly Evil Kung Fu. The ghost cultivators of the past, because they attracted all sorts of sinister and evil forces into their bodies and didn't know how to convert them into spiritual energy, caused most of their brains to be a bit showy. The Heavenly Evil Gong was a technique that Lin Ming had thought about before. If you are an evil technique, you can just use death and evil chi, why bother converting it into spiritual energy? Obviously, it was to prevent the inheritor from having brain problems. At the same time, this kind of higher spiritual power transformed from death chi and evil chi is what restrains the bazaar so much. Besides, with these bizarre brain problems, could it be that the purpose of the bazaar game was actually to make these people on the blue planet do the same? When they had brain problems, they would kill each other, and the losers would emerge with more resentment and grievances at that time. After all, human desires are infinite, and there will always be times of discontent. Then the loser would enter the tricky game again and get even more power to kill the victor back. The victor is also not satisfied and will re-enter the game again. With this cycle, a world could be destroyed. I have to say, this method of the bazaar game is really powerful, simply touching the hearts of people very thoroughly. Utilizing people's own unwillingness and resentment to enter the game could make it easier for the world to be destroyed than randomly sending out invitation letters, or even opening up ports and logging in at random. Because the method of entry is rare, people will remember the game, think of it whenever they encounter frustration, and even know it's dangerous, but still people can't help but want to go in and take a look. Isn't this hunger marketing? Sure enough, the universe is a giant straw table. Oh no, it's the capitalist class. After Lin Ming figured out the operation of the bazaar game, he instantly blackened his face. He understood that it wasn't that there weren't other channels to enter the bazaar game. It was just that the bazaar game refused to open up because it just wanted everyone to know. It wasn't that you could enter just because you wanted to enter Lao Zi. It has to be that Lao Zi is willing to let you enter, so you can enter, or else even if we get a license. Oh no, it is an invitation letter, I can still straighten you out. It's like a nightclub princess who has to send her big brother to the police station to earn $1,800. The weird game is also this kind of behavior. You are good? No way. I have to be happy. You don't have to worry about this, I'll help you out later. Lin Ming thinks that after he owns a copy, he should be able to pull players in as well, and then he can't say that he'll be able to let his own people kill in his own copy and get exorbitant points to cash in on the rewards. Just now he hasn't figured out how to do it, he needs to get into the game more to learn how to do it. Just as Lin Ming was out of his mind searching, the streetlight boss next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Master." Lin Ming disgruntledly looked over. "Put your dirty mind away, the only one who can ride on me is a beautiful woman, you can't be more loyal." Lin Ming didn't finish his words, but he also stood up violently and stared dead at the table in front of him. On the table, there was a letter. It was like the first invitation letter Lin Ming had received earlier. Lin Ming opened the envelope and found a golden card inside. On the card, which was clichédly dyed with blood, was a line of words. "Sincerely inviting you to join us in our hunt game, hoping to wash away our shame with your blood. To, player Lin Ming." Staring at the invitation letter, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance. He didn't have any resentment or grudges right now, and even though he was thinking about how to enter the game, he wasn't excited enough to attract the attention of the bizarre game. And look at the wording on it. Cleansing their shame? That means they've offended. Wait, chase the game? Is that a fellow hunter from earlier? If that was the case, then they were purely trying to invite themselves into the game to get revenge for their failed assassination last time. Of course, it didn't matter if they were being avenged, Lin Ming was willing and welcome to all shenanigans to avenge himself. Now the question was, could these guys take the initiative to invite me in? They can designate people to send invitation letters. Designate to send an invitation letter. Bang! Lin Ming slapped his hand on the table, excited, as if he had already seen the scene where he would be sending out invitation letters on behalf of all the copies and bringing his own minions in the copies to frantically woolgather and earn points. Looking at this invitation letter, Lin Ming had nothing but gratitude in his heart. What kind of spirit was this, sending money, sending lives, and also sending information by the pursuers? It was the spirit of fearless dedicationism. It was worth learning from the majority of fellow creeps. Hats off to you all. Lin Ming also didn't expect that he had missed out on the last copy that looked pretty good, but ended up picking up a bargain instead. "Yun, pour me a cup of tea." Lin Ming sat on a chair, crossed his legs and waited leisurely. Yun came over and had already changed her clothes, no longer that Chong Sam but a secretary outfit. On top was a white shirt with a taut chest and buttons that were falling apart. Underneath was a black wraparound skirt with rounded buttocks and charmingly long legs. At this moment, her face was full of flirtatiousness as she bent over and poured tea for Lin Ming, her buttocks pouting not too high and not too low, just enough to allow Lin Ming to easily rest his hand on it, so it could be said that she knew what she was doing. Next to this seductive posture of Yun, the street lamp boss did not even dare to raise his head, because he was afraid to raise his head. Chapter 99 Old Players Gathering. The countdown ended. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Lin Ming entered the game. This time, the copy was a chase game. When he came in, Lin Ming realized that he was standing in front of a street. This street, which was roughly 500 meters long, had residential houses on the left and right sides, as well as a small supermarket. It was similar to a real-life street. After all, it was a place similar to a parallel world, and many of the cultures were the same. Lin Ming took a special look at the small supermarket and was relieved to make sure it wasn't the one he held power over. He was afraid of fighting later and destroying his own store. Lin Ming observed the terrain and looked at the few players around him. This time, the number of players was just right, and excluding Lin Ming, there were 4 others around him. These 4 players came in and cautiously observed the terrain without much panic. There was even a slight aura of death on them, so it seemed that they were all old players. Either they had skills or ghost weapons. A few old players were also observing each other. By the time they saw the reactions of the people next to them, they probably came to an understanding. One of them, a young player wearing a white martial arts uniform, said in a deep voice, "Seeing how calm everyone is, they should all be old players?" No one opened their mouths. Because the more veteran players they were, the clearer it was that in the creepy game, although creepy was scary, the hearts of the people were even more vicious. After all, everyone wasn't just of the same kind, they could also be stepping stones, scapegoats, and even more likely to be competitors. It seems everyone is very defensive, so let me introduce myself first. My name is Hu Quan, I'm a Taekwondo 8th Dan expert, moreover I've entered the game twice, all of which survived, and I also have a skill named Fist of Truth, which means that the attacks I hit can hurt any shenanigans, even the kind you guys can't touch. This time's copy is a chase game. I believe you should understand that the more this kind of copy is the more we should work together, otherwise it will be very dangerous. I don't want to die anyway, I still have my family. The young player was very sincere and told all his details. It had to be said that this move was very brilliant. The first thing was that this youth looked like a slightly naive country face. And he was not bad in strength both in reality and in the game. Now that he was also so honest, it was easy to gain favor and trust. Coupled with the last sentence, he doesn't want to die, it was simply overwhelming. The few players present didn't want to die, so they were also impressed. Since Brother Hu Quan is so temperamental, I'll introduce myself as well. Another man beside him spoke, his voice a thick baritone. My name is Li Gang. Before that I was a construction site bricklayer. I broke into a copy once and joined the Bull and Horse Guild. Now I am the guild's hallmaster. I own a ghost weapon poker. That poker has only 2 cards, the big ghost and the small ghost. I can force my opponent to draw a card. Whoever draws the big ghost wins, and the winner gets to make a request. Seeing that Li Gang had spoken, a woman among the players opened her mouth, looking very lively. My name is Sun Miao. You guys can call me Meow Meow. In reality I'm a model. I've already gone through 3 copies of it. I have a skill that is Phantom Song that can make people fall into a dream world, and there is also a ghost weapon that is ghost wine. Drinking it by myself can temporarily enhance my strength, and asking Creepy to drink it can make it do something for me. After these 3 people were introduced, they became a little more intimate with each other and stood together to look at Lin Ming and another player. Lin Ming also looked at the last person. It was an old man with a face full of old age spots, bowed over with a few teeth left in his mouth. Seeing this player, the next few people all frowned. Creepy game doesn't even let go of such an old age? Really, ah. However, Lin Ming realized that the deathly aura in this old man's body was instead the densest of the 4. Is it a disguise? No, his dead chi is strong, but his anger is weak. When the old man saw that several people were looking at him, he suddenly smiled, his dry cracked lips opened wide, revealing a few teeth inside that were east and west, and tremblingly said, Shin Tian, I'm a programmer, and I've been into the copy twice. As for the skills and the ghost artifacts, well, that's something I traded my life for. How can I tell you guys? Li Gang from the Bull and Horse Guild frowned, but we all said it. You guys said it and it's true? Oh, what you said must be true because you're the only one here who's stupid. Not bad for someone who has abilities and still wants to be a cowhorse, so stupid. Really think these guys are telling you the truth? The old man hemmed and hawed, his appearance full of teasing. Li Gang's face suddenly changed, fiercely looking at the next few people. However, he saw Hu Quan with a displeased face. Brother Gang, don't listen to this old thing, I swear I'm not lying. Sun Miao also had reddened eyes and looked at the old man pitifully. How could you be like this old grandpa, just coming in and stirring up trouble? We're all in this together. Grandpa? Qin Tian laughed sarcastically, old man just 23 this year, I'm afraid I'm a bit younger than you. As a Blue Star person, and as a person who has come through, although I can't tell you about my abilities, I can tell you one thing that you should be wary of. That is, don't randomly look for loans from the creeps. The moment these words came out, Lin Ming's 4 people changed color in unison. Lin Ming, in particular, anxiously asked, did you become like this because you couldn't pay back the loan from the creeps? Qin Tian scanned Lin Ming and laughed coldly. Yes, it seems like you haven't borrowed much either? Lin Ming didn't answer, but pressed again. Then how did they turn you into this? Would they hunt you down with every copy? Will they suddenly run to this copy to find you? This question was also what several other people wanted to ask. However, Qin Tian was a bit impatient and coldly said, why should I tell you? What kind of thing are you? Or, what favor can you give me? Lin Ming rushed forward and slapped Qin Tian across the face, dry humping him to the ground. Say it, say it. This slap froze the few people present. Especially Qin Tian, because he was too pale, he actually broke his arm when he was jerked over to the ground. He subconsciously tried to cover his face, but as a result, his arm hurt like hell, and he instantly looked at Lin Ming angrily. You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? You dare to? Bang! Lin Ming kicked Qin Tian in the face again, then stomped hard on his neck and viciously cursed. Say it. Say it quickly. I have limited time, do you know? On the street in the distance, there were already people coming over, obviously to greet them. Lin Ming didn't want the delay to affect his close contact with these pursuers. Since he had become a player, he was the boss at home and he was arrogant outside, except for facing Guile where he had been treated like this. At this moment, he was filled with humiliation and his ability was instantly unleashed. A path of dead chi gushed out from Qin Tian's body and drilled into Lin Ming's body. Kid, didn't you want to know what my ability is? I'll let you see it now. Chapter 100. What do you mean it's only been 24 hours, man? Puppetry. Qin Tian watched as a large amount of dead chi entered Lin Ming's body, filled with a sardonic smile, getting ready to become my puppet. Puppet. Where did my damn dead chi go? Watching a large amount of dead chi enter Lin Ming's body, his own dead chi is getting less and less, but Lin Ming did not turn into a puppet, and even had a face of comfort. How did it still give this pleasure? Qin Tian quickly realized that something was wrong and immediately suspended the input of death chi and instead took out his ghost weapon. Didn't expect it, I still have a ghost weapon, the crying bell. Snap. Soon Lin Ming snatched the bell that Qin Tian had just taken out. Yudori mana, take a prop out and call out a name? Lin Ming put away the wailing bell and stared at Qin Tian. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry to do the right thing, tell me how did you get into this? Qin Tian didn't expect Lin Ming to be so fierce, all his tactics didn't work, he was finally scared, and quickly said, I took out a loan, and every time I enter a copy, those creeps come looking for me, come after me, and as long as I can't pay them back, they suck away a portion of my life essence. Lin Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Why didn't you say so earlier if there was this good thing? Wait, there's still something wrong. So many people who had done loans, even Song Shui had done it, how come I hadn't heard of being chased and sucked out of my essence? Lin Ming had a flash of light in his mind and asked suspiciously, Qin Tian, you didn't borrow a black loan, did you? I don't know, I was just doing a copy of an airplane before, and the rule said that Bazaar can't go to first class, so I thought about upgrading to keep safe, but I didn't have enough points. At this time, a passenger next to me said that he helped me out with the money for the upgrade, and then I somehow got 500 more points in a loan. Lin Ming. Now it's certain, this one definitely got a black loan. I didn't realize there were these things in weird games. But it was normal, which world didn't have a bit of gray industry? Those large companies or banks that loan money to players, the purpose was to open up the channel between the two worlds, so that the real world would fall into the Bazaar games territory sooner. To put it bluntly, this is a kind of investment, give a little money, the future harvest greatly. But there are many other companies, black loans, that just look at the immediate benefits. 500 points, bind a player, long-term grip. Players every game of the points they have to take away, take the points is not enough, but also to extract the dead air. Waiting for the dead air to extract a nearly, after no utilization value, it is estimated that the next step. Deceive people to do loans. Selling one's body first, then selling one's kidney, selling one's blood, selling one's children, selling one's wife, are all routine operations. Why else would Qin Tian have obtained the puppetry technique, an ability so suitable for developing a downline? The reason why he had persuaded several people not to take out loans this time was perhaps because he had not completely lost his conscience yet, or perhaps he had deliberately reminded that it was possible to take out loans. That way when a few people were pushed to the brink of extinction, perhaps they would think of the loan he had said. People are always crazy when faced with a desperate situation, and want to live no matter what the cost, plus this old ghost advises others not to casually run loans. People will also feel that he is only grim on the surface, but is still kind on the inside, and will instead take the initiative to look for him and ask if they can run some safe loans. As for whether this guy would actually be able to run some safe loans? Oh. As the saying goes. Capital comes to this world, from head to toe, dripping blood and filth from every pore. What good can they be? In the end, it is staring at the people's money, no money, take life 996 to go. As for whether capital can be eliminated? Yes, but it will be blocked. For example, the state and the nation. Capital needs the law of the land to maintain the order of the cattle and horses, and through the law to create a windfall to get a chance to take off. And the state needs the nation to buffer class conflict, with slogans like factory managers and salesmen are honorable positions in the service of the nation. And the nation needs economic growth to support long-term sustainability and renaissance, which inevitably results in the emergence of capitalists in the process. The capitalist nation-state trinity constitutes a death spiral from which no cow or horse can break free. Pretty country is what it is, damn it. As for Lin Ming hating capitalists? Hate. So he decided, turn around and find a few black net loans, hard grip up. We did first dozens of hundreds, and then just sit back and wait for these guys to come to their trouble. Of course, what to do now is to face these pursuers. At this time the guy who was responsible for greeting them had already come over. Lin Ming let go of Qin Tian and snapped his fingers. The burial skill was then activated. He happened to want to test out this skill. A large amount of soil suddenly appeared under Chin Tian's feet, quickly wrapping and submerging him. He wanted to struggle, but it was as if there was an endless suction in that soil, causing him to be terrified but unable to escape. Even when he wanted to emit his death chi to control others to help, he found that the death chi in his body was suppressed and couldn't be emitted, until he was completely drowned and buried. On the originally empty street, a tall grave bag appeared, quite abruptly. Seeing this, Lin Ming revealed a look of surprise. This burial ability could still suppress death chi? Quite refreshing. Lin Ming probably knew how to use it. The three players next to him all looked at Lin Ming in horror. Just entered the game and died, or was killed by one of his own. What the hell is this guy's origin? Slap. Accompanied by the sound of slaps, the person in charge of greeting them clapped his hands and walked over, killing and decisive, worthy of being the person we're looking at. The three Huquan people were a bit stunned. What do you mean by fancy person? Could it be that this replica was opened specifically for this guy? Just how strong was he that he deserved to be targeted like this by guile? Lin Ming looked at the greeter, his eyes sizzling, grudge level. I didn't expect to be greeted by a spiteful spirit level right after I came up here, I love it. Hee, yes, this time all of us are grudge spirit level hunters, we guarantee you'll have a pleasant day. The greeter's eyes grew even hotter and his tone was full of teasing. Huquan's trio revealed a look of horror. 1 day? That would be 24 hours? The longest copy they had before was only 8 hours. Now it would take 24 hours, and all of them were grudge spirit level opponents. How could they survive this? I don't know if this guy next to them has a solution, after all, he is the one who can specialize on the copies. Only when the three of them turned their heads, they realized that Lin Ming was also filled with disbelief. Sure enough, there was nothing he could do either. Only 24 hours? It's not? Lin Ming was filled with loss. Huquan smiled bitterly, see, even this kind of existence can't help. No? What do you mean only 24 hours, man? The greeter shrugged, this is already the maximum time limit for our single copy. That's right, if it's an infinite time limit, why don't we just trap people here? Lin Ming thought it made sense. Previously, although the Silent Land was 7 days, when it was said to be 7 days, it was split into 7 copies. This was a rather tricky act to extend the length of time players stayed. But for this, the price that the Silent Land paid was also large, and that was providing popcorn. Popcorn gives the player a deathly aura and the power to forcefully break the game. So there is no complete dead end within the weird game, the harder the dead end, the stronger the living end. Of course, just talking about now, whether it would still be like this in the future, Lin Ming couldn't say. After all, the world was changing, and there would come a time when the rules couldn't protect the players. 24 hours is 24 hours, so when does it start? I can't wait. Lin Ming rubbed his hands together excitedly and prepared to start. Chapter 101 Lulled to sleep with a punch. Since our honored guest can't wait, what is there to stop us? Brothers, open the banquet. The greeter turned around and yelled at the entire street, his tone thick with excitement. Today, they were going to finish off Lin Ming and do justice to the hunter's responsibility limited. The people we want to kill will definitely not escape. Lin Ming didn't expect this greeter to dare to turn his back on him, so he immediately rushed over. But just as he rushed behind the greeter, he saw the thick hair at the back of the greeter's head automatically parting, revealing a hideous face. I didn't expect it, you really thought I would turn my back on you? I also didn't expect you to be so stupid as to dare to rush over. Although it was talking, this ability to greet people didn't have the slightest pause. After this face on the back of its head appeared, the few players present felt their heads itch as if they were about to grow brains. But when they actually went to scratch their heads, they realized that what was growing out of the back of their heads was not a brain, but a face. The 5 senses of that face were slowly emerging, and when they used their hands to touch it, they were even bitten by the ghostly face with its mouth open. It could be imagined that when that ghost face completely parasitized the back of their heads, their bodies, would all be devoured by the other party. The other 3 veteran players were instantly flustered. But the bizarre game was coming on strong, with killing intent revealed, and anyone who could pass a copy was bound to be smart. Especially since 2 of these 3 had passed twice or even 3 times. They were even quicker to react. Only to see the female model named Sun Miao quickly rushing to the side of the grave where the old guy was buried, grabbing a handful of grave soil and pasting it on the back of her head. The ghostly face on the back of her head instantly screamed miserably and actually gradually dissipated. Sun Miao revealed a joyful expression. She had just realized that when this grave buried the old guy, the other party didn't resist at all. It showed that this thing had a great suppressing effect on the weird power. Then it must be able to restrain the ghost face on her head as well. Now that the experiment was successful, she was relieved, and at the same time, she was even more in awe of Lin Ming. Just the pile of dirt he left behind after using his skill could have such a terrifying effect. Then how powerful should he be himself? The other two veteran players also discovered this method and quickly rushed over to follow suit. After wiping away that ghostly face above their heads, they let out the same sentiment. Compared to their methods, Lin Ming was much simpler. After the ghost face appeared on the back of his head, the attack immediately stopped, and instead, he operated his spiritual energy and began to crazily devour the ghost face on the back of his head. The ghost face had just appeared, had just taken shape, and before it had a chance to gnaw on Lin Ming's brain, it realized that its power was disappearing. The greeter thought it was caused by Lin Ming's resistance and was still increasing its power output. After it reacted and realized that all the death chi it had increased had all gone into the sea, it was too late to withdraw it. At this time, the dead chi within its body had already been devoured by Lin Ming for the most part. The greeter instantly panicked and immediately withdrew his dead chi. I can't beat you, can't I just not beat you? Unfortunately, no. Lin Ming lulled the greeting man to sleep with a punch, then his spiritual energy broke into its body and began to absorb the dead chi. What a big grudge level, and it was just eaten up by him. Lin Ming felt the surging growth of dead chi in his body, and the corner of his lips lifted up in a fierce smile. Today, it is the time for me to condense my golden Dan. Suddenly, Hu Quan's alarmed cry came from behind him. How is that mist moving? Several people immediately all turned around to look. Sure enough, the fog in the distance was raging, seemingly wanting to devour the street. Lin Ming understood. These guys were trying to use the dense fog to threaten themselves so that they had to enter those buildings to hide. And amongst those buildings, a large number of pursuers were hidden. Obviously, these guys were setting this up because they were afraid that they would escape. This was a plan to kill him for sure. But who doesn't? Lin Ming pulled his leg out and rushed into the first building on the left side of the street. The other three players also realized after what had just happened that the only way to survive was to follow Lin Ming. They immediately followed. Although they couldn't catch up to Lin Ming's speed, they weren't slow in entering the building. It was a very common street front building. There were 2 floors above and below. The first floor was a storefront, selling clothes. The hangars were full and the walls were hung, leaving only 2 passages for people to enter and exit, which was very narrow. After just coming in, Lin Ming saw the rules on the wall. 1. The store will be closed at 12 and 5 o'clock. 2. Don't touch the clothes casually. 3. It is forbidden to stay in the fitting room for more than 1 minute. 4. Please don't trust the person wearing a gray suit who is an employee of this store. 5. Our store accepts customized clothing service, but if someone sells you this service, please refuse. Lin Ming's footsteps lurched. Why were there rules? Engage in restrictions? Pressure on battle power? Abuse the Lord, is it? Day. Accompanied by a crisp sound of leather shoes, a creepy one in a gray suit walked down the stairs and looked at Lin Ming with a smile. Looks like you're excited? I suggest that you can die, because we killers are most concerned with the fact that a lion fights a rabbit with all its might, so even if you're weak, we don't mind utilizing the rules to kill you. Lin Ming looked at the gray suit creepy, and then looked at the rules on the wall, and snorted, what's the point of pretending? I don't believe you're not restricted by the rules here. In fact, from the beginning, Lin Ming had suspected it. These creeps couldn't wait to finish off all the living people, so what's the point of messing with the rules? Wouldn't it be better to just kill them directly? So this rule probably wasn't set by the creeps, but by Blue Star or some other being, in order to protect the players. And these shenanigans could insert some disruptive rules in there to confuse the players. The suit creepy opened his arms recklessly, even touching a piece of clothing on a nearby hanger with his hand, and laughed fiercely. See, the rules say that you can't just touch the clothes, but I can. Guess if I'm restricted by the rules? Lin Ming glanced at the suit shenanigans and laughed. I've suspected before that there is an ironclad golden rule to shenanigans. The more the path to certain death within the game, the more desperate the copy, the stronger the path to life we're given. Now that the 3 of us are trapped here, it can almost be said that it's an absolute path to death. So the life paths will definitely be powerful as well, like... Lin Ming pointed at the rules on the wall and sneered, the rules on there are actually all hints for the path of life, right? You can't even insert disruptive rules into them. As for the matter of you being able to touch the clothes, that's because you're a store clerk, but I'm not, so I can't trust you and I can't just touch them, right? Suit Creepy didn't expect that Lin Ming would be so smart. He saw through the problem here in a flash. Alright, I thought you were just a rash person with a bit of strength, but even if you can see through the rules, so what? At best these rules can help you move around safely in this copy, but they can't help you against me. Have you ever thought about how you can fight against me if I'm bent on killing you? Using these boring rules? Or even, I could kill you just by throwing a piece of clothing at you and forcing you into a fitting room to hide for more than a minute. And you, how are you supposed to fight that? Chapter 102 Supreme Pleasure. Rules? No, only the weak utilize rules. And I, the noble and witty Master Fa, can deal with you all easily. Samsara Fire. Above Lin Ming's hands, terrifying flames immediately erupted and flew in all directions. The Samadhi True Flame was a power that specialized in the bizarre. It could burn all deathly and sinister forces. Previously, Lin Ming rarely used it because the flames could burn along with the weirdness. He couldn't afford to waste these cuties. But now, the flame could destroy these damn clothes. As the Samadhi flame blazed, the clothes around them, which would be fatal if touched, were instantly burned to ash. Even the entire store turned into a sea of fire and burned. Amidst the sea of fire, the clothes let out mournful screams, but they were all living creatures. It turned out that they were all puppets that players had turned into. At this moment, the three players who had just come in and wanted to hide were all dumbfounded in the face of the roiling fire. No, brother, how do you? You burn like this? You burn like this, let us how to deal with Lin Ming was too lazy to care how the three responded, and had already rushed over towards Suit Creepy whose face had changed drastically. Suit Creepy was a grudge-level existence, and its abilities were also very powerful. It could craft players into clothes and turn them into leather garments, as well as bring them to life and turn them into creepy. Suit Creepy, who was thinking of controlling and killing with these clothes, lost his assistant and, facing the charging Lin Ming, panicked and quickly thought of a way to deal with it. He stared at the three players. I know that all of you living people still have feelings and are ridiculously helpful to each other. If I kill your companions, surely you won't be indifferent, right? Oh, sad players, feelings are the biggest stumbling block on your path to growth. Become my puppet. The suit bizarrely moved to wrap itself in dead chi, forcing its way through the fire, and a pair of scissors appeared in its hand at an unknown time, resting against Hu Quan's throat. As long as Lin Ming dared to approach himself, it would stab in. Why was this guy still getting closer? Did he not understand his hint? Looking at the charging Lin Ming, the Suit Creepy hastily roared, I'll kill your companion. Oh. Lin Ming grabbed Suit Creepy's arm and pulled hard with a fierce smile. Put. Suit Creepy's arm was forcibly ripped off, and dead chi gushed out from the severed opening. The intense pain caused the Suit Creepy to be horrified. He didn't expect that his hallowed grievous spirit level self would not even be a single match for Lin Ming. And Hu Quan also didn't expect that this creepy would be the first to take himself out. Fortunately, he did hide his abilities before. When he had previously said that he was the fist of truth that could hurt even creepy, he had actually only said half of it. This fist of truth had another effect, and that was knockback. Whoever he hit would be forced to take 2 steps back. Hu Quan took advantage of Suit Creepy's inattention and punched it in the chest. There wasn't much of a difference in level between Suit Creepy and Hu Quan, so it was forced back 2 steps by this power, right into Lin Ming's arms. It was already in a state of shock, and now that it was forced backwards, its body lost balance and subconsciously tried to grab onto something. It happened to crash into Lin Ming's arms again, so it subconsciously wrapped one arm around Lin Ming's waist, and its face was stuck to his chest. One person, one ghost, ambiguous posture. It seemed like a young couple embracing in passionate love. In the sea of fire, the two of them embraced each other tightly, Lin Ming looking down, the suit bizarrely looking up, their 4 eyes facing each other. To be honest, that scene looked surprisingly very poignant, suddenly making people believe that martyrdom was not an ancient rumor. If Lin Ming hadn't snapped the suit's head off in the next moment, this scene might have been even more moving. Lin Ming sucked the Suit Creepy's dead aura clean and turned it into spiritual energy in his body. That thick and powerful spiritual energy instantly broke through a membrane in Lin Ming's body, allowing him to taste supreme pleasure and joy on Earth. That was the breakthrough realm. Foundation Establishment 6th level. Just 2 grudge levels and you broke through a layer of the realm? Well then, please continue to work hard for my advancement, Chaser-san. Lin Ming looked outside at the mist that was about to cover this store and rushed out. The 3 players glanced at each other, unsure if they should follow. This fire is even afraid of creepy, will it be able to block the mists? Li Gang couldn't help but ask. Neither Hu Quan nor Sun Miao said anything and just rushed out of the store. They knew very well that Lin Ming probably wouldn't care if they died or lived. But as long as they could follow this big brother, the chances of surviving would definitely be greater than not. Seeing this, Li Gang could only follow. By the time they rushed out of the store, the mists poured right in and engulfed the store. As it turned out, the Samsara True Flame seemed to really be able to fight the mists. This was because when the mists entered the Samsara Flame, they began to make giggling noises and kept disappearing. But as more mists came surging in, the quantity overpowered the quality, and it also made that Samadhi True Flame exhaust its power and slowly extinguish. Seeing this, the three of them were secretly glad that they hadn't stayed behind. Lin Ming, on the other hand, had already entered the second store. The second store was a food store. It sold cooked food. It was easy to imagine what the cooked food of the bizarre world was. What cold human head meat, brined human hearts, and human large intestines that retained some of their original flavor. These were just grandly placed on the table. As Lin Ming came in, the cool human head snapped his eyes open and looked towards him, a delighted smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. "You're finally here, I'm waiting for." Big brother, spare my life." Lin Ming didn't even give the head a chance to tempt himself, going up and draining the dead air. He has seen the rules in the store. 1. The store is only open from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Before entering the store, please confirm the clock display time. 2. Freezer meat label numbers or prices. If the numbers start to bleed, please put down the item immediately. 3. Please do not agree to try the food. 4. When you hear the sound of meat being chopped 13 times in a row, cover your ears and leave the store immediately. 5. Don't ask a clerk wearing a white apron for the price. These rules, again, are obviously all about the way to life, and the way to death is, naturally, everything in this store. For example, cooked food, such as that knife, such as the shopkeeper. At this time, a grudge-level clerk wearing a white apron walked out and looked at Lin Ming grimly. "To think that you can break through the first level, it seems that you do have some strength. It's a pity that you shouldn't have chosen to come to me at the second stop. Because of my ability to conquer all meat on the chopping block, so guess what place is my chopping block?" Lin Ming glanced at the counter, and there really wasn't a cutting board for cutting meat. Instead, the floor under his feet was all wooden and full of horizontal and vertical marks from being chopped by a knife. Chapter 103: Forced Clearance? It turns out that the entire store is this guy's chopping board. As long as you step in, you will become the meat on the chopping board and be slaughtered? This ability is really strong. But Lin Ming kindly reminded, "Have you ever thought about one thing? You actually might not be able to beat me." "I can't beat you?" The clerk burst into laughter and copied the kitchen knife on the counter, thinking about which part of Lin Ming's body it would chop off first. But the next moment, it realized that Lin Ming had taken out a black flagstaff with a ghost head staring at him. "Hey, why can't I move? The ability can't be sent out anymore either. Isn't it just a grudge level?" "Unluckily, I have them too, and quite a few of them." Lin Ming smiled and shook the 10,000 souls. Oh no, the human emperor streamer, and all of the weirdness inside walked out and escorted the shopkeeper to Lin Ming. "I am indeed a fish on your chopping board, but don't expect it, I'm a piranha." Lin Ming directly twisted off the shopkeeper's head and sucked in the dead air. Afterwards, he walked out of the store and went straight to the third one. Those three old players hadn't even had time to enter the store before they saw Lin Ming shift his position. Seeing the situation, they simply didn't follow him into the store and waited at the store's entrance. When Lin Ming entered the store and came out after getting high, he was full of bawdy nods and humble smiles on his face, just like the pimp and the tortoise at the door of a brothel ushering in and out. When Lin Ming walked forward, if they saw any trash on the road, they even hurriedly kicked it away, not to affect the big man's dashing walk. Lin Ming just walked into the stores one by one, killing one by one, and always one step faster than Misty. Along with one grudge-level pursuer after another, taking turns entering Lin Ming's body. Along with the street being cleared to the end, Lin Ming's realm was rising by leaps and bounds. Foundation Establishment 7th level. Foundation Establishment 8th level. 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment 10th layer. While Lin Ming was preparing to use this street to completely advance. On the other side, in charge of this street, and also in charge of the overall command of this operation, was the department manager of the Hunters Responsibility Company Limited. The manager was leisurely drinking tea, thinking that it had been almost an hour since this copy started. Even if that player is a bit capable, he should be about to be tortured to death, right? Just how come none of those subordinates came to report? Is not just focusing on the cool, forget about it? They really don't care about themselves. I'll teach them a lesson later. Just as the manager was thinking, a weirdo suddenly broke in outside the office and shouted in panic, "Manager, it's bad, that player killed a street of our weirdos and is coming this way." The manager was astonished. Which player? The one we're going to kill. The creepy who reported the news said nervously. Nonsense, right? How could he be so powerful? The manager couldn't believe it. If you don't believe me, contact those killers. I saw him kill our employees and burn down the store. He's simply vicious. Reporting bizarrely terrified. The manager also could not care about questioning, rushed to contact those of his men. But found that no one could be contacted. When he quickly ran to the office window and looked out, he could just about see the entire street. Sure enough, he could see that in the mist, there were several stores that were burning with a roaring fire. Even that fire couldn't be extinguished for a moment even with the mist. Misty grass, this guy is so strong? Not to mention that he's only a ghost level. Was he able to escape the pursuit before because the pursuer was counted in the Silent Land? After all that, the one who was counted was himself? The manager's brain spun rapidly, thinking about the key. Suddenly, he revealed a glimmer of clarity. This must be some Ghost King level bigwig that wanted to deal with the Hunter's company. Otherwise, how could a mere player be so powerful? Damn it! The manager, who understood that he had been duped, immediately drank to the reporting shenanigans. Quickly. Forcibly kick this guy out of the copy. Manager, the rules restrict us from forcibly transferring a player. It also costs a lot of points, and we only have permission once a month. Reporting creepy said in a hurry. Don't care so much, this guy clearly has a Ghost King level existence behind him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to up our employees. In order to minimize losses, we can only do this, quick. The manager was worthy of being an evil ghost level higher creepy. He reacted quickly, and immediately made the most correct judgment after noticing that he had been tricked. It was going to send Lin Ming out. Although it had already lost a lot of money, and was destined to have its salary deducted, and even have its year-end bonus and company dividends all deducted, it was estimated that it would also be forced to donate its ghost body to make up for this loss. But it was better than being beheaded on the spot by the Ghost King level behind the other party as well, right? Even the manager suspected that this might be a trap dug by the owner of the Death Hotel and the Blood Moon Earl in conjunction. The purpose was to deal with the pursuers. Right, as long as he survived, this matter could be reported to the company. When the time came for the company to go after those two powerhouses, they might be able to squeeze enough resources from those two powerhouses to make up for this loss. I have to say, these capitalists are really ruthless, calculating with each other, even using them employees as sacrifices. When the manager gave the word, the bazaar that reported the news naturally didn't dare to be idle, and immediately began to utilize the copy's authority. As a bazaar copy, it can absorb the outside players in, and naturally has the power to oust them. It was just that this power would be blocked by the rules of the bazaar game, and would require a small price to be paid. This time, designating Lin Ming to come in had consumed 20,000 points. To oust him now would cost at least 100,000 points. Plus the loss this time. That cost is simply unthinkable. The report's bazaar operation was swift, and in just a short amount of time it allowed Lin Ming's body to begin to vaporize. Lin Ming was only one step away from breaking through to the Jindan stage, and he also sensed that there was a powerful evil ghost-level existence in this office. As long as he devoured it, he would inevitably be able to advance himself and even take control of this copy. At that time, the profits earned from all the stores here, as long as they hadn't had time to turn them over to the Hunter and Slayer Company, would become his property. But just as Lin Ming was filled with anticipation, he realized that his body was vaporizing. Past? Lin Ming was stunned. Didn't it say 24 hours? And there was no reminder that he was going to clear the level and settle it. The three players who were following him in the duplicate also saw Lin Ming disappearing. They all revealed joyful colors, thinking that they had cleared the level. I didn't expect that such a scary copy would be cleared so smoothly. It's so cool to follow a big brother. Hey! Why didn't they enter the clearing state? Lin Ming's body vaporization speed is very fast, less than 2 seconds has disappeared in place, was kicked out of the copy, reappeared in his villa. That streetlight boss was still waiting next to him, and when he saw Lin Ming come out, he immediately revealed a happy look. Master, you cleared the level so fast? That's awesome. Lin Ming, however, was dumbfounded. He hadn't cleared the level. There wasn't even any evaluation or reward. This situation didn't seem like a normal clearance. Could it be that he had been forcibly kicked out of the copy? Lin Ming had a guess in his mind and was instantly furious. No, can you still play like this? Let me enter, do not let me enter on kicking? You've got blue diamonds. How is it more unethical than a pain in the ass game? Lin Ming was furious, so angry that he wanted to smash the wall. But really think that this can deal with me, I have no way out? Lin Ming didn't hesitate to take out the blank invitation letter from before. Chapter 104 I'm sorry, this world is like this, the weak are the strong. This blank invitation letter, Lin Ming was previously hesitant about what copy to write. Now it seemed that there was no need to choose. He immediately wrote the copy chasing game on the copy. However, after this invitation letter was finished, there was still an hour's countdown. Lin Ming could only wait patiently. Boss Streetlamp was beside him and saw that Lin Ming still had to go in, so he was a bit puzzled. Master, you've come out, why do you still have to go in? Don't ask nonsense, get out. Lin Ming was in a very bad mood right now. He was only one step away from breaking through, and to give him this kind of trouble? Who are you bullying? Who are you talking to? This is the first time Lin Ming has been targeted like this. Inside the copy, the three remaining old players were also embarrassed. Because they realized that Lin Ming had quit without leaving themselves. Lin Ming, who clearly held a huge advantage, definitely wouldn't leave on his own accord. So it should be that the copy had used some sort of authority to kick him out. But please treat everyone equally, okay? Kick us out as well, Just as the three old players were fretting, they realized that not only had they not been kicked out, there was even some weirdness in the distance, approaching with a sardonic smile. Leading the way was an existence that emitted a terrifying aura. The three veteran players felt it slightly and realized that they were absolutely no match. The boss behind this street had come out. The creepy that came was none other than the manager, who used his copy authority to dispel the mists and then mobilized some creepy to come over and clean up the destroyed street. In order to make up for the loss, the manager set his sights on these three veteran players. You guys are the traitors of that guy just now, right? Since he's gone, you guys are responsible for compensating this place. The manager said viciously. The three old players' hearts crumbled. Why should he enjoy the blessings and we take the blame? Hu Quan fearfully stepped forward and apologized. Manager, we don't know that player just now. Don't know? You all kneel down to him and still say you don't know? The manager carped. It's because he's too strong, we had to submit. In fact, we desire to become creepy in our hearts. As long as you leave us alive, we're willing to serve you as well. Hu Quan was able to give in and smiled apologetically. The manager glanced at Hu Quan appreciatively. I didn't expect you to be quite smart. Good, that I'll give you a chance. As long as you can take out these two guys, I'll allow you to follow me. Hu Quan's eyes lit up, and immediately looked at the two people next to him grimly. I'm sorry, this world is like this, the weak and the strong. Pooh. Before Hu Quan could finish his sentence, two weapons were inserted into his chest and waist. Sun Miao and Li Gang looked at him calmly. Yes, this world is like this, the weak are the strong. Nima. Hu Quan didn't expect that his always sinister and cunning self would be shaded by these two people. It is true that there is no Mostine, only Maureen. Especially Li Gang, you are an honest person will also make a dirty trick? Sure enough, this person, just like underwear, they all become Thai after a long time. With unwillingness, Hu Quan fell to the ground and died violently. Interesting, really interesting. The manager immediately laughed and applauded. But just after the two veteran players thought they would be safe and sound, the manager revealed a teasing look. But I only want one player, what should I do? Swish. Both Sun Miao and Li Gang reacted quickly, stabbing the ghost weapons in their hands at each other together, and dodging at the same time. They were obviously both not expecting the other to react so quickly, but their next move was even faster. It was true that Sun Miao hadn't lied about her previous ability, she just possessed the Phantom Song ability. But there was one particularly powerful aspect of this ability that she hadn't mentioned. That was that there was no need to open her mouth to make a sound. The melodious song came directly from Sun Miao's stomach, as if there was a creepy hidden there. When this singing voice appeared, Li Gang instantly stiffened his expression, and his eyes began to gradually straighten, his body gradually becoming uncontrollable. The creepy that came next to him to maintain order was also slightly affected and quickly dodged away. However, the evil ghost-level manager stood leisurely by the side and watched the show. Some of these bizarre skills were indeed very strong, and even belonged to the rule-based system, which could instantly kill strong people of the same level, or even assassinate high-level existences. However, they were also divided into the strength of both sides. A Spectre-level Phantom Song was clearly not enough to affect a villain-level manager. If Sun Miao was one level higher, that would be impossible. Li Gang was invaded by the Phantom Song and was about to fall into the dream world, but he also reacted quickly. He took out 2 playing cards. This was the thing that Sun Miao was most afraid of. Listening to the introduction before, she felt that it had a strong restraining ability, so she immediately took out the ghost wine. This ghost wine also had a flaw: it could only be drunk by Sun Miao, or rather the weird ability in Sun Miao's body. This weird ability could become stronger under the ghost wine's enhancement, but it would also make Sun Miao gradually become weirded out and could not be reversed. At this moment, as the ghost wine was taken out, Sun Miao was just about to drink it when his hand stopped and unconsciously reached out to Li Gang. This was because Li Gang was holding up 2 cards in his hand, with their faces facing Li Gang for Sun Miao to draw. Li Gang, being an honest man in disguise, naturally didn't exactly tell the truth. In fact, his cards were indeed powerful enough to force an extraction, but it also depended on the distance. Beyond a certain distance, it could not be forcefully extracted. He didn't mention this flaw, and Sun Miao didn't know the inside story, so he didn't have time to dodge it. Otherwise, with Li Gang's body being controlled by the Phantom Song ability, Sun Miao had a chance to exit the playing cards control range. Sun Miao unconsciously reached over to draw a card and couldn't help but have a sweaty forehead in nervousness. Fortunately, she could still decide which card to draw. Sun Miao took turns placing 2 cards on the deck, trying to see Li Gang's reaction. Who would have thought that Li Gang was prepared for this? He should have suffered from this before, so he closed his eyes early. You love to draw whichever card you like. Sun Miao had no choice but to follow his intuition and draw one of them, turning it over. It was the gray little ghost card. The big ghost card was naturally in Li Gang's hand. Li Gang immediately revealed a look of ecstasy as he opened his mouth and demanded, "I want you to die, now." Along with his words, the little ghost card in Sun Miao's hand dissolved into dead chi and entered Sun Miao's hands. Sun Miao's hands uncontrollably reached for his neck and then strangled it to death. No. I don't want to die. Sun Miao's face was filled with terror and she screamed inside. Unfortunately, no matter how much she sang, or even used her song to lure Li Gang into falling into the dream world and under her control, it was useless. This was because the card draw could only issue a command once, and the first command prevailed. Sun Miao's hand gradually exerted force, suffocating her, and even making clicking sounds from her throat, before her neck was finally snapped alive. Thud. Sun Miao collapsed heavily, her eyes wide and dead. Li Gang also fell into a dream state and stood there giggling, letting his life force pass by without reacting at all. The manager couldn't help but applaud. It's so much fun, or are these players fun? And which player is not fun? An icy voice came from behind the manager. Chapter 105 Jindan Stage. The manager's smile instantly disappeared when it heard these words. It turned around violently to look, only to see a familiar figure staring at it with a sneer. It was none other than the guy it had forcibly kicked out of the copy earlier. You? The manager was filled with horror. Didn't expect it, did you? I'm treading water again. Lin Ming broke his own fingers and crunched them, staring grimly at the manager. You smile, why don't you smile? Was it born not to smile? The manager really couldn't laugh anymore. It was unimaginable how Lin Ming came back. And Lin Ming didn't give it a chance to talk nonsense. The 10,000 soul streamer in his hand gently shook. Black gas filled the air, and hundreds of his carefully cultivated bazaar rushed out from within. Wei Yuan even stared angrily with his eyes, staring at the manager in death. The manager felt the power of confinement and also immediately stared at Wei Yuan, saying angrily, "You're the lobby manager of the Death Hotel. Sure enough, this is a trap that the Death Hotel and the Blood Moon Earl have dug for us, the Hunter and Slayer Company." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows, not expecting this guy to misunderstand. But it was none of his business. Love to misunderstand it, go ahead. Catch it, I'm going to have a blast today. Lin Ming commanded. Those bazaar immediately pounced ferociously. Although the manager was at the evil ghost level, these creeps could all be handpicked by Lin Ming and counted as powerful amongst the creeps, amongst the people. So after they surrounded the manager was also very tense, and his deathly aura filled the air, unexpectedly condensing a party of ghosts. Didn't expect it, evil ghost level existence, there is a certain chance to awaken a ghostly spirit. These shenanigans of yours are pure garbage in my opinion. How is my life disappearing? No, the flow is getting faster and faster, help. I can't stand it. It's going to crack. The manager was terrified, not knowing what was happening. Lin Ming, on the other hand, looked at the sleeping Tian Tian in the 10,000 soul streamer and sneered. Isn't it just a ghost? Who didn't seem to have one? After Lin Ming's 10,000 soul streamer ghostly spirit and the manager's ghostly spirit collided, the effects of both ghostly spirits were cancelled out at the same time. And after Tian Tian fell into a state of sleep, the manager's power was being rapidly stripped away. It had to be said that even at the same level, the difference was so great. Previously, in the Silent Land copy, that evil ghost level hunter, who spoke while Tian Tian was sleeping, immediately died violently. It was amazing that this manager could still hold on. But the life flow had also been quick. The manager was terrified and immediately howled, "Don't come to save me yet." The surrounding creeps who were originally clearing out the duplicate store also immediately rushed over, wanting to rescue the manager. Lin Ming directly ignored them, pulling on Meng Meng's hand and rushing towards the manager in a state of oblivion. The manager saw Lin Ming disappear and panicked in his heart, immediately using his most powerful ability. Damage suppression. This ability allowed the manager to quickly recover from the damage he had suffered, but it wasn't really a recovery, but rather a temporary suppression of the injuries he had suffered. The damage that should have been sustained would still continue to harm his body. Even after revoking the ability, all the injuries would erupt together, and it could be fatal in severe cases. But at least now it was able to use its strongest power. In addition to its ability, the manager also had a strong power, only to see it quickly grab the gluttony that pounced in front of it, trying to suck its power clean. Being creepy, it was naturally able to absorb creepy as well. A mere grievous spirit level creepy, it dares to come and devour me, what heavenly guts. The manager grabbed the gluttony ghost and frantically sucked it up as it grew stronger, even as the suppressed damage weakened. However, Lin Ming had already arrived at its side and blasted his fist onto the manager's stomach. The manager screamed miserably, and his body bowed into a shrimp shape, involuntarily letting go of the gluttony. Who was the sneak attacker? The manager scanned around in fear, but he couldn't see anyone at all. Lin Ming had already slammed another punch into the manager's face, dry humping it to the ground. He then mounted the manager and hammered down punch after punch. The manager wailed as it was beaten, but it also finally realized Lin Ming's presence. Although Meng Meng's oblivion ability was strong, the manager was at least an evil ghost level existence, so it still had some resistance. When Lin Ming touched it, he was also able to grab it with his backhand. Unfortunately, Lin Ming wouldn't be afraid of being caught. Because he had already hammered the manager's face, the deathly aura emanating from the manager's wounds was quickly absorbed by him. The manager grabbed Lin Ming's arm, wanting to flip him over, or at least push him away from himself. But at this moment, it was like a full-time young woman being pinned down by a repairman, so delicate and powerless that even struggling seemed so tantalizing that it only made people more excited. Lin Ming devoured the manager's dead chi, the power in his body surging madly, arriving at the critical point of the foundation establishment stage. Finally, at the point where the manager was about to be sucked dry by Lin Ming, and the damage inhibition was completely irresistible. In the middle of Lin Ming's dantian, a large amount of spiritual energy converged, continuously hovering, compressing, and melting. Finally, it turned into a golden dan pill the size of a small grain of rice. Golden dan, it had become. At this moment, Lin Ming, who was riding on the manager, was directly cool. He had finally become a golden dan old monster. Jia jia jia. After achieving the Golden Dan, the part of Lin Ming's mind regarding the Golden Dan chapter of the Heavenly Evil technique was unblocked. Golden Dan stage. Can have a lifespan of 800 years. Can emanate his divine sense and probe the surroundings, everything is hidden, this is similar to the ability of a ghostly spirit. One can also refine their own magic treasure and fly with it, greatly increasing speed and saving spiritual energy. Now Lin Ming, only to be called the backbone of the immortal cultivators, placed in the time when the chi refiners are full of people, can also be considered to hold up a party of ruthless characters. As for the few spells reserved for the Heavenly Evil technique at the Jindan stage, Lin Ming didn't have time to look at them. His current Jindan wasn't quite solid, and it only belonged to the lowest grade of first grade Jindan. If he wanted to raise his Jindan to the very highest grade, he would need a large amount of death chi to promote it. Lin Ming looked at the manager who was still struggling and grabbed him without hesitation. At the Jindan stage, his physical body was also greatly enhanced. At this moment, with a little force, he tore the manager apart. The death chi that emanated from within the manager's body was collected into his body with a forceful suck by Lin Ming. Lin Ming killed the manager and looked up to the surroundings. He found that the bizarre ones were still fighting against Wei Yuan and the others. Lin Ming stood still and didn't move. With the help of his divine sense, he could turn into a noble phantom who truly attacked from across the room. At this moment, as he waved his hand, the spiritual energy in his body surged out, and with the aid of his divine sense, it transformed into a large hand that grabbed at the bizarre that were fighting to the death. When those bizarre saw the large hand coming, they were terrified and still wanted to escape and resist. Unfortunately, the Jindan stage Lin Ming could be considered a heavenly gram against these grudge-level existences. In just 2 seconds, all of the 30 or so remaining grievance spirit levels on this street were forcibly ingested and then torn apart in the air, and their deathly chi entered Lin Ming's body. Chapter 106 Global Ranking opens, Ranking 1 Big Brother. There was a lot of dead chi at the grieving spirit level, that was a lot. When this dead chi rolled in, it entered the Dantian and turned into spiritual energy. Lin Ming's golden Dan hadn't grown, but it had clearly purified a bit. From a first-grade Jindan, it was promoted to a second grade. The Jindan realm was different from the foundation establishment. Each level of the Jindan that was promoted to the realm was called a first turn. And the quality of a Jindan was also divided into 9 grades. It was divided into the lower 3 grades, the middle 3 grades, and the upper 3 grades. For every grade that was raised, the purity of the golden Dan would be raised a little, and the power of the spiritual energy could also be raised. Translated, it was equivalent to money. $10, $50, $100. Although they were all collectively called money, and were even all from the same manufacturer, the purchasing power was vastly different. That's why there are 100, and people don't care about $50 and $10. The same goes for the purity of the golden elixir. As the purity increases, the purchasing power grows relatively. Don't look at the fact that right now Lin Ming is only a second-grade Jindan. Even if it's only the first turn, he can still hang 3 early evil ghost-level existences. If it was 3rd grade, 5th grade, or even promoted to a 99% rarity, it would be incomparably comfortable even if he were to wade through 1,000 armies of evil ghost level. And the growth of the realm is equivalent to the amount of these money. The first turn of Jindan was equivalent to only 1 pile of bills. Second turn, equivalent to 2 piles. Third turn, 3 piles. And so on and so forth. After Lin Ming finished off these shenanigans, he finally heard that wonderful voice. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the hunting game. You managed and survived intact, plus 100 points. You got all the store owners out of the company's squeeze, plus 100 points. You managed to free 327 pieces of human skin clothing, 7 human head meat, and 5 human body temperature blood buckets, plus 100 points. You have been prioritized as a target by the owner of Hunter's Duty Ltd, plus 100 points. You caused conflict between Count Bloodmoon, Gentleman of Death, and King of the Hunt, plus 100 points. You killed through a street and managed to draw the attention of more bosses and shenanigans, plus 100 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this level is 600 plus 30 points, evaluated as SSS. Now issuing rewards for player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining Snack Street Fragment X1. Congratulations on obtaining a reputation value of 6,000. Congratulations on leveling up to Evil Ghost level. Lin Ming didn't think he'd leveled up just like this? It seemed like this leveling up really did have a lot to do with the number of passes and points. The settlement ended and Lin Ming left the copy. He was thinking about checking how many points he would receive after obtaining the authority of this copy. Who would have thought that the voice of the bizarre game would ring in his ears? Congratulations to player Lin Ming for elevating to the Evil Ghost level. The leaderboard system is open. The leaderboards will display the player's name, level, points, abilities, as well as rank and nationality. Lin Ming? No, this ranking just appeared in a grand manner? It wouldn't be a service-wide announcement, would it? Lin Ming immediately took out his cell phone and went on the official website established by the Creepy Bureau to check it out. Sure enough, the short video section developed on the official website had exploded. Previously, this short video platform, in addition to the rubbings, would have some cheats and dark poking advertisements as well as recruitment information. But now, those videos had changed. Lin Ming opened the first short video, Help a Family, who understands why is there this thing called a leaderboard? The sky is falling, why don't you wait until I'm dead to say there's a leaderboard? And list of players suspected of Chinese people? I'm kidding, the leaderboard is open. No, you all have such a tight mouth, am I the last one to know that there is a leaderboard? Lin Ming sighed. Great, it's really a ING service-wide announcement. Creepy Games must have done it on purpose. Because according to a normal game, it had to have at least asked the players if they were changing their nicknames, or if they were publicizing their positions. But right now, Creepy Game hadn't even asked Lin Ming about his wishes and had directly made it public. This meant that the other party was deliberately trying to expose the rankings, allowing others to target the players on the rankings, trying to stir up strife. Don't look at the rankings as if they weren't useful, but they could be used for advertisement with good results. When the time comes, a guild leader said that he is how many rankings certainly can attract a lot of young powerful players. Including the country can also attract some powerful foreign players, strengthen their own country, increase the survival rate. Lin Ming tapped on his panel, and sure enough, in addition to the attribute bar, there was an additional leaderboard option. When he tapped it, a screen of light popped up in front of him. A row of densely packed names showed up. Global Leaderboard. 1. Lin Ming. 2. Theodore Harcourt. 3. Song Shui. 4. Liam Sullivan. 5. Farhan Ahmed. 6. Bed Misaki. These names, when tapped, bring up personal information. All sorts of information could be seen clearly, except for the likenesses that wouldn't show up on them. For example, right now, Lin Ming didn't even need to open his panel to see all of his information. Name, Lin Ming Chinese. Level, Evil Ghost level. Points, 160,000.5. Reputation, 10,000. Skills, Evil Ghost Substitute, Voiding Extracted, Burial. Title, Perfect Passer, Excellent Worker, Explorer, Marketing Master. Mailbox, Coin of Doom, Safe House Rune Card, Bloodstained Watermelon Knife, Decayed Convenience Store Fragment, Desperate Residential Building Fragment, Red Blood Candle X5, Cursed Stone Orb X28, Silent Place Fragment, Corpse Oil Lamp, Snack Street Fragment, Playing Cards, Ghost Wine. It's pretty clear what's announced, it feels like a few curly hairs on my pants are being counted. Luckily, Creepy Games hadn't been able to announce Lin Ming's Cultivation Realm yet, that was his biggest card. The points had grown by more than 30,000, which should have been the points rewarded earlier, plus the turnover of the Snack Street. The reason that there were only 30,000 points in such a large street was because this Snack Street was under the Hunter's Responsibility Company Limited, and it definitely submitted its turnover on a regular basis. Otherwise it would have been snatched up by well-wishers like themselves. However, in the future, the killers would not have to be on edge all day long, fearing that someone would rob their Snack Street. Because the snack bar is now their own. I can be so good nah. Lin Ming sighed and looked at the second-ranked guy again. Name, Theodore Harcourt's Sunless Empire. Rank, Ghost Level. Points, 8,400. Reputation, 70. Skills, Blood Poople, Repel Shadow. Title, None. Mailbox, Fallen Blood Cross X1, Cursed Harmonica. Lin Ming didn't know what to say when he saw this pitiful panel. The difference was too great, he even felt like he could get this little thing killed with the snap of his fingers. But to be ranked second just like this, Song Shui, are you any good? Lin Ming tapped on Song Shui's attribute panel. Name, Song Shui. Rank, Ghost. Points, 2,000. Reputation, 300. Skills, Precognition, Instantaneous Movement. Title, Man of Integrity. Mailbox, Undead Bone Lance, Corpse Poison Gloves. Lin Ming frowned when he saw this attribute. It seemed that in addition to the leaderboards judging high and low according to level, points were also a very important reference factor. Otherwise, Song Shui should have been ranked second in any case, except for the lower points, looking at the other attributes. Chapter 107, So Worshipful You're Going to Promote to Grudge Level. Just as soon as the points were announced over here, Song Shui's side did call. You went to sell your body in a weird game? Why so many points? Song Shui's tone carried disbelief. I told you a long time ago, humble you can't see how great I am. Lin Ming had a soothing look on his face. Song Shui laughed, less bull, recently the country gripped black loans, froze and gripped 580,000 points, is fully cultivating US. Lin Ming was anxious, interrupting Song Shui's words, no, do you want to be shameless? Just gripping loans like this, letting those loan companies of others live? These words caused Song Shui to show a puzzled look. She didn't think that Lin Ming was the kind of rotten person who would be heartbroken about shenanigans. This guy usually helped whoever he spoke for profitably. I see, you had planned to glean black loans as well, right? Then you don't have to think about it, the countries have already teamed up and gripped the black loans so much that they don't dare to lend. Song Shui was filled with emotion, feeling that she was really right to join the national sector. After all, with such a large volume of forces wanting to develop, it was definitely faster than ordinary players developing on their own. Of course, Lin Ming was the exception. Although the points gathered by the Huaxia Creepy Bureau were many, they had to be evenly distributed to the Creepy Bureau branches and special operations teams in each province and city. When it was really divided evenly into everyone's hands, there wasn't much left. Moreover, most of the points had to be stored for backup, and had to be applied for in order to be mobilized if needed. Song Shui, who was the chief captain of the special warfare team, as one of the objects being fully cultivated, could only freely dispose of 2,000 points. But don't worry, the country is fully supporting me, as long as there's one more copy, I should be able to promote to the grudge level, so I'll be able to trade points, and I'll be able to truly support you. Song Shui said proudly. Congratulations, you're going to be promoted to grudge level, big brother, I adore you so much. Unlike me, I can only be a mediocre evil spirit level, alas, so useless. Lin Ming let out a long sigh, but it made Song Shui furious. Song Shui felt the hairs on her entire body stand up, gritting her teeth, she said, believe it or not, I'll report you crooked. Come on, embezzler. Lin Ming was not willing to show weakness. Song Shui took a deep breath, suppressed the expletives that came to her mouth, and talked about serious matters. The charts are out, I guess the top is going to shout at me in a while to go to a meeting to discuss this issue, and it's inevitable that they'll be talking about you at that time. Even though I deleted your information, these people have investigated me and definitely know that I have a younger brother also named Lin Ming. Before I deleted your profile, I really didn't expect that this damn game would publish a leaderboard. No, this is simply a hunt and kill list. I have already repaired the file urgently, saying that you died in the game, so I can lie for a while longer. Also, contact less recently, even if they believe me again, once your name is out, I will inevitably be suspected. Lin Ming naturally had no opinion. Song Shui hung up the phone, thought for a moment, entered the National Network Information Database, and deleted her call records. Now, for the sake of national security, the information banks of the major carriers had been connected to the relevant national departments. Song Shui, as the chief leader of the Special Operations Team, naturally had the authority to manage it. When she had deleted all traces of all operations, she had indeed received news of a meeting of the top management of the Creepy Bureau. Song Shui connected to the video conference. A large grid instantly appeared on the projection screen, with human heads in each grid. Those were the directors of the Creepy Bureaus from all over China. Even the director of the Quan City Creepy Bureau attended the meeting. But no one greeted him, instead they all warmed up to Song Shui. After all, this was the chief captain, and had a villainous ghost-level killing weapon in his hands. Nowadays, he was even ranked in the top 3 of the global rankings, so who would dare to disrespect him? At the very top of the video, the 5 elders, who occupied the largest position, also cast a gentle and loving gaze at Song Shui. Even number 1 asked somewhat helplessly, Chief Captain Song, are you still unwilling to leave Quan City and come over to the capital? Your house, office, and assistant have all been ready for a long time. Song Shui calmly said, I mainly don't dare to leave, that rented weapon is in my hands, in case I leave, what if the Streetlight Guild is worried that I'm trying to embezzle it and take it back? These words left the crowd speechless. The main reason was that this evil ghost-grade weapon was simply too important. It would be the equivalent of the world's first nuclear weapon. Back then, Pretty Country was the first to detonate a nuclear bomb and directly became the world's leader. Nowadays, China's position in the international arena was also rapidly climbing to the top. Those Chinese immigrants who had thought that these developed countries would also rapidly occupy the top position after the arrival of the bizarre game, were all very frustrated. They never expected that the first one to rise would be China. But no one sympathized with these fools. Who let them not even see the situation clearly? Did they really think that the arrival of the weird game was just a chance for ordinary people to turn over a new leaf? This was definitely a super event no less than the Industrial Revolution, or even the 2 world wars, and would reshuffle the power and rankings of countries. At such a time, it's like going to the toilet when you're holding your breath and picking a random cubicle to stand in without observing, and in the end, it's possible that everyone else has finished ting, and no one has come out of the cubicle you chose, and you finally find out that you've chosen a miscellaneous room, where you can't go to the toilet, and in the end, you can only cry and go home to wash your pants, and you'll be at your own peril. Hearing Song Shui's words, the 5 old men no longer forced themselves. Although there are a lot of Huaxia points, and even leasing and withdrawing a lot of ghost weapons and skills to send down to the members of the Special Operations Team. But the spooky ones are not given evil ghost-level ghost weapons. Otherwise, these lenders are likely to use their own rented-out ghost weapons to directly hammer their heads of these debtors. So even with hundreds of thousands of points, this evil ghost-grade undead bone gun also seems especially important. Number 1. Change the topic. In that case, let's now celebrate Chief Captain Song's ascension to the 3rd place in the world. Clap. Everyone was clapping. Perhaps some people disdained it, or perhaps some people felt that clapping might not be able to please Song Shui. But no one dared not applaud. After all, Song Shui might not be able to remember who applauded. But who didn't applaud? People surely remembered everything. Song Shui smiled faintly. Thank you all, it's just a small achievement in the district, it's not enough. Hee, Chief Captain Song is too modest. Number 5 had a kind face, but was clearly a bit impatient. There was clearly something he wanted to say, but didn't know how to say it. The other 4 elders were the same, all looking like they wanted to speak. In the end, the 5 elders could only quietly send a message to the director of the Spring City Creepy Bureau, asking him to speak. Wu Liang, the director of Quan City, was helpless. He said to himself, "You guys don't dare to ask, but I dare to ask? If you guys offend her, at most you will be disliked by her. If I offend her, she can straighten me out right out of her office." Chapter 108: The Role of a Man of Integrity. However, the 5 elders were not something Wu Liang could offend. In comparison, he could only pray that Song Shui wasn't that careful before clearing his throat and asking, "Chief Captain Song, I just saw the leaderboard and suddenly remembered something. When we transferred Chief Captain Song's file to the Creepy Bureau earlier, we found out that you have a younger brother who seems to be named Lin Ming as well. It wouldn't be such a coincidence that it would clash with the name of the number 11 in the world, would it?" The moment these words came out, everyone on the screen stared at Song Shui dead in the face, wanting to know her answer. Song Shui sighed lightly. "I also hope it's him, but..." Halfway through her words, Song Shui could no longer speak, and there were tears rushing out of her beautiful eyes. It could be seen that her emotions were a bit out of control. This instantly made all those senior officers of the Trickster Bureau a little nervous and embarrassed, not knowing what to do. They had actually checked the files after the rankings appeared. Because Song Shui had reacted too quickly and had promptly labeled her brother Lin Ming as having died, and that he had died in the bizarre game, these people hadn't found anything unusual. The reason why they still had to ask was to determine from Song Shui's reaction whether these 2 Lin Ming were one person or not. At this moment, seeing Song Shui's reaction, everyone could be certain. This list of Big Brother was not that brother of Song Shui. And among these people, the most nervous one was still Wu Liang. He wanted to get up to lock the office door for fear that Song Shui would come over and shoot himself with a gun. But after thinking about it, with the power of that gun, it was enough to destroy the building. It was estimated that even if he locked the door himself, and really waited for Song Shui to go on a rampage, the building might only end up with that lock left. Number 1 hastened to pacify. "Snow, you have to be open-minded. The advent of the bizarre game has caused many people to lose their loved ones and friends. We can't resist this kind of situation, but I believe that the bizarre game is so strong, maybe when we reach a certain realm, we can bring the dead back to life?" Number 2 followed closely and advised, "Right, we must always hold on to hope. We can't be disillusioned. Your brother might be waiting for you to save him as well." The others opened their mouths to persuade, trying to calm Song Shui's emotions. 5 minutes later, Song Shui wiped her tears and looked at the crowd with red eyes, her voice still slightly trembling. "I'm sorry for making you all look at the joke, let's continue. About this list 1 Lin Ming, I actually noticed it, and I looked through the archives and didn't see a single trace of him. I suspect that he should have some sort of ability to erase his existence. The situation now is that it will become troublesome for us to try to find the other party, and if we force the search on a wide scale, it might make the other party feel dangerous and resistant, instead of causing undesirable consequences. My suggestion is to send out a sincere invitation on the official website, and increase our investment to train our people as soon as possible to quickly ascend the list, so that we can be invincible." The many executives nodded their heads as they listened. This maneuver of Song Shui's could be said to be very correct at the moment. The 5 elders didn't refute it either. This was originally what they meant. Before, there were no leaderboards, and they didn't know what kind of people in the world were like. Now that they saw that there were only 2 Chinese people in the top 10 of the leaderboard, how could that be? There must be at least 11 Chinese people. After all, according to the usual practice, there must be 5 of the 4 famous constables. Then this global top 10 masters, there must also be 11 of them. I've heard that foreign countries have already begun to take action, collecting those high-end players on a large scale in an attempt to compete for the rankings. We need to speed things up as well. Let's put it this way, led by Chief Captain Song, immediately create an elite squad that specializes in competing for the rankings. All kinds of resources, take what you want, it must be faster. Stronger. Higher. Number 1 announced his thoughts in a deep voice before looking at the 4 old men beside him. The 4 elders raised their hands without any objections and voted unanimously. Seeing this, Song Shui immediately stood up and saluted. Thank you all for your trust, I will definitely live up to my promise and do my best. The many executives once again applauded, their faces full of anticipation. Afterwards, they chatted a bit more about the situation in various places before ending the meeting that lasted for 3 hours. When the meeting ended, Song Shui's face was filled with gravity as she recalled the grievances of those bazaar directors just now. She didn't realize that Huaxiao looked thriving on the surface, more stable and united than other countries. But in fact, it was all donkey dung surface light, and in the dark there had long been countless tragic things happening. There were even some places where the reality had already started to get spooky. As for Lin Ming's side, Song Shui wasn't too worried. She believed that those people had all been fooled by herself for the time being. After all, her title was no joke. Person of integrity. By wearing this title, your words will have the power of integrity and will easily gain trust. The effect of this title, coupled with Song Shui's superb acting skills, it easily fooled these ordinary people. Yes, who would have thought that all of these directors and 5 elders of the Creepy Bureau were ordinary people who had never entered a single creepy game? The key was that these people were specially selected. The reason for this was that they were emotionally stable and wouldn't enter the bazaar game in an agitated manner when dealing with affairs, resulting in affecting the affairs. Truly, this reason was indeed good. However, this would result in outsiders instructing insiders. With Song Shui's strength, deceiving a group of ordinary people would not be a piece of cake. After Song Shui persuaded these people to increase their commitment, she thought about how to send an invitation letter to Lin Ming. And Lin Ming was also thinking about this at this time. Song Shui had to avoid suspicion recently, so if she wanted to get another invitation message, she would probably just instantly send it to herself, and it would inevitably suffer some repercussions. However, Lin Ming wasn't thinking of relying only on Song Shui. He had gained so much authority in the bazaar game, and had also taken in the Streetlight Guild. Wasn't it time to put it to use now? Lin Ming had Ayun call for the street lamp boss and gave orders, find a way to collect some information on the invitation letter, don't alarm anyone, and come to me after you've collected the information. Yes. Boss Streetlight immediately went to carry out the order. After he left, Lin Ming looked at those map fragments in his mailbox. He felt that if he was right, these fragments should be withdrawable as well. However, the consequences of withdrawing them, or the potentially high price required, kept Lin Ming from acting rashly. After all, before, he was a tiny foundation stage and didn't dare to mess around. Now as a Jindan realist, he had the backbone to smooth out any difficulties. Even if he did summon a bizarre replica, he could easily resolve it. Lin Ming chose the fragment of the decaying supermarket. This was the first fragment he had mastered, and it didn't cover a large area, so even if it did appear in reality, it was nothing. Does player Lin Ming wish to withdraw the decayed supermarket fragment? Hint, the fragment requires 200,000 points to withdraw, please have enough points ready. Chapter 109 Mission, Kill Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't hesitate to cancel his withdrawals. He didn't have enough 200,000 points. But after this withdrawal, he was also certain of one thing. This fragment withdrawing to reality was definitely getting a copy into the real world. Otherwise it wouldn't have so many points. Wait. Lin Ming felt like he had touched the most sensitive place of the weird game in Blue Star. Points. At first, Lin Ming thought that the points were just a currency common to bazaar games. Similar to the gold and oil of the Blue Planet, it was considered hard currency. But now that he thought about it carefully, the bazaar game had always wanted to devour Blue Star. Then why does it still need to set up a threshold that requires points to withdraw cash? Players can withdraw cash if they want to, anyway, the more they withdraw cash, the more chaotic Blue Star is, the more favorable it is to the weird game. Could it be that the capitalists of the bazaar game deliberately made points to pull wool over the players' eyes? That wasn't right either, the capitalists were obviously abiding by certain rules of the bazaar game. There was no way they would dare to create something like points to block the tricky game from invading Blue Star. So would it be possible that the need for points for withdrawals wasn't restricted by creepy games? Rather, it was Blue Star. Or maybe it's a means of limiting the normal world that these creepy games are trying to encroach on? Actually, points should be the equivalent of a trade between the weird games and the real world. If you're in the game, you can use the abilities however you want. But if you want to come to Blue Star to use abilities and in-game weapons, you have to use points to withdraw them. So the points used for this cash out should be given to Blue Star? What did Blue Star need the points for? Lin Ming couldn't figure it out, but he felt that this should be some sort of competitive tactic between Blue Star and the Bazaar game that involved a bigger secret. It seemed like his Jindan stage cultivation wasn't too good. He had obviously touched the sensitive points of Blue Star in the weird game, but he couldn't really go deeper. Still have to upgrade myself, make my realm constantly stronger, and strive to one day ruthlessly enter the hidden places of the Blue Star in the Bazaar game, so that they will always recognize, and even be conquered by myself, and not be able to leave myself. Lin Ming was pondering, when he suddenly realized that his panel had actually fluctuated. To be exact, it was the points column that was fluctuating, the numbers were rising. It had just grown by 300 points out of nowhere. But one clearly hadn't done anything. Was it the official who had given himself the rent for renting the evil ghost grade weapons? Lin Ming immediately had Boss Streetlight inquire about it. The message replied from the creepy bureau's side was that it wasn't possible to transfer money to pay the rent for the time being. It even asked if it could use gold or cash against the bill. Without even asking Lin Ming, the Streetlight boss directly refused. Just kidding, now all the major companies are scrambling to send money to the Streetlight Guild to send dry shares, and every year, they will be able to share hundreds of millions of dividends for nothing. How can they afford to give you that kind of money? Since it's not the official rent, there's only one possibility. It's the copy side that's making money. Previously, Lin Ming had sent a lot of shenanigans to keep the Silent Land running. Now it seemed that the Silent Land had begun to generate revenue, at least that movie theater was beginning to generate income. So it had arrived at 300 points for itself. Sure enough, this copy was still worth operating. Lin Ming revealed a smile, and he was already imagining the scene where he would be sitting on a large number of copies in the future, making money every day. Ha! Master, there seems to be a problem. Next to him, Ah Yun, who was holding his cell phone and was playing, came over and sat on Lin Ming's lap with a face full of gravity, showing him his cell phone. What the cell phone page displayed was none other than the official website of the Bazaar game. Ah Yun was now researching the real world every day when she had nothing else to do, so she would often use Lin Ming's account to log into the official website of the Bazaar game to check the posts. At this moment, her face was grave as she showed a post to Lin Ming. It was posted by a player with the nickname Sassy Old Man vs. Bullying Male Nymph. Brothers, I've just come out of the game, and none of you dare to imagine what I've been through. The copy of the game I entered this time was a place called Cannibal Nightclub. That copy, all the damn are ferocious Bazaar, each one kills like a man, I and everyone else thought we were dead. But I didn't expect that after we just went in, the owner of the nightclub approached me and asked me to agree to one of its conditions, then let me go. You guys know it or not, I was scared less and thought it was going to sleep with me. But I had my pants down, but it said that it would let me go to the real world to post a chase message saying that it would take out a player named Lin Ming, and it would even give points as payment, and after I agreed it actually let me go. That said, I'd like to ask for some advice, everyone help me analyze this, the Lin Ming that the nightclub owner wanted to take out, it wouldn't be that global rank 1 big brother, would it? Many people below were replying to the post in droves. I'm in love with my brother-in-law's husband replied, you got this quest too? I've also been asked by a creep to take out Lin Ming, and it says that if I do, I'll be rewarded with points. Wiping mustard oil to cure constipation replied at the top of the post, I also received it, and now it seems that the one who can cause so much bizarre hatred would be Big Brother List 1. Mistaken eyes lead to not getting pregnant, Big Brother List 1 is awesome, I also received the hunt mission, how many creeps has he offended? Lin Ming casually flipped through them and realized that there were at least 100 replies below, all of which were from people who had received the task of chasing and killing themselves. This had caused the wrath of the weirdos? How could they go from the game to reality? I really can't afford to play ah. However, looking at the situation, many players were just treating this mission as a joke. After all, let's not talk about whether or not we can find Lin Ming. Even if it is found, just ask how you kill? How long has this game just opened ah? People rely on jacking up loans, just barely survived. Even someone owes tens of thousands of loan points, have not been on the global list of the top 10. But the list of Big Brother are already evil ghost level of existence, and there are more than 100,000 points. Don't say kill. Now the group of people on the official website of the Huaxia creepy game had begun to frantically call for their father. They were all looking forward to Lin Ming stepping in and taking them on. But while the Chinese players thought so, the foreign countries weren't so sure. Those geeks were probably bent on killing Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought about it and logged into the extranet over the wall to check the news. Sure enough, he saw many Guilo clamoring. They were already dissatisfied with the number one in the world, and surprisingly, they were Chinese. At this moment, after entering the game, some foreign Guilo had also, for some reason, received a mission from the creeps to hunt down Lin Ming. Now they were getting high. There was even a Guilo who appeared to be the leader of a gang, who made a video on the extranet clamoring, "Huaxia, I've got a missile, I'm ordering you to hand over Lin Ming within 3 days, otherwise I'll just launch it at the territory of Huaxia." This video, in a short time the number of likes broke 100,000, and even the number is still rising rapidly. Chapter 110 Miles Tracking Charm. There were still quite a few people that would also log on to the extranet. At this moment, seeing this black boss's threat, they swished their messages below. "No, dude. Who are you threatening with one missile? Just one missile is indeed a little less. How about this? How about we Huaxia send you a few nukes for free? Be careful when you pick them up. Is it surprising that foreign countries are already in such a mess? Such a small gang dares to clamor against Huaxia on the internet? No need to talk nonsense, global anti-terrorism it is. Seriously, I'm from a pretty country, I can't even stand to see this guy acting so pretentious. I'm black, I'm in favor of Huaxia to exterminate these guys. It's horrible, even though I'm from Goryeo, I know that Huaxia is a beautiful, peaceful country and shouldn't be targeted like this." Lin Ming was surprised to see that there were foreigners helping to speak up. In the past, it was even good if these guys didn't disparage Huaxia. Why were they changing their wind direction now? Soon, Lin Ming saw a comment below that pertinently stated the reason. "You foreign devils in the past do not look down on Huaxia, now know that my Huaxia security, there is a global list of Big Brother and list of 3 sister town, and began to lick on their knees, think that say a few good words will allow you to join the Huaxia nationality? Look at your own comment history records first." It seemed like Huaxia's status in the international arena had indeed climbed very high recently. But it's normal. Foreign countries, even superheroes could destroy a city every time they defended the earth. Not to mention that there were no superheroes now, only a bunch of ancestors. It's even more chaotic, with gun battles every day. Not to mention normal people, those capitalists could barely stand it and regretted not banning guns for normal people earlier. Lin Ming was looking at the comments when he realized that this black boss had posted another work. Probably because there were too many people questioning him just now as just a small leader, so the black boss posted a picture of his own arsenal. This arsenal wasn't small: machine guns, rocket launchers, grenades, rifles, pistols, even tanks, and a fighter jet. The most conspicuous thing in this was a launch vehicle, on which a missile was being set up. The model of that missile was unknown, and it looked like a Tomahawk cruise missile. In the new video, the black boss said smugly, "See, doesn't Huaxia want peace, doesn't it want to protect your nationals?" Then release Lin Ming's information profile. Lin Ming checked the official Chinese accounts to see their reaction. The major spokespersons stepped in and expressed their condemnation. However, the official website had also uploaded 2 videos of maneuvers. One was about the Chinese armament screen, with videos of various missiles being fired and intercepted with precision. There was also a video of Song Shui wielding an undead bone gun and killing people. The threatening meaning of this was obvious. Especially Song Shui, who was able to rank 3rd on the global list, the gun in her hand was even more terrifying. These 2 videos still shocked a lot of people. Many people had left comments under the Black Boss's video, asking if he was afraid. Boss Black did not respond. Is he afraid? He was damn near scared to death. But there was no way around it, because provoking Huaxia wasn't something he wanted to do himself. Who's a black boss with nothing better to do than to provoke a country? It was all the top brass of the pretty country that forced him from behind. Those bigwigs wanted to use him to test the bottom line of China. The black boss was actually panicking, having already written his will and distributed his property. He looked back on his life of plundering and taking, and realized that his life was actually complete. He has a full $500 million in assets. Famous models, actresses from various countries, vegetarians, wives of powerful people, he had enjoyed all kinds of women. Even his children have more than 10. Besides, the top management of the beautiful country also promised that as long as he cooperated with the drama to force Huaxia, they would allow his children to inherit his family business without paying inheritance tax, and they would also be given a big project that the government is responsible for. Only then did the black boss willingly go to his death. Anyway, in this chaotic world, there was no telling when he would die in the bizarre game. Instead of dying a worthless death, it would be better to find a worthy death. It was a pity that he had messed with the wrong person. Lin Ming immediately began to look up this black boss's information. He didn't have to put in much effort. The comments section was filled with high-profile people who had already published all of the black boss's information, including his address, and had also mobilized netizens to go door-to-door to get real with him. The black boss had actually seen these messages, but simply ignored them. He knows he can't defend himself against these netizens who can find anything but an object. As early as when the video was sent, the whole family had already moved places. He even made all the preparations, hiding his wife, lover and children separately. This way, even if he was retaliated against by Huaxia, he would still be able to leave behind his offspring. After Lin Ming saw Boss Black's name, he immediately gathered his spiritual energy at his fingertips and drew a talisman in the air. Countless lines intertwined and transformed into a 20-centimeter rune seal with complex seal script written on it. However, if someone who was familiar with the small seal script was here, they would be surprised. One could not recognize the words written on the rune seal at all. This was because what was written there was the English name of the black boss. Soon, the rune seal was finalized. Lin Ming shook the 10,000 soul streamer and summoned a creepy. This bazaar was one that he had taken in earlier, a ghostly shadow at the specter level. This ghostly shadow could be stealthy, sneak into any place, and was extremely fast. Lin Ming threw the talisman into the ghost shadow's body and said in a deep voice, "This thing will allow you to track the location of your target. Go and fetch some of his blood back for me." The ghost shadow received the order and immediately leapt out of the villa. After it went out, the talisman made up of spiritual energy instantly burned up and turned into a faint wisp of black smoke that floated into the distance. The ghostly shadow drifted after the black smoke. This was precisely one of the newly unlocked spells of the Heavenly Evil technique after Lin Ming's promotion to the Jindan stage. 10,000-mile tracking talisman. As long as one knew the opponent's appearance and name, one could find the opponent's trail. Of course, it was not without limitations. For example, the prefixed word 10,000 miles. It meant within 10,000 kilometers in order to track the other party. The ghost shadow chased that black smoke all the way to Pretty Country. Only halfway there, it felt its power being drawn out. It seemed like Blue Star was extracting its power. The ghostly shadow immediately told Wei Yuan about this matter through the connection between the 10,000 soul streamer and itself through the air. Wei Yuan in turn reported this matter to Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Blue Star would extract bizarre power? It shouldn't be. He immediately looked at Ayun beside him. "Do you feel it?" "Extraction?" Ayun sensed carefully. "No, but my power is indeed decreasing all the time, and it's going to consume a bit more than in the bazaar game. I thought that it was normal consumption. After all, this world doesn't have that much dead chi for me to absorb, and besides, the increase in consumption isn't too much, so I didn't care about it. Creepy even in the creepy game will dissipate dead chi all the time, that's why it will make up for it by eating. And this feeding was usually food with plenty of dead chi, or the player." Lin Ming thought about it, and first told Wei Yuan to tell Ghost Shadow to go find some players to absorb to strengthen himself, so he wouldn't die halfway. At the same time, Lin Ming looked at Ayun. "Use your ability and see how the consumption is." Ayun agreed and began to use her rebooted ability. When the reboot had passed once, her face became ugly. The consumption has become even greater. In other words, these unmentionable shenanigans normally consume a lot, and when you use the ability the consumption will be even greater? This was clearly restricted in some way. Lin Ming had suspected before that the points used for this withdrawals were handed over to Blue Star. It was probably equivalent to tariffs, immigration fees, or something like that. Now that he had used the 10,000 soul streamer to bring Ayun out, it was actually considered smuggling. Perhaps Ayun was consuming a lot because he was affected by smuggling. Lin Ming decided to withdraw Ayun to try it out. Because Ayun was a grudge spirit level existence, if he wanted to withdraw it, he needed 8,000 points. At this price, it was close to catching up to the undead Bone Lance. Lin Ming knew before that although the copy said that the cash out was 1,000, it was also divided into things. The stronger the withdrawals were, and the greater the impact on Blue Star, the more expensive they were. The undead Bone Lance only required 10,000 points to withdraw, not because it was weak, but because it was a dead thing. Whether it was strong or weak depended on the user. But a living bazaar like Ayun was different. It had an autonomous consciousness and the impact it caused was definitely great. Chapter 111 Alchemy. Lin Ming spent 8,000 points to withdraw Ayun. Afterward, he stared at Ayun and asked, "Any changes?" Ayan felt it carefully, and even restarted it once, and said seriously, the consumption in the normal state has decreased, and the consumption of using abilities is normalized. Sure enough, the points were used to hand over to Blue Star, which was the money to buy the way, the toll. In order for the Ghost Shadow to reach its destination, Lin Ming spent another 3,000 points to withdraw it as well. The ghostly shadow had already arrived within the snowy plains at this moment, and was constantly devouring the power of living beings to prevent itself from dissipating. However, such an operation was tantamount to a drop in the bucket. The more the ghost shadow used its abilities, the more it consumed, and the rate at which it devoured living beings simply couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption. Even more, it had attracted the attention of many players. There were already players who had begun to round it up. Luckily, Lin Ming had already brought it up. After feeling its consumption diminish, the ghostly shadow immediately grabbed the road again. It couldn't delay its master's mission. Soon, the ghostly shadow arrived at Pretty Country's new gold mountain. It passed through the black smoke and found Black Boss, who was lurking in a basement. Although he wasn't afraid of death, Black Boss didn't want to die either, so he had made a basement with very tight security. Not only did it have all sorts of protective measures, but it also hired highly paid players as well as some ghost weapons to sit in the basement. Lin Ming had predicted that this Black Boss would definitely have heavy protection, which is why he chose Ghost Shadow to go forward. This Ghost Shadow's greatest ability was that it could ignore any solid block after stealth. What reinforced concrete, what alloy materials, even those laser alarms couldn't stop it. The Ghost Shadow sneaked into the Black Boss's residence from underground and met the Black Boss, who was drinking and swiping his cell phone. The guy seemed to be still chatting with someone. Ghost Shadow glanced at his cell phone, only to hear someone next to him crash through the door and rush in. It was two blonde-haired, blue-eyed Ghostbusters. Ghost Weapon is reacting. There's a spooky infiltration. The two Ghostbusters yelled. The ghostly shadow couldn't understand what they were howling about, but looking at the several people scanning around in nervous panic, it knew that they must have discovered themselves. It even sensed that a mirror held in the hand of one of the ghost men seemed to have locked onto itself. The ghostly shadow no longer hesitated, and immediately took Black Boss's blood and turned to flee. Boss Black felt that he was stabbed by something, and when he looked at his arm again, he realized that blood was flowing out. He was terrified and screamed for help. The two ghostly men also shone their mirrors at the entire room, just in time to see the ghostly figure diving into the ground. Accompanied by a loud curse, the two Ghostbusters pulled the alarm and defended with all their might. It was a pity that the ghostly shadow had already escaped. When the ghostly shadow returned to Lin Ming's villa along the same path, Lin Ming was surprised when he realized that the guy's body had dulled beyond recognition. "You're injured?" The ghostly shadow was dying. "Master, they have a strange ghostly weapon that just shone on me for a moment and stripped me of most of my power. In order to hurry back, I consumed the remaining dead chi, and I can't hold out any longer." Looking at the wretched ghost shadow, Lin Ming immediately took the bottle containing Boss Black's blood and sent the ghost shadow into the 10,000 soul streamer. Unfortunately, the ghost shadow had already consumed too much, and even the 10,000 soul streamer couldn't save it. It seemed that not only China was gripping the creepy game loan. Other countries were also gripping loans, and then with the grip loans, they rented and withdrew a lot of goodies, and surprisingly, they were all able to kill one of Lin Ming's creepy. Lin Ming's face was icy cold. It was the first time he had suffered such a big loss. After all, he only had nearly 1,000 guile, and now he had actually lost one. He decided that he would first clean up Boss Black and then take the 10,000 soul streamer on a trip to Pretty Country. "Don't you guys have more ghost weapons? Let's see if you guys have more ghost weapons or my little brother. It just so happens that I feel like there aren't enough grudge corpses." Lin Ming made up his mind and immediately started carving a spell formation on the table. That spell formation was extremely complex. Even for the Jindan stage Lin Ming, it took him 10 minutes to carve it. Along with the operation of the spell formation, a black pillar of light gushed out, emitting a strange and gloomy power. Lin Ming poured Big Boss Black's blood into the spell formation, then injected spiritual energy and began to recite the spell. This was a spell that he had acquired at the Foundation Establishment stage. Blood Killing Spell. This spell could kill an opponent through a blood incantation and chase the opponent's bloodline all the way to obliterate them, finally exterminating their entire clan. As Lin Ming chanted the spell incantation, the black light on the spell formation grew brighter and brighter. Those blood gradually merged and stretched, and finally slowly turned into the appearance of Black Boss. But that wasn't all. The images of Boss Black's children also appeared in the spell formation. And the relatives that had a bloodline connection with those children also gradually appeared. For example, their children, or their mothers or grandparents. But all those who could be involved in a bloodline connection all appeared in the black light pillars of the spell formation. In the end, there were more than 40 people. Lin Ming watched as the spell formation didn't add any more newcomers for 5 minutes, and began to activate the spell formation's true ability. Erase. The moment the spell formation's obliteration ability was activated, the black boss in the basement who was videoing the pretty country executives about the incident of being bizarrely probed suddenly screamed miserably and collapsed to the ground and died violently. The pretty country executives in the video were instantly shocked. Ah you. Ah you. Ah you. What are you bet to win? Meanwhile, the children of the black boss, whether they are getting high in a nightclub, or are rolling in bed with their girlfriends and boyfriends, or even those who are smoking leaves, all of them instantly died violently. Because Black Boss was a tool used by Pretty Country to provoke China, he and his family were under surveillance. At this moment, the violent deaths of Black Boss's family members also quickly reached the ears of the Pretty Country's top brass. More than 40 people, at the same time, the same sudden violent death? This was definitely not the power of ordinary people. It was bizarre. And it was most likely the tactics of Big Brother Pungjai. The Pretty Country executives were instantly terrified and held a meeting overnight to discuss the matter. They could be certain that this matter was definitely retaliation from either Huaxia or Big Brother Pengwan. The point of discussion or dispute now was whether to launch a protest over the matter and force Huaxia to bow down, or to bow down and admit their mistakes first. Lin Ming didn't care if they discussed it or not. After he saw all of Big Brother Black and the others die in the spell formation, he had Meng Meng take the 10,000 soul streamer and go on a trip to Pretty Country. Lin Ming stayed at home and had other things to deal with. Alchemy. He had reached the Jin Dan stage, and the heavenly evil Kung Fu had provided him with some Dan formulas and alchemy techniques. There was an elixir in here that he was very interested in. The 1,000 corpses and 10,000 poisons pill. This elixir, when consumed, could give a person the ability to be as invulnerable to swords and spears as a zombie. It was also a control elixir that would produce a severe poison to make people suffer. If one didn't take the antidote regularly, even if they were invulnerable to swords and spears, they would still die in agony. It just so happened that Lin Ming felt that his minions were a bit weak, and their survival rate was too low when they entered the game. He would use these pills to cultivate control over them. This would save too much energy and effort compared to the Dementor technique. Chapter 112, Emptying a Street. Carrying the 10,000 soul streamer, Meng Meng randomly found an airplane white whoring in the flying Pretty Country. In order for them to really kill big, Lin Ming even went so far as to spend 50,000 points to withdraw Dream, Wei Yuan, Gluttony Ghost, and Misty Ghost. The points of these several bizarre withdrawals varied. Among them, Dream even took up 20,000 points alone. The reason for this was her ability, which was simply too powerful. On Lin Ming's side, he asked Boss Streetlamp to help himself to the market to buy things. Alchemy required tools and materials. The materials were originally actually quite easy to find. Listening to the name of this pill, 1,000 corpses and 10,000 poisons pill. Obviously it was just a matter of using the dead chi from the corpses. But cremation is now mandatory all over the world. Many places even dig up the bones from the graves and cremate them. What's even more frightening is that some places have banned the burial of graves. The slogan shouted out is that it is better to add 10 people than a grave. So old corpses that possessed dead chi were getting scarcer and scarcer, and could only be obtained from bizarre games. It sounded like it was more trouble than it was worth, but this elixir was important. Because it made up for Lin Ming's regret that those underlings couldn't devour the bizarre. As long as the elixir was enough, it would allow them to also become stronger as fast as Lin Ming and still have to suffer control. So it was only possible to laboriously game creepy for a bit. Compared to the materials, it was actually instead the Dan tripod that was hard to get. After receiving Lin Ming's order, Boss Streetlamp went and got a lot of finished Dan tripods and materials. The finished Dan tripods made in modern times were usually used for major religions to use, to burn incense or to display. But those things, honestly, didn't stand up to burning. Lin Ming didn't even use the Samadhi flame, just the flames condensed with spiritual energy, and they couldn't even carry it. Then he tried the alloy material again, and it also didn't work. This time it wasn't that they couldn't withstand the flames, but they couldn't withstand the corrosion. That corpse poison is very strong, ordinary materials can't carry it at all. Did it have to be a ghost weapon? Use the ghost weapon of the bizarre game, refine the bizarre game's bizarre, and then enhance your own little brother? Lin Ming felt like he wasn't a thing when he thought about it. But it seemed kinda cool. Over here, Lin Ming made the decision to go to the bazaar game to get some ghost weapons to use as a dan furnace. The pretty country had already set off a turmoil. Because Meng Meng got off the plane. Meng Meng followed Lin Ming's request and came to New Jinshan. At this time, the top management of Pretty Country had already had 3 meetings, yet they were still undecided. The main reason was that no one could convince anyone. After all, in the past, it had been the Pretty Country that had bullied other countries so much that other countries had protested. Now if they also launched a protest, it always felt strange to lose face. After all, they were the Pretty Country, the world's top power, the lighthouse of the Blue Star. How could they bow down to others? But if they really fight, they may not be able to beat them. People list a big brother can quietly kill the black boss whole family, can also kill their whole family. Just as Pretty Country was still arguing over whether or not to slightly lower their heads. The fog ghost released a large amount of fog that enveloped a neighborhood as Gluttony Ghost and Wei Yuan began to slaughter like crazy. When they saw people, Wei Yuan first gave a hold, and Gluttony Ghost went up and took a bite. When the fog appeared, no one on the streets originally cared about the Ghostbusters. Only thought it was the weather, no one was in a hurry to go home, and some people even took the cover of the fog and ran to the corner of the street to play an exciting fight with the opposite sex. But soon, the ghosts saw 2 bazaar weaving in and out of traffic, stopping a car, and then lifting off the roof of the car as if opening a can, and grabbing the people inside out and eating them one by one. Now, all the ghosts collapsed. Spooky. It was the weirdness that had descended. Help! An old woman stood on the street shouting at the top of her voice for help, expecting Anal Iron Man and Team Phantom to come to her rescue. But what came was the gluttony who resented her noise and ate her in one bite. When others saw this scene, they immediately panicked and ran into the distance. Those who have a car also dare not drive, mainly because the car is crowded into a ball, it is not as fast as legs. It was just that the fog ghosts existed just so that they couldn't escape. Moreover, the fog ghost's corrosive ability had increased after reaching the grieving spirit level. In just a moment, those concrete buildings, steel vehicles, all showed signs of rust and corrosion. The people were even more miserable, their clothes were the first to corrode. Soon the ghosts were all naked. Luckily, they didn't care about this, and even felt that the wind resistance was reduced, instead they ran faster. Dream was a kind little lowly in the end and didn't participate in the chase. She just watched quietly from the side. Suddenly, Meng Meng saw a survivor in the distance who not only didn't run, but instead walked towards a little boy. The man was wearing a black robe, with a cross on his chest, and holding a leftover scripture, as if he was a priest. The priest walked up with a serious face and said to the panicked little boy, "Why aren't you leaving yet? Quickly, I'll take you to a safe basement." When the little boy saw the priest, he was instantly terrified, as if he was more scared than seeing a creep, and struggled madly. Wei Yuan rushed over and directly tore the priest apart. The little boy was saved and showed gratitude to Wei Yuan, apparently thinking that he was a superhero who had come to rescue the pretty countryman. Wei Yuan backhandedly slapped him to death as well, and with an expressionless face rushed towards a black man in the distance who was smashing luxury stores. 10 minutes later, this long street of hundreds of meters was wiped clean and turned into a ghost street sprinkled with blood. As the fog began to shift towards another street, once the ghostly men who weren't afraid of death ran over, the Red Bull symbol could be vaguely seen on them. These people photographed the tragic situation of the long street and uploaded it to the internet, allowing the whole world to see this horrible scene. Instantly a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Many people developed great panic and despair. The bazaar had already begun to appear in reality on a large scale and went on a massacre? It was also just a few minutes after this video was uploaded to the internet that the number of views broke 100 million. Then many of the video's viewers received invitation letters from the bazaar game. This time, there was another whale on the extranet. Seeing this, Huaxia immediately sent people to completely sever the connection between the intranet and the extranet, only allowing a few specialized personnel to browse and observe the extranet. The pretty country's top brass naturally learned of this matter as well. In the pot meeting building, the top brass of the pretty country who were in the middle of their 4th meeting all looked at each other in dismay. The people didn't know the inside story, so they didn't link this matter to Lin Ming. However, they knew very well that they had just threatened Huaxia to hand over Lin Ming. As a result, the black boss's entire family had died violently, and now this mass slaughter was happening. That was bound to be the work of Peng Jiai's big brother, Lin Ming. Chapter 113, the third commando team that was all players. After Lin Ming took out 3 blocks of Ghostbusters in a row. The pretty country's top brass finally couldn't stand it anymore. It was mainly the higher-ups of New Jinshan who couldn't take it anymore. It's those idiots from the pot club that are messing with you. Why are you messing with us? This is equivalent to the boss forced you to work overtime and do not give overtime pay. The result, you do not go to retaliate against the boss, but to go to screw the boss's wife and daughter to retaliate. The same unreasonable? The mayor of New Jinshan and the governor of the state of Home Helpuya jointly issued a statement. Claimed that the black boss forced Huaxia incident has nothing to do with the local, is pretty country pot braising building to get out of the conspiracy. They wanted to force Big Brother Pengjiai into submission, so they asked Big Brother Pengjiai to move to the pot boiler. They also asked Huaxia's east wind to blow over to pot boil. Of course, in order to show their sincerity, they were willing to compensate Big Brother Pengjiai with all of Boss Black's belongings plus $500 million, only to ask Big Brother Pengjiai to provide an account number. The people of the world were shocked when such words of conceding came out. No, the world's boss, warmonger, and Blue Star's largest terrorist organization actually chose to bow down? Didn't they used to do it at the drop of a hat, so there was a time when they were afraid? Potluck's side was even more panicked. Because there is an airplane with a Red Bull logo in the sky above the pretty country, is shooting at the fog, the whole online live broadcast. They found out that after the apology statement was sent out at Home to Helpuya State, those fogs began to shift rapidly, drifting in the direction of the Potpourri building. All the people in the capital of the pretty country, Peanut Stew, also realized through the live broadcast that the fog was drifting in, and all of them panicked. A group of white people angrily rushed to the pot club building and just started protesting and vandalizing. Some were protesting why they weren't apologizing. Some were forcing them not to apologize by protesting. There were others who simply wanted to smash the pot club building to protest the fact that their lives were not going well. There was also a group of black people who took advantage of the white people going to the protest to turn around and steal from their homes and reap the rewards. Some harvested cash, some harvested jewelry, some harvested wives. And the lucky ones harvested a barrage of bullets that just didn't catch. The top brass in the pretty state had egg on their faces, too. If one state concedes, it's not a big problem. But if they all conceded, it would be a big shame. President Trump founding was also furious. He didn't want to concede, so he grumpily pressed the red button on his desk. A few moments later, a glass of iced cola was brought into the office. Trump Jangmo drank the iced cola to suppress his anger while asking the waiter to go and call his secretary here, then asked the secretary to notify the military of the decision to send out the 3rd Commando Team. This was the most recent formation of the pretty country, all made up of players, each with drawing skills and ghost weapons, a powerful bunch. With the approval and release of the various departments, the 3rd Commando Team immediately traveled in a plane to block the fog transfer. As the military airplanes appeared on the live broadcast screen, the people of pretty country were all filled with anticipation. Although there was a part of the pretty country's people who wimped out, there were many others who actually didn't want to admit defeat. Seeing the military deployed, and the airplane hatch opened, there are even people without parachutes to jump down. Only to see a black man jumping down from the airplane in a leap of faith, it was so dashing, so uninhibited. When many people saw this scene, they couldn't help but have their hearts in their throats, and they were all worried. They are all cursing the beautiful country military, saying that you want to kill this quietly kill this global livid how to kick down? How to affect the reputation But there are more people, recognize the badge on the black uniform, that is the 3rd Commando. Pretty Country announced a few days ago, the country set up the 3rd Commando Team, is composed of all the higher players, each is very powerful. Right, how could I forget that our country also has powerful players? At once, all the people of Pretty Country looked at the free-falling black man with anticipation, wondering how he would land in style and how powerful he would be. Snap! The black man fell directly to the ground and turned into mud. Pretty nation populace. Surely it's still simply to murder us, isn't it? In the next moment, the rotten black man actually slowly gathered up and once again returned to his human form with a confident smile on his face and opened his arms. USA. USA. Because many players had just appeared, coupled with the fact that they were mentally exhausted just to cope with the game, very few people went online to post their abilities. This led to the fact that many of the populace who hadn't been in the game were all shocked to see this ability from reality for the first time. Isn't this a ING superhero? America is saved. We are a world power. Instantly, countless pop-ups floated through the live broadcast, turning the entire screen into words of various colors, making it impossible to see anything, similar to a distant action romance video with hundreds of layers of mosaic. Those who are too late to close the pop-up screen can only hear the scream, a group of onlookers, female public in the screaming "oh yeah," while the blacks and whites in the excitement of the roar, and occasionally mixed with the sound of popping applause. Plus this, with his special ability to defy falling from heights. The other commando GIs couldn't, and waited for the plane to land before coming down. But they have all sorts of abilities too. Some were bloodshot, glazed eyes, even the corners of their eyes were cracked open and blood was pouring out. Others were fluttering their long tongues, which were still covered in mucus. There were even some with abnormal teeth, their upper and lower teeth closing like steel gates. In addition to the changes brought about by their skills, they also had a variety of ghostly weapons on their bodies. There were flying carpets of human skin that could fly, cans of spinach soaked in human blood that could increase their strength greatly after eating them, and staffs entwined with curses. The third commando team, a total of 16 people, were all players with skills and ghost weapons, and at this moment, all of them were here just to fight against that mist. At the same time, another global broadcast was being synchronized. It was the defense minister of the pretty country who was being interviewed. This minister was full of confidence and talked a lot. "We have carried out the most complete aggression. Oh, it's a complete development of the bizarre game, and now we have acquired 700,000 points, which are all used to arm our army, and we are the country with the highest military investment in the world, so it's impossible to lose. We are the country with the highest military spending in the world, so there is no way we will lose." The female reporter on the opposite side curiously inquired, "But the other party is Lin Ming, who was number 1 in the global rankings. Are you really not worried at all?" "Ha ha ha, what are you worried about? Worried that he'll lose so badly that he'll go home and cry to his mother?" The defense minister said with great humor. Next to him, the other officials and a group of interview reporters couldn't help but smile. The female reporter also felt that with hundreds of thousands of points smashed down, it should be impossible to lose, and immediately changed the question, "Then how do you plan to deal with those troublemaking shenanigans after you catch them this time?" The Minister of Defense thought for a moment. "I decided to first suggest Potboiler to remove those surrendered officials, and then announce to the world that we're the strongest country in the universe, and that we accept any country's pleas for help, and don't mind sending troops to any country for assistance. Of course, countries with oil and gold reserves can be prioritized to ask for aid and station troops." Chapter 114 Black God. The female reporter, hearing this confident statement from the minister, also felt that it was impossible to lose, and immediately switched the screen. "Now let's gather around the frontline battle situation and synchronize our interpretation. Of course, if you are willing, Minister." Of course the Minister of Defense was willing. Pointing to the black man who was the first to jump out of the plane, he said, "See that Lieutenant Darnell of the black race? He has immortality, and no matter how abused he is, he can reanimate and finish off the other side." Darnell seemed to hear the Secretary of Defense introduce himself as the order came over the headset. He took the lead and broke into the mist. Not Mang, but to use his undead body to help his teammates scout the situation. However, in that fog, only Misty Ghost himself was lurking at the moment. Dream had already carried the 10,000 soul streamer and arrived in the group of the 3rd assault team waiting in line. She glanced at the 10,000 soul streamer and communicated with Wei Yuan. To be exact, it was communicating with Lin Ming. This was Lin Ming's magic weapon, and through Wei Yuan, the main soul, he could see everything here. Tian, go to sleep. Wei Yuan, you guys are in charge of killing." Lin Ming gave the order with an expressionless face. 700,000 points? Is that pretty impressive? If you used them all on one person, I would still be afraid of you. But now, I don't know how many layers of corruption and how many times it's been dispersed. Still using it to scare me? After getting the order, all the creeps acted. Tian was the most miserable one. It could fall asleep and not wake up, but it was really hard to let it sleep so abruptly. Luckily, there was Wei Yuan and the others to help. Wei Yuan brought a few creeps and Ding Dong gave Tian a beating, especially attacking the head. In no time, Tian fell asleep peacefully. The power of silence, activated. The other bizarre ones quickly rushed out of the 10,000 soul streamer. After Wei Yuan had been promoted to the grievous spirit level, he couldn't just immobilize only one person. Now it was fixing 10 people at once. The Gluttony Ghost, and Hanged Ghost came out together. The Gluttony Ghost was taking one bite at a time, and the Greedy Ghost of Wealth sprinkled the sky with paper money to collect the player's breath. The Hanged Ghost, on the other hand, was hanging all those players in mid-air. The sudden appearance of the weirdness caught the 3rd Commando's soldiers off guard. 15 soldiers were instantly controlled. 5 of them were even killed in seconds by the 3 ghosts. The remaining 10 players wanted to resist, but they were no match for Wei Yuan. In the end, they were only ghost level. How could they fight against a grieving spirit level existence? The other 3 ghosts turned their spears and began to deal with the 10 big soldiers. The speed of that killing made the cheering crowd and the defense minister who was broadcasting live not react. The Minister of Defense, who had been bragging about the certain victory of the beautiful country just a moment ago, looked at the corpses all over the ground and fell into a stupor. The female reporter was also dumbfounded and froze for a while before asking in a trembling voice, "Minister, do you think we still have a chance?" To say that people can be a minister, even if they are scared to pee their pants, they still quickly squeeze out a smile. I admit, Lin Ming is indeed very powerful but also very shameless, to sneak up on us. But there is one person who is not afraid of sneak attacks. That's our Lieutenant Darnell, who has an immortal body. Even if Lin Ming is more shameless with his sneak attacks and despicable tactics, he's definitely no match for Lieutenant Darnell, so let me call out Lieutenant Darnell's name and look forward to him leading us to victory. Darnell! Darnell! The Minister of Defense raised his arms in unparalleled passion. Through the camera, this image reached thousands of homes. Many of the people of the beautiful country, who didn't want to lose, also raised their arms. Darnell! Darnell! The onlookers at the scene, some of whom were also watching the live broadcast, followed at this time and raised their arms. This kind of live atmosphere was the easiest way to stir up emotions. This is why concerts are always so bombastic. Of course, it was also divided into places, otherwise if you said hey and said spitting blood on stage, the following wouldn't follow and say hey. No matter if Xiao Yashuan could stir up the atmosphere or not. Anyway, the atmosphere of the people in this area was stirred up. All the people all raised their arms high and shouted, "Darnell! Darnell! Darnell!" The sea-like cries rose in waves. Darnell in the mist also heard the chants and couldn't help but show a self-satisfied look. He was going to use this battle to improve his black status. Confident Darnell also relied on the ghost weapon on his body to find where the fog ghost was. The fog ghost's ability to attack was this corrosive fog similar to a ghostly spirit. Darnell immediately rushed towards the place where the fog ghost was. But as he walked, he felt something was wrong and looked down. The clothes, shoes, and whatnot were all gone. When he ran some distance towards the fog ghost again, all the tattoos on his body also disappeared. Darnell was shocked to realize that something was wrong, and subconsciously tried to walk out, only to have his foot lifted up just as he was in excruciating pain. It turned out that his skin was corroded and melted, his feet had no skin, and it hurt like hell to walk on the ground, and left a big bloody footprint. Darnell then realized that the rest of his body was also starting to melt. Damn! Darnell cursed, forcing himself through the pain and rushing outside. It had to be said that although he had an immortal body, pain was inevitable. Although he had dared to fall to his death just now for the sake of pretending. But that pain of falling to death was only for a moment, as long as it was resurrected, he wouldn't feel it again. Now that it was melting a little bit, it was truly unbearable to carry. Darnell wailed in pain and kept cursing. Don't say, black people are gifted with the gift of rap, cursing is better than temporarily holding a stinky foot. Just when Darnell ran all the way to the edge of the fog, he finally came to the edge of the fog. He found that the fog drifted faster. He, who was originally able to rush out soon, was getting farther and farther away from the edge of the fog. Darnell panicked and immediately shouted into midair, "Helicopter! Helicopter! Quickly lower the soft ladder!" This fog didn't cover a small area, but the height honestly wasn't very high. If a helicopter was used to rescue them at a high altitude before escaping with the fastest speed possible, it wasn't like there wasn't a chance to escape from the fog. But the outcry outside was just too great. The voices of those onlookers shouting for Darnell overpowered the sound of Darnell calling for help. As for the communication headset, it had long since corroded away. Darnell shouted to tear his throat did not get any response, to the voice of those who called out even more grumpy, and even feel that it is not a cry, but the death god is ringing the death knell for him. For the first time, he hated these guys who shouted so much, "Go out and put you guys bean sand." Finally, Darnell was corrupted into water. He had no fear, after all, he had immortality. This ability came from a werewolf corpse, and the other gave him the power of immortality. But there was one thing the werewolf didn't say. The more times Darnell died, the more like a werewolf he would become. Lately Darnell hadn't even noticed that his fur was growing strong. At this point after his resurrection, his eyes had even become vertical pupils, but Darnell didn't feel it, and also felt that his vision had become much clearer. This made him excited. Could it be that death would make himself evolve? So immortality is this ability. Ha 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 ha, I see. I'm the only true god of America. Darnell decided that he would become the first black god. The very moment he made up his mind, Dream carried the 10,000 soul streamer into the fog range. Chapter 115. You don't care if your underlings harm me, why are you crying when I'm invincible? Gluttony swallowed Darnell in one bite. He kept resurrecting, Gluttony kept digesting. Obviously the speed of resurrection was a bit unable to catch up with the speed of digestion. Besides, Darnell wasn't really infinitely resurrectable, it was gone when the origin was depleted. Dream was a little curious, wondering why the dark black person just now didn't run and was still giggling there. And after settling this place, Meng Meng had planned to call it a day and go home. Lin Ming's order came through the air, telling her to go take out the pretty country's defense minister. Dream immediately put away all the shenanigans, leaving only the hanged man to open the way. After leaving the street, because the hanged ghost could be seen if he left Dream, he took a cab and headed straight for the Five Corners building. Meanwhile, the Minister of Defense was still looking at the fog in the live screen with great expectation, waiting for the hero Darnell's death. Oh, it should be the return of the king. But until the fog disappeared, Darnell did not appear. This made the Minister of Defense a little flustered. The female reporter also couldn't help but ask, Minister, Lieutenant Darnell seems to have disappeared. It won't be a failure, right? Failed. No. The Minister of Defense was also flustered, but in front of the live broadcast, in front of hundreds of millions of people, still with a firm face, Lieutenant Darnell did not fail, he just. That's right, he just died with the enemy. The female reporter was surprised. Die with the enemy? Yeah, you see, Lieutenant Darnell is gone, but so are the fog and the creeps. Where could they have gone if they weren't killed off, you say? No one is dying within our country anymore, haha. The more the Minister of National Defense said, the more certain he became, making the female reporter unable to help but believe it. On the other side, Dream carried the 10,000 soul streamer and got out of the car. The driver didn't even dare to ask for the fee and ran off with a kick of the gas. It was also thanks to him running fast. The money-grubbing ghosts all took out the paper money. After Meng Meng entered the Five Corners building, she still let the hanged ghost ask for directions. They just asked all the way through, and in the corridors they passed through, there was a large string of corpses hanging, gently swaying by the air-conditioned wind, as if they were all sunny day dolls. Under the wobbly guidance of the sunny day dolls, Meng Meng arrived at the office of the Minister of Defense. The minister in the office is still completely unaware of it, and is looking at the camera with a serious face. Let's honor the great Lieutenant Darnell, let's honor the heroes of this America, let's. Who opened the door? The Minister of Defense looked at the one who opened the door and was annoyed. He was in the middle of his impassioned speech, who was so ungrateful to disturb him. Only when he looked at the door, he didn't find anyone there. And right in front of the thousands of live streaming cameras, Dream sent a few creeps out of the 10,000 soul streamer. The sudden appearance of the 5 creeps caused everyone in the office to freeze. Immediately afterward, there were incomparably ear-piercing screams. The team of female reporters fled in terror, scrambling out of the office. Meng Meng felt that Lin Ming would want the world to see this scene, so she said to the hanged ghost, "Stop them." The hanged ghost dangled countless ropes and hanged them. Meng Meng. Okay, that's kind of stopping it. At least the camera was saved. Dreamy adjusts the position of the camera and aims it at the Minister of Defense, who is cowering in the corner in terror. Gluttony devoured the minister in one bite. Wei Yuan then looked at the camera stiffly and said, "Whoever hits my master in the future, dies." After waiting to threaten everyone, a few creepy returned to the 10,000 soul streamer, and Dream carried the streamer to return home. It was impossible to expect a few creeps to actually kill all the pretty countries. Besides, Lin Ming sensed that Blue Star and Creepy Games should be gaming now. If it was true that he had killed more people from Blue Star and attracted the attention of certain existences in Blue Star, wouldn't that be a dead end? First develop a wave in the Bazaar game. Wait for the Master's Mahayana stage. It was worth mentioning that all the airplanes in Pretty Country were full because of the massacre, and many people were thinking of fleeing Pretty Country. Tickets are lined up in a huge queue, and there are also scalpers around to cheat people. It had to be said that this situation was comparable to the Spring Festival in China. Fortunately, Meng Meng did not need to buy a ticket. She walked onto the airplane, casually found a first-class cabin, and comfortably laid down to sleep. She slept sweetly, but the countries of the world were scared. This list of Big Brother is too ruthless. Just because the other party threatened 2 sentences to let Huaxia hand over his information. He directly killed the door, killed all the people in the 2 streets, not to mention, but also massacred a commando team. What's more, he took a dozen of America's rented ghost weapons. In the end, he even killed the pretty country's defense minister, and in front of a global audience. So ruthless. But, also so handsome. Lin Ming had instantly gained countless brainwashed fans around the world. Those fans spontaneously formed an organization called the Chinese Church of the God of Heaven. They posted crazy comments underneath all kinds of videos about Lin Ming and raved about how great Lin Ming was. Lin Ming himself hadn't done a few things that he was famous for, so at first, all these people bragged about were the stats on his leaderboards and the fact that he had taught the world-renowned warmongers a lesson. But then, people always felt that these deeds were too few to convince the public. Besides, if other people's churches could create the world, why couldn't Lin Ming? Thus, all sorts of Lin Ming's heroic deeds came into being. What he killed in the weird game, the ghosts cried out. It was also said that he had a territory the size of a country within the bizarre game. There were even rumors that he was actually the lord of the bizarre game, only to have fallen due to being schemed against by his pillow and good brother, only to be reborn with unique props, and was fighting against the odds and desperately in need of support. Let's put it this way, Lin Ming's rate of absorbing followers was second only to the Flying Spaghetti God cult. Although Huaxia closed off access to the extranet, even going over the wall wasn't allowed. But it still left a channel for Lin Ming's Streetlight Guild, allowing them to look at the world. At this time, Lin Ming was looking at these comments over the wall, and when he saw the last statement, he was a bit tense. No, who exported our country's secret culture just like that? What if foreigners learned it? In the future, will it be said that Jesus was crucified because of his father's dislike, thinking that he was just an ordinary courtesan? Oh, born of a nun, what qualification is there to be the Son of God? Because of this stereotypical prejudice, no matter what Jesus did, he was never recognized by God, and even though he was clearly the exalted Son of God, he lived a life worse than that of an inferior, and was humiliated and killed by an inferior who was crucified on a cross. Later on, Jesus was resurrected and finally realized that it was useless for him to endure like this, so he exerted his divine power and collected countless believers, and finally went to the top and slapped the faces of all the guys who looked down on him. In that case then, the New Testament leftover scriptures can't be called that, it should be called "You don't care if your underlings harm me, what are you crying for when I'm invincible?" Anyway, Lin Ming's plan was quite successful. The pretty country's white attack quickly conceded, directly admitting his mistake and announcing the dismissal of all the officials involved in this matter. Those officials were simply happier to receive the order to fire them than they were to receive news of the death of their billionaire's own father. "I've been fired, Big Brother Pungy, you can't kill me now." And Huaxia was also frantically at by countless media outlets, even applying for door-to-door interviews to ask for their opinion on this matter. Chapter 116 Schrodinger's Ghost. What could Huaxia have to say? To all the platforms, the open statement was that they didn't know where Big Brother List 1 was either. However, requesting all countries to stop harassing Big Brother Pun 1, he probably just wanted to quietly clear the bizarre game. To this statement, players from all countries were naturally dissatisfied. "There is this kind of talent, you please come out to show everyone ah. If you really can't, let him share a little bit of experience to pass ah." After all, the first Big Brother of the list has brought the weirdness to kill the 4 directions. They don't even dare to get close to creepy. Huaxia ignored this request. "Let Big Brother Punji tell us what he's done. I'd love to. But I don't want to be eaten like Minister Pretty Country." The current situation is one of Lin Ming being a global one-trick pony, love it or hate it. It's like the pretty country that once just got hold of nuclear weapons and in whoever's house it wants. Lin Ming was still satisfied with these guys ah. At the very least, it saved him a lot of trouble. Just as Lin Ming was thinking about what he should do. Next to him, the streetlight boss brought in a bunch of invitation letters for the weird game. Got quite a few of them. Lin Ming was satisfied with streetlight boss's efficiency. These are all provided by the residents of the neighborhood, and some of the villa area staff. It seems like it's because living with us is too stressful. The streetlight boss scratched his head and said. Lin Ming was also a bit speechless, but still picked out the invitation letters. Soon, he found one that just looked interesting. Return of the Dead. Return of the Dead. There's a kind old woman who really can't stand the idea of lonely souls having nowhere to go, and has been calling out at the crossroads hundreds of times in the hope of finding a place for those lonely souls to go. I think you should be able to do her some favors, soothe her inner melancholy, and make her happy again. Invoke the spirits? Hundreds of times? So can she only invoke living players, or can she invoke all the spooky ones? As for soothing the wounds within, that was even better. Lin Ming was best at helping people heal their wounds. He could easily stick his hand into the other person's heart and soothe all the wounds of the past, ensuring that the other person would reach the ultimate bliss early and never suffer. Lin Ming left this invitation to invoke the soul, then wrote his name and began to wait in peace. When the streetlight boss saw that Lin Ming had chosen the invitation letter, he didn't leave, but stood by the side, wanting to say something. Seeing him like this, Lin Ming frowned. There's something to say directly. He, sure enough, nothing can be hidden from the master's eyes. Boss Streetlight rubbed his hands together as if he were a fly seeing a toilet, full of flattery and anticipation. Master, didn't you get back some ghost weapons from the pretty countryside? Can you give us some to arm these brothers and better expand our territory? Lin Ming knew that Boss Streetlamp didn't have any dissenting thoughts. After all, the dementation technique was still in control of him. I'll give them ghost weapons when I get out of the weird game. Lin Ming casually promised. This was because this time, he had entered the game to find materials that could be used for refining pills. As long as he refined the elixir, he would be able to control these minions easily. At that time, he would then give them the ghost weapon in order to stop these guys from rebelling. Boss Streetlight didn't dare to say any more. When the time came, Lin Ming entered the game. However, he left the 3 grudge corpses that had absorbed the cursed stone spheres behind. He left these with orders to strike again if anyone threatened the house. The fear was that someone would take advantage of his departure to strike at this place or ambush it. Even if Lin Ming was already at the Jindan stage, he still had to be on guard. After all, weirdness was frequent, and many weird abilities really had to be defended against. What's more, some of the weirdness, including the Ghost King, wanted to take Lin Ming's life. Inside the game. After Lin Ming stood firmly, he looked around and realized that it was a street. At the end of the street was an intersection. At the crossroads, there was a hunched-over old woman who was kneeling in front of a fire pit, chanting. The old woman's body was illusory and didn't seem to be real. Lin Ming swept through with his soul regeneration technique and realized that she existed between reality and illusion. If he made a move, the other party was illusory. If he didn't make a move, the other party existed in reality. Schrodinger's ghost? No, there must be some sort of thing that he hadn't noticed. Lin Ming continued to observe. Apart from noticing that the old woman's ass was still quite perky, then the fire pot in front of her was quite something. A small copper basin burned until black, burning with green flames, and in the flames there were human figures constantly struggling and howling. Those twisted figures were constantly beckoning to Lin Ming and the others, seemingly begging for help, but also seemingly asking them to go over, to take them with them to their deaths. That basin was a ghost artifact, right? I wonder if it can be used as a Dan furnace. Is that basin filled with death chi? Can it be used for alchemy? Lin Ming stared at the fire basin. Those struggling and howling, hideous ghostly figures in the fire basin were also staring at Lin Ming in death. Some were laughing, some were in pain, some were wailing, and some were fuming. They just stared at Lin Ming, staring until Lin Ming determined that the fire pot was indeed rich in dead chi, and if he got it, he would be able to refine at least 100 or so pills. He immediately showed an even more perverted excitement on his face than they did. Ghost shadows. No, dude, what's with that perverted look? We're creepy, we're scaring you. Shouldn't you be averting your eyes, not daring to meet your eyes, or even trembling in fear? It was the first time the ghosts and shadows had lost in the aspect of comparing perverts. And they still lost to a living person. They were somewhat unwilling and stared at Lin Ming once again. After another moment, instead of being unafraid, Lin Ming lifted up his clothes and patted his 8-pack abs. Want to eat? Greedy to death. This provocative gesture caused the ghostly shadows to explode. Phew! The flames in the copper basin instantly grew more than a meter high, and the ghostly shadows struggled to rush out. The old woman was startled and hurriedly threw some paper money into it, which should have burned violently, but suppressed the ghostly flames. She looked at the paper money she had filled in and was a little distressed. At the same time, with her back turned to Lin Ming, she was curious as to what these ghosts were excited about. Seeing that he hadn't been able to trick the ghosts out, Lin Ming could only give up for the time being and scanned around him again. Didn't see the spooky, but saw a few players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Not right, each copy is usually just 5 people. Even if you add yourself this sneak in, there should only be 6 people. If it is similar to the Silent Land like multiple copies set together, then it should also be a multiple of 5. What's the deal with 7 people? A spooky one out of us? Other players were also watching. Because the creepy game had been raging for so long, there were rookies coming in, but they weren't as rookies as they had been when they first started. Of the remaining 6 players, only one was a rookie, the one who gave the invitation letter to the streetlight boss. Of the remaining 5, some were nervously scanning around with their ghost weapons, some were quietly moving away from their fellow players around them, and others were clearly staring at the others' ghost weapons with ill intent. Among these few, however, there was one person who looked distinctly different. He wore a large red paper birthday suit, his face was pale and colorless, and he held a broken dagger in his hand. But it was that dagger that made even Lin Ming feel threatened. Evil ghost-level ghost weapon? With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Ming realized that the ghost weapon was only grievous spirit level, but it should have some sort of special ability that caused even his Jindan stage self to feel dangerous. Moreover, after he swept his divine sense over the man in the birthday suit, he realized that the death chi in his body had also reached the peak of the grievance spirit level. It was only one step away from breaking through to the evil spirit level. Looking at his face, he seemed to be a Chinese. Such an existence shouldn't be unknown, it should at least be in the top 5 of the rankings. But other than Lin Ming and Song Shui, there were no more Chinese in the top 5. Could it be that this guy had a foreign name? Lin Ming was curious about this player. After that player scanned his surroundings, his gaze was also placed on Lin Ming. He looked at Lin Ming and also sensed his strength, and was a little shocked. Which army are you from? Which army? This title made Lin Ming think that he had met someone from the Chinese military. Could it be that the Chinese military was behind the back of the Trickster Bureau, or that the Trickster Bureau didn't trust Song Shui and had trained experts behind her back? It shouldn't be, a person as sinister as Song Shui couldn't possibly be fooled like this. Besides, leaderboards don't lie, so this guy shouldn't be from the Huaxia military. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. This guy could very well be a living survivor from the bizarre game. Just as Lin Ming was planning to confirm it. In the distance at the crossroads, the old woman kneeling on the ground suddenly sounded louder, hoarse and eerie. Heavenly light, earthly hall, there's a crying night boy in my house who doesn't want a father or a mother, and only wants to burrow into your belly sack. Accompanied by this sound that sounded like a soul-invoking incantation. Lin Ming and the others actually heard a baby's crying sound coming from behind them. Chapter 117. I'm going to warm it up a bit. When they all turned around to look, they only saw a greenish-purple baby, lying naked on the ground. Its eyes had been gouged out, blood flowing out of the black eye holes, and its not-so-large mouth had been sewn shut with thread. Those threads were crooked and dyed black and red by the congealed blood, as if a centipede was lying on the baby's mouth. Because of the mouth being sewn shut, the baby's cries were somewhat muffled, and it just whimpered and crawled over, leaving a long blood-colored trail on the ground. When the crowd saw this, they all showed a nervous look, not realizing that this just came in and the weirdness started on the talent. But the baby was very capable, and the cries it made them all want to cry a little. And when that baby came closer, the crowd even realized that it was full of pinch and twist wounds, and even traces of being torn by something. At this moment, the players felt even more uncomfortable, with a burst of pain on their bodies, as if someone was pinching and wringing them. Soon, a player held up his arm and lost his voice and exclaimed. When the people next to him looked, they realized that a ghost pinch bruise had really appeared on his hand. Was it that crying baby's ability? But why were there no rules this time? Where were those rules that could have been utilized? The players were shocked and angered that this time they hadn't seen the rules, and they had been laid hands on straight away. Could it be that this spooky game has begun to disobey the rules? Right at this moment, the old woman burning paper slowly spoke. Poor child, just because it's a girl child, after being born, it's been disliked by its parents. Not only is it always cross-eyed, but it's also extremely impatient. When the child cries out of hunger, they don't feed it, and they always pinch it. When the child pees, they don't change the diaper, and they think it's dirty, so they just throw her out the door to be torn by wild cats and dogs. Good thing, a neighbor couldn't stand to watch and took the crying baby home to take care of her. But who would have thought, that pair of crazy parents heard that the girl child can also be sold for money, even took the child back, but also willing to get some milk powder to feed. This thought of raising white fat, sell a good price, and then use the money to give birth to a boy. The result is that the seller suddenly refused to buy. They were instantly enraged, thinking they had lost money, and blamed everything on this innocent child. They pinched her hard, twisted her, even burned her with cigarettes and annoyance, and sewed her mouth shut in order to keep her from crying, until they completely tortured her to death. After the death of the waif, the two of them panicked, fearing that the child would turn into a creep to seek revenge, and hearing that gouging out her eyes would make it impossible for this waif to find them, they ruthlessly gouged out her eyes and fed them to stray dogs. Unfortunately, they didn't even know that the waif was raised by them, so how could they not find them? That night, the waif felt cold, so she dragged her bloodstains like this all the way into the house, crawling into those two people's stomachs, wanting to use it to keep warm. But the living, are too fragile. The waif didn't stay warm for long at all. Now that the waif feels cold again, can you please ask all the kind people to warm her up? With the old woman using an eerie voice, she told the story of the baby girl's pity. The baby girl also crawled closer and closer, and those players became more and more uncomfortable. There were more and more bruises on their bodies, and they even seemed to be frozen, their bodies unable to move at all. But in the end, there were mostly veteran players present. Only to see the various ghostly weapons in their hands begin to function, fighting against the baby girl's power and grabbing control of their bodies. The player who was suspected to be a survivor of this world also spoke in a low voice, "Don't rely on the rules, the real world has been invaded too deeply, causing the resistance of the world's will to be weakening, and this old woman's strength is too strong so the rules can't be manifested, and we can only judge the weakness of the infant spirit through the story she dictated." Lin Ming nodded slightly. He also noticed that the aid and restriction of the rules seemed to be lost here. Lin Ming had noticed it when he dealt with that chaser manager earlier. There were rules in those stores, even directly telling players what to fight against. However, after the manager appeared, there were no rules at all. At the time, Lin Ming had thought that those rules were hanging in the manager's office. Now, it seemed that it was the fact that after reaching the evil ghost level, they were able to resist the blue star, making it impossible for the rules to directly manifest. However, this resistance wasn't complete. For example, from a normal person's point of view, it was understandable to shout out moves before a fight. But after you shout the name of the move, telling the other party how I created this move, what the operating principle is, and what kind of method is needed to counter it, that would be quite abnormal. Through the old woman's narration, the smart players had already thought of it. This infant spirit was afraid of cold. Then wouldn't it be fine to make it warm? And from Lin Ming's point of view, the player in the birthday suit knew so much about this matter that he must be a survivor without a doubt. "I'll make a fire." A player tried his best to fight off this infant spirit's deathly aura infestation while trudging towards the distance in search of something combustible. The survivor player said in a deep voice, "Ordinary flames don't work." There were other players who also cursed, "What the hell do you think this is, the little girl who sells matches? It's freezing my ass off, how can normal flames work?" "Then what do you guys say? We can't really let her drill into our stomachs, right? I'm not mentally prepared to have a child yet." The player who said he was going to build a fire complained. The survivor breathlessly swept a glance at the people and said in a deep voice, "For it to enter a human's body for warmth, it actually relies on the anger in a living person's body for warmth, so as long as you guys cut off part of the organ with anger on your body and throw it over, it will be distracted and we can escape." The other players looked at the survivor with ugly faces, saying that they weren't fooling themselves, were they? However, the survivor reacted quickly and directly cut off his pinky and threw it over. The next moment, the pressure on his body was loose, those ghosts' pinch screen also disappeared, and immediately covered the bloody palm toward the side of the road to escape. The other players saw that it worked, and immediately cut off a part of themselves and threw it over. Even the novice player followed suit. Sure enough, they were all able to leave. At this point, only Lin Ming was still standing in place, looking at the infant spirit that had crawled to the ground and started feasting in front of the pile of fingers. The survivor was bandaging his wounds, and when he looked up and saw that Lin Ming was actually still standing stupidly in the middle of the road, he immediately became anxious. "What are you still standing there for? Are you afraid of pain? Aren't you afraid of death? And that's the invocation road you're standing on. Only by fleeing to the sides of the road can you be immune to some weird damage. Hurry up and cut off your fingers and come over here, or else you'll have to cut more." The other players also looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. This person's aura looked very dusty, not like an ordinary person. How could he be so stupid? Lin Ming ignored the anxiety and nervousness of the other players. He watched the old woman stuck between reality and illusion, knowing that if he wanted to lure her to completely descend into reality, he would have to utilize these souls that she had recruited. So Lin Ming gazed at the infant spirits and slowly said, "Everyone, don't panic, this little child is so pitiful that I decided to warm it up a bit." Chapter 118, Warm and Warm Outside. Only Lin Ming greeted the infant spirit and walked over. The infant spirit gazed at him, its grievances thick and its deathly aura surging. Compared to the other creeps who were still able to go to work as cows for the creepy game, and add to the boss's villa. This infant spirit had actually gone completely insane. It hated everything. That's why whenever it sees a living person, without any manipulation, it will instinctively burrow into the other person's body and screw them. Then like a parasite, it would eat the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys of the other person, grabbing all the nutrients and life force of the other person, and finally turn the other person into an empty shell before discarding it. There are many players who have died under the hands of this baby spirit, and the first to be killed by it is the neighbor who has saved it. Because in the baby spirit's opinion, if you could have protected me all along, you wouldn't have let me die. How? One could say that this infant spirit became insane after its death. But it is also possible that it is because it inherited the bloodline of its own perverted parents and was born to be such a thing. At this moment, that infant spirit was just looking at Lin Ming with a black hole of resentment, unable to wait for him to feel his own pain, his own coldness. Lin Ming slowly squatted down, in the eyes of those people on the side of the road who were horrified, reached out and tenderly stroked the baby spirit's head. You must be very cold, right? Let me help you warm up. When the infant spirit heard Lin Ming being so kind, its sewn-up mouth revealed a sardonic smile. It liked such kind people the most. Loved hearing that wonderful scream when it burrowed into their bodies. Liked the agonizing wails when their anger was plundered by itself. Liked it even more when they died so miserably just like they had in life. Come on, let me enter your body, mess up your belly, and then take you. Hey, no, what are you doing? Before the infant spirit could react, it was lifted up by Lin Ming pinching its heavenly soul cover, its little hands and feet constantly shaking in the air. Afterwards, Lin Ming went to the side of the road to bring a few sticks, first built a simple barbecue grill, and then tied the baby spirit on top of a stick, and then set up on the barbecue grill. Lin Ming flicked his finger at the pile of dry wood, and a spirit fire immediately flew onto the pile. The pile of firewood burned, and Lin Ming looked at the infant spirit, who was still struggling desperately, and gently soothed, "Don't be afraid, it'll warm up soon." In order to force the soul-recruiting granny to descend, Lin Ming decided to madly torture these weirdnesses. And for the first time, the infant spirit was subjected to this kind of humiliation, and immediately stormed out, constantly struggling, and the mouth that was sewn shut howled frantically, even the thread was about to collapse. But all this got in return was Lin Ming turning the wooden stick that bound it, letting it warm up a bit more evenly. Those players on the side of the road looked dumbfounded. Even that survivor was filled with incredulity. Whose minions were these that were so brave? The old woman who had recruited the spirit was turning her back to the crowd, and when she heard the infant spirit's screams, she was a bit puzzled that someone had actually dealt with this infant spirit. This infant spirit had been with her for quite some time, and had already reached the grudge spirit level, so how could it be dealt with so quickly? The old woman looked back and saw the tied up and roasted baby spirit. The whole ghost was bad. She wasn't an unseen fellow, so she knew about grilling. But kebabs, grilled meat she had seen. Even roasted whole goat, roasted suckling pig, it wasn't like she hadn't eaten them before. But what the hell is this roasted whole baby? Are you not human? What was even more irritating was that Lin Ming seemed to sense her turning around, and even looked at her as well, smiling slightly. "Ma'am, do you have any garlic? Human meat can be a bit greasy to eat, so it's better with garlic?" When the old woman saw Lin Ming looking at her, she thought he would say something cruel, but she didn't realize that she wanted garlic. "It's not even if you roast my infant spirit, but you're still asking me for garlic? Wait a minute. How did this guy know what the texture of human flesh was?" The old woman looked at Lin Ming and scanned him in shock for a long time to make sure he wasn't creepy. It was really the first time she had seen such a perverted living person. Lin Ming saw that the old woman didn't say anything and shrugged. "If you don't have it, forget it." The old woman couldn't bear it anymore in the face of this provocation. Her voice was grim. "Kid, you think you can scare me with this tactic? That baby spirit is weird, not afraid of ordinary flames. Even if you bake for 100 years, you will not. What is so fragrant?" Looking at the old woman shrugging her nose and sniffing the flavor, Lin Ming slightly gave way a bit, revealing the infant spirit that had already warmed up to the point of being scorched on the outside. "Maybe it is it, come mouth?" Lin Ming said enthusiastically. The old woman's eyes widened as she looked at the infant spirit that had been roasted to a caramel color. It had really been roasted to death? That was bizarre. What kind of flame could roast bizarre? She naturally didn't understand the means of immortal cultivators. Lin Ming didn't even use the Samadhi true flame because that would have roasted the infant spirit into crumbs of ash. He used a spirit fire, meaning a flame that was empowered by spiritual energy, the kind of spiritual energy that could be used for alchemy. Making a barbecue was still handy. After Lin Ming grilled it, he somewhat regretted that he hadn't brought any salt, garlic, or any seasoning. However, he was a notoriously generous person, and held up the grilled baby spirit to a few players next to the road. Taste it or not? Several players waved their hands in succession. No, no. Thank you, Lou. No need, I may not want to eat meat in this life. Why don't you give me a piece? The survivor suddenly opened his mouth and stunned the players next to him. Those players backed away from the guy in panic, thinking to themselves, was this also a pervert? It really dares to eat the meat of an infant spirit. The survivor was even more flustered when he saw that the crowd seemed to think of himself and Lin Ming as being in the same category. Juxtaposed with that kind of pervert? I'm not worthy of that. He hurriedly explained, I was thinking that this infant spirit was roasted like this, so maybe it's gone from creepy to a ghost weapon, so I can take it out to scare creepy in the future. The other players pondered, thinking that this argument wasn't unreasonable. After all, which spooky with a physical body could be calm when they saw their roasted counterparts? There was once a particularly famous old gentleman who said a famous quote like this. People, when they see short sleeves, they think of white arms, they think of. Man's imagination is such a leap forward. R.D. Lu Sun, from Joshu, Zhejiang Province. This old man Lu from Joshu, Zhejiang Province, is talking about living people though. But weirdness also comes from living people. They were also very good at making associations, so when the other creepy saw this roasted infant spirit, it was inevitable that they would think of themselves being roasted, and become uncomfortable, or even fearful. A few players figured this out and also thought that roasted baby spirits were rare ghostly artifacts, but still felt resistant. The survivors saw the look on the faces of a few players and were certain that they wouldn't live long. It was the end of the world, and the weirdness had descended, and they would still be resistant to such a small thing. However, the survivor wanted the infant spirit, but didn't dare to step onto that street. He cautiously looked at Lin Ming and asked, can you throw it over for me? This street is called Invocation Street, we'll die quickly if we step on it. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows, I don't feel it. He really didn't feel anything different about this street. Chapter 119, The Circle of Eccentricity has its own electric fraud park. The survivor was full of envy, maybe it's because you're too powerful, so this street can't do anything about you. This street is called Soul Invocation Street. Whether it's a living or dead person who steps on it, they will be controlled by the old woman and be forced to invoke their souls by her. The creeps in the neighborhood all know how scary this street is, so they usually don't come over. Just now, we also escaped quickly and were spared. Hearing this, Lin Ming understood. The reason the other creeps were afraid of this place was because when they went to other capitalists' companies, although they would also be forced to sign all sorts of unequal treaties and be bullied, and squeezed, they would still be able to at least earn some income. But this old lady is different, she is not giving half a pussy and squeezing and destroying you like crazy. To put it bluntly, this street looked like an electric fraud park to the other shenanigans. So if you overthrow this place, wouldn't you be doing the weird people a favor? They should be grateful to themselves. Unfortunately, he had done such a great thing, but no creepy saw it. As expected, he was such a great being who gave quietly. Who said that only those who stood in the light were considered heroes? Lin Ming threw the infant spirits to those players and let them split the bodies. Oh, this should be considered adopting the infant spirits in batches. Strive to make every part of the infant spirit's body feel the warmth of a family. The soul recruiting granny was furious when she saw what Lin Ming was doing. Her recent soul recruiting business was already bad, although she had tried her best to improve her treatment, and wouldn't even beat up the weird ones that were being recruited to come. But the other side was still tricked by those capitalists, saying something about supporting the bottom to make investments and earn big money. So those bottom creeps sold their houses, cars, and even their wives and children that had paid off hundreds of years of loans, and used them to invest in a thing called P-bald P. Also don't know how it is these days. Lin Ming didn't know what Granny Soul Recruiter was thinking, and he didn't know that the weirdos were making investments. If he had known, he would have reassured Granny, don't worry, soon your business will be busy, and soon there will be countless bizarre people who don't want to live anymore will come to join you. The angry soul inviting Granny decided to teach Lin Ming a little lesson. Don't you know how to roast? I'll see how you roast this one. The soul inviting Granny once again began to invoke the soul, talking about the creepy's horrible past. He was originally a loyal old man, but just because he slept with his neighbor's wife, he was beheaded by his neighbor who caught him in the act of adultery. The old man felt wronged. It was obviously the woman next door who was too flirtatious and always deliberately seduced him. But why, in the end, did he get his head chopped off while those two couples got back to living a good life? He wasn't willing, he wasn't convinced, so on that night, he carried his already rotting head to the neighbor's house and asked the neighbor's wife why she helped the neighbor to kill herself. Was it because she wasn't as good looking as the neighbor? After saying this, the faithful old man, in order to satisfy the neighbor's wife, unscrewed the neighbor's head and planted it on his own body, while the neighbor was replaced with the rotting head. The neighbor's wife was so frightened by this bizarre scene that her liver and gall bled to death straight away. And now, the loyal old man realized that the head he replaced with is rotting again, and he needs a new head. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to help him? As the soul-recruiting granny spoke, her cloudy eyes were still staring at Lin Ming in death. Obviously, Lin Ming was the kind person she recognized. At the same time, a sound of footsteps sounded. Snapping. Snapping. Lin Ming and the other players snapped their eyes to the end of the street, only to see a stooped old man walking over carrying a young head that had begun to rot. It seemed like that head was that unlucky man from the old man's neighbor's house. The headless corpse was walking at this time, while issuing a voice from its neck cavity, "My head. Who can give me a head?" And as it walked, the young head it was carrying in its hand was surprisingly alive, blinking its eyes at Lin Ming and revealing a hideous smile. "I saw a better head, he's definitely willing to give it to you. A better head. I want a head." The headless corpse walked towards Lin Ming. And as the young head looked towards Lin Ming felt his throat itch a little. He wanted to rip the head off and scratch it so badly. But as Lin Ming's spiritual energy flowed, the feeling disappeared. He looked at the young head calmly and asked, "Have you asked your wife why she, so young, is cheating on you with the old man next door? Is it because you can't?" Young head. It even had a feeling that the damage caused by this sentence hurt more than if he had his neck wrung off by the faithful old man. Young age, how could his mouth be so poisonous? In order to retaliate, the young head left blood in its eyes, looking even more hideous and terrifying, and its voice was even more sinister as it said, "Your head is really good looking, it's very suitable to wear on my body." "Don't, your body can't work, I'd rather wear it on this old man's body because I want to taste your daughter-in-law's flavor." Lin Ming hastily refused. "Nema." The young head emotionally collapsed, urging the old man, "Can you walk faster, him to death?" "Me to death? I'm not your daughter-in-law, why do you let him on?" Lin Ming asked curiously in return. The young head finally broke defense and wailed, "Kill him. Kill him quickly." Although the loyal old man had no head, his mind was still there, and he said awkwardly, "Wasn't it disgust, so scary, so that he would be scared and hot, his anger would increase, and he would eat more flavorfully." Lin Ming timely inserted two ghosts a mouth. "You see, this over is experienced, buddy, you never let their daughter-in-law excited hot blood, so do not understand. Let go of me. I'm going to fight him, aha." The young head yelled madly, struggling to come over and bite Lin Ming to death. The loyal old man didn't know what to do for a moment, and looked to the soul-recruiting granny. Soul-inviting granny nodded her head slightly, the meaning was clear. "Get the hell out of here." The loyal old man immediately threw the head, which was spinning around like a yo-yo in his hands, towards Lin Ming. "Go." The young head showed a perfect parabola flying towards Lin Ming, and as it got closer, its expression became more and more hideous. "Kid, when I eat your head, let's see if you're still this poisonous." Lin Ming calculated the distance and took 2 steps back slightly before raising his right foot backwards. At the instant the young head fell, he gave it a vigorous jerk to kick out. The young head exploded away, hitting the loyal old man squarely. And at the same time as he kicked down this kick, Lin Ming quietly shot something into the young head's mouth. It was his spiritual energy. At this moment, the young head slammed into the loyal old man, and the spiritual energy left in his mouth instantly exploded. The loyal old man was dry-humped to the ground and the young head's head exploded. Seeing their dead chi rolling around, Lin Ming took a deep breath and absorbed all of that dead chi. Soul-recruiting granny's eyes stared, "This guy can absorb dead chi? The visitor is not good. This guy couldn't be trying to swallow all the souls he had recruited, right?" Chapter 120 Favored Woman. The soul-recruiting granny watched as Lin Ming drained the 2 creeps and continued to sit in the middle of the road. That stance was again like a toll booth, and like a mountain eagle. Now it was certain that he was really here to rob. The soul-recruiting granny only found it hard to be taught. She had been mixing in this street for so many years, from soul-recruiting 13 sisters, to soul-recruiting granny. She had never thought that someone would dare to come to this road to rob. "You like swallowing weirdness so much, don't you? Let's see how much you can swallow." Granny Soul Recruiter decided to recruit a big one this time. She used to be a very pretty girl, very talented, loved by many, and her family doted on her. One day, she met her true love. That man was very handsome, very elegant, and most importantly, loved her very much. Every morning and evening, the man would punctually park under her house in a Rolls-Royce and take her out to play. The man was also sweet enough to know that she liked to go to a 3-star Michelin restaurant to eat steak, and he knew that she liked Chanel and Dior bags. Even the man knows a lot about jewelry and often gives her some fashionable gold necklaces and gold bracelets. The most rare and precious thing is that this man is also very compatible with her in bed. The woman feels that this man is the love of her life. She wants to marry this man. However, when the woman sweetly introduces the man to her family, she finds that her family is very agitated and even angry to stop her. Even the woman's family would yell at her, saying such boring things as, "How can you introduce your husband to your lover, and how can you bring your lover to a family gathering of your in-laws? It's ridiculous. Shouldn't you be happy for me when I introduce my lover to you?" In a fit of rage, the woman killed all these family members who didn't understand her. To punish those family members who didn't understand her, the woman cut them into pieces and boiled them into a pot of meat porridge, and used this supreme etiquette to entertain her lover. But as a result, the man's true colors were revealed. He was so scared he said something like, "I'm married, we're not going to make it." Are you kidding me? Like anyone's not married. I killed all my family for you and you betrayed me? In the end, the woman killed the man and added him to this pot of meat porridge as well, so... Do you want to taste this pot of meat porridge full of love? Along with the voice of the soul recruiting granny, in the distance, a young woman with a beautiful appearance came over pushing a heated bucket with a small cart. The lid of the heated bucket was open, and a rich meaty aroma wafted out from within. Even the smell of the barbecued infant spirits couldn't cover the aroma of the pot of meat soup. The beautiful young woman just walked over to Lin Ming and looked at him tenderly. "Handsome boy, it's time for kanji." Lin Ming glanced at the pot of meat porridge. In the meat porridge, all of them were fragments of human skulls, accompanied by gurgling bubbles. Inside the eyes, noses, ears and other broken skins, one by one, they were pouring out. What was even more terrifying was that the eyes, which were clearly soaked in the soup, would still turn, and were even looking at Lin Ming. The palms that had already been stewed were pointed at Lin Ming, constantly beckoning. "Come on, join us and become our family." The voice was like a magical sound through the ears, making people feel very moved. Such a family was so happy, so much so that I wanted to be one of them, to also have a group of such considerate and lovely family members. Not to mention Lin Ming, even those players standing by the side of the road, desperately trying to resist with their ghost weapons, there were still 2 people who slowly walked over. That newbie player who didn't have a deathly aura had even darted over, unable to wait to join this big, warm family. Seeing that big pot of meat, Lin Ming had thought about whether or not to add a fire to help warm them up a bit more. However, he felt that the soul recruiting granny shouldn't be so stupid, so he scanned with his divine sense. Sure enough, this beautiful young woman and the body fragments in the pot were all illusory. In other words, they were in a pure soul state, were without a physical body, and weren't afraid of being roasted by fire at all. If you wanted to use spirit fire, you probably wouldn't be able to burn them either. However, you can't stop Lin Ming from having samadhi true flame. The beautiful young woman pushed the heated bucket and looked at Lin Ming with a sardonic smile. Drink it, and you'll be our family and we'll be happy." "Is that so?" Lin Ming quietly placed his hand on the heating bucket, 3 true flames attached to his palm and began to heat the heating bucket. The heating barrel, which was already gurgling and bubbling, quickly heated up and began to boil. The body fragments that were swimming inside suddenly became somewhat abnormal. They were all waving and shouting at Lin Ming, trying to trick him into coming in. But as the temperature of the soup increased, they felt the pain and changed from calling and luring to screaming and struggling. Looking at those body fragments like noses, eyes, ears, and the like, it was as if they were fish in a pond. One by one, they kept scurrying out of the water, fighting for that moment of coolness before flopping and falling back in. Lin Ming smiled slightly and said to the young woman, "What a cheerful ingredient, this soup must be delicious." The young woman was also a bit strange. Why were these family members so happy today? However, she still concurred. "Yes, quickly drink it. But I always feel that this soup isn't perfect enough, there's still a little something missing." Lin Ming refused. "What's missing?" The young woman was puzzled. Lin Ming ignored the young woman and instead used his divine sense to send a message to the ingredients in the heated barrel. "Pull her in and I'll let you guys off, or else you'll be waiting to be thoroughly cooked." Those ingredients felt the searing and boiling heat, and even some of the paws and leg bones and whatnot that had been lurking at the bottom of the pot had completely melted by now. The ingredients knew that if they didn't listen anymore, they were truly going to disappear completely. Immediately, a broken hand jumped out of the water like a carp leaping over the dragon gate and grabbed the hair of the beautiful young woman. The young woman was bewildered. "Mom, what are you doing? Come in, you." The broken hand lashed out, violently pulling the young woman's hair and yanking her towards the heated bucket. The young woman panicked and hastily braced her hands against the side of the barrel, not wanting to go in. But at that moment, several more hands jumped out from inside, and one of the broken hands even took its own leg bone and playfully banged the young woman's head. "Come in. Come in. Come in so we can be freed. Isn't it a family? How can you be happy outside? Wife, I love you, be one with me." Those cozy family members in the heated barrel dragged the young woman into the heated barrel with 7 hands. No matter how much the young woman howled and struggled, she was still no match for so many creepy ones, and was dragged into it just a little bit. Just after entering the water, the young woman felt the abnormally high temperature and instantly understood what was happening. She wanted to ask for help to the distant soul recruiting granny, but she was pressed into the bucket of water by her family members and couldn't struggle out, and her mouth was even filled with boiling hot meat porridge in a big gulp, so she couldn't speak. Chapter 121 Soul Recruiting Granny Descends. The young woman was yanked into the meat porridge, under the blessing of the samadhi flame. She quickly melted and the meat porridge was boiled dry. Lin Ming had thought that the heated bucket was good and wondered if it could be used for alchemy, but it turned out that it was also melted by the samadhi flame. It seems like it still needs to be that fireball. Lin Ming glanced at Soul Reclaiming Granny's fireball with longing. Granny Soul Recruiter also saw that the young woman had been cooked and was incredulous. This was the right-hand man under her, and had cheated her out of an unknown number of shenanigans. How could she be cooked now? Granny Soul Recruiter was enraged. Her body exuded a strong and vicious aura, while her body also became a bit more real. Obviously, she was about to change from an illusory state to a real one. Lin Ming's heart was filled with anticipation. As long as the Soul Recruiting Granny fully turned into her real state, he would be able to easily catch the other party. Granny Soul Recruiter had wanted to use her evil ghost-level aura to shock Lin Ming. However, she realized that Lin Ming wasn't deterred, but rather, the few players by the roadside retreated again and again in fear, and were on the verge of hiding in the houses by the roadside. "Hee, young man, you're very brave. I once met a young man as brave as you. He was strong, kind, and held the dream of wanting to save the world. But then, guess what happened to him?" Granny Soul Recruiter asked as she looked at Lin Ming wistfully. Looking at her expression, the few players on the side of the road had hearts like mirrors. The kind and courageous young man that this granny was talking about must have died, and died a miserable death. Lin Ming, on the other hand, thought for a moment and said, "Later on, you fell in love with him because of his bravery and kindness, and were toyed with by him fiercely for a long time, and even got knocked up, but you didn't expect him to run away, and that's when you, who didn't have a single dime on you, and still had a big belly, realized that his kindness was faked, and that his goal was to cheat you old women who are stupid but crave love?" The Soul Recruiting Granny was so angry that her body solidified some more, her evil ghost-level power surging continuously. "Do you know how old I am? That young man's age is more or less the same when he is my son." Hiss. Lin Ming sucked in a mouthful of cool air. "You're so perverted that you won't let go of someone as old as your son? Could it be that you're not interested in your son? Huh, that's disgusting. No wonder people say that old crotches are easy to bump into. You're really thinking about everyone." The Soul Recruiting Granny completely tensed up and roared, "I mean, he's the same age as my son. How could I possibly get involved with him? He was killed by me. I split him up and even threw him in front of those people he went through so much trouble to save, and guess what those people he saved did in the end? May I remind you to guess towards the disgusting, towards the most horrible things." Lin Ming heard that she was still asking her to guess, so she was nonchalant. "The most horrible and disgusting thing? You slept with all of them?" Soul Recruiting Granny completely lost control of her emotions. "Don't you have something else in your head?" "There is, it's just that I feel like you're so Thai, so I habitually think in that direction," Lin Ming explained. Soul Recruiting Granny really didn't want to bull with Lin Ming anymore. She summoned the most powerful trickster under her command. It was the brave and kind young man she had just mentioned. In order to increase the psychological pressure and enhance the power of the bazaar, Granny Soul Recruiter was still whispering, "Back then, after I split his body, I threw it to those people he had saved, promising that those people would be spared as long as they ate him. Those people just pounced up as if they were vicious dogs, and ate their benefactor's body one bite at a time, eating their faces full of blood. What's ridiculous is that they also said that their benefactor was willing to die in order to save them, and now that they know that they can save people by being eaten by them, they should also be happy. If you were split up and eaten, would you hate it? Would you?" accompanied by the end of this devil's whisper-like speech. The soul-recruiting granny swept her gaze over everyone. All the players felt their bodies ache violently, as if they were being split up and eaten. The intense pain was so intense that even the ghost weapons in these players' hands couldn't suppress it. Aside from the survivors, traces of a tear appeared on the bodies of the other players, even dripping with blood. Although the survivor players were able to resist, the birthday suits on their bodies were also clattering, as if they were being torn, and were rotting away a little bit. But since the beginning, no one saw where the weirdness was. Seeing this scene, the soul-recruiting granny immediately revealed a fierce smile. See, that's its revenge. It wants everyone to be like him, to be eaten bite by bite, so that everyone understands that being good doesn't have a good ending. Lin Ming nodded with deep empathy, as the old saying goes, killing and setting fires with a golden belt, repairing bridges and mending roads with no corpses, being a good person is indeed useless. Soul-recruiting granny froze. You're not a good person? When did I ever say I was a good person? Lin Ming asked back. But you just protected them. Granny Recruiter said, pointing at the players on the side of the road. Lin Ming didn't have the heart to say, I was simply trying to your brats, the fact that they survived is just incidental. Wait, why do you care so much if I'm a good person or not? It's not possible that the guy you summoned this time can only kill good guys, right? The soul-summoning granny's face changed. Because Lin Ming had guessed right. The weirdness she summoned this time was actually a very odd existence. There was no entity, not even a soul, it was just a grievance. It was the last resentment left behind by that kind and brave young man before he died. It vowed to kill all the good people, so that the world would understand that good people didn't have a good end. Just now, although those few players all had various shortcomings and small minds, they actually had good intentions, which was why they were torn apart. But now the soul-recruiting granny was a bit dumbfounded. This guy called Lin Ming didn't have a problem at all? No, you don't have any good thoughts in your heart? You're more of a ghost than a ghost. Lin Ming could see what was going on in the soul-reclaiming granny's mind and fell into self-doubt as well. Am I that bad? No, it should be the heavenly evil Gung Fu. It's this evil power of the heavenly evil Kung Fu that makes myself look bad. Actually, I'm still a good person at heart. Accompanied by a few screams, all of those players except the survivors were taken out by the grudge creep. Even the survivors had their life jackets torn to shreds. Seeing that Lin Ming was fine, the soul-recruiting granny also knew that this strongest attack of hers was of little use and simply descended herself. You're not afraid of my soul, but my methods are not something you can fight against. When Lin Ming saw the soul-recruiting granny's body gradually materialize, he immediately revealed a look of excitement and anticipation. Finally, Granny Soul Recruiter completely descended into reality, kneeling not far from Lin Ming, with the fire pot placed between the two of them. She decided to use her true power at the evil ghost level to teach Lin Ming a lesson. That was soul recruitment. She was going to forcefully invoke Lin Ming's soul. Kid, you brought this on yourself. A purely evil person like you is most suitable to enter my fire pot and become my soul. Hey! Where is the person? The soul-recruiting granny, who was originally full of grimness, was somewhat dismayed when she saw that she had suddenly lost sight of Lin Ming in front of her. Chapter 122, Know Why the Gene Dance Stage is a Dharma Master? Lin Ming pulled Meng Meng and went around behind the soul-recruiting granny as fast as he could when she descended. In order to prevent the soul-recruiting granny from escaping, he also blocked off the surrounding area with his divine sense. Divine sense was similar to a ghostly spirit, but was stronger than a ghostly spirit to a certain extent. At this moment, after soul-recruiting granny was locked down, she also sensed the abnormality. She finally understood why Lin Ming was so powerful, even able to fight against the resentment he controlled. So it was because he possessed a ghostly spirit. How ridiculous, this brat thinks he doesn't have a ghostly spirit. Why do you think I'm carrying this fireball? Sensing that Lin Ming was about to make a move on himself, the corner of her mouth lifted up in a contemptuous smile. Only to see her take out a few pieces of strangely printed paper money and throw them into the fire pot. Phew! The flames that would have obviously been suppressed by throwing paper money before were uncharacteristically high at this moment. The ghostly cold flames scattered rays of light that instantly covered the surroundings. Accompanied by the flickering of the flames, Meng Meng and Lin Ming's figures were unexpectedly forced to appear. The soul-recruiting granny looked at Lin Ming with malice. And this was the first time that Lin Ming and Meng Meng's combination technique had been seen through. This granny is really not bad. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief, then slapped the soul-recruiting granny on the head. Look at your mom. The soul recruiting granny fell to the ground in response, the grimness and contempt on her face turning into shock and disbelief. This guy was indeed pure evil, so unqualified. No, how could he hit himself? This flame ghost was able to block attacks. Without waiting for the soul recruiting granny to react, a ghost spirit contract instantly took shape. After reaching the Jindan stage, Lin Ming's skill in drawing talismans had once again improved. He could use his divine sense to instantly condense a talisman seal without having to draw it with a single stroke, greatly saving time and making it more unexpected. Soul recruiting granny didn't recognize the ghost spirit contract, but could feel the huge threat of that thing. It absolutely could not be touched by it. This thought flickered out of the recruiting soul granny's mind, and she wanted to leave. However, she realized that she couldn't move. When she looked down, she realized that on her hands and feet, she didn't know when they were wrapped in dirt and linked together with the ground, so that she had to lie on the ground in a big shape. When soul recruiting granny was horrified, she didn't even realize when she was locked in by the ground. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Do you think the Jindan stage law master title is messing with you? Have you heard of the 5 elemental spells? Whoosh! The ghost spirit contract was glued to the face of the soul recruiting granny. The soul recruiting granny was worthy of being at the evil ghost level, and after the ghost spirit pact entered her body, she was able to resist the power of the pact, even as her dead chi overflowed. She knew that she had been fooled. This guy was clearly a strong enemy, but just now, he had been using all sorts of tactics to gaslight himself, clearly wanting to turn himself from an illusory state into a real one. The most frightening thing was that after the ghost spirit contract entered her body, she needed to mobilize most of her attention to fight against it, and was unable to enter her previous illusory state to escape. But it doesn't matter. Do you really think I'm that much of a creep? Come out, my child. Oh. The summoning granny was just about to speak when a puddle of rotten mud burst out and muddled her mouth, rendering her speechless. Still summoning? You're the only one who can summon, ah? Lin Ming sneered and snapped his fingers. Above the ground, a large amount of earth and rocks rose up into the air, converging into 3 earth soldiers. Hit me! Along with Lin Ming's command, the 3 earth soldiers rushed over and kicked furiously at the soul recruiting granny. This picture of soldiers stepping on ghosts was so artistic that it was a pity that there was no camera to record it, nor was there any painter who could depict it. It could only exist deeply in the memories of the soul recruiting granny. Soul recruiting granny was being beaten furiously. She wanted to scream but couldn't. She wanted to activate her death chi but was ruthlessly suppressed by her divine sense. She had no choice but to use all her strength to fight against that ghost spirit contract first. But those earth soldiers were as if they knew the line of operation of her dead chi. Every time she mobilized her dead chi, she just wanted to converge it to her head to fight against the ghost spirit contract. Then an earth soldier would kick up and scatter the dead chi she had gathered. Only the scattered dead chi could converge to fight against the ghost spirit contract. One could only say that it was worthy of being at the evil ghost level, that it was able to fight against the ghost spirit contract for so long. Seeing that he was slow to take down this soul recruiting granny, Lin Ming immediately smiled grimly and once again condensed a dozen or so ghost spirit contracts, which flew into the soul recruiting granny's body. The granny's body shook violently. Lin Ming wouldn't take pity on the granny because she was a delicate flower, and kept destroying her. Finally, the soul recruiting granny couldn't carry it anymore. It was hard to say whether she couldn't carry the ghost spirit contract anymore, or whether she couldn't carry the beating. Anyway, soul recruiting granny was thus completely conquered by Lin Ming and fell into his slavery. Lin Ming watched as he brought her under control, and immediately waved his hand, dispersing all the bindings and earth soldiers, and said in a deep voice, "Get up!" Although soul recruiting granny was in pain and weak, she still managed to get up and obediently stood in front of Lin Ming. "Master." "Well, what can you do?" Lin Ming asked. "Master, I can invoke souls, and I can also drive out weirdness, and they will all obey unconditionally. After removing the ones that were killed by you, I still have 50 Yuri, but they're all relatively weak." There were quite a few guile under the control of Granny Recruiter, and she hadn't summoned them before. Because her strongest few guile were no match for Lin Ming, there was no need to call out the other guile to send them to their deaths. Lin Ming was even more satisfied when he heard that there were more than 50 bizarre, and looked at the fire bowl again. "Is this your ghost weapon?" "Master, I picked this up from a grave, and I don't know who it belongs to. But it's very powerful. My ability to invoke ghosts was bestowed by it. It's just that invoking ghosts requires paper money. That paper money needs to be purchased with points, and right now I don't have much left on me." The soul recruiting granny took out all 10 paper money left on her body. Lin Ming frowned. "Another poor person?" However, he was still more concerned about the fire bowl and immediately squatted down to check it out. The material of the fire bowl looked like copper, and when he gently knocked on it, it was very crisp. Originally, he thought that it was powered by dead chi, but he didn't realize that it needed paper money. Lin Ming tentatively injected spiritual energy into it. The next moment, the green flames in the fire pot skyrocketed and leapt to over a meter high. Lin Ming stared at the fire pot and realized that under his spiritual energy, a good half day had passed and the fire pot showed no signs of melting. He immediately revealed a smile. It was simply too suitable for alchemy. Just to be on the safe side, he also injected some samadhi flame to test it. Who would have thought that the copper basin would have carried it, just burned a little red and didn't rot or shatter? It was really something good. This ghost artifact was definitely more than evil ghost level. It was possible that it was all Ghost King level ghost artifacts. However, after injecting spiritual energy, the green flames in the fire pot were a little less cold and a little more hot compared to before. Lin Ming looked towards the soul-invoking granny. Can you still use it to invoke souls now? The granny looked at it and shook her head. No more, this flame seems to have some more restraining power against paper money. That's why soul invocation and alchemy couldn't be done at the same time. Otherwise, it would be so easy to recruit in one and refine the other. Chapter 123 Warm and Gentle. Lin Ming's plans for the buffet fell through. But it wasn't too disappointing. After all, this fire pot had finally arrived. He looked at Soul Recruiting Granny. First, get all those weirdness you're controlling out, I'll see what's going on. Soul Recruiting Granny obediently knelt between Lin Ming's legs, looking at Lin Ming backing away. What for? No, I'll invoke your soul first. The granny decided to do the right thing first. Invoke the soul? Then why are you kneeling down when you invoke your soul? Isn't that your slave? Lin Ming felt strange. Who calls out their slaves to work and has to kneel to invite them? What, you invited all the pinheads? Soul Recruiting Granny explained, it's mainly to give those creeps some comfort in their hearts so that they'll feel my sincerity and the importance I place on them, and they'll make an effort to work hard. Lin Ming suddenly realized, it's like a capitalist shouting that his employees are all brothers and will never fire any of them, but if a brother's performance is not up to standard, he's not a brother anymore, right? Soul Inviting Granny did not explain, said this master why all the truth to the outside. At a glance, it is not the material to be a boss. But she cannot denigrate the master, just silently invoke the soul. Not long after, the street wind rose. A cloudy wind came in, making the temperature drop rapidly. And from the end of the street came many shadows. There were those that crawled, those that walked crookedly, and those that floated over. None of them came on a proper walk anyway. And as these spooky appeared on the street, the atmosphere became horrifying, and for a while there was some kind of 100 ghosts walking at night. The survivors were already crouching in the corner shivering, looking at Lin Ming in terror. Which army's brother was this, and his methods were so explosive? Soon, the creeps all came over, most of them at the ghost level. There were also a few resentful spirit level existences. They slowly walked over to the soul-invoking granny, their expressions either numb or with a sinister smile. Looking at this large group of weirdness, ordinary people would only be scared to death. Lin Ming, however, was only excited, immediately placing the fire pot in front of these creeps. Quickly come into the pot. One of the creeps didn't know that he had been packed up and sold by the original owner to the new owner, and subconsciously disliked him. You're the one who's going to the basin. In the next moment, the spirit recruiting granny ordered the talking creepy, go to the basin. That creepy face stiffened, looking at the granny with disbelief. You know, I have always been loyal, bleeding and sweating for you, and now you want to do this to me? Go! The soul recruiting granny's voice was cold and stern. The soul she recruited could naturally be controlled. Although that weird resisted and struggled, it could not escape and could only passively walk towards the fire pot. When it raised its feet and buried itself in the fire pot, it drowned in the hot green flames. A miserable scream came out, causing all the weirdos present to tense up. Lin Ming didn't say anything, he just kept on refining pills. However, he realized that this one specter-level bazaar was not enough to be refined into a pill. One more. Lin Ming wanted to see just how many specter levels were needed to refine this 1,000 corpses and 10,000 poisons pill. Another spooky, under the control of the soul recruiting granny, walked into the fire basin. After a miserable scream, a not-so-regular black elixir appeared in the fire basin. That black elixir floated in the flames, emitting a rich aroma that was full of temptation to these bizarre. However, it was still not enough. The fact that this elixir wasn't round enough proved that it hadn't been successfully refined. One more. Lin Ming droned. Another weirdness jumped in on its own. This time, the black elixir became much more rounded, and the aroma that emanated from it was much more intense. The 1,000 corpses and 10,000 poisons pill, refined. Lin Ming immediately used his divine sense to take it out and examine it carefully. He could feel that this elixir contained a rich deathly aura, and there was also his own spiritual energy added to it. This also meant that after eating it, it would turn an ordinary person into a player with abilities that were even a little more powerful than a player who had broken into 1 or 2 copies of the game. It's a pity that Lin Ming didn't bring anyone in. Wait, people? Lin Ming looked towards the survivor player in the far corner. Wasn't this a ready-made living person? And just now, this survivor asking Lin Ming which army he was from had really startled Lin Ming. He was wondering, did the survivors of this world even have armies and countries? At that moment, Lin Ming took the black elixir and walked towards the survivor, revealing an incomparably friendly expression. Brother, I've got something good here, why don't you try it? The survivors were originally quite friendly towards Lin Ming, thinking that between survivors, they should help each other. But after seeing him ravage those weird scenes just now, he was already filled with fear at this point. Even he now wondered, was this guy really a living person? It couldn't be any ghost king who turned into the appearance of a living person and came to cheat people, right? In such a situation, that black elixir he was even more afraid to eat. Thank you, big brother, I'm not hungry, you eat it. The survivor refused with a trembling voice. Lin Ming saw that the survivor didn't want to eat, smiled slightly. You know, in the past, in our old home, if you want to eat an authentic elixir, there are many rules. First you have to learn to be gentle, polite, and frugal. Especially this word let, for example, if I have an elixir in my hand right now, and there's a person sitting across from me that I don't know, I have to let it go. The other person must accept the invitation no matter if they are willing to eat or not, otherwise they are not giving face. Then if I don't give face, I'll slap the other person to death, then stir the corpse into mush, wrap it into dumplings, and feed it to these creeps. So, brother, take one, no? The survivor player heard and understood that this was pointing himself, looking at him full of fear. I'll eat it, okay. He understood that if he ate the elixir, he might die. But don't eat the elixir, that dam will be divided into corpses, and the probability is to be divided alive. Waiting for the survivor with an expression of death, he took the elixir and swallowed it in one gulp. He had been prepared to meet pain and death. But he didn't expect that a surge of death chi exploded in his body, and it hardened the survivor's strength to rise a lot. Now it seemed like he was just a little bit short of breaking through to the evil ghost level. Even more, the survivor felt as if he had gained an additional skill. This elixir was actually really good? The survivor looked at Lin Ming with disbelief, so it turned out that he wasn't trying to harm himself. Told you, survivors were good brothers. Brother, this elixir of yours is divine. If we can give all of our brothers an unlimited supply, then why don't we worry about being able to counterattack the bazaar and retake this world? The survivor said with incomparable excitement. Lin Ming was also using his divine sense to observe the survivors' reactions. He realized that the elixir was really useful, helping the survivors boost their strength quite a bit. However, there was still a special toxin that remained within the survivor's body. That toxin mixed with his own spiritual energy and constantly eroded the survivor, and once it eroded to a certain level, it would cause him immense pain. And this kind of pain could only be relieved by using one's own spiritual energy, otherwise there was only a way to die. Chapter 124, Add a Friend? The survivor didn't know that a person like Lin Ming would put a price tag on all his gifts, in secret. He also felt that Lin Ming was really a great person. He even said with a guilty and sincere face, "Thank you all." It was so shameless of him to misunderstand people just now. What a kind person. One even suspected him of having ulterior motives. I'll be damned. Lin Ming had a sincere look on his face. Brother, don't be polite, if you like it, I'll go back and bring you some more and go back so that your brothers can eat it. The survivor felt that he was wrong about Lin Ming just now. Where was this a big good guy? You are my god. The touched survivor's legs went weak and he was about to kneel down for Lin Ming. Lin Ming hurriedly held him back and said seriously, "Brothers, it's fine, as long as I see that you guys are doing well, I'll be relieved." By the way, incidentally, when you said army just now, did you mean an army? The survivor was stunned beyond belief. You don't know? Could it be that you are a survivor who has fallen behind? It shouldn't be, we've been working hard for so many years, we've already collected all the survivors, so do you know about the shelter? I don't know, I've been wandering around in the duplicates. Lin Ming casually bolted. Been in copies all this time? Haven't been hiding? No wonder you're so powerful. The survivor was filled with awe. You must have lived through many copies. This kind of strength, it's probably comparable to the commander of our army. In this world, although weirdness is all over the place, we survivors do have some. As far as I know, there are a total of 5 survivor shelters within this bizarre game, and each of them will establish their own escort army. According to the order in which the shelters were established, and the strengths and weaknesses of the escort army, we have ranked the 5 shelters, respectively, from 1st to 5th. I'm from the 5th shelter's escort army, so usually we call ourselves the 5th armies. This time, I came out to look for a chance to break through to the evil ghost level, so that I can better resist the weird invasion. I just didn't expect to be so lucky to have met you. Even though I haven't broken through, it's more useful than breaking through. The survivor introduced all the information about himself without hesitation. In his opinion, hiding information from a great person like Lin Ming was simply a crime. Lin Ming wrote everything down and then asked the question he was most concerned about. So how did you join this copy? You were able to choose to enter the copy yourselves? Lin Ming had expected this when he saw an extra person just now. The survivor immediately explained, there are 3 ways to get into the replica. The first is to be selected by the replica, the second is to sign a contract to become an employee of the replica, and the third is to spend points. But all 3 conditions have their own flaws. Being selected by a replica means that you will be subject to the greatest targeting, and the other party will do everything in their power to keep you. Becoming an employee is a good way to not have to die, but you will be squeezed like crazy, especially if you are an alien player, and will be used to raid the real world. Spending points looks easy, but you also need to know the name of the copy, as well as your strength. The stronger you are, the more points you will consume if you want to enter the copy. Right, you said you were wandering here, so how did you travel back and forth through the copies? Looking at the survivor's curious look, Lin Ming casually perfunctorily said, oh, I don't know, I just came in a daze and went out in a daze. The survivor believed it and seriously invited, then why don't you come back to the 5th Institute with me? When the time comes, the commander of our 5th escort army will definitely reuse you. Lin Ming didn't agree, but instead asked back, then how did you earn points? Gaining authority, controlling duplicates, robbing shenanigans, or banks. The survivor was certain that Lin Ming had probably really been wandering around in the duplicates. Such common sense things were unknown. Lin Ming's eyes lit up, then do you know which creepy is the richest? Or what the bank copy is called? The survivor's eyes lit up, are you going to rob a bank? But banks are heavily guarded, ordinary people can't even get in. But we can rob a ghost king, the other side is very rich, do you want to move with us? Obviously, the survivors could see that Lin Ming was unwilling to join the shelter and began to pull in with benefits. Lin Ming was instantly moved, who are you planning to rob? The owner of the Death Corporation Limited, Chen Yan, known as the Big Boss of Death. He recently had a conflict with Count Bloodmoon and the boss of the Hunters, and has been targeted so badly that he has been left to fend for himself. It's rumored that he's already planning to transfer his property and abscond out of the country, so we can take the opportunity to mess with him. The survivor said without excitement. Lin Ming heard this name, but it always sounded familiar. Big Boss of Death? Is there an industry under his name called the Death Grand Hotel? Lin Ming asked. Yeah, you've heard of it too? Prices aren't low there, damn rich ghosts. The survivor hated it. Lin Ming remembered that before, the owner of this Death Grand Hotel had been chasing after him. Later on, he had even hired a chaser to find himself. And listening to the survivor, the Death Grand Boss still had a relationship with the Blood Moon Count. Then it was understandable why the Blood Moon Earl had targeted himself. It must be because of this Death Big Boss. Since they had already formed an enmity, what was the point of being polite? No matter who wants to beat up Big Boss Death, I, Lin Ming, will definitely help the scene. I'm the most helpful person. If you guys want to kill Big Boss Death, I'll definitely help. Lin Ming smiled. The survivor hurriedly said, don't talk nonsense, kill what Big Boss of Death, he's a ghost king level existence, moving mountains and reclaiming the sea is trivial, he can easily destroy half of the city's copies. If we really want to kill him, unless it's the king of our army sitting in the town who makes a move, but that would be more trouble than it's worth. So this time, let's just seek wealth and only engage in the robbing while the fire is burning bit, don't mess around. Lin Ming didn't expect that these survivors were so pulled that they didn't even dare to kill a ghost king. However, it was also true that a ghost king was equivalent to the god of transformation realm. A cultivator of the god of transformation realm could already grasp the laws. Whether this ghost king could grasp the laws or not was unknown, but it certainly wouldn't be weak. Alright then, let's let him go for now, but how are we going to rob it? Lin Ming asked. I don't know about that, I only know that there is this action. If you're interested, I'll go back and explain it to the commander and ask him to allow you to follow us. The survivor said excitedly. He wanted to rope in Lin Ming as a talent. Lin Ming didn't refuse. Alright, then let's add a friend? The survivor opened his attribute panel. In the creepy game, only players had attribute panels, and the survivor was also a player, so he would have a panel and would be able to add friends. The creeps, on the other hand, generally relied on cell phones, phone calls, and the like to get in touch. Chapter 125. It's so hard to pretend to be a good guy. Lin Ming and the survivor friend each other and saw his name, Lord Wang. By the way, does this world still have leaderboards? Lin Ming suddenly thought of this question. Lord Wang looked at Lin Ming suspiciously. I sometimes wonder if you're from this world. That leaderboard is the Pandora's box that was used to cause our human race to fight and destroy the world. Now that our world is destroyed, what use is the leaderboard? Naturally, it's long gone. Lin Ming felt that this made sense as well, but he snapped to react to something and asked, those 5 shelters, they're actually from different worlds, right? Upon hearing this, the king's lord, however, had a dazed look on his face. Oh, I say, how come you don't know anything about this world? You must be a survivor of other destroyed worlds, right? Yes, but all destroyed worlds are integrated into the bizarre game and become part of this game. And we, the 5 shelters, come from different worlds, different countries, different races. I reckon, there'll be a new world joining soon, just the world where those unlucky people who died just now are from. Lin Ming was curious. Why are you so sure? Lord Wang smiled bitterly, because as the creepy game grows stronger and stronger, the more worlds it annexes, the stronger its own will becomes, and the stronger it becomes the faster it naturally devours. In the beginning when it attacked our world, it was all small, only a few people occasionally disappeared in a year, not even as many as the population that disappeared from the construction site's raw piles. It took a full 30 years to disorganize our world, then the gradual annexation took another 50, and by the time our world was completely merged into the game, it took 100 years, I think. But then after I joined the asylum, I talked to the other survivors and realized that the annexation of the bizarre game was getting faster and faster. One of the worlds that was annexed before took less than 10 years. It's estimated that this newly picked on world will be lucky to resist for a year. Lin Ming's eyes became a bit gloomy. The world weirding out was indeed beneficial to him. But he thought with his ass and knew that this matter was even more beneficial to the existence behind the bizarre game. Who was pushing the bizarre game to devour so many worlds? And what was it trying to do? Could it be that, like himself, it needed the bizarre power to reach the supreme? But from the mouths of the survivors, it could be deduced that the bizarre game had annexed an estimated 10 worlds. None of these 10 worlds had enough weird power to help it rise to the top? Could it be to become immortal? Lin Ming roughly estimated that becoming an immortal did indeed require a massive amount of resources through the bizarre power he needed to raise his realm right now. This caused him to mutter a little in his heart. It couldn't be that his master had taken in 2 disciples, and the other was a traitor who was already about to cultivate into immortality, while he had just started cultivating, and then something as vile as a fellow disciple killing each other happened. It shouldn't. Lin Ming remembered his master's serious instructions before he died, saying that there could only be one person practicing the heavily evil technique in a generation, or else the other one would surely die. This was also why at that time, the master clearly had not yet reached the end of his lifespan, and after handing down the gong method to himself, he died violently on the spot. Lin Ming really couldn't figure it out and could only put this idea down for now. First, he would raise his own strength and raise it as fast as he could. Elder brother Lin, I won't hide it from you, this time I came out because I wanted to advance to the evil ghost level to prepare for this robbery. Right now, I'm still one step away from breaking through to the evil ghost level. Do you think I can get your guile to help? Wang Ju said as he rubbed his hands together full of hope. Lin Ming was curious, help how? I want to complete the quest for this copy and get the reward. Wang Ju heatedly laughed. That won't work. Lin Ming flatly refused. I still have to do this quest, and I'm still useful for all these shenanigans, so go wander around to other copies. He still had a great use for this copy, and had been holding back from clearing it just in case he was forced to leave. How could he give it to Wang Ju to boost his strength? Wang Ju was a little disappointed, but I used a lot of points to force my way into the copy this time, and I have to leave points to target the big boss of death, so I can't afford to go to another copy. Are all these survivors mixing so poorly? Then if you don't break through, you won't be able to participate in this heist? Lin Ming hesitated. That's not true. Wang Ju shook his head. Lin Ming's face instantly darkened. Leave. Hurry up and leave. After all this guy is treating me like a good guy and wants to take advantage of me? Blind your dog's eyes. Lord Wang didn't expect Lin Ming to really reject it so decisively. He had thought that Lin Ming would give such a good elixir to himself, a great person who had gone through countless copies of darkness and still maintained his inner goodness. Such a person would definitely be willing to help others, and would definitely give himself the chance to pass the level. Unexpectedly, he refused. However, Wang Ju didn't think much of it and just chose to leave in disappointment. He thought about finding other copies to brush up and improve his strength. Before leaving, Wang Ju didn't forget to remind, Brother Lin, remember to bring more of your elixirs with you when you turn back to the action, our commander will definitely be interested. This is no problem, it's fine to give them to all of you, after all, you are also fighting for this world. Lin Ming agreed with his mouth full. This made Lord Wang a little puzzled. What kind of person was Lin Ming? Such a good potion was willing to give it away for free. But such a simple task, yet he refused to give it to himself. Could it be that because there was some hidden problem with this task, Lin was unwilling to drag himself down and was insisting on whisking himself away? Thinking like this, Wang Ju was reluctant to leave and turned back to Lin Ming. Brother Lin, is there still a big problem with this copy? If there is, you have to tell me. Lin Ming looked at him like this and froze. This dude really thought of himself as a good person? Since that was the case, then he was welcome. Let's act out a wave first and see if we can lure some more survivors to be our minions. Or even if he could find a way to cheat all the points out of himself in the future after the robbery was successful. Lin Ming borrowed his trust and said seriously, you don't know, this soul recruiting granny's background is very scary, she involves a lot of big names, I can still escape if I offend them, but if you offend them, you'll definitely implicate the shelter. As soon as Wang Ju heard that Lin Ming was really thinking about his own safety and didn't let him stay, he was even more touched. Brother Lin, but can you cope by yourself? Don't worry, I can escape even if I can't handle it, so hurry up and leave me alone to face the upcoming amount of weirdness. Lin Ming sighed. No, I can't leave, I want to fight alongside you. Lord Wang was touched by Lin Ming's kindness, and was surprisingly impressed, not wanting to leave. Damn, overacting. Lin Ming could only urge in a deep voice, you can only drag your feet if you stay, you'll get me killed, so it's better to go first. Chapter 126, Good News. We have our own park in the creepy circle. Lin Ming's words caused Wang Ju to hurt his pride a bit. However, he didn't dare to retort, he just guiltily said, Brother Lin, why don't I call the brothers from the shelter to help you? I've told you not to involve the shelter in this matter, do you want to get the shelter brothers killed? Besides, the next robbery is the most important thing, don't lose sight of your priorities. Lin Ming's voice had become somewhat cold. It was so hard to pretend to be a good person. So much for wanting to this pussy to death. Wang Ju also understood that his next robbery task was important, and if it was delayed, it would be a really big sin. With this thought in mind, Wang Ju could only retreat back and forth, but still worried, Brother Lin, can you really do it on your own? Don't worry, I can still escape if I can't beat them. Lin Ming assured. That's good, you must leave safely, otherwise I won't be able to rest easy in the future. The king's lord was filled with guilt as he backed away repeatedly. Lin Ming nodded and watched the king's lord leave before letting out a sigh of relief. How annoying. With this experience, Lin Ming swore that he wouldn't want to pretend to be a good person in the future. He wanted to be a cultivator in peace, handsome and invincible. Lin Ming used his divine sense to probe the surroundings to make sure that Lord Wang was really gone before he said to Soul Recruiting Granny, have all your weirdness come into the basin. Soul Recruiting Granny was a bit reluctant, Master, I collected these bizarre things with a lot of effort, so keeping them will be of some use to you. Unproductive thing, what's so heartbreaking about this bit of weirdness? We'll have more and more weirdness in the future. Lin Ming didn't have the good sense to say. Although the Soul Recruiting Granny was reluctant, she couldn't resist the order. Alas, just kill it. It was just a task from the master. All the bazaar lined up to enter the fire basin and were refined into the 1,000 corpses and 10,000 poisons pill one by Lin Ming. In the end, the 50 creeps harvested 20 black elixirs. After subtracting the one that was tested for the king's lord, there were still 19. This amount of elixir was far from enough to enhance one's minions. Lin Ming looked at Soul Recruiting Granny, his eyes filled with hunger. The Soul Recruiting Granny was startled, thinking that Lin Ming was going to refine himself, and hurriedly shouted, Master, don't do this, Master. Where did you think you were going? I was going to let you help me recruit my soul. Lin Ming didn't have the good sense to say. Recruiting souls? That we are good at. The soul recruiting granny breathed a sigh of relief, but then thought of something and said with some embarrassment, "That player should have told you just now, that you can't recruit souls here anymore. All those creeps have learned the ropes and don't want to come over here. Tell me first, what is the principle of your soul invocation? Why does that paper money thrown in summon the bazaar to come, and since the paper money can summon it, why does the other party reject it?" Lin Ming asked in a deep voice. The soul recruiting granny said helplessly, "Soul recruiting relies on my ability. I can release my power to summon the bazaar over, but it can only work for me for a short period of time. The other party still has the possibility of breaking free. But with the addition of this fire pot and paper money, it's a different story. The paper money can deepen the power of the contract, allowing me to better control these eerie. However, the coverage of my ability is limited, and the coverage of this fire pot and paper money can only cover one street." Lin Ming mused, "Then wouldn't it be fine for you to invoke souls one street at a time?" Soul recruiting granny smiled bitterly, "I'm an earthbound spirit, I can't leave this street." Only then did Lin Ming understand why the soul recruiting granny was able to switch between reality and reality just now. Because she was trapped here, she could choose to coalesce and disperse to integrate into this area. The strength of earthbound spirits could actually be considered polarized. They often had very strong abilities, and anyone stronger than them who came this way might suffer. However, limited by this place, their power could not be utilized many times. In fact, although this street was remote before, there was some foot traffic, but unfortunately, later on, I recruited souls and squeezed them too hard, resulting in no bazaar willing to come over. Granny Soul Recruiter said helplessly. Lin Ming gently shook his head, "You, are just suffering from a lack of culture. This soul recruiting is actually the same as recruiting. You're actually equivalent to HR, you can't just come up and use your abilities to summon and control with paper money. You have to find a way to tempt them, so that they can't stop wanting you. It's hard for them to give up, and in the end, they are willing to be slaves." The soul recruiting granny listened in bewilderment. "You are asking me to sell my body? I'm so old, I can't handle that much shenanigans. It's a lure, not a color lure." Lin Ming blackface, "Just tell them, as long as they are willing to come, 3 meals a day, give 5 insurance and 1 gold, 9 to 5, double weekly rest, annual leave, marriage leave, maternity leave, give enough. Even, as long as they are willing to give birth to more children, we still have rewards." The soul recruiting granny was surprised, recruiting souls like this? That's a big loss. Lin Ming hated it. "Why don't you get the hang of it, trick the bazaar first." "Master, these bazaar are all very smart, once time passes they will realize that we are cheating, so maybe we can cheat some of them, but soon there will be no bazaar willing to come again." Soul recruiting granny was worried. The corners of Lin Ming's mouth rose slightly. "That's because you're too anxious to trick the first batch of bazaar into coming over and kill them on the spot, so who can continue to be fooled? After you tricked the first batch of gullible creeps over, you first cleaned up one by one, then told them that if they don't want to suffer, they should call and tell the other creeps that this side is more lucrative, so that they can come and pick up the money quickly. This will attract a new batch of money-hungry guys to come here, then control those guys and make calls to the outside world, and so on and so forth. We'll have a steady stream of creeps. In the future, let's renovate this street and turn it into an entire park that belongs to us. Find a part of the house to decorate it better, and use it exclusively for pretending to be rich to shoot videos and lure those bulls and horses outside. Then transform part of the place into a big shopping mall and casino. After tricking people over, first persuade them to gamble, then persuade them to whore. That's a lot of points going out, and then finally GA this bunch of dead poor people off. If there is not cooperate, then directly kidnap. What fitting room toilet all to get on the dark tunnel, which we're dare to go in to kidnap away." Soul recruiting granny was astonished, and said that the master deserves to be the master. It's really Nemo lack of virtue. Lin Ming, however, was complacent and confident. He believed that it wouldn't be long before this park would dominate the bazaar game. In the future, this place would probably be its own pillar industry, ensuring that there would be no more lack of points or weirdness. But that wasn't all. Lin Ming knew that he would make the other Ghost Kings angry by stealing business and bazaar like this, so he planned to cooperate with the other Ghost Kings. He could trick some bazaar, maim and cripple them, and give the Ghost Kings free black labor. Or he could cheat these Ghost Kings of the bazaar cattle and horses under their jurisdiction and return the profits to these Ghost Kings. He can even spend money to go to these Ghost Kings and buy the identity information of those bazaar cattle and horses to carry out targeted fraud. The old saying goes, as long as the money is in place, the Ghost King must also kneel. Chapter 127 FA Business Park. The soul recruiting granny felt that Lin Ming's said solution was quite good. He immediately took out the only few pieces of paper money he had and began to forcefully invoke souls. This paper money would increase her power, allowing her to summon souls across several neighborhoods. However, her reputation was already stinking, and after being summoned by the eerie feelings, she desperately resisted. Even, the other went so far as to ask her boss for help. You know, every company has a security team, and they are also protected by the law enforcement team because of the taxes they pay. At this moment, the soul recruiting granny's forced invocation of souls had already been considered a violation of the other company's interests, and as long as the other party knew about it, they would naturally step in. When the soul recruiting granny heard that the other party had even called the company, she was a bit abashed. She had dealt with many companies before. The other party was very strong, he was no match at all. However, seeing Lin Ming beside her, she thought of the things he had just taught her. The soul recruiting granny's heart was crossed, and she immediately said to Creepy through the connection of the paper money, "Don't get excited, I'm here at the FAFAFAFA business park, I'm in desperate need of new employees here lately, so listen to my recruiting offer. Daily pay starts at 10 points, no ceiling. We don't look at work experience, and as long as you come, your core management and will have all-around growth opportunities. In addition, you can rest assured that we are never forced to work overtime here, with flexible working hours. What's Social Security, 5 insurance and 1 gold, paid vacation, as long as you complete your share of the work, we can immediately give you. By the way, we also pack 3 meals yo, and even manage a midnight snack." Creepy, who was about to call the company for help, was stunned. There is such a good job? The soul recruiting granny glanced at Lin Ming without confidence. But she saw Lin Ming looking at her with a serious face and said, "You have to be confident, you have to believe that you are offering them the best job in order for them to take the bait. If you don't believe it yourself, how can you lie to Creepy?" The soul recruiting granny took a deep breath and immediately contacted the spooky through the paper money, and said in a tone of extreme pride, "That's right, we are such a good company, because our boss is very rich, and he's not interested in money, he wants to change this social system. He doesn't like those big bosses, big leaders, looking down on the common people from above. So he wants everyone to know that it is possible to make money without being a capitalist. Treating cows and horses as human beings can also create profits. He wants to reverse the bad trend of society oppressing the creeps, and more than that, he wants to make all the creeps be human ghosts, all successful. All become rich. Come on, join us, join this great company, and you'll be the hope that leads countless weirdos to a successful turnaround." Lin Ming looked at the soul-invoking granny with some surprise. Learning so quickly? That's a lot of talent. And the bazaar on the opposite side was also getting hot under the collar by the soul-invoking granny. "Can I really do it?" "You can. Believe in yourself." "I believe in you, why do you doubt yourself?" Granny Soul Recruiter said with great excitement. "Okay, then I'll quit my job and join your company." Creepy couldn't contain his excitement and said. Soul Recruiting Granny hurriedly blocked, "Don't, you first come to our place to experience and try it out, and resign when you're satisfied. If you resign when you're not satisfied, then aren't we screwing you over?" Creepy was even more touched. What a ghostly sexualized company, it was so considerate of its employees. It decided that it would go over for an interview now. Lin Ming, on the other hand, gave a thumbs up to the soul-inviting granny. The other party had to be blocked from quitting, or the other boss would definitely ask him why he quit. These cows and horses were good at tricking, but those bosses were very knowledgeable, and it would be very easy to find out what was wrong with the words, and then they would be blocked. Soon, the shenanigans came. It was a disheveled middle-aged creepy, full of fatigue, with red blood in its eyes. It had also heard about the horrors of this street, but thinking about the inspiring words of the soul-recruiting granny, it still set foot on this road without any hesitation. Simply because he was too tired. The previous company would only squeeze them, let alone make them work like crazy, but also shamelessly deducted their wages, causing him to not even be able to afford to eat anymore, and his wife and children couldn't even be supported. If not need to pay the mortgage, a moment cannot find another good company, it would have resigned. At this time, this street, this company, is its salvation. After the middle-aged creepy tiredly walked up this street and saw the soul-recruiting granny. Its first moment was surprisingly to look at Lin Ming, with excitement in its eyes, pointing at Lin Ming and asking, "Does he count for 3 meals a day?" I didn't realize that what our company said about taking care of the meals was that the living would take care of enough. Lin Ming didn't get angry, because he knew that people and weirdness were originally natural enemies. The other party, even if they were at the bottom of the bizarre circle, even if they were trash, they would still desire to devour the living. Besides, this was his future employee, his rice bowl for making money, so why get angry? Granny Soul Recruiter carefully glanced at Lin Ming to make sure he wasn't angry, and only then did she gradually deepen her control over the middle-aged weirdo. In fact, now the middle-aged bazaar is also very difficult to break free from the control, but deepen some insurance point. The middle-aged weirdo didn't notice. After he was excited, he looked around and felt that this company was a bit desolate, hesitantly saying, "We have very few employees here?" Soul Recruiting Granny calmly said, "If there are quite a few employees, how can you be the management when you come here?" Question mark. The middle-aged weirdo suddenly had some bad premonitions, and quickly asked, "What about the daily wage? And uncapped?" "Yeah, no ceiling, more work, more pay. If you don't want to do it, getting 10 points a day is fine," Soul Recruiting Granny said indifferently. The middle-aged creepy was almost certain that he had been duped, but all the other companies were like this, and it could barely hold back, so he pressed on. "So no mandatory overtime, Social Security +5 insurance and 1 gold plus paid vacation, and tube 3 meals, what about it?" Granny Soul Recruiter explained with kindness, "Don't worry, we will never force you to work overtime, but if you don't work overtime, you will be beaten up. I don't care if you can bear it. Social Security +5 insurance and 1 gold plus paid vacation, it's only given if you have to complete your share of the work, but after you become our employee, all the work in my company is your share of the work. As for managing 3 meals and night snacks, that makes you can't leave your workstation every day, and you have to work overtime all the time until late at night. Managing a meal is nothing. But if you think about it from another angle, in the future you won't even have to worry about what to eat for 3 meals a day, whether you can afford it or not. It's also a good thing, isn't it?" The middle-aged creepy crumbled. It was all but certain that it had been duped. This was even more lacking than its original company. At least in the original company, it still got 2,000 points. Here it's only 300 to 500 per month, right? Damn, Luckily, he hadn't left his previous company and could still go back. The middle-aged creepy turned to escape, but realized that he could not move. Soul Recruiting Granny smiled and looked at it. "Who gave you the courage to come over here and still want to leave?" Feeling that it was being controlled, the middle-aged creepy instantly collapsed and cried on its knees, "Please let me go. I have an old man and a young man, and my entire family of 5 ghosts is counting on me to feed them." "Huh? You still have such a creepy family? Then call them all, his wife and daughter, I'll raise them," Lin Ming said with incomparable kindness.